Chapter 1. The Abandoned Genius. The night enveloped the world in darkness. In the quaint and unadorned room of the Fang residence in Falling Cloud City, a young lad stood before the window, gazing at the pitch-black sky, murmuring, "Tomorrow marks the day the Heavenly Sword Sect recruits disciples. After joining, my father shall surely take pride in me." The youth, with his fair complexion and striking features, exuded an extraordinary aura. He was Fang Mo, the eldest son of the Fang family and a recognized prodigy in Falling Cloud City. Merely 16 years of age, he had already attained the 6th level of the Yuanqi realm. It is worth noting that even the elders of the family had only reached the 9th level of Yuanqi. Thus, for the upcoming recruitment competition at the Heavenly Sword Sect, Fang Mo was resolute in his ambition to succeed. Knock, knock, knocked out a sound echoed from outside the door. "Come in." Fang Mo turned, withdrawing his gaze. "Father?" Fang Mo stared in astonishment at the figure that entered. The newcomer, with graying hair and a demeanor that commanded respect without anger, was Fang Tianao, the patriarch of the Fang family. "Ah." Fang Tianao responded indifferently. Casting a glance around the room, he regarded Fang Mo and said, "It is quite late. Why are you still awake?" "Father, I was just about to sleep." Fang Mo felt somewhat bewildered as he looked at his father. Since he could remember, his father had never visited his room, nor had he ever expressed such concern. For a moment, Fang Mo felt both honored and overwhelmed. "Mo, I came to speak with you tonight about something important." "Please, father, go ahead." Fang Mo was puzzled. His father rarely adopted such tone with him. "Regarding the Heavenly Sword Sect's disciple recruitment tomorrow, I suggest you allow your younger brother to take your place." Fang Mo was taken aback, staring at Fang Tianao in disbelief. Fang Long, his half-brother, was several months younger than him and had only reached the 5th level of Yuanqi. Fang Tianao had 2 wives. Fang Mo's mother, the first wife, had passed away from illness when he was very young. The second wife bore him 2 sons, Fang Long and Fang Peng. Fang Tianao had always doted on Fang Long and Fang Peng, while disregarding Fang Mo had devoted himself to rigorous training largely in hopes of gaining his father's recognition and attention. "Why should I?" Fang Mo felt a lump rise in his throat. What had he strived for if he was now to relinquish his hard-earned position? The Heavenly Sword Sect recruits disciples once every 3 years, and the age limit is set at 18. Your younger brother is 16. If he does not join this time, he shall have no future opportunity. "Huh, I'm also 16. What about me?" Fang Mo clenched his hands tightly, his voice trembling. "Mo, you are not the same as your younger brother. Your talent for cultivation is exceptional. Even without joining a sect, with the family's resources, you will still achieve great heights." "Huh?" Fang Mo laughed bitterly in his fury. Is this truly the father he had always admired and respected? As he looked at the man he called father, his once fervent heart felt as though it had been doused with cold water, instantly chilling. "Although I have long desired my father's attention, I am not a fool." The western region of the Heavenly North is dotted with numerous sects, among which the Heavenly Sword Sect stands as the most formidable, boasting vast and boundless territories. Luoyun City is merely an inconspicuous small town, and the Heavenly Sword Sect's recruitment competition, held every 3 years, only grants it a single quota. Thus, only the first place in this competition may gain entry into the Heavenly Sword Sect. To enter the Heavenly Sword Sect signifies an ascension to greatness. Moreover, it is imperative to note that the Heavenly Sword Sect stipulates that the age limit for recruits must not exceed 18 years. This implies that if I miss this opportunity, I, Fang Mo, shall forever be devoid of any chance to join the Heavenly Sword Sect. It is impossible. I shall never relinquish my chance. Fang Mo gazed steadfastly at Fang Tianao, determination flickering in his eyes. Fang Mo understood, while that Fang Long was merely at the 5th level of the Yuanqi realm, as long as I do not show leniency in tomorrow's recruitment competition, Fang Long stands. No chance whatsoever. This marked the first time he defied his father. "Have you ceased to heed your father's words?" Fang Tianao's voice brimmed with irritation. Upon hearing Fang Tianao's words, Fang Mo could no longer contain himself and shouted at him. "Throughout my life, no matter how well I performed, you have never regarded me. Even if I strive to become a recognized prodigy in cultivation, your eyes remain fixated on my 2 younger brothers. I'm also your son. I only wish to inquire. Why is this so? Why? This roar encapsulated over a decade's worth of grievances and heartache. Fang Tianao did not respond instead. He coldly declared, "Consider this carefully. If you grant the opportunity to your brother, the Fang family shall be yours after a century." "I shall never do that. Unfilial son." No sooner had the words left his lips than Fang Mo felt a powerful aura bearing down upon him. His complexion turned pale as he felt as if he were a fragile boat adrift in a tempestuous sea, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. With clenched teeth, he braced against the pressure he would not yield, nor could he ever yield. Fortunately, that overwhelming force dissipated almost instantly. The room fell into a suffocating silence, broken only by Fang Mo's labored breaths. Fang Tianao cast one last penetrating glance at Fang Mo. "Be mindful of your choices." With that, he swept away as Fang Tianao's figure vanished into the night. Fang Mo gradually released his tightly clenched fists, supporting himself on the table, head bowed, eyes void of life. At such a tender age, he struggled to comprehend why he, who appeared exceedingly accomplished in the eyes of others, was so utterly disregarded by his own father. Alas! A weary sigh echoed from behind him. Fang Mo did not turn around but spoke hoarsely, "Uncle Lu, what do you think I have done wrong?" A stooped figure approached Fang Mo, gently patting his head. "Young master, you have already done remarkably well. Perhaps the family head has his own burdens." Fang Mo lifted his gaze to meet the kindled elder before him, and his eyes gradually brimmed with unshed tears. "Lu Bo, once the steward of his mother, has cared for Fang Mo ever since her passing, becoming more akin to family than blood relations. Only in Lu Bo's presence can Fang Mo freely express his emotions without reservation." Lu Bo gently pats Fang Mo's back, his gaze filled with complexity. From childhood, the young master has yearned profoundly for paternal affection, yet the head of the family remains oblivious to his longing. Alas, why is this so? He is but a child. Enough, young master. Tomorrow marks the day of discipleship at the Heavenly Sword Sect. I have just prepared a bowl of white jade lotus seed soup for you. Drink it and retire early, he says, extending the bowl towards Fang Mo. As Fang Mo gazes at the still warm soup, a look of gratitude shines in his eyes. He accepts the lotus seed soup and drinks it down in a few gulps, his expression growing resolute as he wipes his mouth and declares, "Lu Bo, I shall definitely join the Heavenly Sword Sect tomorrow." A look of satisfaction appears in Lu Bo's eyes. "Yes, I believe you will succeed in joining the Heavenly Sword Sect." In a lavish chamber of the Fang residence, the candlelight flickers dimly. "Are you truly willing to give up on Fang Mo?" A sultry voice resonates. "Of course," replies Fang Tianao, gazing at the enchanting woman in his arms with an air of indifference. The woman, with skin like white jade and a captivating visage, is none other than the second wife of the Fang family, Lin Feng. Her fingers trace over Fang Tianao's muscular chest as she softly remarks, "You must know that Fang Mo possesses exceptional talent in cultivation. If he joins the Heavenly Sword Sect, he is bound to surpass you in the future." Fang Tianao, caressing the beauty in his embrace, replies coolly, "On the path of cultivation, many prodigies meet untimely ends. I cannot stake the hopes of the entire family on an uncertain future." Pausing, Fang Tianao lowers his gaze, looking deeply at the alluring woman, continuing, "I care more for the present. Do not worry. My father has promised that once his precious grandson joins the Heavenly Sword Sect, he will assist the Fang family in annexing the Chu family, allowing us to monopolize Falling Cloud City." Lin Feng says with a smile glimmering in her eyes. But will Fang Mo agree to such a plan? He has no choice in the matter. Chapter 2. The apprentice selection. The following morning, a melodious voice, as clear as a songbird, roused Fang Mo from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a charming young girl with exquisite features, Yuer, his devoted maid. 5 years prior, she had been found wandering the streets and brought back to the Fang household, where she had remained by his side ever since. "Young master, today is the day of the Tianjian sect's apprentice selection. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Yuer gazed at Fang Mo with her sparkling eyes. "How could I forget?" Fang Mo replied, ruffling her hair awkwardly. "Indeed, if young master does not attend, it would be a significant loss for the Tianjian sect," Yuer remarked. her pretty face displaying an air of certainty. Fang Mo couldn't help but smile. The words of Fang Tian'ao from the previous night had kept him awake, turning and tossing until dawn. He had come to a stark realization. In his father's eyes, he would always be less important than his two brothers. Now, Fang Mo yearned to escape this cold home. He wanted to live for himself. Today, he was determined to secure a place in the Tianjin sect. Rising from his bed, he quickly dressed. Go fetch Lu Bo, he instructed Yuer. Young master, Lu Bo left early this morning, she replied. Then let us depart, he said, striding out the door. The streets were bustling with people, all heading toward the central square. Before long, Fang Mo arrived at the square, which was teeming with a throng of spectators, tightly packed and overflowing. In the center stood a colossal arena, flanked by a black jade stone approximately 1 meter high. That must be the bone testing stone, Fang Mo murmured. As its name suggests, the bone testing stone is used to assess the bone age of the challengers. Behind the arena, a row of elevated platforms housed the senior members of the Fang and Chu families. The outcome of the Tianjin sect's apprentice selection was already a foregone conclusion. How so? A voice inquired. Are you not aware of the eldest son of the Fang family, Fang Mo? What's the matter? Young Master Fang is merely a youth, yet has already attained the 6th level of the Yuanqi realm. As far as I know, he is the only one of his peers in Luoyun City at such a level. Listening to the discussions around him, Fang Mo smiled quietly, choosing not to speak. Meanwhile, Yuer leaned in toward the conversing crowd, exclaiming, Indeed, indeed. My young master is the most formidable. You truly have an eye for talent. Seeing this, Fang Mo hurriedly pulled the little girl away, leaving the crowd bewildered. A piercing cry echoed from afar, silencing the clamor of the square. The crowd collectively gazed upward, and in an instant, a massive azure bird, measuring over 3 meters in length, descended upon the elevated platform, stirring up a gust that caused the onlookers to shield their faces. From the back of the bird emerged an elderly man, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Clad in azure robes, his expression remained impassive, embodying an aura of superiority. Fang Tian'ao was about to step forward to speak when the elder waved his hand, revealing a jade token, and impatiently declared, I am an elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The competition may commence. Fang Tian'ao offered an awkward smile, then turned to face the crowd below, his expression grave as he announced, the Heavenly Sword Sect's recruitment competition begins now. In the audience, Fang Mo gently patted the little head of Yuer, saying, Once young master secures first place, I shall buy you your favorite candied hawthorn. Go for it, young master. Yuer replied, her eyes sparkling with delight, exuding an irresistible charm. Fang Mo lightly sprang onto the competition stage, graceful as a swan. He placed his hand upon the black jade stone, and soon 4 characters appeared. Bone age, 16. Fang Mo turned, addressing the crowd below with a resonant voice, Fang family. Fang Mo, who dares to challenge? His voice, though not loud, conveyed an undeniable confidence. On the high platform, Fang Tian'ao regarded Fang Mo with a placid expression. Fang Mo, the prodigious talent of the Fang family? Indeed, he was strikingly exceptional. Who could argue otherwise? With the young master of the Fang family standing there, victory and defeat were already determined. Wow, my idol Fang Mo. I adore you. Fang Mo's appearance stirred a commotion among the crowd. At that moment, a graceful young maiden alighted onto the competition stage. Her eyes sparkled like water, and her features were strikingly beautiful. Bone age, 15. The maiden retracted her delicate hand, her ruby lips parting as she introduced herself, Zhu family, Zhu Qian. Upon finishing her introduction, a surge of energy erupted from her being. 5th level of the elemental awakening realm. Zhu Qian flashed a playful smile at Fang Mo, her tone tinged with resignation. I know I am no match for you, but my father insisted that I spar with you. Alas, there is no helping it. Fang Mo smiled slightly, about to respond when Zhu Qian unleashed a palm strike towards him. Fang Mo sidestepped effortlessly and without hesitation, retaliated with a punch aimed at Zhu Qian's abdomen. Exhibiting no gentleness, his speed was astonishing. Zhu Qian winced in pain, stepping back several paces. Fang Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an air of nonchalance enveloping him. Observing Fang Mo's effortless demeanor, Zhu Qian felt a surge of frustration. Raging waves palm, she exclaimed, launching herself at him once more. Her jade hand glimmered, and mist coalesced around her, echoing the sound of crashing waves. The raging waves palm originated from the Zhu family's supreme technique, the vast ocean scripture, a mid-tier technique of the common grade. Seeing this, Fang Mo mobilized his energy, his right hand radiating a brilliant golden light, as dazzling as the sun. Blazing sun palm. Being of the same mid-tier common grade techniques, Fang Mo countered with force, and as his palm passed, the air seemed to warp as if scorched. With a resounding crash, Zhu Qian was sent flying several meters, landing on the ground, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Fang Mo remained standing, exuding an air of pride, his expression tranquil. In an instant, the victor was determined. Despite sustaining no injuries, Zhu Qian shot a fierce glare at Fang Mo, storming off the stage while mumbling, "I said I wouldn't come, yet they made me face a beating. Just you wait, old man." The corner of the Zhu family head's eye twitched on the high platform. Fang Mo's eyes carried a hint of regret. Today, in order to gain entry into the Tianjin sect, he could not afford to show any mercy. I would characterize this grand competition as a contest between the Fang and Chu families. Although the young lady of the Chu family possessed talent that nearly rivaled Fang Mo's, her cultivation level still fell short. Thus, it seemed there was little doubt that Fang Mo would emerge victorious in this contest. The crowd buzzed with chatter. As they discussed, the elder of the Tianjin sect cast a glance at Fang Mo. At 16 years of age, with a 6th level Yuanqi realm, his talent was merely average within the sect. Yet he was undoubtedly the strongest in Luoyun City. It appeared that victory was virtually assured, thought the Tianjin elder. I shall step forth. A youth clad in white emerged from the crowd, a smile gracing his handsome features. The appearance of this young man sent ripples of excitement through the spectators. Who is this young man in white? He seems to be the second young master of the Fang family. You must be mistaken. That is the second young master. Fang Long, forget Fang Long. You've got the name wrong. I think you're just a bit muddled yourself. All I know is that the talented young master of the Fang family is Fang Mo. The rest is inconsequential. Laughter erupted among the crowd. However, upon hearing the jesting remarks, Fang Long's expression darkened. He ascended the dueling platform with a scowl. Observing Fang Long's ascent, Fang Mo remained silent. Casting a sidelong glance at Fang Tianao on the high platform, who maintained an expressionless demeanor. Brother, why do you refuse to heed Father's advice? Fang Long's voice was low and brooding. Fang Mo narrowed his eyes. Over the years, his relationship with Fang Long and Fang Peng had been far from harmonious. They had often sought to undermine him, yet fortunately, his cultivation had consistently surpassed theirs, preventing any significant turmoil. Should you wish to join the Tianjin sect, defeat me with your strength. With that, Fang Mo summoned his Yuanqi and unleashed a powerful punch at Fang Long. The suddenness of Fang Mo's strike caught Fang Long off guard, compelling him to hastily defend himself, resulting in a rather awkward retreat. Is that all you have? Fang Mo's tone was nonchalant, yet his gaze was defiantly directed at Fang Tianao. He intended to demonstrate just how erroneous last night's decision had been. Chapter 3. The Abandonment of the Dantian He. Fang Long wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes brimmed with malice. Big brother, this is merely the beginning. As he spoke, Fang Long's entire being erupted with energy. He had reached the 6th level of the Yuanqi realm. Fang Mo furrowed his brow in disbelief. When had Fang Long achieved such a breakthrough? Turning his gaze to Fang Tianao on the high platform, he questioned silently, Father, is this your hidden card? Meanwhile, the crowd below erupted in astonishment. What is happening? The second young master of the Fang family has also reached the 6th level of the Yuanqi realm? This is remarkable. The Fang family has produced 2 prodigious talents. The high-ranking members of the Fang family wore expressions of gratification, while the demeanor of the Chu family patriarch appeared rather grim. Fang Tianao maintained his impassive facade. Fang Mo regarded Fang Long and remarked, Is this your confidence, reaching the 6th level of the Yuanqi realm? Fang Long's eyes glinted with mockery as he replied, Take a guess. With that, he lunged forward, his right hand poised to strike Fang Mo with sinister intent. Just as the blow was about to land, Fang Mo seized Fang Long's wrist, halting his advance. In their close proximity, Fang Long's voice suddenly pierced the tension. Do you know? Since childhood, I have harbored a deep-seated disdain for you, an intense loathing. I wish you could vanish from my life. Seeing Fang Mo remain silent, Fang Long continued, Throughout my life, The entire city of Luoyun has only recognized the eldest son of the Fang family. And I, the second son, am scarcely acknowledged. People don't even know my name. You bask in the adulation of countless admirers, while I am condemned to dwell in your shadow. I have had enough. Enough. Fang Mo's expression grew complex. You envy my prominence. Yet do you not realize that I envy the paternal love you seem to enjoy? Heh, paternal love. As Fang Mo silently chuckled at the irony, Fang Long suddenly struck at his abdomen with his left hand. Fang Mo retaliated instinctively, and the two parted ways as their attack met. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, Fang Mo's gaze regained its tranquility. Observing Fang Mo's demeanor, Fang Long's eyes flashed with malice. Fang Mo, stop wasting time. Receive my palm strike. The air around Fang Long's hand began to warp, revealing the Fang family's ultimate technique, the solar palm. As he unleashed the radiant strike, Fang Mo, without hesitation, summoned his own energy to counter with the solar palm. However, just as their attacks were about to collide, Fang Mo's expression shifted dramatically. What is happening? He sensed his energy dissipating at an alarming rate. Before he could react, Fang Long's palm struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. Clutching his chest and coughing up blood, Fang Mo's face reflected shock and confusion. Without allowing him a moment to recover, Fang Long advanced menacingly, his eyes gleaming with malice as he delivered a brutal kick to Fang Mo's dantian. Fang Mo collapsed to the ground, a faint sound of cracking resonating within him. You, Fang Mo glared with bloodshot eyes, expelling another mouthful of blood. As despair enveloped him, he could no longer endure. Darkness descended, and he collapsed onto the ground. In a flash, the tide of battle had astonishingly turned. Young master, Yue exclaimed in alarm. Rushing to Fang Mo's side, her small face etched with panic. Wake up, young master. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls broken from a necklace. Meanwhile, the crowd below was in an uproar. What was happening? Had Fang Mo been defeated by the second young master of the Fang family? This could not be true. Was it possible that the true hidden genius was Fang Long? This was indeed unexpected. As the spectators murmured among themselves, Fang Long stood proudly on the platform, surveying the crowd with a disdainful gaze. Is there anyone else who dares to challenge me? He proclaimed loudly. For a long moment, no one responded. Among the young elites of fallen Cloud City, only 2 or 3 remained. Chu Qian had been defeated, and Fang Mo had also succumbed to Fang Long. Fang Tianao cast a cold glance at the unconscious Fang Mo before smilingly announcing to the crowd, today's disciple selection competition has been won by Fang Long. On the high platform, the elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect furrowed his brow as he observed Fang Long. In a disciple selection competition, it was customary to hold back, not to use lethal force. However, Fang Long's final kick had evidently crippled Fang Mo's dantian. Such ruthless tactics were distasteful to him. Yet, given that Fang Long had secured first place, clearing his throat, the elder addressed Fang Long as the champion of this competition. Are you willing to return to the sect with me for further training? I am willing, Fang Long replied, his expression brimming with excitement. As he watched the departing azure bird, Fang Tianao's lips curled into a smile. Congratulations, Master Fang. Congratulations. The crowd on the platform took turns congratulating Fang Tianao, who was in high spirits. Congratulations to the Fang family for producing another prodigy. An elegant middle-aged man, holding a folding fan and smiling, spoke. He was none other than Chu Yunhai, the head of the Chu family. Thanks to everyone's support, my son has lived up to expectations, Fang Tianao replied with a smile. Chu Yunhai gazed at Fang Tianao, speaking with a hint of significance. It is a pity for that child, Fang Mo. Fang Tianao replied with indifference. In martial arts, injuries from sparring are commonplace. Chu Yunhai shook his head, choosing not to say more, and turned to leave with Chu Qian. As he watched their departing figures, a glint of coldness flashed in Fang Tianao's eyes. Fang Mo awoke with a splitting headache, discovering himself lying in bed. He saw Yue slumped beside him, her eyes still glistening with tears. He refrained from waking her, instead focusing on circulating his inner energy to assess his condition. Moments later, Fang Mo trembled all over, his face pale, filled with despair. His dantian had been shattered by Fang Long. He could hardly believe it to be true. With his dantian destroyed, he would never be able to cultivate again. In other words, he was now akin to a cripple, no longer the celebrated genius he once was. Fang Mo repeatedly examined himself, attempting to absorb the energies of heaven and earth, but it was ultimately in vain. Fang Mo could not contain his fury, his eyes brimming with resentment. Ah! Yuer, startled awake, gazed at the awakened Fang Mo and immediately embraced him tightly, her eyes reddening. Young master, you have finally awakened. I was so worried. In her world, Fang Mo represented her entire existence. Yet at that moment, Fang Mo lacked the emotional capacity to console the young girl, allowing her to hold him. Sensing the unusual turmoil within Fang Mo, Yuer inquired with concern, Young master, what is troubling you? After a prolonged silence, Fang Mo's voice emerged hoarse. Yuer, I can no longer cultivate. Yuer regarded Fang Mo with a hint of confusion, struggling to comprehend his meaning. Do you not understand yet? I have been rendered and I will be unable to cultivate from now on. Fang Mo clenched his fists, his veins bulging. The sight of Fang Mo in such distress made Yuer's heart tremble with profound sorrow. She gripped his hands tightly, her gaze sincere, her delicate face etched with determination. Young master, regardless of whether you can cultivate or not, I will always care for you, and we shall never part. Fang Mo closed his eyes and leaned back slightly. Yuer, I need some time alone. All right, but what is it, young master? Call for Uncle Lu. Young master, Uncle Lu left early this morning and has yet to return. After a long pause, Fang Mo replied, Oh, I see. His voice was laden with desolation. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to regain his composure. Why did my vital energy suddenly dissipate on the martial platform? Throughout the ordeal, Fang Tianao remained expressionless, his gaze indifferent. Father, are you even aware of this? Or is it that? Fang Mo's eyes, filled with hatred, were tinged with despair. Perhaps it no longer mattered. The destruction of his Dantian was a grim reality that Fang Mo understood all too well. Chapter 4 Infatuated Moon. When Moon awoke, the day had already brightened significantly. She slowly rose from the ground, her face marred with congealed blood, looking disheveled. The wound on her forehead had ceased bleeding, yet the pain still pierced her to the bone. Last night, she had implored the family head to rescue Fang Mo, but despite her fervent entreaties and deep bows, he remained indifferent. The second mistress had even ordered her to be dragged away and beaten. As she was taken out, her head spun, and she could not fathom why the family head treated the young master in such a manner. After all, was he not the young master's father? Moon limped into the small courtyard, gently washing the bloodstains from her face with water, wishing to spare the young master any worry. After a short while, she managed to clean herself up reasonably well. Adjusting her clothing, she took a deep breath and walked towards the room with a faint smile. Master, it's time for breakfast, she called gently. I have no appetite. You may eat, came Fang Mo's hoarse voice from beneath the quilt, clearly indicating he had not slept much through the night. Seeing Fang Mo in such a despondent state filled Moon with immense sorrow. She tenderly embraced him through the covers and softly reassured, Master, I believe you will be able to cultivate again. Fang Mo remained silent, knowing that with his Dantian shattered, unless he obtained the legendary elixir, there was no possibility of restoration. Meanwhile, the news of Fang Mo's downfall spread like wildfire throughout Luoyun City. Have you heard? The genius Fang Mo has been rendered a waste. Is that true? Is there any doubt? This is news from the Fang family. Fang Long, the second young master, was too ruthless, directly incapacitating Fang Mo without any regard for familial ties. I cannot agree with that sentiment. One must look after oneself. If not, one faces dire consequences. Joining the Heavenly Sword Sect is a golden opportunity. If it were me, I would fight tooth and nail, regardless of brotherhood. Such a pity in the Fang family. Third young master, have you not always had your eyes on Fang Mo's personal maid? Now is your chance. The speaker was a youth named Fang Xiong, with a face full of flesh and a lecherous gaze. Opposite him sat Fang Peng, the third young master of the Fang family, his complexion pale and eyes glazed, evidently long ensnared by indulgence in wine and pleasure. Do tell, what sort of opportunity? Fang Peng inquired, recalling how Fang Mo had reprimanded him multiple times for teasing Moon. Yet, the thought of her delicate and charming visage, along with her budding figure, ignited his fervor once more. Fang Xiong narrowed his eyes and said, Third young master, you could simply go and take her by force. Now that Fang Mo is he cannot stop you. Upon hearing this, Fang Peng slapped him across the face. Fang Xiong, covering his face, looked at Fang Peng with feigned innocence. Is your mind filled with nonsense? Fang Mo has just been rendered powerless, and I, as his brother, should directly go and seize his personal maid? How could I possibly show my face in public after that? How could I ever navigate Luoyun City again? Moreover, that little girl, Moon, would never comply. If that is the case, I believe I have a method to win that girl's heart. I wonder if the third young master dares to try? Fang Xiong's small eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. Oh, pray tell, replied the third young master. Fang Mo has been rendered useless and holds no value for the family any longer. Moreover, judging by the head of the family's reaction yesterday, he must have abandoned him. Fang Peng nodded, fully aware of the underlying reasons. Seeing Fang Peng acquiesce, Fang Xiong pressed on. Third young master, you could. He made a gesture across his throat. Fang Peng's heart sank. Although Fang Mo was already incapacitated, fratricide. Fang Xiong continued, that girl, Yuer, will undoubtedly be heartbroken. Master, you could take advantage of her vulnerability, and once Fang Mo is dead, she will be utterly alone, ultimately becoming your possession. Just imagine her beauty, her flawless skin. He chuckled lewdly. After hearing this, a sinister glint appeared in Fang Peng's eyes, and he spoke with a harsh tone. This is an excellent plan. It would also allow my dear elder brother to contribute his final value. But how can we execute this without arousing suspicion? Fang Xiong leaned in closer, whispering, Master, you can do it like this. Yuer wandered despondently through the streets, noticing how the master had grown increasingly silent and gaunt in recent days. Yet, she found herself powerless to change the situation, her heart burdened with anguish. She couldn't bear to see the master like this any longer. Lost in her thoughts of him, she failed to watch where she was going and bumped into someone. Looking up, she found herself facing an elderly Taoist with a youthful appearance and an ethereal presence. I apologize, I truly apologize, she hurriedly exclaimed. No harm done, young lady. I sensed your troubled spirit. Have you encountered something distressing? Yuer hesitated, observing the Taoist's wise visage. As if perceiving her reluctance, the old man continued, I, a wandering Taoist, take great pleasure in helping others resolve their troubles. Fear not. Dear child, simply speak your mind. The Taoist's unwavering demeanor instilled great confidence in Yuer, prompting her to divulge her woes. Oh ho ho. I initially thought the matter was grave, but it seems your dantian has been damaged, preventing you from cultivating, the Taoist remarked. Yuer's eyes brightened at his words. Do you possess a method to save the master? The elderly man stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before replying. Very well, since I see a connection between us. I shall assist you. With that, he retrieved a small brocade box from his robe. This is a supreme elixir I have concocted. Have your master consume it. And within half a day, he shall recover. Yuer received the box with disbelief, overwhelmed with joy. She knelt and offered 3 profound bows. But when she looked up, the Taoist had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, Yuer felt an unwavering certainty that her master had been saved. Master, Master, I encountered a wise immortal. You are saved. Outside, the moonlight danced with exuberance, the air filled with joyous exclamations. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo furrowed his brow and sat up. Young master, behold. This is the miraculous elixir that can save you. As soon as she entered, Yuer produced a small brocade box. After listening to her description, Fang Mo gazed at the vibrant red pill in his hand, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Could it be true that a wise sage exists? One who would save him without seeking any reward? Was Yuer truly not deceived? Yet, upon further contemplation, he pondered, what could one gain by offering no compensation? Deep within, Fang Mo yearned to cultivate once more. He reassured himself that even if it bore no effect, he stood to lose nothing. What if it were indeed genuine? Seeing the hopeful gleam in Yuer's eyes, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. Then, he gently ruffled Yuer's hair, saying, Silly girl, you have worked hard these days. Yuer's eyes curved into crescent moons. Suddenly, Fang Mo's expression shifted dramatically. He felt a violent turmoil within, his heartbeat racing uncontrollably, a profound sense of suffocation engulfing him. His countenance twisted in horror, mouth agape, yet unable to breathe. This abrupt change left Yuer in a state of panic. What is happening? Woo, what is this? Young master, please do not frighten Yuer. Within mere moments, the world before Fang Mo faded into utter darkness. His gaze began to disperse, consciousness slipping away. Observing the motionless figure of Fang Mo on the ground, Yuer trembled as she placed her hand beneath his nose. Young master. A piercing cry shattered the stillness of the night. Chapter 5. The Blood Codex of Transformation outside Luoyun City, by the banks of the soul-severing river. Enough. Cast it down, Fang Xiong instructed, gazing into the murky waters below. Yes, sir. The two attendants exchanged fearful glances at the placid surface of the river, swallowing hard. The soul-severing river had long been regarded by the residents of Luoyun City as a place of terror and foreboding. Each year, numerous souls met their demise within its depths. Rumors spoke of monstrous beasts lurking beneath, yet none had ever confirmed these tales. For those who had encountered such horrors were said to have perished, their bones long gone. Splash! Splash! Two corpses were unceremoniously cast into the depths. Rather than floating, the bodies sank ominously, as if consumed by some fearsome creature, and the river quickly returned to its eerie calm. Witnessing this, Fang Xiong's countenance darkened, prompting him to hastily depart with his companions. In a daze, Fang Mo felt as though he were enveloped in an abyss of darkness, devoid of sound or light, as if time itself had frozen. Suddenly, a crimson point of light appeared in the distance, strikingly vivid against the pitch-black void. The blood-red luminescence gradually intensified, drawing nearer to Fang Mo. With a gasp, Fang Mo slowly opened his eyes. Before him stretched a dark crimson sky. Shaking his head to clear the fog, he staggered to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. In the next moment, his eyes widened with shock. Beneath him lay a clearing large enough to accommodate dozens, yet it was entirely encircled by what appeared to be seawater. Was it truly seawater? Blood-red waves lapped at the edges of his vision. Fang Mo inhaled deeply, striving to quell his racing thoughts. His brow furrowed, for the very air was thick with a metallic scent. Rubbing his aching head, he recalled the pill Yuer had given him. Little did he know it was a poison. Then, Yuer had been deceived, and that man had intended his demise. Had he truly perished? Was this the realm of the dead? A bitter laugh escaped his lips as he reflected on his recent aspirations, his fervent desire to join the Heavenly Sword Sect, and the hope for greater affection from his father. Fang Tian'ao. Yet reality had struck mercilessly. His Dantian had been rendered useless, and his once respected father remained indifferent, leading Fang Mo to suspect that it was his father who orchestrated this downfall. Recalling Fang Tian'ao's cold, unfeeling gaze ignited a fire of resentment within Fang Mo's heart. To him, he had always been nothing but a jester. How laughable. In his moment of despair, not a single member of the Fang family had come to check on him, and those disciples who had once trailed behind him now avoided him as if he were a plague. Ultimately, he had been poisoned to death. Fang Tian'ao. Fang Long. I shall haunt you even in death. I curse you to an ill fate. The entire Fang family shall pay for my demise. Oh, how I loathe this. Fang Mo roared, striking the ground with a fist. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed as the earth yielded beneath his blow, forming a gaping pit half a meter deep. Staring at the chasm before him, Fang Mo stood frozen in disbelief. What was happening? Am I not dead? Am I not rendered useless? Fang Mo hastily sank to the ground, inspecting himself. To his astonishment, the previously shattered Dantian had now restored itself completely, enveloped by strands of primordial energy. As Fang Mo's consciousness delved into the Dantian, he discovered a shadowy crimson lotus floating at its center. What is this? With a mixture of curiosity and caution, he carefully extended his awareness towards the lotus shadow. The moment he made contact, a torrent of complex information surged into his consciousness. After a long while, Fang Mo regained his senses, his face a canvas of disbelief. It turned out that this place was a realm of inheritance. Across the heavens and earth, numerous secret realms exist. Within these realms, danger and opportunity coexist. Each secret realm represents an immense fortune for cultivators, drawing them in like moths to a flame. These realms can be broadly categorized into two types: innate realms, naturally formed by the cosmos, and acquired realms, crafted by powerful practitioners. Among them, the inheritance realms are the rarest and most precious. Fang Mo was perplexed about how he had found himself in such a realm, when suddenly a technique materialized in his mind: the myriad transformation blood cannon. All things possessed deficiencies, transformed by heaven to be replenished. The myriad transformation blood cannon was indeed the inheritance technique of this secret realm. The hierarchy of cultivation techniques is classified from lowest to highest as mortal, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, and the legendary wilderness tier. However, the information Fang Mo received contained no details about the creator of this secret realm, nor did it elucidate the origins of the myriad transformation blood cannon. Consequently, he could not ascertain the tier of this technique. Nevertheless, as it was the inheritance technique of a secret realm and had silently repaired his dantian, its tier could not be low. It might even be a heavenly tier technique. With this realization, Fang Mo's heart ignited with fervor. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Furthermore, he understood that the blood-colored lotus shadow within his dantian was a derivative of the myriad transformation blood cannon, known as the undying blood lotus. Upon reaching the Yuanqi realm, cultivators would typically form a vortex of primordial energy in their dantian, absorbing the world's energy and transforming it into power. However, those who practiced the myriad transformation blood cannon would not generate such a vortex. Instead, they would manifest an undying blood lotus shadow, which would gradually solidify as their realm advanced. The method by which the myriad transformation blood cannon enhances one's realm and strength is both simple and ruthlessly domineering. It absorbs blood energy. Fang Mo's expression fluctuated between dark and light. He knew that only demonic cultivators required blood energy. This was evidently a path of demonic cultivation. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming hatred flashed through Fang Mo's eyes. So what if it was a demonic technique? So what if he became a demonic cultivator? As long as he could cultivate anew, grow stronger, and exact revenge, he would pay any price. Resolving his inner turmoil, Fang Mo focused his mind on comprehending the myriad transformation blood cannon. After a considerable time, he rose to his feet, lightly stepping forward, causing blood-colored shadows to appear behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself 5 zhang away. A smile graced Fang Mo's lips. This was the blood technique inscribed within the myriad transformation blood cannon, the blood shadow step. In the pursuit of profound mastery, one may transform into myriad blood shadows, elusive and unpredictable. Although the Fang family possesses their own methods of movement, they pale in comparison to the blood shadow step, akin to the vast chasm separating heaven and earth. Presently, despite the restoration of his dantian, his cultivation has regressed to the first level of the Yuanqi realm, limiting the techniques he can cultivate from the myriad blood classics. He must hasten to elevate his realm. Blood energy? Within this sacred realm of inheritance, blood energy is in abundant supply. Fang Mo silently smiled, facing the boundless sea of blood, and seated himself in meditation. Following the methods outlined in the blood classics, he commenced the circulation of his inner yuan force. Gradually, a faint mist of crimson emanated from Fang Mo's body, enveloping him entirely. The tranquil blood sea began to surge, thick waves of blood energy rising from its depths, coalescing into a pillar of energy as thick as an arm, rushing towards Fang Mo. Like a venerable monk in deep meditation, Fang Mo remained utterly still. The crimson pillar collided with the blood mist surrounding him, vanishing instantaneously, as if a cow had sunk into the sea, leaving no trace. Thus, the blood pillar continuously supplied Fang Mo with blood energy, causing the mist enveloping him to grow increasingly dense. Meanwhile, within Fang Mo, the vast tide of blood energy surged into his dantian, entirely absorbed by the ethereal image of the blood lotus. Chapter 6. The realm of vital spirits beneath an ominous crimson sky, where night and day are indistinguishable. A man with long hair cascading to his shoulders and strikingly handsome features sits upon the ground, slowly savoring a half-eaten small fish. His gaze, however, remains profoundly fixed upon the blood-red sea before him. This man is Fang Mo, no longer bearing the innocence of youth. Fang Mo's chiseled visage radiates a chilling severity, enveloped in a faint aura of sanguine energy. He has lost track of time. The sky within this secret realm perpetually remains a deep red. Since awakening, he has been relentlessly honing his skills. Had he not discovered a few pristine white fish surviving within the blood sea, he might have succumbed to starvation. Now, Fang Mo emanates a robust and formidable vital energy. Within him, the indomitable blood lotus has fully solidified one of its petal phantoms, exuding a faint, chilling aura. Retracting his gaze, Fang Mo exhales deeply. He smacks his lips, discarding the fish bones in his hand, acknowledging that the fish possesses a surprisingly delightful flavor. Though consumed raw, it lacks any fishy odor and instead melts in the mouth, leaving a fragrant aftertaste. Gradually, Fang Mo rises, seemingly sensing something, and gazes into the depths of the blood sea. At that moment, the tranquil surface erupts into tumultuous waves, and even the ground beneath his feet begins to tremble. Calculating the passage of time, he recognizes that it is time for what is to come. Fang Mo's expression remains impassive. Suddenly, a bloodied hand emerges from the depths, followed by a figure clad in crimson armor, enshrouded in wisps of sanguine energy, exuding the aura of the realm of vital spirits. It lunges toward Fang Mo, who remains unfazed, sidestepping the assault with effortless grace. He retaliates with a swift palm strike against the armored figure, causing it to stagger backward, its surrounding blood energy rippling. Too weak, Fang Mo murmurs softly. Seemingly impervious to pain, the armored figure gathers its vital energy and throws a punch at Fang Mo. The force of its blow howling through the air, causing the very fabric of space to quiver. Fang Mo gently grasps the oncoming fist, then advances with determination, delivering a devastating blow to the figure's head. With a resounding crack, akin to a shattered watermelon, the armored being disintegrates into a pool of blood. A rich essence of blood energy is drawn from the sanguine puddle and absorbed into Fang Mo's being, eliciting a faint smile of satisfaction upon his face. The blood energy from this armored adversary is far more potent and refined than what he could extract directly from the blood sea. This armored figure is not a true human, but rather a manifestation born of blood energy, appearing periodically. Fang Mo surmises that this is a creation of the realm's original architect, intended to challenge the inheritors within this secret domain. Soon, the blood sea churns once more. Dozens of identical armored figures rise from the depths, advancing toward Fang Mo. Yet, he remains indifferent, as though accustomed to such encounters. With his vital energy surging, Fang Mo navigates through the throng with ease, leaving behind trails of crimson shadows. In his wake, the ground is left soaked in blood. In less than the span of a single incense stick, no adversary remains in his vicinity. Fang Mo surveys the surrounding blood sea, his gaze revealing a complexity of emotions. Soon, a crimson hue flickered in Fang Mo's eyes as an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from his body, forming a blood-red barrier around him. He had entered the Yuan spirit realm, the essence of spirit converging into a protective force, his power radiating outward. In contrast to the Yuan Qi realm, which merely refined the body through the infusion of natural energies, the Yuan spirit realm truly represented a transcendence of the mundane. According to the ancestral knowledge he possessed, attaining the Yuan spirit realm would enable him to escape the secret realm. Fang Mo let out a long howl towards the heavens, for he could finally leave this place. The desire to know what transpired after his poisoning consumed him. He yearned for vengeance. As if sensing Fang Mo's tumultuous emotions, the entire secret realm began to tremble violently. Fissures appearing in the dark red sky, while the boundless sea of blood below surged tumultuously like a great tsunami. Simultaneously, a vivid crimson portal materialized before Fang Mo, and without a glance back, he stepped into it. Upon reopening his eyes, the blinding sunlight compelled him to shut them once more. Once his vision adjusted, he found himself standing on an official road at the foot of a mountain. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, a long-lost smile gracing his lips. He had finally emerged. However, he needed to ascertain his current location. After walking a short distance, he encountered a man hurrying along the path. Fang Mo approached him and inquired, "Pardon me, good sir, could you enlighten me as to where this place is?" The man turned to Fang Mo, his brow furrowing deeply. "Get lost, you filthy beggar." Taken aback, Fang Mo glanced down at his attire. It was no surprise. His once pristine garments had become soiled and stained with darkened blood after his prolonged stay in the secret realm. Raising his gaze, he regarded the man with an indifferent stare. Moments later, clad in white, Fang Mo departed gracefully. Behind him, the man lay on the ground, stripped of all garments, his fate uncertain. From the man, Fang Mo learned that this location was a 2-day journey from Luoyun City. A flicker of urgency ignited in Fang Mo's eyes, prompting him to quicken his pace. With his current prowess in the Yuan spirit realm, he could reach Luoyun City in less than a day. The sound of hooves echoed behind him as a carriage sped past, kicking up clouds of dust. Strangely, the swirling dust ceased to approach within a yard of Fang Mo, as if repelled by an unseen force. The rhythmic sound of hooves continued, A group of individuals galloping past. Fang Mo looked up to see them intercepting the previous carriage not far ahead. In the wilderness, robberies were a common occurrence. Unfazed, Fang Mo pressed on as the group surrounded the carriage. The driver, an elderly man clad in gray, shouted angrily, "Young Master Zhao, what do you mean by this?" From within the group emerged a young man dressed in fine garments, his fair skin glistening as he replied with a smile, "Oh, nothing much. I simply wish to take Miss Zhu back to warm my bed." The expression of the gray-clad elder darkened instantly. "Zhao Qi, do you even realize what you are saying?" Zhao Qi had yet to respond when a lecherous fellow beside him shouted, "Can't you understand? My young master wants to warm Miss Chu's bed." Zhao Qi remained silent, yet his eyes brimmed with smugness. The elder in gray snorted coldly, a formidable aura emanating from him. "Ah, the 9th level of the Yuanqi realm, is it? You are quite the concealed old fellow." Zhao Qi appeared astonished, though his demeanor remained unruffled. "Fortunately, I was prepared." As soon as he spoke, two figures emerged from behind Zhao Qi, their presence indistinguishable from that of the gray-clad elder, both also at the 9th level of the Yuanqi realm. The elder's expression soured. Just then, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing an exquisitely beautiful woman. Clad in a flowing purple gown, her figure was enchanting, her porcelain-like skin barely concealed. Such a woman would be the center of attention wherever she went. Even Fang Mo couldn't help but steal a few glances. "Young Master Zhao, have you considered the consequences of your actions?" The purple-clad woman furrowed her brows and spoke. "Chu Qian, you overestimate your Chu family. Even if I were to bed you, what could Chu Yanhai do? Besides, your family is currently in dire straits." Zhao Qi's eyes glinted with lewdness as he continued. "Come back with me, and I shall assist you in dealing with the Fang family." A look of disgust flashed in Chu Qian's eyes, and just as she was about to respond, a handsome young man appeared before her. "Are you Chu Qian?" His tone was calm, yet his gaze was piercing. "Who are you?" barked the gray-clad elder, his face paling. He, at the 9th level of the Yuanqi realm, had failed to detect the young man's presence. Fang Mo disregarded the elder and reiterated with undeniable authority, "Are you the eldest daughter of the Chu family from Luoyun City, Chu Qian?" Chu Qian looked at the young man before her with uncertainty. She herself was at the 8th level of the Yuanqi realm and had completely missed his approach. Before she could respond, Zhao Qi angrily shouted, "Who are you? Get away. This is not a place for you to speak." Zhao Qi felt humiliated by the sudden appearance of the young man. Fang Mo slowly turned his head to face Zhao Qi. The chilling intensity of his gaze caused Zhao Qi to halt his breath, and he nervously swallowed. After glancing at the two 9th level Yuanqi realm cultivators at his side, Zhao Qi suddenly felt emboldened. Bring someone to break his legs and throw him far away." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Qi found himself seized by a pair of hands around his neck, rendering him immobile. Shock flickered in Zhao Qi's eyes, despite being a 7th level Yuanqi realm cultivator. He was utterly defenseless. Bolt! The two 9th level Yuanqi realm cultivators finally reacted, launching an attack at Fang Mo. With a mere wave of his hand, Fang Mo unleashed a powerful surge of yuan power that sent the two cultivators flying. The onlookers were left stunned. What was happening? Two 9th level Yuanqi realm cultivators were sent flying with a mere flick of his hand? The gray-clad elder was taken aback. This aura. Could this young man be at the Yuanling realm? While others trembled in fear, particularly Zhao Qi, he stood dazed, gazing at the two bloodied cultivators in the distance. Panic-stricken, he turned to Fang Mo and exclaimed, "I am the eldest son of the Zhao family in Baishan City. You must release me at once. Otherwise, my father will not let you off easily." A moment of silence ensued. Fang Mo remained expressionless, a flicker of crimson flashing in his eyes. With a snap, Zhao Qi's eyes widened in horror, and his head drooped limply. Chapter 7. Chu Qian. Upon witnessing this scene, the remaining individuals were so terrified that they fell to their knees, trembling in fear. "Please spare us, my lord. We have seen nothing." Fang Mo's expression remained impassive as he regarded the supplicants. A flash of crimson light, and the remaining souls ceased to breathe, including the two at the 9th level of the Yuanqi realm. The elderly man in gray was struck with horror at the realization of Fang Mo's true power. Indeed, he was of the Yuan spirit realm. Fang Mo approached and collected the storage bags of Zhao Qi and the two 9th level cultivators. Throughout the entire ordeal, his gaze betrayed no emotion. Once he completed this task, he walked toward Chu Qian. The elderly man in gray anxiously positioned himself in front of her, while Chu Qian's complexion turned pale, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of fear. The man before her not only possessed Yuan's spirit realm cultivation, but had also dispatched so many with such ease, as if it were merely a trivial task. Noticing their tense demeanor, Fang Mo pointed at Chu Qian and commanded, "I will ask, and you will answer." "My lord." "Please proceed." Chu Qian's voice quivered slightly. "How old are you this year?" At Fang Mo's sudden inquiry about her age, Chu Qian's anxiety intensified. In the realm of cultivation, it was not uncommon for women to be regarded as mere playthings. Replying to "my lord, I have just turned 18, she stammered. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's expression froze, and he stood dumbfounded. 3 years? Had he truly been in the secret realm for 3 years? He forcefully suppressed the overwhelming tide of emotions rising within him, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Chu Qian from head to toe. Though her beauty was striking and her figure alluring, upon closer inspection, there were indeed traces of her appearance from 3 years prior. Indeed, a woman undergoes significant transformation by the age of 18. Chu Qian's discomfort under Fang Mo's penetrating gaze only amplified her nervousness. Taking a deep breath, Fang Mo was equally astonished by the passage of 3 years. He needed to ascertain the situation before returning to the Fang family to find you where. Why were you pursued by him? Fang Mo's eyes swept over Zhao Qi's lifeless body. He was aware of the Zhao family's influence in Luoyun City, which surpassed that of the Fang family by several measures. Upon hearing his question, Chu Qian's expression darkened. Alas! The elderly man in gray sighed and slowly recounted the tale. It turned out that after the conclusion of the Tianjin sect's recruitment competition 3 years ago, the Fang family, out of nowhere, had managed to recruit 2 Yuan Spirit Realm protectors. Previously, there were only 2 Yuan Spirit Realm cultivators in Luoyun City, Fang Tianao, the head of the Fang family, and Chu Yunhai, the head of the Chu family. The sudden emergence of these 2 protectors from the Fang family disrupted the balance in Luoyun City. The Fang family began to incessantly provoke and encroach upon the Chu family. With no other options, Chu Yunhai sought assistance from the Zhao family in Luoyun City. Due to a prior acquaintance with the head of the Zhao family, they sent support to the Chu family. Although they suffered some losses of property, they managed to preserve the integrity of the Chu family. Half a month ago, the Fang family suddenly announced that if the Chu family did not relinquish the Xian iron mine within a month, they would be expelled from Luoyun City. The Xian iron mine was the Chu family's sole and most vital economic asset, and naturally, the Chu family would not agree to such an ultimatum. However, half a month prior, the Zhao family had abruptly withdrawn their support for the Chu family. Faced with the provocation from the Fang family, Chu Yunhai had no choice but to seek assistance from the Zhao family once more. To his astonishment, the Zhao family's condition was that the Chu family's eldest daughter, Chu Qian, must marry Zhao Qi, the Zhao family's frivolous and notorious scion. Chu Qian coldly refused at that moment. Little did she expect that on their way back, Zhao Qi would pursue them. Fang Mo listened intently, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Fang family now possessed 3 individuals at the Yuanling realm. Were they planning to engulf the Chu family? To monopolize Luoyun City? With a slight smirk, Fang Mo remarked, "Perfect. I need to retrieve something from the Fang family. I can assist you in dealing with them." Upon hearing this, Chu Qian was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously asked, "Is that true, young master?" After receiving an affirmative reply, she clutched onto this lifeline, her previous anxiety dissipating, her beautiful eyes alight with excitement. It was worth noting that the young man before her, of similar age, was already at the Yuanling realm. With an additional Yuanling realm practitioner, the Chu family would have more confidence in confronting the Fang family. The elder in gray, however, wore a rather grim expression and hesitantly suggested, "Miss, it would be wise to discuss this with the family head." His gaze drifted towards Zhao Qi's lifeless body on the ground. Clearly, he feared that the Chu family might become embroiled in Fang Mo's schemes, inciting retaliation from the Zhao family. After hearing this, Chu Qian's eyes turned uncertain. The threat posed by the Fang family already put the Chu family in a precarious position. Adding the more formidable Zhao family would only exacerbate their plight. Noticing her hesitation, Fang Mo coldly stated, "If these corpses are disposed of properly, no one will know. Investigating by the Zhao family will not be an easy task. But can the Chu family withstand the Fang family in half a month?" He was applying pressure on Chu Qian. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Determination flickered across Chu Qian's delicate features as she proclaimed, "You are right, young master. The most pressing matter for the Chu family is to address the current crisis. Uncle Hai, please take care of the bodies." The elder in gray, upon hearing this, ceased his objections and turned to handle the corpses, regardless of the young man's ulterior motives. Having an additional Yuanling realm practitioner at their side was advantageous for the Chu family in the face of imminent peril. "I will deal with the bodies. You handle the scene." Fang Mo's tone was unyielding, and he proceeded to drag the corpses into the nearby woods. Deep within the forest, Fang Mo gazed at the heaps of bodies before him, a crimson hue flickering in his eyes. Unlike the secret realms, where vast amounts of blood essence could be absorbed for cultivation, he had no intention of wasting the remains of these fallen practitioners. Slowly, he extended his hand toward the corpses, and soon, strands of visible red threads began to rise from the bodies, converging towards him. As he absorbed the blood essence, a look of indulgent pleasure crept across Fang Mo's face. Soon, Fang Mo completed his absorption, and the corpses on the ground transformed into desiccated skeletons. Feeling the surge of energy within him, Fang Mo's lips curled into a smile. He discerned that the essence he had just absorbed differed slightly from that which he had drawn from the secret realm. What was the distinction, one might wonder? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Mo concluded, indeed, it was fresh, vibrant, and more potent. This recent intake was equivalent to an extended period of absorption within the secret realm. The sense of fulfillment was intoxicating. Instinctively, Fang Mo licked his lips, murmuring, "Father, I truly wish to taste your essence." With a wave of his energy, the skeletal remains disintegrated into dust, and he turned to depart. Upon returning to the carriage, the scene had been thoroughly cleared, leaving only a dozen restless horses pacing in place. Inside the carriage, Fang Mo gazed at the swiftly passing scenery outside, his expression tinged with satisfaction. A dozen horses pulling the carriage moved with astonishing speed, akin to a whirlwind, stirring up clouds of sand as they raced forth like a sandstorm. At this pace, they would reach Luoyun City in a matter of hours. As for whether the Zhao family would discover this, Fang Mo chose not to dwell on that concern. It was a matter for the Chu family. However, this predicament certainly strained the elderly figure in gray, who was not a seasoned horseman. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, using all his strength to control the frenzied horses, preventing them from bolting. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Chu Qian's delicate face paled from the jostling. Gathering her courage, she turned to the stoic man beside her, who was lost in contemplation, and asked, "Young master, you mentioned earlier that you were going to the Fang family to retrieve something. If that is the case, why have you suddenly chosen to assist my Chu family?" Fang Mo opened his eyes, replying coolly, "Because the Fang family will not willingly provide me with what I seek." "Oh," Chu Qian murmured, recognizing his reluctance to elaborate, and chose not to press further. Observing Chu Qian, Fang Mo felt a peculiar sense of detachment. 3 years had altered him significantly. She didn't recognize him, which suited his purpose of remaining incognito for the time being. He feigned casual curiosity and inquired, "A few years ago, I visited Luoyun City and recall that the Fang family had a remarkable prodigy. What is his current level of cultivation?" Caught off guard by the question, Chu Qian pondered briefly before exclaiming, "You must be referring to the former young master of the Fang family, Fang Mo, correct?" "Indeed, that should be him," Chu Qian replied, a hint of regret in her voice. Fang Mo was indeed acknowledged as a prodigious cultivator, but unfortunately, 3 years ago, during the disciple recruitment competition of the Tianjin sect, he was rendered a cripple by his brother, Fang Long, who destroyed his dantian, reducing him from genius to invalid. Fang Mo's expression remained inscrutable, as if he were merely a spectator to another's tale. Eager to learn more, he pressed on. And then what transpired? Not long thereafter, he was poisoned by a maidservant, who subsequently took her own life on the spot. Chapter 8. A thunderbolt from the clear sky. As Chu Qian finished speaking, she felt a sudden drop in temperature within the carriage, a deep chill enveloping her entire being. "You, say that again. What happened next?" At that moment, Fang Mo struggled to suppress his hoarse voice, an aura of chaotic bloodlust emanating from him, his crimson eyes fixated intently on Chu Qian. She felt as though she were being stalked by a ferocious beast, immobilized by an unseen force, in imminent danger of being pounced upon. She stammered. Fang Mo was incapacitated, and soon after, He was poisoned by his personal maid, who then took her own life. Impossible, Fang Mo roared, a suffocating pressure radiating from him. Chu Qian bore the brunt of it, vomiting and fainting from the shock. Absolutely impossible. His eyes were wide with fury. Outside, a dozen galloping horses became startled, scattering wildly, while the old man in gray, unaware of the turmoil within the carriage, hastily steadied the vehicle. Dead. Yue is dead. This news struck Fang Mo like a thunderbolt, throwing his mind into disarray. He could hardly believe it, yet gazing at the unconscious Chu Qian, he knew she had no reason to deceive him. Fang Mo's vision blurred. Snowflakes fell like feathers. A little girl huddled in the corner of a street, trembling, her face grimy, her pure eyes reflecting confusion. A young boy in white reached out to her. "Little girl, come back with me." The girl looked up at him, her soiled face framed by innocence, yet she remained silent. The boy, undeterred, gazed at her earnestly. After a long pause, the girl smiled and took his hand. "Young master, it's time to rise. The sun is high. You promised to accompany Yue to see the lanterns today. Young master, I heard that once one cultivates, their lifespan extends greatly. Is that true? Young master, do you think Yue can cultivate? That way, she could always stay by your side. My young master is the most formidable. You truly have discerning eyes. Young master, regardless of what happens, Yue will always be with you. Yue believes you can cultivate again, becoming that once-renowned genius." Fang Mo, in anguish, shut his eyes, tears cascading down his cheeks. He hoarsely murmured, "The young master still owes you a candied hawthorn." Taking a deep breath, he reopened his eyes. The torment vanished, replaced by an icy resolve. Though he yearned to storm the Fang residence immediately, he was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient to contend with Fang Tian'ao. Yue had been deceived into consuming a poisoned pill, and he knew she must have perished instantly, overwhelmed by regret, leading her to take her own life. As for how he had survived and inadvertently entered the secret realm, that remained a mystery to Fang Mo. He needed to unravel the truth of 3 years past. He is determined to track down the deceiver who has wronged Yue, willing to traverse every corner of the earth to find that individual. He seeks retribution from all those implicated, demanding a price for their lives. Chu Qian gradually awakens, gazing in confusion at Fang Mo, who remains seated in meditation. She cannot comprehend the intensity of his previous reaction, nor can she grasp why he now appears entirely unfazed. Yet, she dares not inquire further, as Fang Mo now exudes a chilling demeanor that keeps others at bay. Outside the carriage, the elderly man in gray wipes the anxious sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. He is uncertain whether inviting Fang Mo to the Chu family was a prudent decision. Before long, they arrive at Luoyun City. Fang Mo gazes indifferently through the carriage window at the streets outside. 3 years have passed, yet the place has changed little. In the grand hall of the Chu family, a refined middle-aged man paces restlessly, his face marred by worry. This man is none other than Chu Yunhai, the head of the Chu family. With only half a month remaining before the deadline imposed by the Fang family, anxiety permeates the Chu household, and many clan members contemplate fleeing. A testament to the immense pressure weighing upon Chu Yunhai. Without the support of the Zhao family, the Chu family stands little chance against the formidable Fang family. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes outside. "Father, I have returned," Chu Qian exclaims, her eyes slightly reddened as she rushes into Chu Yunhai's embrace. "Father, I nearly did not make it back." Chu Yunhai swiftly pats her back, inquiring, "What happened?" "The Zhao family demanded that I marry Zhao Qi in exchange for aiding the Chu family, but I refused. On my way back, Zhao Qi attempted to forcibly take me away. The Zhao family truly oversteps their bounds." Chu Yunhai retorts angrily, and then he presses urgently. "Fortunately, I encountered a gentleman who ensured my safe return." "Oh, where is he? Why not invite him in?" "Father, the situation is as follows." Moments later, Chu Yunhai collapses heavily into a chair, as if aged significantly in an instant. "Chinner, do you realize the calamity this could bring upon our Chu family?" He speaks with a weary voice. "Father, but the Fang family." "Enough. At worst, we can concede the Xiantian mine to the Fang family. But we cannot afford to provoke the Zhao family." Chu Yunhai interrupts her. With a wave of his hand, he commands, "Go rest in your room. I will handle the remaining matters." Leaning back in his chair, his brow furrowed in distress. The Zhao family's son is dead, and the murderer is now within the Chu family. If this situation is mishandled, it could spell disaster for their clan. Capturing the assailant and delivering them to the Zhao family would be the most prudent course of action. After much contemplation, Chu Yunhai sighs deeply and rises to head towards the guest room. Fang Mo's expression remains impassive as he quietly savors his tea within the confines of his room. He is waiting. As anticipated, footsteps soon resound outside. A gentleman of refined demeanor enters the room. Fang Mo recognizes him as Chu Yunhai, the head of the Chu family. With a smile, Chu Yunhai clasped his hands in gratitude towards Fang Mo, saying, "Thank you, young sir, for rescuing my daughter." "I am Chu Yunhai," Fang Mo replied nonchalantly. "It was merely a small act, Master Chu. You are being overly courteous." Although the smile on Chu Yunhai's face remained, his heart was filled with astonishment. From Fang Mo, he sensed a hint of the aura of the Yuanling realm. Indeed, as Chu Qian had mentioned, this young man was of the Yuanling realm. At such a tender age, possessing such cultivation, he was surely on par with the prodigious disciples of various sections. This young man was extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, Chu Yunhai would undoubtedly seek to befriend him. "May I ask how you are addressed, young sir?" "Others call me young Master Mo." To have entered the Yuanling realm at such a young age, young Master Mo, is a truly rare talent. Fang Mo remained silent, quietly observing Chu Yunhai. Sensing Fang Mo's gaze, Chu Yunhai offered a wry smile and said, "Young Master Mo, although you are my daughter's savior, the Chu family is currently in dire straits and cannot afford to offend the Zhao family any further. I hope you will not take offense and depart swiftly." A look of shame crossed Chu Yunhai's face. After all, he could not bear the thought of repaying kindness with malice towards the savior of his daughter. Chapter 9. Dominance. Fang Mo sipped his tea and spoke calmly. "Do not be alarmed, Master Chu. I have already tidied up the scene of Zhao Qi's demise. The Zhao family will find nothing amiss. However, what are your plans for the Fang family in half a month?" Chu Yunhai's expression dimmed as he replied, "At this juncture, we have no choice but to relinquish the Xiantai mine to the Fang family. Without it, how can the Chu family sustain itself?" His face reflected deep despondency. Losing the Xiantai mine, a vital source of income, would leave the Chu family merely surviving. Yet, it was preferable to facing annihilation at the hands of the Fang family in half a month. "I can assist you," Fang Mo said softly. "You would aid me?" "Are you aware that the Fang family currently boasts 3 individuals in the Yuanling realm? Aside from Fang Tian'ao, who is at the 4th level, the other 2 guardians are both at the 2nd level. Simply hold Fang Tian'ao at bay, and I shall take care of the rest." "Preposterous," Chu Yunhai scoffed. Despite being awed by the young man's remarkable talent, he was taken aback by such arrogance. How could someone at the 1st level of the Yuanling realm dare to speak of delaying those at the 2nd level? The Chu family would never ally with such a fool. "I appreciate your goodwill, young Master Mo, but I must decline," Chu Yunhai stated decisively. Fang Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "Master Chu, my intention to collaborate with you is not a matter for your consent." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunhai furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" "I am merely informing you," Fang Mo said softly. "Humph. Arrogant," Chu Yunhai retorted, unleashing a formidable aura from his 4th level Yuanling realm, pressing directly towards Fang Mo. Under the immense pressure, a fleeting crimson glint flashed in Fang Mo's eyes. Yet his demeanor remained unchanged, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Chu Yunhai. Doubt flickered in Chu Yunhai's gaze. In that brief moment, he sensed an unsettling, bloodthirsty aura emanating from Fang Mo, leaving him slightly unnerved. At that moment, Fang Mo spoke indifferently. "Master Chu, I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. Of course, you possess no right to refuse unless you are confident in detaining me here today. Otherwise, it would be prudent for you to accompany your family members whenever they venture outside." "Are you threatening me?" Fang Mo maintained a smile, offering no response. Chu Yunhai glared intently at him, his countenance shifting between uncertainty and anger. Fang Mo had remained unfazed in the face of his 4th level Yuanling power, and the aura he exuded made Chu Yunhai apprehensive. He could not guarantee keeping Fang Mo here. After a moment's hesitation, he conceded, "I will ally with you. But I have one question." "Please, Master Chu, go ahead. Why are you so intent on aiding me against the Fang family?" Fang Mo replied calmly. "Because I seek to acquire something from the Fang family." "What is it that you seek?" "The heads of Fang Tian'ao and his son." The chilling tone of Fang Mo's voice sent a shiver through Chu Yunhai's heart. Following Chu Yunhai's departure, Fang Mo retrieved 3 storage bags from his robe. Spoils acquired from Zhao Qi and the others. The contents within were indeed plentiful, yet most were mere trifles, with little of true value. Soon, the items in the storage bag were sorted. 2 tomes of superior-grade techniques, Cloud Step and Swift Wind Palm, were found. These techniques surpassed the Fang family's Sunfire technique by a level, yet Fang Mo had long since deemed them beneath his notice. Additionally, there were over 300 spirit stones, a considerable fortune. Among the remaining odds and ends, Fang Mo picked up a ghostly mask with a hint of surprise. Crafted from ordinary dark iron. It was precisely what he required. Despite the significant changes he had undergone, many from the Fang family still recognized him. Who could tell if he would be identified? With this ghostly mask, his endeavors would become much more convenient. Fang Mo lightly rubbed the mask in his hands, his eyes glimmering with cold intensity. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Fang Mo narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. The knocking persisted. "Who is it?" "Young master, it is I," came a melodious voice. Fang Mo frowned slightly and said, "Come in." The door opened, and a waft of youthful fragrance enveloped him. Chu Qian entered gracefully, clad in a white dress. At that moment, she wore a hint of makeup, her long, black hair cascading smoothly, her countenance lovely, and a smile gracing her lips. "What brings you here?" Fang Mo's tone was indifferent. Chu Qian paused, taken aback. Throughout her life, she had encountered numerous males who sought to curry favor with her. Yet none had treated her with such disregard as Fang Mo. Yet, it was precisely this indifference that piqued her interest further. "Is it wrong for me to come?" "This is my home," Chu Qian stammered, casting a furtive glance at Fang Mo. Her own motivations unclear, perhaps mere curiosity, she mused. Noticing her, Fang Mo's eyes sparkled briefly as he said, "I happen to need your assistance." Upon hearing this, joy illuminated her beautiful eyes. "Please, young master, speak. I need you to find a secluded private residence in Falling Cloud City, one with a basement. Do you not reside with the Chu family? It is inconvenient." "Oh." A hint of disappointment laced Chu Qian's tone. Unbeknownst to her, Fang Mo had unwittingly begun to sway her emotions. "Also, assist me in investigating a certain individual." As the moon shone brightly and the stars twinkled, the lanterns began to glow. Flowing Fragrance Pavilion, the most opulent establishment in Falling Cloud City. "Young Master Xiong, please take care." The proprietor of Flowing Fragrance Pavilion respectfully addressed a rotund figure clad in splendid attire. This figure was none other than Fang Xiong. He waved his hand dismissively, slightly swaying as he turned to leave, 2 disciples from the Fang family immediately stepping forward to support him. Fang Xiong squinted his small eyes, relishing the sensation. Ever since that incident 3 years prior, he had earned Fang Peng's deep trust, becoming Fang Peng's foremost sycophant. With Fang Mo deceased and Fang Long at the Heavenly Sword Sect, only young Master Fang Peng remained in the Fang family. As the Fang family gradually grew in power, Fang Xiong, the foremost sycophant, naturally saw his status rise in tandem. Although his cultivation talent was lacking, remaining at the 3rd level of the Yuanqi realm, what of it? Fang Xiong cast a sidelong glance at the nearby disciples of the Fang family. Even the elite disciples at the 5th level of the Yuanqi realm had to serve and curry favor with him. "Go. Bring that woman who was taken by the 2nd young master a couple of days ago to my room," he commanded, a lewd glint flickering in his small eyes. The disciple complied and departed. Fang Peng was notoriously lascivious, indulging in extravagance and debauchery, often resorting to bullying both men and women. Fang Xiong, on the other hand, always managed to reap the benefits, relishing the pleasures of those women. Humming a tune, Fang Xiong swayed unsteadily toward the Fang residence, supported by a disciple. As they passed through a narrow alley, a figure suddenly blocked their path. "Get lost. Have you grown tired of life, daring to obstruct young Master Fang Xiong?" shouted the disciple beside him. The figure remained unfazed. Fang Xiong furrowed his brow, attempting to discern the appearance of the person before him, when suddenly everything went dark. Chapter 10 Interrogation. When Fang Xiong opened his eyes once more, he was horrified to find himself bound in a star shape. His body weak and unable to muster a trace of vital energy. A figure adorned with a grotesque mask sat at a stone table not far away. "Who are you? What do you want?" Fang Xiong demanded, his voice laced with fury. The masked figure remained silent. "Do you know who I am? You dare to lay hands on a member of the Fang family from Luoyun City? Release me at once. If you wish to live, Let me go immediately. Fang Xiong attempted to intimidate the masked man by invoking the Fang family name, which currently held significant power in Luoyun City. Fang Mo observed the increasingly frantic Fang Xiong with indifference. He recalled that this Fang Xiong had once been a chubby youth. Although lacking in talent, he had constantly trailed behind Fang Mo, eager to please. Fang Mo had often taken care of him, frequently offering guidance in his cultivation. Young Master Fang, what is happening? How do we end up here? A trembling voice came from behind Fang Xiong. He then noticed that a disciple of the Fang family had also been captured alongside him. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Fang Xiong's brow as he struggled to maintain his composure, fixating on the masked man before him. Is it the Chu family? He pondered. In Luoyun City, the only family capable of rivaling the Fang family was indeed the Chu family. However, Fang Xiong understood well that the Chu family would not dare to provoke the Fang family, let alone kidnap its members. Now that you are all awake, I have some questions for you. You must answer truthfully, or you shall remain here forever. Fang Mo's cold voice resonated from beneath the mask. Fang Xiong swallowed hard, clearly realizing that the Fang family's reputation was insufficient to instill fear in his captor. Where is the eldest young master of the Fang family? Fang Xiong was taken aback by the question, but quickly replied, the eldest young master has been cultivating at the Tianjin sect. What? Fang Mo sprang to his feet, incredulous. He is at the Tianjin sect? Was it not rumored that the eldest young master of the Fang family died 3 years ago? Fang Xiong shouted in rage, nonsense. Who dares to slander my family's eldest? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. A name, nearly forgotten, resurfaced in his mind. Fang Mo observed the change in his demeanor with keen interest. Fang Mo squinted and asked, what of the second young master of the Fang family? Still in the Fang family, Fang Xiong replied, his voice subdued. And the third young master? The Fang family has no third young master. Fang Xiong's voice barely rose above a whisper. Fang Mo's expression fluctuated between emotions, and he coldly remarked, the current eldest young master is called Fang Long, is he not? Upon hearing this, Fang Xiong abruptly lifted his head and demanded, who are you? You are neither of the Chu family nor from Luoyun City. Since the death of Fang Mo 3 years prior, his name had become a taboo within the Fang family. Shortly thereafter, Fang Tianao seemed intent on erasing all traces of Fang Mo, expunging him from the family genealogy. From that moment on, the young master of the Fang family transformed into Fang Long, who had joined the Heavenly Sword Sect. This event was widely known. Meanwhile, Fang Mo, once a prodigy who captivated the city of Luoyun, gradually faded from the collective memory over time. Fang Xiong fixed his gaze intently on the enigmatic figure before him, seemingly attempting to discern his features. Alas, all he could perceive was a cold, expressionless mask. Fang Mo approached Fang Xiong with an icy demeanor, demanding information about Fang Mo. Upon hearing the name, Fang Xiong's countenance shifted dramatically. It had been long since he last encountered that name. Who are you? He exclaimed. Just as Fang Xiong uttered these words, a scream escaped his lips. My patience is limited, Fang Mo stated, slowly withdrawing the dagger embedded in Fang Xiong's palm. Blood began to drip from the wound as the dagger was extracted. Witnessing this spectacle, a disciple of the Fang family quivered in terror behind Fang Xiong. The latter's face was a mask of fear, and despite the excruciating pain, he hastily confessed, I will tell you. 3 years ago, young Master Fang Mo was rendered powerless during the disciple selection contest at the Heavenly Sword Sect. Shortly thereafter, he was poisoned by his personal maid, who then took her own life on the spot. Fang Xiong glanced at the masked man before him, noting his lack of reaction, and continued, not long after, the family patriarch removed Fang Mo from the family tree. From that point onward, the young master of the Fang family became Fang Long, while Fang Mo became a taboo subject within the family. Once he finished, Fang Xiong cautiously observed the mysterious figure. Fang Mo's voice, somewhat hoarse, inquired, did his maid truly take her own life? Absolutely. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Fang Xiong replied fervently. Fang Mo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Indeed, Yue was dead. Moreover, she had been deceived and had ingested a poison pill. To outsiders, it appeared as though she had poisoned herself. Cursed be the one who tricked Yue. He was utterly lost in his search for answers. From Yue's description, the culprit resembled an ethereal old man. Yet it was likely that he had vanished long ago, 3 years prior. Furthermore, How had he ended up in the secret realm after his own demise? Fang Mo slowly opened his eyes and softly asked, "Where are they buried?" A flicker of panic crossed Fang Xiong's eyes as he stammered, I do not know." Fang Mo's gaze sharpened, and he coldly demanded, "You truly do not know?" With that, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Fang Xiong, causing his complexion to pale further, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. "I genuinely do not know. It was all handled by young Master Fang Peng." Fang Xiong replied, his eyes darting nervously. He was not foolish. By this point, he could discern the profound connection the mysterious figure had with Fang Mo. Observing Fang Xiong's expression, Fang Mo realized that the latter was concealing something. He then turned to the trembling disciple of the Fang family and asked, "What is your name?" I am called Fang Ji," the disciple stammered, struggling to maintain his composure. Although Fang Ji has become an elite disciple within the Fang family and enjoys significant favor, his timid and cautious nature prevents him from fully embracing this status. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that a distinguished disciple would resort to such sycophancy towards Fang Xiong, who is merely at the third level of the Yuanqi realm. "Do you wish to survive? Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity. No, I shall bestow upon both of you a chance for your lives." A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Fang Mo's mouth. "From this moment forth, you shall divulge to me the information regarding my demise that remains unknown to me. Remember, this will determine your fates, for one of you must perish today. Of course, if neither of you possesses knowledge or chooses to remain silent, then both shall meet their end." Fang Mo's voice was devoid of warmth. He exerted pressure upon Fang Xiong, fully aware that as a favored individual by Fang Peng, he likely held secrets unknown to others. As for Fang Ji, he was of little concern to Fang Mo. Indeed, upon hearing Fang Mo's words, an intense desire to survive ignited in both their eyes. Fang Xiong's gaze shone even brighter, for his palm continued to bleed profusely, despite his corpulent stature. He could feel the effects of significant blood loss weighing upon him. Fang Xiong hastily proclaimed, "I know. 3 years ago, during the recruitment of disciples by the Tianjin sect, the family had made a deal with the Lin family, behind the second matriarch, Lin Feng, in exchange for allowing Fang Long to join the Tianjin sect. The Lin family would assist the Fang family in swallowing the Chu family, thereby monopolizing Luoyun City." Chapter 11. The despairing Fang Xiong upon hearing the words. Fang Mo's gaze was complex and frigid as he murmured, "So that is how it is. Is this enough? Is this news sufficient?" Fang Xiong implored with urgency. Fang Mo remained silent, as if deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, Fang Ji sensed the looming threat, his anxious expression tinged with inner conflict. Observing Fang Mo's silence, Fang Xiong hastily added, "The 2 Yuanying realm cultivators from the Fang family were dispatched by the Lin family." At that moment, Fang Mo approached Fang Ji and said, regrettably, "You hold no value." "Wait." Fang Ji bellowed. I know who was responsible for the death of the eldest young master, Fang Mo." Fang Mo's eyes narrowed sharply as he turned to Fang Ji. Fang Xiong beside him also felt an unexplainable tension. With a defiant expression, Fang Ji declared, 3 years ago, it was young Master Fang Peng who took a liking to the eldest young Master's maid, He conspired with Fang Xiong to poison young Master Fang Mo, planning to claim once she was left desolate. However, ended her own life on the spot. "You scoundrel! You speak nonsense. You slander." Fang Xiong retorted furiously. "Am I slandering? Do you know who accompanied you to dispose of the body by the soul-severing river? He was my cousin. It was mere days after he returned that he met with an accident. This was what he told me before he died. You were the ones committing murder to silence him." Fang Ji spat bitterly. "You are the one slandering. You." Their mutual accusations gradually subsided as they sensed a chilling atmosphere enveloping them. Fang Ji's revelations did not incite Fang Mo's wrath. Rather, they instilled an unusual calm within him, mingled with a hint of elation, for he no longer needed to search aimlessly for the one who deceived you years ago. Slowly, Fang Mo removed his mask, revealing a handsome, pale visage. I once treated you quite well." Fang Mo gently adjusted Fang Xiong's clothing. Fang Xiong, perplexed, stared at Fang Mo's face, and gradually, terror overtook his expression, his lips trembling. "Why, you are young Master Fang Mo. Impossible. This cannot be. I distinctly threw you into the soul-severing river. You cannot be alive. This is utterly impossible." Fang Xiong screamed, his eyes wide with fear. Ignoring Fang Xiong's cries, Fang Mo continued. I remember you struggled to comprehend the fierce sun palm. It was I who taught you. With that, he struck decisively, and with a sickening thud, Fang Xiong's hands fell to the ground. Ah! Fang Xiong's wails echoed throughout the chamber. I also recall that you were unable to break through to the second layer of the Yuanqi realm. It was I who shared the breakthrough experience with you. With that, Fang Mo's right hand transformed into a claw, plunging into Fang Xiong's lower abdomen, shattering his dantian. Blood instantly stained Fang Xiong's entire abdomen, and he vomited forth a torrent of blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. With an expressionless demeanor, Fang Mo raised his hand, and a stream of crimson energy surged into Fang Xiong's body. In the next moment, Fang Xiong awakened, engulfed by excruciating pain that coursed through his entire being, leading him to scream in agony. Here, this is a blood recovery pill, Fang Mo murmured softly as he placed a white pill into Fang Xiong's mouth. The blood recovery pill, an essential remedy for any cultivator, swiftly staunched bleeding and healed injuries. Soon, the wounds on Fang Xiong ceased to bleed. His pallid face turned towards Fang Mo with a pleading gaze. Young master, it was all Fang Peng's idea. I had no choice. Please spare me. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to perish just yet. I promise, Fang Mo assured him with conviction. Fang Xiong stared in terror at the calm visage of Fang Mo before him. He recalled how the young master had once been refined and approachable. Who was this demon standing before him now? Young master, I beg you, let me go. No, I implore you to end my life. Fang Xiong lamented in despair. Ignoring Fang Xiong's wails, Fang Mo approached Fang Ji. At this moment, Fang Ji was already petrified by Fang Mo's ruthless methods, trembling with fear as he saw Fang Mo advance toward him. Thank you for revealing the truth. I shall ensure your demise is swift, Fang Mo declared. No, no, he protested as Fang Mo placed his hand upon Fang Ji's head, drawing forth a torrent of lifeblood into his own being. Soon, a withered bone lay upon the ground. The Fang family must all perish, Fang Mo murmured, gazing at the remains. And you, do not fret. Fang Peng will come to keep you company in due time. Casting a sidelong glance at the now deranged Fang Xiong, Fang Mo slowly donned his mask and turned to leave the secret chamber. This was a private residence, secluded from the bustling streets of Luoyun City. Fang Mo changed into a different attire, stepped out of the house, and vanished from the street in a mere blink. At the Chu family residence, Chu Qian, adorned in a flowing purple gown and exquisitely made up, was just about to step outside when a strikingly handsome young man in white called out to her. Qianer, it has been a few days. Where are you headed? The young man, named Chu Xingqian, was Chu Qian's cousin, an 8th-level Yuanqi realm cultivator, and the only young talent in the Chu family who matched Chu Qian's exceptional abilities. Oh, cousin, I am going shopping, Chu Qian replied nonchalantly. As she gazed at the fair-skinned, ethereal beauty before him, a flicker of admiration crossed Chu Xingqian's eyes. I happen to have no engagements. May I accompany you? He proposed with a smile. However, as Chu Qian looked at Chu Xingqian, another stern visage surfaced in her mind. Shaking her head slightly, she replied apologetically, Cousin, there's no need. I have an appointment. Chu Xingqian, still smiling, was about to respond when he noticed Chu Qian's gaze suddenly shift with suspicion towards something behind him. Following her eyes, he slowly turned around, only to encounter an enigmatic figure clad in black, wearing a ghostly mask. Confusion flickered in Chu Xingqian's eyes. He had never seen this person before. Fang Mo gazed at the two individuals before him and calmly stated, I am here to see the head of the Chu family. Young Master Mo? Upon hearing his voice, Chu Qian exclaimed in surprise. Although she was puzzled as to why Fang Mo had suddenly donned a mask, she could not suppress her excitement and added, My father is currently resting in the side room. Allow me to escort you there. Observing Chu Qian's enthusiastic demeanor, Chu Xingqian subtly furrowed his brow but quickly adopted a smile as he addressed Fang Mo. May I ask who this is? Ah, cousin, this is young Master Mo. Chu Qian replied. Chu Xingqian, his expression warm, introduced himself to Fang Mo. I am Chu Xingqian. Fang Mo merely acknowledged him with a faint sound before passing by. As he and Chu Qian moved further away, Chu Xingqian's smile gradually faded, his gaze becoming piercing. Chu Qian furtively glanced at Fang Mo beside her. She could not fathom why. Ever since encountering him, she had been dreaming of him for several consecutive nights. His cold demeanor, formidable prowess, and enigmatic origins. Each aspect captivated the innocent heart of the young girl. With this thought, Chu Qian's cheeks flushed slightly. "Young Master Mo, I was just about to seek you out." "What is it?" "And no, it's nothing. I merely wish to inquire if you are satisfied with the accommodation." "Quite well." "Ah, I am glad you like it." Chapter 12. The Fang family hunting team soon. The two arrived at a secluded room. "Father, young Master Mo has arrived," Chu Qian announced as she entered. "Come in," came the reply from within. Inside, Chu Yunhai was dressed casually. Although he still exuded an air of refinement, there was a hint of fatigue etched upon his brow. His gaze lingered momentarily on the mask adorning Fang Mo's face before he spoke. "Young Master Mo, what brings you here?" "Head of the Chu family. I require information regarding Fang Peng's whereabouts," Fang Mo stated directly. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunhai waved his hand, and a soft blue glow flickered from his palm, enveloping the room in a barrier of spiritual energy. Fang Mo observed quietly, recognizing this as a soundproofing enchantment, a manifestation of spiritual power. Once the barrier was established, Chu Yunhai continued, "Fang Peng entered the Luoyun mountain range with the Fang family's hunting team half a month ago. By my calculations, he should be returning in the next couple of days. However, he is accompanied by a second-level spirit realm cultivator." A glint of interest flashed in Fang Mo's eyes at this revelation. The Fang family dispatched hunting teams monthly into the Luoyun mountain range to slay beasts and gather spiritual herbs, thereby securing resources for their cultivation. The Chu family engaged in similar endeavors. The members of these hunting teams were the elite of their respective clans, given the multitude of perilous beasts lurking within the mountains. Fang Mo had once been a member of such a hunting team himself. Noticing Fang Mo's intentions, Chu Yunhai hesitated slightly before inquiring, "Young Master Mo, do you plan to take action?" Fang Mo, perceiving Chu Yunhai's thoughts, replied nonchalantly, "The head of the Chu family need only provide the information. There is no need for further concern." A flicker of joy sparked within Chu Yunhai. This was precisely what he desired. He would observe the situation from a distance, gauging young Master Mo's strength. If victorious, he would cooperate wholeheartedly. If not, he could relinquish the Xiantai mine to safeguard the Chu family. "Young Master Mo, do not underestimate the situation. The spirit realm cultivator accompanying Fang Peng is named Wu Zong, wielding a mid-grade mundane artifact, the Qinghua blade." Chu Yunhai divulged all the information he possessed regarding Fang Peng. His tone dripped with disdain as he spoke of Fang Peng, who had been preoccupied with frivolities and neglecting his cultivation, remaining stagnant at the 5th level of the Yuanqi realm for years, hardly a cause for concern. Having acquired the information he sought, Fang Mo took his leave. Chu Yunhai watched intently as Fang Mo departed, his gaze penetrating and contemplative. Only when Fang Mo disappeared from view did he slowly utter, "How goes the investigation?" At that moment, an elderly man emerged from the shadows. It was Haiba, the driver from that day. In a hushed tone, Haiba reported, "This old servant has proven inept and uncovered no information regarding this young Master Mo." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunhai's brow furrowed deeply, and he muttered to himself. His words clearly convey a deep-seated resentment towards the Fang family, and today he donned a mask, evidently to avoid recognition, suggesting someone in Luoyun City is familiar with him. Who could it be? Most likely someone from the Fang family. When did the Fang family incur the wrath of such a mysterious individual? At this moment, Haiba spoke with a grave expression. "Master of the house, this young Master Mo, despite his tender years, possesses profound cultivation and a ruthless disposition, harboring a heavy inclination towards bloodshed. It is likely he is of the demonic path." Recalling the scene where Fang Mo indiscriminately slaughtered the Zhao family's young masters, Haiba felt a chill run down his spine. "Are you suggesting he could be a demonic cultivator? That is implausible. This is the territory of the Heavenly Sword Sect, which is known to err on the side of caution against demonic practitioners. No demonic cultivator would dare to act so brazenly within the domain of the Heavenly Sword Sect." "You are being overly cautious," Chu Yunhai asserted resolutely. "Whether he is worth my gamble will depend on his actions this time." The Luoyun mountain range lies 100 miles west of Luoyun City, stretching for thousands of miles and teeming with countless ferocious beasts, rendering it extraordinarily perilous. However, danger coexists with opportunity. The mountain range is rich in spiritual energy, yielding an abundance of rare herbs and treasures. Furthermore, Most of the beasts are laden with valuable resources that can be exchanged for cultivation materials. Thus, many cultivators venture here to hunt these beasts for their resources. In a dense forest, a group moved cautiously, keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings as they proceeded slowly. Aside from the two leading figures, the others were clad in gray garments, their sleeves emblazoned with a square symbol, each outfit stained with blood, clearly having endured numerous battles. We owe our survival this time to Elder Wu. Otherwise, the hunting party would have likely faced total annihilation, remarked a young man, gaunt and emaciated. Young Master Fang, please do not mention it. It was only to be expected. However, that Luoyun tiger was indeed quite formidable. Elder Wu managed a strained smile, while internally cursing Fang Peng vehemently. He was responsible for ensuring Fang Peng's safety within the Luoyun mountain range. Under normal circumstances, given the Fang family's hunting party's capabilities, they would face little danger hunting first-tier beasts at the periphery of the mountains. Yet, it seemed Fang Peng had not only drained himself with his indulgences, but had also become somewhat dim-witted. He audaciously pressed deeper into the mountains, relying on Wu's protection, until they soon encountered a second-tier Luoyun tiger. It took considerable effort to slay the beast, and he had sustained injuries in the process, forcing them to retreat back to the mountain's outskirts. With the spoils from this hunting expedition, my father will surely be pleased upon our return. Perhaps in his good humor, he might even reward me with the two new maidens who have recently arrived at the manor. Fang Peng licked his lips in anticipation. Beside him, Elder Wu regarded him with disdain. Fang Peng, evidently in high spirits, addressed the more than 10 disciples of the Fang family behind him. Once we return, I shall host a gathering. Let us visit the Chuanxiang Pavilion. Haha, our second young master is generous. Truly, he understands us. Upon hearing Chuanxiang Pavilion, the disciples of the Fang family exchanged knowing smiles, affirming Fang Peng's reputation in such matters. Amidst their laughter, they failed to notice the surrounding sounds of chirping birds and buzzing insects gradually fading into an eerie silence. The first to perceive this change was Elder Wu, who called out, "Wait a moment." Wu Zong cast a serious gaze around, while Fang Peng, perplexed, inquired, "Elder Wu, what is the matter? Something feels amiss. It is too quiet." Upon Wu Zong's reminder, the others began to realize the alarming stillness. Indeed, the Falling Cloud mountain range is teeming with ferocious beasts, not to mention the myriad of insects and creatures. How could it be so silent? Fang Peng, slightly anxious, asked, "But what kind of beasts are we dealing with?" At this, Wu Zong furrowed his brow, expressing his confusion. There is no trace of any beasts. Yet a faint scent of blood pervades the air. Blood domain. A voice floated lightly into the ears of the crowd. "Who? Show yourself. How dare you play tricks and attack the Fang family? Are you seeking death?" Before the words were fully uttered, faint red mist began to materialize in the surrounding air, rapidly enveloping them. In an instant, they found themselves shrouded in thick blood mist, visibility reduced to less than half a meter. What is this? I can no longer see anyone. My spiritual energy cannot circulate. The panicked voices of the Fang family echoed amidst the blood mist. "Elder Wu, what shall we do?" Fang Peng's countenance betrayed his anxiety, as he sensed the mist was so dense that even Wu Zong beside him was becoming indistinct. Wu Zong's heart trembled. The blood mist was too bizarre, affecting even him, causing his spiritual energy to flow sluggishly and his senses to weaken. With visibility compromised, Wu Zong dared not act recklessly. He swiftly retrieved a hexagonal disc from his storage pouch at his waist. Without hesitation, he hurled the array disc to the ground, from which several beams of light shot forth, forming a small array in midair that effectively isolated the blood mist, providing protection for both Wu Zong and Fang Peng. Chapter 13. Confronting Wu Zong, observing the blood mist contained beyond reach, Fang Peng secretly exhaled in relief. Wu Zong glanced around, his expression tense, as he was confronted with a scene of blood-red horror unlike anything he had ever encountered. "Ah, my hand. Ah, who stabbed me? Help me. Ah." The anguished cries came in waves, causing Fang Peng's complexion to grow even paler, while Wu Zong swallowed hard, a sense of dread enveloping him. The unknown is eternally terrifying. From the sounds, it was evident that the hunting team had suffered heavy losses, yet he had not glimpsed a single shadow of the adversary, which left him feeling quite intimidated. Gradually, the screams faded away. As the blood mist dissipated, the ground was strewn with bodies, and shockingly, Apart from Fang Peng and Wu Zong, none from the hunting team had survived. Fang Peng, having never witnessed such brutality, felt his legs weaken, supporting himself against Wu Zong. He stammered, "They're all dead, all dead." At this moment, Wu Zong surprisingly regained his composure, emanating a potent aura of elemental energy as he vigilantly scanned their surroundings, determined to uncover the hidden assailant. Just then, a figure emerged within their line of sight. Clad in black, the newcomer wore a mask resembling a ghastly visage. "Who are you? How dare you assault the Fang family's hunting team?" Wu Zong bellowed, his vigilance heightened. "Ha, don't look for anyone else, it's just me," came a raspy voice from beneath the mask. Upon hearing this, Wu Zong narrowed his eyes, shaking off his previous trepidation. For he discerned that the enigmatic man possessed merely the cultivation of the first level of the spirit realm. Feigning mystery, "Prepare to face your demise," Wu Zong shouted, his hands forming claws as he lunged at the mysterious figure. Fang Mo, observing Wu Zong's charge, remained unfazed. As the blood shadow step activated, Wu Zong's heart leaped with joy upon nearing his target. He had caught him. But wait, something was amiss. It was merely an afterimage. Wu Zong instantly realized the deception and attempted to retreat, but it was too late. A powerful surge of elemental force struck him from behind, sending him flying over 10 meters to the ground, where he coughed up blood. What incredible speed! Wu Zong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, regarding the mysterious figure with grave intensity. "Elder Wu, are you all right?" Fang Peng called out anxiously from a distance. Wu Zong did not respond. Instead, he slowly rose to his feet, his right hand forming a fist as a long blade materialized in his grasp. The blade gleamed with a blue light, its edge radiating a chilling brilliance, clearly not an ordinary weapon. Gently caressing the blade, Wu Zong addressed Fang Mo. "No matter how swift your movements or how peculiar your techniques, the moment I wield this blade, your chances are extinguished. Remember, this blade is called the Blue Moon Blade." Fang Mo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A common-grade elemental weapon, yet he did not retreat but advanced directly towards Wu Zong. Seeking death, Wu Zong roared, slashing his blade towards Fang Mo. A 2-meter-long azure blade aura surged forth, hurtling towards Fang Mo. Fang Mo gazed at the imminent azure blade aura. A flash of crimson light cut through the air as he evaded with an extraordinarily uncanny posture. The azure blade aura struck fiercely against a massive tree behind him, resulting in a thunderous crash as the tree was cleaved in half. With a fierce expression, Wu Zong unleashed a flurry of blade auras. However, he soon turned pale, breathing heavily, clearly drained from the expended energy. Yet, each blade aura was deftly evaded by Fang Mo at seemingly impossible angles. As Fang Mo approached, Wu Zong's face transformed in disbelief. How could this be? What kind of bizarre movement technique is this? A distinguished practitioner of the second level of the Yuanling realm was being utterly outmatched by someone of the first level. Fang Mo's palm wind howled, accompanied by a scent of blood as it surged toward Wu Zong. In desperation, Wu Zong raised his Qinghua blade to defend, only to be sent flying several meters back. Seizing the momentum, he dashed toward Fang Peng. Stumbling into the formation, Wu Zong collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Elder Wu, are you all right?" Fang Peng rushed forward. "I'm fine. I just need a moment to recover from the immense energy expenditure," Wu Zong replied, his complexion somewhat pale. "But what do we do now, Elder Wu?" Fang Peng exclaimed in fear, glancing at the approaching enigmatic figure. He had witnessed the previous confrontation, where Elder Wu was thoroughly suppressed. Wu Zong observed the mysterious figure outside the formation, then retrieved several pills from his storage bag and swallowed them. "Rest assured, young Master Peng. As long as we remain within this formation, we shall be safe for the time being. This formation, known as the Golden Bell Formation, can withstand the full force of a practitioner at the 4th level of the Yuanling realm. It is my ultimate safeguard." With that, he consumed more pills, silently recovering his energy. Hearing this, Fang Peng felt a sense of relief and shouted at Fang Mo, "Concealing your true identity, dare you not show your face? Who are you? Once I am free, the Fang family will ensure your dismemberment." Beside him, Wu Zong cursed inwardly, "This fool. He cannot even comprehend the dire situation." Just then, the mysterious figure performed an action that astonished Fang Peng. Slowly, he removed his mask. "Heh, third brother, it has been a long time," came a voice as cold as ancient ice. Fang Peng stood frozen, and Wu Zong, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes wide. As realization dawned, Fang Peng stared, bewildered, at the stern man before him. Gradually, the man's visage began to merge with a face from the depths of his memory. You are Fang Mo. Impossible. This cannot be. You were thrown into the soul-severing river alongside your maid, cast down by Fang Xiong himself. No, you cannot possibly be alive. Who are you really? Was Fang Xiong deceiving me? Damn that wretched being. Fang Peng shouted incoherently, as if struck by a tremendous shock. Beside him, Wu Zong wore a look of astonishment. He was well aware of the former heir of the Fang family, Fang Mo, who was once recognized as a genius of Luoyun City. However, in a bid to secure the assistance of the Lin family, Fang Tianao had forsaken him, resulting in the second young master, Fang Long, rendering him a cripple. No, had he not perished 3 years ago? And yet, what was this concerning his current cultivation level? What on earth was happening? Indeed, I never anticipated that you would be the cause of my demise. Truly my dear brother. Fang Mo cast a cold, piercing gaze at Fang Peng. Upon hearing Fang Mo's words, Fang Peng comprehended the truth. Fang Mo was indeed alive. Regardless of the circumstances that had transpired, he had returned, and his cultivation. Fang Peng swallowed hard, hastily exclaiming, "Elder brother, you cannot kill me. Father will not permit your actions." He continued, You have always longed for father's attention, haven't you? Trust me, if he were to learn of your survival, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Fang Mo erupted into maniacal laughter, yet his eyes remained chillingly cold. Of course, I shall pay him a visit, and I intend to present you as a gift. I believe he would find immense delight in beholding the head of his precious son. With that, Fang Mo channeled his vital energy. His hands enveloped in a layer of crimson, and he unleashed a powerful fist towards the shimmering barrier of the formation before him. Chapter 14. The despair of Fang Peng. A thunderous crash reverberated through the array, leaving Fang Peng's complexion ashen. The surface of the protective barrier shimmered with ethereal light, yet remained impervious to harm. Fang Mo's expression was one of indifference as he unleashed another punch. Boom. The array remained unscathed. Fang Mo, you cannot breach this formation. When Elder Wu regains consciousness, it shall be your demise. Fang Peng, emboldened by Fang Mo's failure, taunted him. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo ceased his attacks. He extended his right hand, and a wisp of crimson energy flickered at his fingertips like a flame, writhing in an erratic dance. With a flick of his finger, the scarlet energy surged toward the array, landing upon the barrier. Thereafter, Fang Mo paid it no further mind. He approached a nearby corpse and, without hesitation, began to absorb its lifeblood. Having exhausted considerable energy, he required a swift restoration. Unlike Wu Zong, who ingested medicinal pills to recover his essence, Fang Mo directly siphoned the blood energy. It flowed into his dantian, where it was consumed by the blood lotus, instantly converting into essence, a method both straightforward and ruthless. In no time, the lifeblood was completely drained from the corpse, leaving only a desiccated skeleton. A faint smile graced Fang Mo's lips. Indeed, the members of the hunting team were elite disciples of the Fang family, most at the 7th or 8th tier of the Yuanxi realm, brimming with vitality. One corpse nearly replenished his earlier expenditure, prompting Fang Mo to move toward the second. Meanwhile, within the array, Fang Peng gaped in horror at Fang Mo's actions, trembling as he tugged at Wu Zong's sleeve. Elder Wu, look at what Fang Mo is doing. Witnessing Fang Mo's macabre consumption of the corpse's blood energy, Wu Zong's expression darkened considerably. He bellowed, Fang Mo, how could you practice such a sinister and malevolent technique? Do you not fear the retribution of the Tianjin sect? At this moment, Wu Zong found himself in a precarious position. The Tianjin sect had always maintained a zero-tolerance policy toward demonic cultivators. In the western region of Tianbei, the Tianjin sect was the foremost among the 5 great sections. Yet here was Fang Mo, brazenly engaging in demonic practices before their eyes. This could only imply one thing. He had no intention of allowing them to leave alive. Ignoring Wu Zong's outburst, Fang Mo continued to absorb the blood energy in silence. Ultimately, after draining the majority of the corpse, he smoothly ascended to the 2nd tier of the Yuanling realm. At this moment, Fang Mo's eyes fluttered shut, enveloped in a shroud of crimson mist. What is happening? Fang Peng exclaimed, bewildered. Wu Zong remained silent, but the pallor of his face suggested he perceived no favorable outcome. Elder Wu, Perhaps we should escape while we can? Fang Peng cautiously suggested, eyeing the motionless blood mist. Wu Zong wore an expression of deep conflict. Although he could not discern Fang Mo's intentions, he sensed that if they waited until Fang Mo concluded, their opportunity to flee would vanish. Just then, Fang Peng, his face contorted with terror, pointed toward a section of the array, exclaiming, "Elder Wu, look, look." Wu Zong turned to see. This was inconceivable. A small breach had appeared in the protective barrier. The very wisp of energy Fang Mo had infused had manifested a corrosive effect. Wu Zong, with a decisive resolve, seized Fang Peng, intending to retreat. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, as the surrounding blood mist was abruptly drawn into Fang Mo's body. With a sudden awakening, his eyes blazed a crimson hue, transforming Fang Mo into a flurry of blood shadows that lunged toward Wu Zong. Damn it, the aura of a second-level Yuanling realm. Wu Zong's expression shifted dramatically as he shook off Fang Peng, gripping the Qing web blade tightly. As Yuan force surged into the blade, it emanated a dazzling light akin to moonlight. Wu Zong swung the blade fiercely towards the approaching Fang Mo. A 3-meter-long surge of azure blade energy sliced through the air, producing a muffled roar, while the ground was carved into a deep trench over a meter long. Fang Mo remained expressionless as his body was enveloped in blood mist. A colossal crimson hand emerged from the mist, intercepting the azure blade energy, which was then crushed into oblivion in an instant. This is incredibly powerful. Wu Zong, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but display a look of despair. The blood-red hand, after obliterating the blade energy, continued its advance, reaching for Wu Zong without pause. With no time to evade, Wu Zong braced himself to withstand the attack, inevitably falling into the grasp of the blood-red hand. Struggling within its grip, he discovered that his Yuan force could not be mobilized. Fang Mo emerged from the blood mist, his crimson gaze gradually fading. Wu Zong shouted desperately, "Fang Mo, release me. Do you not seek revenge? You can do as you wish with Fang Peng. I bear you no grudge, rest assured. I will not divulge a single piece of information about you. I will simply claim that Fang Peng was slain by a beast." Seeing Fang Mo silent, Wu Zong anxiously cried, "If you do not believe me, I can swear an oath by the heavens." At this moment, Fang Peng could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Elder Wu, you cannot abandon me. Otherwise, my grandfather will not spare you. Be silent, you pitiful wretch. Were it not for the family head ordering me to protect you, I would have long since ended your life." Wu Zong retorted with gritted teeth, pointing a finger at Fang Peng. "You indulge in lust, relying on your grandfather's status, daring to undermine me. Do not think I am unaware of what transpired that night when you got me drunk. You scoundrel, I have long wished to dispose of you." Fang Mo coldly observed the mutual accusations between the two, a flicker of impatience glimmering in his eyes. "Rest assured, he shall soon accompany you," he declared, as the blood-red hand tightened its grip, obliterating Wu Zong into a shower of blood. "What a waste," Fang Mo murmured. Meanwhile, Fang Peng lay paralyzed on the ground, devoid of color. Fang Mo advanced step by step towards him, as Fang Peng pleaded in distress, "Brother, spare me. I beg you, let me go. It was all Fang Long's fault for incapacitating you. I was momentarily blinded by folly. Please, release me." Bending down, Fang Mo spoke softly, "Third brother, look at yourself. You remain at the 5th level of Yuanqi realm, showing not an ounce of progress. Yes, yes, I am indeed a pitiful wretch. Brother, please let me off." Fang Peng cried, "I remember telling you before, if you dare to lay a hand on Yuer again, I will render you powerless." Fang Mo took a deep breath, his voice quivering slightly, yet you not only disregarded his words, but also allowed her to slip away. "I was wrong, elder brother. Please listen to me." "Ah!" The piercing scream echoed through the heavens, startling a multitude of wild beasts and birds. Fang Peng gazed at the shattered 5th limb, succumbing to the pain and fainting instantly. "Rest assured, I shall not permit you to perish so easily," Fang Mo murmured softly. Ignoring the unconscious Fang Peng, he approached the gruesome remnants of Wu Zong, retrieving the Qing web blade from the ground, its cold touch glimmering with a chilling radiance. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed both the blade and Wu Zong's storage pouch into his own waist pouch. Fang Mo then returned to Fang Peng's side, lifting the unconscious figure, a frown forming as he realized the burden it imposed on his speed. Moments later, he vanished into the dense forest, carrying only the upper half of Fang Peng's body. Chapter 15. Blood Origin Pill. In the dead of night, in the city of Luoyun, a shadow of blood glided through the streets like a phantom, disappearing in an instant. In the darkness, Fang Mo approached the secret chamber, where he gently pushed the door open, revealing a strong scent of blood that assaulted his senses. With a wave of his hand, he cast a soundproof barrier and then calmly stepped inside. The large illumination stone overhead bathed the entire space in a bright glow. Fang Xiong, with his hands severed, lowered his head, possibly sensing the commotion, and emitted a whimpering sound. Fang Mo laid the unconscious Fang Peng down, fastening his hands with iron chains. Having been administered a healing elixir, the massive wound on Fang Peng's lower body had ceased to bleed and was slowly healing, forming a smooth layer of flesh. A thread of elemental power was infused into Fang Peng's body, gradually bringing him back to consciousness. The excruciating pain caused Fang Peng to wail, and in a moment of horror, he examined his own body. He gazed in terror at his disfigured form, overwhelmed by despair and dread. Why have you done this to me? You demon! Fang Mo, may you suffer a terrible fate. Kill me, please. I beg you, in my misery. His voice turned hoarse as he desperately implored Fang Mo to take his life, for he could not bear his current state. Regret washed over him. He lamented ever plotting against Fang Mo and harboring ill intentions towards his maid. Yet, he understood that it was too late for remorse. He wondered how Fang Mo had transformed into such a formidable being. He recalled that in the past, when he had erred and angered Fang Mo, he had merely received a beating, rarely drawing blood. This was why he had repeatedly dared to provoke Fang Mo. He seethed with anger towards Fang Xiong for the advice he had given, for not having eliminated Fang Mo when he had the chance, and for the transformation Fang Mo had wrought upon him. At that moment, Fang Peng endured the intense pain, his eyes blazing with fury as he fixed them upon Fang Mo. However, Fang Mo remained indifferent to the hatred reflected in Fang Peng's gaze and said coolly, "Do you hate me? I would gladly devour you whole." Fang Peng roared in response. Fang Mo, with a frigid demeanor, replied, "Rest assured, I will make you hate me even more. I will not allow you to die easily. You monster! Demon! I will kill you!" Fang Peng shouted. But Fang Mo ignored him, retrieving the Qingwei blade and beginning to carve something into the ground. Fang Xiong. Fang Peng finally noticed Fang Xiong, who was sobbing with his head bowed. Fang Xiong, how did you end up here? The only response was a series of whimpers. Stop crying, he has lost his mind. Fang Mo, you. What do you truly intend to do? I know I was wrong. I should not have provoked you. Overwhelmed by terror, Fang Peng wept, his cries filled with despair. At this moment, Fang Mo had completed the engraving and sheathed the Qingwei blade. An intricate and enigmatic pattern emerged, and Fang Mo infused it with a surge of crimson elemental power. Instantly, the design transformed into a deep red, as if activated, exuding an otherworldly aura. This was the blood refinement array, my inaugural arrangement. You should consider yourself fortunate. With that, Fang Mo used the Qingwei blade to carve 2 deep channels beneath the 2 individuals, leading directly to the blood refinement array. Next, he reopened the freshly healed wound on Fang Peng's waist, and similarly made an incision on Fang Xiong. Blood gushed forth like a swift stream, cascading into the channels below and flowing into the blood refinement array, which began to darken and flicker ominously. A satisfied smile illuminated Fang Mo's eyes. This blood refinement array was recorded in the Wan Hua Blood Classic, capable of refining blood elemental pills. Typically, elemental pills are essential for cultivators, serving not only as a means for cultivation but also as a quick means to restore elemental power in critical moments. However, for Fang Mo, who had cultivated the Wan Hua Blood Classic, elemental pills were of no use. The classic dictated that only blood elemental pills were beneficial for his cultivation. Fang Mo stuffed several pills into their mouths, assuring them that these would prevent excessive blood loss and death within a day. "I shall return tomorrow," he declared, turning towards the exit. "Fang Mo, I will haunt you even in death." Fang Peng spat, his blood-red eyes filled with hatred. In response, Fang Mo paused, softly replying, I have changed my mind. I guarantee you will live to see Fang Tianao." I suddenly wished to witness the scene of a father and son embracing in tears. A chilling scream reverberated throughout the chamber. Upon returning to his room, Fang Mo seated himself upon the floor, Having just broken through to the second level of the Yuan spirit realm, he needed to consolidate his cultivation. A faint crimson mist enveloped his body, gradually filling the room. Feeling the surging elemental power within him, he manipulated it according to the path outlined in the Wan Hua Blood Classic, repeatedly circulating it, cleansing his meridians in the process. After a complete cycle, the elemental power returned to his dantian, where it was absorbed by the indestructible blood lotus. Now, the phantom of the blood lotus had solidified into a single petal, crimson and both enchanting and beautiful. At the center of the lotus floated a blood-colored seed. Fang Mo gazed at the blood seed for a long while before retracting his consciousness from within. The crimson mist in the room was also drawn back into his body. Slowly, Fang Mo opened his eyes, increasingly feeling the extraordinary nature of the Wan Hua Blood Classic with each practice. It allowed for the direct absorption of blood energy. And after a breakthrough, there were no side effects whatsoever. Moreover, the spells and divine abilities recorded within the classic were exceedingly formidable. Aside from the bizarre blood shadow step, the blood domain he employed during the slaughter of the Fang family hunting team was truly remarkable. Within the confines of the blood domain, the elemental energy of heaven and earth was obstructed, concealing the enemy's perception while enhancing his own capabilities manifold. Certainly, given Fang Mo's current mastery of elemental energy, the duration for which he can sustain the blood domain is limited, as the consumption of elemental energy is considerable. Even though Fang Mo's energy surpasses that of his peers by several folds, it cannot last indefinitely. With a wave of his hand, several storage bags materialized before him. It was time to organize the spoils of victory. Upon opening Wu Zong's storage bag, he discovered an impressive collection of over 700 elemental stones. To think that during his time at the Fang family, he received merely 10 elemental stones each month. How amusing. Besides the stones, Wu Zong's storage bag contained 3 manuals, one of which was a low-grade yellow tier technique, the Ice Shadow technique. It is worth noting that the most formidable technique of the Fang family only reached the mid-grade of the common tier. Fang Mo merely glanced through it before setting it aside. Possessing the 10,000 Transformations Blood Classic, he had little need for such techniques. Next, within Fang Peng's storage bag, he found just over 100 elemental stones, the remainder filled with books. A cursory inspection revealed they were primarily filled with secrets of the boudoir and matters of intimacy. Fang Mo, expressionless, withdrew his gaze. He held no interest in the affairs between men and women. His sole focus was on cultivation. Observing the heap of elemental stones and various techniques before him, he mused, "This is the privilege of the strong. Resources are meant solely for the worthy." Chapter 16. Disturbance in the Fang family. The following morning, a frantic voice shattered the tranquility of the Fang residence. "Master, something terrible has happened to the hunting team. What is going on outside? What a commotion so early in the morning." Fang Tian'ao, clad in elegant azure robes, set down his teacup, his tone laced with displeasure. At that moment, a disciple of the Fang family stumbled in, collapsing to his knees before Fang Tian'ao. "Master, the hunting team is in grave danger. Many have perished." "What?" Fang Tian'ao sprang to his feet, his gaze piercing as he demanded, "Explain yourself. What transpired?" An oppressive aura emanated from him, leaving the disciple trembling. "Master, according to our plan, I was to meet the hunting team at the foot of Falling Cloud Mountain yesterday, but this morning, there was still no sign of them. So, I ventured into the outskirts of the mountains to investigate." The disciple's face turned pale, fear evident as he recalled the horrific sight. "And then?" Fang Tian'ao urged, impatience creeping into his voice. "I discovered that the entire hunting team had perished. There were corpses scattered everywhere, and they appeared desiccated, as if they had died long ago. If it weren't for their clothing, I wouldn't have recognized them. It was utterly terrifying. Impossible." Fang Tian'ao's expression darkened. The hunting team was accompanied by Wu Zong. How could they possibly meet with misfortune at the outskirts of Falling Cloud Mountain? "Are you certain you identified the bodies correctly?" "Indeed, Master, I am absolutely certain. I even brought the bodies back. They are in the courtyard." Upon hearing this, Fang Tian'ao hastened towards the courtyard. From a distance, he could see a crowd gathered, faint sounds of weeping echoing through the air. A sense of dread settled within him. As he approached, the crowd parted, revealing the grim sight of the corpses. Fang Tian'ao's demeanor shifted dramatically as he surveyed the lifeless forms. The attire confirmed they were indeed members of the Fang family. Where is Fang Peng? Fang Tian-ao's usually composed voice trembled with concern. The disciple quickly replied, young Master Peng and Elder Wu are both unaccounted for. At this, Fang Tian-ao felt a measure of relief wash over him. Peng should be safe. With Wu Zong, a second-tier spirit realm cultivator, by his side, they should have been able to evade any danger. Master, what on earth has happened? Where is Peng? From a distance, the second matron, Lin Feng, approached with an anxious expression. Upon witnessing the scene of desiccated corpses, her face drained of color, and she nearly collapsed before Fang Tian-ao caught her. In a low voice, Fang Tian-ao reassured her, Peng should be unharmed. Neither he nor Elder Wu is among the deceased. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's delicate features regained a hint of color, though her worry remained palpable. Then where is Peng now? Fang Tian-ao spoke with a grave expression. Although the nature of their encounter remains unknown, it must have been extraordinarily bizarre and terrifying. Otherwise, the entire hunting team could not have been annihilated. Elder Wu must have fled with Penger at that time. Why haven't they returned? Fang Tian-ao paused, pondering. Perhaps they were gravely injured? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, bearing a resemblance to Wu Zong, strode forward, exuding a frenzied aura. Miss, head of the Fang family, what has happened? Where is my second brother? Observing the agitated Wu Lai, Fang Tian-ao voiced his conjecture. Wu Lai, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow as he gazed at the corpses strewn about, remarking, these bodies exhibit an exceedingly strange death. They have evidently been drained of their vital essence, which does not resemble the work of beasts, but rather. Wu Lai lifted his gaze to Fang Tian-ao, who also looked back with a complex expression. Demonic cultivators. The two simultaneously entertained this unsettling hypothesis. Only demonic cultivators would practice such cruel and bizarre techniques. Fang Tian-ao's countenance darkened. If they had indeed encountered demonic cultivators, then the fates of Wu Zong and Fang Peng were likely dire. This cannot stand. I must venture to the Luoyun mountain range. Wu Lai declared, his anxiety palpable. Wu Zong was his beloved younger brother, and their bond was profound. Fang Tian-ao solemnly nodded, saying, Elder Wu, take utmost care. After Wu Lai departed, Fang Tian-ao reassured the others, instructing them to disperse. Meanwhile, at the Chu family, the entire Fang family hunting team has been slaughtered? Is this true? Chu Yunhai's face reflected astonishment upon hearing the report from the Chu family disciple. Indeed, head of the family, it is absolutely true. Though it seems that Fang Peng and an elder named Wu have gone missing. The remaining members have had their bodies transported back by the Fang family. Chu Yunhai inhaled deeply, waving his hand dismissively. I understand. You may leave. The disciple complied. Shock was etched upon Chu Yunhai's face. He recognized that this was undoubtedly the work of the enigmatic young Master Mo. He had decimated the entire Fang family hunting team. It was worth noting that he was merely at the first level of the Yuanling realm, while Wu Zong was at the second level. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Yunhai's eyes. Indeed, young Master Mo was not to be underestimated. He inwardly rejoiced, grateful that he had refrained from taking action against this young Master Mo previously. Moreover, what young Master Mo had proclaimed that day was not mere arrogance. Uncle Hai, what is your perspective on this matter? Chu Yunhai inquired of the figure standing nearby. Dressed in gray, Uncle Hai emerged from the shadows, responding, head of the family. Young Master Mo's strength is truly astonishing. A single individual slaughtering the entire Fang family hunting team, and with Wu Zong's absence from the Fang family. It is likely due to severe injuries. Another possibility is, he may already be dead. I believe allying with young Master Mo could alleviate the family's crisis. Pausing briefly, Uncle Hai glanced at Chu Yunhai before continuing. The Fang family hunting team constituted the backbone of their clan. This incident could severely weaken the Fang family, perhaps even leading to their expulsion from Luoyun City. Haha. Chu Yunhai swept away his previous gloom, laughing heartily, clearly in splendid spirits. Not long after, Chu Qian, with an anxious expression, emerged from the Chu residence. Moments ago, she had overheard the report from a disciple of the Chu family, as well as the conversation between her father and Uncle Hai. She was taken aback by the prowess of young Master Mo, yet for some inexplicable reason, she found herself more concerned about whether he had sustained any injuries. After all, Uncle Hai had mentioned that Elder Wu from the Fang family's hunting team was a practitioner at the second level of the Yuanling realm. At some point, Chu Qian's heart had been profoundly captivated by the enigmatic young Master Mo. Such is the nature of a young maiden's infatuation. The Star Sea Chamber of Commerce is situated in the most prosperous area of Falling Cloud City. At this moment, a masked man clad in black arrived at the entrance of the chamber, gazing up at the ancient and grand edifice before him, his eyes revealing a hint of complexity. In the past, every month, Yuer would accompany him here to purchase spirit essence pills for cultivation. Fang Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation within. And with a cold demeanor, he stepped inside. Chapter 17. The 100 Suns soul-devouring array in the Commerce Hall. The number of people was sparse, scattered throughout the expansive space. The overall layout remained largely unchanged. The areas for elemental artifacts, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, and formations were distinctly separated. At this moment, a beautiful attendant approached and inquired, "Is there anything you require, esteemed guest?" "I'm merely browsing," Fang Mo replied, his voice slightly hoarse. In the past, Fang Mo had been financially constrained, spending all his elemental stones on spirit origin pills for cultivation, and had not ventured beyond the medicinal area. As he entered the elemental artifact section, he noted a variety of mundane-grade artifacts neatly arranged on the counters. A casual glance revealed no fewer than 20 items. A remarkable number considering that only 2 or 3 individuals from the Fang family possessed such artifacts. Indeed, the Star Sea Commerce Association was quite affluent. Rumor had it that the Star Sea Commerce Association spanned the entirety of the western region of the Tianbei domain, and this was merely a branch. "What is that mask?" Fang Mo asked, pointing to a white mask in the corner. "This is the Heartless Mask, which conceals the wearer's cultivation aura, allowing them to evade detection." The attendant explained. To mask one's aura and evade scrutiny was far superior to the black iron mask he currently wore. Fang Mo gestured for the attendant to bring the Heartless Mask over. Upon contact, a chill coursed through his body. Fang Mo's gaze sharpened as he meticulously examined the peculiar mask, shaped like a whimsical smiling face. "What is the price of this mask?" "The Heartless Mask is a superior quality mundane-grade auxiliary artifact, valued at 500 elemental stones," the attendant replied. Without hesitation, Fang Mo purchased it. The attendant's eyes lit up at Fang Mo's promptness. Such a substantial transaction indicated a significant client. Fang Mo then turned towards the formation area. Intrigued by the formation previously employed by Wu Zong, the attendant followed closely behind him. In the formation section, various formation plates were displayed, each labeled with the name of the formation. These formations had been replicated by formation masters and could be activated by cultivators using elemental energy. Fang Mo surveyed the options: Golden Light Array, Spirit Gathering Array, Heavenly Thunder Array, 5-Element Refining God Array. A plethora of formations. Though all were of the first tier and thus of little use to him, as Wu Zong's Golden Bell Array was a second-tier formation. "Are there any higher-tier formations available?" Fang Mo inquired. "Yes, indeed. Please wait a moment," the attendant replied eagerly before hastily departing. Before long, a slightly portly middle-aged man approached with a smile. "Dear guest, I am the manager here. Please follow me." Fang Mo nodded and ascended to the second floor. The arrangement on the second floor was similar to that on the first, albeit with far fewer items. Upon reaching the formation area, 5 formation plates were displayed. "These are all second-tier formations. Please take a look," the manager said with a smile, pointing to one of the plates. "This is the Yin-Yang Extremity Formation, which harnesses the dual energies of Yin and Yang, possessing immense power and classified as a lethal array. This is the Illusory Cloud Array, both real and ethereal, resembling a dreamlike fantasy that ensnares one's senses. Indeed, it is an illusionary formation." After the steward's detailed introduction, Fang Mo furrowed his brow. "Is there no large-scale formation?" The steward paused. "Large-scale? Yes, one that could ensnare 100 or so individuals." The steward hesitated. "Well, the type of formation you speak of belongs to the 3rd tier. Do you have one?" "There is one, but it is somewhat flawed." The steward's tone reflected uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. "There truly exists one. What formation is it?" "The 100 Children's Soul-Devouring Array." The steward continued. "It is said to have been inscribed by a master of demonic formations, crafted with the lives of over 100 children, their blood depicting an eerie design that ensnares souls. When deployed, it could originally slay those at the origin realm, but due to severe damage, its power has diminished significantly. Nonetheless, It remains beyond the capabilities of those of the spirit realm. After listening, Fang Mo's eyes revealed a hint of intrigue. What is its value? 2,000 yuan stones. Fang Mo frowned slightly. That's rather expensive. I currently possess just over 500 yuan stones. Do you accept the purchase of medicinal pills and techniques? The steward was taken aback, but replied, yes. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo produced his recent spoils. For techniques, Cloud Step, Gale Palm, Fire Thunder Technique, and Blood Transformation Palm, all of which are superior techniques of the mundane tier. The steward's eyes widened in shock. They were all superior techniques. It is worth noting that his trading house possessed only one such technique at present. How much are these techniques worth? Fang Mo inquired. According to market price, each one is worth 1,000 yuan stones. Sell them all. The steward's face brimmed with excitement. Since he arrived in this remote city of Falling Cloud to oversee this branch, he had never encountered such a substantial transaction. Soon, the transaction was completed, and as they parted ways, the middle-aged steward handed Fang Mo a silver crystal card, claiming it to be a VIP card offering a 10% discount from the Star Sea Trading Company. Meanwhile, Chu Qian arrived at Fang Mo's residence. The door was ajar, and she gently pushed it open. Young Master Mo? There was no one inside. Just as she was about to retreat, she suddenly furrowed her brow and sniffed the air. Why is there a faint scent of blood? Following the scent, she approached a hidden door. Chu Qian was aware that it led to a secret chamber. As this house belonged to her, she knew every detail of it. A look of intense curiosity crossed her face, for she remembered that when Fang Mo had instructed her to find a house, he specifically requested one with a secret chamber. What does young Master Mo require a secret chamber for? Could he be inside it now? A look of conflict appeared on Chu Qian's face as she stood frozen for a moment, but ultimately, curiosity prevailed. She cautiously pushed open the concealed door. Upon entering the secret chamber, the overwhelming stench of blood nearly caused Chu Qian to faint. She covered her mouth and nose, slowly making her way down. Upon witnessing the scene within the chamber, Chu Qian's complexion drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably. Two corpses were bound to wooden pillars, one of which shockingly remained only in its upper half. It was evident that they had suffered inhuman treatment during their lives, and they appeared to have recently succumbed to their fates, as blood continued to pour from their bodies. The crimson liquid seemed to flow into the blood-soaked array at the center of the room, which was enveloped in a sinister aura, suggesting that something was gestating within its core. Such a gruesome and eerie spectacle, demonic cultivators. The merciless and bloodthirsty demonic cultivators. Chu Qian was now utterly convinced that young Master Mo was indeed one of them. At that moment, one of the corpses emitted a faint sound. Chu Qian cautiously approached the figure, squinting for a better look. You are Fang Peng. She gasped. That half-corpse was indeed Fang Peng, and despite his condition, he was still alive. Chu Qian glanced at the other figure beside him, Fang Xiong. She felt a wave of perspiration soaking her entire being. Kill me. Fang Mo is a demon. Fang Peng murmured weakly, his voice breaking intermittently. Chu Qian could no longer endure the horror. She screamed and collapsed onto the ground. Struggling to rise, she yearned to escape this terrifying place. Just then, a gentle voice whispered in her ear, "Do you know? Sometimes, curiosity can be fatal." Chapter 18. Blood Servant. Upon hearing the sound, Chu Qian's mind instantly went blank, leaving her frozen in place. It was over. Despair was etched across her exquisite features. A hand landed on her delicate shoulder, and she felt her inner strength abruptly sealed. Mo. Young Master Mo. I stumbled in here by accident. I swear I will keep it a secret. I promise, Chu Qian said, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Fang Mo regarded the weeping beauty before him with an impassive expression and coldly replied, "Secrets? I only trust the dead." No sooner had he spoken than Chu Qian felt a tight grip around her throat. With a pleading look in her eyes, she struggled to say, "As long as you spare my life, I am willing to do anything." Ultimately, as the daughter of a prominent family, she could only strive to survive in the face of death. Fang Mo's heart stirred, and he halted his actions. Chu Qian gasped for breath, her eyes reflecting the relief of having survived a calamity. At that moment, with his palm facing upwards, Fang Mo summoned his inner power, and a blood-colored lotus seed, translucent as jade, materialized. This was the blood lotus seed, the essence of the indestructible blood lotus. I offer you a chance. Consume it without resistance. Fang Mo's voice betrayed no emotion. Gazing at the enchanting blood-colored seed in Fang Mo's hand, Chu Qian trembled as she grasped it, steeling her resolve before closing her eyes and swallowing it whole. Fang Mo watched her intently, a flicker of anticipation in his expression. As the blood lotus seed entered her body, Chu Qian felt an icy chill coursing through her, as if a winter's breath had swept over her. The seed did not linger but instead raced toward her dantian. Upon reaching it, the blood lotus seed instantly transformed into a cloud of crimson mist, enveloping her entire dantian. In that moment, Chu Qian lost consciousness. Externally, her body stiffened, and a web of blood veins erupted across her abdomen, spreading throughout her form like a spider's silk. In that instant, she resembled a fearsome specter. Fang Mo's pupils constricted, and he gazed at Chu Qian's bizarre transformation with a serious expression. After a brief interval, the dense blood veins on Chu Qian's surface rapidly receded, and she opened her eyes, revealing a glimmer of crimson within them. "Master." Chu Qian bowed her head slightly towards Fang Mo. Seeing this, a faint smile graced Fang Mo's lips. Through the indestructible blood lotus within her, he could distinctly sense a mysterious bond forming between them. He could perceive Chu Qian's emotions clearly and easily control her life and death. The blood lotus seed she had consumed was known as the heart-eating lotus seed, a powerful and enigmatic substance capable of enslaving its user to ensure absolute obedience, along with complete dominion over their life and death. Within the myriad transformations of the blood scripture, such a being is referred to as a blood servant. What was particularly tyrannical was that if the master perished, the blood servant would inevitably follow suit. Conversely, should the blood servant die, all their vitality and cultivation would be returned to the master. Fang Mo now regarded Chu Qian as if she were a finely crafted work of art. "How does it feel?" he inquired softly, caressing her smooth and delicate face. Chu Qian's delicate face flushed slightly as she lowered her head and murmured, "Master, I feel splendid. I should soon break through to the 9th level of the Yuanqi realm." She could distinctly sense her perception strengthening, and the Yuan power within her had already reached a critical point, poised for a breakthrough. She lifted her gaze to meet mine. Fang Mo's tone brooked no dissent. Chu Qian obediently raised her charming face, her eyes fervently fixed on Fang Mo. A look of satisfaction graced Fang Mo's features, for he understood that even if he were to ask Chu Qian to offer herself at that moment, she would unhesitatingly shed her garments. In her heart, Fang Mo had become akin to a deity. He no longer held back and revealed his true identity to Chu Qian. Upon hearing his words, Chu Qian's eyes turned icy as she regarded Fang Peng and the other with a frigid tone. How dare the Fang family treat the master so? They deserve death. Soon. The appointed day will arrive in 3 days. Fang Mo seemed to recall something. "Have you found the person I asked you to locate?" In response to the master, "I have found him." "Found him," Fang Mo softly repeated, his expression momentarily lost in thought. Yinshi Town. Situated 50 miles from Luoyun City. The town may be small, yet it exudes an aura of tranquility and harmony. In a modest courtyard, an elderly man with white hair lay in a reclining chair, playfully entertaining his small grandchild, who giggled in delight. At that moment, the courtyard gate swung open, and a man clad in black with a white mask entered. The elderly man rose slightly, perplexed, and inquired, "Who are you?" "Oh, what a heartwarming scene of a grandparent playing with his grandchild. It truly evokes envy," the masked man remarked. In response, the elderly man set the child down and asked, "Who might you be? What business do you have?" The man in black removed his mask, revealing a familiar visage. "It has been a long time, Lu Bo." Upon hearing this, the old man's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at the man before him. After a brief moment, the elderly man, looking as if he had seen a ghost, stammered, You are the young master? You still remember me?" Fang Mo replied nonchalantly. "Young master, you are still alive. How wonderful. 3 years ago, the Fang family claimed you had been poisoned to death by that girl, Yue. I thought I would never see you again." Tears streamed down the old man's face. Fang Mo regarded Lu Bo with a blank expression. Why, young master? What do you mean?" Lu Bo asked, confusion etched on his face. "At this time, your son and daughter-in-law should be returning shortly. I have prepared 4 bowls of white jade lotus seed soup." With a wave of his hand, 4 bowls of steaming white jade lotus seed soup appeared on the nearby stone table. Upon seeing the steaming bowls, Lu Bo's expression turned ashen, the serenity he once possessed evaporating. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, his face etched with remorse. Young master, I am sorry. I deserve death. 3 years ago, on that fateful night, the second madam approached me, providing a packet of powder and instructing me to administer it to the young master when the opportunity arose. She threatened that if I failed to comply, she would kill my son and his family. Young master, I was truly left with no choice. Fang Mo coldly gazed at Lu Bo, who was wailing and pleading for mercy. 3 years ago, if it had not been for Lu Bo before him, how could he have been defeated by Fang Long in the arena? How could he have been rendered powerless? How could you have possibly perished? Fang Mo took a deep breath as Lu Bo stirred up his painful memories once more. He spoke softly. I have grown up under your guidance. In my heart, you are dearer to me than my own kin, the one I trust most. Ironically, it is this very person I held in such esteem who plunged a dagger into my back, casting me into the abyss. It has been 3 years. Lu Bo, you have relished 3 years of familial bliss, and it is time for you to be content. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo's face was awash with tears, his voice trembling as he implored, Young master, I deserve to die, but my son and grandson are innocent. I beseech you after my demise, to spare them. No, a family should remain intact. Fang Mo's voice whispered like a murmur from the depths of hell. Chapter 19. Aftermath. Departing from Yunshi town, Fang Mo arrived at the banks of the Duanhuan River outside of Luoyun City. He stood calmly on a high ground by the river, gazing at the dark, chill waters below. Despite his current cultivation level, Fang Mo instinctively sensed the danger emanating from the Duanhuan River. Little girl, the young master has arrived. Forgive me for not bringing your favorite candied hawthorns. Your young master is able to cultivate once again, and even more powerfully than before. Are you happy? Fang Mo mused to himself. Yes, you must be quite pleased. By the way, I have captured those who deceived you. Rest assured, those who dare to trick you will pay the price of their lives. You do you think this punishment is sufficient? As his words fell, Fang Mo's gaze turned icy. No, this is far from enough. I will make the entire Fang family pay for your demise. His cold words sent a tremor through Chu Qian, who lurked in the shadows. Fang Mo declared fiercely, I must grow stronger, powerful enough that no one would dare provoke me or scheme against me. A formidable pressure erupted from Fang Mo, causing the air around him to swirl violently, while the waters of the Duanhuan River churned as if boiling. Chu Qian felt as though she were being struck by a colossal hammer, her face paling as blood seeped from her lips. Fortunately, the overwhelming pressure dissipated almost instantaneously. Master is so powerful. Chu Qian gazed at Fang Mo with fervent admiration. Chu Qian. Yes, master. Chu Qian stepped out from the shadows. Observing her graceful and alluring figure, Fang Mo spoke indifferently. Hasten your cultivation. At present, you hold no value to me. Indeed, Chu Qian was merely at the 8th level of the Yuanqi realm, excelling among her peers in the Chu family. But to Fang Mo, who had reached the 2nd level of the Yuanling realm, she was a burden. With determination in her eyes, Chu Qian replied, Master, I will exert myself to enhance my cultivation. This is a low-grade yellow tear technique. Take it, he said, tossing her a small booklet. Yellow tear? Chu Qian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively catching the booklet. Upon glancing down, she saw the words eyeshadow technique inscribed on the yellowed cover. After flipping through a few pages, her face flushed with excitement, her breath quickening as her chest rose and fell rhythmically. This truly is a yellow tear technique. The highest technique of the Chu family is merely the mid-grade common tier Hanhai Sutra. Thank you for your generous gift, master. I will not disappoint you. Chu Qian exclaimed, her face alight with enthusiasm as she slightly bowed. Fang Mo nodded slightly. Do not reveal our relationship in front of outsiders. Yes, master, Chu Qian replied, her voice melodious and clear. Let us return now. In the Chu residence, Chu Yunhai hummed a tune while tending to the goldfish in the courtyard. Head of the family. There are 3 individuals outside claiming to be from the Zhao family of Baishan City. A young disciple of the Chu family reported breathlessly. The Zhao family has come. CHYNH. I was taken aback, wondering what the Zhao family had discovered. What to do? A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Yet he forced himself to regain composure, though his expression betrayed his unease as he said, quickly, invite them in. No need, CH family head. Pardon our uninvited arrival. As the words fell, three figures emerged in the courtyard. At the forefront stood an elderly man clad in green, his gaze ominous as it bore down on Chynhi. A surge of alarm coursed through Chynhi. The aura of this green-clad elder emanated the strength of the 5th level of the Yuanling realm. "May I inquire your name?" Chynhi asked respectfully. "Zhao Tong." Upon hearing this name, Chynhi felt a jolt of dread. It was him. Although they had never met, he had heard the rumors. Zhao Tong was second only to the family head in the Zhao clan, known for his ruthless and merciless demeanor, earning him the moniker the Heartless Hand. "What brings you here, esteemed elder?" Chynhi feigned confusion. "Our young master has gone missing," Zhao Tong replied in a chilling tone. What? What on earth has happened?" Chynhi exclaimed, his face reflecting shock. Zhao Tong scrutinized him coldly before stating, "On that day, the young master took a group to search for your daughter, Chyn, and has not returned since." Chynhi's complexion shifted at the words, and with an irritable tone, he retorted, "Elder Zhao Tong, are you implying that you suspect my daughter?" Zhao Tong responded icily, "I did not say it was your daughter." Chynhi's heart sank. What did this mean? Did the CH family's secrets come to light? "What do you mean, esteemed elder?" He maintained a facade of calm. "CH family head, I advise you, one family has already brought the CH clan to the brink. Do not invite further calamity upon your kin." At that moment, a disciple from the Zhao family interjected. "Are you certain you will not speak?" Zhao Tong's voice was laced with frost. "Humph. Elder, what do you mean by that? You arrive at my door, and I treat you with courtesy, yet you press me, insinuating my family is connected to the disappearance of the Zhao young master. Do you have any evidence? I am still the head of the CH family." Chynhi spoke in a low voice, his resolve firm. Fang Mo mentioned that the scene and the bodies had been thoroughly cleared away. Chynhi was confident the Zhao family had no evidence, merely conjectures. He is speaking nonsense. At that moment, a figure stepped forward from behind Zhao Tong. "I witnessed that person slay the Zhao family's young master and his entourage. Ultimately, he boarded the carriage of the CH family's young lady." If Fang Mo were present, he might recognize the speaker, who was none other than the individual who had previously stripped him bare. Upon returning to Luoyun City, Chyn did not immediately return to the CH family, but instead accompanied Fang Mo to his residence. Upon entering the secret chamber, Fang Mo paid no heed to the barely conscious Fang Peng and the other two, making his way directly to the blood refining array. At that moment, the blood refining array shimmered with a brilliant red glow, with 2 crimson pills floating at its center. Fang Mo's eyes gleamed with delight at the sight. He raised his hand to grasp the 2 pills, the potent fragrance mingling with a faint hint of blood. Fang Mo inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the aroma. "Here, this is the blood origin pill. Consume it." Fang Mo handed a blood essence pill to Chu Qian. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Qian accepted the pill and swallowed it. The master's words were commands. Fang Mo fell silent, patiently awaiting an event. For an ordinary cultivator, the blood essence pill would be akin to poison, not only failing to aid in cultivation but also inciting a frenzy of blood energy, leading to madness. However, Chu Qian was different, now, as a blood servant. She bore Fang Mo's blood energy imprint, enabling her to absorb the blood essence pill. As the pill entered her body, she sensed the profound blood energy within it. Almost immediately, a potent wave of blood energy enveloped her entire being, while the energy in her dantian surged like a rising tide, continuously amplifying. Before long, when Chu Qian opened her eyes once more, her cultivation had ascended to the 9th layer of the Yuanqi realm. Filled with joy as she felt the abundant energy in her dantian, Chu Qian expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master." She performed a respectful bow. Fang Mo replied calmly, "Soon, I shall entrust you with the blood refinement array. In my absence, you may seek opportunities to refine blood essence pills and cultivate on your own. Master, Chinner cannot bear to be apart from you. I vow to follow you unto death." Chapter 20. The Fang family's response. Fang Mo gently caressed the exquisite cheek of Chu Qian, the tender sensation compelling him to linger a moment longer. He then remarked, "You have your mission." Chu Qian's cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed at Fang Mo with a look of perplexity. Fang Mo, with a profound gaze, murmured, "The recruitment competition of the Tianjin sect should be approaching, correct?" "Indeed, master. There remains a month until the Tianjin sect begins its recruitment," she replied. Your task is to join the Tianjin sect and get close to Fang Long. At the mention of Fang Long, Fang Mo seemed to recall the humiliation of that day, his expression sharpening with intensity. Casting a glance at Chu Qian beside him, he continued, in Luoyun City, with your current prowess at the 9th level of Yuanqi realm, joining the Tianjin sect is without question. However, it is imperative to be cautious. While the blood yuan pill is extraordinary, it is crafted from human blood. And within the Tianjin sect, you must exercise utmost discretion, never reveal it. Yes, master, Chu Qian responded coldly. Subsequently, Fang Mo imparted the methods for arranging the blood refinement array to her, after which he instructed her to return to the Chu family. In the dimly lit chamber, Fang Mo approached Fang Peng and another individual. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of their chests, one might mistake them for two lifeless corpses. Fang Mo's gaze burned with intensity as he observed them, whispering to himself, just 2 more days. I find myself filled with anticipation. His tone laced with a tremor of excitement. Within the Fang family's conference hall, Fang Tianao sat in the grand chair, his expression dark and brooding, while the second matriarch, Lin Feng, occupied a seat beside him. Clad in a gown of emerald gauze, Lin Feng's silhouette was perfectly accentuated, exuding the allure of a mature woman with every gesture. Below them sat the upper echelons of the Fang family. At that moment, an elder of the Fang family stood and addressed Fang Tianao, Patriarch. I suspect that the recent incidents involving the hunting team were orchestrated by the Chu family. Noting Fang Tianao's silence, the elder continued, for the past 2 years, the Chu family has been at odds with us. And with the day of our agreement regarding the acquisition of the Xian iron mine approaching, they are unwilling to relinquish it and have resorted to violence against our family. I propose we take decisive action against the Chu family. An elder spoke with palpable aggression. Whether the Chu family relinquishes the Xian iron mine is not for them to decide. However, the brutal slaughter of the hunting team bears the hallmarks of demonic cultivators. The Chu family lacks the audacity to collude with them, Fang Tianao replied solemnly. His words elicited gasps from the assembly. Demonic cultivators. Though they were aware of their cruel and bloodthirsty nature, none had ever encountered one firsthand. The Tianjin sect maintained a zero-tolerance policy towards them, rendering encounters with such beings exceedingly rare within their territory. The emergence of demonic cultivators in the Luoyun Mountains left them utterly astounded. Fang Tianao paid no heed to their astonishment. He held the Chu family in contempt. Were it not for the Zhao family's support, the Fang family would have eradicated the Chu family 3 years prior. Now, he sought to uncover the motive behind the demonic cultivators' attack on the Fang hunting team. Was it mere coincidence or a premeditated plot? As Fang Tianao pondered, an elder spoke up. By the way, Fang Xiong has gone missing in the city these past few days. Fang Tianao furrowed his brow. He was well aware of Fang Xiong, a disciple of the Fang family who often trailed behind Fang Peng. Although his cultivation was modest, he possessed remarkable shrewdness, distinguishing himself among the younger generation. Disappearance? How could a living person possibly vanish? Furthermore, who in Luoyun City would dare to harm a member of the Fang family? Fang Tianao's eyes narrowed. Could it truly be the work of the Chu family? At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, and the crowd looked up to see a figure clad in rugged attire, appearing travel-worn. It was Wu Lai, who had ventured into the Luoyun mountain range 2 days prior in search of Fang Peng and his companion. Have you found them? Fang Tianao inquired first. Upon hearing the question, Wu Lai's expression darkened as he replied somberly, No, the scene was in disarray, and we found no trace of either of them, only a pool of blood. Hearing this, the second madam quickly interjected, Elder Wu. Perhaps the young master and Punger are hiding somewhere to recuperate. My lord, we must send someone to find them. Just as Fang Tianao was about to respond, he noticed Wu Lai's hesitance and asked, Elder Wu, have you discovered something? In response, Wu Lai retrieved a shattered formation plate from his bosom, his expression laden with complexity. This is the formation plate of the Golden Bell Array, capable of withstanding assaults from cultivators at the 4th level of the Yuanling realm. It is a protective measure of our sect. The onlookers fixated on the broken formation plate in Wu Lai's hands, an oppressive silence enveloping the air. Fang Tao's brow furrowed deeply as he gazed at the fractured plate, a profound unease stirring within him. Indeed, Wu Lai's next words confirmed his growing anxiety. I found this shattered formation plate in the soil at the scene, indicating that the assailant's power exceeds that of the fourth level of the Yuanling realm. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd was engulfed in shock. Exceeding the fourth level of the Yuanling realm? Does that not surpass the Master's cultivation? The assembly hung their heads in muted despair. With this revelation, they all understood the grim fate that awaited Wu's sect and Fang Peng. Punger, my dear Punger. The second madam's face was etched with sorrow, her voice a haunting wail. Fang Tianao's countenance darkened. When had the Fang family ever crossed paths with a cultivator of such caliber? Regardless of the identity of this individual who dared to murder his Peng, he vowed to ensure they suffered a fate worse than death. I will summon my father to send reinforcements. At this moment, the second madam's delicate features twisted with rage as she spoke bitterly. Patriarch, madam, this individual is undoubtedly a highly skilled demonic cultivator. I advise you to promptly inform the Heavenly Sword Sect. Wu Lai declared solemnly. This demonic cultivator not only possessed formidable strength, but also displayed reckless audacity in slaying members of the Fang family. It was imperative to alert the Heavenly Sword Sect. After Fang Tianao spoke, he turned on his heel, his expression grim. He swiftly arrived at a chamber, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The room was devoid of any furnishings save for a blue jade stone, standing half a meter tall. This stone, known as the Transmission Stone, bore the emblem of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Fang Tianao placed his hand upon the blue jade, channeling his vital energy, and the stone instantly radiated a blinding brilliance. Fang Tianao proclaimed with a resonant voice, in the territory of the Heavenly Sword Sect, within the city of Luoyun in the western region, a demonic cultivator of late Yuanling realm has emerged, ruthlessly slaughtering dozens of individuals. We urgently request assistance from the divine sect. Upon finishing his statement, Fang Tianao retracted his hand, causing the jade stone to dim once more. Within the Heavenly Sword Sect, a disciple responsible for monitoring the transmission stone cast a glance at the stone, which had begun to glow, while his expression grew solemn as he recorded the information on a jade slip. Concurrently, atop a towering and majestic peak within the sect, an elderly man with white hair was in deep meditation. Suddenly, the jade token at his waist radiated a bright light. The white-haired elder slowly opened his eyes, a fierce glint of sword intent flashing within them. A demonic cultivator? How audacious to act so recklessly within the confines of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The city of Luoyun in the western region? Near the Luoyun mountain range, I see. With that, the elder rose and let out a long, piercing shout. Before long, a colossal white crane, standing over 3 meters tall, soared from the distance and landed gracefully before him. Without hesitation, the white-haired elder leaped onto the crane. With a resounding cry from the majestic bird, the white crane vanished into the vast, swirling mists. Chapter 21. Father. Long time no see. The Xiantai mine of the Chu family is nestled within a valley to the east of Luoyun City. It was this very mine that enabled the Chu family to ascend to prominence, becoming one of the 2 leading families in Luoyun City. The mine serves as the economic lifeline for the Chu family, with disciples stationed outside the valley to prevent outsiders from entering. However, today the valley is teeming with people, as hundreds of Chu family disciples gather within. At the forefront of the crowd stands Chu Yunhai, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calm as he surveys the distance, seemingly awaiting something. In a concealed corner, a shadow lingers, observing the scene in the valley, murmuring, I have awaited this day for so long, how exhilarating it is. The voice carries a hint of suppressed madness. At that moment, a group enters the valley, led by a man garbed in luxurious brocade, his hair and beard partially white, exuding an air of authority. This is Fang Tianao, the head of the Fang family. As they draw near, Chu Yunhai greets him with a smile. Brother Fang, how have you been of late? Fang Tianao, narrowing his eyes slightly, replies with a grunt. All is well, no need for Chu family head to concern himself. Chu Yunhai, still smiling, glances at Fang Tianao and remarks meaningfully, that is good to hear. Fang Tianao, casting a deep look at Chu Yunhai, coldly states, enough with the pleasantries, Chu family head. The month has come to an end. What now? Feigning confusion, Chu Yunhai inquires. What do you mean? His demeanor ignites a spark of fury within Fang Tianao. Today my Fang family is here to take over this Xiantai mine. As his words fall, a formidable pressure emanates from Fang Tianao, causing the faces of nearby Chu family disciples to turn pale. Fang family head, you have gone too far. As Chu Yunhai's voice resonates, the oppressive force dissipates instantly. This Xiantai mine is the foundation of my Chu family. We shall never yield it. Chu family head. You must consider carefully, what is more important, the Xiantai mine or the Chu family? Fang Tianeo's voice drips with menace. With a light laugh, Chu Yunhai suggests, how about this? Fang family head. I shall take a step back. Fang Tianeo, taken aback, gazes at Chu Yunhai with surprise. Qianer, come here. Dressed in a blue-fitted outfit, Chu Qian gracefully approaches her father. Her delicate features and striking figure cause many disciples from both families to swallow hard. Dad. Chu Qian's voice rings with a hint of coldness. Fang family head, to avoid any discord, let my daughter compete with your son. The victor shall determine the ownership of the Xiantai mine. What do you say? Before Fang Tianeo can respond, Chu Yunhai continues. Yes, I believe that would be fair. Where is Fang Peng? Call him out. At this moment, the faces of the Fang family members reveal their anger, and the atmosphere in the valley becomes tense and charged. Fang Peng's disappearance is no longer a secret in Luoyun City, and it is likely that the situation is dire. Chu Yunhai's words seem to be a deliberate provocation, reopening old wounds for the Fang family. No, this is not merely a reopening of old wounds. It is akin to tearing off a scab and then sprinkling a fine layer of salt upon the exposed flesh. Chu Yunhai, you are courting death. Were it not for the Zhao family, would your Chu family have survived to this day? Now that the Zhao family is no more, I wonder what you, Chu Yunhai, will use to contend with me. Fang Tianeo's face darkened, his eyes brimming with fury as he spoke with deliberate intensity. Today, I shall erase the Chu family from the annals of Luoyun City. With that, Fang Tianeo unleashed his attack, surging forward like a conflagration toward Chu Yunhai. Unfazed, Chu Yunhai's aura surged, emanating a ghostly blue light, accompanied by a faint sound of tides. Ha ha ha, the head of the Fang family truly possesses great authority. At that moment, a voice echoed through the air. Who is it? Fang Tianeo halted his advance, scanning his surroundings. Upon hearing that voice, a look of bewilderment flickered in Chu Yunhai's eyes. As the crowd searched for the source, a massive iron chest soared through the air, followed closely by a figure clad in black and wearing a white mask. With a resounding thud, the iron chest landed in the center of the arena, while the masked figure floated gracefully beside it. Fang Tianeo furrowed his brow slightly. The presence of this masked individual unsettled him, and he could not sense the masked figure's cultivation level. Casting a sidelong glance at Chu Yunhai, he noted the latter's uncharacteristic demeanor today. His tone was commanding, filled with provocation. Is this perhaps the source of his confidence? Who are you? Fang Tianeo inquired. Fang Mo, peering through the mask, fixed his gaze intently on Fang Tianeo. He had anticipated feeling rage and hatred upon encountering this person again, yet in that moment, he found himself oddly tranquil, though unable to suppress a surge of excitement. With that thought, Fang Mo slowly raised his hand and removed the mask. Fang Tianeo regarded the strikingly handsome young man before him, whose eyes were cold and indifferent, and a hint of confusion crossed his features. This young man seemed somewhat familiar. Father, it has been a long time, Fang Mo spoke softly. At this revelation, the surrounding individuals were rendered speechless, and a look of astonishment flickered in Chu Yunhai's eyes. This young Master Mo is Fang Tianeo's son, but isn't Fang Tianeo's other son at the Tianjin sect? Young Master Mo. Young Master Mo. Could it be? How is this possible? Chu Yunhai suddenly realized something. His eyes filled with shock. On the other side, Fang Tianeo's eyes widened in disbelief. This statement struck him like a thunderbolt, reverberating in his mind. Memories, long sealed for 3 years, surged forth like a deluge, and gradually, two figures began to overlap. You are Fang Mo? How can this be? How could you still be alive? At this moment, the composure of the head of the family was nowhere to be found, replaced by sheer incredulity as he exclaimed, even if Fang Mo survived, he would be a mere cripple. How could you possibly be him? Who are you really? Why do you impersonate my son? My son? What a warm address. Fang Mo scoffed. Recalling the last time you called me, that was 3 years ago when you compelled me to relinquish my spot at the Heavenly Sword Sect to Fang Long. That night, I refused, and by dawn, I was rendered impotent, reduced to a mere shell of my former self. To witness my own son being discarded, and yet remain unmoved. Oh, right. Such matters would not transpire without your tacit approval. Who would dare otherwise? Wouldn't you agree, my dear father? Fang Mo's words left Fang Tianao astounded, making him acutely aware that the figure before him was indeed Fang Mo. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd was engaged in hushed whispers, completely devoid of the previously tense atmosphere. A disciple from the Chu family discreetly nudged his companion and inquired, "Do you know who Fang Mo is?" Fang Mo was the eldest son of the Fang family 3 years ago. What do you mean by the eldest son of the Fang family 3 years ago? Isn't Fang Long the eldest? That's because Fang Mo supposedly perished 3 years ago, allowing Fang Long to ascend in his stead. Is that even permissible? I heard he was poisoned by a maid. In any case, to preserve their reputation, the Fang family expunged Fang Mo from their family records. Oh, so Fang Mo is dead. Then who is this person before us? How should I know? If you're so curious, go ask the Fang family. It was they who spread this news back then. It seems there's more complexity to this, judging by the head of the Fang family's reaction. Fang Mo does not appear to be an imposter. What does it matter whether he is real or not? Just watch. Why all the chatter? Chapter 22. A blood-soaked gift. At this moment, Fang Teneo's heart was tumultuous, a storm raging within. He could not fathom how Fang Mo, who had perished 3 years ago, now stood before him, alive and knowledgeable of past events. Nevertheless, Fang Tianao suppressed his astonishment, casting a piercing glance at the murmuring crowd surrounding him. His voice sharp and commanding. "Who are you? My son, Fang Mo, has been dead for 3 years. You impersonate him and slander my name. What is your true intention?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers' gazes towards Fang Mo shifted, with some exclaiming, "I knew it couldn't be the young Master Fang Mo. How dare you impersonate the eldest son of the Fang family? You deserve death. To slander the Fang family is unforgivable." The disciples of the Fang family voiced their indignation. Meanwhile, Chu Yunhai regarded Fang Mo with a contemplative expression. Fang Mo, undeterred by the outrage of the Fang disciples, wore a strange smile, his eyes glinting with mischief as he addressed Fang Tianao. "Father, whether you acknowledge me or not, and regardless of what you choose to believe, as your son, I cannot forego the customary courtesies after so many years apart." With that, he struck the iron box before him, flinging it open and producing an object, which he hurled towards Fang Tianao. "My dear father, this is a gift for our reunion," he exclaimed, a hint of madness lacing his laughter. Fang Tianao, unable to discern what had been thrown, instinctively caught it with one hand. In the next moment, he recoiled in horror. "What in the world is this?" he shouted, instinctively tossing aside the object, which flew through the air for over 10 meters before rolling to a stop on the ground. Several disciples of the Fang family rushed over, gasping, This is a human." Their faces turned pale as they beheld the gruesome sight of a severed torso. The horrific scene compelled them to turn away, retching in disgust. Fang Tianao's brow furrowed at their reactions. Just then, a bold disciple parted the hair clinging to the face of the dismembered body and gasped, This resembles young Master Fang. Fang Peng. What? Fang Tianao's figure flickered as he rushed forward, his gaze fixed upon the disfigured visage. He staggered, his mind blank with shock. "Punger!" he cried out in anguish, cradling the remains of Fang Peng tightly. The onlookers were horrified, their faces reflecting utter disbelief as they turned their gazes towards Fang Mo. This was a monstrous act. To have tortured the second young master of the Fang family to such an extent indicated a deep-seated vendetta. Chu Yunhai's expression mirrored the shock of the crowd. He had known that Fang Peng's disappearance was orchestrated by Fang Mo, and he had presumed that Fang Mo had killed him long ago. Little did he expect the extent of the torment inflicted. This child had undoubtedly succumbed to madness. Fang Mo, however, observed the chaos with a smile that seemed tinged with cruelty. Just then, a furious roar pierced the air. "Where's my brother?" shouted Wu Lai, his eyes ablaze with rage, brandishing a massive axe as he charged toward Fang Mo, observing Fang Peng's current state. Wu Lai could already envision the fate that awaited his brother, Wu Zong. He was determined to eliminate the man before him. In a flash of crimson light, Fang Mo had appeared several meters away. With a mere thought, a long knife, glimmering with a cold sheen, manifested in his hand. He uttered no words, merely flicked his fingertips against the blade, producing a crisp metallic sound that reverberated through the air. He then turned his gaze toward Wu Lai, the meaning unmistakable. The Qingwen knife in Fang Mo's grasp rendered Wu Lai devoid of rational thought. That was Wu Zong's primordial weapon. "Ah, I shall cleave you in twain." With that exclamation, a massive wave of energy surged forth, slicing toward Fang Mo. Fang Mo effortlessly sidestepped, the wave crashing with a thunderous roar, sending several unprepared members of the Zhu family flying, while the ground was cleaved into a 5-meter deep chasm. The Zhu disciples hastily retreated. Chu Yunhai bellowed, recognizing that in such a clash of primordial spirits, ordinary disciples were akin to mere cannon fodder. Meanwhile, Wu Lai leapt into the air, his hands brimming with primal energy as he raised a colossal axe and brought it down upon Fang Mo. The axe sliced through the air, creating a violent disturbance, the wind howling ferociously. All present felt the overwhelming force. Fang Mo's gaze remained impassive as his figure transformed into a streak of crimson light. Evading the onslaught of axe shadows, he slipped under Wu Lai's armpit, seizing his neck with a vice-like grip. Wu Lai was momentarily stunned. What was happening? As he attempted to summon his primal energy in resistance, he discovered he could not muster any. His internal energy was being forcibly suppressed by a bizarre blood-red force. The sensation of suffocation intensified, and Wu Lai finally regained his composure, his eyes reflecting desperation. Just as he was about to struggle and speak, a crisp snap echoed through the air. Fang Mo granted him no chance for mercy. Then, lowering his head, he collected his spoils with practiced ease, executing the task in one fluid motion. The onlookers stared in shock at Fang Mo. He had effortlessly snapped the neck of a formidable adversary, a second-tier primordial spirit. Chu Yunhai's expression grew grave as he regarded Fang Mo, realizing that this young man had indeed broken through to the second tier of primordial spirit. Furthermore, when Fang Mo wielded his energy moments ago, Chu Yunhai had felt a faint but distinct sense of threat. Truly, this was the talent once acknowledged in the city of Luoyun. Alas, what a pity. Lost in thought, Chu Yunhai's gaze became complex. Unbeknownst to him, his daughter, Chu Qian, was fixated on Fang Mo, her eyes gleaming with fervor. Once Fang Mo had finished gathering his spoils, he turned to survey his surroundings. Those who met his gaze instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. Fang Mo's attention fell upon Fang Tianao, who was still attempting to use his energy to heal Fang Peng. The scene was undeniably poignant. Fang Mo spoke with an air of indifference, fully aware that Fang Peng was beyond saving. After being sustained by medicinal elixirs for so many days to concoct the blood yuan pill, it was miraculous that he had managed to draw breath until today. Fang Tianao gradually laid Fang Peng upon the ground, his face now etched with frost. Fang Peng had perished. Fang Peng was the most cherished grandson of his father-in-law, Lin Yu. What would he say to Lin Yu? Without the assistance of the Lin family, how could one conquer the Chu family and monopolize Luoyun City? You ungrateful wretch. I should have ended your life with my own hands from the very beginning. Fang Tianao's voice resonated like ancient, frozen ice. As his words fell, Fang Mo felt an overwhelming pressure lock onto him. Unfazed, Fang Mo enveloped himself in a shroud of blood mist, dissipating the formidable force into nothingness. Observing this, Fang Tianao narrowed his eyes. His luxurious garments billowed without wind, and a layer of fiery red aura emanated from him, distorting the very air with heat. Ungrateful son, regardless of the fortuitous encounters you have experienced over the past 3 years, today I shall bring your fate to a definitive end. Before his words concluded, Fang Tianao struck out with a palm towards Fang Mo. The solar palm. The air crackled and hissed under the scorching wind of the attack. Gazing at the palm print, radiant as the sun, Fang Mo could distinctly feel the searing heat. With a fierce glint in his eye, Fang Mo intensified the blood mist surrounding him, his figure becoming obscured within its depths. In the next instant, a colossal blood-red hand emerged from the mist, striking directly at Fang Tianao. Chapter 23. The father-son confrontation. With a thunderous roar, the crimson giant hand collided with the golden palm imprint, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that rippled through the air. At the core of this energy, the blood-red hand dissipated into a mist, fading into nothingness. Simultaneously, the golden palm imprint transformed into specks of golden light, vanishing without a trace. Not far away, Chu Yunhai's eyes widened in disbelief. He was astonished that Fang Tianao's blazing sun palm had been thwarted. How could Fang Mo be so extraordinary? It is worth mentioning that Fang Tianao, as a formidable practitioner of the 4th level of the Yuan spirit realm, had unleashed an enraged attack, Even he would have to exert all his strength to contend with it. Yet Fang Mo had managed to withstand it. At this moment, Fang Tianao was equally shaken. Although he had not used his full strength in that strike, he had held nothing back, and yet this rebellious son had, with merely the second level of the Yuan spirit realm, emerged unscathed. What incredible stroke of fortune had this wayward child encountered, surpassing even his prowess from 3 years ago. Moreover, the blood-red giant hand he had conjured was evidently a profound technique. Fang Tianao sensed that had their cultivation levels been equal, this technique would render him incapable of matching Fang Mo. Contemplating this, his gaze towards Fang Mo grew increasingly covetous. Meanwhile, Fang Mo remained enveloped in a shroud of blood mist, though it had thinned, losing its previous density. As he calmed the turbulent Yuan power within him, he shot a cold glance at Chu Yunhai, who had yet to intervene against Fang Tianao, merely spectating from the sidelines. Indeed, one can only rely on oneself. Fortunately, he had recently broken through to the second level of the Yuan spirit realm, mastering the formidable Wan Hua blood cannon. Otherwise, he would have been gravely injured, if not killed, by Fang Tianao's earlier blow. Fang Tianao, however, had no intention of granting Fang Mo a moment's respite. With a menacing growl, he proclaimed, "Let us see how many of my strikes you can endure." With that, he lunged forward. Fang Mo activated the blood shadow step, transforming into numerous blood shadows as he engaged in a fierce battle with Fang Tianao. The surrounding crowd could barely discern the movements of the two combatants, as dust filled the air and flashes of blood and golden light intermittently illuminated the scene, accompanied by the deafening sound of clashing Yuan power. Yet, as the battle raged on, Fang Tianao grew increasingly alarmed. This rebellious son had managed to prolong the confrontation with his elusive movements, leaving Fang Tianao at a loss. Moreover, how could a practitioner of the second level of the Yuan spirit realm possess such abundant and vigorous Yuan power? Fang Tianao found himself struggling to maintain his energy, while that rebellious child showed no signs of fatigue. "Father, why do you not lend your assistance to young Master Mo?" Chu Qian coldly inquired, her frosty demeanor directed at Chu Yunhai. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunhai furrowed his brow slightly and glanced at his daughter, sensing a strange unfamiliarity in her tone. She had never questioned him in such a manner before. Nevertheless, he brushed it off, responding casually, "I shall make my own judgments." Unbeknownst to him, Chu Qian had stealthily gripped the hilt of the sword at her waist. At this moment, Fang Mo, after narrowly evading another strike from Fang Tianao, observed the latter's waning strength due to immense consumption of vital energy. A subtle smile graced his lips as he softly uttered, "Blood domain." Instinctively sensing peril, Fang Tianao halted his movements, fixating intently on Fang Mo, fully on guard. Wisps of crimson fog materialized from thin air, swirling ethereally. In an instant, the blood mist thickened to an opacity of 0.5 meter, enveloping a radius of 100 meters. What is this red mist? I can't see anything. Damn it. My vital energy is failing to circulate. Numerous disciples from the Fang and Chu clans found themselves ensnared within this ominous veil. However, Chu Yunhai reacted swiftly. As the blood mist began to rise, he seized the hand of Chu Qian and swiftly retreated from its grasp. Gazing upon the dense crimson fog that spanned 100 meters, Chu Yunhai was filled with astonishment. At this moment, he harbored an unsettling premonition that Fang Tianao might falter. With this thought, he shook his head, attempting to dismiss the absurdity of his feeling. Just then, beside him, Chu Qian brandished her sword and leaped into the blood mist. "Qianer, come back." Chu Yunhai's eyes widened in desperation. Observing her figure swallowed by the fog, he plunged into the mist without hesitation. Within the blood mist, Fang Tianao vigilantly scanned his surroundings. With his cultivation level, he could only maintain a visibility range of 2 meters. "Father, the game has only just begun," Fang Mo murmured. Immediately, anguished wails echoed throughout the mist. Ah, help. Young Master Fang, I am a disciple of the Fang clan. I beg you, spare me. Do you not remember, you once taught me how to cultivate? Those within the blood domain, at the Qi awakening stage, could barely see 0.5 meter ahead. Upon hearing these cries, the remaining individuals were gripped by terror, each fearing for their own lives. As torrents of blood energy surged, Fang Mo emitted a satisfied hum, feeling his own vital energy replenished. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards a particular direction. Miss, be cautious. This blood mist is exceedingly strange," warned a disciple from the Chu clan, eyeing Chu Qian closely. Just then, the disciple clutched his throat with both hands, eyes wide in horror as he collapsed to the ground. Chu Qian, her expression devoid of emotion, prepared to turn away. "What brings you here?" A voice suddenly whispered near her ear, a warm breath brushing against her fair neck, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. With a gaze full of tenderness, Chu Qian softly replied, "I was worried about you, master." Fang Mo, pressing closely against her neck, spoke in a detached tone, "Remember, your task is to infiltrate the Heavenly Sword Sect." Once more, Chu Qian felt that warm breath, a peculiar heat coursing through her body, her face reddening further. "Yes, master. Qianer understands," she murmured, her voice akin to a whisper. Fang Mo turned and vanished into the blood mist. Now that Chu Yunhai had entered, he needed to expedite his actions. On the other side, Fang Tianao seemed to sense something amiss and quickly settled into a meditative posture, consuming a spirit recovery pill to restore his energy. Before long, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears, prompting him to abruptly open his eyes. Before him stood Fang Mo, clad in dark attire. "You wretched son, you have indeed succumbed to the path of darkness," Fang Tianao admonished, detecting the overwhelming scent of blood emanating from Fang Mo. With a chilling gaze, Fang Mo replied, "As long as it grants me strength, what of the dark path? It is you who made me experience the bitter taste of betrayal from those closest to me and the anguish of eternal separation." Images of Lu Bo and Yuer flashed through Fang Mo's mind, and a complex expression crossed his face. After a brief pause, he continued, "However, I must express my gratitude, for without your influence, I would not possess my current level of cultivation. As retribution, I shall personally annihilate the Fang family. Oh, and let us not forget my younger brother who joined the Tianjin sect." Fang Tenao's countenance darkened as he remained silent, secretly channeling his energy. "Do not struggle. Within my blood domain, even at your peak, you would not stand a chance against me, let alone in your current state." Upon finishing his words, Fang Mo summoned the Qingwei blade into his hand, and in an instant, the blade's radiance surged forth as he leaped into the air, bringing the blade down towards Fang Tianao. At that moment, the blood domain trembled, and the surrounding blood mist dispersed, allowing sunlight to filter through. Fang Mo's body, as if struck by a devastating blow, plummeted to the ground, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 24. The Awakening of the 100 Suns Soul-Devouring Array. This sudden turn of events left Fang Tianao momentarily stunned, as he was on the verge of taking action. However, he quickly regained his composure, and as he observed the blood mist gradually dissipating, a glimmer of joy emerged in his eyes. On the ground, Fang Mo gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression dark and brooding. As the blood mist cleared, two figures came into view. One was an elderly man clad in gray, followed closely by a young man. The elder had triangular eyes and a frail physique, his gaze shrouded in shadows. What made Fang Mo most apprehensive was the aura emanating from this gray-clad elder, who was at the 5th level of the Yuanling realm. Fang Mo's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of the residual fluctuations of Yuan power in the elder's right hand. It was evident that the blood domain had been shattered by this elder's intervention. "Senior Zhao," came the voice of Chu Yunhai from a distance. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Tong of the Zhao family. Zhao Tong nodded expressionlessly. Fang Mo abruptly turned to look at Chu Yunhai, and met with Fang Mo's piercing gaze. Chu Yunhai's demeanor became somewhat unnerved. The reaction of Chu Yunhai caused Fang Mo's heart to sink. Zhao Tong scanned the surroundings, and aside from Chu Yunhai, Chu Qian, Fang Tianao, and Fang Mo, there lay countless withered corpses scattered across the ground. Over 100 lives had perished, evidently victims of some malevolent force. Even Zhao Tong, known for his ruthless disposition, felt his pupils constrict at the sight. To dare practice such wicked and sinister techniques within the domain of the divine sect was truly a reckless act. Zhao Tong cast a cold glance at Fang Mo. Fang Mo remained indifferent, fixing his gaze on Zhao Tong without uttering a word, instead seizing the opportunity to swallow a blood yuan pill. Soon, a tremendous surge of blood energy coursed through Fang Mo's limbs and bones. Zhao Tong did not interrupt Fang Mo's actions, but inquired, "Where is my young master currently?" Though Zhao Tong knew well that Zhao Qi was unlikely to still be alive, he had no choice. His task was to locate Zhao Qi. One must see the living or the dead. Fang Mo's eyes flickered. Who is your young master? Zhao Qi, Zhao Tong replied. Realization dawned upon Fang Mo. It was the Zhao family from Baishan City. Senior, are you certain you have not mistaken me for someone else? I have never encountered a Zhao Qi. Fang Mo responded, while silently absorbing the blood energy within him to heal his wounds, striving to buy himself some time. Nonsense. How dare you deceive a senior? I witnessed you slay young master Zhao Qi with my own eyes. The young man beside Zhao Tong pointed at Fang Mo, loudly reprimanding him. It was only then that Fang Mo noticed this young man, who was merely at the third level of the Yuanqi realm, without any distinguishing features. Fang Mo replied expressionlessly. Who are you to slander me so? Do you believe I won't silence you forever? Upon hearing this, the young man instinctively glanced at the multitude of corpses strewn about, his expression tinged with fear. Zhao Tong cleared his throat, and the young man, suddenly emboldened as if he had found a source of support, declared loudly, I am the one you stripped naked that day. Fang Mo fixed his gaze on the young man for several seconds, then took a deep breath, self-deprecatingly remarking, what a bother indeed. The man indeed made a grave error. At this moment, Fang Mo ceased his pretense. Zhao Qi had long been left to rot in the wilderness, likely reduced to nothing more than bones devoured by wild beasts. Seeking death, Zhao Tong's gaze turned fierce as he leapt toward Fang Mo. Fang Mo sprang into the air, transforming into a shadow of blood as he fled into the distance. Ungrateful son, you cannot escape. Fang Tian'ao radiated with golden light, blocking Fang Mo's path. Feeling the chilling wind behind him, Fang Mo's expression shifted. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Chu Yunhai grasped Chu Qian, who was about to advance. Let go, she cried, her face as cold as frost, as she slashed at him with her sword. Qianer, have you lost your mind? Chu Yunhai dodged to the side, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at his daughter. Unmoved, Chu Qian turned to leap toward Fang Mo. With no choice left, Chu Yunhai struck her with a knife hand, rendering her unconscious. Looking down at his slumbering daughter, Chu Yunhai's brow furrowed deeply, as the sense of danger loomed ever closer. Fang Mo unleashed a powerful palm strike toward Fang Tian'ao, using the force to evade to the side. Upon landing, he cast a dark glance at the approaching Zhao Tong, then unhesitatingly summoned a formation plate, the 100 Children's soul-devouring array. As the words left his lips, darkness enveloped the entire valley, and Fang Mo's figure vanished into the shadows. Feeling an overwhelming sense of crisis, Zhao Tong quickly halted, channeling his elemental energy to form a protective barrier around himself. The sinister winds howled, and darkness surged. A chilling cacophony of juvenile voices echoed ominously in his ears. Hearing this, Zhao Tong felt his elemental energy spiraling out of control. If this continued, he would surely fall into madness. Hastily, he sealed his ears with elemental force, dispelling the negative influence. On the other side, Fang Tian'ao was even more disheveled, blood streaming from his orifices, barely managing to shake off the effects of the haunting melody. Chu Yunhai remained the most composed, employing the techniques of the vast sea scripture to counter the soul-charming sounds. Just as the three of them breathed a sigh of relief, a multitude of bloodthirsty, ghostly children surged forth from the darkness, their gaping maws poised to devour them. Zhao Tong punched through several of the ghostly children, but within moments, they reformed and charged at him again. Damn it, what kind of formation is this? Zhao Tong's expression turned grim. He could no longer afford to waste elemental energy. These ghostly children could not be slain here. He needed to find a way to break the array. With this thought, Zhao Tong sat cross-legged, his elemental energy coalescing into a protective barrier around himself. Fang Tian'ao and Chu Yunhai joined forces, sitting back to back, their elemental shields resisting the onslaught of the ghostly children. Meanwhile, hidden in a corner of the formation, Fang Mo sat cross-legged, with the unconscious Chu Qian lying beside him. Activating the 100 Children soul-devouring array had consumed half of Fang Mo's elemental energy. Had he not ingested the blood element pill, he would have struggled to invoke this formation in his previously injured state. Fang Moxin's thoughts stirred, allowing him to effortlessly perceive the predicament of several individuals within the formation. The young man succumbed to the cacophony of demonic sounds in mere moments, his body exploding in a tragic demise. The remaining three continued to struggle desperately. Yet, this was insufficient. Fang Mo intended for them all to perish within the formation, including Chu Yunhai. How dare they conspire against me? Fang Mo's gaze turned icy, and a crimson mist enveloped him as surging primordial energy surged into the array once more. With this influx of energy, the demonic sounds intensified, and the specters grew even more ominous and terrifying. Bang! Bang! The specters relentlessly escalated their assault, causing Zhao Tong's protective barrier to flicker ominously, on the verge of shattering. Zhao Tong's complexion paled. Maintaining the barrier demanded a tremendous amount of primordial energy, and even if it remained unbroken, it would inevitably collapse due to exhaustion. In desperation, Zhao Tong retrieved another spiritual essence pill and consumed it, humiliated by being cornered by a mere second-tier elemental spirit. Such disgrace. As this thought crossed his mind, a fierce determination ignited in Zhao Tong's eyes. He would fight to the bitter end. Chapter 25. The third level of Yuan Spirit Realm. As the words fell, a surge of azure energy erupted from Zhao Tong's body, coalescing in his right hand. With the infusion of this azure force, his hand gradually transformed, becoming as translucent as jade, radiating a brilliant azure glow that stood out vividly against the darkness. Within the luminous sphere, the ghostly children of the formation howled in terror, unwilling to approach. Cracking Cloud Claw. Just as the azure light reached its zenith, Zhao Tong's hand morphed into a claw, unleashing all his might upward. Time was of the essence. The longer he lingered, the more perilous his situation became. He had to shatter this formation. A claw print of azure hue surged forth, expanding from small to large as it ascended towards the formation above, rapidly growing to several dozen feet in size. Wherever it passed, the darkness dissipated. In an instant, it struck the transparent barrier overhead with a resounding boom. The barrier rippled like the surface of a disturbed pond, while the azure claw print shattered into countless glimmers, quickly engulfed by the surrounding shadows. The anticipated scene did not materialize, and Zhao Tong stared blankly at the darkness that reclaimed the space above him, his face ashen. His dantian was nearly depleted of energy, and witnessing the terrifying ghosts swirling around him, panic finally flickered in Zhao Tong's eyes, dispelling the earlier confidence he had exuded. Fellow cultivator, spare me, and I shall be eternally grateful. Zhao Tong pleaded humbly, raising his voice in desperation. Fellow cultivator, I am willing to swear an oath to the heavens, forever loyal to you. Fellow cultivator, I beseech you, show me mercy. Alas, Zhao Tong was soon engulfed by the multitude of ghostly children. Zhao Tong's demise elicited a flicker of relief in Fang Mo's eyes, hidden in the shadows. Had he not been intent on capturing the entire Fang clan, inadvertently activating this 100 Suns soul-devouring formation, today might have seen his own demise. In truth, Fang Mo overlooked one crucial detail. Had it not been for the immense energy within him, far surpassing that of an ordinary cultivator, this formation could never have been initiated. Zhao Tong's attempt to shatter the formation was misguided. Even though the 100 Suns soul-devouring formation had previously suffered severe damage, its remaining power was beyond his capacity to dismantle. However, Zhao Tong's strike was not entirely without consequence. To stabilize the formation, Fang Mo's energy reserves were now nearly exhausted. Yet, with the blood essence of a 5th-level Yuan Spirit Realm practitioner like Zhao Tong, he had sufficient power to claim the lives of Fang Tianao and Chu Yunhai. When Fang Mo approached Zhao Tong's lifeless body, the sight before him was astonishing. The ghostly children were actually consuming Zhao Tong's essence? Did the spirits within the formation possess self-awareness? Doubt flickered in Fang Mo's eyes. More intriguingly, as the ghosts fed, he sensed the formation beginning to repair itself. Though only slightly, it was indeed mending. Could it be that the consumption of essence facilitated self-repair? With this thought, a glimmer of excitement illuminated Fang Mo's gaze. This formation, even in its damaged state, exhibited such formidable power. If fully restored, he would dare to confront even those in the Yuan Master Realm. With this realization, Fang Mo's expression softened remarkably. The ghastly apparition of a ghostly child, with a body shrouded in blue hues, appeared oddly endearing in his eyes. Subsequently, Fang Mo's fingers gently unfurled, drawing the blood essence from Zhao Tong, which converged into tendrils and flowed into Fang Mo's being. Meanwhile, as Fang Mo consumed the blood energy and ceased to activate the formation, Fang Tianao and Chu Yunhai momentarily found a breath of respite. Both were stained in blood. In a dire state, yet fortunately uninjured. Who would have thought that you and I would unite one day? Fang family head. Chu Yunhai remarked with a bitter smile. Humph. Fang Tian'ao coldly dismissed, focusing on the restoration of his spiritual energy. With a complex gaze, Chu Yunhai continued, to single-handedly force us into such a predicament. Even the fifth realm elder Zhao could not contend with him. Fang family head, you have truly birthed a prodigy. Fang family head, how could such a genius be treated as a discarded pawn back then? Huh, do you regret it today? Chu Yunhai's eyes glinted with mockery as he regarded Fang Tian'ao. In response, Fang Tian'ao retorted icily, regret? I, Fang, never regret my decisions. As the head of the Fang family, I must prioritize the interests of my clan. 3 years ago, though Fang Mo was hailed as a genius, the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties. I could not gamble on an uncertain future. Chu Yunhai chuckled, so you plotted against your own flesh and blood, merely to gain the Lin family's assistance. Humph, and what of it? If it weren't for the Zhao family, your Chu family would have vanished 3 years ago. Fang Tian'ao scoffed. Fang family head, there are no such ifs in this world. Just like Fang Mo, had he remained with the Fang family, perhaps it would have already dominated Luoyun City. Humph, fortunately, he is now estranged from the Fang family. Otherwise, when the Tianjin sect comes to reckon with him, the Fang family would inevitably be dragged into it. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Fang Tian'ao's eyes, as if he could already envision Fang Mo's reckoning. His words evoked a sense of regret in Chu Yunhai's gaze. Indeed, the Tianjin sect would never permit a bloodthirsty demon cultivator to exist within its domain. Contemplating the might of the Tianjin sect, Chu Yunhai shook his head subtly. No matter how extraordinary one may be, before such a colossal force, they were akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. With a gentle shake of his head, he resolved to focus on survival for the day, hoping that Elder Zhao could prevail. Once uttered, the two fell into silence. At that moment, Fang Mo was enveloped in a mist of blood. The surrounding ghostly children seemed to fear the sanguine fog and dared not approach. Within the crimson haze, Fang Mo's eyes were closed, each breath causing the blood essence to surge. After a brief span, Fang Mo gradually opened his eyes, a flash of crimson gleaming within. Subsequently, the entire blood mist was drawn back into his being. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the overwhelming spiritual energy coursing through him, a smile gracing his face. Third realm of the spirit realm. It has been but a few days since my last breakthrough. Such astonishing progress is truly extraordinary. Indeed, slaughter is the finest means of cultivation, Fang Mo murmured to himself, and with a flicker, he vanished from his original position. Something seems amiss. It appears that the formation is no longer being activated. Chu Yunhai frowned slightly. The haunting melody that had echoed in his ears ceased, and the terrifying ghostly child vanished, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. Fang Tian'ao raised an eyebrow, pondering if Fang Mo had met his demise at the hands of the elder Zhao. Just as Chu Yunhai was about to speak, a mocking voice interrupted him. Father, do you truly wish for my demise? In a flash of crimson light, Fang Mo materialized before the two. Staring at the unscathed Fang Mo, Fang Tian'ao was taken aback, exclaiming, You are unhurt? How could someone at the 5th level of the Yuan spirit realm not affect you? This is impossible. Fang Tian'ao's expression was one of disbelief. Meanwhile, Chu Yunhai, visibly horrified, pointed at Fang Mo, exclaiming, Have you broken through to the 3rd level of the Yuan spirit realm? Fang Mo cast a glance at Chu Yunhai without uttering a word. You. Chu Yunhai, stripped of any semblance of his former elegance, could only stammer in terror, unable to articulate his thoughts. Fang Tian'ao, unable to contain himself, retorted angrily, Chu Yunhai, this rebellious child has merely broken through to the 3rd level of the Yuan spirit realm. Why should we be so afraid? You understand nothing. Chapter 26, Patricide Chynhi, disregarding his own dignity, erupted in a vehement tirade. Fang Tio, momentarily taken aback by the outburst, soon turned ashen. Yet he restrained his anger. Chynhi paid no heed to Fang Tio's reaction. His unwavering gaze was fixed upon Fang M. Only he understood the sheer terror embodied by this youth. Upon their first encounter, Fang M had merely been at the 1st level of the Yuanling realm. Yet in less than half a month, he had ascended to the 3rd level. Who would dare believe such a rapid advancement? Even the most gifted disciples of various sects could scarcely rival this prodigy. Prodigy? No, The young man before him surpassed all notions of genius. Though Chynh was acutely aware that Fang Mo harbored profound secrets, he comprehended that such mysteries were beyond his reach, and that Fang Mo was not someone he could provoke. Regardless of whether Fang Mo might eventually face annihilation at the hands of the Luoyun sect, he had already categorized him as an individual to be avoided at all costs. Reflecting on this, Chynh lowered his posture and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Fang Mo. Young Master M. Might you grant Ch a moment of mercy? No, replied Fang Mo, his voice devoid of warmth. I despise being schemed against. Beyond being outmaneuvered by Chynh, Fang Mo was acutely aware that his rapid breakthroughs would surely raise suspicions. If word of this spread, the consequences would be dire. He waved his hand, and from the surrounding darkness, a cacophony of sinister sounds erupted as countless ghostly children surged towards them. Hold on, Chynh exclaimed. For the sake of my daughter, might you spare Ch? In this critical moment, he invoked the name of Chn. Knowing well the bond shared between her and Fang Mo remained silent. Chynh, have you lost your mind? Pleading for mercy? Fang To shouted, fending off the ghostly children. That elder Zhao must be trapped by this ungrateful wretch's foul trickery. We need only to endure until elder Zhao is freed, and then we shall see how this wretch meets his end. Chynh cast a sympathetic glance at Fang To, who was oblivious to the reality of the situation. Huh, Zhao Ting, Fang Mo, now manifesting at the third level of the Yuanling realm, rendered the matter clear, while the navet of Fang To became painfully apparent. With a grim resolve, Chynh drew forth his Yuan power and severed his right arm. Young Master M, today's events were born of my momentary folly. As penance, I shall sacrifice an arm. I vow by the heavenly oath that I shall never divulge any matter regarding you. This drastic act left Fang To frozen in disbelief, and even Fang Mo was momentarily stunned. As Chynh completed his oath, Fang Mo sensed an invisible connection between himself and Chynh, a bond forged by the heavens. Should a cultivator violate such a vow, they would face the wrath of the heavens themselves. Fang Mo lifted his gaze, as if piercing through layers of darkness to reach the celestial heights. In an instant, he returned his focus to Chynh, regarding him with profound depth. Head of the Ch family, what a remarkable spirit you possess. As Fang Mo's words fell, the ghostly children surrounding Chynh vanished. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Yunhai secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, his pallid visage revealing the strain as he channeled his vital energy to staunch the bleeding wound. In the distance, Fang Tianao regained his composure, indignantly exclaiming, Chu Yunhai, you are utterly pathetic. I am ashamed to be associated with you. Hearing this, Chu Yunhai smirked inwardly, contemplating that once Fang Tianao meets his demise, who would remember the deeds I have performed today? As the number of specters increased, Fang Tianao found himself overwhelmed, transitioning from offense to defense, struggling desperately. It must come to an end, he declared, as a colossal scarlet hand surged towards Fang Tianao. Lian palm. Fang Tianao bellowed, unleashing a golden palm imprint, radiant as the sun, to counter the blood-red hand. The air warped in the wake of the golden imprint, scorched as if by a blazing sun. From a distance, Chu Yunhai felt an intense wave of heat wash over him. In an instant, the golden palm imprint collided with the scarlet hand. Boom! The golden imprint shattered into a cascade of golden light, yet the blood-red hand showed no signs of slowing, grasping Fang Tianao in a phantom grip. Witnessing this, Chu Yunhai could not suppress a swallow. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the reality of it left him astounded. Is this truly the third realm of the Yuanling? It directly overwhelms the fourth realm. A prodigy, Chu Yunhai thought to himself. Observing Fang Tianao still struggling, Fang Mo's gaze turned icy as he spoke. Have you ever considered this day would come? Perhaps aware of his impending doom, Fang Tianao's countenance turned ashen. Taking a deep breath, he declared, I, Fang Tianao, have done nothing wrong. For the Fang family, I would sacrifice everything. Even if granted another chance, I would act the same. The only regret I hold is not having personally slain you, you ungrateful wretch. Fang Tianao glared at Fang Mo with venomous eyes. Fang Mo's expression grew colder still as the blood-red hand tightened slightly, shattering the protective barrier surrounding Fang Tianeo as if it were mere parchment. Rest assured, I have vowed to eradicate the Fang family. I shall not go back on my word, Fang Mo stated coldly. You. Fang Tianeo's eyes widened in fury. Fang Mo offered no further chance. With a firm grip, Fang Tianeo was instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Fang Mo watched impassively as the mist dissipated. Devoid of the anticipated satisfaction of revenge, his heart tranquil. Chu Yunhai, however, gazed at the dissipating blood mist with a complex expression, his longtime rival, vanquished just like that. Suddenly, Fang Mo's expression shifted dramatically, his hair standing on end as he activated the blood shadow steps to their utmost limit. In the next moment, a piercing sword energy penetrated the very spot where he had stood. Gasping with trepidation as he surveyed the gaping hole left by the sword energy, Fang Mo realized how close he had come to being struck. Meanwhile, above the formation, a white-haired elder sat atop a colossal white crane. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes as he raised his hand, unleashing a wave of sword energy towards the 100 Suns' soul-devouring formation below. The energy expanded with the wind, swiftly growing to a formidable size, crashing down upon the array. The soul-devouring array was forcefully shattered, the darkness dissipating to reveal the two figures within. Fang Mo gazed grimly at the array disc in his hand, nearly severed in two. Chu Yunhai looked around in a daze. What a malevolent formation. The white-haired elder surveyed the ground littered with desiccated corpses, his tone laced with anger. Hearing the voice, the two finally noticed the elder hovering above them. How dare a mere demon cultivator act so brazenly within the territory of the Heavenly Sword Sect? The elder scolded Fang Mo with fury. As his words fell, a terrifying pressure enveloped them, leaving Fang Mo in a state of shock and immobility. His vital energy was stifled, his body seemingly imprisoned. What formidable cultivation does this elder possess? Is he at the Yuan realm? At that moment, the undying blood lotus within Fang Mo's dantian began to rotate slowly, a profound aura filling his entire being. With the emergence of this aura, the terrifying pressure was instantly countered. Just then, the elder slowly raised his hand. Wait, esteemed elder. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the elder, Fang Mo struggled to speak. Noticing the elder's momentary pause, he continued, Esteemed elder, I am not indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Were it not for my fortuitous survival, I would have perished 3 years ago. I am merely seeking vengeance now. Humph, do not seek excuses. Demon cultivators must meet their demise. Chapter 27. The man in black robe. As the words of the white-haired elder fell, a streak of azure, sword light shot forth from his fingertips. In an instant, Fang Mo's complexion turned ashen, realizing he was once again ensnared by an invisible force. As he beheld the swiftly approaching azure sword light, terror gripped his heart. This was the gravest peril he had ever encountered, as if he could almost scent the breath of death itself. Desperately, he called upon the indomitable blood lotus within his dantian. Sensing Fang Mo's dire predicament, the blood lotus began to whirl once more, an enigmatic aura coursing through his entire being. In the blink of an eye, the sword light drew near, and at the critical moment, Fang Mo turned his body slightly, allowing the sword light to pierce through his shoulder. He let out a muffled groan, pressing a hand to his wound. Fortunately, he had evaded a fatal strike. Relief washed over Fang Mo's features, a look of survival etched upon his face. Observing this, the white-haired elder emitted a soft exclamation. A mere third-level Yuanling realm cultivator had managed to break free from the pressure of a Yuan master's confinement. Truly peculiar. With that, the elder reached out toward Fang Mo, and in an instant, he was seized by a terrifying force, lifting him slowly into the air. A profound sense of powerlessness enveloped him. He felt akin to meat upon a chopping block, at the mercy of another. This feeling of helplessness drove Fang Mo to the brink of madness. Like a fuse ignited, fury surged through his entire being, yet he could only glare at the white-haired elder with bloodshot eyes, unable to move. Speak, the elder commanded, gazing at the suspended Fang Mo, disregarding his wrath with a voice as cold as ice. Fang Mo glared hatefully at the elder, remaining silent. Noticing his defiance, the elder continued in a measured tone, to evade my attack once from the third-level Yuanling realm and to break free from my confinement, you must possess a secret. Reveal it, forfeit your cultivation, and I shall spare your life. His words carried an air of superiority, treating the act of relinquishing one's cultivation as a mere act of mercy. A deep sense of despair enveloped Fang Mo. He had thought that acquiring the myriad transformations of the blood scripture would pave a path of strength before him. Little did he expect that not only did his enemies remain alive, but he would also meet his demise today. With this thought, Fang Mo's eyes burned crimson, veins bulging on his face as he hissed, "If I survive, I will surely annihilate the Heavenly Sword Sect." Such audacious words. "If you are so stubborn, then I shall grant you death and personally extract your secrets." With that, he struck out with an open palm towards Fang Mo instinctively. Fang Mo closed his eyes at the sight of the descending palm print. A sinister voice echoed from all directions, "What a fine seedling I have stumbled upon. Truly, the heavens favor me." At the sound of this voice, the pressure upon Fang Mo vanished abruptly, only to be replaced by an immense force that yanked him away. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on the ground. The sight before him left him bewildered. A towering figure clad in black armor, over 2 meters tall, stood protectively before him. What shocked Fang Mo the most was that the pressure emanating from this colossal figure was no less formidable than that of the white-haired elder from the Heavenly Sword Sect. A colossal figure, shrouded in wisps of gray mist, stood armored from head to toe, revealing only a few patches of skin, which astonishingly bore a bluish-gray hue. Boldly, the white-haired elder inquired, "Who are you?" Yet, the armored figure remained motionless. Observing the swirling gray mist enveloping the armored being, the elder furrowed his brow, sensing something ominous. Corpse Chi? At that moment, a stooped silhouette materialized at the valley's entrance. Upon witnessing this figure, the elder's countenance grew solemn. Cloaked in a black robe, the newcomer approached Fang Mo with a series of swift movements. Beneath the hood, a veil of black fog obscured their features, leaving Fang Mo unable to discern their face. But he felt a chilling aura enveloping him, as if his very meridians were on the brink of freezing. Instinctively, he activated the eternal blood lotus, dispelling the oppressive energy. Ah, such a dense scent of bloodshed. To possess such ruthlessness at a young age, quite impressive, rasped the black-robed figure, their voice slithering into Fang Mo's ears. Turning to the white-haired elder, the figure commanded, "You may leave now." The elder, his brow knitted in concern, regarded the black-robed figure. "The 10,000 Corpses Sect?" he uttered. "Since you are aware of my identity, why not flee? Do you intend to eradicate demons and uphold justice?" Fury ignited within the elder as he exclaimed, "How dare you act so brazenly within the domain of my Heavenly Sword Sect? The audacity of your 10,000 Corpses Sect is astounding." Without further ado, the black-robed figure gestured, and the earlier armored being lunged at the elder as if receiving a command. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the elder did not hesitate. With a slight motion of his right hand, a radiant golden sword materialized. As his vital energy surged into the blade, it blazed with brilliance, and the elder soared forth, aiming to pierce the armored figure's heart. Yet, astonishingly, the armored being did not flinch as the golden sword approached. The clash of metal echoed through the air. Gazing at the dark armor that shielded the figure's chest, the elder cursed under his breath. The two forces separated, and the elder swiftly dodged the massive fist swung by the armored being. Creating distance, he unleashed a wave of golden sword energy, which struck the armored figure but merely sparked a few embers, proving ineffective. Seeing this, the elder's expression darkened as he unleashed a torrent of sword energies. Yet the armored figure remained impervious to his assaults. Unexpectedly provoked, the armored being let out a fearsome roar, reminiscent of a wild beast's howl. Fang Mo's complexion paled, feeling as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How formidable! Fang Mo was overwhelmed, realizing that this was the true prowess of a Yuan practitioner. Merely the residual force of battle had inflicted grave injuries upon him. Sensing Fang Mo's distress, the black-robed figure raised a hand to establish a barrier and advised, "Protect your ear meridians with your vital energy." Fang Mo complied without hesitation. Gazing at the figure clad in black robes beside him, Fang Mo's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and apprehension. He was oblivious to the true intentions of the black-robed individual who had come to his aid. It seemed evident that this enigmatic figure was not a benevolent soul. He feared that having narrowly escaped one peril, he might now plunge into another. As Fang Mo pondered, a fierce battle raged in the distance. The white-haired elder, Seizing an opportune moment, swung his sword towards the neck of the armored figure. The armored being raised a hand to defend. Yet the elder's brows furrowed in concentration as his long sword radiated with golden light, slicing through the air with precision. Astonishingly, despite the golden blade's passage, the armored figure's hand was left with merely a white scratch, the skin unbroken. Silver-armored corpse. The white-haired elder exclaimed in shock. His countenance darkened as he fixated on the black-robed figure, declaring, "To have forged a silver-armored corpse, you must hold significant status within the corpse sect. Is it true that the corpse sect intends to wage war against the Heavenly Sword Sect?" With a sinister chuckle, the black-robed figure beckoned the armored being back, responding, "You exaggerate. I do not represent the corpse sect. I merely passed through this area and chanced upon a remarkable junior demon cultivator. Unable to bear the thought of my fellow cultivator being persecuted, I intervened to offer assistance." You. The elder's face shifted between shades of pale and green. Chapter 28. The Cult of 10,000 Corpses. My patience is limited. Today, I shall ensure this young man's safety. As the cloaked figure spoke, a veil of gray mist enveloped his palm. The white-haired elder, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in anger, "Very well. The cult of 10,000 corpses shall be remembered by the Heavenly Sword Sect. Sooner or later, we will cleanse that mountain of the corpse god." With that, the elder leaped onto a white crane and vanished into the horizon within moments. Fang Mo gazed with a complex expression at the departing crane. Were it not for this enigmatic figure in black, he feared he would have fallen victim to the elder's blade. The earlier arrogance of the Heavenly Sword Sect elder was now overshadowed by his hasty retreat. The root of it all lies in my own weakness. The memory of feeling utterly powerless when trapped by the elders surged within him, igniting a fierce determination. I must grow stronger. I shall become a powerful being. At any cost, I shall attain strength. Do you feel your cultivation is insufficient? The cloaked figure seemed to perceive Fang Mo's innermost thoughts. Indeed, it is a fact that my cultivation is lacking. Young one, I owe you my gratitude for your timely rescue, senior. Fang Mo expressed earnestly. No need for thanks. I am merely drawn to your innate talent, the cloaked figure replied, his tone softening and his mood appearing quite amiable. Do not underestimate yourself at your age. Such cultivation is remarkable even within the sect. The cloaked figure turned to one side. Upon noticing this, Chu Yunhai's face turned pale, trembling. He pulled Chu Qian behind him. During the recent battle, they had hidden at a distance, witnessing the entire ordeal. Chu Yunhai understood that this figure in black was a force even the Heavenly Sword Sect could not contend with. Go and eliminate those two stragglers. The cloaked figure waved his hand nonchalantly, and the armored man departed at once. Wait, Fang Mo suddenly interjected, casting a meaningful glance at Chu Yunhai before continuing. Senior, these two still hold some value for me. The cloaked figure, upon hearing this, said nothing further and summoned the armored man back. Thank you, senior. Fang Mo expressed his gratitude. Enough of this. We must depart, lest the Heavenly Sword Sect come to encircle us. After speaking, a colossal creature abruptly appeared before them, its immense form blocking Fang Mo's line of sight. What is this? Fang Mo's heart raced in alarm. Fear not. This is my undead beast. The cloaked figure replied calmly. Undead beast? Fang Mo looked up, observing the gigantic creature before him. It appeared to be an avian creature, standing 3 meters tall, with gray-white eyes. Strangely, half of its body was exposed, revealing stark white bones that emanated a chilling aura. The mention of undead beast filled Fang Mo's eyes with astonishment. Before he could ponder further, the cloaked figure leaped onto the beast's back, and Fang Mo quickly followed suit. The undead beast spread its wings and, with a powerful flap, soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. In the vast valley, only Chu Yunhai and his daughter, Chu Qian, remained. Sensing that the person had drifted far away, Chu Yunhai let out a soft sigh and remarked, "This young Master Mo is no ordinary individual." He glanced at his daughter beside him, and with a hint of implication, he continued, "Young Master Mo's path will ultimately lead him to a realm far beyond our own." Chu Qian seemed oblivious to his words, gazing intently in the direction where Fang Mo had vanished, her bright eyes sparkling with an inexplicable light. In the clouds, Fang Mo harnessed his yuan power, protecting his body as he sat steadily upon the back of the corpse beast. Observing the creature beneath him, Fang Mo marveled quietly, despite its tattered wings. Its speed of flight was astonishing. The wind howled around him, and the scenery below flickered past, disappearing into the clouds. The figure in the black robe removed his hood, revealing a weathered visage. "Old man knows you have many questions. I shall address them slowly," he said. "Please, senior, proceed," Fang Mo replied directly. "I am Pei Kuan, an elder of the inner sect of the 10,000 Corpses sect. Once you join, you may call me Elder Pei." "Understood, Elder Pei," Fang Mo responded. A smile of encouragement spread across Pei Kuan's face as he continued. "The Northern Sky region is vast, home to 5 major sects: the Sky Sword Sect, Ice Snow Palace, Carefree Sect, Bewildering Heart Valley, and 10,000 Corpses Sect." Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's eyes flickered with intrigue. He had only known of the Sky Sword Sect, unaware that there were 4 other sects of similar stature. Throughout history, the cultivation world has been divided between righteous and demonic sects, and these 5 are no exception. The Sky Sword Sect and Carefree Sect are righteous sections. Be cautious, for you must not fall prey to the hypocrisy of those so-called righteous individuals. Bewildering Heart Valley and 10,000 Corpses Sect belong to the demonic path, but do not be misled into thinking that all demonic sects are united. That would be a grave misunderstanding. Remember, the demonic path thrives on deceit and the survival of the fittest. The Ice Snow Palace is an anomaly, barely qualifying as a neutral faction, yet it is comprised of notoriously eccentric individuals. It is best to avoid them. Elder Pei elaborated on the 5 major sects in detail. "Thank you, Elder Pei, for enlightening me," Fang Mo said respectfully. Pei Kuan waved his hand dismissively. "It was a simple matter. I merely spoke so much because I took a liking to you. Furthermore, you will naturally learn these things once you join the sect." Pei Kuan glanced at Fang Mo and inquired, "You surely have questions regarding that armored individual from earlier." At this, Fang Mo's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he replied, "Indeed. I am somewhat puzzled. Though the armored figure moved normally, it seemed devoid of any human essence." A smile creased Pei Kuan's rugged face, albeit slightly frightening to Fang Mo. "Indeed, that was a corpse." "A corpse?" Fang Mo's pupils constricted. "Yes, a corpse. The essence of my 10,000 Corpses sect lies in the manipulation and crafting of corpses." As he spoke, Pei Kuan waved his hand, summoning the armored figure once more, pride evident in his voice as he pointed to the motionless entity, saying, "This is my life-bound corpse, known as the Jiangjun. In life, he was a general who gallantly rode into battle. Due to the unique location of that battlefield, coupled with the convergence of countless souls and bones, an overwhelming aura of malevolence arose. The corpse of this general, though lifeless, exhibited a semblance of consciousness. By a stroke of fortune, I managed to subdue it and subsequently refined it into my personal undead servant. Now, this corpse general possesses a cultivation level on par with my own, operating with the precision of an extension of my will." Upon hearing this, Fang Mo was filled with astonishment. This was tantamount to acquiring a companion of equal prowess, making any confrontation with others akin to bullying. 2 against 1, indeed. No wonder the elder with white hair from the Sword Sect harbored such trepidation towards Pei Kuan. Contemplating this, Fang Mo gazed at Pei Kuan with fervent admiration, almost wishing to join the 10,000 Corpses sect at that very moment. Sensing Fang Mo's gaze, Pei Kuan secretly smiled. "Fang Mo, I am a practitioner at the 4th level of the Yuan realm, one of the 10 esteemed elders of the inner sect. Do you wish to take me as your master?" Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback by these words. Pei Kuan furrowed his brow. "What is this? Are you unwilling?" "And no. Elder Pei, isn't there a formal ceremony required for apprenticeship after joining the sect? I am a practitioner of the demonic path. I act at my whim, unencumbered by such trivial formalities." Chapter 29. Apprenticeship. The disciple bows before the master. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo knelt down. Good, rise. There is no need for such formalities." Pei Kuan's face displayed a look of satisfaction as he retrieved a black jade token from his robe. "This is a token of my trust. Take it and keep it well." Fang Mo accepted the black jade token, which was entirely dark, cool to the touch, and occasionally shimmered with a faint glow. The front bore the character, corpse, while the back was inscribed with the character, Pei. "Thank you, master. You also have an elder brother, named Fu Qing. You should communicate and associate with him more often. As for the rest, you will become familiar once we return to the sect." "Understood." After saying this, Pei Kuan fell silent, closing his eyes to meditate. Fang Mo gazed at the jade token in his hand, his eyes gradually narrowing. The events of the past half-day had been tumultuous and unpredictable. The sudden appearance of the elder from the Tianjian sect caught Fang Mo off guard. He had expected to meet his demise, only to be rescued by the Luoyun sect, which not only saved him but also took him as an apprentice. Of course, given the circumstances, he had no choice in the matter. Nevertheless, the Luoyun sect appeared to be his most advantageous refuge at this moment. With the characteristics of the Wanhua blood scripture, he would inevitably need to engage in slaughter to cultivate. However, within the Tianjian sect, such actions would amount to self-destruction. The Luoyun sect, being a demonic sect, would not be subjected to purging simply for killing. This provided an excellent opportunity for Fang Mo to conceal himself while practicing the Wanhua blood scripture. This was the aspect he valued most. Feeling the chill emanating from the jade token, Fang Mo gently rubbed its surface. With the identity of an elder disciple, navigating within the Luoyun sect should prove considerably more convenient. Contemplating this, he gazed towards the horizon, a subtle smile gracing his lips. 2 days later, as he felt the corpse beast gradually descending beneath him, Fang Mo slowly opened his eyes. "Master, have we arrived at the sect?" "Not yet. We are above Pingshui City," Pei Kuan rasped. Although Fang Mo harbored some confusion, he refrained from questioning further since Pei Kuan had not elaborated. The corpse beast landed in the mountains outside the city, and after dismounting, Pei Kuan stowed the beast away and led Fang Mo towards Pingshui City. Along the way, Fang Mo remained silent, trailing behind Pei Kuan. Upon witnessing the towering city gate before him, he was profoundly struck by its grandeur. This gate dwarfed even the city walls of Luoyun City by several folds. The walls were constructed from massive yellow stones, each block a testament to the passage of time, appearing ancient and imposing. Pingshui City was one of the 7 cities under the jurisdiction of the Tianjian sect, boasting a population of several million. Pei Kuan spoke in a low voice. Fang Mo's eyes lit up with intrigue upon hearing this. 1 million inhabitants. There must be many cultivators among them. Observing Fang Mo's expression, Pei Kuan assumed he was merely a newcomer from a small town like Luoyun City, unaccustomed to such sights. Once inside the city, Pei Kuan navigated effortlessly, leading Fang Mo directly to the central square. LV Meng, age 18. 7th realm of Yuanqi. Qualified. Next, C2 Ming, with a bone age of 16, stood at the 6th level of the Yuanqi realm. Observing the scene in the square, Fang Mo felt a momentary daze. "Our young master is the strongest. You truly have discerning eyes. Go, young master." Images flashed through his mind as Fang Mo took a deep breath. "Master, as far as I know, there are still more than half a month until the Tianjian sect begins recruiting disciples." "What is this?" "This is merely the preliminary selection by the city lord, gathering statistics on eligible candidates to report to the Tianjian sect, which will then decide on the number of disciples to be accepted. Essentially, all who meet the criteria will be admitted into the Tianjian sect," replied Pei Kuan, his tone revealing some surprise. "Is there no need for a competition? In Luoyun City, we fought tooth and nail for a single spot." Pei Kuan glanced at Fang Mo and explained, "The Tianjian sect encompasses 7 major cities, each densely populated and home to countless families, including illustrious clans with intricate relationships. The recruitment quotas are primarily allocated to these 7 cities. Although all eligible candidates from these cities will be accepted, they will only be external disciples. If one fails to break through to the Yuanling realm by the age of 20, their status as an external disciple will be revoked." Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's heart stirred, and he asked softly, "Master, what regulations does our sect have regarding these external disciples?" Pei Kuan displayed a knowing expression and responded, "Our sect imposes no regulations on external disciples. The only requirement is to survive." Fang Mo's pupils constricted at this revelation. "All right, stay close to me," Pei Kuan commanded. Before Fang Mo could react, Pei Kuan leaped onto the high platform, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon the entire area. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, many unable to withstand the pressure, collapsing to the ground, while the rest turned pale and trembled uncontrollably. A middle-aged man in luxurious attire abruptly stood up on the platform, glaring at the figure clad in black robes, and barked, "I am the city lord of Pingshui City. Who are you to act so brazenly here?" Pei Kuan regarded the middle-aged man coldly and replied, "You are merely at the second level of the Yuan realm. If you wish to live, do not move." With that, he raised his hand, summoning a horde of undead soldiers to keep watch over the city lord. The formidable aura emanating from the undead, at the fourth level of the Yuan realm, drained the color from the city lord's face. Fang Mo was startled by Pei Kuan's actions, but quickly followed closely behind him. Pei Kuan slowly surveyed the crowd and pointed at the group of young boys and girls waiting to be tested. "You all come here." Under the terrifying pressure, the youths, faces filled with panic, obediently approached. There were approximately 100 of them, and Pei Kuan nodded in satisfaction before producing a uniquely shaped small bone ship. Tossing it into the air, the ship expanded dramatically in the wind, becoming immense and hovering in midair. The onlookers exhibited expressions of shock. Even Fang Mo stared in astonishment. The bone ship stretched several dozen meters long, its hull seemingly crafted from the spines of colossal beasts. Featuring a hollow design and a bow adorned with two massive beast fangs, creating a sight that was both awe-inspiring and unsettling from a distance. A skeletal ladder descended from the vessel, inviting ascent. Pei Kuan addressed the group of young men and women. At last, one youth, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere, stumbled toward the direction of the city lord, crying out in desperation, "My lord, save me." "Humph, cease this," Pei Kuan scoffed, pointing a finger. In an instant, a gray light pierced through the boy's head. The middle-aged city lord, witnessing the collapse of the youth before him, glared at Pei Kuan and bellowed, "Who are you? Unafraid of the retribution from the Heavenly Sword Sect? Humph, you would do well to silence yourself. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you as well." The city lord's countenance fluctuated between fury and dread, emanating a potent aura of elemental energy, clearly on the brink of eruption. The remaining youths, witnessing the murder of their companion, were already paralyzed with fear, obediently forming a line to board the skeletal vessel. The onlookers, observing this scene, felt a mix of rage and helplessness, bowing their heads in trepidation. Meanwhile, Fang Mo contemplated thoughtfully as he watched the group of boys and girls embark on the ship. Chapter 30. Conversation. As all the passengers boarded the vessel, the middle-aged city lord could no longer restrain himself. He unleashed a formidable surge of elemental energy, striking the undead soldier, yet the soldier remained utterly unyielding. In astonishment, the city lord found himself grievously injured by a retaliatory blow from the undead, sending him crashing through the air. Pei Kuan retracted the undead soldier and swiftly vanished into the horizon aboard the bone ship. Not long after the bone ship's departure, two beams of radiant sword light descended upon Pingshui City. As the light dissipated, two elderly figures clad in the attire of the Tianjin sect became visible. "What on earth has transpired?" one elder inquired, surveying the chaotic square and confronting the city lord. Clutching his chest, the city lord, with a look of shame, replied, "Elder, over 100 of our sect's candidates have been abducted. Their strength far surpasses mine. I was no match for them." With a furious roar, the elder demanded, "Who dares to act so brazenly, provoking my Tianjin sect?" A faint aura of death lingered in the air, likely emanating from the Wanshizong. The taller elder sniffed the atmosphere and remarked, "Indeed, it is the Wanshizong." The first elder's face contorted with rage. The Wanshizong had grown increasingly audacious. "Fear not, for the Wanshizong is like a grasshopper in autumn. They will not leap for much longer. The day our sect leader emerges from seclusion will signal the moment we crush the corpse god mountain," he proclaimed, his gaze icy as he stared into the distance. On the bone ship, Fang Mo, astonished, caressed the smooth, gray-white railing, marveling at its seamless design. "Do not be surprised. This is a flying elemental vessel, redeemable at our sect's artifact hall, but it requires a cultivator to activate." Pei Kuan's hoarse voice reached him from behind. Fang Mo slightly turned his head and said, "Master." Pei Kuan nodded slightly, approaching Fang Mo's side. "As your master, I possess little that you can utilize, but consider this storage ring a token of our meeting," he said, handing Fang Mo a black ring. "Thank you, master," Fang Mo exclaimed, his eyes brightening at the sight of the storage ring. He had only read about such artifacts, which were far superior to storage bags, offering greater space and convenience. As Fang Mo stowed the ring away, Pei Kuan gazed into the distant sea of clouds. "You must be puzzled as to why I have abducted these individuals," he continued. Fang Mo remained silent, though he had begun to form his own suspicions. Casting a glance at Fang Mo, Pei Kuan elaborated. Although the 5 major sects possess comparable strength, the inherent fear and disdain for the demon sect from the masses have stifled the influx of new blood, rendering the demon sect increasingly feeble. To ensure the continued prosperity of our sect and prevent a decline in our disciples, we are left with no choice but to abduct individuals from elsewhere. Master, are you not concerned about provoking the Tianjin sect by abducting people within their territory? Fang Mo queried. Rest assured, Pei Kuan chuckled derisively. The population in the Tianjin sect's territories is vast. As long as we do not overstep our bounds, they will not engage in conflict with the Wanshizong. Upon hearing this, understanding dawned on Fang Mo. It became clear why Pei Kuan had been lenient with those from the Tianjin sect. Pei Kuan then glanced towards the ship's cabin and instructed Fang Mo, prepare some provisions for them, for we shall not arrive until tomorrow. The Yuanxi realm has only just embarked on the path of cultivation, unlike the Yuanling realm, where one can go several days without sustenance. Fang Mo nodded slightly and made his way toward the cabin. The cabin was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 200 to 300 individuals. Over 100 people were gathered, and upon Fang Mo's entrance, they all gazed at him with expressions of sheer terror. Fang Mo retrieved the prepared food from his storage pouch, yet not a single person dared to approach. Observing this scene, Fang Mo turned expressionlessly and departed. He had no obligation to coax this group into eating. Sir, wait. A muffled voice called out from behind him. Fang Mo halted, slowly turning around to see a sturdy, simple-looking youth emerging from the crowd. What is it? Fang Mo queried with indifference. Sir, may I ask where we are headed? Will I have the chance to return home and care for my mother? The sincerity in the youth's eyes caused Fang Mo to furrow his brow slightly as he replied, as long as you can survive, there will be opportunities. With that, Fang Mo turned and left. Thank you, sir. I will certainly strive to survive. The excited voice of the simple youth echoed behind him. Upon returning to his room, Fang Mo produced the storage ring given to him by Pei Kuan. According to the records, he concentrated a drop of his essence blood at his fingertip and let it fall upon the ring. With a mental command, his consciousness entered a secluded space. The area within the storage ring was astonishingly comparable to the cabin itself. Retrieving his consciousness, Fang Mo transferred over 2,000 elemental stones from his storage pouch into the ring. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a formation plate in the corner. His gaze fixed on the formation plate, which bore deep cracks, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Damn that Heavenly Sword Sect. My greatest trump card for combat has been thus destroyed. 2,000 elemental stones were spent on a disposable formation plate. Rubbing the cracked plate in his hand, Fang Mo was struck by a thought. Perhaps the Wanshi sect possessed methods to repair formation plates. He tossed the plate into the storage ring and retrieved another pouch. This one belonging to Wu Lai, his spoils of war. Inside were merely a few hundred elemental stones and 100 Lingyuan pills. While precious resources for others, the Lingyuan pills held no value for Fang Mo. Only the blood essence pills were of any use to him. Once he had organized his belongings, Fang Mo sat cross-legged, quickly enveloped by a mist of blood. The indestructible blood lotus within his dantian remained unchanged, with the second petal solidifying to a third of its form. Fang Mo speculated that each petal represented a major realm, and with each breakthrough in a major realm, a petal would solidify. Gazing at the 12 petals above, Fang Mo's eyes narrowed. How powerful he would become when the indestructible blood lotus was fully solidified. As for the heart-eating lotus seed, it would only crystallize after the second petal had fully formed. Fang Mo withdrew his consciousness from the dantian, calming his mind as he circulated his elemental energy. In another room, Pei Kuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, glancing in a certain direction. Such a dense aura of blood. Turning to glance at the restless zombie soldier beside him, Pei Kuan's murky eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. This young man's cultivation method was rather intriguing. Possessing the remarkable ability to influence the reanimation of corpses, Pei Kuan waved his hand, summoning the zombie soldier back, murmuring to himself, quite interesting. In the room, as the blood mist dissipated, Fang Mo revealed his form, slowly opening his eyes. Devoid of blood energy, his cultivation remained stagnant. Fang Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that he could only seek a solution for the blood energy upon reaching the 10,000 corpses sect, but he must never expose the blood cannon, not even within the confines of the demon sect. With an impassive expression, Fang Mo exited the room and made his way towards Pei Kuen's quarters. "Master," came Pei Kuen's voice from within. "Please enter." Fang Mo pushed the door open and stepped inside. "What is it?" Pei Kuen inquired, looking at Fang Mo with curiosity. "Master, do you possess a method of restoration?" Fang Mo placed the shattered formation plate before Pei Kuen. Chapter 31. Entering the sect, gazing intently at the formation disc in his hand, Pei Kuen sighed with a hint of regret. "This is a third-tier formation, but alas, it is severely damaged. I am not particularly adept in the art of formations. Once we return to the sect, you might seek out Elder Wei Shan, who is quite proficient in this field." Wei Shan noted in Fang Mo's mind. He expressed his gratitude to Pei Kuen and was about to turn away when he paused. "Wait, Master, do you have any instructions?" Pei Kuen lifted the teacup from the table, taking a leisurely sip before responding. "What cultivation technique are you currently practicing?" At this inquiry, Fang Mo's expression remained calm, yet his heart raced. Had he been detected? "Master, by a stroke of fortune, I acquired a mid-tier yellow-grade demonic cultivation technique, which requires the absorption of blood essence, though it is somewhat incomplete." As he spoke, he discreetly observed Pei Kuen's reaction. Pei Kuen chuckled lightly, nodding. "No wonder there was a strong surge of blood essence emanating from your room earlier. I merely inquired out of curiosity." Fang Mo replied nonchalantly. "This technique necessitates the absorption of a substantial amount of blood essence. Previously in Luoyun City, I practiced it in secrecy for fear of being discovered by the Heavenly Sword Sect, hence my cautious demeanor. That is of no concern. You need not be so wary in the future. There are numerous techniques within the sect that involve the absorption of blood essence." "Understood, Master." With that, Fang Mo turned to leave, while Pei Kuen's gaze lingered thoughtfully on his departing figure. The following day, the bone ship glided into a majestic mountain range, its peaks stretching endlessly, shrouded in clouds. "This is the sole hidden mountain range, which traverses the western central region of the northern sky domain," Pei Kuen remarked. Fang Mo, admiring the vast expanse of mountains below, felt a surge of astonishment. Soon, the ship jolted, passing through a veil of translucent light before descending gently. "We have arrived." As Pei Kuen's words echoed, Fang Mo was met with an awe-inspiring sight. Dozens of towering peaks loomed high above, enveloped in a gray mist, and faintly adorned with palatial structures. Various bizarre undead beasts occasionally soared through the air, emitting piercing howls. The spiritual energy in this realm was astonishingly richer than that of the outside world. The bone ship landed on an expansive platform, and as soon as they disembarked, a group of gray-clad individuals approached, led by a middle-aged man in black attire. "Elder Pei," the man greeted respectfully. Pei Kuen nodded slightly, gesturing to the 100 or so individuals behind him. "These are the newly admitted disciples of the Luoyun sect. Please make the necessary arrangements." "Yes." The middle-aged man waved his hand, leading the entourage of gray-clad figures and the newcomers away towards the distance. "By the way, this is my newly accepted direct disciple, Fang Mo. Please help him acclimate," Pei Kuen instructed the man in black. The black-clad man nodded respectfully and addressed Fang Mo. "Follow me." Fang Mo accompanied the middle-aged man towards a grand hall. A mocking voice drifted from behind Pei Kuen. "At such a young age, reaching the third level of the Yuan spirit realm is quite a remarkable feat. What a pity." Upon hearing this, Pei Kuen narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and hoarse. "Jialun, you would do well to silence your tongue." A slightly plump man behind him scoffed. "Elder Pei, such a temper." Pei Kuen replied, "If you dare to undermine my endeavors, I shall ensure you remain mute forever." With that, he turned and departed, seemingly unwilling to engage further. The plump man cast a shadowy glance at the retreating figure of Pei Kuen, then glanced toward Fang Mo's direction, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He too turned to leave, albeit oddly. His legs appeared to have a slight limp. Meanwhile, Fang Mo followed the middle-aged man in black to a grand hall. "You may call me Steward Su. This is the Hall of External Affairs. Please enter to collect your introductory items," the man instructed Fang Mo. "Thank you, Steward Su." Fang Mo responded with a slight bow, his demeanor respectful, for he recognized that this steward also possessed the aura of a Yuan master. Truly, it was no wonder that they could rival the illustrious Tianjian sect. Upon entering the hall, Steward Su approached a disciple responsible for registrations and pointed at Fang Mo, stating, This is the newly accepted disciple under Elder Pei Kuan, here to collect his items. The disciple turned to Fang Mo and requested, "Please present your identification." Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback, but promptly retrieved the black jade token and handed it over. After examining the token, the disciple returned it with a respectful expression and handed over a small storage pouch, saying in a sycophantic tone, "Senior brother, this is your personal item. Please take care of it." Fang Mo nodded thoughtfully, stowing the pouch away, and followed Steward Su out of the hall. Before long, they arrived at the base of a colossal mountain. This mountain will be your residence henceforth. It houses numerous vacant caves and buildings. Of course, you may also choose to establish your own dwelling. I have matters to attend to and shall not accompany you further, Steward Su remarked before departing without waiting for a response. Fang Mo lifted his gaze to the mountain shrouded in a misty haze and calmly stepped inside. As he entered, a rich essence of heaven and earth enveloped him. Fang Mo's expression turned astonished. The vitality here was several times denser than in other locations. It was truly a dreamland for all cultivators. With a slight sigh, he lamented that this did not include him, as his practice of the myriad transformations of the blood canon rendered him incapable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Continuing onward, Fang Mo passed numerous caves and exquisite small buildings, most of which were occupied, emanating diverse energies. "Are you new here?" A voice called from behind. Fang Mo turned to see a gaunt young man with an unattractive visage standing before him. Fang Mo regarded the man with a puzzled expression, and when he remained silent, the ugly young man frowned and snapped, "Can't you hear me asking you a question?" Upon finishing his words, an aura of the second level of the elemental spirit realm emanated from the grotesque figure before him. Fang Mo regarded the repulsive young man with an indifferent gaze. Although the latter had concealed his cultivation aura, it did not provide him with a valid reason to provoke Fang Mo. The ugly youth felt a fleeting shadow of blood before he was abruptly seized by the throat, lifted into the air, gasping for breath. The repugnant youth was struck with terror, realizing he had kicked a hornet's nest. "Who bestowed upon you the audacity to challenge me? A mere second level of the elemental spirit realm?" Fang Mo spoke softly. As the pressure mounted, the grotesque man's eyes filled with a desperate plea. Fang Mo glanced at him and subsequently released his grip. He needed to swiftly comprehend the situation at hand, and fortuitously, this unpleasant individual could serve that purpose. "What is your name?" Fang Mo inquired with an air of aloofness. The ugly man, clutching his throat, forced a smile as he replied, "Cough. Thank you for your mercy, senior brother. My name is Yao. What business do you have with me?" Chapter 32. The Contest of the Caves on Yao's grotesque visage. An expression of embarrassment surfaced. "Senior brother, upon seeing your appearance, I presumed you were a newly initiated inner disciple, so I thought to seek some advantage." At this juncture, Yao covertly cast a glance at Fang Mo and muttered, "Little did I know you were merely pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger." Fang Mo, with an indifferent glance towards Yao, replied, "Indeed, I have just entered the sect and am unfamiliar with this place. Please guide me." "Just entered the sect?" Yao was momentarily taken aback. Then his face broke into a broad smile. "Then you have come to the right person, senior brother. I am renowned as the all-knowing expert of the inner sect. By the way, what do you go by?" "Fang Mo, brother Fang. There are 3 peaks where the inner disciples reside. The peak we currently occupy is the 3rd peak, while the one to the left is the 2nd peak." Yao quickly assumed his role. "And the 1st peak?" Fang Mo inquired. The 1st peak is rather unique. It is inhabited by those ranked among the top 100 of the corpse list, all peculiar individuals. Brother Fang, it would be wise to avoid them in the future," Yao warned, a hint of fear gleaming in his eyes. "What is the corpse list?" Fang Mo asked. "The corpse list is a ranking of strength within the sect, applicable to both the outer and inner disciples. Those who are among the top 100 can make the list." As he spoke, Yao's eyes shimmered with a trace of yearning. "With your prowess, have you made it onto the corpse list?" Fang Mo queried. Upon hearing this, a bitter smile crept onto Yao's face. "Brother Fang, please do not jest. With my capabilities, how could I ever hope to be on the corpse list? Do you know there are 20,000 inner disciples, and only the most formidable among them can rank?" Fang Mo nodded, realizing that the so-called corpse list was far beyond his reach for now. It was more pressing to secure a secluded cultivation cave. With this thought in mind, he spoke. "I am in search of a cultivation place. Is there a remote and tranquil location available? Upon hearing this, Shiryao appeared contemplative. I've got it. His expression brightened. Brother Fang, I know of a place that is not only remote and quiet, but also has a pleasant environment. Lead the way, Fang Mo replied calmly. Thus, Fang Mo followed Shiryao as they ascended the mountain. Upon reaching a clearing halfway up the slope, Fang Mo was astonished by the sight before him. Are these all deceased inner disciples? He observed numerous graves of varying sizes scattered across the clearing. Shoo, Brother Fang, do not speak carelessly. These graves also serve as residences for cultivation, Shiryao explained, his face displaying a sense of urgency. Fang Mo's expression morphed into one of peculiar intrigue upon hearing Shiryao's explanation. What bizarre inclination leads one to transform their dwelling into a grave? Perceiving Fang Mo's unspoken thoughts, Shiryao whispered, those who have long dwelled among corpses tend to become somewhat different. It is said that such cultivation aids in better nurturing the corpses. Of course, this remains merely a rumor, the truth of which is uncertain. Fang Mo nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He followed Shiryao through a narrow, winding path, arriving at the edge of a tranquil pond. Brother Fang, it is right there, Shiryao indicated a cave across the pond. Junior brother still has tasks at hand. I must take my leave. Without waiting for Fang Mo to respond, Shiryao's slender figure vanished into the dense forest. Fang Mo paid no mind to Shiryao's departure. He surveyed his surroundings. The environment was indeed secluded and tranquil, making it unlikely to be disturbed. Fang Mo nodded to himself, pleased that it met his expectations. Who dares disturb my cave? Before the echo of his voice faded, a figure appeared before the cave. Fang Mo was taken aback, and his expression darkened, realizing he had been tricked by Shiryao. You brat, do you wish to die for daring to interrupt my meditation? Ingo scolded sharply. Fang Mo furrowed his brow and replied, I mean no offense. I stumbled in by accident and shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart, wishing to avoid trouble and settle the score with Shiryao. A flicker of light flashed as Ingo blocked Fang Mo's path. My cave is not a place where you can simply come and go as you please. Fang Mo, expressionless, asked, what do you want? A sinister smile crept onto Ingo's face as he scrutinized Fang Mo. You must be a newly admitted disciple of the inner sect, am I right? Fang Mo shot him a cold glare, remaining silent. Since you are a new disciple, you are surely unfamiliar with the rules here. Today, I am in a good mood and will enlighten you, Ingo said with a malicious grin. What rules? Fang Mo inquired nonchalantly. Ingo smirked wickedly. Open your storage bag. I want to take a look. What if I refuse? Fang Mo asked. Ingo laughed derisively. Refuse? Unfortunately, here, you have no right to refuse. As his words fell, a tremendous wave of power surged from Ingo, the third level of the spirit realm. Under such oppressive force, Fang Mo maintained his composure and questioned, do you dare harm others within the sect? Ha ha. I truly wonder how you survived from the outer sect to the inner sect. Let me tell you, as long as I do not kill you, no one will interfere. Oh, I see, Fang Mo's lips curled slightly. Have you thought this through? Hand over your storage bag, and I will let you leave. Ingo's tone grew impatient. Suddenly, Ingo felt a wave of crimson enveloping his vision. A terrifying pressure descended upon him, rendering him immobile, and his aura nearly halted. What is happening? Ingo gazed in horror at Fang Mo before him. Leave the storage bag. I will let you go, Fang Mo stated expressionlessly. Ingo's face turned pale as he swallowed hard. Brother, I don't believe I have ever offended you. Isn't this a bit excessive? Fang Mo ignored Ingo's plea, stating coldly, this is the last time. Leave the storage bag, the cave is mine, and you may depart. Upon hearing Fang Mo's words, Ingo gritted his teeth, cast his storage bag onto the ground, and glared at Fang Mo with resentment. Is that sufficient? He spat. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a lightness envelop him, the oppressive force dissipating entirely. You truly are ruthless, Ingo muttered bitterly before turning to leave. Fang Mo paid no heed to Ingo's harsh words. After all, he was indeed at fault, and it was only reasonable for the other party to vent a little. He collected Ingo's storage bag and, in a fleeting shadow, entered Ingo's lair. No, it was now Fang Mo's lair. The space was modest, akin to a single room, furnished with merely a meditation mat, a stone table, and a stone bed, simple and pristine. Nodding in approval, Fang Mo then settled into a cross-legged position and retrieved the storage bag given to him from the outer affairs hall. Opening it, he discovered a set of black garments and 3 books entitled Sect Manual, Record of Corpse Beasts, and Treatise on Corpse Cultivation. Chapter 33. The Valley of Corpse Beasts. Fang Mo perused the sect manual, which detailed various daily affairs of the 10,000 Corpses sect, including the architecture of the sect and its rules and taboos. After flipping through it casually, he cast it aside and picked up the tome titled Records of Corpse Beasts. As he turned the pages, astonishment flickered in his eyes. The volume meticulously chronicled a myriad of corpse beasts, each accompanied by a thorough explanation. These creatures were a unique form of life that arose from the corpses of demon beasts, which absorbed immense amounts of corpse energy after death, subsisting on both corpse and blood energy. Contemplating this, Fang Mo set down the records of corpse beasts and reached for the Corpse Cultivation Classic. The Corpse Cultivation Classic represented the foundational technique of the 10,000 Corpses sect, allowing practitioners to convert the elemental energy of heaven and earth into corpse energy, which could in turn be transformed into corpse vitality through the Dantian. This classic was a component of the sect's signature technique, the Corpse Scripture, which could only be fully mastered upon reaching the realm of Yuan practitioners, at which point the sect would grant the complete scripture. Fang Mo gradually closed his eyes, clearing his mind, and began to attempt the cultivation methods outlined in the Corpse Cultivation Classic. Meanwhile, Shi Yao lingered in the shadows, his gaze darkened. Today, he had been humiliated by a newcomer who had bossed him around. If this news spread, how could he hold his head high within the inner sect? Regardless of Fang Mo's commendable strength, he was merely a novice, and Shi Yao had myriad ways to deal with him. Just then, Ingo approached from a distance, his expression grim. Observing Ingo's displeasure, Shi Yao's ugly face revealed a hint of surprise. It seemed that this fellow had faced a setback, which piqued his interest. However, what did it matter? The real drama was yet to unfold. Watching Ingo stride purposefully towards the peak, Shi Yao wore a sinister grin. Within his cave dwelling, Fang Mo felt a surge of frustration as he retracted his elemental energy. He had attempted to cultivate according to the methods in the Corpse Cultivation Classic, easily converting the elemental energy into corpse energy. Yet, each time the corpse energy began to take form, it was immediately dispersed by the overwhelming blood vitality within him, leaving him with no opportunity to solidify it. Fang Mo sighed in resignation. The dominance of his blood vitality left no room for the cultivation of corpse vitality. Without corpse vitality, how could he practice corpse crafting? He gazed at the Corpse Cultivation Classic before him and shook his head in dismay. 2 days later, a handsome man clad in black appeared at the Outer Affairs Hall. "Senior brother, how may I assist you?" inquired a disciple from the hall. "I wish to visit the Valley of Corpse Beasts," Fang Mo replied coolly. Having studied the sect manual, he had gained a basic understanding of the 10,000 Corpses sect. Disciples at the Yuan Shi realm were classified as outer disciples, and upon breaking through to the Yuan spirit realm, they would automatically be promoted to inner disciples. Inner disciples were permitted to visit the Valley of Corpse Beasts to select a mount in the form of a corpse beast. Although they were not allowed to cultivate the Corpse Cultivation Classic, the sect had no shortage of corpse energy, thus adopting a corpse beast posed no issue. Having previously ridden on Pei Kuin's corpse beast, he had long coveted one that could fly. "Senior brother, please wait over there. A supervising elder will escort you shortly." The Outer Affairs disciple gestured towards a distant area. Fang Mo followed the direction of his finger and saw 5 individuals standing nearby, presumably also headed for the Corpse Beast Valley. He approached them and calmly positioned himself behind the group. "All right, follow me," a somewhat familiar voice resonated. Upon raising his head, Fang Mo recognized it as that of Elder Su from the other day. Outside the palace, a gigantic 3-meter-long bat corpse beast had been waiting for some time. "Wow, what a massive bat. I adore this creature. Once we reach the Corpse Beast Valley, I must capture one myself." The others gazed at the corpse beast with eager eyes. Fang Mo also expressed surprise, as this bat corpse beast was comparable to Pei Kuin's corpse eagle. "Okay, everyone, quickly board," Elder Su urged from atop the corpse beast. Once everyone had mounted, the bat corpse beast let out a piercing shriek, unfurled its wings, and soared into the sky. On the back of the corpse beast, Elder Su produced 6 items resembling bracelets. These are beast bracelets, used for containing corpse beasts, to tame the creatures within the Corpse Beast Valley. They must be made to submit, which essentially means through force. Moreover, it is crucial to remember that there are numerous formidable entities within the valley. It is advisable not to provoke them. After speaking, Elder Su distributed the beast bracelets among the group. Elder, considering my strength, do you think I can tame one of these bat corpse beasts? Inquired a short, stout young man of the first level of the primordial spirit realm. Upon hearing this, the other four turned their eager gazes toward Elder Su. He glanced at the stout youth and replied coldly, I advise you to act within your capabilities. Given your initial cultivation in the primordial spirit realm, the corpse vulture and corpse dove are far more suitable. The group displayed expressions of disappointment, as the sight of the bat corpse beast had left an immense impression on them. Before long, the bat corpse beast descended outside a valley. Ahead lies the corpse beast valley. There is a barrier at the entrance, but with the beast bracelets in your possession, you may pass freely. After Elder Su finished speaking, he vanished into the horizon along with the bat corpse beast. Wow, that bat corpse beast is as swift as lightning. The stout youth gazed up at the sky. All right, Chubby, let us hurry into the valley, called a tall, slender youth. Shortly thereafter, the group passed through a shimmering veil, revealing a scene that left them in awe. A dense miasma of corpse energy enveloped them. What is this? This is not merely a valley. It resembles a vast basin. One remarked, as the landscape stretched endlessly before them, lush greenery and towering trees reaching for the clouds. Strange howls echoed in the air. Do corpse beasts truly thrive in such an environment? Fang Mo mused in wonder. Just as he identified a direction to leave, he heard a voice call out, Wait, junior brother. Turning around, Fang Mo saw the stout youth alongside the tall, slender youth, clearly together. Is there something you need? Fang Mo inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. The young disciple suggested, Why don't we take action together and collaborate? We could tame some formidable corpse beasts. The short and stout youth chuckled. However, he failed to perceive Fang Mo's cultivation level. Fang Mo replied nonchalantly, I do not require assistance, and turned to leave. Did he take himself for a fool? The idea of collaborating to tame a corpse beast without fearing a potential backlash from it? As he watched Fang Mo retreat into the distance, the smile on the short youth's face gradually faded. Not far along, Fang Mo encountered a corpse beast, a corpse-faced spider. Standing before him was a massive gray spider, towering at 2 meters. A thought flickered in Fang Mo's mind. The description of this creature in the Corpse Beast Compendium highlighted its most distinctive feature, a human face on its abdomen, a result of its fusion with a corpse over time. Yet, this was merely a rumor. Nevertheless, this corpse beast moved swiftly, though devoid of the ability to fly. It traversed cliffs as if walking on level ground. Fang Mo did not linger. The corpse-faced spider was not his intended target. As he continued on, Fang Mo encountered several more corpse beasts, but none matched the ideal creature he envisioned. Fortunately, as long as they were not provoked, the corpse beasts remained remarkably tranquil and peaceful. Chapter 34. The Corpse Dragon Python in the span of a mere incense stick burning. Fang Mo found himself unwittingly delving deep into the heart of the dense forest. To his surprise, he encountered a pitch-black cave entrance. As the cave materialized, the indomitable blood lotus within him stirred, seemingly drawn to the cave, rotating slowly. Observing this, Fang Mo narrowed his eyes, studying the dark maw before him. The cave's contents must be extraordinary to provoke a reaction from the blood lotus. Without further hesitation, Fang Mo cautiously stepped into the cave. The moment he crossed the threshold, he sensed a faint aura of danger. The interior was shrouded in darkness, yet Fang Mo infused his eyes with elemental energy, allowing him to discern his surroundings within a 2-meter radius. The cavern was expansive, and he could hear the echo of his footsteps reverberating in the emptiness. Suddenly, a pair of green lanterns appeared ahead, swiftly approaching him. Startled, Fang Mo instinctively sidestepped. Crash! The spot where he had just stood was instantly crushed by a tremendous force. Upon closer inspection, those were not mere lanterns. They were the enormous, ghostly green eyes of a creature. With his limited visibility, Fang Mo could only make out half of its head. Without hesitation, he retrieved 2 illuminating stones from his storage ring and hurled them into the depths of the cave. The previously dark cavern was instantly illuminated, and Fang Mo widened his eyes in astonishment. A massive black python, over 2 meters in girth, coiled around a stone pillar, its black scales shimmering with an enigmatic luster. On its colossal head, 2 protrusions were visible, while its lower body extended deep into the cave. Hiss! The giant python opened its mouth wide, emitting a terrifying sound. The corpse dragon python. Fang Mo's expression soured. How had he wandered into the territory of this beast? According to the records of the corpse beasts, an adult corpse dragon python possessed strength comparable to that of a realm practitioner, and it was notoriously ferocious. This creature before him certainly did not appear to be a juvenile. As Fang Mo's thoughts raced, the corpse dragon python transformed into a streak of black lightning, unleashing a powerful, foul wind as it lunged toward him. Fang Mo activated the blood shadow step, narrowly dodging the python's thunderous strike. With a resounding crash, a massive boulder was obliterated by the python's assault. Witnessing this, Fang Mo grasped his Qingyue blade tightly, channeling all his elemental energy into it. In an instant, the blade gleamed as if stained with blood, radiating a fierce crimson light. Die for me. Fang Mo leapt into the air, aiming a fierce slash at the corpse dragon python. Clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the cave. Damn it. Fang Mo cursed under his breath. His attack with the Qingyue blade had no effect on the corpse dragon python, leaving not a single scratch upon its scales. Hiss. Hiss. As if enraged by Fang Mo's provocation, the corpse dragon python let out an ominous roar. Its enormous, ghostly green eyes glinted with a chilling light as it opened its cavernous mouth, lunging at Fang Mo once again. Utilizing his agile movements, he evaded yet again. He gazed darkly at the corpse dragon python before him, realizing that this situation could not persist. Just as Fang Mo was momentarily distracted, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind. Instinctively, he dodged to the side, but as he landed, he felt an immense force strike him, sending him hurtling away. Crash! He collided with the wall and fell to the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his entire body were in disarray. Upon glancing back at the corpse dragon python, he recognized that he had just been struck by its massive tail. Within this underground cavern, the python's sweeping tail was akin to an indiscriminate assault. Fang Mo's eyes caught sight of the cave entrance, now blocked by the python's formidable body. With a frigid gaze, he regarded the corpse dragon python, realizing with disdain that he had been cornered so helplessly by this beast. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the Qingyue blade, resolved to make another attempt. As the adage goes, strike a snake at its vital point. Fang Mo focused intently on the python's critical area, channeling his blood essence into the Qingyue blade and unleashing a fierce slash at the creature. Witnessing a crimson blade of energy, over 3 meters long, cleave towards the python's vital spot with unparalleled ferocity, he felt a profound surge of power. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the cavern, sending tremors akin to an earthquake, dislodging an avalanche of debris and dust, rendering the surroundings obscured. After a prolonged silence, as the dust settled, Fang Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, with difficulty, rose to his feet, surveying the rubble with a faint smile. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze in place. As the debris cascaded away, the massive body of the corpse dragon python became visible once more. The creature appeared somewhat disheveled, with numerous scales shed and dark blood oozing from its wounds. Fury glinted in its eerie green eyes as it registered the indignity inflicted by such a trivial ant. It opened its cavernous maw and lunged towards Fang Mo. As the python charged once more, a crimson hue enveloped Fang Mo's gaze, revealing a glimmer of madness. He transformed into a shadow of blood, hurtling straight towards the python. In the blink of an eye, the python loomed close enough for Fang Mo to catch the pungent stench emanating from its gaping mouth. Undeterred, he surged forward like a streak of crimson lightning, diving into the depths of the python's maw. Sensing the ant being consumed, the corpse dragon python's green eyes gleamed with a semblance of satisfaction, and its colossal form gradually vanished into the depths of the cavern. Behind a heap of rubble at the cave's entrance, 2 figures trembled in fear. That guy is dead. What on earth was that giant python? It must be the corpse dragon python. As they spoke, the 2 figures revealed themselves to be the stout young men. Initially, they had intended to deceive that individual, but they had not anticipated his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Yuanling realm. Thankfully, I did not act recklessly. The stout young man wore an expression of relief. The tall, slender youth stammered, Should we pursue him? I noticed that fellow possesses a storage ring. I refused to believe that the great python could possibly digest it. Hearing this, the short, Stout youth cast a disdainful glance at the slender one and replied, "Now, silence. Our utmost priority is to depart from here swiftly." Meanwhile, within the belly of the corpse dragon python, Fang Mo sat cross-legged like a monk in deep meditation. His entire being was enveloped in a crimson aura, which was marred by a sinister green liquid that gradually eroded his protective energy. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the blood-red aura was completely corroded. Suddenly, Fang Mo stirred. His eyes gleamed with a fierce red as he pressed his hands downward with force. Draw it in. A formidable suction emanated from his palms. Wisps of gray gas were drawn into his body. A look of ecstasy spread across Fang Mo's face as he absorbed more and more of the gray gas. His aura grew increasingly potent. The corpse dragon python sensed the anomaly, its eyes betraying a flicker of fear as it relentlessly rammed its massive body against the boulders. Chapter 35. The mysterious corpse beast egg. The corpse dragon python writhed furiously, attempting to thwart the presence of Fang Mo within its body, yet such efforts proved utterly futile. Soon, as the aura of Fang Mo intensified, the creature's movements began to slow. With a thunderous crash, the corpse dragon python collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In the next moment, a formidable surge of elemental energy erupted from its body, and Fang Mo emerged like a blood shadow, landing gracefully upon a nearby rock. At that moment, he radiated the aura of a fourth-level elemental spirit realm practitioner. Fang Mo cast a detached glance at the lifeless form of the corpse dragon python, astonished that the myriad transformations of the blood classic could absorb the life force of a corpse beast. Indeed, the gray energy that had been drawn into him was the very essence of the corpse dragon python's vitality. Typically, corpse beasts are mere remnants, devoid of blood and life. Yet, as the scales of the corpse dragon python shed and a dark liquid oozed forth, the undying blood lotus within Fang Mo stirred with a yearning sensation. It was then that he resolved to take a daring gamble, opting to confront the corpse dragon python from within, for it would never allow him to siphon its life force otherwise. Though the endeavor was perilous, the outcome was victorious. Not only had he vanquished the corpse dragon python, but he had also ascended to the fourth level of the elemental spirit realm. Tossing a luminescent stone, he illuminated his surroundings, revealing the extensive gouges and numerous 2 to 3 meter high openings in the rock wall, all testaments to the creature's handiwork. Suddenly, Fang Mo caught sight of a faint red glow emanating from one of the passages, prompting the undying blood lotus within him to stir once more. Grasping the Qinghua blade, he cautiously approached the passage radiating crimson light. Upon entering, he discovered a cavernous chamber, its floor strewn with a multitude of serpent corpses. Could this be the egg of the corpse dragon python? Fang Mo gazed in astonishment at the blood-red giant egg that dominated the center of the chamber. Towering at half a man's height, it appeared as though it had been drenched in blood, exuding an otherworldly crimson hue. Even more peculiar, the surface of the egg pulsated rhythmically with a red luminescence. As Fang Mo drew closer and gently touched the egg, he could distinctly feel a powerful life force developing within, its subtle essence causing a flutter of trepidation within him. Remarkably, this life seemed to transmit a sense of exuberance through his fingertips, a palpable joy. This egg was undoubtedly not the progeny of the corpse dragon python. In the realm of corpse beasts, only those of extraordinary might possess the capability to transcend the innate barriers of life and produce offspring. Such beings are imbued with intelligence akin to that of humans, and it was clear that the corpse dragon python did not qualify. Generally, subjugating such formidable corpse beasts is an impossible endeavor. Yet, before Fang Mo lay an opportunity, a monumental chance, a yet-to-hatch juvenile corpse beast of formidable strength. Fang Mo instinctively licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with excitement. He gently calmed the restless, immortal blood lotus within him, then let a drop of his essence blood fall upon the blood egg. At that moment, Fang Mo's gaze was tense as he fixated on the droplet, which was absorbed by the blood egg in an instant. Success! Fang Mo was overjoyed as the essence blood was consumed. A mysterious connection formed between him and the blood egg. Just as he intended to store the blood egg in his beast bracelet, the egg surprisingly conveyed a message to him. What else? Fang Mo regarded the blood egg with an odd expression. After dripping a few more drops of essence blood onto it, he finally placed the blood egg into the beast bracelet. Upon exiting the cave, Fang Mo took a deep breath. After battling the corpse dragon python within the depths, he found the air refreshing, despite the pervasive stench of corpse energy. In high spirits, he gently stroked the beast bracelet on his wrist and surveyed his surroundings, contemplating his departure from the Valley of Corpse Beasts. Each person is permitted to contract only one corpse beast, and only upon the death of the contracted beast can one acquire another. Having already contracted the blood egg, Fang Mo knew he could not bond with another corpse beast. Moments later, he transformed into a shadow of blood and vanished from sight. Outside the dense forest, in a grassy expanse, two figures, one slender and one stout, wandered aimlessly. "Zhou Yuan, what is the name of the corpse beast you are seeking?" inquired the tall, lean youth. "The corpse heart bat," replied Zhou Yuan, the short and stout youth, with a gleam in his eyes. "Must you insist on contracting the corpse heart bat? Could we not choose another flying corpse beast?" The lean youth murmured. Zhou Yuan shot him a disdainful glance. "What do you know? The corpse heart bat is the optimal beast we can subdue together. Its speed far surpasses that of the corpse vulture or corpse eagle, and it can unleash a heart-corrupting poison. Once poisoned, those in the Yuan spirit realm are virtually doomed." Upon hearing this, the lean youth appeared flustered. "What if we subdue the corpse heart bat and end up poisoned?" "No need for concern. I have already prepared an antidote," Zhou Yuan assured, and the two continued onward. "Stop!" a voice called out from behind. The two turned abruptly at the sound, their eyes wide with shock. The lean youth, aghast, pointed at the figure behind them, exclaiming as if he had seen a ghost, You were just, ugh." Zhou Yuan swiftly covered the lean youth's mouth. Staring at the figure before him, Zhou Yuan was equally struck with fear. He had witnessed this person being swallowed by the corpse dragon python. How could they still be alive? Though astonished, Zhou Yuan managed to force a smile. "Esteemed senior, what brings you here?" The lean youth's words and their reaction prompted Fang Mo to regard them with a playful glint in his eyes before he inquired, "What corpse beast have you contracted?" I contracted the corpse face spider," the lean youth stammered, his voice trembling. Fang Mo furrowed his brow and glanced at Zhou Yuan, inquiring, "What about you?" Zhou Yuan's mind raced, unable to grasp Fang Mo's intent. Yet, recalling the prowess Fang Mo had displayed in the underground cavern, he answered honestly, "I have not yet contracted a corpse beast." The absence of a contracted corpse beast deepened the furrow in Fang Mo's brow. Observing Fang Mo's expression left both of them somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, a corpse crow alighted not far from the trio. A glint of brilliance sparkled in Fang Mo's eyes as he unleashed a crimson ray, effectively immobilizing the corpse crow in place. "You, go and contract that corpse crow," Fang Mo instructed Zhou Yuan, gesturing towards the creature. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan stared at Fang Mo in bewilderment. Contract a corpse crow? In the realm of corpse beasts? The corpse crow was among the most rudimentary types, offering little potential for growth beyond its ability to fly, and it was not even swift in flight. Zhou Yuan was not one to take a passive approach. He aspired to ascend to the intersex corpse rankings within 5 years. To be asked to contract a corpse crow felt utterly demeaning. "Esteemed senior, your request is rather excessive, is it not?" Chapter 36. The destruction of the cave, was it excessive? Fang Mo cast a cold, indifferent glance at Zhou Yuan. In an instant, Zhou Yuan felt as though he were being scrutinized by a bloodthirsty beast, every hair on his body standing on end. "No, that is not what I meant. Brother, do we perhaps have a misunderstanding?" Zhou Yuan said with a forced smile. Internally, he was cursing his misfortune. The wretched man had certainly discovered his earlier act of stalking, and was now deliberately tormenting him. Fang Mo's expression remained icy as he stated, "You shall now contract that corpse crow. Do not test my patience." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan steeled himself and mustered his courage, saying, "Brother, it was indeed our fault for following you. Here are 500 spirit stones and some spirit herbs, as a token of apology. Please, let us go this once." With that, he obsequiously presented a storage bag to Fang Mo, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. Annoying. Fang Mo did not even glance at the offered storage bag. Instead, he directed a single hand gesture towards the lanky youth beside him. Cough. The lanky youth suddenly felt a powerful force constricting his throat, his body rising uncontrollably into the air. With a sharp crack, his head drooped lifelessly, his breath extinguished. He departed this world without comprehending why he, who had remained silent, was the one to perish. Zhou Yuan gazed in disbelief at the corpse of the lanky youth, who had been lively just moments ago, now reduced to a lifeless body in mere seconds. A chill gripped him, and he looked at Fang Mo with wide, fearful eyes, hastily declaring, I will contract the corpse crow right away. Observing the stout youth in the distance forging a contract with the corpse crow, Fang Mo waved his hand and collected the storage bag of the lanky youth. Brother, I have successfully contracted it. Good. Take me back to the sect. Zhou Yuan, momentarily taken aback, pondered why he was to contract the corpse crow merely to return to the sect. Before him stood an ugly corpse crow, over a meter long, and he felt utterly disheartened. With a shrill cry, the corpse crow soared into the sky, carrying the two of them away from the valley. On the back of the crow, Zhou Yuan covertly glanced at the meditative Fang Mo beside him, his thoughts racing. Having just broken through to the Yuanling realm and ascended as an inner sect disciple, he lacked any connections or backing within the inner sect. This man before him was likely a formidable presence within the sect. Why not take this opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship? The death of his friend had long since faded from his mind. In the demonic sect, death was a commonplace occurrence. After all, it was not he who had perished. With this thought, Zhou Yuan cast aside his previous despondency, adopting a respectful demeanor as he addressed Fang Mo. I am Zhou Yuan, junior disciple. May I inquire your esteemed name, brother? Fang Mo, you say? Zhou Yuan mentally noted the name, intending to inquire further upon their return. Brother Fang, as a gesture of apology, please accept this. With that, he extended the earlier storage bag towards Fang Mo. Fang Mo cast a brief glance at Zhou Yuan, offering no refusal. Upon witnessing Fang Mo accept the storage bag, a smile graced the plump face of Zhou Yuan, rendering even the sight of the corpse crows beneath him considerably more palatable. Upon returning to the sect, Fang Mo made a beeline for his cave abode, intent on thoroughly examining the enigmatic blood egg. Meanwhile, three figures materialized before Fang Mo's dwelling. At the forefront stood Go, who had previously endured a lesson at Fang Mo's hands. Behind him were two individuals, one hunched and shrouded in a black robe, his visage obscured, the other, a bald man bearing a grotesque scar that traversed his entire cheek. The aura emanating from both the bald man and the cloaked figure unmistakably indicated they were at the fourth level of the Yuan spirit realm. Go gazed at the cave before him and addressed the two behind him with a tone of reverence. Brothers, it appears that fellow is not in his abode today. With a dismissive air, he continued, no matter, we shall not have come in vain. Watch as I lay waste to his dwelling. The bald man stepped forward, raising his hand to unleash several streaks of gray light towards Fang Mo's cave. Boom, 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 with the resounding blasts. Fang Mo's abode was swiftly buried beneath a cascade of rubble. Observing the destruction, Go's eyes twitched. He had initially intended to reclaim the cave from Fang Mo, but now it lay in ruins. Seemingly pleased with his handiwork, a terrifying grin spread across the bald man's face. At this moment, the cloaked figure, his voice gravelly, addressed Go, junior brother for a mere third-level Yuan spirit realm individual, you actually implored the peak master to send us two fourth-level experts. Go felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this, but then, as if struck by a revelation, he said uncertainly, brothers, although I too am at the third level, I was utterly powerless before that fellow, crushed without a chance to retaliate. Why not admit your own ineptitude? Having your cave seized and your storage bag pilfered, and yet you don't even know the name of your adversary. The bald man scoffed disdainfully. If word gets out that two fourth-level Yuan spirit realm cultivators conspired to bully a mere third-level newcomer, we would be the laughingstock of all. This will not do. Cloaked one, you stay here. One of us is sufficient. I shall take my leave. As the bald man turned to depart, a figure suddenly obstructed his path. Since you've come, none shall leave. A cold voice emanated from Fang Mo's lips. Who are you? The bald man's expression darkened. Before Fang Mo could respond, Go's face lit up with excitement as he pointed at Fang Mo, exclaiming, brothers, it is him. He is the one who seized my cave. Indeed, the bald man narrowed his eyes, pondering. Wasn't he said to be at the third level of the Yuan spirit realm? Yet, this person's aura distinctly resonates with that of the fourth level. Could it be he has just broken through? Just then, the cloaked figure spoke, addressing Fang Mo. I trust you are aware of our purpose here today. Return the storage bag to junior brother and in addition, Provide one magical artifact, and we shall consider this matter settled. What say you?" As soon as the words fell, Ingo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the figure cloaked in black. This was not what had been previously agreed upon. They had promised to cripple this individual. Just as Ingo was about to voice his inquiry, he was silenced by a glance from the bald man beside him. Clearly, the bald man concurred with the resolution proposed by the figure in black. After all, the individual before them was now at the 4th level of the Yuanling realm. Any combat would undoubtedly attract the attention of the law enforcement disciples. Haha, if you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Your storage bags are still in my possession, Fang Mo scoffed, waving his hand to reveal several storage bags before him. I possess many storage bags. The question is whether you can seize them. Upon hearing this, the bald man's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Fang Mo. Are you not planning to hand them over? The moment the words escaped his lips, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to freeze. Witnessing this scene, Ingo's face revealed a hint of schadenfreude. This individual truly failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Given an opportunity, he did not know how to cherish it. Soon I shall have you kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Chapter 37. Given the opportunity. You prove ineffectual. The clamor around them was silenced as Fang Mo declared, "Let us first still your incessant chatter." With that, he transformed into a shadow of crimson and lunged at the bald man. The bald man, upon witnessing this, scoffed coldly, "If you seek death, I shall oblige." He too morphed into a streak of gray light, hurtling towards Fang Mo. A tremendous explosion ensued, sending forth a powerful shockwave of elemental energy that swept through the vicinity. Trees were uprooted, as if caught in a tempest, and dust billowed into the air. The figure clad in black swiftly seized the unresponsive Ingo, retreating hastily to evade the overwhelming force. As the dust settled, the silhouettes of Fang Mo and the bald man gradually emerged. This is impossible. Ingo stared, eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Even the man in black faltered, breath caught in his throat. Before them, the bald man found himself ensnared by Fang Mo's single hand around his neck, fear etched upon his face as he gazed up at Fang Mo. The latter's eyes were devoid of emotion, cold as ice, shrouded in a sinister mist of blood, exuding an aura akin to that of a malevolent deity from the abyss. The bald man's elemental energy was thoroughly suppressed, and the terrifying fluctuations emanating from Fang Mo rendered him powerless to act. The bald man, trembling with terror, regarded the figure before him. This man was akin to a demon from the netherworld. Is this the 4th realm of the elemental spirit? How can he be so formidable? The presence of this man reminded him of the monsters atop the first peak. Suddenly, the bald man felt Fang Mo's grip tighten, the sensation of asphyxiation growing ever more intense. In a panic, he cried out, You cannot kill me. The sect forbids inner disciples from harming one another." Gone was his earlier bravado, replaced by a desperate attempt to invoke sect rules to safeguard his life. Fang Mo regarded the bald man with a glint of crimson in his eyes and spoke in a chilling tone, "Fear not, you shall continue to live." With that, he injected a surge of blood elemental energy into the bald man's body and unceremoniously cast him to the ground. "What have you done to me?" The bald man exclaimed in terror, realizing he had lost control over his own elemental energy. Ignoring the bald man's plight, Fang Mo turned his attention to the remaining 2 individuals. The moment Ingo met Fang Mo's gaze, his complexion turned ashen, retreating in fear towards the man in black. Meanwhile, the man in black stood poised, elemental energy swirling around him, as if bracing for an imminent threat. The bald man had been in the 4th realm of the elemental spirit for several years, his strength not to be underestimated, yet he had been swiftly subdued, unable even to summon his own undead minions. How could one of the same realm possess such overwhelming might? Surely, the bald man had underestimated his opponent. The man in black cast an irritated glance at the fallen bald man before summoning forth a peculiar figure, whose complexion was pallid and ghastly. The arrival of this enigmatic individual seemed to lower the temperature in the air significantly. An undead creature of the 4th realm of the elemental spirit? Observing the eerie figure beside the man in the black robe, exuding a potent aura of decay, Fang Mo's gaze mirrored an unusual hue. The man in the black robe did not respond. Instead, he pointed at Fang Mo and commanded, "Go." The male corpse lunged directly at Fang Mo. As the corpse advanced at breakneck speed, Fang Mo transformed into a shadow of blood, swiftly repositioning himself behind the cadaver. The Qingyue blade materialized in his hand, descending toward the back of the corpse. With a resounding clang, the Qingyue blade merely left a faint white mark upon the corpse's back. Unable to breach its defenses, the intensity of the unusual glimmer in Fang Mo's eyes deepened as he observed the mark. The corpse pivoted and charged at Fang Mo once more. But he effortlessly evaded its approach, demonstrating ample strength, yet exhibiting rigid movements. As Fang Mo watched the corpse effortlessly snap a colossal tree in half, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, he sensed a foul wind approaching from behind, accompanied by a raspy voice proclaiming, "Corrupt heart palm." At that critical moment, Fang Mo swiftly turned and struck with an open palm, meeting the black-robed man's incoming attack. They separated upon contact, the black-robed man landing a short distance away. "Huh. You've fallen victim to my corrupt heart palm. Before long, your organs will rot away." Upon hearing this, the concealed Ingo felt a surge of confidence. Sneering at Fang Mo, "Boy, why not kneel and beg for mercy? Plead with my black-robed senior to cure your poison." Fang Mo cast a stoic glance at his slightly darkened palm, sensing a trace of malevolent energy infiltrating his body. Yet, in the next moment, the indestructible blood lotus within him began to rotate gently, emanating a subtle pull that drew the dark energy into the lotus. As Fang Mo's palm gradually lost its darkness, the black-robed man wore an astonished expression. "What is happening? The corrupt heart poison can only be forcibly expelled by one at the Yuan realm. What is he doing?" Before the black-robed man could fully comprehend the situation, a colossal blood-red hand, formed from condensed Yuan energy, slammed the male corpse deep into the ground. The blood-red hand then advanced toward the black-robed man, instilling a profound sense of danger within him. With no time for contemplation, the black-robed man's aura of decay surged, the dense gray energy causing the surrounding flora to wither instantaneously. He rapidly performed hand seals, as the gray energy grotesquely coalesced before him into a gigantic skull. At the moment the skull took form, the black-robed man unleashed all his strength against the blood-red hand. In an instant, the gray skull collided with the blood-red hand. However, the ensuing scene rendered the black-robed man's expression one of utter despair. The blood-red hand shattered the massive skull effortlessly, continuing its trajectory toward the black-robed man without losing momentum. Desperation filled the black-robed man's eyes as the blood-red hand struck him to the ground, causing him to spit blood and lie on the brink of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Ingo stood by, bewildered, unable to fathom the unfolding events. As if struggling to accept such an outcome, two individuals of the fourth tier of the Yuan spirit realm lay on the ground. How could this be possible? I had already greatly overestimated this fellow. How could it end like this? What kind of monster have I provoked? At last, Ingo regained his senses, watching as Fang Mo approached with measured steps. With a sudden thud, he fell to his knees. "I was wrong, brother. I failed to recognize your greatness. I deserve to perish. I implore you, spare me. I swear I shall never trouble you again. You cannot take my life within the sect." Ingo pleaded desperately, his face a mask of terror. "I have already granted you a chance at life, yet you failed to cherish it." As Fang Mo's words faded, Ingo's expression turned to one of despair as a blood-red giant hand enveloped him. "Cease this at once." A thunderous shout erupted from behind. Upon hearing the voice, a flicker of hope crossed Ingo's hopeless visage. However, Fang Mo remained indifferent to the outburst, and in the next instant, Ingo was helplessly crushed into a mist of blood by the colossal hand. How audacious, to dare slaughter disciples within the sect. Fang Mo turned his head slightly, his expression unyielding as he regarded the two furious figures behind him, both clad in black garments. The crimson characters for law enforcement on their cuffs stood out starkly. Chapter 38. The Direct Disciple or the Enforcer. Fang Mo spoke slowly. "Humph, daring to slaughter fellow sect members within the confines of the sect. Come with us to the law enforcement hall and await your punishment." One of the enforcers, his face twisted in anger, had never before encountered such audacity. How could one disregard the enforcer's authority and kill a peer before their very eyes? Another enforcer manifested a pitch-black chain, tendrils of dark energy swirling around it, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. This chain, known as the Prison Yuan Lock, was a standard artifact for the enforcers. Once ensnared by it, one's internal power would be suppressed, rendering them as powerless as an ordinary person. As the enforcer brandished the prison yuan lock, he advanced to apprehend Fang Mo, who countered by tossing a black jade tablet into the air, declaring, "The inner sect disciple Go has provocatively attacked me, destroyed my residence, and sought my life. In self-defense, I had no choice but to retaliate." The enforcer received the jade tablet, and, upon reading the inscription, his expression changed. This is Elder Pei's elder token. The other enforcer hastily approached to examine it. Calmly, Fang Mo continued, "Elder Pei Kuan is my master. Should you intend to drag me to the law enforcement hall, you must first ascertain whether my master consents." No longer the naive novice who had first entered the sect, Fang Mo recognized the power dynamics at play. Within the Wan Corp sect, the 10 inner sect elders were second only to the sect leader. The two enforcers, who had previously been so aggressive, now wore expressions of goodwill as they regarded Fang Mo. One of them respectfully returned the jade tablet and inquired, "May I ask your name, junior brother?" "Fang Mo," he replied. The enforcer then spoke earnestly, "The inner sect disciple Go has unjustly harmed fellow disciple Fang Mo." In self-defense, Fang Mo was compelled to retaliate. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo clasped his fists in gratitude towards the two enforcers, saying, "I am deeply grateful for your keen discernment, esteemed brothers." "Do not mention it, junior brother Fang," the slightly portly enforcer waved dismissively. Elder Pei is one of the 10 elders, and to be accepted as his direct disciple signifies extraordinary talent. Such a relationship could undoubtedly prove advantageous in the future. With this thought in mind, the portly enforcer smiled warmly. "No need for formality, junior brother Fang. I am Zhou Jian, and this is my brother Zhou Qi." The other enforcer smiled and nodded at Fang Mo. Meanwhile, not far away, a bald man stood in a daze, unable to comprehend that this individual named Fang Mo had the audacity to commit murder within the sect, and right before the enforcers no less. What astonished him even more was the revelation that Fang Mo was a direct disciple of Elder Pei. Elder Pei, one of the 10 inner sect elders. Glancing at the pool of blood left behind by Go, the bald man felt a wave of nausea. It dawned on him that Go had provoked a direct disciple of one of the 10 elders. No wonder Fang Mo possessed such terrifying strength. Even if Go were still alive at that moment, the bald man would have relished the opportunity to personally eliminate him. At the moment the bald man was engulfed in regret. Not far away, Zhou Jian pointed at him and addressed Fang Mo, saying, "Junior brother Fang, we must escort these two back to the enforcement hall. We shall take our leave now." Upon hearing this, the bald man felt a chill run down his spine. The enforcement hall might not instill fear in newcomers like Fang Mo, but for someone of his seniority, it was a daunting, forbidden place. Entering it could lead to dire consequences. The individuals within the enforcement hall were the most twisted of the twisted, the maddest of the mad. Despite Zhou Jian and Zhou Qi appearing amiable and sharing laughter with Fang Mo, the bald man was acutely aware of the horrors they inflicted upon others in the enforcement hall. Just as despair washed over the bald man's face, Fang Mo's voice broke through. "Wait, brothers, I still have use for them. Could we leave them here?" Zhou Jian and Zhou Qi exchanged glances, their expressions revealing hesitation. Sensing their concern, Fang Mo calmly assured, "Rest easy, I shall not take their lives." At this, Zhou Jian's expression relaxed. "Then we shall leave them to junior brother Fang. Farewell." As the disciples of the enforcement hall departed, Fang Mo's demeanor turned icy. The bald man, visibly relieved from the brink of disaster, cast a grateful glance toward Fang Mo. Fang Mo seized the unconscious figure clad in black robes, leaving a trace of his blood vitality within him. Then turned to the bald man and declared, "I will ask, and you will answer." Without waiting for the bald man to respond, Fang Mo continued, "What is your relationship with Go?" "Nothing of significance," the bald man replied, his tone slightly irritable. Fang Mo swiftly unleashed a surge of blood energy, piercing through the bald man's palm, causing blood to splatter. "Ah!" the bald man cried out, clutching his hand in agony. Terror etched across his face as he gazed at Fang Mo. "This is your final opportunity. What is your relationship with Go?" Fang Mo's expression remained impassive. The bald man, feeling the weight of Fang Mo's cold stare, sensed that failing to answer truthfully could lead to his demise. I will tell you," he stammered, somewhat unraveling. "We have no special ties with Go. We were sent by the Peak Master." "The Peak Master?" Fang Mo furrowed his brow. The bald man, Noticing Fang Mo's curiosity, hurried to explain, he is the master of our third peak. Oh, so, does that mean each of the 3 peaks in the inner sect has its own peak master? What is the nature of this position? Intrigue sparkled in Fang Mo's eyes. Indeed, each peak within the inner sect has a peak master, who is the strongest among them, commanding many followers from the peak summit. What is the name of the peak master of the third peak? Ixia. Thus, both of you are followers of Ixia and Yingo? Yes. What is Ixia's cultivation level? The bald man hesitated for a moment before responding. He is at the 6th level of the Yuanling realm. Oh. Fang Mo gazed into the distance towards the peak, lost in contemplation. Upon witnessing the scene, the bald man presumed that Fang Mo was intimidated by the power of the peak master, and he secretly rejoiced, hastily stating, "The peak master has numerous followers. The death of Yingo is of little consequence. You need not worry. If you release me, the peak master will certainly refrain from troubling you further." Fang Mo replied indifferently, "What should I be concerned about? Should I fear that followers like you will cause me trouble again?" The bald man's face flushed crimson, revealing his embarrassment. Internally, he scoffed. Who would have anticipated that a peculiar individual like you would abandon the first peak to come to the third peak? Fang Mo disregarded the bald man's expression and stated coldly, "Regardless of whose follower you are, if you provoke me, you shall pay the price. Now, hand over your storage bag." The bald man, his complexion ashen, reluctantly surrendered his storage bag to Fang Mo. Here he was, seeking to trouble others, only to find himself knocked to the ground, his storage bag thoroughly plundered. At that moment, the cloaked figure that Fang Mo had been holding also slowly regained consciousness. Still disoriented, he was taken aback as Fang Mo directly seized the storage bag from his waist. "You." The cloaked man feebly pointed at Fang Mo then unceremoniously tossed the cloaked figure beside the bald man. Seemingly struck by a thought, he inquired, "Are you acquainted with Shi Yao?" The bald man paused, contemplating before replying, "I have indeed heard of Shi Yao. Although his cultivation is mediocre, he possesses considerable insight into the internal affairs of the sect and has garnered a modest reputation on the third peak." "Why do you ask?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Fang Mo's eyes. "Do you know his current whereabouts?" The bald man looked at Fang Mo, somewhat perplexed, and replied, "I am afraid I do not know." Fang Mo chose not to press further. Instead, he addressed both men with a detached demeanor. "Before I return, ensure that this place is restored to its original state. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. And do not entertain thoughts of seeking rescue. I have left a trace of my energy within you. If you wish to avoid demise, you would do well to comply." As his words fell, the bald man's face turned ashen. Meanwhile, the cloaked man, filled with indignation, retorted, "I do not believe you dare to slap." A resounding sound echoed. The cloaked man, clutching his face, stared blankly at the bald man. Chapter 39. Blood Sacrifice Technique. "Rest assured, my fellow disciple, we shall restore this place to its former glory," said the bald man with a disingenuous smile. His reaction alerted the figure in the black robe, whose face darkened as he struggled to suppress his anger. Unfazed, Fang Mo turned away from the two and departed. Before long, Fang Mo arrived before an imposing hall, where 3 blood-red characters proclaimed, "Technique Hall." Calmly, he stepped inside and surveyed the spacious interior, which was sparsely populated. Not far off, a colossal luminous screen caught his attention, dividing the hall in 2 like a wall. A peculiar glint flashed in Fang Mo's eyes as he approached to investigate. "New here?" rasped a voice from beside him. Startled, Fang Mo turned to find an elderly woman with a head of white hair seated in a corner. He felt a jolt of surprise. He had not sensed her presence upon entering. "Senior, I am but a new disciple seeking to select a technique," Fang Mo respectfully replied, cupping his hands. With an expressionless demeanor, the elderly woman spoke again, "Present the token." Fang Mo complied, handing over the black jade tablet. "He, a direct disciple of Pei Kuan, I see," she remarked, slightly lifting her gaze to scrutinize Fang Mo with her murky eyes. A shiver ran down his spine, as if he were being targeted by a venomous serpent. Anxious, he feared she might uncover the anomalies within him. Fortunately, her gaze soon averted, and she pointed towards the enormous screen, instructing, with the token, "You may enter to select 2 techniques suitable for your Yuan spirit realm. Afterward, return to me for registration." Having concluded her words, the elderly woman closed her eyes in meditation, dismissing Fang Mo entirely. Taking the token, he approached the luminous screen. As he touched it, the surface rippled like water, and in an instant, he was drawn within. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by neatly arranged shelves. The 10,000 Corpses sect truly possesses profound heritage. Fang Mo marveled, astonished by the sheer volume of techniques before him. He casually picked up a book and glanced through it. Heavenly Evil Technique. This technique focused on the cultivation of malevolent energy. Fang Mo shook his head slightly. It was not what he sought, for he already possessed the 10,000 transformations blood canon. Techniques and skills are not synonymous. Techniques form the foundation of cultivation, nurturing oneself in pursuit of transcendence, while skills are methods of offensive action. Setting the Heavenly Evil Technique aside, he continued to browse other volumes. Everlasting Spring Technique, Blood Spirit Technique, Corpse Chi Technique. It appeared that this shelf was dedicated solely to techniques. Fang Mo mused that, as a practitioner of the 10,000 transformations blood canon, these techniques held no appeal for him. He moved towards the next shelf, where he discovered skills instead. The myriad of techniques displayed before Fang Mo's eyes, including the corpse corruption technique and the soul-biting palm, left him utterly dazzled. He also caught sight of the corrupted heart palm employed by the figure in black robes, classified as a mid-tier, yellow-grade technique. Shaking his head slightly, he continued to search through the next bookshelf. 2 hours elapsed as Fang Mo perused the shelves. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a slightly crimsoned book, igniting a flicker of joy in his eyes. This was a tome he had unearthed from a corner of the bookshelf, titled Blood Sacrifice Technique. The blood sacrifice technique is a method that uses one's own blood essence to refine a corpse, astonishingly without the need for corpse energy. Fang Mo's heart swelled with delight. This technique, deemed a mere trifle by others due to the critical importance of blood essence to cultivators, was a treasure in his hands. Each cultivator has a limited supply of blood essence, and its recovery is a painstakingly slow process. However, Fang Mo was different. With his cultivation of the ever-changing blood canon and the possession of the undying blood lotus, not only did he possess immense spiritual power, but he also lacked for blood energy. This blood sacrifice technique seemed tailor-made for him. He tucked the blood sacrifice technique into his robes, his spirits soaring. He had long been fascinated by corpse refinement, yet was hindered by his inability to cultivate corpse energy, leaving him unable to pursue it. After witnessing the black-robed figure's mastery in corpse refinement during their duel, Fang Mo's interest was rekindled. With a glimmer of hope, he ventured into the Hall of Techniques, seeking methods that did not require corpse energy, and to his astonishment, he found precisely what he sought. Having discovered the desired technique, Fang Mo did not rush to depart, but continued to browse the shelves. Techniques such as corpse control, beast taming, bug summoning, and corpse puppet technique caught his eye. After flipping through a few pages of the corpse puppet technique, he decided to add it to his collection as well. The vast luminous screen in the hall rippled like water as Fang Mo emerged from its depths. Approaching the white-haired elder, he retrieved the 2 techniques from his robes. Blood sacrifice technique? The elder furrowed her brow, casting a cold glance at Fang Mo. Where in the world did you unearth such a technique? Are you courting death? Feigning confusion, Fang Mo asked, Senior, why do you say that? With an impassive expression, the elder replied, The corpses refined using one's own blood essence are far more powerful and sinister than ordinary ones. A century ago, many sought to cultivate the blood sacrifice technique to create even stronger corpses, including some elders. As she spoke, a glimmer of fear flickered in her eyes. Within less than half a year, those who practiced the blood sacrifice technique were all devoured by their own creations, their blood essence drained to the point of becoming mere husks. Since then, this technique has been secretly classified as forbidden, and no one has dared to cultivate it for a century. Forbidden technique? Fang Mo frowned. Does that mean it cannot be practiced? But why must I not cultivate this blood sacrifice technique? He inquired. The elder coldly responded, If you are determined to court death, how can I stop you? Fang Mo let out a quiet sigh of relief and remarked, Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I have decided to choose this particular elemental technique. No need for thanks. I merely offered my thoughts out of respect for Pei Kun. The silver-haired matron replied as she collected the 2 tomes and turned to hand Fang Mo 2 jade slips, which contained the transcriptions of the 2 elemental techniques. Simply immerse your consciousness into the slips to access the contents. Thank you, esteemed elder, Fang Mo said as he accepted the jade slips and turned to depart. The elderly woman, her murky eyes fixed on Fang Mo's receding figure, murmured to herself, Pei Kuan truly possesses discerning judgment. Alas, what a pity. Upon leaving the Hall of Techniques, Fang Mo did not return to the third peak. Instead, he made his way towards the Hall of Arrays. The destruction of his cave dwelling had served as a wake-up call for him. To prevent a recurrence of such an unfortunate event, he intended to explore the Hall of Arrays to arrange some protective formations around his dwelling. Chapter 40. Luoyun City. The Array Hall was evidently far more bustling than the martial arts hall, with disciples gathered in small clusters, engaged in animated discussions. Junior brother, are you setting up an array or repairing one? Inquired a slender, dark-complexioned disciple as he approached. I wish to establish a protective array around my cave dwelling. Fang Mo replied, noticing a small character for array embroidered on the disciple's sleeve, indicating his affiliation with the Array Hall. The disciple's eyes sparkled with interest. You've come to the right person. I am particularly adept at arranging protective arrays. It will only cost 300 yuan stones, and you may choose whichever array you prefer. Fang Mo replied coolly, is that so? Please, enlighten me. The dark-complexioned disciple immediately began to expound, the Cloud Concealment Array, the Wind Guard Array, the Illusion Array, the Boulder Array. These formidable protective arrays are all within my capabilities. First, the Cloud Concealment Array gathers the essence of heaven and earth, shrouding the cave in mist. Any intruders will find themselves ensnared within the array. Then there's the Wind Guard Array, which harnesses the innate power of the 8 trigrams to condense fierce winds. Those who dare intrude will be ruthlessly torn apart. It is truly terrifying. And the Illusion Array. Just as the disciple was passionately detailing the arrays, a derisive snicker interrupted him. Junior brother, do not be deceived by this fellow. A handsome young man interjected as he approached Fang Mo. Upon seeing the newcomer, the dark-complexioned disciple's expression darkened. Luoyun City, how dare you undermine me? What can I say? I simply cannot abide by seeing this junior brother being duped, Luoyun City replied nonchalantly. While the arrays he mentioned do possess commendable power and can indeed fend off cultivators below the Yuan realm, sadly, his skills are lacking. His arrangements would only withstand attacks from those at the 3rd level of the Yuan spirit realm at best. Fang Mo, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow deeply, and judging by the dark-complexioned disciple's reaction, Luoyun City's words appeared to hold merit. A grim look crossed Fang Mo's face as he shot a glance at the previously confident disciple, realizing he had nearly been taken in. The dark-complexioned disciple, sensing the disapproval in Fang Mo's gaze, understood he had lost his chance. He glared hatefully at Luoyun City. Just wait, Luoyun City. With that, he turned and left in a huff. You must also possess some skills in arranging arrays, Fang Mo remarked, glancing at Luoyun City's attire. Luoyun City smiled slightly and responded, as a disciple of the Array Hall, I certainly can arrange arrays. However, unlike that fellow, I specialize in only one. Intrigued, Fang Mo asked, which array is that? The Golden Light Array. Luoyun City declared, a hint of pride in his tone. Though I know only this one array. I assure you that the Golden Light Array I set up can withstand attacks from cultivators below the Yuan realm. Fang Mo raised an eyebrow. Very well. Then I shall choose the Golden Light Array. A hint of bashfulness graced Luoyun City's face as she said, Junior brother, the price for my array formation is rather steep. How much? 1,000 yuan stones. Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback. 1,000 yuan stones? Goodness. That's more than 3 times the price of the previous offer. Noticing Fang Mo's expression, Luoyun City hastily reassured him, Junior brother, I assure you, the array I set up is worth every bit. Very well, 1,000 yuan stones it is. Fang Mo did not hesitate and promptly retrieved a substantial number of yuan stones from his storage ring. After all, he was not short on resources. Before arriving at the Wanshi zone, he still had over 2,000 yuan stones in his storage bag, not counting the additional treasures he had yet to organize from the various storage bags he had acquired during his time at the sect. Gasping at the sight of the glimmering yuan stones, Luoyun City felt a rush of excitement. She had never encountered someone so generous. You truly are impressive, junior brother. After saying this, she quickly stored the yuan stones in her bag, wary of prying eyes. Straightening her collar, she stated earnestly, let us proceed, junior brother, to set up your array formation. Fang Mo nodded slightly, leading Luoyun City away from the array hall. In a corner of the hall, a lean, Dark Disciple watched the departing duo with a glint of greed in his eyes. Upon exiting the array hall, Fang Mo headed towards the third peak, while Luoyun, puzzled, inquired, "Junior brother, where is your corpse beast? Why aren't you riding it?" "Due to certain circumstances, my corpse beast is temporarily unavailable for riding," Fang Mo replied vaguely. "Oh, no worries, junior brother. You can ride mine." With a wave of her hand, a 2-meter-long cat-headed corpse eagle appeared before them. "By the way, junior brother, I still don't know your name." "Fang Mo. Fang, junior brother. You appear to be a newly initiated inner disciple. Am I correct?" "Yes, Fang, junior brother. I can see you are quite straightforward. Allow me to advise you. In the inner sect, one must not flaunt wealth, as it may attract unwanted trouble." Luoyun's gaze subtly flicked to the storage ring on Fang Mo's hand. Fang Mo cast a surprised glance at Luoyun before offering a calm smile in response. Seeing his reaction, Luoyun shrugged and fell silent. Before long, the two arrived at the third peak. As they traversed the tranquil forest, the scenery before them momentarily entranced Luoyun, making her feel as though they had stumbled upon a secluded abode of righteous cultivators. Not far away lay a crystal-clear pond, where a few fish swam gracefully. A thin mist hovered above the water's surface, surrounded by lush green grass, accompanied by the occasional chirping of insects. At the rear of the pond, a rugged cliff bore a naturally formed cave, perfectly integrated into its surroundings. "This place is incredibly picturesque, Fang, junior brother. Your cave residence is truly remarkable," Luoyun marveled. In the realm of the 10,000 Corpses sect, he had yet to encounter a cave dwelling so exquisitely arranged that it resembled an ethereal paradise. The caverns he had previously witnessed were shrouded in an eerie gloom, suffused with the stench of death, and some were even situated directly within tombs. The environment before him indeed offered a refreshing change for Luoyun. With a light tap of his toes, Fang Mo leapt onto the protruding clearing before the cave, closely followed by Luoyun. "Ah, Xiaoxiong, what brings you here?" Luoyun exclaimed, astonished to see the bald man standing at the entrance of the cave. "Haha, Lu Xiong, it is you. I am here to assist junior brother Fang in managing the cave," the bald man stammered, casting a wary glance at Fang Mo behind him. This subtle gesture did not escape Luoyun's keen observation, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. He was quite familiar with this bald man, named Xiaoxiong, whose strength was commendable and who often displayed an overwhelming arrogance due to his affiliation with the master of the third peak. The fact that such a person exhibited such deference towards the newly initiated disciple beside him suggested that this junior brother Fang was indeed extraordinary. "Junior brother Fang, are you satisfied with the renovations we have made?" Xiaoxiong inquired respectfully. Witnessing this exchange further solidified Luoyun's suspicions. Fang Mo, however, chose to disregard Xiaoxiong's inquiry and turned to Luoyun, stating, "Lu Xiong, you may now arrange the formation." Fang Mo's words interrupted Luoyun's train of thought. Chapter 41, The Golden Light Arrayhum. "Yes." Luoyun regained her composure and responded. Her expression turned serious as 6 small golden flags appeared in her hand, each adorned with intricate and profound runes. "Go." Luoyun uttered a low command, casting the golden flags into the air. In an instant, the 6 flags transformed into beams of golden light, shooting towards the periphery of the cave dwelling. Upon reaching the ground, the golden light did not linger, but instead penetrated into the earth. At that moment, Luoyun lightly tapped her feet, leaping into the air while silently reciting incantations. Fang Mo squinted slightly, observing the locations where the 6 flags had vanished. He could sense the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converging. After a few moments, 6 beams of golden light surged from the ground, ascending towards Luoyun, converging in her hands to form a golden sphere. "Junior brother Fang, please provide a drop of your blood," Luoyun suddenly called out from midair. Without hesitation, Fang Mo flicked his fingertip, sending a drop of crimson blood soaring towards Luoyun. With deft fingers, Luoyun guided the drop of blood, which landed directly upon the golden sphere. At this moment, Fang Mo felt a stirring within, his eyes revealing an expression of astonishment. Luoyun grasped the golden sphere, slowly descending to the ground before striking the sphere against the earth. In an instant, the golden sphere erupted into dazzling light, vanishing into the ground. The moment the sphere disappeared, a translucent golden shield manifested around the cave, fleeting yet radiant. As soon as the golden shield appeared, Fang Mo sensed a connection between himself and the golden light array, realizing he could control it. At this juncture, Luoyun's complexion paled slightly, and she weakly remarked, "Junior brother Fang, I have fulfilled my promise. The golden light array is now complete." "Thank you, senior brother Lu. Here are some spirit origin pills. Please recover your energy." Fang Mo tossed a storage bag towards her. Luoyun accepted the bag, saying, "Junior brother Fang, you are considerate. This array can be controlled by your will, so I need not elaborate further. I shall take my leave now. Senior brother Lu, please wait. I have one more question to ask." Fang Mo suddenly recalled something and called after Luoyun. Luoyun smiled gently and inquired, "What is it? Do you know how to repair an array plate?" Luoyun paused for a moment before responding, "I do know how to repair an array plate, but is it difficult? Repairing the array plate itself isn't challenging. The difficulty lies in acquiring the necessary materials." "What materials are required?" "You will need Xian crystal stones." "Xian crystal stones?" "Yes. Xian crystal stones are the essence of Xian iron, exceedingly rare. A large Xian iron mine may yield only a single piece the size of a fist." Fang Mo's brows furrowed deeply upon hearing this. He had hoped to repair the 100 Suns soul-devouring array swiftly. It seemed that achieving this goal would be quite challenging. Luoyun regarded Fang Mo and remarked, "In truth, if it were a low-level array plate, I would advise against repairing it, as the value of Xian crystal stones alone surpasses that of the array plate itself, making it not worth the effort." Fang Mo nodded slowly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder, brother Lu. When I have the opportunity to obtain the Xianjing stone, I will trouble you to assist in repairing the array disc." Luoyun shrugged helplessly and replied, "All right, since you insist, I will inquire about the Xianjing stone during this time." "Thank you, brother Lu," Fang Mo said appreciatively. After bidding farewell to Luoyun, Fang Mo turned around with a stoic expression and addressed the two bald men behind him. "You two, go and excavate 2 more side chambers in the cave. Hey, don't overstep your bounds." The man in the black robe glared at Fang Mo with anger. Although the bald man had already informed him of the events that transpired while he was unconscious and of Fang Mo's identity, the way Fang Mo was bossing them around was intolerable. He had never been treated with such disdain. However, upon meeting Fang Mo's indifferent gaze, the man in black suddenly felt a tinge of regret for his words. Still, he summoned his courage to say, "Don't think that just because you are a direct disciple of Elder Pei, you can do as you please. We may fear you, but the Peak Master's background is equally formidable. Are you not afraid of the Peak Master's retribution?" Fang Mo did not respond. Instead, he launched a punch towards the man in black, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. "Pooh!" The man in black spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could regain his bearings, Fang Mo appeared beside him, leaning down slowly. "Does this count as overstepping? Remember your current status, and consider the tone and attitude you should adopt when speaking to me. Think carefully, or next time you may find yourself eternally silenced." With that, Fang Mo walked to the edge of the pond and sat down with his eyes closed. The bald man quickly helped the man in black to his feet and whispered in his ear, "Black Robe, you are usually more astute than I. How is it that you fail to see the situation clearly at this moment? The Peak Master would not offend a direct disciple of one of the 10 elders for our sake. To put it simply, our lives or deaths rest solely in his hands." The man in black remained silent, merely casting a venomous glance at Fang Mo in the distance before following the bald man back towards the cave. By the pond, Fang Mo manipulated the golden light array with his mind, causing the golden shield enveloping the cave to shimmer in and out of visibility. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a look of satisfaction. During the activation of the golden light array, no one could enter without his consent. To breach the array, one would need to possess the cultivation of a Yuan realm practitioner. With this formation in place, he would no longer fear that others could destroy the cave in his absence. Fang Mo stood up and walked towards the cave, where the bald man and his companion awaited outside. The bald man wore a sycophantic smile, saying, "Brother Fang, the 2 side chambers have been excavated. Do you find them satisfactory?" The man in black snorted disdainfully, clearly looking down on the bald man's obsequious demeanor. Fang Mo walked inside with a blank expression. The cave had been restored to its original form, now featuring 2 modest side chambers. "Brother Fang, are you pleased with these 2 chambers?" the bald man asked cautiously. "Yes," Fang Mo replied. Fang Mo nodded slightly. The figure in the black robe, observing this, spoke in a deep voice. Can we leave now? Fang Mo chuckled softly and waved his hand, conjuring a soundproof barrier around the cave. The black-robed man's expression shifted, and he questioned, "What do you mean by this?" The bald man beside him felt a tightening in his chest. Fang Mo lightly pointed his finger, directly invoking the blood essence trapped within the black-robed man's body. In an instant, the black-robed man crumpled to the ground in agony, convulsing uncontrollably. The sight of this caused the bald man's face to drain of color. His eyes filled with terror as he glanced at Fang Mo. Fang Mo regarded the writhing figure on the ground with indifference and remarked, "I never stated that I would allow you to leave. I merely mentioned that I would not let you die." He then addressed the bald man. "You would do well to remain docile over there." Fang Mo's words left the bald man helplessly watching the black-robed man, too fearful to make any move. Ignoring the black-robed man's anguished cries, Fang Mo proceeded towards the adjacent chamber. Chapter 42. The submission of Xia Xiong within the dimly lit and foreboding palace. A man adorned with a ghostly mask knelt upon the ground. A chilling voice emanated from above, where a black jade and glass throne loomed, shrouded in an eerie black mist. The mist writhed as the cold voice resounded once more. "Xia Xiong and the man in black have both fallen. How intriguing. Truly, this is a worthy individual in Elder Pei's eyes, but alas." The man with the ghostly mask raised his head and inquired, "Master, shall I teach that fellow a lesson?" "No need. If anything were to happen to him, Elder Pei might go mad, and my own life would be at stake," came the response. "What are the two in black? Should they be brought back?" "The two in black are inconsequential. Do not mention them again. Let this matter pass, and do not provoke that individual further." "Understood." The masked man turned and departed, the chilling laughter echoing. Fang Mo. As the black mist gradually dissipated, Fang Mo gazed at the blood refinement array he had just arranged, releasing a gentle sigh. The status of being a disciple of Pei Kuan appeared to wield significant influence within the sect. However, Fang Mo understood that this was merely an illusion, incapable of ensuring his safety. The master of the third peak, the so-called aberrations of the first peak, and the powerful figures on the corpse list all instilled in him a profound sense of crisis. Moreover, having now attracted the attention of the master of the third peak, he recognized the necessity of preparing himself and rapidly enhancing his strength. Fang Mo dragged the severely weakened figure in black into the room, securing him against the wall. He then severed the man's wrists and ankles, allowing the blood to flow into the central array. Observing his handiwork, Fang Mo nodded in satisfaction. "Come in." He beckoned to the bald man waiting outside. The bald man entered hesitantly, his expression transforming into one of sheer terror at the sight before him. In the center of the chamber lay an ominous formation, the man in black bound to the wall, blood streaming into the array, staining it crimson. This. The bald man stammered, rendered speechless by fear. "Do you wish to end up like him?" Fang Mo asked softly. This question shattered the bald man's psychological defenses. Suddenly, he collapsed to his knees before Fang Mo, fervently prostrating himself. "I do not wish to die. I do not want to become like this. I beg you, spare me. I will do anything you ask. I am willing to serve you as my master, to obey your every command." As he spoke, the bald man expelled a strange black flame from his hands, raising them high. Fang Mo gazed intently at the flame, a sly smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand, capturing the essence of the soul fire within his grasp. Soul fire. The mysterious flame residing within each individual's sea of consciousness could only be externalized upon reaching the Yuanling realm. To master another's soul fire was to possess dominion over their very life and death. Certainly, to master the soul's flame of another, it must be willingly offered, otherwise, the flame will dissipate upon separation from the body. With a mere thought, Fang Mo made the black flame in his hand vanish, reappearing within the confines of his mind. Upon realizing that Fang Mo had accepted his soul's flame, the tension in the bald man's body began to ease. "What is your name?" Fang Mo inquired slowly. "In response to my master, I am called Xia Xiong," came the reply. Fang Mo replied nonchalantly, "Very well, you shall oversee him, administering medicine daily, ensuring that he does not perish, and guaranteeing a continuous supply of fresh blood for the grand array." "Understood, Master," Xia Xiong affirmed. Fang Mo then turned and entered another chamber, where he waved his hand, summoning a massive blood-red egg before him. As the egg materialized, a savage, tumultuous aura permeated the entire cave. Xia Xiong, in the adjacent room, felt this overwhelming presence and was filled with awe, secretly relieved by his choice. Fang Mo pressed his palm against the surface of the blood-red egg, which suddenly flickered with a bright crimson light, transmitting an intense hunger from within. Maintaining a tranquil demeanor, Fang Mo offered his essence of blood to the egg. After a considerable time, when the egg ceased to exude its insatiable hunger, Fang Mo slowly withdrew his hand. His complexion had turned somewhat pale. He had not anticipated such a considerable demand for blood essence. Had it been anyone else, they would have been drained to a husk by now. With the feeding complete, the surface of the blood-red egg began to pulsate rhythmically, akin to breathing. As Fang Mo caressed its exterior, he could sense a vigorous life force within, and to his astonishment, the nascent consciousness was radiating a feeling of dependence. "I await your arrival," Fang Mo murmured softly, a smile gracing his lips. After a brief interval, Fang Mo emerged from the chamber and seated himself cross-legged in the center of the cave. Gently rubbing his storage ring, 5 storage bags appeared before him in an instant. He opened one, a gift from Zhou Yuan, containing 500 essence stones along with various spiritual herbs. He proceeded to open another bag, belonging to a tall, slender youth who had accompanied Zhou Yuan. Aside from miscellaneous items, it held 200 essence stones and several spirit recovery pills. Continuing, he opened the next bag, which belonged to Ingo. Within were numerous talismans, around 300 essence stones, and 200 spirit recovery pills. Fang Mo raised an eyebrow, lifting a black long whip that turned out to be a yellow-tier elemental artifact. The remainder of the contents were of little value. Fang Mo then opened the bag belonging to the cloaked figure, and as its contents spilled onto the ground, a thick, pungent aura of death instantly suffused the cave. Fang Mo's eyes brightened. He grasped a white jade skull in his hand. Such a potent essence of death signified that this item was undoubtedly extraordinary. He then summoned Xia Xiong, who was visibly astonished at the sight of the scattered essence stones and pills. "Do you recognize this?" Fang Mo inquired. Holding up the white jade skull, Xia Xiong's eyes sparkled as he spoke. "Master, this was obtained from the abyss of corpses by the Black Robe." According to him, he accidentally stumbled upon an ancient tomb, where he found this white jade skull. Fang Mo nodded slightly, inquiring, "What is the purpose of this white jade skull? And how is it used?" "Master, this white jade skull harbors immense corpse energy, which can assist in cultivation and be utilized for nurturing and refining corpses, yielding remarkable results with minimal effort." Fang Mo understood, lamenting internally that he could not use it himself and would have to save it for his future endeavors in corpse refinement. As he stored the white jade skull, a small black porcelain vial caught Fang Mo's attention. He picked it up and was about to open it when Xia Xiong urgently exclaimed, "Master, do not. This is the heart corruption poison crafted by the Black Robe." Fang Mo stared in astonishment at the vial in his hand, asking, "Is this the same poison that the Black Robe used on me?" Indeed, this poison was derived from the remains of 49-century-old corrupted corpses, painstakingly refined over 81 days. At that time, I even provided him with several century-old corpses. "Is this poison unsolvable in the Yuan spirit realm?" With a grave expression, Xia Xiong replied, "Master, this heart corruption poison is indeed unsolvable in the Yuan spirit realm. Only the creator of the poison knows the antidote. Moreover, even if someone in the Yuan realm were to be afflicted by it, it would still pose considerable trouble." Suddenly, Xia Xiong seemed to recall something and murmured, "Of course. Master, you are an exception. The heart corruption poison would be ineffective against him due to the eternal blood lotus within him." Fang Mo gazed intently at the black porcelain vial before him. It was indeed a valuable asset at this critical moment. Chapter 43. Farewell to Pei Kun. Having organized the storage bag of the cloaked figure, Fang Mo returned the storage bag to Xia Xiong. "Thank you, master." Xia Xiong clutched the bag tightly, overwhelmed with joy. Observing the meager sum of over 1,500 essence stones, Fang Mo murmured, "So few essence stones." The cumulative amount possessed by these individuals was less than his own. Xia Xiong, noticing Fang Mo's puzzlement, explained with a wry smile, "Master, inner disciples typically do not carry many essence stones. They must allocate substantial amounts for artifacts, corpse refining, and cultivation." "Oh," Fang Mo replied, realization dawning upon him. These indeed required significant expenditure of essence stones. A peculiar expression crossed his face as he reflected on how swiftly resources could be acquired through plunder. Master, essence stones are primarily used for transactions among disciples. The usual exchange within the sect is conducted using contribution points, Xia Xiong continued. Fang Mo nodded slightly, aware of contribution points as outlined in the sect manual. It requires undertaking tasks at the mission hall. But Fang Mo had no intention of engaging in tasks for the time being. I have no use for these spirit essence pills. You may take them all, Fang Mo said, gesturing toward the pile of spirit essence pills on the ground. Xia Xiong gazed at the heap in disbelief. Astonished at the sheer quantity, there must be 500 spirit essence pills. Master, are you really giving me all of these? Xia Xiong stammered. Fang Mo replied nonchalantly. They are all for you. Thank you, master. Xia Xiong, seeing Fang Mo's sincerity, excitedly collected the pile of spirit essence pills into his storage bag, his gaze toward Fang Mo growing ever more fervent. His choice had proven correct. A single spirit essence pill was worth 10 essence stones. Thus, this entire pile was valued at nearly 5,000 essence stones. How could Xia Xiong not be moved by such generosity? Moreover, with this batch of spirit essence pills, Xia Xiong would undoubtedly be able to break through to the 5th level of the essence spirit realm in a short period. Fang Mo remained indifferent. He had no need for the spirit essence pills, and keeping them would be wasteful. It was far better to bestow them upon Xia Xiong to enhance his strength. Suddenly, the black jade token at Fang Mo's waist flickered twice, and a message entered his mind. Raising an eyebrow, Fang Mo realized it was his master, Pei Kuan, requesting to see him. After spending some time in the sect, it was indeed time to visit his master. He gave Xia Xiong a few instructions before departing the cave dwelling. Half an hour later, Fang Mo arrived at Elder Peak. The environment of the Elder's residence was undeniably elegant and exceptionally serene. Soon, Fang Mo reached a secluded courtyard. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard Pei Kuan's voice from within, "Come in." Pushing the door open, Fang Mo entered to find Pei Kuan leisurely basking in the sun. "Master, sit," Pei Kuan replied, opening his eyes and smiling. Fang Mo took a seat on a nearby stone bench. "Hey, you have made a breakthrough?" Pei Kuan looked at Fang Mo with surprise. Fang Mo nodded slightly. "Master, I just achieved my breakthrough yesterday." Excellent. I did not misjudge. You truly possess extraordinary talent." Pei Kuan chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with unmistakable delight. My disciple, I see the aura of death surrounding you. Have you chosen your own corpse for refining?" "Master, I am indeed planning to select my own from the corpse mountain," Fang Mo replied in a hushed tone. The pervasive aura of death around him was intentionally emanated from the white jade skull, for he could not allow anyone to know that he was incapable of cultivating death energy. Pei Kuan nodded slightly, saying, "The corpse mountain is filled with innumerable bodies, gathered painstakingly by our sect over thousands of years. However, the outer regions are typically populated with common corpses, and it is rare to encounter a superior specimen. To find an excellent corpse, one must delve deeper into the mountain." Fang Mo pondered this thoughtfully and nodded in understanding. Pei Kuan paused briefly before continuing. "Yet, due to years of corrosion by death energy, the corpse mountain is infested with corpse insects and venomous beasts, particularly in the depths, which are exceptionally perilous." "Thank you for the warning, Master," Fang Mo responded. Pei Kuan raised his hand. "Hand me your artifact." Fang Mo hesitated momentarily, but ultimately produced the Qinghua blade and presented it to Pei Kuan. Pei Kuan examined the Qinghua blade, frowning slightly. "A mortal-grade artifact?" "Yes. This Qinghua blade has always been my weapon," Fang Mo replied quietly. "This won't suffice. A mortal-grade artifact cannot withstand my mark," Pei Kuan stated. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's mind raced, and he retrieved a long black whip. "Master, how about this artifact?" Pei Kuan accepted the whip, a low-grade yellow artifact. "It will have to do." He then gently caressed the whip, a terrifying aura emanating from him as a gray flash merged with the black whip, vanishing in an instant. The overwhelming pressure caused Fang Mo's complexion to turn ashen, and he staggered back several steps. Is this the power of an elemental master? Fang Mo exerted all his strength to resist the terrifying pressure, relieved when Pei Kuan quickly withdrew it. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he looked at Pei Kuan. Seemingly oblivious to Fang Mo's disheveled state, Pei Kuan handed the black whip back to him. "There, I have left a mark on this whip, containing the power of an elemental master's strike. When you enter the Corpse Mountain and encounter danger, it shall assist you once." Upon hearing this, Fang Mo gazed at the black whip with excitement, his heart swelling with joy. "Thank you, master. Think nothing of it," Pei Kuan replied with a gentle wave of his hand. Meanwhile, Xia Xiong fed a pill to the barely conscious figure in black robes. Moments later, the figure stirred back to consciousness, a sharp pain causing him to scream out. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he slowly opened his eyes and glanced around before weakly addressing Xia Xiong. "Xia Xiong, what? What are you doing? Why haven't you set me down yet?" "Having offended my master, no one can save you," Xia Xiong replied calmly. "My master? What has happened to you, Xia Xiong?" the figure in black asked, bewildered, as he thought he had misheard. "You heard correctly. My master is Fang Mo," Xia Xiong clarified. The figure in black seemed to forget his pain, exclaiming in disbelief, Have you lost your mind? You actually recognize a newly initiated individual as your master." Xia Xiong spoke in a low voice. "I am not insane. The reason I stand before you now is that my choice was indeed the right one. Meanwhile, you shall remain pinned to the wall, awaiting your slow demise." The figure in the black robe took a labored breath, gradually calming the astonishment that surged within. "Very well, Xia Xiong, I shall not interfere with you. For the sake of our long-standing friendship, release me, and we shall thereafter coexist without conflict." The frail voice of the black-robed man hinted at a flicker of desperation. "No," Xia Xiong remained unmoved. "Xia Xiong, if the sect leader discovers that you acknowledge Fang Mo as your master, do you comprehend the consequences that await you?" The black-robed man rasped. Xia Xiong regarded him with a hint of pity and replied, Black robe, my choice is indeed correct. Regrettably, you will likely not witness its fruition." Pointing to the ghastly scar on his own face, he continued, "I have endured numerous life and death situations in the past. Yet I have always emerged unscathed. Do you know why? It is due to my instinctive foresight regarding life and death that surpasses the ordinary. In those fleeting moments, it guides me to make the right choice. Just like this blood-red formation, an enigmatic array of which I have never heard. And you, Black Robe, are fortunate to become its sustenance." Xia Xiong gazed entranced at the blood-refining array before him, while the figure in the black robe despairingly closed his eyes. Chapter 44. Our paths cross again. Pei Kuan gazed thoughtfully in the direction of Fang Mo's departure. With a flick of his wrist, a drop of crimson essence materialized in his palm. Subsequently, he summoned the zombie army, which, upon its emergence, emitted low, restless growls directed at the drop of blood in Pei Kuan's hand. Pei Kuan narrowed his eyes slightly, flicking the essence toward the zombies, who eagerly swallowed it, a hint of satisfaction flickering across their rigid faces. Observing this, Pei Kuan smiled faintly and murmured, "Good disciple. Hasten to elevate your cultivation." Fang Mo returned to his cave dwelling, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. Pei Kuan had requested a drop of his essence, claiming that in the event of an unforeseen calamity, he could swiftly locate Fang Mo using it. However, a sense of unease lingered within Fang Mo. This was not the sole reason. He harbored an inexplicable wariness towards Pei Kuan, growing stronger the more kindness Pei Kuan bestowed upon him. He could not fathom a world where goodwill existed without motive. If even his own father sought his demise, what could be expected from a master-disciple relationship? "Xia Xiong," he called, summoning his companion. "Master, what is it?" Xia Xiong responded with a respectful demeanor. "How much do you know about my master?" "Master, I do not know much about Elder Pei. He tends to keep to himself, exhibiting a relatively tranquil disposition. Among the top 10 elders in the inner sect, Elder Pei is rather low-key." "Is that all?" Fang Mo expressed his disappointment. Xia Xiong furrowed his brow in contemplation, then suddenly raised an eyebrow and said, "Additionally, Elder Pei is quite fond of taking on disciples. Over the years, he has accepted several, but alas." "Alas what?" Fang Mo pressed for more information. Xia Xiong hesitated, casting a cautious glance at Fang Mo, as if weighing his words. "Speak," Fang Mo commanded coldly. "Alas, apart from his eldest disciple, the others he has taken and have either perished or gone missing." Xia Xiong observed Fang Mo warily. Upon hearing this, cold sweat instantly dampened Fang Mo's back. He felt an unsettling connection between the deaths and disappearances of those disciples and Pei Kuan. "Master, are you troubled by something?" Xia Xiong inquired. "It is nothing. I merely asked out of curiosity," Fang Mo dismissed, momentarily suppressing his unease. He recognized that even if Pei Kuan harbored ulterior motives, he possessed no means to resist at present. Just moments ago, he had felt utterly overwhelmed by Pei Kuan's aura, leading him to suspect it was a deliberate act. Strength. He must grow stronger. Only through strength could he wield control over the lives of others, rather than being subject to their whims. Fang Mo entered the chamber. Inspecting the blood refinement array, it appeared that it would require another 2 days to condense a blood origin pill. You may leave. Your presence is no longer required here. Fang Mo instructed Xiaoxiong. Understood. Wait, Fang Mo called out, his tone chilling. Investigate the whereabouts of Shi Yao and bring him to see me. Yes. After Xiaoxiong departed, Fang Mo retrieved 2 jade slips. These were the blood sacrifice technique and the corpse puppet technique he had acquired from the Hall of Martial Arts. He picked up one of the jade slips, and as his consciousness swept across it, the cultivation methods of the blood sacrifice technique instantly emerged in his mind. He then followed suit with the corpse puppet technique, which also materialized in his thoughts. The corpse puppet technique was somewhat unconventional. It involved refining a corpse into a puppet for manipulation. However, the puppet could only sustain the current realm of the corpse, with no potential for growth. Typically, a corpse cultivator could possess only 1 corpse servant and 1 innate corpse, but by practicing the corpse puppet technique, this limitation could be transcended. Subsequently, Fang Mo cleared his mind, seated himself cross-legged, and soon became enveloped in a shroud of blood mist. Unbeknownst to him, as the blood mist cloaked the cave, a portion of it was absorbed by the mysterious blood egg. At that moment, atop a mountain in the outer sect, an unattractive young man sat alone, his face marred by despondency as he drank. Damn it, that Fang Mo is actually Elder Pei's disciple. Why didn't he say so earlier? Shi Yao muttered resentfully. Had he known Fang Mo was Elder Pei's disciple, he wouldn't have dared to conspire against him, even with 100 lives. Now, he found himself too fearful to even linger in the inner sect, terrified of encountering Fang Mo, and had to hide atop the mountain in the outer sect. Regret gnawed at him. How could he, a well-informed individual, not know that the underhanded Shi was killed before the eyes of the law enforcement disciple by Fang Mo? In the end, nothing came of it. Sighing deeply, Shi Yao lamented his fate. Are you Shi Yao? A menacing, bald man materialized before him. Shi Yao sprang to his feet, uncertainty etched across his face. Who are you? Xiaoxiong, came the reply. At this, Shi Yao gasped. How could he, who prided himself on being well-informed, not recognize Xiaoxiong? One of the followers of the Third Peak's master, renowned for his formidable power and fearlessness in battle. He was known as the Bear Butcher. Shi Yao trembled, beads of sweat pouring down his brow. He had not provoked this terrifying figure in any way. Xiaoxiong, to what do I owe the pleasure? Shi Yao queried cautiously. I shall take you to meet someone, Xiaoxiong replied impassively. Can you tell me which Xiaoxiong is seeking me? Shi Yao stammered. Without a word, Xiaoxiong stepped forward, seized Shi Yao, and vanished from sight. Throughout their journey, Xiaoxiong remained silent, while Shi Yao dared not entertain thoughts of escape, desperately racking his brain to recall how he had offended someone from the Masteress faction. As they returned to the Third Peak, Xiaoxiong led him toward Fang Mo's cave, and Shi Yao's complexion gradually paled. Upon reaching the edge of the pond, gazing at the scene, Shi Yao's face turned ashen. It's over. Xiaoxiong paid no heed to Shi Yao's changing demeanor, respectfully holding him as they stood outside the cave. Enter, came a cold voice from within. Xiaoxiong ushered Shi Yao into the cave, and although Shi Yao had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but tremble upon seeing Fang Mo clad in black. Master, the person has arrived. Xiaoxiong pushed Shi Yao forward. Upon hearing these words, Shi Yao wore an expression of utter disbelief, gazing at Xiaoxiong in shock. Had he misheard? Master? This Bear Butcher referred to Fang Mo as Master. What on earth was happening? Well, you may leave, Fang Mo said indifferently. Yes, Xiaoxiong replied respectfully as he exited. Witnessing the reverence on Xiaoxiong's face, Shi Yao felt as though he had been struck by lightning. We meet again. Fang Mo's voice resonated like an old friend catching up. Yet to Shi Yao, it sounded akin to the ominous toll of a death knell. Cold sweat instantly streamed down Shi Yao's face as he stammered, Fang. Brother Fang, I had no idea you were Elder Pei's disciple, truly. Before Shi Yao could finish his sentence, he was abruptly immobilized by a terrifying surge of elemental power. Brother Fang, spare, Spare me this time. I swear I won't dare again. Shi Yao could only plead incessantly for mercy. Fang Mo, however, remained unfazed, coldly remarking, "It's just right that I deal with you before I head to the corpse mountain. It will alleviate my unease." With that, Fang Mo dragged Shi Yao towards the blood refining formation. As Shi Yao beheld the ghastly sight of the black-robed figure within the formation and the eerie scarlet array, he felt on the brink of collapse, wailing, Wait, Brother Fang, I know where there are anomalous corpses on Corpse Mountain." Anomalous corpses? Chapter 45, The Mountain of Corpses Indeed. It is an aberrant corpse. Shi Yao exclaimed loudly. Fang Mo's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. He had diligently prepared for this expedition to the Mountain of Corpses over the past few days. Aberrant corpses do not decay. They retain the appearance of ordinary humans. More importantly, these aberrant corpses possess intelligence and can awaken to cultivate themselves. Such beings are exceedingly rare. One might sift through 1,000,000 corpses and still not encounter a single aberrant one. Is what you say truly authentic? Fang Mo inquired with a piercing gaze. Shi Yao hastily replied, "It is indeed true. How could I dare deceive my senior brother?" He then presented a map, crafted from a peculiar, yellowed material. On my last unintentional foray into the Mountain of Corpses, I discovered this aberrant corpse. Lacking the confidence to subdue it and fearing to alert it, I returned and sketched this map from memory, intending to capture the aberrant corpse once I break through to the next realm. Fang Mo examined the map in his hand, which meticulously marked the perilous areas atop the Mountain of Corpses with a remarkably detailed route. Subsequently, he stored the map within his spatial ring. Observing this, a flicker of anguish crossed Shi Yao's face. The aberrant corpse had been discovered through his near-fatal ventures into the mountain, and now he was relinquishing it to another. Could he not feel the sting of loss? However, considering that his life was at stake, it seemed a fair trade. With this thought, Shi Yao cast a cautious glance at Fang Mo and inquired, "Senior brother Fang, having shared the information about the aberrant corpse, may I be set free now?" "Ah, no. No. This information merely ensures your survival," Fang Mo responded softly. Ignoring Shi Yao's curses and lamentations, he firmly secured him beside the black robe, confiscated his storage bag, and severed his hands and feet. As the blood flowed doubly into the blood refinement array, a crimson mist began to coalesce in the air above, within which the ethereal outlines of medicinal pills faintly emerged. Fang Mo then activated the golden light array and departed the cave abode. He made his way to a remote hall not far from the outer affairs hall, a place where the sect rented out corpse beasts. The variety of corpse beasts available was vast. The more formidable the beast, the steeper the rental price. Ultimately, Fang Mo expended 200 spirit stones to rent a common corpse hawk. How inconvenient it is without a corpse beast, Fang Mo mused to himself. With a hoarse cry from the hawk, he vanished amidst the clouds. The Mountain of Corpses lies 1,000 miles to the north of the 10,000 Corpses sect. During the early days of the sect's establishment, several veins were discovered within this mountain, rendering it a natural breeding ground for corpses. Thus, the 10,000 Corpses sect designated it as their repository for nurturing corpses. In less than half a day, Fang Mo arrived at his destination. Not far away, several towering peaks loomed, shrouded in a hazy gray mist, and the air was thick with the stench of corpses. This Mountain of Corpses was vast, resembling a miniature range. As Fang Mo stepped into the mountain, the overwhelming odor of decay assailed him. He observed his surroundings with an impassive expression. The ground was littered with corpses, some of which had not yet begun to decompose, indicating they had been recently discarded. Dark, writhing corpse insects crawled over the bodies, feasting upon the flesh, posing no immediate threat. Fang Mo deftly sidestepped the corpses beneath his feet and pressed deeper into the abyss. Gradually, the heaps of bodies transformed into a carpet of skeletal remains, suggesting that these corpses had lain here for quite some time. Suddenly, a pile of bones trembled, as if something within was stirring. Fang Mo halted, fixated on the unsettling sight. With a jarring croak, a deep green toad leapt from the bones, soaring over 3 meters into the air, landing directly before Fang Mo. Its gaze fixed upon him like a predator stalking its prey. Strangely, the creature bore 3 eyes upon its forehead. "Three-eyed poison toad," Fang Mo murmured to himself. This venomous beast was documented in the record of corpse beasts, classified as a first-tier undead creature that feasted upon decaying flesh and was cloaked in potent toxins. In an instant, the three-eyed poison toad launched itself towards Fang Mo with astonishing speed. Remaining composed, Fang Mo wielded his Qingwei blade and unleashed a crimson blade aura toward the airborne beast. The toad was cleaved mid-air, its viscous green blood splattering across the surroundings, corroding the ground and releasing wisps of black smoke. An aura of vitality enveloped Fang Mo, shielding him from the toxic blood. The three-eyed poison toad posed no threat, as it was merely a first-tier creature, equivalent to the Yuanqi realm. Continuing his journey, Fang Mo encountered several corpses that had begun to emit a dense corpse energy, suitable for his purposes of refinement. However, he paid them no mind. His true objective lay beyond these ordinary remains. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air, causing Fang Mo to abruptly halt. Turning his gaze, he observed a swarm of gray butterflies approaching rapidly. In a flash, he transformed into a shadow of crimson, reappearing at a distance. With an impassive expression, he scrutinized the grotesque butterflies. These were bone-melting butterflies, first-tier poison beasts that traveled in swarms. Their toxic fog could confuse their victims while gradually dissolving their bones. The swarm of bone-melting butterflies altered their course, flapping their wings as they surged toward Fang Mo. As they did, a thick cloud of black toxic mist emanated from them, enveloping Fang Mo, concentrating his energy. Fang Mo formed a thin protective barrier to block the noxious fog. Then with fierce determination, he charged into the midst of the butterflies. The blade danced with precision, a flurry of bloodlight illuminating the scene. Soon, the ground lay scattered with the gray corpses of the butterflies. Just as he turned to depart, a violent gust of wind surged toward him. Caught off guard, Fang Mo quickly thrust the Qingwei blade into the ground, stabilizing himself. Looking up, he beheld a massive bone-melting butterfly hovering above, its wingspan stretching 2 meters wide. The tempest was generated by the powerful currents created by its wings. Fang Mo was taken aback. He had encountered a bone-melting king butterfly. This second-tier poisonous insect, equivalent to the Yuanling realm, posed a lethal threat with its toxic fog to even the most skilled practitioners. As the ominous black mist rolled forth, darkening the sky, Fang Mo summoned his inner strength, the Qingwei blade transforming into a mesmerizing crimson hue. With an expressionless countenance, he raised the azure moon blade high and cleaved downward. A colossal scarlet blade aura sliced through the sky, instantly parting the black mist and revealing a clear expanse above. The enormous bone transformation king butterfly was also severed in twain, its lifeless body crashing heavily to the ground. Fang Mo did not linger, transforming into a streak of crimson light that vanished from sight. He feared such a commotion would attract more corpse insects and venomous beasts. After a brief moment, Fang Mo, glancing at the map in his hand, murmured, "It's close." Almost there suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed from ahead. "Help! Someone save us! I don't want to die." At that moment, a chilling plea resonated through the air. Fang Mo furrowed his brow and moved toward the source of the sound. Parting the underbrush, he discovered 3 disciples of the corpse sect huddled together in terror, their voices rising in anguished wails. Fang Mo's eyes narrowed in confusion. The absence of corpse insects or venomous beasts around raised questions. Had these 3 been poisoned? As he scrutinized them once more, Fang Mo's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 46. The Captured Corpse and the Devouring Ants. Fang Mo exclaimed in astonishment, surrounding the 3 disciples of the Wanshizong. The ground was teeming with a multitude of dark red ants. The devouring ants are a particularly peculiar existence among all corpse insects and venomous beasts. An individual ant is not fearsome. A practitioner of the Yuanqi realm can easily eradicate them. However, these ants are inherently social creatures, appearing in their billions, leaving devastation in their wake. "Brother, please save us. Help us." The 3 disciples caught sight of Fang Mo not far away, their faces alight with hope as they cried out. Fang Mo remained motionless, coldly observing the trio as they were gradually engulfed by the swarm of ants. Judging by their attire, they were evidently outer disciples, not even reaching the Yuanling realm, yet they dared to venture deep into the corpse mountain, utterly foolish. Before long, the swarm of devouring ants receded like a tide, leaving behind a litter of scattered bones. Fang Mo shook his head. Indeed, the corpse mountain was fraught with peril. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed around him. "Damn it," Fang Mo cursed inwardly. Just as his words fell, countless devouring ants emerged around him. Instantly, Fang Mo conjured a protective barrier of Yuanli and, utilizing the blood shadow step to its fullest, transformed his body into a streak of red lightning. Forcing his way through the swarm, behind him lay a trail of crushed devouring ants, yet the ground was quickly reclaimed by the relentless tide of ants. Fang Mo dared not linger and pressed onward toward his destination. Gradually, the stench of death intensified around him. "Ah!" Fang Mo exclaimed, gazing at the towering mound of bones before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. Such a potent aura of malevolence could only suggest the presence of a formidable corpse within. He wielded his Yuanli to disperse the pile of bones, revealing, indeed, a dark blue-black corpse at its base. The corpse retained but one eye, its visage having decayed into a mass of putrid flesh. Yet, the chest of the corpse displayed a subtle rise and fall, as if it still possessed a semblance of life. The malevolent aura was palpable, thick as a tangible substance. This corpse was undoubtedly an exceptional material for corpse refinement. Though it could not match the rarity of an exotic corpse, it was certainly something beyond the reach of ordinary disciples. This precious material cannot be squandered, Fang Mo resolved, promptly retrieving a corpse-sealing talisman from his storage ring. Approaching the corpse, he affixed the talisman to its chest. Then, gathering Yuanli at his fingertips, he traced a complex design upon the corpse's forehead. Finally, he dripped 3 drops of his vital blood onto the diagram, which began to glow a deep crimson as the blood soaked into it. Fang Mo's entire being tensed as he focused intently on the corpse. This final step was fraught with danger, requiring utmost vigilance. For during this process, the corpse would awaken and thrash violently in resistance, with a moment's inattention leading to perilous backlash. Fortunately, the corpse remained still until the design was completely filled with blood, transforming into a radiant red light that seeped into the corpse's body. As he gazed at the completed corpse of the malevolent spirit, Fang Mo felt a tinge of confusion. Was it not said that all corpses would struggle and retaliate upon awakening? Yet this particular malevolent corpse remained utterly still. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Mo decided not to dwell on the matter further. He produced a black human skin pouch, roughly the size of a storage bag, and with a mere thought, the malevolent corpse was ensconced within it. This was a corpse-collecting pouch, designed specifically for the storage of refined corpses. After successfully subduing this malevolent spirit, Fang Mo's spirits lifted. The blood sacrifice technique imposed no limitations on the number of corpses one could refine. One could create as many as desired, provided sufficient vital blood was offered daily for the sacrificial process, or else one would face retaliation from the very corpses they sought to control. Fang Mo was not lacking in vital blood. He then rose and continued deeper into the mountain of corpses. Before a concealed cave nestled deep within the mountain of corpses, 2 figures approached stealthily. "Zhu Sha, the anomalous corpse should be within," remarked one man with dark skin, gesturing towards the shadowy entrance. The other, referred to as Zhu Sha, nodded and replied, "First, we must set up the formation without alarming our quarry." The dark-skinned man inclined his head slightly. He then produced 9 black array flags, closed his eyes, and silently recited an incantation. Moments later, he opened his eyes wide, and the 9 obsidian flags transformed into 9 streaks of black light, swiftly embedding themselves into the surrounding ground, encompassing the area before the cave's entrance. Subsequently, the dark-skinned man summoned his primordial energy, sketching an intricate, esoteric rune in the air with his vital blood. His complexion paled slightly as he uttered, "Formation, activate." The rune dissipated into the air, and with its disappearance, a cloud of dark energy enveloped the area covered by the array flags. "The formation is set," the dark-skinned man informed Zhu Sha. "Good. I will go in and lure it out," Zhu Sha declared, and as soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of black light and darted into the cave. Within moments, the sounds of battle erupted from within, accompanied by powerful detonations that shook the ground. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Sha emerged from the cave in a disheveled state, a white figure close on his heels. "Quickly, activate the formation and trap her," Zhu Sha urged the dark-skinned man anxiously. At the sight, the dark-skinned man shouted, "Rise." Instantly, a black luminescent barrier rose over the area previously covered by the formation, ensnaring the white figure within. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Zhu Sha remarked, This anomalous corpse has reached the 5th level of the primordial spirit realm. Had it not been for my life-bound corpse shielding me from a fatal blow, I might not have escaped. With that, Zhu Sha waved his hand, and a battered and tattered refined corpse staggered out from the cave. Zhu Sha looked at his life-bound corpse with a pained expression. Repairing it would entail a significant expense. Once we bring this anomalous corpse back, the Peak Master will surely compensate for your losses, the dark-skinned man stated solemnly. Let us hope so, Zhu Sha replied. As the two dark-skinned men engaged in conversation, Fang Mo lurked in the shadows, his expression dark and brooding as he observed them. Damn it! How could they have gotten ahead of him? What infuriated Fang Mo even more was the aura emanating from the two. One was at the 5th level of the Yuan Ling realm, while the other, the man with the dark skin, was astonishingly at the 6th level. Fang Mo's face grew grim. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to utilize the mark left by his master, for it was his ultimate safeguard. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned man produced a strange blood-red talisman, preparing to suppress and take away the otherworldly corpse. Blood domain. A low shout echoed. Who goes there? The dark-skinned man bellowed as he scanned his surroundings. A powerful aura, representative of the 6th level of the Yuan Ling realm, surged forth from him. Beside him, Zhu Sha also wore a vigilant expression, glancing around cautiously. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. What was happening? Where did this blood mist come from? Zhu Sha exclaimed loudly, observing the encroaching blood mist. The mist thickened rapidly, and just as Zhu Sha finished speaking, the blood domain was fully formed. Be careful. This blood mist is peculiar, cautioned the dark-skinned man, sensing that not only was his vision obstructed, but his Yuan power was also subtly suppressed. In an instant, he summoned his innate corpse, a terrifying female figure clad in a red bridal gown. Chapter 47. The triggered mark. At this moment, Fang Mo lay in wait in the shadows, seeking an opportunity to seize the anomalous corpse and minimize his losses. Casting a glance at the area shrouded in a dark veil, Fang Mo's plan was to breach the formation, release the anomalous corpse, and create chaos, allowing him to reap the rewards amidst the turmoil. He then swiftly approached the location of the 9 formation flags. Unbeknownst to Fang Mo, the surrounding area was thrumming with the frenzy of corpse insects and venomous beasts, converging towards their location. This is bad. Someone is sabotaging the formation. The dark-skinned man's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the weakening of the array. In the next moment, a longbow, entirely gray-white, materialized in his hands. He notched a bow and arrow, spitting a mouthful of blood onto it before drawing the bowstring back. The entire motion was fluid and cohesive. The bow and arrow transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing instantaneously into the dense blood mist. Having already destroyed 2 formation flags, Fang Mo suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger from behind. With no time for contemplation, a flash of crimson light enveloped him, and he vanished from his spot. A streak of light shot towards him like a relentless parasite. Fang Mo's expression darkened. He sensed the approaching light drawing nearer, imbued with formidable energy. Since evasion was futile, he resolved to withstand it. A fierce determination flickered in his eyes as a wall of blood coalesced before him, and he gripped the black whip tightly in his hand. Yet, the blood wall proved ineffective, being pierced effortlessly by the white streak, which continued its trajectory towards Fang Mo without losing momentum. Seeing this, Fang Mo's face turned a shade of ashen. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the corpse mountain. At that moment, disciples of the Luoyun Corpse Sect, scattered across the mountain in search of corpse refining, stared in shock towards the depths of the mountain. What happened? What transpired within the corpse mountain? How would I know? The corpse insects and venomous beasts inside seemed to have gone mad, rushing deeper into the mountain without restraint. I had no choice but to retreat momentarily. Then came the deafening blast. Could it be that an ancient corpse has emerged from its slumber? I suspect it might be 2 third-tier venomous beasts fighting over territory. Gathered at the periphery of the corpse mountain, a group of disciples engaged in fervent discussion. Meanwhile, deep within the corpse mountain, the area surrounding the explosion was laid to waste, reduced to rubble for miles. As the dust settled, Fang Mo, his expression grim, slowly rose to his feet. In the final moment, he had no choice but to trigger the mark on the black whip. Fortunately, the mark had unleashed a protective barrier, safeguarding him from the blast's repercussions. Discarding the now fractured black whip, Fang Mo turned his gaze towards the anomalous corpse. The confinement array had been dismantled, and the white-clad anomalous corpse lay motionless on the ground. He then advanced step by step towards the dark-skinned man, who was now bloodied and on the verge of collapse. The indiscriminate attack from the Yuan state had left his life hanging by a thread. You forced me to resort to desperate measures. You two are truly despicable. Fang Mo coldly regarded the dark-skinned man sprawled on the ground. The dark-skinned man gazed at the handsome, aloof figure before him and weakly uttered, Who are you to dare ambush us? Speak. Who gave you the audacity to seize my belongings? Fang Mo coldly inquired. It matters not who you are. This corpse is the primary possession of the Peak Master. Offending the Peak Master, your death is imminent. The Peak Master? Which peak do you serve? Fang Mo pressed for answers. The dark-skinned man refrained from responding to Fang Mo's queries. Instead, he self-deprecatingly remarked, I never anticipated being bested by a mere practitioner of the 4th stage of the Yuan spirit realm. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo swiftly placed his hand upon the man's head, and in the next moment, the man's vital essence was drawn into Fang Mo's body. You. The dark-skinned man's eyes widened, and he quickly transformed into a desiccated corpse. Fang Mo let out a contented hum, reveling in the surge of power within him. Indeed, the prowess of a practitioner at the 6th stage of the Yuan spirit realm is formidable. I am on the verge of another breakthrough. With that, Fang Mo removed the storage ring from the dark-skinned man's finger. Another individual, known as Zhu Sha, had been obliterated in the recent explosion. As Fang Mo prepared to deal with the strange corpse, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a crimson figure. Intrigued, Fang Mo approached. Lying on the ground was the dark-skinned man's life-bound corpse, a terrifying bride clad in a red wedding gown. Since the host's demise, the life-bound corpse had succumbed to slumber. Observing the bride radiating an overwhelming aura of death, Fang Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. This was a corpse of the 6th stage of the Yuan spirit realm. He retrieved a corpse-sealing talisman, affixed it to the red-clad bride, and then unceremoniously stowed her away in a corpse bag. Finally, he turned his attention to the strange corpse beside him. Judging by its physique and long, dark hair, it appeared to be that of a woman. Fang Mo cautiously withdrew 2 corpse-sealing talismans and placed them upon the body. He gently parted the disheveled hair, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face. Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback. He had never beheld such delicate features before. With a petite, refined nose, rosy lips, and skin as smooth as jade, the corpse appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, in the prime of youthful beauty, now reduced to a lifeless shell. Fang Mo could not help but let out a soft sigh. At that moment, the female corpse's eyes suddenly fluttered open. Fang Mo's expression shifted dramatically, and he leapt several meters away. From a safe distance, he cautiously observed the female corpse, who was now regarding him with her pale gray eyes, occasionally tilting her head in curiosity. A peculiar sensation stirred within Fang Mo. He felt as though the beautiful corpse was puzzled by his presence. Never mind that. He resolved to fully subdue the strange corpse. Fang Mo activated his blood domain. For the female corpse possessed combat capabilities equivalent to the 5th stage of the Yuan spirit realm. Within the blood domain, his powers surged. While the combat prowess of the female corpse would be diminished, this gave him a distinct advantage in the impending confrontation. To his astonishment, the female corpse displayed a hint of pleasure upon her lovely visage, inhaling the blood mist that enveloped her. In a state of bewilderment, Fang Mo found himself confronting an unprecedented situation. The earth-shattering roars echoed from a distance, followed by the rapid approach of 3 terrifying presences. Damn it! Fang Mo's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Those 3 were indeed the formidable auras of the Yuanzhi realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Mo retracted his blood domain and transformed into a streak of crimson light, fleeing into the distance without looking back. He scarcely had time to consider the peculiar corpse he had been pursuing. After a brief interval, Fang Mo leaned against a tree, his pallor evident as he gasped for breath, relieved that those dreadful beings had not pursued him. Cursed be it! He struck a nearby tree with a fist, severing it cleanly in 2. Anger surged in his eyes. After toiling so long, he had ultimately failed to acquire the peculiar corpse. Just as success seemed within reach, he was thwarted by the interference of the venomous beast and its maggots. Once he had vented his frustration, Fang Mo gradually regained his composure. Having let the peculiar corpse escape, the prospect of locating it again loomed dauntingly before him. With a face as still as water, Fang Mo rose, resolved to return to his sect. Suddenly, a white figure appeared not far away. Fang Mo stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Chapter 48. From now on, you shall be called Wanara. The heavens have favored me, Fang Mo exclaimed, pointing at the stunning corpse before him, overwhelmed with excitement. He had not anticipated that this exquisite female corpse would manifest here, indicating that it had been following him all along. The thought filled Fang Mo with uncontainable joy. At that moment, the beautiful corpse began to advance towards him with deliberate steps. To his astonishment, he perceived a hint of delight emanating from her grayish-white eyes. What could this mean? Fang Mo, filled with uncertainty, scrutinized the approaching figure, sensing no intent to harm from her. As she drew near, he squinted his eyes. No matter. He would proceed with the ritual of refinement. In an instant, Fang Mo produced 3 corpse-restraining talismans and affixed them to the corpse's form. Channeling his vital energy, he began to inscribe a symbol in the air above her forehead. The exquisite corpse tilted her head, regarding him with a trace of perplexity in her eyes. Fang Mo was undeterred. He forced his essence from his fingertip, lifting his hand to let a drop fall upon her brow. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The beautiful corpse gently parted her lips, enveloping Fang Mo's finger in her mouth. His pupils constricted as an unprecedented tingling sensation coursed through him. Momentarily at a loss, he watched as she tenderly suckled his finger, a look of satisfaction gracing her stunning visage. Feeling the vitality draining from him, Fang Mo regained his senses and swiftly withdrew his finger. In that instant, he sensed a wave of disappointment emanating from the exquisite corpse. Stunned, he gazed at her, realizing that somehow they had forged a pact, and he had established a mysterious connection that allowed him to perceive her emotions. Truly, she was an extraordinary being, and Fang Mo could not help but marvel at her uniqueness. Observing the naive and bewildered expression on the beautiful corpse, he felt compelled to bestow upon her a name. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "From now on, you shall be called Waner." It seemed Waner understood his intention, transmitting a flicker of joy back to him. A faint smile graced Fang Mo's lips. This journey to the land of the dead had yielded immense rewards. It was time to depart. Fang Mo gestured to place Waner into the corpse-holding pouch, yet to his dismay, it remained unresponsive, refusing to be contained. A frown creased his brow. This was troubling, as her inability to enter the pouch posed a significant problem. With her grayish-white eyes, so unlike those of ordinary beings, returning to the sect would surely attract unwanted attention. After all, he was still unaware of which peak master sought to capture Waner, and being targeted was far from advantageous. A cry of an eagle echoed through the skies above the 10,000 corpses sect. The corpse eagle swooped down, landing gracefully in the square. From its back descended a man and a woman, the man possessing striking features and an air of cold indifference. The woman beside him was clad in a flowing white dress, her figure alluring and graceful, undoubtedly a beauty of extraordinary charm. Alas, a delicate veil obscured her visage. The two were Fang Mo and Waner. Waner's enchanting presence stirred a commotion among the crowd, with many disciples of the Luoyun sect gazing at her with lewd intent. After all, the majority of the sect comprised male cultivators, with few female practitioners. Moreover, due to the sect's unique practices, most female disciples were of unattractive countenance. With only a rare few possessing the grace and beauty of Waner, Fang Mo frowned inwardly, realizing he had underestimated her allure. He promptly grasped Waner's hand and hurried towards a side hall. "Hold on," a frivolous voice called out to him. Fang Mo narrowed his eyes and turned around to see 2 lecherous inner disciples approaching, grinning lewdly as they eyed Waner. "Junior brother, name your price." "I'll take this lady off your hands," said one of the slender men. Fang Mo, with an impassive expression, replied, "What gives you the audacity to flirt with me?" As soon as the words left his lips, a terrifying pressure descended upon the 2 disciples, forcing them to the ground. They lay there, horrified, realizing they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. "Brother, we were blind to your stature. We deserve our fate. Please, spare us this once," they pleaded desperately. Fang Mo replied coldly, "If you are blind to your own worth, then you may as well forfeit your sight." With that, he unleashed 2 pulses of blood essence, causing their eyes to explode instantaneously. They howled in agony on the ground. The surrounding disciples looked on in fear, their expressions betraying their trepidation towards Fang Mo. "Your actions are rather excessive." A dapper young man emerged from the crowd, fanning himself gracefully, radiating an aura of the fourth tier of the Yuan Ling realm. Fang Mo cast a disinterested glance at him. "Are you going to intervene?" The young man chuckled lightly, gently waving his fan, and replied, "I merely think your response was too severe. If you wish to perceive it as me intervening, then so be it." He shrugged his shoulders in feigned resignation. Just then, the crowd was startled by a flash of crimson light, witnessing a shocking scene unfold. Fang Mo seized the young man's throat with one hand, lifting him effortlessly. Gasping for breath, the young man's face turned crimson, eyes wide with terror, losing all semblance of his earlier nonchalance. Despite sharing the same cultivation level, he felt utterly powerless before Fang Mo, as if he were being crushed underfoot. Was he a monster from the first peak? Cursing himself for provoking such a being, the young man's expression shifted to one of sheer dread as he felt the grip around his throat tighten gradually. The enforcers are coming. Uncertain who initiated the outcry, the atmosphere around began to stir as the crowd instinctively parted to clear a passage. The enforcers, wielding the prisoner as shackles, approached with a deliberate pace. Many among the onlookers wore expressions of malicious delight, engaging in hushed whispers. Who is this person, and why is he so formidable? Regardless of his identity. Now that the enforcers have arrived, even the mightiest must yield. Indeed, no matter how powerful one may be, entering the enforcer hall guarantees a fate of suffering, if not death. TSK, once he is taken away, what will happen to the lovely maiden beside him? Heh. With the enforcer's appearance, many began to cast their eyes toward Warner with ulterior motives. As the enforcers drew closer, Fang Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. The enforcer halted before him, clasped his hands, and said, "Junior brother Fang, I kindly ask for your mercy." A collective gasp resonated from the crowd. The onlookers displayed expressions of disbelief. This tone, this demeanor, could this truly be the enforcer they remembered? Typically, these enforcers exuded an air of menace and arrogance, far removed from their current disposition. It turned out to be senior brother Zhou. Fang Mo inclined his head slightly. The enforcer before him was indeed Zhou Jian. However, Fang Mo still did not relinquish his stance as a nobleman. Chapter 49. The bone-chasing soul bow. Senior brother Zhou, they provoked me without cause. I merely imparted a lesson. Fang Mo spoke calmly. Zhou Jian cast a fierce glance at the young master. This fool, why provoke anyone, let alone this calamity? Junior brother Fang, if you were to kill him in front of so many disciples of the sect, Elder Pei would surely have a difficult time explaining, Zhou Jian whispered. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Mo released his grip. The young master gasped for breath, displaying the expression of one who has narrowly escaped death. Remember, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. It could lead to fatal consequences, Fang Mo advised softly in the young master's ear. Having said that, he turned away without a backward glance, taking Wanner's hand and walking into the side hall. As Fang Mo departed, Zhou Jian shot a venomous glare at the young master, disregarding the two individuals on the ground who had been blinded, and turned to leave. The surrounding disciples erupted in whispers. Who was that person? Even the disciples of the law enforcement hall treated him with such deference? It is uncertain which peak this formidable individual hails from. Clearly, he is not someone to be trifled with. I am fortunate I did not act impulsively. The fact that even the young master of the second peak was powerless against him speaks volumes about his prowess. The young master, hearing others recognize him, felt his face flush with embarrassment and hurriedly departed. Following a brief interlude, Fang Mo returned to the cave residence with Wanner, unscathed. Upon entering, Wanner inhaled sharply, her grayish-white eyes sparkling with intrigue, and she dashed towards the ear chamber. Inside, her gaze illuminated as she rushed toward the two blood-red pills suspended above the formation. "Come back," Fang Mo called sharply. At the sound of his voice, Wanner abruptly halted, standing in place with a puzzled look directed at him. Fang Mo approached, gently shaking his head at the two blood yuan pills. Wanner seemed to grasp his intent and obediently stood to the side, her pitiful demeanor evoking sympathy. Fang Mo disregarded Wanner for the moment, raising his hand to collect the two blood yuan pills into his storage ring, then turned to regard the two individuals against the wall. The figure in black had bled dry, reduced to a mere husk. Beside him, Shi Yao appeared emaciated, barely clinging to life. Sensing someone's presence, Shi Yao struggled to open his eyes. Upon seeing Wanner, clad in white beside Fang Mo, a flicker of astonishment crossed his murky gaze. You truly managed to subdue this corpse of an anomaly. Shi Yao's weak voice carried a hint of jealousy. Indeed, I must express my gratitude. I find this anomalous corpse quite appealing, Fang Mo remarked, caressing Wanner's exquisite visage, her delicate skin cool to the touch. Ha. Shi Yao chuckled silently. Do you not beseech me for mercy? Fang Mo inquired nonchalantly. Shi Yao replied slowly, You certainly will not release me. This I am well aware of. I can only blame myself for having provoked you in the first place. No, however, Fang Mo, being the disciple of Elder Pei is not an easy task. Ha. Fang Mo's expression turned icy. What do you know? The words of Shi Yao tightened the previously relaxed tension within him once more. Shi Yao, however, closed his eyes, choosing silence. Fang Mo glared at him, his voice low. If you tell me, I can let you go. Yet, Shi Yao remained unmoved. Since you are so intent on seeking death, I shall grant you that. Fang Mo unleashed a palm strike, and in an instant, Shi Yao transformed into a mist of blood. Gazing at the blood mist before him, Fang Mo's pupils constricted. It seemed his earlier intuition had proven correct. Pei Kuan's motives for taking him as a disciple were not pure. Fang Mo understood that there was little he could change at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his emotions and turned towards the adjacent ear room, where the blood egg continued to flicker with red light. He placed his hand upon it, feeling a surge of joy emanating from within. After offering some of his own blood essence to the egg, he exited the room. Meanwhile, Wanner followed closely behind Fang Mo, like a devoted shadow. He retrieved the storage ring from the dark-skinned man, regarding it with a glimmer of anticipation. After dispelling the restrictions on the ring, he probed within, discovering a space akin to his own storage ring. Inside, apart from some elemental stones and spirit essence pills, there were only a jumble of array flags, which was unfortunate since Fang Mo had no knowledge of formations. Suddenly, a gray-white longbow in the corner caught his eye. A thought sparked within him, and in the next moment, the bow materialized in his hands, exuding a chilling and murderous aura. The bow was long and gray-white, adorned with carvings of unknown ghastly figures. As Fang Mo attempted to channel his elemental energy into the bow, an invisible force repelled him. It possesses a spiritual imprint. A flicker of surprise crossed Fang Mo's eyes. To his knowledge, only profound-grade elemental artifacts bore such imprints. The wielder may have perished, yet a mere spiritual imprint dares to obstruct me? Fang Mo snorted softly, enveloping his palm with elemental energy, forcibly erasing the dark-skinned man's spiritual imprint. Subsequently, he refined the bow, inscribing his own spiritual mark upon it. The information regarding the gray-white bow surfaced in his mind. The Bone Pursuit Bow. Truly a profound-grade artifact. Fang Mo's face lit up with delight as he examined the Bone Pursuit Bow in his hands, a low-grade profound artifact. This bow could lock onto a target, condensing arrows with elemental energy for a powerful shot. The arrows would automatically pursue and eliminate their targets. It seemed that the white streak of light he had witnessed upon the corpse mountain was indeed the result of this bow in action. Feeling the immense energy contained within the bow, Fang Mo wore a look of relief. Fortunately, he had possessed a mark of the elemental practitioner to fend it off. Otherwise, he might have been shot dead by that very arrow. Fang Mo deduced that if he were to fully unleash this bow now, even those at the 6th level of the elemental spirit realm would meet their demise on the spot. Fang Mo continuously rubbed the Bone Pursuit Bow, unable to hide his affection for it. Suddenly, Fang Mo sensed something and sheathed the bone-chasing bow, draping a light veil cloak over Wanner. Master, he intoned. Shortly thereafter, the rough voice of Xia Xiong resonated from outside. Come in, Fang Mo replied nonchalantly. Xia Xiong entered, and upon noticing Wanner standing behind Fang Mo, a flicker of astonishment crossed his countenance. Oh, you have broken through to the 5th level of the Yuan spirit realm? Fang Mo expressed his surprise. A grin emerged on Xia Xiong's fierce visage as he stroked his bald head, saying, I owe this to the spirit essence pills bestowed upon me by my master. Indeed, a breakthrough is commendable. Fang Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Here, take these. I have some spirit essence pills for you. Subsequently, he tossed several hundred spirit essence pills, retrieved from the dark-skinned man's storage ring, to Xia Xiong. This. Xia Xiong gazed in shock at the pile of spirit essence pills before him, rendered speechless. Has my master raided someone else again? His eyes gleamed with fervor as he looked at Fang Mo, feeling that the most prudent choice of his life was to follow him. It was worth noting that he had never before encountered such a bounty of spirit essence pills. Since aligning himself with Fang Mo, these pills had flowed in abundance as if they were free, allowing him to truly grasp the notion of using wealth to enhance cultivation. Though he harbored some curiosity regarding Fang Mo's actions, wondering why he did not reserve these spirit essence pills for his own cultivation, he understood that some inquiries were best left unasked. Thank you, Master. I will strive diligently in my training and live up to your expectations, Xia Xiong declared, thumping his chest resolutely. Fang Mo responded coolly. He then took out a storage pouch, specifically that of Shi Yao. Xia Xiong's eyes twitched. Indeed, it seemed that another unfortunate soul had met their demise at the hands of his master. Chapter 50. The terrifying first peek within Shi Yao's storage bag. There were no extraordinary items, merely some miscellaneous spirit stones and spirit essence pills. Fang Mo tossed the storage bag to Xia Xiong, instructing him to take it. Xia Xiong received the bag with evident delight. By the way, what matter brings you to me? Fang Mo inquired, looking at Xia Xiong. Xia Xiong, assuming a serious demeanor, replied, Master, upon your return today, did you not discipline the young master of the second peak? The young master? Which young master are you referring to? Fang Mo asked, perplexed, as he had not heard of such a person. However, I did reprimand a few individuals on my way back to the sect. Master, was one of them a fellow wielding a folding fan? Indeed, what of it? Fang Mo responded nonchalantly. Xia Xiong explained. That individual is the young master of the second peak, known for his fondness for making friends, and he has many acquaintances there. And then, my subordinate fears that the young master may rally his friends to seek vengeance against you. Therefore, I shall remain by your side for the time being, just in case. Fang Mo raised an eyebrow and remarked, there is no need for that. Seemingly struck by a thought, he asked, by the way, do you recognize this bow? He then produced the white-boned soul-pursuing bow. The white-boned soul-pursuing bow. Xia Xiong gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Fang Mo narrowed his eyes, surprised that Xia Xiong indeed recognized the bow. What is the name of its former master? He inquired. Xia Xiong took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure, and replied, this white-boned soul-pursuing bow is a relic of Lei Xiao from the Formation Hall. During a trial, he, at the 5th layer of the Spirit Essence realm, used this bow to slay a cultivator at the 6th layer, thus gaining notoriety. The Formation Hall's Lei Xiao? Fang Mo murmured, astonished to learn that the dark-skinned man was a disciple of the Formation Hall. Which peak does Lei Xiao belong to? The second peak, Xia Xiong answered. Fang Mo frowned, realizing that yet another connection to the second peak had arisen. It seemed evident that the peak master Lei Xiao had mentioned was the master of the second peak. Meanwhile, Xia Xiong regarded Fang Mo with awe, recognizing the implications of the white-boned soul-pursuing bow now being in his master's possession. Lei Xiao is a 6th layer spirit essence realm cultivator. This is utterly incredible. How formidable must my master be? Xia Xiong instinctively lowered his head. Unaware of Xia Xiong's subtle gesture, Fang Mo inquired, what is the name of the master of the second peak? And what is his cultivation level? Xia Xiong respectfully responded, Master, the second peak's leader is Guan Yi, who recently purportedly broke through to the 7th layer of the spirit essence realm. Fang Mo's pupils constricted, prompting him to ask again. How does the overall strength of the third peak compare to that of the second peak? The overall strength of the third peak is comparable to that of the second peak, Xia Xiong replied. And what of the first peak? Fang Mo pressed. A flicker of fear appeared in Xia Xiong's eyes as he solemnly stated, Master, an ordinary 7th layer spirit essence realm cultivator is merely a lowly existence at the first peak. Upon the utterance of these words, Fang Mo displayed a look of astonishment. An ordinary practitioner at the 7th level of the Yuan spirit realm was considered a mere low-tier being on the first peak. But what does ordinary truly signify? Fang Mo was engulfed in confusion. Xia Xiong, with a complex expression, responded, the individuals on the first peak are deemed anomalies because many possess the capability to challenge those of higher tiers. Challenge those of higher tiers? Fang Mo inquired, intrigued. Indeed. For instance, a practitioner at the 7th level of the Yuan spirit realm can surprisingly defeat those at the 8th or even 9th levels. It is rumored that the top 10 on the corpse ranking possess combat prowess comparable to that of the Yuan realm. Fang Mo's gaze turned profound as he murmured, "Indeed, they are all monsters." He had once believed himself to be formidable, only to realize there were realms beyond his comprehension. With this thought, he gently shook his head. Enhancing his own strength was of utmost importance. He firmly believed that with the myriad transformations of the Blood Classic, he was not inferior to anyone. Casting a glance at Xia Xiong, Fang Mo stated calmly, "Xia Xiong, exert all your efforts to enhance your cultivation. For the current, you cannot withstand the impending crises." Xia Xiong felt a chill at these words. "Yes, my master, I will strive with all my might." "Very well, you may leave." Fang Mo waved his hand dismissively. Once Xia Xiong departed, Fang Mo retrieved a corpse-collecting bag and released the malevolent corpse and the bride in red. As the two corpses emerged, a suffocating aura of malevolence and death instantly enveloped the cave. Suddenly, Warner, who stood nearby, seemed somewhat displeased. Her delicate lips parted to reveal a set of sharp zombie fangs, emanating a terrifying aura. The malevolent corpse and the bride recoiled as if faced with a natural enemy, their dark energies retreating into their forms. Seeing this, a satisfied expression graced Warner's face as she turned her little head towards Fang Mo. Truly, as an extraordinary corpse, her intellect was nearly equivalent to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Warner performed admirably. Fang Mo gently stroked Warner's flowing hair, eliciting a flicker of joy on her cherubic face. Concurrently, Fang Mo sensed Warner's elation in his mind. Turning his attention to the malevolent corpse, he noted that its current strength was only comparable to that of a practitioner at the 3rd level of the Yuan spirit realm. Fortunately, he had completed its refinement. It merely required daily nourishment of essence blood to grow autonomously. Fang Mo commanded the malevolent corpse to open its mouth, and he flicked several drops of essence blood towards it. Suddenly, Warner transformed into a white shadow, appearing before the malevolent corpse, her cherry lips parting as the drops of essence blood fell precisely into her mouth. Fang Mo was taken aback. Warner, wearing a satisfied expression, gazed at him with her grayish-white eyes before transmitting a thought to his mind. More? With a sigh of resignation, Fang Mo allowed Warner to open her small mouth again, dripping the essence blood inside, only for her to eagerly suck her fingers in anticipation before the blood could even fall. The sensation of tingling sweetness returned once more. This time, he surprisingly felt the soft, fragrant tongue of Warner. Fang Mo furrowed his brow. He contemplated withdrawing his fingers. Yet upon witnessing the subtle satisfaction etched upon Warner's innocent visage, he ultimately refrained, allowing her to continue her gentle sucking. Soon, Warner ceased her actions, and Fang Mo withdrew his fingers. As he gazed at Warner before him, a flicker of profundity passed through his eyes. He sensed her yearning for his essence. And it was not only her. That enigmatic blood egg also exhibited an extraordinary thirst for his vitality. Could it be due to the cultivation of the myriad transformations of the Blood Classic? Warner tilted her little head, her innocent face adorned with a hint of confusion. Regaining his composure, Fang Mo squeezed out a few drops of essence and tossed them to the corpse of desolation. This time, Warner refrained from competing for them. He waved his hand and directly placed the corpse of desolation into the ear chamber. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of vitality shimmered in Warner's grayish-white eyes behind him. Ultimately, Fang Mo approached the resplendent bride clad in crimson. Typically, upon the death of a host, the innate corpse would no longer be subject to another's contract, remaining in eternal slumber. Nevertheless, Fang Mo resolved to bring her back, for he intended to refine the red-clad bride into a puppet of the dead. This crimson bride possessed combat prowess rivaling that of a 6th-tier spirit realm cultivator. She must not go to waste. Chapter 51. A surge in power. Although Fang Mo gazed at the crimson-clad bride before him with a hint of eagerness, he was acutely aware that, with his current cultivation at the 4th level of the Yuanling realm, attempting the corpse puppet technique on the bride, who was at the 6th level, bore a low chance of success and could easily result in backlash. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Fang Mo retrieved a blood yuan pill and swallowed it whole. Moments later, a torrent of sanguine energy erupted from within him, swirling into a dense mist that filled the entire cave. Beside him, Warner's cherubic face lit up with joy as she opened her mouth wide, eagerly absorbing the surrounding blood essence. After a short interval, Fang Mo had completely absorbed the blood mist into his being, slowly opening his eyes to reveal a fleeting glimmer of crimson within. Shortly thereafter, an aura of the 5th level of the Yuanling realm emanated from him. Fang Mo's expression remained impassive, after absorbing the dark figure's blood essence. He was but a step away from a breakthrough, making this advancement entirely expected. He then approached the Crimson Bride, placing a finger upon her forehead, channeling a relentless surge of blood yuan energy into her body. As the energy coursed within her, it rapidly entwined around her skeletal joints. With the continuous influx of blood yuan, the bride's body began to thrash violently, her internal corpse energy counteracting the blood essence. Fang Mo's complexion paled slightly. Indeed, the 6th-level bride was not easily subdued. At that moment, 2 corpse-warding talismans upon her ignited spontaneously. Observing this, Fang Mo swiftly inscribed a cryptic rune upon her forehead while suspended in midair, commanding, "Subdue." He then pressed several drops of his vital blood onto the rune, which instantly blazed with brilliance, embedding itself into the bride's forehead. As her struggles began to wane, Fang Mo seized the opportunity to guide the blood yuan energy into her consciousness. Soon, in accordance with the methods of the corpse puppet technique, a blood-colored orb, the size of a fist, coalesced within her mind. This orb radiated a multitude of crimson threads that interconnected with the bride's skeletal joints throughout her form. At last, success was achieved. Fang Mo wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, relieved that his blood yuan energy was several times that of an ordinary cultivator. Otherwise, he might not have persevered. He attempted to issue simple commands to the Crimson Bride, and she executed them flawlessly, sitting, standing, and walking with ease. A smile crept across Fang Mo's face as he surveyed his successfully crafted bride. With his cultivation at the 5th level of the Yuanling realm, wielding the white-boned soul-chasing bow, and accompanied by this 6th-level Crimson Bride, even the peak master of the 3rd summit would likely meet their doom. This did not even account for Wan this extraordinary corpse. Yet, Fang Mo understood that he was still not a match for the peak master of the 2nd summit. The revelation of any one of these secrets, the Crimson Bride, the white-boned soul-chasing bow, or Wan would undoubtedly invite retribution from the 2nd summit's master. Moreover, with the looming threat posed by Pei Kuan, he dared not allow himself any complacency. He must relentlessly strive to elevate his strength. Fang Mo waved his hand, drawing the crimson-clad bride into the corpse pouch. He had already formulated a plan. He intended to delve into the soul-hidden mountain range for training. There, he could engage in unrestrained slaughter, absorbing both blood energy and vitality. Ever since he discovered that the Wan Hua blood manual could siphon the life force of corpse beasts, he had refrained from further experimentation, fearing exposure within the confines of the sect. The technique for absorbing blood energy was not particularly conspicuous, as numerous dark arts could be found within the technique hall. However, Fang Mo had never heard of any method that could absorb life force. Such a terrifying ability, if uncovered, would likely result in the entire One Corpse sect hunting him down. Fang Mo withdrew his thoughts and entered the ear chamber, stowing the murderous corpse into the pouch. He glanced at the blood egg and, after a moment of contemplation, decided to also place it into the beast bracelet, uncertain of the duration of his training. Having completed these tasks, Fang Mo exited the cave, with Wan closely trailing behind him. At the 2nd peak, in the Peak Master's Hall, a gaunt man with shadowy eyes glared at the black-clad disciple before him. "What? Lei Xiao and the others are dead?" "Why yes, Peak Master," the disciple stammered. "It is said that for some unknown reason, the poisonous insects and fierce beasts in the depths of the Corpse Mountain went on a rampage." "Are you implying they were slain by the ferocious beasts?" Guan Yi's gaze sharpened. "Indeed, Peak Master. The scene was replete with the lingering essence of ferocious beasts, and the surrounding area for miles had been leveled. It must have involved beasts of the Yuanzhi realm. And the anomalous corpse?" "Peak Master, I did not discover the anomalous corpse." Upon hearing this, Guan Yi's expression darkened. "Two useless fools, they cannot even handle such a trivial matter." Suddenly struck by a thought, Guan Yi inquired, "What are their bodies?" The disciple quaked as he replied, Peak Master, I did not find their bodies." "What about their personal belongings?" "And nothing was found either." Guan Yi narrowed his eyes, murmuring, "Interesting." Upon exiting the 3rd peak, Fang Mo arrived at the plaza at the mountain's foot, observing the bustling disciples. He took Wanner's hand, for her intellect resembled that of a 5-year-old child, and he feared she might wander off and cause unnecessary trouble. Among the crowd, a lecherous disciple gazed at Wanner's figure, his eyes gleaming as he muttered, "Tieste, such an alluring figure and elegant demeanor, it's truly igniting my desires. Keep your distance. If you seek death, don't involve us." The space around the lecherous man rapidly cleared. Huh. He looked around in confusion. At that moment, a kind-hearted disciple approached to explain. Previously, 2 individuals like you tried to flirt with that girl and were promptly blinded by the nearby senior brother. The law enforcement disciples treated him with utmost courtesy. Upon hearing this, the lecherous disciple swallowed hard, secretly relieved he had not acted impulsively. In a nearby corner, 4 individuals were intently observing Fang Mo. He was indeed Fang Mo, seemingly preparing to leave the sect. "We shall follow him shortly and deal with him outside the sect," one of the thin black-clad men remarked. This thin man was none other than the one who had boasted about his formations to Fang Mo in the array hall. One of the others, a stout fellow, interjected, "Su Fang, is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over a mere 4th-tier Yuanling realm cultivator? With you, we are 4 4th-tier Yuanling realm practitioners." The thin man shot a glance at the stout fellow and replied, "I am merely ensuring we leave nothing to chance. I have investigated him. When he first arrived at the 3rd peak, he forcibly occupied a cave dwelling belonging to a follower of the peak master named Ingo. The peak master dispatched 2 4th-tier Yuanling realm cultivators, but in the end, it seems Fang Mo employed some means to resolve the matter, and it was quietly forgotten." "So, you're saying Fang Mo has some background?" Another queried. "What of it? If we quietly eliminate him outside, who would know?" "Indeed, you are correct. However, let us agree beforehand that the spoils will be shared equally among us 4. Fear not. I assure you that Fang Mo will be an easy mark." The thin man smirked ominously. Meanwhile, with a piercing cry of an eagle, Fang Mo and his companion vanished from above the Luoyun sect. Moments later, 4 figures mounted on corpse beasts sped towards the direction in which Fang Mo had disappeared. Fang Mo sat with closed eyes upon the back of the corpse eagle, while Qianer stood behind him, her gray-white eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Before long, Fang Mo abruptly opened his eyes, a chilling glint within them. He commanded the corpse eagle to descend. Moments later, the 4 figures arrived at the location where Fang Mo had landed. They surveyed their surroundings, finding themselves in a desolate forest. "Where is he? We clearly saw him land here. This fellow is a plump target. We must not let him escape. Rest assured, he won't get away. But let it be known, the woman beside him is mine. No one is to contest her with me." As the 4 continued their conversation, a cold voice drifted from behind them. "Are you looking for me?" Chapter 52. The annihilation of the quartet. Upon hearing the sound, the 4 individuals hastily turned around, only to find Fang Mo, clad in black, standing expressionlessly at a distance. Upon sighting Fang Mo, the leader, a gaunt man, revealed a grin. "It's you." Fang Mo regarded the slender man with icy disdain. This was the very disciple who had deceived him in the array hall. Had it not been for Luoyun City's timely intervention, he might have fallen victim to the trickery. "Are you surprised?" The gaunt man wore a sinister smile. "I never feel astonished by the dead," Fang Mo replied coldly. The gaunt man scoffed. "Even when death is imminent, you still speak with bravado. Hand over your storage ring, and I may grant you a swifter demise." "How amusing," Fang Mo remarked, casting a casual glance at the quartet. "Do not delude yourselves. Despite your considerable prowess, you stand no chance against the 4 of us." The gaunt man chuckled lightly. "Enough chatter, Su Fang. I am growing impatient," a corpulent man said, his gaze fixed intently on the enchanting figure of Wan Yu behind Fang Mo. Su Fang ceased his prattle and instructed the 3 behind him. "You handle him while I set up the formation to prevent his escape." With that, a formation disc appeared in Su Fang's hand. As he channeled his energy, the disc radiated a brilliant light, and an invisible wave surged through the surroundings. "This 5 elements confinement array is specially prepared for you," Su Fang said with a grin, eyeing Fang Mo within the formation. The other 3, seeing the formation complete, summoned their respective life corpses. In an instant, 3 fearsome-looking undead emerged before them, exuding a potent aura of death. "Go!" With 3 sharp commands, the corpses lunged menacingly toward Fang Mo. Suddenly, a white silhouette interposed itself before Fang Mo. Wan Yu, shrouded in a white veil, no longer resembled her former innocent self. From her rosy lips protruded 2-inch-long ivory fangs, and her delicate hands bore elongated nails akin to blades, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Fang Mo's eyes flickered with surprise at Wanyo's transformation. He had not commanded her. Her appearance caused the three undead to halt abruptly, as if confronting a natural predator. They emitted low, guttural growls, yet dared not advance. What is happening? The three individuals exchanged bewildered glances, each sensing a palpable fear emanating from their life corpses through their unique bond. As they struggled to compel their corpses to attack, Wanyu transformed into a white flash, darting toward the three undead. One of the corpses roared as it lunged at Wanyu, but she deftly seized its arm and, with a graceful motion of her jade-like hand, sliced through its throat, causing its head to tumble to the ground. Suddenly, the corpulent man erupted in disbelief, spitting a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? His life corpse was formidable enough to withstand even a fifth-tier Yuanling's assault, yet it had been effortlessly decapitated. The expressions of the other two men turned grave in response. However, Wanner did not afford them a moment to contemplate. She deftly weaved between the remaining two corpses, her figure elusive and agile, rendering the reanimated corpses incapable of even brushing against her garments. Moments later, the two cadavers vanished, leaving behind only a scatter of severed limbs and fragmented flesh. Who is that woman? Outside the formation, Su Fang gazed blankly at Wanner, who had gracefully returned to Fang Mo's side. Within the formation, the three individuals, having suffered heavy injuries due to the demise of their life-bound corpses, looked on in terror at the ethereal figure, retreating to the periphery of the formation in a panic, frantically pounding on the shimmering barrier. Su Fang, quickly, open the formation and let us out. Damn it, you wretched fool, what kind of person have you provoked? Open the formation now. The trio yelled desperately at Su Fang outside the array. Su Fang, pale as a ghost, observed the frenzied cries of the three, then glanced at Fang Mo in the distance. He had initially thought that the delicate woman beside Fang Mo was merely ornamental, but he was utterly unprepared for her terrifying prowess. In a mere instant, she had dispatched three reanimated corpses, each comparable to the fourth tier of the Yuanling realm, and the slaughter had been one-sided. Su Fang understood that Fang Mo would never allow them to escape. If they did not flee immediately, they would meet their demise here. The only hope for survival lay in retreating back to their sect. Resolute in his decision, Su Fang mounted his corpse beast and ascended into the sky. Su Fang, damn it, come back. Su Fang, you shall not have a peaceful end. Return. The three within the formation hurled curses at the retreating Su Fang. Not far away, Fang Mo cast a dispassionate glance at Su Fang, who was growing increasingly distant, and in an instant, the bone-chasing bow was firmly gripped in his hand. He let several drops of his essence blood fall onto the bow. Then, with an unhurried demeanor, he knocked an arrow in the direction Su Fang had fled. As he drew the bowstring taut, a white bone arrow materialized. Whoosh! The white bone arrow transformed into a streak of luminous white, piercing through the formation and vanishing into the heavens. On the back of the corpse beast, Su Fang glanced back at the receding distance, feeling a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, those three had bought him precious time to escape. Otherwise, he would surely have perished on the spot. Who on earth is that person? How could the third peak harbor such a monstrosity? Damn it! Su Fang cursed inwardly. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and before he could react, a streak of white light pierced through his heart, causing his body to tumble from the corpse beast onto the ground. Meanwhile, the three, witnessing Fang Mo's slow approach, were overcome with dread, trembling as they fell to their knees. Brother Fang, we were misled by Su Fang. Please spare our lives. Yes, it was that vile Su Fang who deceived us. We implore you to let us go. Brother Fang, we promise there will be no next time. The trio cried out, pleading for mercy from Fang Mo. Paying no heed to their pitiful wails, Fang Mo stepped forward and seized the heads of two of them, drawing forth their lifeblood into his own being. The remaining individual, witnessing this horrifying scene, was struck with terror, desperately attempting to rise and flee, only to realize in despair that his body had become utterly immobile. Soon, three desiccated corpses materialized beneath Fang Mo's feet. The satisfaction derived from absorbing their life force compelled him to emit a soft hum of contentment. Gradually, he opened his eyes and, with a flick of his wrist, collected the storage pouches from the waists of the deceased. Turning his gaze towards Wanner beside him, he noticed that she had once again reverted to her endearing and innocent demeanor. Fang Mo gently caressed Wanner's charming face, sensing an undeniable reliance she had on him. Just moments ago, she had instinctively shielded him without awaiting his command, an act he had not anticipated. An inexplicable feeling settled within him. Each time he consumed her essence, there seemed to be an indescribable transformation within her. Moreover, her dependence on him appeared to intensify with each encounter. Next time, you mustn't do that again. You must be obedient and understand, all right? Fang Mo murmured softly. Regardless of whether Wanner comprehended his words, he released the corpse eagle and directed it towards the direction in which Su Fang had fallen. Wanner tilted her little head slightly, gazing at Fang Mo, a fleeting glimmer of intelligence sparkling in her grayish-white eyes. Chapter 53. The Terrifying Corpse. Soon, Fang Mo located Su Fang's lifeless body. The corpse bore an expression of sheer terror, with a gaping wound the size of a fist in its chest. Wasting no time, Fang Mo took advantage of the body's warmth and the blood that had yet to congeal, transforming it into a desiccated corpse. After retrieving the storage bag, he departed on his corpse eagle, accompanied by Wanner. The Soul Hidden Mountain Range, situated in the northwestern part of the Northern Sky region, stretched for countless miles. An endless expanse. The location of the Luoyun Corpse Sect was merely on the periphery of this mountain range, where the presence of ferocious beasts and venomous creatures was scarce. However, deep within the Soul-Hidden Mountains lay a treacherous domain, teeming with poisonous insects and rampant beasts, interspersed with treacherous swamps and foul valleys, where a moment's carelessness could lead to demise. It was said that the innermost depths harbored a master of the Yuan Master Realm, a place even the sect leader of the Luoyun Corpse Sect dared not tread lightly. Yet, danger often coexists with opportunity. Despite the immense peril of the Soul-Hidden Mountains, they were replete with countless spiritual materials and treasures, with certain parts of formidable beast bodies capable of being utilized in the forging of Yuan instruments or elixirs. There were even rumored encounters with the relics of powerful cultivators left behind in hidden abodes. Thus, many chose to venture into the Soul-Hidden Mountains to hone their skills and seek fortune, including not only disciples of the Luoyun Corpse Sect, but also numerous wandering cultivators. 3 days later, Fang Mo descended slowly on his corpse eagle. Before him lay a vast, verdant forest, its depths echoing with the roars of unknown beasts. Having ventured far from the outskirts of the Soul-Hidden Mountains, Fang Mo resolved to commence his training here. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings and then proceeded forward with measured steps. The snow-white-clad Wanner trailed closely behind him, her gray-white eyes glancing curiously around, brimming with vitality. Suddenly, a chilling roar pierced the air ahead. Fang Mo quickened his pace, and not long thereafter, he beheld two beasts locked in combat. From their emanating auras, they appeared to be second-tier beasts, though Fang Mo was unfamiliar with their names, having only perused the corpse beast records issued by the sect, leaving him woefully ignorant of the intricacies of feral creatures. He silently reprimanded himself for not having gathered more information about these beasts. Before him were a 2-meter-long black panther and a multi-meter-long giant python adorned with crimson scales. At that moment, the giant python was at a disadvantage, its scales shedding, blood staining its body. In contrast, the black panther, agile and lithe, deftly evaded the python's strikes while inflicting numerous lacerations with its sharp claws. The outcome of this battle was all too clear. The demise of the crimson-scaled giant python was merely a matter of time. Fang Mo watched the struggle between the two beasts with keen interest and, with a gentle wave of his hand, summoned a fearsome-looking corpse from his side, radiating a chilling aura. It was the malevolent corpse that had long resided in the corpse bag. Fang Mo intended to hone the capabilities of this sinister figure, and the two beasts before him presented the perfect opportunity. As Fang Mo issued the command to attack, the corpse, with its lone remaining eye fixated on him, let out a roar and lunged into the fray. "I must say, your appearance is truly grotesque," Fang Mo murmured to himself, observing the ghastly figure. Subsequently, Fang Mo turned his gaze to the enchanting Wanner beside him and gently caressed her delicate face, finding her to be a delightful sight. As if she understood his sentiments, Wanner nuzzled her cheek against Fang Mo's hand, transmitting feelings of joy to his mind. Her reaction elicited a flicker of surprise in Fang Mo's eyes. He then directed his attention towards the corpse of the malevolent creature in the arena, which was currently being toyed with by a black panther. The panther moved with agility, while the corpse's limbs appeared somewhat rigid, making it impossible for it to land a strike on the panther. The panther, utilizing its nimbleness, continuously attacked the corpse with its sharp claws. However, despite the corpse's awkward movements, its body was exceptionally resilient. The panther's claws, capable of piercing the scales of a giant python, failed to leave a scratch on the corpse. Frustrated by its inability to strike the panther, the corpse seemed to be enraged. It let out a deafening roar and unleashed a plume of black mist at the panther. Clearly caught off guard by this unexpected tactic, the panther was struck by the mist, which rapidly corroded and festered the affected area. With a sorrowful howl, the panther's agility diminished. Moments later, the corpse seized the panther's forelimb, yanking it violently, tearing the panther's body apart. Blood spilled onto the ground as the corpse, seemingly invigorated by its own ferocity, discarded the panther's remains and turned to pounce upon a nearby giant python. Fang Mo glanced in astonishment at the panther's lifeless form, taken aback by the corpse's ability to expel lethal mist. Meanwhile, the corpse had already torn the giant python apart with its maw. After a brief interval, it discarded the massive halves of the python's carcass and returned to Fang Mo's side. Approaching the panther's remains, Fang Mo extended his right hand slightly. After a few moments, he furrowed his brow, having absorbed only a minimal amount of vital essence. He then moved to the giant python's corpse, employing the same technique, but again acquiring merely a trace of vital essence. Was it possible that the vital essence dissipated too rapidly upon the creature's demise? Fang Mo pondered, resolving to validate his hypothesis. Without pausing, he ventured deeper into the dense forest. Before long, he encountered another second-tier beast, a colossal centipede of a deep emerald hue. At Fang Mo's command, the corpse let out a mighty roar and lunged forward. The emerald centipede ensnared the corpse, attempting to bite it, but its mandibles could not breach the corpse's skin. The corpse seized the centipede and slammed it forcefully into the ground, creating a large crater. Yet the centipede's shell remained unscathed. The emerald centipede arched its body and sprayed a stream of viscous green liquid at the corpse's face. The liquid reacted violently, bubbling and producing white froth upon contact, indicating its potent toxicity. Nevertheless, the corpse remained unfazed. The deadly substance could not penetrate its formidable defenses. The malevolent corpse once again grasped the dark green centipede and struck it against the ground repeatedly. After several dozen blows, the centipede could no longer endure and succumbed into unconsciousness. The malevolent corpse then presented the insensible centipede before Fang Mo, who slightly opened his right hand, drawing invisible streams of blood energy into his body. Moments later, as he beheld the now desiccated remains of the centipede, a satisfied expression graced his features. He had intentionally permitted the malevolent corpse to spare the centipede's life to validate his conjecture. As he had surmised, only living beasts could have their blood energy absorbed. Over the subsequent half-month, whenever Fang Mo encountered demonic beasts, he would instruct the malevolent corpse to inflict severe damage upon them before he absorbed their blood energy. Although the majority of the encountered beasts were of the lower tier among second-level beasts and thus possessed limited blood energy, their sheer numbers compensated for this shortcoming. In half a month, Fang Mo traversed 3 mountain peaks, thoroughly decimating their inhabitants and leaving a landscape strewn with desiccated corpses. Chapter 54. Sixth layer of the Yuan spirit realm. By the brook, a man clad in black was splashing water on his face, while behind him stood a graceful maiden in white, exuding an ethereal charm. They were Fang Mo and Wanner. After 2 weeks of absorbing blood energy, Fang Mo exuded an astonishingly sanguine aura. As he observed the startled fish in the water, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. He felt that he was on the verge of another breakthrough. He turned to glance at the enchanting Wanner, who still bore her innocent demeanor. Yet her aura was undeniably stronger than before. In recent days, Fang Mo had been feeding her essence blood daily, enhancing her strength and making her eyes more vibrant. Roars echoed from the distant forest. Fang Mo furrowed his brow. It was the sound of a death corpse. He had released it to hunt beasts, and now it seemed to be in trouble. "Let us go take a look," he said, rising to head toward the forest. As he drew closer, the roars became increasingly distinct. Eventually, he halted. A treant? The sight before him piqued his interest. A towering giant tree stood in front of him, exuding a malevolent aura, with several stout vines tightly ensnaring the death corpse. At that moment, the death corpse was wrapped like a rice dumpling, with only its head exposed. It sporadically spewed out malevolent energy, but the vines absorbed it effortlessly, leaving the death corpse to continue its futile roars. Moreover, it was a sixth-layer Yuan spirit realm treant. Fang Mo's eyes gleamed with excitement. After calming the somewhat restless Wanner, he stepped forward. In the next instant, a half-meter-thick, deep green vine, accompanied by a sinister gust, lashed out at Fang Mo. He neither flinched nor evaded. Instead, he drew his Qinghua blade, unleashing a blood-red blade aura that severed the thick vine, causing a copious amount of green liquid to spill forth. The giant tree recoiled in pain, retracting its vines. Fang Mo regarded the broken Qinghua blade in his hand with mixed emotions. This blade had accompanied him for a long time, from Luoyun City to the 10,000 Corpse Sect, and now its mission had come to an end. The mundane-grade artifact could no longer withstand the blood essence within him. At that moment, another stout vine lashed toward Fang Mo. He raised his hand in a grasping motion, and a massive blood-red hand firmly seized the vine, which struggled and twisted in vain against its grip. The giant tree, realizing Fang Mo's tenacity, sent 2 more vines toward him. Fang Mo remained unfazed, silently channeling the indomitable blood lotus within him, as the blood-red hand continued to absorb the vine's strange green energy. Just then, the 2 vines struck Fang Mo, producing a resounding crash. A crimson aura enveloped him, and he emerged unscathed. Remarkably, the vines could not even penetrate his protective aura. The blood-red giant hand continued to absorb the verdant energy, and a look of increasing pleasure spread across Fang Mo's face. Yet, the colossal tree seemed to have gone mad, launching an aggressive assault on him with over a dozen robust vines striking simultaneously. With a mere thought, Fang Mo conjured a wall of blood to shield himself. The thuds of the vines striking against the blood barrier echoed dully, yet they were unable to breach its defense. As the green energy was siphoned away, the tree's once plump trunk began to wither, visibly turning yellow. Meanwhile, Fang Mo's aura grew ever more formidable. Suddenly, the vine ensnared by the blood-red hand fell to the ground. With a soft snort, Fang Mo observed that the giant tree had relinquished its grip on that particular vine. At this moment, was it too late for the tree to save itself? With that thought, Fang Mo transformed into a streak of crimson light, instantly appearing on the trunk of the giant tree. He gently pressed his palm against the bark, and in the next instant, a steady stream of green energy was absorbed by him. The tree could only watch helplessly as Fang Mo devoured its essence, resorting to a frenzied flailing of its vines in a desperate attempt to retaliate. After a lengthy period, silence gradually enveloped the scene. The once towering giant tree had been reduced to a barren, withered husk. Fang Mo then let out a powerful roar, a surge of energy erupting from his body, compressing the surrounding air and creating a series of sonic booms, shattering nearby trees and revealing a vast open area. Moments later, Fang Mo opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had reached the 6th level of the Yuanling realm. Turning his gaze indifferently towards the deceased trunk of the giant tree, he realized that the green energy he had absorbed was, in fact, the very vitality of the tree itself. This tree had likely taken a millennium to cultivate, ultimately benefiting Fang Mo. Suddenly, a dark, bluish-black hand emerged from a tangle of desiccated branches and vines. Following this, a rather disheveled corpse emerged, letting out a growl. However, upon encountering Fang Mo's indifferent gaze, the corpse stifled its roar. After dropping a few drops of his essence blood for the corpse, Fang Mo stored it in his corpse pouch. As they ventured deeper, the corpse's strength was no longer sufficient to contend with the approaching beasts. With the corpse secured, Fang Mo and Wanner continued their journey into the depths. In a canyon deep within the mountains, 2 figures suddenly appeared. Taoist Wu Mo. According to the information provided by Qianji Zi, the Tianxianjin grass should be located within this cave, remarked a middle-aged man in green, pointing to the pitch-black cave in the cliff. Wu Mo, the man addressed, glanced at the cave and nodded slightly, sensing the ominous aura emanating from within. The green-clad man continued, "Indeed, this information cost me several thousand stone coins from Qianji Zi." Wu Mo smiled faintly and replied, "Rest assured, Taoist Shilong. Once the Tianyin pill is refined, I shall certainly gift one to you." Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Shilong's face. Tianyin Dan. For practitioners of the Yuanling realm, is a transcendental elixir capable of facilitating a breakthrough in their cultivation. For decades, Shilong has struggled at the 7th level of the Yuan Ling realm, witnessing his aspirations for advancement slip away. In desperation, he resolved to utilize the Tian Yin Dan. The principal ingredient for concocting this extraordinary elixir is the Tian Xian Ji Yin grass. To obtain information regarding this coveted herb, Shilong expended thousands of yuan stones to acquire intelligence from the well-informed Qianji Zi. Armed with this knowledge, Shilong promptly sought out the alchemist Wu Mo, and the two forged an agreement. Should the concoction succeed, Shilong would receive 1 Tianyin Dan, while the remainder would belong to Wu Mo Daoist Wu. Within this cave resides a 7th-level Yuan Ling realm creature, the azure-eyed cloud hawk. Allow me to lure it out, and together we shall vanquish it. Lest it ruin the Tian Xian Ji Yin grass within, Shilong proposed. Turning to Wu Mo nodded in agreement, recognizing the challenge of facing the azure-eyed cloud hawk alone. Just as Shilong was about to leap into the cave's entrance, a sinister voice echoed ominously. You possess quite the audacity to covet my possessions. Chapter 55. Shall we together end his life? Upon hearing the voice, Shilong and his companion hastily turned their gazes towards the entrance of the canyon. A group of individuals strolled forth from the gorge, adorned in the garb of the Wan Shizong. Shilong's countenance grew grim as he observed their attire, while Wu Mo beside him wore a serious expression. Among the group, a man with a shadowy gaze addressed Shilong. Since you are aware of our identity as the Wan Shizong, do you still dare to covet the Tian Xian Ji Yin grass? Are you seeking death? You Wan Shizong are rather excessive, are you not? The soul-hidden mountain range is no territory for your sect, Shilong replied, narrowing his eyes with a hint of hostility. He discerned that, apart from the dark-eyed man, who was at the 7th level of the Yuan Ling realm, the rest were merely at the 6th level. Excessive? Guan Yi scoffed. Take this opportunity to flee while I am in a good mood. Leave here at once. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Shilong and his companion darkened. With a cold huff, Shilong retorted, It seems Yuan Shizong have grown arrogant. Just a mere 7th-level Yuan Ling dares to speak so boldly before us? Is it the mere presence of your 6th-level companions that grants you such confidence? With that, a formidable aura emanated from him, a testament to his own strength. Ordinarily, solitary cultivators would avoid confrontation with the Wan Shizong, fearing their might and potential retaliation. However, Shilong was undeterred. Seizing another's opportunity was akin to killing one's own kin. Moreover, considering the current circumstances, they faced only one 7th-level adversary. If they were to eliminate the Wan Shizong disciples before them without leaving any survivors, who would ever know of their involvement? Contemplating this, Shilong exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Mo, their thoughts synchronized. Guan Yi regarded the two intent on confrontation with a playful glint in his eyes, tauntingly remarking, You two truly seek your own demise. Such arrogance. Receive my blade. Shilong bellowed, channeling his Yuan power as he swung a devastating strike towards Guan Yi. A colossal golden blade aura, spanning dozens of meters, cleaved through the air with an imposing presence, as if to pierce the very heavens, hurtling directly towards Guan Yi. Witnessing the approaching golden blade aura, the faces of the 6th-level disciples behind Guan Yi paled significantly. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome man with an icy demeanor stepped forth from behind Guan Yi. With a mere flick of his hand, the formidable golden blade aura dissipated as effortlessly as spring rain. How is this possible? Shilong gasped in disbelief at the vanishing aura. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure enveloped both him and Wu Mo 8th level of the Yuan Ling realm. Shilong's heart raced in horror as he beheld the handsome man. Beside him, Wu Mo's complexion turned ashen. They could never have anticipated facing a cultivator of such formidable strength. The handsome man disregarded the pale-faced Shilong and his companion, instead directing his attention to two disciples at the 6th level of the Yuan Ling realm. You two, guard the valley entrance, he commanded. Understood, they replied, vanishing from sight. The handsome man then turned, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed Shilong and his companion. You were given an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. If that is the case, then do not leave. After speaking, a terrifying force of Yuan power began to coalesce in his hand. Wait, Wu Mo shouted, his voice filled with urgency. The handsome man paused momentarily, turning his gaze towards Wu Mo. Please, do not kill me. I am of use. I am an alchemist. A 2nd-tier alchemist. I am on the verge of advancing to 3rd tier. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the handsome man's eyes. A 2nd-tier alchemist? Yes, indeed. Luoyun nodded fervently. To his astonishment, this revelation had yielded an unexpected advantage. The handsome man chuckled lightly. At that moment, Guanyi, speaking with respect, addressed the handsome man, Senior Brother Long. An alchemist is already a rarity, and a 2nd-tier one on the brink of advancing is even more so. There are not many 3rd-tier alchemists within the sect. Yes. Spare my life, and I shall concoct elixirs for you. I can serve as your subordinate. Wu Mo exclaimed with palpable excitement. Beside him, Shilong looked on in disbelief. Wu Daoyu, how could you demean yourself so? Silence. Were it not for you, I would not have found myself in this predicament. I, Wu Mo, am a prodigy of alchemy. How could I meet an untimely end? He retorted fiercely. Shilong sighed in resignation, acknowledging Wu Mo's point. Indeed, he was a remarkable talent in alchemy, achieving 2nd-tier status at such a young age, and soon to advance to 3rd tier. After considering Wu Mo's words, the handsome man smiled slightly. Indeed, acquiring an alchemist today will prove beneficial. I shall keep you. At this, a glimmer of joy appeared on Wu Mo's face. Turning to the ashen-faced Shilong, the handsome man declared, then you shall meet your demise. After slaying the tree demon, Fang Mo continued on his way for quite some time. Strangely, he did not encounter any beast as formidable as the tree demon. Fang Mo mused, noticing 2 figures standing at the entrance of the canyon in the distance. Their attire suggested they were disciples of the Wan Shizong. Without halting his stride, he approached the canyon. Stop! The 2 Wan Shizong disciples barked as he drew near. Fang Mo halted, glancing at the 2 disciples before him. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes upon realizing they were both at the 6th level of the Yuanling realm. It seemed they were intentionally stationed here. Pondering this, Fang Mo looked into the canyon. Could there be some secret hidden within? Those who do not wish to die, leave at once. One of the Wan Shizong disciples ordered. Hearing this, a crimson hue flickered in Fang Mo's eyes, his voice chilling like the icy depths of the abyss. And if I refuse? The terrifying gaze from Fang Mo sent a shiver down the spines of the 2 6th-level disciples. What peak do you belong to? I. The master of the 2nd peak is within the valley. Do not seek your own demise. A disciple at the 6th level of the Yuan spirit realm gazed at the attire adorning Fang Mo, his voice trembling slightly. The master of the 2nd peak. Fang Mo raised an eyebrow, astonished by the encounter. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes, the crimson hue intensifying. He turned to glance at the delicate Wanner, who followed closely behind, and gently caressed her tender face, whispering, not only did they steal from me, but they also forced me to employ life-saving measures, leaving me to hide with you in fear of being discovered. I detest this feeling. Wanner, shall we eliminate him together? Wanner seemed to sense the murderous intent surging within Fang Mo. Her innocent face was shadowed with frost, emanating an aura of lethal resolve. What do you intend to do? The 2 disciples at the 6th level of the Yuan spirit realm also noticed Fang Mo's unusual demeanor and admonished him. Chapter 56. The Forbidden Art of Corpse Refinement. The 2 disciples at the 6th level of the Yuanling realm felt a fleeting flash of crimson light before losing consciousness. Fang Mo indifferently discarded the 2 severed heads in his grasp. Within the canyon, the stone dragon lay curled upon the ground, its breath faint. Beside it stood a handsome man and Guanyi. Guanyi, due to your actions, I am left with no choice but to utilize this creature for refining my life-bound corpse, the handsome man said frostily, gesturing towards the stone dragon on the ground. Guanyi's expression shifted slightly at these words, and his tone became somewhat constrained as he replied, Senior Brother Long, the last mission was an accident. I suspect there is someone behind the scenes orchestrating it, and that person is very likely from the 1st peak. As he spoke, Guanyi cast a furtive glance at the handsome man. Find that individual for me. I wish to see who from the 1st peak it is, the handsome man. Lung Yu narrowed his eyes and coldly glared at Guanyi. If you cannot locate them, I will use you to feed the corpse. Why yes, I will do my utmost to investigate this matter. Guanyi's voice trembled. At that moment, his heart raced as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. What would he do if the thief of the exotic corpse truly belonged to the 1st peak? Guanyi, the leader of the 2nd peak, appeared utterly timid in this moment. Strangely, the disciples of the 6th level of the Yuanling realm behind him were unperturbed, their expressions calm. This was due to the fact that the handsome man before them, Lung Yu, hailed from the first peak, a figure within the top 100 of the corpse rankings, and was also Guan Ye's support. Enough. The corpse rankings will soon be reevaluated. If someone has indeed stolen the exotic corpse, the truth will be revealed in due course, Lung Yu stated expressionlessly. Yes, senior brother is correct. Guan Yi hastily nodded in agreement. Lung Yu pointed towards a cave in the cliffside, commanding, retrieve the Tianxian extreme ingress. Understood, senior brother. Guan Yi transformed into a streak of black light, darting into the cave. Before long, sounds of combat echoed from within. Meanwhile, Lung Yu placed the barely breathing stone dragon onto a flat area and addressed the group of 6th-level disciples. Guard me closely. I am about to refine a corpse. Yes. The disciples began to vigilantly survey their surroundings. Feeling a twinge of unease, Lung Yu produced a formation disc, instantly enveloping himself in a protective barrier. Within the barrier, he gazed at the stone dragon before him and murmured, "Do not blame me for not granting you a swift end. After all, you are a body cultivator." Body cultivators differ from ordinary practitioners, focusing more on physical strength and unlocking their own potential to achieve a unity of spirit and flesh. Though rare in the current cultivation world, powerful body cultivators can withstand even the most formidable attacks and may attain a state of immortality, ascending to the heavens while their physical form remains uncorrupted. Lung Yu took out 3 blood-red corpse-stabilizing talismans and affixed them to the stone dragon's chest. He then retrieved a black porcelain vial, uncorking it to release a potent stench of decay. Without flinching, Lung Yu fed the contents directly into the stone dragon's mouth. As Shilong finished the drink, his entire being began to tremble violently, veins bulging, and black blood streaming from his eyes, rendering him a horrifying sight. Observing this, Lung Yu retrieved 3 3-inch black needles from her storage pouch and swiftly inserted them into Shilong's Baihui, Xinfeng, and Chichu acupoints. The needles penetrated his body instantaneously. With the insertion of the needles, Shilong emitted a roar of anguish akin to that of a wild beast. The disciples outside the luminous barrier, upon hearing the agonizing cry, could not help but display a flicker of fear upon their faces. They were witnessing the abominable act of refining a corpse using a living person. In the 10,000 Corpses sect, the practice of refining corpses from the living is a grave taboo. While one may refine corpses from the deceased, or even slay individuals for the purpose of corpse refinement, the use of the living for such dark arts is strictly forbidden. Discovery of such an act results in execution by the sect. Despite the sect's explicit prohibition against using the living for corpse refinement and the rarity of individuals knowledgeable in such forbidden techniques, some still sought clandestine means to learn these arcane methods, taking perilous risks. This is because corpses refined from the living possess strength several-fold greater than those of the same level created from the dead. Naturally, the difficulty of refining a living corpse is immense, and the backlash is likewise exponentially greater than that of ordinary corpse refinement. While the crowd was engulfed in the horror of the anguished roars, a figure appeared not far off. "Ah, it seems quite lively here," Fang Mo remarked, having lingered in the shadows for a considerable time. Upon spotting Lung Yu, he initially intended to turn and leave, as her cultivation at the 8th level of the Yuanling realm surpassed his expectations. However, witnessing her perform the act of corpse refinement on the spot altered his decision. Perhaps there was an opportunity worth exploring. The appearance of Fang Mo and his companion caused the disciples of the 10,000 Corpses sect to tense up immediately. "Who are you? Who allowed you entry?" One of the disciples barked. "No need to be agitated. We merely passed by and are here to attend to a matter," Fang Mo replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of calm. At that moment, the disciples sensed the aura of the 6th level of the Yuanling realm emanating from Fang Mo and Wanner, allowing their expressions to relax. What are Wang Chong and Zhu Wu doing? How could they let 2 individuals of the 6th level of the Yuanling realm slip in? One tall and thin disciple frowned. "Wait," called out a lecherous-looking disciple. "I believe I understand why Wang Chong and Zhu Wu allowed them entry." His eyes gleamed with lust as they fixated on the alluring figure of Wanner. The lecherous disciple's demeanor drew the attention of the crowd towards Wanner, and in an instant, the gazes of most present shifted. "Hee, this young lady is quite delightful. Since you've come, do not leave." The crowd leered, advancing towards Fang Mo and Wanner with malicious intent. Confronted by the lecherous intentions of the 10,000 Corpses Sect disciples, Fang Mo lightly licked his lips and uttered 2 words, blood domain. Instantly, the group found themselves enveloped in a crimson shroud. What is happening? Why has my Yuan power ceased to flow? Where on earth did this blood mist come from? The voices of the disciples at the 6th level of the Yuan Qi realm began to tremble with unease. With a mere thought, Fang Mo summoned the blood-clad bride to his side. Go. With a swift gesture, the blood-clad bride plunged into the sanguine domain. Moments later, anguished cries echoed. What in the world is this? My life essence. Spare me. A cacophony of wails and screams erupted from the blood domain. Fang Mo paid no further heed to those within the sanguine realm, for under the amplification of his blood domain, the group of disciples at the 6th level of the Yuan Ling realm were destined to be slaughtered by the blood-clad bride. He retrieved a formation plate from his bosom, the very same that Su Fang had utilized to ensnare him within the 5 elements confining array. Activating the formation plate, he cast it outside the cave entrance, instantly cloaking the opening with the formation. Now, even if Guan Yi managed to emerge, considerable effort would be required, as the 5 elements confining array was capable of restraining cultivators below the Yuanzhi realm. Unless the one who activated the formation plate met their demise or possessed a profound grade artifact to force their way through, he intended to first deal with that individual at the 8th level of the Yuanling realm. Chapter 57. To kill you, all this belongs to me at this moment. Within the shimmering veil of light, Lung Yu found himself at a critical juncture in the process of corpse refinement, helplessly witnessing the slaughter of his disciples outside. The appearance of Shilong had undergone a dramatic transformation. His skin had turned an eerie shade of bluish-gray, his eyes were clouded, and he trembled violently, desperately attempting to break free from Lung Yu's grasp. The anguished cries of the Wan Corpse Sect disciples echoed relentlessly, yet Lung Yu was utterly powerless. To halt the refinement now would not only lead to failure, but also result in a backlash that would leave him severely injured, if not worse. Only upon the successful completion of the corpse refinement could he annihilate the intruders. With this thought, Lung Yu instinctively intensified the flow of his spiritual energy. But the piercing wails from outside continued to weigh heavily on his psyche. Damn it! Hurry up! A sense of urgency gripped Lung Yu, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Beneath him, Shilong seemed to sense Lung Yu's predicament and struggled even more fiercely. Fang Mo observed Lung Yu's frantic state and recognized that the living corpse refinement was at a crucial moment. A cruel smile crept across his lips. Let me lend you a hand, he declared. With that, Fang Mo grasped the bone pursuit bow, channeling his entire spiritual energy into it without restraint. Instantly, the bow radiated a blinding light, and the ghostly patterns etched upon its surface appeared to writhe with life. As he drew the string with force, a powerful suction enveloped the bow, creating a miniature vortex that continuously absorbed the ambient spiritual energy. In the next moment, a grayish-white arrow materialized, exuding an aura of despair. Whoosh! The piercing sound of the arrow sliced through the air, transforming into a streak of white light that carved a deep trench into the ground as it passed. At that critical moment, Lung Yu's expression shifted dramatically. An overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Casting a glance at Shilong beneath him, he hardened his resolve, conjuring a palm-sized black wooden token before him. In a flash of black light, the small token morphed into a massive black shield, intricately adorned with ancient, esoteric patterns, emanating a weighty presence. Determined to avoid total failure, Lung Yu prepared to withstand Fang Mo's impending strike. The white streak of light approached rapidly, and Lung Yu's earlier defensive formation proved utterly futile. The light pierced through the array, hurtling towards him. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the arrow struck the ancient shield. How is this possible? Lung Yu stared in disbelief at the half-buried arrow now dissipating in his chest. The arrow had penetrated his black cloud shield and struck him directly. As he sensed the residual energy of the arrow, his expression darkened. It was a profound-grade spiritual weapon. Meanwhile, Fang Mo squinted at the dissipating arrow lodged in Lung Yu's chest, murmuring, its might has been reduced by half. That black shield is quite intriguing. To understand, the white bone soul pursuing bow is indeed a profound-level artifact. The arrow that Fang Mo had just unleashed with all his might ought to have pierced through Lung Yu, inflicting severe injury. Yet, half of its power was thwarted by that ancient black shield, resulting in it merely penetrating halfway. Thus, he readied another arrow. As Fang Mo lifted the white-boned soul pursuing Bao once more, a wave of trepidation washed over Luoyun. Without the black cloud shield, he had no confidence in withstanding another arrow. Amidst his rising panic, the vital force suppressing the stone dragon within him began to waver slightly. At that moment, the corpse chi from the stone dragon beneath him violently surged back. With a cough, Luoyun spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. As the ritual was interrupted, the corpse chi within the stone dragon gradually subsided, leaving it an entirely cold, lifeless shell. He had failed. Luoyun stared blankly at the stone dragon's corpse. Previously, his own life corpse had been destroyed in a battle, and after enduring countless hardships to learn of the existence of a foreign corpse, he had hoped to refine it into his own life corpse using forbidden techniques. Preparing for the imminent corpse-ranking battle, who would have thought that at such a critical moment, he would be ambushed, leading to his ruin? With bloodshot eyes, Luoyun roared in fury, "No matter who you are, I will grind you to dust and leave you without a grave." However, his furious shout was abruptly interrupted by excruciating pain as he glanced down at his lower body, now pierced by an arrow, revealing a look of terror on his face. Hastily, he retrieved 2 healing pills to staunch his injuries, watching as Fang Mo approached with slow, deliberate steps. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Astonished at the sight before him, 6-fold in the spirit realm, Luoyun could scarcely believe that as an 8th fold in the spirit realm, he had been cornered by someone at the 6th fold. At that moment, the bride in red, emanating a chilling aura, returned to Fang Mo's side, her fingertips dripping with blood. Fang Mo retracted the blood domain, revealing a scene reminiscent of the depths of hell. Not a single complete corpse remained. The ground was littered with severed limbs and the earth was soaked in crimson, exuding a pungent metallic scent. Luoyun's expression darkened as he surveyed the gruesome spectacle before him, casting a furtive glance at the bride in red beside Fang Mo. This corpse refiner, despite only exuding the aura of a 6th fold in the spirit realm, was exceedingly formidable. Wait, that blood mist was peculiar. Luoyun scrutinized Fang Mo, pondering whether he truly was merely at the 6th fold. Could he be a prodigious anomaly from the first peak? Yet, he had not heard of any such genius at the 6th fold from the first peak. With that thought, Luoyun gritted his teeth against the pain and spoke, "Wait. I am from the first peak. You cannot kill me. Why can't I kill someone from the first peak?" Fang Mo replied nonchalantly, This. Luoyun found himself at a loss for words. As a member of the top 100 on the corpse ranking, albeit at the very bottom, he was still regarded as a strong contender. Typically, Luoyun prided himself on his strength, often looking down on ordinary disciples, accustomed to wielding power. He had never encountered such a predicament before. Cold Feather's gaze occasionally darted toward the cave entrance of the heavenly profound extreme ingrass. Curse that Guanyi. Why hasn't he emerged yet? A glimmer of hope lingered in Cold Feather's heart, as he yearned for Guanyi to appear and alter the course of events. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Guanyi was anxiously pressed against the cave wall, tightly clutching the heavenly profound extreme ingrass, having witnessed everything that transpired outside. Guanyi was utterly convinced that the formidable figure outside was undoubtedly a prodigy from the first peak. Particularly after witnessing the devastating power of the arrow that had been shot, it could easily have struck him down in an instant. Not one to be foolish, Guanyi recognized that stepping outside would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, once Cold Feather met his end, it would surely be his turn next. The more he pondered, the graver his expression became. Meanwhile, Cold Feather's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, I can offer you spirit artifacts, spirit stones, elixirs, whatever you desire. I can provide. If you kill me, all of these will belong to you." Fang Mo's fingers curled, lifting Cold Feather effortlessly off the ground. You cannot kill me. My brother is from Cold Cloud Peak." Cold Feather gasped, his face flushed from asphyxiation, struggling to speak. "Cold Cloud Peak?" Fang Mo inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Chapter 58, Subduing the Second-Rank Alchemist Indeed. It is the Cold Cloud Peak. Ranked among the top 20 on the corpse list, Cold Yu frantically nodded in affirmation. "I'm sorry, I do not recognize you." As soon as the words left his lips, Fang Mo swiftly snapped Cold Yu's neck. Until his last breath, Cold Yu could hardly believe that a master of the corpse list would meet his demise at the hands of a mere 6th-level disciple of the Yuan spirit realm. Meanwhile, Within the depths of the 10,000 Corpses sect, in a dim and shadowy cavern, a sinister man with flowing silver hair abruptly opened his eyes. Immediately, he retrieved an object from his storage ring, a broken humanoid puppet. Who dares? I shall find you and ensure you suffer endlessly. His chilling and furious voice reverberated throughout the cavern. The top 20 on the corpse list, Cold Cloud Peak. Yusei Fang Mo gazed at Cold Yu's lifeless body, silently committing the name Cold Cloud Peak to memory. He then began to absorb Cold Yu's blood essence, and as the rich blood energy surged into his body, an indescribable satisfaction washed over his face. Fang Mo could not suppress a soft hum of contentment. This was the densest blood essence he had ever absorbed. After a considerable time, Fang Mo gradually opened his eyes. Sensing the surge in his cultivation, a hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. Indeed, he was truly a practitioner of the 8th level of the Yuan spirit realm. Just by himself, he had brought Fang Mo closer to a breakthrough. If he were to absorb the second peak S master, Guan Yi, he would surely ascend to the 7th level of the Yuan spirit realm. With that thought, Fang Mo turned his gaze to the cave entrance on the cliff. It is your turn now, Guan Yi, master of the second peak. Fang Mo licked his lips and declared. With a wave of his hand, he retracted the 5 elements confinement array guarding the cave entrance. Observing the still, dark entrance, Fang Mo narrowed his eyes and sent the bride in red into the cave. Moments later, Fang Mo's expression shifted, and he transformed into a streak of red light. Darting into the cave, half a stick of incense later, he emerged on the other side of the mountain, his face darkened. Looking at the fresh soil beneath his feet, Fang Mo could hardly have anticipated that Guan Yi had tunneled through the mountain and escaped through the back. With an impassive expression, Fang Mo cast a glance into the distance before retracing his steps. Upon returning to the gorge, just as he was about to begin collecting his spoils, he caught sight of Wu Mo lying on the ground a short distance away. Approaching Wu Mo, he noted that the clothing he wore was clearly not that of a disciple of the 10,000 Corpses sect. Who are you? Fang Mo inquired nonchalantly. I am Wu Mo, a second-rank alchemist. Wu Mo stammered, his voice trembling with fear. The man before him, a 6th-level disciple of the Yuan spirit realm, had not only slaughtered a group of 6th-level practitioners, but had also turned an 8th-level practitioner into a lifeless corpse, a second-rank alchemist, and yet he is at the 7th level of the Yuan spirit realm. Fang Mo's tone carried a hint of astonishment. Indeed, esteemed senior, I ventured here with friends in search of the celestial profound herb, only to be unexpectedly captured by them. Alas, Wu Mo instinctively cast a glance at the lifeless stone dragon. Are you not a disciple of the sect? In response, I am merely a solitary cultivator. Do not address me as senior, call me young master instead. Yes, young master. For the time being, you shall accompany me. Fang Mo waved his hand, dispelling the restraints on Wu Mo. Thank you, young master, Wu Mo said, his face brimming with gratitude. Suddenly, Fang Mo pressed down on Wu Mo's shoulder. Young master, what do you mean by this? Wu Mo's expression shifted to one of alarm as he sensed his own vital energy being suppressed. You must provide me with a reason to trust you, Fang Mo said, his tone contemplative. After a brief pause, Wu Mo gazed resolutely at the heavens and declared, I swear I shall not betray you, otherwise. May the heavens strike me down with divine retribution. This was the celestial oath. In the realm of cultivation, such vows were often made as a pact. Should one violate this oath, they would inevitably encounter torment from inner demons in their future pursuits. Fang Mo remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Wu Mo. Moments later, beads of sweat began to form on Wu Mo's forehead. In the next instant, a look of determination crossed Wu Mo's face as he expelled a plume of black flame from his mouth, gently presenting it before Fang Mo. Observing the soul fire before him, Fang Mo slowly revealed a hint of a smile. In contrast to the ethereal celestial oath, Fang Mo preferred to hold dominion over everything, including the lives of others. After accepting Wu Mo's soul fire, Fang Mo turned his attention away from him, focusing instead on sorting through the spoils. Fang Mo first retrieved the black shield, which had now shrunk to the size of a palm. Examining the spot where it had been pierced by the white-boned soul-chasing bow, Fang Mo shook his head slightly, lamenting the loss of such a defensive artifact. Although it remained somewhat usable, its potency had significantly diminished. Fang Mo then picked up the storage ring belonging to Luoyun. With a flash of crimson light, he erased the mental imprint upon it. Aside from some elemental stones and medicinal pills, it contained various unknown rare herbs, which Fang Mo found of no use. Oh, what is this? Fang Mo lifted a yellowed piece of parchment, scrutinizing it closely. Before long, astonishment flickered in his eyes. It was the forbidden technique for corpse refining, to refine the living into corpses. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Fang Mo's gaze, and he carefully stored the parchment within his storage ring. Without even a profound-grade artifact, this is what the corpse-ranking stronghold amounts to? Fang Mo mused, somewhat speechless. This could not solely be blamed on Lung Yu, as profound-grade artifacts were generally possessed by cultivators at the elemental realm. The rarity of these artifacts, combined with the fact that only those at the elemental realm can fully harness their power, rendered Fang Mo's acquisition of the white-boned soul-chasing bow a stroke of fortune. Fang Mo also gathered the storage bags from those at the 6th level of the spirit realm. After organizing them, he discovered approximately 3,000 elemental stones, 1,000 spirit source pills, and over 10 yellow-grade artifacts, along with various other medicinal items. Before him lay a heap of storage bags, and a flicker of astonishment danced in Wu Mo's eyes. Here, Fang Mo tossed a storage bag to Wu Mo, filled with an assortment of spiritual herbs and materials, all intended for alchemical crafting. "Thank you, my lord," Wu Mo exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he accepted the storage bag, beholding the copious alchemical materials within. Wu Mo's heart soared with joy. With these resources, he would soon ascend to the rank of a third-tier alchemist. At that moment, any lingering resentment he harbored over offering up his soul fire dissipated, leaving only regret that he had not encountered Fang Mo sooner. Fang Mo, however, held little interest in the alchemical arts. Most potions served merely as aids in cultivation. Yet, due to his unique circumstances, apart from the blood essence pill, none of the others could assist him in his own cultivation endeavors. As for the blood essence pill, he could concoct it himself, rendering the need for an alchemist unnecessary. The reason he retained Wu Mo was that he was a rogue cultivator. Having slain Lung Yu, he had narrowly escaped capture by Guan Yi. Although the sect remained indifferent to the internecine conflicts among its disciples outside its walls, this time he had eliminated a formidable opponent listed on the corpse ranking. To err on the side of caution, Fang Mo decided against returning to the sect for the time being. He intended to depart from the soul-hidden mountain range and head toward the gathering place of rogue cultivators. Chapter 59. The Birth of the Little Blood Serpent and the Manifestation of Heavenly Punishment. Previously, Fang Mo had heard whispers within the sect regarding the gathering place for loose cultivators, located at the intersection of the 3 great sects, the 10,000 Corpses Sect, the Heavenly Sword Sect, and the Carefree Sect, a region devoid of oversight. Just as Fang Mo was about to inquire about the loose cultivators, he suddenly froze, his gaze drawn to the beast bracelet adorning his wrist. The crimson egg within the bracelet seemed to stir, prompting Fang Mo to hastily summon the blood egg into his hands. The sudden appearance of the blood egg left Wu Mo gasping in astonishment, his heart gripped by terror. What sort of creature was this egg? It emanated a ferocious and sanguine aura that sent shivers down his spine. Unaware of Wu Mo's shock, Fang Mo's eyes were fixated on the blood egg, sensing that the being within was on the verge of emerging. Indeed, before long, the egg began to tremble gently, and the surrounding spiritual energy of the world began to converge towards it. Gradually, the gathering of spiritual energy accelerated, forming a vortex around the egg, and the tremors of the egg intensified. With a sharp crack, a fissure appeared in the shell. Observing the minute crack, Fang Mo's anticipation grew ever more palpable. Soon, multiple cracks emerged, and the shell began to bulge. "Little one, allow me to assist you," he murmured, releasing a few drops of his essence blood towards the egg. To his astonishment, the blood vanished at a visible pace upon contact with the shell. In the next moment, a small, blood-red serpent head finally poked through the crack. Hiss! Hiss! The diminutive serpent flicked its tongue towards Fang Mo, who could distinctly feel the creature's sense of dependence. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation unfolded. The once clear sky darkened ominously, thick clouds rolling in, accompanied by distant rumblings of thunder. Fang Mo gazed up in shock, sensing an indescribable celestial might locking onto him. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he stood frozen. Meanwhile, the blood-red serpent reared up, its tiny form radiating an aura of ferocity that rivaled the heavenly might, causing Fang Mo's breath to catch in his throat. Boom! A A massive bolt of white lightning descended from the heavy clouds, targeting the blood serpent. Fang Mo's expression twisted in despair as he experienced an overwhelming sense of hopelessness for the first time. Even the indestructible blood lotus within him began to stir with urgency. At that moment, a graceful figure interposed herself before Fang Mo. It was Wanner. Fang Mo's gaze sharpened. He could sense her trepidation towards the heavenly thunder. Yet she resolutely stood in front of him, baring her sharp little fangs and hissing defiantly at the impending lightning. Fang Mo's countenance darkened as he glared at the blood-red serpent, cursing inwardly. Damn it, what exactly is this snake? He was acutely aware that this bolt of heavenly thunder had been summoned by the very creature before him. Hiss! Roar! With a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, a towering silhouette of a colossal python appeared behind the blood-red serpent. The immense serpent opened its gaping maw and devoured the despair-inducing white lightning bolt, subsequently lunging towards the ominous gathering of dark clouds above. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder resonated in the sky, and both the python's silhouette and the dark clouds vanished without a trace. Fang Mo stood in a daze. Utterly astounded by the earlier spectacle, he had narrowly escaped death beneath the divine punishment. Just now that was the heavenly retribution. It could actually summon the heavenly punishment. Beside him, Wu Mo lay prostrate on the ground, fearfully gazing at the blood-red serpent. Fang Mo's eyes were wide with incredulity as he fixed his gaze upon the serpent. This little creature not only provoked divine retribution, but also seemed capable of overpowering it. What on earth are you? Fang Mo murmured to himself. His gaze locked onto the blood-red serpent. In stark contrast to Fang Mo and Wu Mo's astonishment, the blood-red serpent appeared unfazed, already beginning to gnaw at the eggshell. At that moment, Fang Mo turned to look at Wanner, whose pale gray eyes remained fixated on him, as if he constituted her entire world. However, Fang Mo noticed Wanner's body trembling slightly, a manifestation of her fear of the heavenly lightning. After all, lightning had historically been the nemesis of all spectral beings. A complex expression flickered in Fang Mo's eyes, as Wanner's demeanor reminded him of someone he had long buried in his heart. He gently grasped her delicate hand. It's all right. There's nothing to fear, he reassured her. As he spoke, he extended his finger to offer her a few drops of his blood. Wanner delicately licked the blood from her lips, her small face lighting up with satisfaction as she gazed at Fang Mo. He playfully brushed her little nose and then shifted his attention back to the blood-red serpent, which had now completely consumed the half-meter-high eggshell. At that moment, Fang Mo was able to fully discern the true form of the blood-red serpent. Its body was approximately the length of an arm, with a thickness of 2 fingers. Its scales a striking crimson devoid of any blemish. Strangely, even its eyes mirrored that blood-red hue. Observing the serpent, Fang Mo's mind raced through the records of the corpse beasts. After a long pause, he furrowed his brow. There was no mention of such a serpent in the records. Having finished its meal, the blood-red serpent hissed at Fang Mo once more, this time with a hint of urgency. Curiously, Fang Mo slowly extended his hand towards the serpent, which promptly bit down on his wrist. A sharp pain pierced through him, causing him to frown, and then a mysterious mental connection blossomed in his mind. Fang Mo glanced in surprise at the blood-red serpent. It had proactively forged a master-servant contract with him. Once the contract was sealed, the serpent slithered up Fang Mo's arm, affectionately licking his cheek with its forked tongue. Before settling comfortably on his shoulder, Fang Mo cast a sidelong glance at the blood-red serpent, which, at that moment, bore none of the terrifying aura it had exhibited during its confrontation with the heavenly punishment. Instead, it appeared rather endearing. Gazing at the blood-red serpent with its eyes glimmering like rubies, Fang Mo gently uttered, "From now on, you shall be called Little Blood." As if understanding his intent, Little Blood delicately flicked its tongue against Fang Mo. A smile graced Fang Mo's face, for he envisioned the colossal python that Little Blood would eventually become, standing defiantly against the heavens, a truly exhilarating prospect. As for the origins of Little Blood, he would seek to uncover them when the opportunity arose. Suddenly, Little Blood turned its gaze toward the distance, hissing softly, and in that moment, a wave of yearning flooded Fang Mo's mind. Turning to follow Little Blood's line of sight, he was taken aback to see the severed limbs of the disciples from the 10,000 Corpse Sect. Could it be? A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Fang Mo's eyes. He acquiesced to Little Blood's desire, witnessing the serpent twist its form and swiftly glide to one of the corpses, which was merely a severed arm. In an astonishing display, Little Blood's body expanded several-fold as it opened its jaws wide and devoured the arm whole. This must be the manifestation of innate divine abilities. Fang Mo mused while observing Little Blood voraciously consuming flesh. However, a moment later, he raised an eyebrow. If Little Blood required the consumption of blood and flesh for its growth, then there would be no need to nourish it with his own essence. The thought of the enormous python it would become sent a chill through Fang Mo, as he feared his own blood might not suffice for its appetite. Before long, the ground was stripped bare of corpses, having been completely consumed by Little Blood. With a distended belly, Little Blood once again ascended to perch upon Fang Mo's shoulder. Chapter 60. The City of Four Directions. Fang Mo gently caressed the small blood creature upon his shoulder. Wu Mo, how far is the gathering place for rogue cultivators from here? Wu Mo, casting a fearful glance at the small blood creature that was enjoying the touch, replied, "Young master. The City of Four Directions, as the gathering place for rogue cultivators, is located at the confluence of the three sects, approximately half a month's journey from here." "Very well. I do not intend to return to the sect just yet. I shall accompany you to the City of Four Directions," Fang Mo declared. "I shall heed your every command." Wu Mo responded with utmost respect. "Let us depart," Fang Mo said, summoning his skeletal eagle. Observing this, Wu Mo promptly summoned his own mount, a magnificent gray crane. To their surprise, upon their arrival, both steeds immediately crouched low to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "What is amiss?" Wu Mo queried, perplexed by his mount's behavior. While Fang Mo also furrowed his brow, the small blood creature hissed softly at the two mounts. Upon hearing the sound, the skeletal eagle and gray crane trembled even more violently, emitting mournful cries. Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback. It seemed the small blood creature had frightened both mounts. Was this a manifestation of its innate bloodline suppression? Fang Mo's curiosity about the origins of the small blood creature deepened. In the end, as the two mounts were rendered unusable, Wu Mo had no choice but to retrieve a flying artifact, the Golden Cloud Boat. This Golden Cloud Boat was significantly smaller than Pei Kuan's skeletal ship, but was far more exquisite. Glancing at the small blood creature on his shoulder, Fang Mo silently contemplated whether he should acquire a flying artifact of his own. Moments later, a golden light soared into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Days later, aboard the Golden Cloud Boat, sunlight cascaded down as Fang Mo reclined on Wanner's lap, feigning sleep. The small blood creature coiled around Fang Mo's wrist, resembling a blood-colored jade bracelet. Meanwhile, Wu Mo stood respectfully to the side. Stealing a glance at the enchanting woman in a white dress, Wu Mo noted her ethereal beauty. Through these days of observation, he deduced that this striking maiden was likely Fang Mo's attendant. However, her behavior was rather peculiar. She spoke not a word and spent her days fixated on Fang Mo, her eyes a haunting shade of grayish-white. Nevertheless, Wu Mo was astute enough to discern what inquiries were appropriate to make and which were not. "Wu Mo, tell me about the City of Four Directions," Fang Mo softly requested. "Yes, young master," Wu Mo replied, his thoughts momentarily interrupted by Fang Mo's voice. After a brief moment to organize his thoughts, he began, "Young master, the City of Four Directions has been established for several centuries. It is said that it was founded by a powerful expert of the Yuan Wang realm, providing a sanctuary for the wandering rogue cultivators." Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. The City of Four Directions was indeed founded by a Yuan Wang expert. It is important to note that the cultivation realms ascend in the following order: Yuan Qi, Yuan Ling, Yuan Zhe, Yuan Shi, Yuan Wang, Yuan Jun, Yuan Zun, and Yuan Di. Beyond these realms, there are no records in the texts. Even the current leaders of the five sects are merely at the Yuan Shi level. And it has been many years since a Yuan Wang has appeared. Fang Mo nodded slightly, signaling Wu Mo to continue. At the inception of the Four Directions City, a stringent decree was established. No one, regardless of their sect, was permitted to engage in combat within the city. "Oh, so it follows that as long as one remains within the city, safety is assured," Fang Mo remarked, raising an eyebrow. Wu Mo confirmed with a nod, stating that within the city limits, Four Directions City would guarantee one's safety. However, once one stepped outside, their fate, life or death, was no longer of concern to the city. The longevity of this decree suggests that the power of Four Directions City is formidable, Fang Mo observed, his tone nonchalant. Indeed, as you say, the city's lord, Lei Xingyu, possesses the cultivation of a Yuan master, Wu Mo replied in a hushed voice. Fang Mo's expression shifted to one of understanding. It was hardly surprising. Rules are established by the powerful, and the enforcement of these rules demands strength. Wu Mo, contemplating this, continued. It is precisely due to this decree that countless cultivators flock to Four Directions City, be they traitorous disciples or notorious fiends with blood on their hands. The city welcomes all with open gates. At this point, Wu Mo paused momentarily. However, whether seeking refuge or pursuing a secluded life, entry to the city incurs a fee of 10 yuan stones per day. Those unable to pay or who fall into arrears will be expelled from the city. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight sparked in Fang Mo's eyes as he mused. This truly is a quicker means of revenue than outright robbery. Wu Mo shrugged, noting that such fees were akin to life-sustaining funds, willingly paid by those in need. By the way, is accommodation within the city standardized? Fang Mo casually inquired. Sir, Four Directions City does not provide lodging. There are inns available, which require separate payment, Wu Mo answered. Fang Mo silently expressed his dismay at this revelation. Wu Mo added, an alternative is to purchase a private residence, though that tends to be considerably more expensive. Fang Mo nodded subtly and asked, how long have you resided in Four Directions City? In response to your question, my lord, I possess a storefront for alchemy, as well as a private residence in the city, Wu Mo stated, his tone tinged with pride. Is being an alchemist truly so lucrative? Fang Mo inquired, astonished at Wu Mo's ability to maintain both a storefront and a private home in such a place, indicating substantial financial backing. Wu Mo, sensing Fang Mo's surprise, revealed a slight smile on his gaunt face. My alchemical skills have gained some renown among independent cultivators, thus my earnings are decent. However, the profession of an alchemist, while profitable, also incurs significant expenses. Indeed, Fang Mo replied with a faint smile. Observing Fang Mo's reaction, Wu Mo hastily added, of course. All future earnings will belong to you, my lord. Moreover, with the vast array of spiritual materials and rare herbs you have bestowed upon me, I am certain to advance to a third-tier alchemist upon my return to Four Directions City. Wu Mo could not suppress his excitement at this prospect. Fang Mo cast a calm glance at the exuberant Wu Mo, his understanding of alchemy limited, leaving him unable to fully comprehend Wu Mo's fervor. Wu Mo discerned Fang Mo's nonchalance and explained, my lord, there is currently only one third-grade alchemist in the entirety of Sifang City. Moreover, this esteemed alchemist is affiliated with Sifang City, making it virtually impossible for itinerant practitioners to engage his services. Upon hearing these words, Fang Mo's expression finally shifted. He had unwittingly stumbled upon a treasure. Meanwhile, at the Luoyun Sect, Guan Yi tirelessly maneuvered his corpse beasts and finally returned to the sect. Disheveled and weary, he hurried straight to the second peak. Inside the spacious hall of the Peak Master, Guan Yi sat in the Master's seat with a sullen countenance. Damn it, he could not help but utter a curse. Who on earth is that 6th-level Yuanling realm individual? I have not heard of any prodigy at the first peak possessing such prowess. Come here, come here. Guan Yi shouted towards the outer hall. Peak Master, your subordinate is here. A disciple clad in black hurriedly approached. Investigate if there have been any new disciples joining the inner sect in the past year, particularly those at the 6th level of Yuanling realm. Focus your inquiries on that. Guan Yi commanded coldly. Understood. The black-clad disciple accepted the order and swiftly departed. Guan Yi, meanwhile, gazed conflicted towards the direction of the first peak, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Should he disclose the matter of Lung Yu's demise to that monstrous being? Chapter 61 The Notable Master Wu Dan Young Master. There lies the city of Four Directions. Wu Mo, Yao indicated a direction. Fang Mo followed the direction of his finger and peered through the clouds, where a majestic city emerged, faintly visible like a slumbering giant beast, quietly resting upon the earth. Fang Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. Even from the heights above, the entirety of the city of Four Directions was obscured, revealing its vast expanse. The two descended outside the city, gazing at the grand gates that loomed before them. Fang Mo felt a tremor in his heart. The grandeur surpassed that of the gates he had previously encountered in the city of Pingshui within the Tianjin sect. To enter the city, One must pay 10 essence stones per day. A stoic guard clad in black armor stated flatly at the city gate. My friend, here is my residence token. Wu Mo cheerfully presented a white jade plaque. He then produced 2 storage bags, handing them over. Inside are 500 essence stones each. Please issue a residence token for this young master beside me and the young lady. Fang Mo, dressed in white and silent, stood beside Qianer, who was cloaked in a delicate veil. After counting the essence stones, the guard retrieved 2 white jade plaques, which he presented to Fang Mo and Qianer respectively. Fang Mo accepted the jade token, which bore the 3 characters of the City of 4 Directions on one side and intricate runes on the other. The guard furrowed his brow, observing the white-clad woman before him, who had yet to accept the token. Oh, my memory fails me. Miss Qianer has sustained serious injuries and is somewhat indisposed. Wu Mo chuckled as he accepted the residence token from the guard. Upon hearing this, the guard glanced at Qianer and coldly stated, fighting is strictly prohibited within the city. Offenders will be executed without mercy. If the residence period expires and no renewal is made, one must vacate the City of 4 Directions. Otherwise, the consequences will be borne by the individual. The residence token must be kept safe. Once lost or abandoned, the repercussions are one's own responsibility. Upon entering the city gates, Wu Mo handed the residence token to Qianer. Miss Qianer, this is your residence token. Yet, Qianer remained unresponsive. Closely following Fang Mo, Qianer disliked speaking. Do not disturb her henceforth. Fang Mo calmly remarked as he took the residence token from Wu Mo's hand. Yes, young master. Wu Mo cast a sympathetic glance at Qianer, sighing inwardly. Indeed, there are no flawless beings in this world. Such an extraordinarily beautiful woman possesses such an eccentric disposition. Meanwhile, Fang Mo discreetly observed the bustling crowd. A man carrying a coffin, an elderly man wielding a 3-meter-long axe, a young sword cultivator accompanied by a flying sword, and a woman trailing a decaying corpse. Fang Mo's eyes gleamed with intrigue. The City of 4 Directions truly was a melting pot, teeming with a myriad of characters. He had initially worried about Qianer's identity as a corpse being uncovered, but it appeared his concerns were unwarranted. Ah, Master Wu Dan, what a delightful surprise! Exclaimed a portly middle-aged man who jogged towards them. Fang Mo narrowed his eyes. This seemingly ordinary fat man was, in fact, an 8th-level practitioner of the Yuanling realm. Observing the portly man before him, Wu Mo's expression turned somewhat nuanced as he spoke. Ah, fellow Taoist Jew, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? The stout man, appearing slightly embarrassed, replied, Master Wu, the last batch of elixirs did not yield satisfactory results. Upon hearing this, Wu Mo cast an uneasy glance at Fang Mo and then, with a hint of impatience, waved his hand at the rotund figure. Just consume a few more, now. If you'll excuse me, I am quite busy. Fang Mo raised an eyebrow, sensing that Wu Mo might be concealing something. As Wu Mo prepared to leave, the stout man grew anxious and grasped Wu Mo's arm, saying, Master Wu, I have sought your assistance for several days. It is not easy to finally encounter you. Please, I implore you to help me, or I dread the wait once you return to the Jade Dan workshop. Wu Mo, with a sigh of resignation, asked, What assistance do you seek? The stout man, upon hearing this, revealed a somewhat ingratiating expression and said, I have heard that you recently concocted a new elixir, the Black Ant Pill, which boasts potency several times greater than the Tiger Dragon Pill. I wish to procure this elixir. Wu Mo exhaled deeply, alas. This pill is derived from the black ants of the Black region. While its efficacy is indeed formidable, its creation is quite challenging. Master Wu, please state the price of the Black Ant Pill, the stout man urged, his tone growing increasingly urgent. 1,000. Not a problem. Here, Master Wu, 1,000 yuan stones. The stout man exuberantly produced a pile of yuan stones and pushed them toward Wu Mo. Seeing this, Wu Mo smiled faintly and gently pushed the stones back, saying, Fellow Taoist Jew, you should take these back. The supply of the Black Ant Pill is limited, and many others wish to purchase it as well. You would do well to wait in line. Upon hearing this, the stout man grew frantic, declaring, I will offer 3 times the price, 3,000 yuan stones. Wu Mo hesitated momentarily. Master Wu, please do not hesitate. Consider it a favor. I, Zhu Du, shall remember this kindness. The stout man earnestly pleaded. With a resigned sigh, Wu Mo relented. Very well. Given your eagerness, I shall make an exception and grant you 1 pill. Thank you. Thank you, Master Wu. However, I would like 2. Here are 6,000 yuan stones. Please accept them. The stout man eagerly presented Wu Mo with a storage pouch. Wu Mo, slightly taken aback, murmured, this. Sigh, very well. With a somewhat exasperated expression, he accepted the pouch, retrieved 2 dark pills from his storage ring, and handed them to the stout man. The stout man received the pills as if they were treasures, carefully securing them in his storage ring. Thank you, Master Wu. This favor shall remain etched in Zhu's heart. Farewell. With a beaming face, the stout man hurriedly departed. Fang Mo, gazing at Wu Mo as if he had discovered a new world, remarked, It seems I have underestimated your status as an alchemist. Just what is this black ant pill that holds such value? Ah, young master. The black ant pill is, in fact, an elixir that aids in matters of intimate pleasure. Wu Mo wiped his nose, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that the black ant pill would possess such extraordinary effects. He then remarked with a peculiar expression, How can one, having reached the Yuan Ling realm, still be so infatuated with matters of love? Wu Mo responded with a mysterious smile, Young master, since ancient times, desires have been an intrinsic part of human nature. Regardless of one's cultivation level, one remains fundamentally human. After a brief pause, Wu Mo gazed in the direction where the corpulent man had departed and continued. Take Zhu Du, for instance. Despite his 8th level Yuan Ling cultivation, he remains entranced by such pursuits, compelled by innate deficiencies to rely on elixirs. Fang Mo shook his head, expressing his disinterest in matters of romance and choosing not to elaborate further. However, he finally remarked to Wu Mo, Your involvement as an alchemist certainly spans a wide array of interests. Wu Mo chuckled awkwardly. Forgive my laughter, young master. My shop is just ahead. Please, follow me. With that, Wu Mo hastened forward, leading the way. Chapter 62. You cannot bestow happiness upon this young lady, my lord. This is my humble Jade Dan workshop. Wu Mo gestured towards a modest shop front. Though not grand in size, its faade boasted an impressive presence. A large sign displayed the gilded characters Jade Dan Workshop, flanked by couplets that read, Nurturing the foundation is paramount. Conserving energy fosters great strength. Fang Mo pondered for a moment, sensing an inexplicable peculiarity in the essence of the couplets. Upon entering the workshop, a jade countertop occupied the center, adorned with various elixirs. Strengthening pills, invulnerable pills, dragon tiger pills, ice fire pills, and the desire for immortality pills. Fang Mo's eye twitched involuntarily. He realized that Wu Mo, this alchemist, might not adhere to the conventional understanding of the craft. My lord, please do not misunderstand. I am indeed a genuine second-tier alchemist. These are merely concoctions I have casually prepared in my spare time. Wu Mo hastily clarified as he eyed the elixirs displayed on the counter. That is of no concern. Fang Mo replied nonchalantly. Wu Mo respectfully asserted, My lord, please wait a moment while I retrieve some items from the back, after which I shall escort you to my private residence. Very well. After Wu Mo departed, Fang Mo settled into a chair, closing his eyes in contemplation, while Quan Er remained quietly vigilant behind him. Old Wu, is your Jade Dan workshop open for business? A fair-skinned young gentleman strode in with confidence. Where is Old Wu? The young man scanned the shop, and upon noticing the ethereal Quan Er, his gaze ignited with fervor. What a stunning beauty! Pray, may I be graced with a glimpse of your visage? The young gentleman blatantly disregarded Fang Mo, addressing Quan Er with a flirtatious tone. Quan Er remained unmoved, creating an awkward atmosphere. Ahem, the lady is truly modest. The young man tried to alleviate the tension, realizing that the young man in white beside Quan Er was the true focus of attention. Casting a disdainful glance at Fang Mo, who emanated the aura of a 6th-level Yuan spirit, he inquired, Are you also here to purchase elixirs? Fang Mo met his gaze with indifference, remaining silent. The young man frowned slightly. It was audacious for someone of Fang Mo's level to ignore him. He continued with a hostile tone, Since you seek medicine, do you know my relationship with Master Wu? Believe me, a single word from me could prevent you from acquiring any elixir here. I have no need for elixirs. Fang Mo regarded the young man as if he were a fool. What a jest! Since you have come to the Jade Dan workshop, do not be so coy. The young gentleman cast a glance at Fang Mo's physique, adding, "If you cannot bring happiness to this young lady, then do not hinder her." Fang Mo's eye twitched again. "However, I am quite different. I possess Master Wu's latest concoction, the black ant pill, firm as dark iron, and as rich and lingering as aged wine." He concluded with a lingering gaze at the elegantly poised Quan Air, his eyes gleaming with a hint of suggestion. "You should consider yourself fortunate to be in Fang City at this moment." Fang Mo's tone was tinged with a hint of coldness. The young master scoffed. "A mere 6th-level Yuanling cultivator dares to threaten me, Luoyun? He ought to inquire who in Fang City would dare to disrespect me." He then leaned in closer to Fang Mo and whispered, "You'd best never leave Fang City for the rest of your life." A glint of frost appeared in Fang Mo's eyes. At that moment, Wu Mo emerged from within. Upon seeing Wu Mo, Luoyun's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Old Wu, you're just in time. This fellow dares to threaten me. No matter what elixir he wishes to purchase today, do not sell it to him. I will make him aware of my influence in Fang City." Luoyun pointed at Fang Mo as he spoke, looking quite smug. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. Luoyun covered his face, staring bewilderedly at Wu Mo, whose expression was as cold as frost. "Old Wu, what are you doing?" Luoyun gazed at Wu Mo in disbelief. "Apologize to this young master immediately and leave Yudon Workshop. From now on, Yudon Workshop will no longer conduct business with you," Wu Mo said coldly. Luoyun stared at Wu Mo in a daze, and even he, as dense as he was, realized he had provoked someone he should not have. Wu Mo had extensive connections among the scattered cultivators, and anyone who could incite such a reaction from him was not someone he could afford to offend. Moreover, if Yudon Workshop refused to sell him elixirs in the future, how could he hold his head high in front of the women? No, absolutely not. "Wait, Old Wu, please don't be angry. I will apologize to this young master right now," Luoyun said hurriedly to Fang Mo. "Esteemed young master, I, Luoyun, have been blind to your greatness and have offended you. Please forgive me this once." Fang Mo regarded Luoyun with an indifferent gaze, remaining silent. Luoyun's complexion grew increasingly pale as he hastily produced a storage bag. "Esteemed young master, here are 3,000 yuan stones. Consider it an apology from me." Fang Mo continued to remain silent. Gritting his teeth, Luoyun added, "I will also provide an additional piece of information." What information?" Fang Mo raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Luoyun spoke in a mysterious tone. "In half a month, a secret realm will be opened at Xingxia Mountain." "A secret realm?" Fang Mo's expression shifted. It was within a secret realm that he had obtained the inheritance of the Wan Hua blood classic. Wu Mo beside him also displayed a glimmer of excitement. "Yes, the secret realm will open the day after tomorrow," Luoyun reiterated. "Is this information credible?" Fang Mo inquired. Wu Mo interjected, "Young master, Luoyun makes a living by trading information in Fang City." Fang Mo nodded slightly, accepting the storage bag and softly stating, "I will take these yuan stones." Seeing the storage bag taken, Luoyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Thank you, young master. I shall take my leave now." With that, he hurriedly departed. "What background does Luoyun have?" Fang Mo asked. "Young master, Luoyun has no significant background. He is merely a scattered cultivator," came the reply. He was exceedingly lecherous, often lingering among various women, thus acquiring a wealth of clandestine information that he subsequently peddled. His lascivious nature compelled him to frequent my establishment in search of medicinal concoctions. Wu Mo remarked with a shrug. I never anticipated that upon arriving in the Four Directions city, I would stumble upon such news of a hidden realm." Fang Mo said, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Young master, most of the hidden realms are legacies left behind by formidable beings. And given that Xingxia Mountain is not overly distant from the Four Directions city, it is likely that many will vie for it," Wu Mo replied, furrowing his brow. "The more, the merrier," Fang Mo responded with a knowing smile. Upon witnessing Fang Mo's smile, an inexplicable chill coursed through Wu Mo's heart. "Very well. Take me to your private residence. I fear that if I linger here at Yudon Pavilion any longer, I might succumb to the temptation of purchasing some pills," Fang Mo said, his tone tinged with playful mockery. "Cough, cough. Young master jests. You are youthful and vigorous, brimming with vitality, surely. You have no need for my medicinal pills," Wu Mo replied with an awkward chuckle. Chapter 63. the Star Sea Merchant Association after bringing Fang Mo to the private residence. Wu Mo promptly returned to Yudon Square, for he was eager to ascend to the third tier of alchemy mastery. Once Wu Mo departed, Fang Mo surveyed the tranquil courtyard, nodding slightly in approval of its serene ambience. Entering the room, Fang Mo summoned the corpse of evil and the bride in red. Instantly, the air was thick with a potent aura of malice and death. Noticing the presence of the corpse of evil, Fang Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise. It had remarkably advanced to the 4th level of the Yuan spirit realm. Though its appearance remained grotesque, it had not squandered the essence of his blood. Fang Mo cast a casual glance at the corpse of evil, which now possessed only a single eye. His gaze then shifted to the bride in red, whose skin was a deep shade of blue-black, revealing a hint of conflict within him. This bride in red had reached the 6th level of the Yuan spirit realm, controlled by his corpse manipulation technique, which meant her level was fixed and could not be elevated like that of the corpse of evil. As Fang Mo's own power grew, the bride in red's utility would inevitably diminish. He attempted to feed her a few drops of his essence blood. Now aware of its unique properties that held a fatal allure and mysterious influence over corpse crafting, he wished to see if any changes would occur in the bride in red after absorbing his blood. Watching as the essence blood slowly seeped into her skin without any reaction, he sighed softly, shifting his focus away from her. Finally, Fang Mo gently removed the delicate veil from Wanner's head, revealing her exquisitely beautiful face. With skin as pale as jade, her captivating visage still managed to astonish him despite their daily encounters. To his surprise, Wanner too had advanced to the 6th level of the Yuan spirit realm. Fang Mo tenderly caressed her delicate cheek and noticed a flicker of vitality in her gray-white eyes. As he gazed into her eyes, he discerned a glimmer of yearning within them. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his hand. To his astonishment, Wanner took his hand with both of hers and brought it to her lips, parting them to gently envelop his 2 fingers. A shiver coursed through his soul, prompting him to inhale sharply. At that moment, a small serpent, Xiao Shui, raised half of its body to glance at Fang Mo, mistaking his earlier exclamation as a summons. When Fang Mo ignored it, Xiao Shui coiled comfortably on his shoulder, closing its eyes once more to resume its slumber. Before long, Wanner released his fingers, drawing them out with a glistening droplet of saliva. Overwhelmed by the intoxicating atmosphere, Fang Mo quickly withdrew his hand. A low, suppressed sound emerged from the corpse of evil, which, with its solitary eye, gazed longingly at Fang Mo, evidently craving the essence blood. Fang Mo tossed 2 drops of blood towards the corpse, which then settled down. Subsequently, he retrieved the white jade skull from his storage ring, placing it in the center of the room. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was enveloped in a dense aura of death. Fang Mo chose not to store the red-clad bride and the corpse in the body bag, but instead left them in the room to absorb the surrounding miasma. After ensuring the 2 refined corpses were settled, Fang Mo took Xuanier and departed from the small courtyard. As Fang Mo guided Xuanier through the bustling crowd, he occasionally surveyed the nearby shops. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he led Xuanier to a luxurious 3-story building, the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce. Fang Mo's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated the presence of a Star Sea Chamber branch here, and it appeared far more opulent than the one in Luoyun City. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. "Young master, how may I assist you?" A fair-skinned maid inquired with a smile. "I wish to sell some elemental pills," Fang Mo replied casually. "Please follow me." The maid gestured invitingly. Fang Mo trailed her through the hall to the acquisition counter. "Young master, this is the acquisition area. Please wait in line behind this counter," the maid instructed, pointing to the adjacent counter. Fang Mo glanced at the acquisition counter where a clerk was counting items from a storage bag, while 3 cultivators stood in line, waiting. "Wait, I have quite a number of items to sell. Could I perhaps use a private room?" Fang Mo called out to the departing maid. Before she could respond, a burly man in line scoffed. "Huh? Kid, just how much do you plan to sell? You think the Star Sea Chamber will grant you a private room? Where did this bumpkin come from with such audacity?" Upon hearing this, those around them looked at Fang Mo with amused expressions. Fang Mo cast a cold glance at the laughing giant. The moment their eyes met, the man's laughter abruptly ceased. An unsettling chill ran down his spine, as if he were being targeted by a venomous serpent. "Rest assured, young master, no matter how much you wish to sell, the Star Sea Chamber will accurately and swiftly assess the prices for you. You need only wait in line," the The maid maintained a professional smile. Fang Mo chose to say no more and took his place behind the burly man in line. 4 bloodshot wolf spiders, totaling 3,200 elemental stones. Please accept, the clerk announced as he handed a pile of stones to the burly man. 4 bloodshot wolf spiders. They are second-tier high-level demonic beasts, equivalent to the 8th level of the Yuanling realm. This man is quite remarkable, people around murmured. Indeed, a single bloodshot wolf spider is worth 800 elemental stones. They continued to discuss. The burly man, grinning with satisfaction, accepted the stones but did not leave. Instead, he remained nearby, his gaze mocking as he regarded Fang Mo. Clearly, he wished to see what Fang Mo could possibly sell, eager to taunt him once more. The onlookers wore expressions of anticipation, eager for the unfolding drama. Fang Mo, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, approached the counter. What does this young master wish to sell? The clerk inquired. The waiter inquired, yet Fang Mo remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand as over 20 storage bags were stacked upon the counter. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Who is this individual? How does he possess such an abundance of storage bags? Foolishness. Can't you discern? These bags clearly indicate plunder and murder. I suspect this man could very well be a remorseless fiend. Indeed, just look at the bloodstains on those storage bags. The gaze of the onlookers towards Fang Mo shifted to one of trepidation, completely abandoning their previous amusement. The burly man's complexion also turned pale. The waiter, observing the heap of storage bags before him, revealed a flicker of astonishment. Encounters of such magnitude in transactions were rare for him. After inspecting several bags briefly, he respectfully addressed Fang Mo. Esteemed sir, given the multitude of items you wish to sell, I must consult with our supervisor. Please bear with me for a moment. Fang Mo nodded subtly in acknowledgement. Chapter 64. Young Master You, do you wish to perish? Before long, a middle-aged gentleman adorned in splendid attire and bearing a congenial countenance approached hastily. Greetings, I am the person in charge here. You may call me Supervisor Jia. He introduced himself. Fang Mo nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Supervisor Jia cast a cursory glance at the pile of storage bags on the counter, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Might I inquire if you intend to sell all the items contained within these storage bags? He asked. Indeed, Fang Mo affirmed. Very well, please follow me, Supervisor Jia replied. Fang Mo gathered the heap of storage bags and, accompanied by Warner, followed closely behind. Even Supervisor Jia is taken aback. Indeed, Supervisor Jia seldom makes an appearance. The last time I encountered him was half a year ago. Goodness, that young master must be extraordinary. As whispers of admiration filled the air, a burly man departed with a crestfallen demeanor. Inside the room, 2 attendants were diligently organizing the multitude of storage bags strewn across the floor, while another stood nearby, assessing the value of the items within them. Supervisor Jia remained alongside Fang Mo, displaying a keen awareness to refrain from prying too deeply into the matter at hand. The Shanghai Chamber of Commerce adheres to a commendable industry standard, solely responsible for acquisition without inquiring into provenance. Oh, this also counts, Fang Mo remarked, retrieving a white mask from his storage ring, the very heartless mask he had procured in Luoyun City. However, for him now, the ordinary-grade heartless mask had lost its efficacy and could no longer withstand other scrutiny. Before long, several attendants completed their sorting. Supervisor Jia, observing the estimated results in hand, smiled warmly at Fang Mo. Young Master, there are a total of 23 artifacts, 1 ordinary-grade superior artifact, 15 yellow-grade inferior artifacts, 6 yellow-grade medium artifacts, and 1 exquisite yellow-grade defensive artifact. However, due to some damage, we can only acquire it at the price of a yellow-grade medium artifact. The total value of the elixirs is... Enough with the specifics. What is the total value? Fang Mo interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Supervisor Jia glanced at the pricing and, with a beaming smile, replied, Young Master, the total amounts to 150,000 stones. Upon hearing the figure of 150,000 stones, Fang Mo felt a jolt of surprise within, silently reflecting, indeed, it is through slaying and pillaging that one acquires wealth. Agreed, it is a deal, Fang Mo stated coolly. After the transaction was completed, Supervisor Jia, beaming with delight, produced a purple crystal card and presented it to Fang Mo. Young Master. This is our chamber's purple level VIP card. In the future, You may enjoy a 30% discount on purchases at any branch of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. Fang Mo gazed at the offered purple crystal card, a thought stirring within him. A silver crystal card materialized in his hand, the one previously bestowed upon him by the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce in Luoyun City. This is the VIP card that was granted to me by your other branches, he stated. Supervisor Jia accepted the silver crystal card with a smile. Young master, this is a 10% discount VIP card. Now that you are a purple level VIP of our chamber, we shall reclaim this silver card. Fang Mo nodded in acknowledgement. May I inquire if there is anything else you require, young master? Director Jia inquired with a cheerful smile. Indeed, I require a mystical artifact to obscure my aura. This way, young master. I shall escort you to the artifact district, Director Jia replied earnestly. At the third peak of the 10,000 Corpse sect, 5 figures materialized before a resplendent golden barrier. Leading them was the young Master Yu, who had been publicly humiliated by Fang Mo on a previous occasion. This is the place. Fang Mo's cave dwelling lies within, young Master Yu indicated towards the shimmering barrier. Since that day of disgrace, he had been seething with indignation. Despite being a prominent figure on the second peak with numerous acquaintances, he had never before endured such public humiliation. Yet, he was not foolish. The reactions of the law enforcement disciples had left him anxious, fearing that Fang Mo might possess an extraordinary background. In recent days, he had secretly investigated Fang Mo and discovered that he was merely a newcomer to the sect. Notably, Xia Xiong, a follower of the Third Peak's master, had formed a close association with Fang Mo. Thus, he concluded that Fang Mo must have ingratiated himself with the Third Peak's master, Xia, which emboldened him. Knowing that he had the backing of the Second Peak's master, Guan Yi, young Master Yu felt reassured. However, he had been unable to locate Fang Mo recently, as he was out on a training expedition. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. Today, he had summoned 4 friends of the 5th realm of the Yuan spirit realm, intending to destroy Fang Mo's cave dwelling to alleviate his resentment. Young Master Yu, will the master of the Third Peak hold us accountable for destroying someone's dwelling here? Inquired a burly man with a stubbled face. Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain flickered in young Master Yu's eyes. Fear not, our master has been in a foul mood these past few days. Xia of the Third Peak dares not attract his ire. With young Master Yu's assurance, they felt emboldened. All right, everyone, let us breach the formation directly. As his words fell, for streams of gray energy surged towards the golden barrier. With a thunderous roar, the barrier remained unscathed. Young Master Yu frowned slightly. Once more. Boom. Boom. A series of explosive sounds reverberated throughout the Third Peak. As the dust settled, the barrier stood firm. Damn it. This fellow has set up such a high-level formation. The group realized the complexity of the barrier. Suddenly, young Master Yu, watch out. The 4 men seized young Master Yu and retreated swiftly. A massive black blade of energy descended upon the spot where they had just stood. Boom. Dust erupted, and a vast chasm opened in the ground. Not far away, a bald man with a face full of scars approached, wielding a colossal black blade. His expression dark as he glared at young Master Yu and his companions. Young Master Yu, do you wish to die? Xia Xiong said coldly. Young Master Yu narrowed his eyes and retorted icily. Xia Xiong, I advise you to mind your own business and avoid causing trouble for Xia. Young Master Yu was unaware that Summer Bear had already pledged allegiance to Fang Mo and was no longer a follower of the Peak Master Xia. Summer Bear twisted his neck and declared fiercely, if you dare to attack the formation again, I shall execute you. Upon finishing his words, a charred corpse appeared beside him. It was Summer Bear's lifebound corpse. How brazen. A look of disdain flickered in young Master Yu's eyes as he turned and commanded, 2 of you deal with him, while the other 2 continue to assault the formation. After exchanging glances, 2 of the 4 disciples at the 5th level of the Yuan spirit realm lunged at Summer Bear, while the remaining 2 persisted in battering the formation. You dare. Summer Bear's eyes widened in fury at this sight. He was about to charge forward when he was intercepted by the 2 disciples of the Yuan spirit realm. Instantly, the sounds of battle and furious shouts reverberated throughout the Third Peak. Meanwhile, within the Peak Master's hall atop Third Peak, a disciple clad in black knelt before Xia. Reporting, Peak Master, young Master Yu from the Second Peak has brought 4 disciples at the 5th level of the Yuan spirit realm to assault Fang Mo's cave. I am aware. Pay them no mind. This is a matter between them and Fang Mo, replied a delicate-looking man seated upon a black jade chair, without lifting his gaze. Yes, Peak Master. Chapter 65. An explanation for the master. With a furious roar, Xia Xiong swung the colossal black blade in his hand, unleashing a wave of dark energy towards the two disciples at the 5th level of the Yuanling realm. Strangely, tendrils of black mist coiled around the dark wave, swaying as if possessed by a life of their own, emitting a chilling wail reminiscent of a ghostly lament. The two disciples, confronted by the approaching dark force, were overtaken by terror. In a swift mental command, they summoned their life-bound corpses to shield themselves. The sound of tearing fabric echoed, akin to the ripping of burlap sacks, as the two corpses were cleaved into 4 parts, scattering in all directions. The backlash left the two disciples grievously wounded. Xia Xiong's visage twisted in rage, blood dripping incessantly from his head. He stepped over the injured disciples, dragging the black blade forward, advancing menacingly towards young Master Yu. Seeing Xia Xiong, who appeared as a malevolent specter, and glancing back at the two severely injured disciples, young Master Yu instinctively swallowed hard and murmured, "Truly, he is the infamous madman, the bear slayer of the 3rd peak." Hastily, he urged the remaining 2 disciples, "Quick, you two go." The remaining disciples exchanged fearful glances, apprehension evident in their eyes. "Hurry, what are you two dawdling for? That madman is coming." Young Master Yu shouted in desperation at the 2 hesitating figures. The 2 disciples clasped their hands towards the slowly advancing Xia Xiong, saying, "Brother Xia, we were reckless and have offended you. We shall withdraw now and make amends another day." They turned to leave. "Hey, what are you two doing? You promised to help me." Young Master Yu cried out in alarm. The 2 paused, glancing back at the remnants of their comrades, who had been obliterated by Xia Xiong. With a bitter smile, they replied, "Young Master Yu, our relationship has yet to reach the point of sacrificing ourselves for you." They then proceeded down the mountain. Young Master Yu's countenance turned ashen. Xia Xiong made no attempt to stop them. Instead, he approached young Master Yu slowly, tapping the back of the blade against his pale cheek. "Weren't you just being so bold?" Now pale as death, with trembling legs, young Master Yu stammered, Brother Xia, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so arrogant. Spare me this once, and I will leave at once." Wiping the blood from his forehead, Xia Xiong slapped young Master Yu sharply across the face. "Too late. Today, you must leave something behind." Xia Xiong examined young Master Yu from head to toe before stating, "How about we keep one of your hands? When the master returns, I can provide a proper explanation." Upon hearing this, young Master Yu turned pale as a ghost, pleading, "Brother Xia, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. Please spare me. Don't dally. Extend your hand." Xia Xiong growled, yanking his arm forward. Just as he raised the blade, a sharp voice called out, "Xia Xiong, what are you doing?" Turning around, he saw 2 law enforcement disciples approaching them. With a sense of helplessness, Xia Xiong reluctantly released young Master Yu's arm, for he lacked the audacity of Fang Mo. Young Master Yu, akin to a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, scrambled towards the enforcers, never before feeling such warmth emanating from them. Among the 2 enforcers stood Zhou Jian, who, upon glancing at young Master Yu, and then at Fang Mo's cave dwelling, quickly pieced together the situation. "I warned you not to provoke Fang Mo again," Zhou Jian admonished in a low voice. "I acknowledge my mistakes. Please take me away to the law enforcement hall." Young Master Yu pleaded. The other enforcer displayed a look of astonishment. It was a rare occurrence for someone to voluntarily request entry to the law enforcement hall. Zhou Jian's voice turned stern as he addressed the gathered individuals. "Those involved in private brawls within the sect, return with me to the law enforcement hall." He then produced several sets of prisoner restraints for them to wear. "Wait." Zhou Jian turned to the voice that interrupted. Xia Xiong met Zhou Jian's gaze with unwavering composure, stating, "Brother Zhou, this young Master Yu intended to destroy my master's cave. He must leave something behind, or I shall find it difficult to explain to my master." "Your master?" Zhou Jian and the others were taken aback. "Indeed, Fang Mo," Xia Xiong affirmed. Zhou Jian was taken aback as well. This reckless bear had actually acknowledged Fang Mo as his master. The disciple of Elder Pei was indeed formidable. Contemplating this, Zhou Jian inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "I had planned to spare him a hand, but since Brother Zhou is here, I shall grant you face. Therefore, he must surrender his storage ring, so I can provide an adequate explanation to my master," Xia Xiong declared loudly. Upon hearing this, Young Master Yu's expression turned frantic as he exclaimed, Brother Zhou, he Xia Xiong is being unreasonable. He shows complete disregard for you. Silence. Zhou Jian glared at young Master Yu, his expression darkening. After a prolonged silence, he finally relented. Very well, as you wish. At the Star Sea Commerce Association, Supervisor Jia enthusiastically introduced several devices capable of concealing one's cultivation and aura. Ultimately, Fang Mo selected a high-grade yellow-tier spirit mask, crafted from 1,000-year-old black mysterious wood, exuding a chilling aura. The wearer could not only conceal their appearance, cultivation, and aura, but also resist mental probing from those below the Yuan realm. After paying 10,000 stones, Fang Mo carefully stored the spirit mask. By the way, Supervisor Jia, do you have any Shin crystal stones? Fang Mo inquired, as he still wished to repair the 100 Suns soul-devouring array, a third-tier formation capable of contending against those in the Yuan realm. Supervisor Jia pondered momentarily before replying with a hint of regret, Young Master. The 2 Shin crystal stones we had were sold last month. I see, Fang Mo said, slightly disappointed. Observing Fang Mo's regretful expression, Supervisor Jia smiled gently, Young Master. Do not be disheartened. In 3 days, our Star Sea Commerce Association will hold an auction, and you may try your luck then. An auction? Fang Mo was taken aback. Indeed, the event is to be held on the 3rd floor of the Chamber of Commerce. Supervisor Jia smiled and gestured upwards. Fang Mo furrowed his brow, glancing at the ceiling. Considering the space on the 3rd floor, how many individuals could possibly be accommodated for an auction? This is the entry pass for the auction. When the young master arrives, he will understand, he remarked. Sensing Fang Mo's puzzlement, Supervisor Jia offered a mysterious smile and handed him a black jade tablet. Fang Mo accepted the tablet gratefully, thanked Supervisor Jia, and subsequently departed from the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. After disposing of his spoils and possessing a considerable sum of money, Fang Mo appeared to be in high spirits. He strolled leisurely down the street, holding hands with Warner. Oh, my apologies, miss. A middle-aged man clad in simple clothing said with a look of contrition, evidently having accidentally bumped into Warner. Just then, the small blood creature on Fang Mo's wrist raised its body, revealing its fangs towards the man. Observing this, Fang Mo narrowed his eyes slightly at the middle-aged man and replied nonchalantly, It's nothing. With that, he continued on with Warner. The middle-aged man watched their retreating figures, murmuring to himself, Indeed, it is a peculiar corpse. How intriguing. Chapter 66. The Secret of the Corpse. Upon returning to the courtyard, Fang Mo's expression was somewhat grim. The earlier reaction of Xiaoxua indicated that the middle-aged man had evoked a sense of danger within it. Yet he had failed to detect even a trace of the man's aura or cultivation, suggesting that the man's prowess far exceeded his own. Although Fang Mo felt secure from potential attacks within the four-direction city, the presence of that middle-aged man left him feeling uneasy, as he did not perceive it as a mere coincidence. Entering the room, he glanced at the malevolent corpse and the bride in red, both of whom continued to silently absorb the deathly energy. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to visit Yudon Workshop. Just as he stepped out of the room, he spotted an individual seated in the courtyard. It was none other than the middle-aged man from the street earlier. Fang Mo's pupils constricted, and his internal energy surged subtly. Xiaoxua bared its fangs once more. Who are you? Fang Mo asked coldly. Please, do not be alarmed. This is Four-Direction City. I mean you no harm. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. His words did little to ease Fang Mo's tension. What do you want? Fang Mo retorted, his gaze fixed icily on the man. I told you not to be so tense. Come, take a seat. The middle-aged man indicated a nearby stone bench. Fang Mo shot the man a glance before expressionlessly moving to sit. At that moment, the middle-aged man's gaze drifted to the girl, Warner, behind Fang Mo, revealing a hint of envy. Indeed, she is a remarkable anomaly among corpses, her aura indistinguishable from that of a living person. As soon as he spoke, a powerful wave of blood energy enveloped the entire courtyard, prompting Fang Mo to draw his white-boned soul-pursuing bow, his eyes narrowing sharply at the middle-aged man. Who are you really? He demanded, ready to strike at any moment. Seeing the tension, the middle-aged man raised his hand in a placating gesture. Do not be impulsive. Your actions may attract the attention of the city lord's residents. Fang Mo was taken aback when, just after the man's warning, the surrounding blood energy dissipated as if swept away by a gentle breeze. A presence of the Yuanzhi realm. Fang Mo's expression darkened. Young man, I harbor no ill will towards you. As a fellow member of the same sect, I merely wish to offer a word of caution, the middle-aged man stated. At this, Fang Mo regarded him with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity, taken aback to learn that this middle-aged man was also from the corpse sect. I am Fang Mo. May I inquire your name, senior? Which elder do you serve within the sect? Fang Mo asked cautiously. The middle-aged man's expression grew complicated as he shook his head. I am Fu Qing, but I am not an elder. Not an elder? Fang Mo narrowed his eyes, unable to discern Fu Qing's true intentions. Fu Qing chose not to pursue that topic further and instead advised Fang Mo. I merely wish to caution you that until the anomaly within the corpse matures, it is best not to reveal it in public. Otherwise, it may lead you into peril. What do you mean, Senior Fu? Fang Mo furrowed his brow. He had always concealed Wanner to evade the attention of the Second Peak's master, Guan Yi. However, after hearing Fu Qing's warning, Fang Mo felt that his understanding of the anomaly was still woefully inadequate. Observing Fang Mo's perplexed expression, Fu Qing gently shook his head and remarked, to possess an extraordinary corpse yet remain entirely ignorant of it, you truly are a fortunate lad. Nevertheless, allow me to enlighten you. Fu Qing gestured towards Wanner and continued. It is said that the birth of an extraordinary corpse contains the secrets of the 9 nether reincarnation. Of course, this claim remains unverified to this day. An extraordinary corpse is imperishable, untainted, and possesses a nascent intelligence akin to that of a human, hence it is also referred to as a celestial corpse. At this juncture, Fu Qing cast a sidelong glance at Fang Mo and added, however, do not assume that only those who refine corpses have an interest in extraordinary corpses. They are susceptible to being possessed. Susceptible to possession? Fang Mo felt a wave of shock wash over him. Indeed, an extraordinary corpse can be possessed prior to the maturation of its intelligence. When its intellect first awakens, it resembles that of a child, volatile and unstable. Consequently, many cultivators, faced with their imminent demise, choose to usurp the body of an extraordinary corpse to extend their lives, or sometimes, to acquire a perfect vessel. Naturally, the number of extraordinary corpses is exceedingly rare, and few can be recognized, yet I still advise you to exercise caution. Thank you, Senior Fu, for the warning. Fang Mo expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Fu Qing waved his hand dismissively and inquired, however, do you know what the most terrifying aspect of an extraordinary corpse is? I do not, Fang Mo replied, his gaze filled with curiosity. Fu Qing's eyes gleamed as he fixated on Wanner, his voice dropping to a hushed tone. The most dreadful aspect of an extraordinary corpse lies in its ability to cultivate primordial arts once its intelligence has matured. What? Fang Mo could scarcely conceal his astonishment, exclaiming softly, cultivating primordial arts? What differentiates that from being a cultivator? He turned to scrutinize Wanner, who tilted her head in confusion, her grayish-white eyes reflecting her bewilderment. Placing his hand gently upon Wanner's delicate face, a flicker of brilliance ignited in Fang Mo's eyes. He contemplated the possibility of nourishing her with his essence blood, hastening her intellectual maturation. Lad, do you now comprehend the extent of your enviable fortune? Fu Qing's voice abruptly ceased. The small courtyard was suddenly cloaked in an oppressive chill. Fang Mo, startled, turned to find Fu Qing glaring menacingly at his hand that caressed Wanner, instinctively on guard. He called out, Senior Fu. This exclamation snapped Fu Qing back to reality, the frigid aura dissipating entirely. With a complex gaze, Fu Qing regarded Fang Mo and solemnly inquired, are you a disciple of Pei Kun? Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's eyes widened in surprise. How could Fu Qing possibly know of his association with Pei Kun? It seemed there was a history between the two. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Mo replied, indeed, but how did you come to know, Senior Fu? Haha. Fu Qing's gaze shifted to one of sympathy. That look of pity stirred within Fang Mo a profound sense of unease. Coldly, he confronted Fu Qing. What do you mean by that, Senior Fu? With a self-deprecating smile, Fu Qing lamented, encountering a disciple of the 10,000 Corpses sect. I wish to offer a word of caution, recalling our shared lineage of yore, but I never anticipated. Chapter 67. The senior brother to his astonishment. It was none other than Pei Kun's disciple. Fu Qing remarked with resentment. Observing Fang Mo's tense demeanor, Fu Qing's spirit suddenly seemed to wane, and he spoke softly. This does not concern you. We are, after all, kindred spirits. I too was once a disciple of Pei Kuan. Fu Qing's words echoed like thunder in Fang Mo's ears. He was also a disciple of Pei Kuan. Fu Qing. Fu Qing. Fang Mo's gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed, You are the senior brother? At last, Fang Mo recalled that during his initial apprenticeship, Pei Kuan had mentioned he had an elder brother named Fu Qing. He never anticipated encountering this esteemed senior brother here today. Indeed, I am your senior brother. Fu Qing responded with a wry smile. Fang Mo's heart raced with excitement. Fu Qing's intense disdain for Pei Kuan surely indicated that he possessed insights into matters unknown to others. With this thought in mind, Fang Mo gently inquired, Senior brother, why do you harbor such animosity towards our master? Rather than answering directly, Fu Qing gazed wistfully at the sky. Do you believe it is a privilege to be a disciple of one of the top 10 elders of the inner sect? Fang Mo fell silent. Once I thought so too, Fu Qing reminisced, nostalgia gleaming in his eyes. My 4 junior brothers and sisters shared this sentiment as well, believing it an honor to study under one of the top 10 elders. Initially, Pei Kuan treated us exceptionally well, and we were filled with gratitude. Until Fu Qing's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, his body trembling with emotion. Until the 5 of us reached the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm and prepared to break through to the Yuan master realm. Everything began to take a sinister turn. The first to successfully break through to the Yuan master realm was the 3rd junior brother, yet shortly after his breakthrough, he perished deep within the hidden soul mountains, leaving no trace behind. The second to achieve the Yuan master realm was the 2nd junior sister, who mysteriously vanished in the depths of the corpse abyss just 2 months after her breakthrough. The 3rd to break through was the 4th junior brother. I vividly recall that day when, filled with childlike excitement, he promised to return and share a drink with me after completing his sect mission. At this point, Fu Qing's lips curled into a faint smile, but, ultimately, I never saw him again. All that reached me was the news of his tragic demise during the mission. Of course, these tidings were relayed to us directly by Pei Kuan, and I believed them wholeheartedly, for he was our revered master. Fu Qing's voice trembled as he continued. In the end, the youngest junior sister, having just broken through to the Yuan master realm and being the closest to the 2nd junior sister, ventured into the depths of the corpse abyss in search of her. Until that fateful night, when she appeared before me, grievously wounded and drenched in blood, her face contorted with despair, revealing that it was all part of our master's sinister plot, that they had all fallen victim to his hands, urging me never to attempt a breakthrough to the Yuan master realm. Fu Qing's expression twisted with regret as he clenched his fists. I couldn't believe it. He was our master. He could never commit such atrocities. Thus, the very next day, I conveyed the news of the youngest junior sister's return to our master. Ha ha. Ha ha. Fu Qing let out a bitter laugh. And since that moment, I have never seen the youngest junior sister again. Our master told me she succumbed to her injuries. Ha ha ha. Fu Qing's face contorted in rage as he shattered the table before him with a punch, spitting venomously. That old wretch Pei Kuan was deceiving me even then. I silently vowed to kill him, to turn his bones to ashes. Subsequently, I stealthily fled the Yuan corpse sect, pursued by Pei Kuan, and have since taken refuge in this 4-direction city. After finishing his account, Fu Qing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Fang Mo, standing beside him, furrowed his brow in silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Brother, do you understand why Pei Kuan would do such a thing? Fu Qing opened his eyes, coldly replying, because he seeks to forge the 5-element corpse. The 5-element corpse? Fang Mo was taken aback, hearing of such a method for the first time. Fu Qing nodded. Yes, the 5-element corpse. Unlike the aberrant corpses born from the natural world, the 5-element corpse is a unique creation of postnatal refinement. However, the technique for crafting the 5-element corpse is not even known to the Yuan corpse sect. It must have been obtained by that old rascal Pei Kuan from elsewhere. The creation of the 5-element corpse requires the assembly of 5 individuals, each corresponding to the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, coupled with secretive methods of refinement. When successfully forged with the cultivation of the Yuan master realm, it can shake the foundations of a Yuan master. Fang Mo inhaled sharply, his heart filled with astonishment. With such power, it is no wonder Pei Kuan went to such lengths to gather disciples. Fu Qing cast a glance at Fang Mo and remarked, I have remained in the 4-square city. Pei Kuan has had no opportunity. So you must be the substitute he sought. Fang Mo fell silent, yet his gaze grew increasingly frigid. He now comprehended Pei Kuen's intentions, but his current strength was insufficient to confront him. What should he do? Remain concealed in the four-square city like Fu Qing? Instinctively, Fang Mo glanced at Fu Qing beside him. No, absolutely not. In the next moment, his expression became resolutely steadfast, possessing an extraordinary cultivation technique. He would never cower like a dog in this city. However, there was no rush. After breaking through to the Yuanzhi realm, Pei Kuen would act. Granting him time yet. Fu Qing scrutinized Fang Mo intently, as if perceiving his thoughts, and slowly spoke. If you are unwilling to stay in the four-square city, there is indeed another option. What option? Fang Mo's eyes locked onto Fu Qing. That is to enter the top 10 of the corpse ranking. At the very least, you must be within the top 20. What do you mean? Fang Mo furrowed his brow slightly. The 100 individuals on the corpse ranking are the pillars of their sect, the most gifted disciples. The top 10 are the most treasured assets of the sect, the future of the Wan Corpse sect. If you enter the top 10 of the corpse ranking, it would be akin to acquiring a protective talisman. The sect leader and the elders would never allow Pei Kuen to lay a finger on you. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Observing the gleam in Fang Mo's gaze, Fu Qing poured cold water on his enthusiasm, gently shaking his head. Do you think ascending the corpse ranking is so simple? Those are the strongest among over 20,000 inner disciples, especially the individuals in the top 10. As he spoke, a hint of fear flickered in Fu Qing's eyes. Fang Mo disregarded Fu Qing's words. He had slain powerful figures on the corpse ranking before. With the extraordinary myriad transformation blood cannon, he feared no one. Just a little time. No, as long as his vitality was sufficient, he could continue to ascend infinitely. Contemplating this, Fang Mo lightly licked his lips. Observing Fang Mo's demeanor, Fu Qing shrugged. I have said all that needs to be said. The choice is now yours. Thank you, senior brother, for enlightening me today, Fang Mo said, offering a slight bow. It is nothing. I merely empathize with your plight. Fu Qing waved his hand dismissively. Oh, by the way, that storage ring you possess was given to you by Pei Kuen, wasn't it? Fu Qing pointed at the storage ring on Fang Mo's hand. Yes, why? Fang Mo glanced at the black storage ring. It would be best to dispose of it soon. It bears Pei Kuen's spiritual imprint. With that imprint, he can locate your position. As he spoke, Fu Qing cast a look of disdain at the storage ring. I almost fell into Pei Kuen's grasp because of it. With that, Fu Qing turned to leave. Fang Mo glared darkly at the storage ring in his hand. You truly are a wretched old thing. Chapter 68. Wu Mo's vision. Although Fang Mo harbored a secret resentment towards Pei Kuen for tampering with the storage ring, he ultimately refrained from removing it, fearing that it might alert others. Glancing at Wanner, a flicker of regret crossed Fang Mo's face. He had forgotten to inquire about the proper method of disposing of Fu Qing's corpse. After all, Wanner was unable to enter the corpse bag and accompanied him daily, posing the risk of being discovered. Fang Mo shook his head inwardly, resolving to ask the next time they met. He led Wanner into a room and gently said, Wanner, you must stay here obediently, do you understand? They will keep you company. He gestured towards the nearby corpse of evil and the bride in red. Wanner looked at Fang Mo with a hint of confusion, but soon seemed to grasp his meaning, nodding her little head from side to side. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Fang Mo's eyes. Wanner had indeed comprehended his words and even learned to express her thoughts. It seemed that his essence blood had a significant impact on her. With this realization, Fang Mo spoke again. Wanner, I shall feed you some more essence blood. After you are full, you must stay here quietly, understood? Before Fang Mo could react, Wanner had already taken his finger into her mouth. You. Fang Mo was astonished, not expecting Wanner to develop her intelligence so rapidly. The thought that she could cultivate elemental techniques once her intellect matured brought a smile to Fang Mo's lips. Before long, Wanner released his finger, and her delicate pink tongue peeked out, gently licking the corner of her mouth. In that moment, she appeared enchanting and alluring, exuding an indescribable charm. Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, Fang Mo glanced back, only to find Wanner closely trailing behind him. Stay here, he commanded with a cold snort. Wanner's eyes revealed a hint of fear, clearly startled by his admonition. Yet, she did not retreat. Instead, she cautiously moved closer to him, timidly reaching out to grasp the sleeve of his garment. Fang Mo studied Wanner's small face for a moment before saying nothing further. He donned a white veil cloak over her and put on his spirit puppet mask. Allowing her to hold on to his sleeve, they exited the small courtyard together. After traversing several streets, Fang Mo's gaze lingered on the sign of the Jade Dan workshop in the distance, momentarily distracted. A long queue stretched outside the establishment, with at least 10 people waiting. It appeared that Wu Mo indeed held a modest reputation in this four-direction city. Fang Mo approached the line but did not pause. Instead, he took Wanner directly inside. "Hey, you masked kid, what do you think you're doing? Don't you know how to queue?" "Exactly. Have you no sense of order? Quickly, go to the back of the line." The voices of the waiting patrons clamored in protest. Fang Mo turned and cast a chilling glance over the crowd, instantly enveloping them in an aura of icy intimidation. Silence fell abruptly. Upon entering the Danfang, Wu Mo was engaged in recommending elixirs to customers. He looked up, puzzled, at Fang Mo, who wore a black mask. It was only when he caught sight of the graceful Wanner behind Fang Mo that he hurriedly stood and exclaimed, "My lord, what brings you here?" "There's no need for concern. Please continue with your work," Fang Mo replied, taking a seat on a nearby stool. "Very well, my lord." Wu Mo returned to his position and resumed his tasks. "Master Wu, I would like 3 black ant pills. 3,000 yuan stones." "Master Wu, I need 2 black ant pills." "Master Wu, I request 2 ecstasy pills." "Master Wu, 5 ice fire pills, please." 3 hours later, the influx of customers had finally ceased. Fang Mo sat there, observing Wu Mo with an expression of bemusement. So many patrons had come solely for such pills. After all, Wu Mo was a distinguished second-tier alchemist, yet none sought out the more conventional elixirs for cultivation. Wu Mo chuckled awkwardly, "My lord, this is merely a means to acquire resources. After all, both my alchemy and the rent require yuan stones. These elixirs belong to a highly profitable industry. One must earn a living, after all." Fang Mo nodded slightly. Indeed, Wu Mo had amassed a substantial sum of 60,000 yuan stones over the course of those 3 hours. Truly a lucrative endeavor. "Are you aware of the auction held by the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce?" Fang Mo inquired. "Are you referring to the auction 3 days hence?" Wu Mo responded, looking toward Fang Mo. "Yes, how much do you know about this auction?" Fang Mo asked. Wu Mo spoke earnestly. "This auction is of a semi-public nature, with limited slots available. Besides inviting prominent figures from the Sifang city, the remaining attendees are those personally invited by the Shanghai Chamber." "Of a semi-public nature?" Fang Mo's expression shifted to one of curiosity. "My lord, the auction is only deemed semi-public when sensitive items or individuals related to the 5 sects are involved." Wu Mo lowered his voice to convey the significance. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Fang Mo's eyes. Wu Mo then wore a mysterious smile, saying, "Rest assured, my lord. I have procured 2 entry tokens for the auction." He produced 2 black jade slips from his storage ring. Fang Mo narrowed his eyes. He had underestimated Wu Mo, who was capable of acquiring such tokens. "No need. I already possess them," Fang Mo replied nonchalantly. Wu Mo was taken aback, having not anticipated that Fang Mo could secure entry tokens on his very first day. He recalled that the tokens he held had been obtained through years of networking, incurring a significant expense in yuan stones. With this thought, Wu Mo cast a reverent glance at Fang Mo. "Wait, please provide me with another token. Wanner should accompany me." Fang Mo stated calmly. "Yes, my lord." Wu Mo respectfully handed over an additional token. Soon after, Wu Mo presented a storage ring to Fang Mo, saying, "My lord, this contains 100,000 yuan stones. Please keep it for any unforeseen necessities." Fang Mo cast a deep glance at Wu Mo, astonished that Wu Mo had even prepared funds for him. Slowly accepting the storage ring, Fang Mo spoke softly. "Wu Mo, you have truly given me a great surprise. My lord, I am aware that you are far from an ordinary individual. You shall surely soar through the heavens in due time." Wu Mo, not daring to wish for more, only sought to remain by his lord's side, to witness the distant vistas of the world beyond. He knelt down on one knee. Wu Mo was no fool. On the contrary, his ability to establish a foothold in the 4-direction city demonstrated his intelligence. In the soul-hidden mountain range, facing a group of 6th-tier Yuan spirit realm cultivators, Fang Mo did not even need to make a move himself. His corpse refining alone decimated that group of 6th-tier cultivators. Not to mention, Fang Mo had personally slain an 8th-tier Yuan spirit realm cultivator. Then there was the terrifying blood serpent capable of provoking divine retribution. This dread creature could even withstand such heavenly punishment. That was divine retribution. Such an extraordinary being willingly acknowledged Fang Mo as its master. Thus, Wu Mo was utterly convinced that Fang Mo was far from an ordinary cultivator. Chapter 69. The auction. Fang Mo remained silent, instead rising to pat Wu Mo on the shoulder before turning to leave with Wanner. As he gazed at Fang Mo's retreating figure, Wu Mo's eyes shimmered with a fervent intensity. 3 days had swiftly passed. 3 figures stepped into the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce: Fang Mo, Wanner, and Wu Mo. The hall of the chamber was sparsely populated, leaving Fang Mo somewhat perplexed, as he had anticipated a more vibrant atmosphere on this day. "Young master, let us proceed to the 3rd floor," Wu Mo instructed, dismissing the inquiring attendant, then turning to Fang Mo. Indeed, Fang Mo nodded slightly. Wu Mo expertly led the way. Just as Fang Mo was about to ascend the staircase, a lewd voice emerged from behind him. "Oh, brother, who would have thought that attending this auction would allow us to encounter such exquisite beauty? TSK, her figure and poise are truly unparalleled." Fang Mo paused momentarily, slowly turning his head. He beheld 2 gaunt men, who bore a striking resemblance, leering at Wanner with salacious eyes. Fang Mo's gaze narrowed, a chilling aura emanating from him. Sensing the malice radiating from Fang Mo, the 2 gaunt men cast a dismissive glance in his direction, exuding an astonishing presence. 7th level of the Yuanling realm. "Sanshong, you 2 brothers would do well to keep your tongues in check, or I shall not hesitate to respond harshly," Wu Mo warned, approaching with a furious glare directed at the pair. "Oh, is that not Wu Dancer from Yudon Workshop? Such a fiery temperament." One of the gaunt men replied nonchalantly. Wu Mo snorted coldly, fixing his steely gaze upon them. Observing Wu Mo's aggressive demeanor, one of the men chuckled lightly. "Wu Dancer, do not take it so seriously. We were merely jesting. Come, brother, let us hasten upstairs." With that, the 2 men sauntered toward the stairs, exchanging mischievous glances. As they passed by Fang Mo, one of them whispered, "Kid, you are quite fortunate, aren't you? Having such a beauty beneath you must be rather pleasurable. I truly wish to give it a try." Fang Mo's expression remained impassive as he watched their departing figures, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Who are they?" Fang Mo inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. The indifference in his voice sent a shiver down Wu Mo's spine. He discerned the chilling undertone hidden within. "Young master, those 2 are brothers, nicknamed the Twin Thieves of Jade. They are notorious for their predatory tendencies. The taller one is named Sanshong, while the other is Sangu. They have been hiding in Sifang City for the past 2 years to evade pursuers. However, they are not to be underestimated. They excel in combined combat techniques, capable of contending with an 8th-level Yuanling practitioner, making them quite formidable among rogue cultivators." After relaying this information, Wu Mo furtively glanced at Fang Mo. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's expression remained unchanged, offering only a faint nod before turning to ascend the stairs. Wu Mo was left bewildered by Fang Mo's reaction, yet he dared not inquire further, hastening to follow him. Upon reaching the top of the 3rd floor staircase, an attendant intercepted Fang Mo. "Please present your admission token." Fang Mo retrieved a black jade slip, and the attendant gracefully gestured for him to proceed. Simultaneously, a blue light curtain appeared before Fang Mo, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes at the formidable array fluctuations. Hand in hand with Wanner, he stepped into the light curtain. Upon reopening his eyes, the scene before him elicited an expression of awe. The venue was a vast arch, comprising 2 levels, with a grand luminous stone chandelier suspended overhead, illuminating the entire space. The 1st level boasted dozens of rows of seats, capable of accommodating over 1,000 individuals. The 2nd level featured a series of enclosed rooms. Fang Mo surveyed his surroundings. Numerous attendees had already taken their seats, and to his surprise, he spotted Luo Xing. He was nestled in the embrace of a plump female cultivator, and upon sensing Fang Mo's gaze, Luo Xing offered him a faint smile. Fang Mo and his companions casually chose a spot to sit. But perhaps due to the crowd, Wanner clutched Fang Mo's hand tightly. Nearby, Wu Mo cast a sidelong glance at Wanner, who still held onto Fang Mo's hand, silently criticizing her lack of decorum. Noticing Fang Mo's gaze drift to the 2nd level, Wu Mo spoke up, young master. The rooms on the second level are reserved for esteemed VIPs. Fang Mo nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Soon, an individual ascended the platform, Manager Jia of the Star Sea Commerce Guild. Esteemed guests, I would like to express my gratitude for your attendance at this auction. I will be your host today. Please note that each bid must not be lower than 1,000 yuan stones, and I ask everyone to maintain order within the venue. Manager Jia inclined his body slightly. Without further ado, we shall commence with the first auction item. As his words fell, a strikingly beautiful female attendant approached, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. Manager Jia promptly lifted the cloth, revealing a piece of black decayed wood before the crowd. The attendees regarded the black wood with puzzled expressions. It resembled a charred log. Unremarkable in appearance. Ladies and gentlemen, this piece of black wood is derived from the ancient Chi-in wood, which, despite having been struck by heavenly lightning, still harbors a potent essence of profound yin energy. The starting bid is 5,000 yuan stones. As Manager Jia concluded his statement, gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. Fang Mo raised an eyebrow at the black wood. It is worth noting that Chi-in wood is considered a treasure of the cultivation realm, with its profound yin essence holding a deadly allure for practitioners, not to mention the ancient variant. Young master, shall we place a bid for this ancient Chi-in wood? Wu Mo inquired softly. Fang Mo shook his head gently. Even disregarding the fact it had been struck by lightning, it held no value for him. Just then, a voice rang out. I bid 6,000 yuan stones. The atmosphere in the venue ignited with excitement. I bid 8,000 yuan stones. I bid 10,000 yuan stones. I bid 30,000. I bid 50,000 stones. A commanding voice resounded. Many attendees shook their heads slightly, opting to withdraw from the bidding. The final piece, a millennia-old red shadow wood, was sold for 50,000 stones. The second item up for auction was a golden flying sword, named the Soul of Heaven's Sword, a superior quality artifact of the Xian level, with an opening bid of 50,000 stones. As soon as Manager Jia finished speaking, numerous attendees displayed expressions of astonishment. The Soul of Heaven's Sword was none other than the personal sword of the Heartless Taoist from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Indeed, not long ago, the Heartless Taoist was treacherously slain at the Wudao Cliff, an incident that even stirred the sect's secluded leader. Who would have anticipated that his sword would appear here? This Soul of Heaven's Sword seems rather perilous to possess. Hearing the surrounding murmurs, Fang Mo's eyes flickered with intrigue as he turned to inquire about the Heartless Taoist's background from Wu Mo. Wu Mo quietly explained, young master. The Heartless Taoist is one of the 7 elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th stage of the Yuan realm. A peculiar smile crept across Fang Mo's face. The Heavenly Sword Sect. I nearly perished at the hands of one of their elders. It is a memory I shall not easily forget. Chapter 70. The Black Death Coffin. I bid 60,000 stones. A deep voice resonated from a box on the second floor. The crowd turned their attention, yet no one dared to raise their bid. Expressions of hesitation adorned many faces. After all, it was the treasured sword of an elder from the Heavenly Sword Sect. The fear of provoking the sect and facing their wrath was a risk not worth taking. Just as the situation seemed to settle, a sinister voice emerged from another box on the second floor. Is it merely the elder's sword from the Heavenly Sword Sect? Why the trepidation? I bid 70,000 stones. You would do well not to raise your bids. As that ominous voice faded, the previous deep voice re-emerged. 80,000. Intriguing. I bid 90,000. 100,000. 150,000. 180,000. 200,000. 300,000. The fierce bidding between the two left the onlookers in awe. Fang Mo felt a tremor within. Both participants were escalating their bids by 10,000 at a time, and his own 1 million stones would only suffice for 10 rounds of bidding. 1 million stones, the sinister voice declared once more. In a brief span, the price soared to 1 million. Are you not afraid of the Heavenly Sword Sect's retribution? The deep voice inquired, tinged with irritation. What can the Heavenly Sword Sect do to me? Once I acquire this Heavenly Soul Sword, I shall wield it to hunt down their disciples, cackling and slaughtering. The chilling laughter echoed throughout the auction hall. I shall await the outcome. The deep voice responded, somewhat begrudgingly. Ultimately, the exquisite Heavenly Soul Sword was sold for the price of 1 million stones. The next item up for bid was astonishing. a giant white egg standing a meter tall. This is the egg of the Xian Yuan giant turtle, found deep within the abyss of Xian Yuan and exceedingly difficult to capture. An adult can reach the combat prowess of a Yuan master. The starting bid is 10,000 stones. As soon as Manager Jia finished speaking, a voice chimed in. I bid 11,000 stones. You are being rather miserly. I bid 30,000 stones. I bid 50,000. 60,000. Fang Mo furrowed his brow slightly. Several more items were auctioned off, yet none contained the Xian crystal stones he sought. By this time, the 8th item was being presented, a black coffin, intricately adorned with elaborate purple patterns, emanating a chilling aura. This Black Death coffin was unearthed from the land of extreme death. It is said to possess remarkable efficacy in nurturing corpses, with a starting bid of 10,000 stones. I bid 20,000 stones. I bid 21,000 stones. Fang Mo's gaze fixed upon the Black Death coffin, his brow arching. This was indeed a coffin for nurturing corpses. A nurturing coffin is essentially an advanced version of a corpse bag. It not only accommodates the deceased, but also nurtures them. Unlike a corpse bag, a nurturing coffin is not artificially crafted, but is formed naturally over many years, absorbing the extreme yin or deathly energy in places of intense negativity. Observing the scant number of bidders, Fang Mo refrained from participating in the auction, for his own essence was far superior to that of the corpse-rearing coffin. Hey lad, why aren't you bidding on this Blackshaw coffin? Whispered a voice in his ear. Fang Mo swiftly turned his head, astonished. Brother Fu. Behind him sat the enigmatic Fu Qing, clad in a black robe. Fu Qing smiled and nodded, inquiring, why aren't you bidding on the corpse-rearing coffin? I have no need for a corpse-rearing coffin, Fang Mo replied nonchalantly. Fu Qing cast a puzzled glance at Warner and remarked, are you quite certain of that? Fang Mo, oblivious to Fu Qing's reaction, shook his head once more. He then lowered his voice and asked, Brother Fu, may I inquire if you know the method for placing the? Fu Qing, with an odd expression, pointed towards the Black Sha coffin on the platform. At this, Fang Mo's gaze sharpened. The bidding for the Black Sha coffin had only just reached 40,000 stones, a stark contrast to the previous auctioned items. This was not due to a lack of discernment among the crowd, but rather because the Black Sha coffin catered to a very niche audience, primarily useful to those skilled in corpse refinement. 50,000 stones, Fang Mo stated indifferently. 51,000 stones, another voice chimed in. 60,000 stones. 61,000 stones. The same voice echoed again. 70,000 stones. 71,000 stones, followed closely thereafter. Fang Mo's brow furrowed slightly as Wu Mo, with a grim expression, whispered, Young master. It's the Sangchong brothers. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo turned to look, spotting the two Sang brothers not far away, wearing mocking expressions. Fang Mo's countenance darkened immediately, clearly recognizing their intent. 100,000 stones, he declared coldly. 101,000 stones, Sangchong's voice rang out once more. 150,000 stones. 151,000 stones. Fang Mo narrowed his eyes and boldly stated, 300,000 stones. After a brief exchange of whispers between Sangchong and Sanggu, they surprisingly continued to bid. 301,000 stones. Fu Qing casually glanced at Sangchong and muttered, Junior brother, it seems you are being targeted. 500,000 stones. Fang Mo raised the bid by 200,000 without hesitation. This time, the Sang brothers ceased their bidding, grinning slyly at Fang Mo, who remained as stoic as ever. Ultimately, the Black Sha coffin fell into Fang Mo's possession for 500,000 stones. As the dust settled, Fang Mo slowly turned to cast a glance at the Sang brothers, his gaze akin to that of someone regarding the deceased. For the subsequent auction items, Fang Mo continued to bid diligently, wary of any further disruptions from the Sang brothers. When a yellow crystal stone, roughly the size of a water vat, appeared on stage, a glimmer of excitement ignited in Fang Mo's eyes. The 14th auction item, Xianjing Stone. There is no need for further introduction, as everyone is already well aware of its significance. However, the sheer size of the mysterious crystal stone is something most have likely never encountered. With a starting bid set at 50,000 stones. As soon as the announcement was made, the bidding erupted chaotically. 60,000 stones. I bid 70,000. I bid 71,000 stones. At this juncture, Fang Mo remained silent, while Wu Molong proclaimed 100,000 stones. I bid 110,000. 120,000. 121,000. Observing the situation, Wu Mo interjected once more, 200,000 stones. Upon uttering this amount, the auction hall fell into an immediate hush. A faint smile graced Wu Mo's lips. Suddenly, a voice from the second-floor private box declared, 300,000 stones. Wu Mo's smile gradually faded as he cast a glance at Fang Mo, who gestured for him to proceed. Wu Mo nodded slightly, 350,000 stones. 500,000. Another voice resonated from the private box. Wu Mo countered with 550,000 stones. 1 million. A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. Wu Mo's expression darkened slightly as he pondered whether to continue bidding, but Fang Mo subtly shook his head, halting him. With an impassive demeanor, Fang Mo surveyed the private box above, aware that even if Wu Mo were to deplete his family's resources, it would be unlikely to secure victory against the individual within the box. Ultimately, the colossal mysterious crystal stone was acquired by the occupant of the second-floor box. Following this, the final and most anticipated auction item was set to be unveiled, eliciting expressions of eager anticipation from many. Suddenly, the lights in the entire auction hall dimmed. Chapter 71. The Cat-Eared Woman. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a cage forged from dark iron was slowly pushed forward. Within the confines of this cage was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. As her visage became clear, a stir arose from the auction platform. Is this a beast or a human? Such an enchanting woman, truly an exquisite beauty of the mortal realm. She is a natural seductress. Even Wu Mo beside her could not help but exclaim in admiration. However, Fang Mo furrowed his brow slightly. His gaze clouded with confusion as he studied the woman within the cage. The woman had delicate features and a captivating demeanor, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall. Strangely, her ears were those of a cat, and a fluffy white tail swayed behind her. This peculiar combination delivered a striking visual impact, as the cat-eared woman curled her lithe form, resembling a weeping beauty, evoking a sense of pity in all who beheld her. The strong reaction from the crowd pleased Supervisor Jiao immensely. He pointed at the cat-eared woman in the cage and proclaimed, "This is an otherworldly being. Though her cultivation is lowly, she serves as an exceptional alchemical furnace. I trust the esteemed guests need no further introduction. The starting bid is 100,000 stones." As his words fell, the hall erupted with fervent bidding. In a private box on the second floor, a figure stood by the glass window, murmuring, "The Star Sea Chamber of Commerce truly dares to sell anything. Heh, an otherworldly being." In another box on the same floor, a young gentleman in splendid attire gazed intently at the cat-eared woman below. "Do you wish to acquire that woman?" A commanding voice resounded from behind him. The young gentleman turned hastily, a hint of apprehension in his demeanor. "Father, I truly wish to bring that otherworldly being home." A solemn middle-aged man approached, his calm gaze fixed on the cat-eared woman below. "This woman is not merely an otherworldly being, she belongs to the demon race." Upon hearing this, astonishment flickered in the young gentleman's eyes. "The demon race? Have they not vanished for nearly a millennium?" "They have merely retreated to the realm of 10,000 beasts," the middle-aged man replied, a glimmer of fear surfacing in his eyes. "Though the reasons for their return remain unknown, do not provoke any of the demon race, lest it bring catastrophe upon the city lord's residence." "Senior Brother Fu, are all otherworldly beings like this?" Fang Mo inquired, glancing at Fu Qing. Fu Qing frowned slightly, expressing his skepticism. "I have not encountered any otherworldly beings, but this woman's appearance does bear some resemblance to the descriptions of the demon race in ancient texts." "The demon race?" Fang Mo raised an eyebrow, as he was only familiar with beastly creatures, having never heard of the demon race. Fu Qing nodded slowly. "I stumbled upon references in ancient texts, which state that the demon race resembles humans yet retains certain beastly traits. Historical records describe how, a millennium ago, the demon race wreaked havoc, slaughtering humanity, before inexplicably vanishing." Fang Mo nodded slightly in acknowledgement. At this moment, the bidding within the hall had reached 1 million. "I bid 1,050,000. Sang Chong exclaimed loudly. As soon as this price was announced, the room fell silent. A hint of triumph appeared on Sang Chong's face, while Sang-gu flashed a lewd smile at the cat-eared woman on stage. The brothers were determined to possess this enchanting creature, one such as they had never encountered before. Just as it seemed victory was within their grasp, a sudden voice interjected. I bid 1,050,000. The expression on the faces of the Sang brothers instantly shifted, while Fang Mo cast an indifferent glance in their direction. Sang Chong glared at Fang Mo with resentment, gritting his teeth. 1,060,000. No sooner had he spoken than Fang Mo replied once more, 2 million. You reckless fool, you're courting death. Sang Chong's eyes darkened as he glared at Fang Mo unfazed. Fang Mo remained stoic, while Wu Mo, standing nearby, looked at Sang Chong with a mocking glint in his eyes. If you don't raise your bid, that beauty on stage will belong to my young master. Ha! 2,500,000, Sang Chong said with a face as dark as water. 3 million. You. Sang Chong was seething with rage, wishing he could tear Fang Mo apart with his own hands. The gazes of those around began to converge on Fang Mo. Who was that masked man? How dare he oppose the Sang brothers? They had never seen him before, but it was evident that anyone bold enough to challenge the Sang brothers was no ordinary individual. Look, even Master Wu Dan from Yudan Fang is smiling alongside him. This is bound to be entertaining. The murmurs around them deepened the scowl on Sang Chong's face. He glared fiercely at Fang Mo and enunciated, I bid 3,100,000. As soon as the words left his lips, all eyes turned to Fang Mo, awaiting his response. Fang Mo merely regarded Sang Chong with a look of incredulity, choosing not to speak further. His silence spoke volumes. The crowd regarded Sang Chong with peculiar expressions, murmuring in disbelief that a stone worth 1 million had escalated to an additional 2 million. The Sang brothers' faces turned ashen, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Ultimately, the cat-eared woman was claimed by Sang Chong. As the auction concluded, Sang Chong approached Fang Mo and, in a sinister tone, whispered, You'd best remain in the four-direction city for the rest of your life. Sang Chong, what do you intend? I, Wu Mo, will stand by him. Wu Mo retorted from the sidelines. Sang Chong cast a disdainful glance at Wu Mo and turned back to Fang Mo. Don't think that because he protects you. I want he dare to act. I assure you, this Wu cannot shield you. With that, he disregarded Wu Mo's scolding and departed. Fang Mo watched Sang Chong's retreating figure with a hint of crimson in his eyes. Junior brother, do you require my assistance? Fu Qing inquired. No need. Fang Mo replied coolly. Just as Fang Mo was leaving the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, a shadow silently followed him. In the opulent hall, brother. Who exactly is that masked fellow today, daring to stand against us? Sang Gu inquired coldly. Beside him, Sang Chong narrowed his triangular eyes and sneered. That kid is merely relying on Wu Mo's support. I have already dispatched someone to keep watch over them. As soon as that lad dares to leave the city, humph. Ha ha ha, it is as expected of you, brother, to be so thorough in your plans. In that case, should we not pay a visit to that enchanting beauty? Hee hee, Sang Gu grinned lewdly. Upon hearing this, Sang Chong also revealed a wicked smile. The two then proceeded to a secluded room. TSK, brother. This strange individual is truly a rare gem. Sang Gu gazed lewdly at the cat-eared girl curled up on the floor. Hee hee. The sensation of those cat ears is simply delightful. Oh dear, it stirs something within me. Brother, I can hardly wait. With that, Sang Gu prepared to embrace the cat-eared girl when suddenly, bang, the door was flung open, and a man in gray rushed in, panting heavily. You scoundrel! Who permitted you to enter? Sang Chong shouted angrily. The gray-clad man hurriedly replied, Lord Sang, that masked fellow has just left the city. Chapter 72, The Desperate Thieves of Jade What? Sang Chong exclaimed, startled. He had anticipated that Fang Mo would seek an opportunity to stealthily leave the city, but he never expected him to boldly exit immediately after the auction had concluded. Beside him, Sang Gu narrowed his eyes and remarked, Brother, that masked lad is quite astute. What do you mean by that? Sang Chong inquired, perplexed. Sang Gu revealed a slight smile, as if holding a profound insight, and slowly articulated. That masked boy surely believes that having just concluded the auction, we are eager to enjoy a romantic interlude with the beauties, and thus have no time to concern ourselves with him. He is seizing this opportunity to flee the city, and it may indeed be his sole chance. At this, Sang Gu scoffed disdainfully. Unfortunately, he has miscalculated. If it weren't for your prior arrangements, brother, he might have truly escaped. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Sang Chong's face. He found Sang Gu's analysis to be astute and comprehensive. Brother, we must not delay. We must leave the city at once and ensure that lad does not escape. With that, Sang-gu dashed out, closely followed by Sang-chong. Outside the city of Sifong, two Qingyun eagles soared into the sky, carrying the brothers Sang-chong and Sang-gu. Sang-chong surveyed the surroundings when suddenly a gleam of gold appeared in the distance. His gaze sharpened as he pointed towards the luminous sight, exclaiming, "Over there! That is Wu Mo's golden cloud boat." Upon uttering this, the two Qingyun eagles transformed into streaks of azure light, vanishing into the horizon. As they drew nearer, the figures aboard the golden cloud boat became discernible. Wu Mo, noticing the pursuing duo behind him, wore a panicked expression and exclaimed, "Sang-chong, what do you intend to do?" "Wu Mo, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs, or you may find yourself facing death as well," Sang-chong replied with a wicked grin, fixing his gaze on Fang Mo beside Wu Mo. Lad, did you think you could escape while we are preoccupied? I had already dispatched someone to follow you. You've brought this upon yourself. Do you really believe that Wu can protect you? How naive." Sang-gu, his eyes burning with desire, turned his attention to Wanner, stating, "Beautiful one, soon you shall experience the ecstasy of a heavenly pleasure. Heh. Fortune has smiled upon us, brothers, granting us the chance to obtain two beauties in a single day. TSK. Sang-chong leered at Wanner. At that moment, Fang Mo pointed towards a valley below and said calmly, "That will suffice." With that, the golden cloud boat veered towards the indicated valley. "Let us see where you think you can run," Sang-chong scoffed, following closely behind. In the valley, Sang-chong regarded the three individuals standing not far away and taunted, "Why have you stopped fleeing, lad?" Fang Mo slowly turned around, looking at the two with indifference, and softly replied, "The surroundings here are quite agreeable. I find myself content." Sang-chong grinned maliciously, "As long as you are satisfied. For this picturesque setting is most fitting for your final resting place." "Brother, leave Wu Mo to me," Sang-gu interjected. Wu Mo looked at the two with pity, unaware that they had provoked a formidable adversary beyond their comprehension. Blood domain. Fang Mo exhaled softly, and in an instant, the entire valley was enveloped in a billowing mist of blood, obscuring the sky and sun. Wu Mo, watching the scene before him in horror, recalled having witnessed Fang Mo's display in the soul-hidden mountains, yet this was an entirely different spectacle, one that shrouded an entire valley. He sensed that Fang Mo's aura was boundless as the abyss, striking him with the chilling terror akin to that of a demonic deity from the 9 nether regions. A flicker of fear stirred within Wu Mo's heart. On another side, the blood mist was peculiar. Sang-chong observed the ominous haze surrounding him with anxiety. He could feel the suppression of his own elemental force. "Elder brother, this blood mist is strange. That lad is up to something," came the voice of Sang-gu. "Second brother, come over here." Sang-chong, wielding a long sword, remained vigilant as he scanned his surroundings. "If you do not leave the city, perhaps you may live a few more days," a cold voice resonated from behind him. Sang-chong spun around abruptly to see Fang Mo gazing at him with a mocking expression, as if observing an insignificant insect. "You brat, stop with your tricks. Die." Sang-chong swung his sword through the air, unleashing a vast wave of sword energy, charged with wind and thunder, straight towards Fang Mo. A smirk graced Sang-chong's lips. Although his elemental force was somewhat suppressed, this strike was still beyond the capability of a mere 6th layer of elemental spirit realm to withstand. He could already foresee Fang Mo's demise. The next moment, "How is this possible?" Sang-chong exclaimed in disbelief. Fang Mo stood unmoving, allowing the sword energy to strike him. A flash of blood light erupted, and the sword energy dissipated, failing to even breach Fang Mo's protective aura. Fang Mo cast a cold, indifferent glance at Sang-chong and then gently waved his hand. The surrounding blood mist coalesced into several strands of crimson that directly ensnared Sang-chong's limbs. "Curse it! What are these things? Break free. I will sever them." Sang-chong, in a frenzy, slashed at the blood strands with his sword, but they instantly regenerated upon being severed, as if they possessed a life of their own, continuously wrapping around him. Moreover, Sang-chong was horrified to discover that these strands were draining the very essence of his blood. What are you?" Sang-chong gazed at Fang Mo, fear finally surfacing in his eyes. Fang Mo remained silent, his gaze tinged with a crimson hue. "Second brother, where are you? Hurry and save me." Sang-chong shouted desperately into the void. He realized that the only chance for survival lay in joining forces with Sang-gu. channeling power akin to the 8th layer of elemental spirit realm to vanquish Fang Mo, elder brother. I'm coming. Sanggu dashed toward the sound. Fang Mo made no attempt to impede him, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Elder brother, what is happening? Sanggu shouted, raising his weapon to strike at the blood strands. Strangely, those strands were severed by Sanggu's blade, failing to regenerate. Moments later, only a few strands remained coiling around Sang Chong's right arm. Regrettably, these strands of blood, no matter how earnestly Sanggu exerted himself, clung to Sang Chong like maggots, deeply embedded within his flesh. These malevolent entities are draining my lifeblood. Sang Chong gazed in terror at the blood vessels on his right arm, acutely aware of the rapid loss of blood coursing through his veins. At this rate, he would soon meet his demise. A profound dread began to envelop his heart. Damn it, I must eliminate this wretch first. Sanggu bellowed in exasperation, striking out with his blade towards Fang Mo. Fang Mo regarded him with an indifferent glance, extending his fingers to effortlessly grasp the blade's edge. Within this realm of blood, he was akin to a divine being. How is this possible? Sanggu stared blankly at Fang Mo, ignoring his astonishment. Fang Mo waved his hand, sending Sanggu hurtling backwards to crash beside Sang Chong. If you do not rescue your elder brother, he will truly perish. Fang Mo spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Sanggu hastily turned to look at Sang Chong, whose breath had already grown faint. Elder brother, Sanggu cried out in despair. You can only save him by severing his right arm. Fang Mo's voice whispered in Sanggu's ear, chilling him to the very marrow like a sinister incantation from the abyss. Chapter 73. The brutal slaughter. Sanggu struggled to gaze at the increasingly weakened Sang Chong. He had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Initially, he believed that a mere 6th-tier Yuan spirit cultivator would be easily subdued by the two brothers, yet the outcome was far from his expectations. If he did not act decisively, it seemed likely that they would perish here today. Elder brother, hold on. Sanggu gritted his teeth and swung his blade downwards. Sang Chong let out a blood-curdling scream. Hastily, he consumed a healing elixir, clutching his severed arm, his face contorted in agony as he declared, Second brother, let us join forces to annihilate this brat. Very well, elder brother. Sanggu nodded emphatically. In an instant, an unseen energy surged forth from both Sang Chong and Sanggu, dispelling the surrounding blood mist. They each unleashed a strand of Yuan power into the air, one blue and one green, causing them to collide and intertwine, forming a massive dark green sword in midair. The sword was surrounded by a violent aura, tearing a rift through the blood domain and soaring towards the heavens. Fang Mo observed the colossal sword with an impassive demeanor, devoid of any emotion. Strike! With a thunderous roar, Sang Chong commanded the dark green sword to descend upon Fang Mo. As the sword fell, the surrounding blood mist seemed to be cleaved apart, the air resonating with a piercing friction. The space around Fang Mo was completely sealed off, and he felt an intense pressure from the atmosphere. Yet, he remained composed, lifting his hand calmly. Gather. As his words echoed, strange blood threads materialized within the blood mist, weaving together like writhing serpents, rapidly intertwining until they formed a massive blood net. In the next moment, the dark green sword, imbued with a formidable momentum, struck the blood net with force. The impact caused a deep indentation in the net, while the surrounding blood mist churned violently. However, the blood net remained unbroken. It seemed to possess a life of its own, enveloping the dark green sword, which soon became ensnared in a web of blood threads. After a few heartbeats, the dark green sword could no longer withstand the assault, dissipating into wisps of sword energy. Witnessing this scene, both Sang Chong and Sanggu turned ashen. Sang Chong, with disbelief etched across his face, muttered, How is this possible? It's over. It's truly over. Behind him, Sanggu collapsed to the ground, despair written all over his face. That was an attack comparable to an 8th-tier Yuan spirit cultivator, yet it had been effortlessly thwarted. Gone was their previous arrogance. I never imagined that after years of traversing the cultivation realm, I would misjudge today and invite calamity upon myself. Sang Chong regarded Fang Mo with a complex gaze, fully aware that this man would not spare either of the brothers. At that moment, Fang Mo looked at the two with indifference, yet the corners of his mouth beneath the mask curled into a slight smile. I can spare one of you. Fang Mo spoke slowly. Upon hearing the words, Sang Chong, with a hint of derision, remarked, "Ha, I, Sang Chong, am no mere trifler. Do you take me for a child of 3? If I am outmatched, do as you will." "Ah!" Sang Chong let out a pained cry, glancing down at the blade protruding from his chest. With great difficulty, he turned his head to gaze incredulously at his brother, Sang Gu. "Be brother. I do not wish to perish. There are so many beauties awaiting me. I cannot die." Sang Gu released the hilt of the knife, his voice trembling as he uttered, "But I am your elder brother." Sang Chong exclaimed in despair. "Had you not provoked him first, we would not be in this dire predicament." Sang Gu retorted loudly, "Ha, ha, I never imagined I would meet my end at the hands of my own brother." Sang Chong let out a bitter laugh before his body fell heavily to the ground. Casting a final glance at the lifeless Sang Chong, Sang Gu collapsed, crawling towards Fang Mo with desperation. He is dead. I beg you, spare me." Fang Mo remained silent, his thoughts commanding strands of blood to entwine around Sang Chong's corpse, which soon transformed into a desiccated husk. Simultaneously, a dense mist of blood surged into Fang Mo's body, causing an even thicker fog to emanate from him, enveloping his form entirely. Sang Gu trembled as he knelt, paralyzed by the chilling and terrifying aura. Before long, the blood mist dissipated, revealing Fang Mo once more before Sang Gu. 7th level of the Yuan spirit realm. Having absorbed Sang Chong's vitality, Fang Mo's cultivation had ascended once again. With a flick of his fingertip, he infused Sang Gu with a surge of blood energy before retracting the blood domain. As sunlight poured back into the valley, Wu Mo witnessed the scene unfold. Though he had anticipated such a sight, he was nonetheless taken aback. In the distance, he beheld Fang Mo standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Sang Gu kneeling before him, and a withered corpse lying on the ground. Wu Mo hurried to Fang Mo's side, bowing deeply, "My lord." His tone grew increasingly respectful. Fang Mo nodded and addressed Sang Gu. "How many followers do you and your brother have in the city?" There are 20. Sang Gu's voice quivered. "Summon all of them from the city in your name," Fang Mo said nonchalantly. "As you command." Trembling, Sang Gu ignited a piece of talisman paper shaped like a paper crane. Wu Mo felt a chill run through him, beginning to comprehend Fang Mo's intentions. Before long, a group of cultivators arrived at the valley. Where are the 2 gentlemen? Is there no one here? Surely we Haven Tea come to the wrong place? Impossible. It must be here. Observing the cultivators below, Fang Mo softly instructed, "Go." No sooner had he spoken than a white figure darted towards the group of cultivators. Fang Mo's gaze remained indifferent. The cultivators were merely at the 6th level of the Yuan spirit realm, and before the corpse of the 6th level aberration, they stood no chance of survival. "Damn it! Can someone explain to me who this woman is?" A monk gazed in horror as the relentless reaper of lives, Yaoer, unleashed her fury. Their group found themselves utterly powerless, unable to even graze the hem of the white-clad woman, forced to watch in despair as their comrades were mercilessly slaughtered. Run! As the ground became littered with severed limbs and broken bodies, the remaining monks finally succumbed to panic, hastily fleeing towards the valley's exit. Tragically, they could not evade the fate that awaited them. Witnessing the carnage within the valley, and then turning to behold Yaoer, who had returned to Fang Mo's side, Wu Mo was consumed by terror. He had never anticipated that the usually reticent Yaoer could wield such brutal and sanguinary methods. Meanwhile, Sang Gu, his eyes wide with fear, cast a glance at Yaoer, realizing how foolish he had been to harbor inappropriate thoughts about such a terrifying woman. The very notion sent tremors coursing through him. Fang Mo's gaze swept over the bloodstains adorning Yaoer's garment, his brow furrowing slightly. At that moment, a small serpent-like creature, born of blood, rose from Fang Mo's wrist. Its blood-colored eyes fixated hungrily on the shattered corpses strewn about. "You may go," Fang Mo murmured. Upon receiving permission, the small blood creature transformed into a streak of crimson light, darting towards the remains within the valley. Chapter 74. I am willing to be the master's furnace. Observing the small blood creature voraciously devouring the remnants of limbs, Wu Mo's eyes twitched. Indeed, there was no one normal among the master's entourage. "You go and collect the spoils," Fang Mo said, casting a casual glance at Wu Mo. "Yes, master." Approaching the corpses, Wu Mo suppressed his discomfort and began to meticulously gather the loot. Fang Mo watched Wu Mo from a distance with calmness. He understood that Wu Mo was merely an ordinary alchemist, unaccustomed to such a horrific and bloody scene. However, as his follower, a transformation was imperative. Before long, Wu Mo and the small blood creature returned. The creature's belly was bulging, evidently stuffed to capacity. It adeptly climbed onto Fang Mo's shoulder, coiling its serpentine body and closing its eyes to rest. Master, can you release me now? Sangu stammered, trembling with fear. Fang Mo shot a glance at Sangu and instructed Wu Mo, take him back. I still have use for him. Understood. In the small courtyard, Wu Mo stood respectfully beside Fang Mo, while Sangu lay despondently on the ground. Go scour the residences of those individuals in the city. Fang Mo turned to Wu Mo and commanded. Yes. Watching Wu Mo depart, Fang Mo lifted Sangu and entered the room. After tossing Sangu aside, Fang Mo first examined the conditions of the two reanimated corpses, then retrieved the black coffin from his storage ring. With a resounding thud, the black coffin struck the ground, instantly filling the room with a chilling aura. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Fang Mo's eyes as he gently caressed the coffin, feeling a bone-chilling coldness in his palm. Pushing open the coffin, he found it shrouded in darkness, with black malevolent energy swirling within, refusing to dissipate. At that moment, Wan unexpectedly stepped forward, sniffing with her small nose, and then, with a look of delight, she leapt into the coffin. Witnessing this scene, Fang Mo's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that the black coffin would hold such allure for the peculiar corpse. Nevertheless, this was beneficial with the black coffin. He no longer needed to worry about Wan being discovered. Fang Mo bent down to feed Wan some essence blood, then closed the coffin and stored it back in his ring. Meanwhile, Sangu lay on the ground, horrified at the revelation that the black coffin was intended for that stunning woman. The two upright corpses in the room finally made Sangu aware of Fang Mo's true identity. He was a disciple of the 10,000 Corpses sect. The sect was notorious for its cruel and bloodthirsty practices, often killing people to transform them into reanimated corpses. Sangu felt tears welling in his eyes, wanting to scream for help, yet only whimpering escaped his lips. Be quiet, Fang Mo said coldly, casting a glance at Sangu. Woo. Sangu's eyes were filled with a desperate plea. Ignoring his supplications, Fang Mo turned his attention to the bride in red, who was now exuding a potent aura of death. After a moment of silent reflection, Fang Mo revealed a hint of astonishment. The bride's presence had grown significantly stronger than before. It appears that the previous methods have yielded some results. However, it remains unclear whether it is due to his own essence or the white jade skull. Fang Mo gazed thoughtfully at the white jade skull beside him. He picked it up for a closer examination. The material, resembling jade yet not quite, felt cool to the touch, and a thick aura of death emanated from its eye sockets. The more he observed, the more peculiar it seemed, and he muttered, could this truly be a human skull? After toying with it for a considerable time, he set the white jade skull aside. Whatever the case, as long as it proves useful to him, that is all that matters. He then turned his attention to the corpse, which had unexpectedly advanced to the 5th realm of the Yuanling stage, surrounded by a menacing aura that accentuated its grotesque features, rendering it even more terrifying. Quite an intimidating appearance. Fang Mo couldn't help but jest. Young master. At that moment, Wu Mo's voice resonated through the courtyard. What is it? Fang Mo inquired as he opened the door. Young master, we have found her at Sang Chang's residence. Wu Mo gestured towards a trembling, cat-eared woman nearby, casting a meaningful glance at Fang Mo. Observing the woman clad in a black dress, Fang Mo raised an eyebrow, having forgotten that she had been taken by the Sang Chong brothers. Young master, all the seized items are in this storage ring, Wu Mo continued, presenting a storage ring to Fang Mo. He did not accept it and replied, you may handle the contents yourself and strive to advance to a 3rd-grade alchemist in the coming days. Understood, young master. I shall retreat to seclusion at once. Wu Mo responded and departed. Once Wu Mo had left, Fang Mo frowned slightly as he regarded the cat-eared woman in the courtyard. He discerned that she lacked even the cultivation of the Yuanling stage. Apart from her appealing appearance, she seemed to be a burden. I truly do not understand. Fang Mo murmured. This seemingly burdensome woman is valued at 300,000 spirit stones. He approached her, curiosity piqued, and observed the fluffy tail behind her. He reached out and gently stroked it, discovering it to be as smooth as silk. The cat-eared woman let out a soft gasp. her ears flushing red as she looked at Fang Mo. He released her with an expression of bemusement. "Can you speak?" Fang Mo inquired. The cat-eared woman timidly glanced at him and replied softly, "Yes, I can. What is your name?" Linglong. Suddenly recalling something, Fang Mo asked, "Are you an outsider or a member of the demon clan?" Linglong whispered, "I am of the demon clan, but they do not allow me to speak." Fear flickered in her eyes as she spoke. Fang Mo was astonished to discover that she indeed belonged to the demon clan. "Who are they?" he pressed. They are the ones who captured me." Linglong's voice trembled. Fang Mo understood that it must be the people from the Starsea Commerce. "Where were you captured?" Linglong gently shook her head, expressing her inability to recall the matter at hand. Observing the anguish etched upon her features, Fang Mo refrained from further inquiries. "Please wait here. I shall escort you to Yudon Fang shortly," he remarked before retreating indoors. Linglong, with her feline ears and tail, was undeniably attention-grabbing, and keeping her by his side would undoubtedly prove troublesome. "Master, might you reconsider sending Linglong away?" came her pleading voice from behind. Fang Mo turned to find Linglong gazing up at him with teary eyes. He remained silent, merely observing her with a detached demeanor. A flicker of resolve crossed Linglong's exquisite countenance as she timidly declared, "Linglong is willing to serve her master. I can do anything." This was her first encounter with someone like Fang Mo, whose gaze held no trace of desire. If given a choice, she would prefer Fang Mo as her master. "I have no need for that," Fang Mo replied, his expression impassive as he regarded Linglong. He had no intention of burdening himself with such a seemingly useless encumbrance. Sensing Fang Mo's resolute stance, Linglong felt a wave of urgency. She wished to avoid the harassment of men whose eyes were filled with lust. I am willing to be my master's furnace." Chapter 75. Collaboration. Fang Mo cast a fleeting glance at the enchanting Linglong before him. It must be said that Linglong was the only woman whose beauty could rival that of Wanner in Fang Mo's eyes. While Wanner embodied a pure and innocent beauty, Linglong possessed a seductive and alluring charm that held a lethal attraction for men. Her fair skin, captivating visage, and a pair of mesmerizing, sparkling eyes exuded an enchanting allure. The fitted black dress accentuated her voluptuous figure, while beneath it, her slender, smooth calves were revealed. Particularly striking were her ethereal, demonic features, a pair of delightful white cat ears, and a fluffy tail swaying behind her, creating a visual impact that stirred the blood. Yet for Fang Mo, the pursuit of strength remained his sole ambition. "I am not interested," he declared, turning to enter the room. As he closed the door behind him, Linglong's face paled, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of despair as she stood motionless in the courtyard. Ignoring her presence, Fang Mo believed that any follower must first prove their worth. "A mere ornament? That would only hinder my cultivation," he thought, dismissing such distractions as he settled into a meditative posture. Since absorbing the cold feather essence last time, he had felt an increasing purity in his control over the blood essence within him. He raised his hand slightly, and a strand of blood emerged from his fingertips, dancing through the air like a serpentine apparition. This technique of condensing essence into threads was a new form of attack he had comprehended, particularly effective within the blood domain, where the threads gained resilience and a continuous flow of power. With his current cultivation at the 7th level of the Yuanling realm, he was confident that, when fully unleashing the blood domain, he could contend even with those at the 9th level. As he retracted the blood threads, Fang Mo's consciousness sank into his dantian. The entire area glowed crimson, with the ethereal shadow of an indestructible blood lotus quietly suspended within, its aura both elusive and mysterious. Blood energy surged continuously, cycling in a rhythmic pattern. The second petal of the lotus had solidified 2/3 of the way, its form a mesmerizing interplay of solidity and ethereality, radiating a beautiful luminescence. After a considerable time, Fang Mo opened his eyes. According to the descriptions within the myriad transformations of blood scripture, the moment one breaks through to the Yuan realm should coincide with the complete solidification of the second lotus petal. He wondered what transformations awaited him at that time. "I require more blood essence, but preparations must be made first," he mused, glancing at the mulberry valley below. The following morning, the sun rose bright and clear. Junior brother, Fu Qing entered the small courtyard. "Oh." Fu Qing paused, his eyes widening at the sight of Linglong, who had stood in the courtyard throughout the night. Her complexion pale, and her strength waning. What brings you here so early, Brother Fu? Fang Mo emerged from the room just then. Upon seeing him, a flicker of hope ignited in Linglong's dulled eyes. How did she end up here with you? Fu Qing exclaimed, astonished as he pointed at Linglong, recalling that she had been taken away by the brothers Sang Chong. Fang Mo cast a fleeting glance at the frail Linglong and calmly remarked, just a trophy. A trophy? Fu Qing was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at Fang Mo in astonishment. The Sangchong brothers were both at the 7th level of the Yuanling realm, and together they could rival an 8th level practitioner, making them renowned figures among rogue cultivators. It seemed that his junior brother was indeed extraordinary. With this thought, Fu Qing regarded Fang Mo with a deepened gaze. Unperturbed by Fu Qing's reaction, Fang Mo casually continued, Senior brother, your speculation is correct. This woman is indeed of the demon race. Truly a demon. Fu Qing appeared somewhat dazed. Yes, but having her by my side is a hassle. I intend to send her to Yudon Workshop for assistance, Fang Mo replied nonchalantly. Fu Qing nodded, acknowledging that the demon woman's appearance was indeed striking. By the way, junior brother, have you taken her Yuanin? Fu Qing observed Fang Mo with a hint of significance. Fang Mo furrowed his brow, replying, Senior brother, I have no interest in matters between men and women. He found it perplexing that Fu Qing would pose such a question. Noticing Fang Mo's expression, Fu Qing chuckled softly. Junior brother, you misunderstand. Records indicate that the Yuan-in of demon women is extraordinary and can aid practitioners in breaking through barriers. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo displayed a trace of surprise. He was unaware of such secrets regarding the demon race. Seeing Fang Mo's burgeoning interest, Fu Qing continued. Engaging with her regularly can greatly benefit your cultivation. Though she may not possess a natural alchemical body, the effects are comparably significant. However, I recommend that you seek a dual cultivation method to better harness this unique constitution. Fang Mo turned to glance at Linglong with newfound curiosity, surprised to discover that this demon woman possessed such potential, though he wondered if it would be of any use to him. At that moment, Linglong's face was flushed crimson, her head bowed slightly, unable to meet Fang Mo's gaze, her small hands nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment. Thank you for the information, senior brother. Not at all. By the way, junior brother, I have matters to discuss with you. Fu Qing gestured dismissively. What is it? Fang Mo inquired, somewhat puzzled. Fu Qing lowered his voice. Junior brother, are you aware of the secret realm of Xingxia Mountain? I have heard a little. Fang Mo nodded slightly. Fu Qing continued. According to my investigation, the secret realm of Xingxia Mountain should be the remnants of the Danxia sect from 10,000 years ago. The Danxia sect? Indeed. The Danxia sect was a super sect renowned for alchemy, boasting numerous powerful practitioners within its ranks. It is said that the sect leader had already reached the Yuan Wang realm at that time. However, for reasons unknown, the entire sect vanished without a trace overnight. A shadow flickered across Fang Mo's eyes. A relic of a sect that had once possessed a Yuan Wang realm master was an immense temptation, even for the current 5 great sections. Surely, they would dispatch powerful cultivators to explore it, leaving him with no opportunity. With this realization, Fang Mo's brow gradually furrowed. However, Fu Qing seemed to perceive Fang Mo's concerns and, with a mysterious smile, remarked, Junior brother, there is no need for worry. This secret realm can only be entered by those of the Yuanling realm. Oh, Fang Mo raised an eyebrow. In fact, this secret realm had manifested half a month prior, yet it remained unopened. At that time, the strong practitioners from various sects had utilized their divine senses to probe the area, discovering that the laws of heaven and earth within the realm were exceedingly repellent to cultivators above the Yuanling realm. Thus, this presents us with an opportunity. At this point, Fu Qing chuckled. Us, brother, are you not of the Yuan realm? Fang Mo inquired, puzzled. Junior brother, that is of no concern to you. I possess my own methods. Fu Qing replied, exuding an air of confidence. Fang Mo nodded, refraining from further inquiries. To my knowledge, the Wan Shizong, Tianjin sect, and me Xian Valley will all dispatch disciples into the secret realm, in addition to the Lord's Manor of Sifang City, not to mention the various rogue cultivators. Fu Qing's tone grew somewhat grave. Upon hearing Fu Qing's words, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Fang Mo's lowered gaze. What does brother mean? Fang Mo asked softly. My intention in coming here is to join forces with you, junior brother, and together explore the secret realm. Chapter 76. I do not require burdens collaboration. Fang Mo furrowed his brow ever so slightly. This was not part of his plan. Rest assured, we shall share the spoils from the secret realm equally. And my elder brother permits you to choose first, Fu Qing remarked, noticing Fang Mo's hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Mo smiled faintly. Elder brother, may our cooperation be delightful. Indeed, may it be delightful. Haha. Fu Qing erupted into laughter. As Fu Qing was about to depart, he could not resist teasing Fang Mo. Tsk. Junior brother, you truly are fortunate in your romantic pursuits. His gaze flicked toward Linglong. Haha. Elder brother jests. Fang Mo responded with a faint smile. Once Fu Qing's figure faded from view, the smile on Fang Mo's face gradually dissipated. Linglong. Fang Mo called softly. Present. Master. Linglong replied, excitement evident in her voice upon hearing her name. Fang Mo stepped closer, his tone measured. To be my follower, you must prove your worth. Your worth to me. Master, what that senior said is true. Linglong can assist Master in cultivation. Linglong's cheeks flushed, her voice dwindling to a mere whisper. Gently, Fang Mo caressed Linglong's cat ears, speaking softly, that may not necessarily be useful to me. To prove your worth, you must first elevate your cultivation. Remember, I do not require burdens. I will arrange for you to stay at Yudon Workshop. When the time is right, I shall take you with me. Understood. Linglong will obey Master's arrangements. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Now, take this pill to replenish your energy and follow me inside. A bloodied, nearly lifeless figure was pinned against the wall, blood pooling into an eerie formation at the center of the room. Nearby stood two lifeless bodies, one of which had but a single eye remaining, its visage grotesquely twisted. Are you frightened? Fang Mo inquired softly. Yet, his gentle tone seemed all the more unsettling in this terrifying environment. Linglong's face turned pale as she remained silent, her body trembling uncontrollably. Fang Mo regarded her with indifference. These were the scenes she would inevitably face in the future, perhaps even more horrifying than this. Remember, I do not require burdens. Linglong is not afraid. Linglong shall not become Master's burden. A flicker of determination crossed Linglong's face as she began to acclimate to her surroundings. Fang Mo felt a stir in his heart and summoned Wanner. How beautiful! Linglong marveled at Wanner's sudden appearance, unable to contain her admiration. Change her into this dress. Fang Mo handed Linglong a blood-red gown. Earlier, outside Sifang City, Fang Mo had noticed some bloodstains on Wanner's attire. And now it was fitting for Linglong to dress her in a crimson ensemble. Though Linglong harbored a hint of confusion, she obediently commenced helping Wanner change her clothes. Meanwhile, Fang Mo waved his hand to store the corpse into a body bag before stepping out of the room. After a considerable time, the door creaked open. The delicate visage of Linglong, graced with a subtle smile, emerged, followed closely by a figure clad in red. Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback. Wearing a blood-red gown that accentuated her fair complexion, Wanner appeared even more enchanting. Barefoot, her exquisite jade-like feet lightly touched the ground. The sight of such beauty was indeed a delight to behold, especially with two of them. After feeding Wanner, Fang Mo instructed her to recline once more in the black coffin. He then retreated to his chamber to begin the refinement of the corpse, as he aimed to enhance its strength before entering the secret realm. 3 days later, young master, Wu Mo's excited voice shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. What is it? Fang Mo stepped out of his room. Young master, I have succeeded. I am now a third-grade alchemist. Wu Mo exclaimed exuberantly. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Fang Mo's eyes. He had not anticipated Wu Mo's genuine advancement to a third-grade alchemist. It appeared that Wu Mo possessed an extraordinary talent in alchemy. Such a young third-grade alchemist would undoubtedly cause quite a sensation throughout the Four-Direction City. Excellent, excellent. Fang Mo replied with a faint smile. This is all thanks to you, young master. Without the spiritual materials and herbs you provided, I do not know how long it would have taken me to achieve this breakthrough, Wu Mo said with utmost respect. Fang Mo nodded slightly and said, I require you to concoct a particular elixir for me. Upon hearing this, Wu Mo immediately adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, what type of elixir does the young master wish for me to create? Instead of responding verbally, Fang Mo slowly retrieved a black porcelain vial from his storage ring and presented it to Wu Mo, taking the vial with care. Wu Mo opened it and inhaled its contents. After a moment of contemplation, his expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "The poison of corrupted heart." Fang Mo nodded, confirming, "Indeed, it is the poison of corrupted heart." The vial contained the very poison Fang Mo had acquired from the man in the black robe. Does the young master intend to concoct a poison elixir? Wu Mo's demeanor grew solemn. Fang Mo cast a glance at the black vial and stated, "I want you to create a colorless and odorless poison elixir that can rapidly evaporate in the air." Wu Mo's heart tightened, and he respectfully responded, "Understood." Fang Mo observed Wu Mo and added, "The Starry Mist Mountain's secret realm is the site of the ancient Danxia sect, which flourished in alchemy a millennium ago. I believe there will be many items of interest to you within." Wu Mo's eyes sparkled with intensity at the mention of Danxia sect. "Yes, prepare well," Fang Mo instructed. "I shall return to alchemy at once," Wu Mo said as he stood to take his leave. "Wait. Take her to your shop and provide her with some cultivation elixirs to elevate her realm first," Fang Mo indicated towards Linglong. He then donned a black fox fur coat over her, effectively concealing her tail and ears. "Thank you, Master," Linglong smiled, her sparkling eyes fixed intently on Fang Mo. Fang Mo paid no heed to Linglong, instead directing his gaze once more towards Wu Mo. "Deliver the elixir to me before the opening of the Starry Mist Mountain secret realm." "Understood, my lord," Wu Mo replied in a subdued tone. Chapter 77. The heavenly prodigies of various sects. Xingxia Mountain, situated thousands of miles from Sifang City, stands majestically, shrouded in mist and seldom trodden by human feet. Yet today, the mountain is unlike any other day, as cultivators rush in from all directions, their paths illuminated by flickering lights of teleportation. At this moment, three figures appear at the foot of the mountain: Fang Mo, Fu Qing, and Wu Mo young master. "Why have we not encountered any disciples from the sects along the way?" Wu Mo inquired, perplexed. Logically, with the secret realm opening today, representatives from the major sects should be present. Before Fang Mo could respond, Fu Qing lifted his gaze towards the mountain peak and remarked softly, "The disciples of the major sects must have already arrived." Astonishingly, Fu Qing exudes an aura of the 9th level of the Yuanling realm. Meanwhile, at the summit of Xingxia Mountain, a woman clad in a striking red dress and possessing a beguiling countenance addressed a white-clad sword cultivator at a distance. "Ah, I did not expect that the Heavenly Sword Sect would even release a sword fanatic such as yourself." Behind her stood dozens of enchanting young women, each radiating an irresistible allure. The white-clad sword cultivator, known as the sword fanatic, maintained a cold demeanor, clutching his sword without acknowledging the alluring woman. Unfazed, she turned her attention to a shimmering curtain of light suspended in midair, the entrance to the secret realm. The turbulence within the light curtain intensified, clearly on the verge of activation. Though most onlookers were fixated on the entrance to the secret realm, several scattered cultivators covertly cast glances at the captivating female practitioners. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the air. "Haha, it seems we have not arrived too late," boomed a burly man as he arrived with a group of disciples from the Wanshi sect. "Humph, so it's the Wanshi sect. No wonder I caught a whiff of a foul stench from afar," came a voice of disdain from the Heavenly Sword Sect's ranks. The burly man furrowed his brow, a powerful aura of death energy emanating from him as he bellowed at the Heavenly Sword Sect, which Brat said that. "Step forward." The overwhelming presence of the 9th level of the Yuanling realm rendered the surrounding scattered cultivators pale, hastily retreating to avoid the burly man's wrath. At this moment, the sword fanatic stepped forward, surrounded by a formidable sword energy, and calmly declared, "If you wish to fight, I shall oblige." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect summoned their swords, glaring fiercely at the disciples of the Wanshi sect. In response, the disciples of the Wanshi sect unleashed their own reanimated corpses, equally menacing as they fixed their gaze upon the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples. The atmosphere became charged with tension, the air thick with the sharpness of sword energy and the chilling aura of death. "Hee, you men are so impatient. The secret realm has yet to open, and already you are calling for battle," the alluring woman chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. Just then, a gaunt, sinister-looking man emerged from behind the burly figure. The sinister man lightly patted the burly figure, casting a wicked smile at the alluring woman. "Since the enchanting Red Lotus Fairy of the heart-mesmerizing valley has spoken, let us refrain from stooping to the level of these fools." The Red Lotus Fairy responded with a charming smile, though a flicker of wariness danced in her eyes. Meanwhile, the arrival of the strange man caused the sword enthusiast to narrow his eyes. At last, Fang Mo and his companions reached the mountain summit. At this point, the multitude of cultivators had distinctly divided into 4 factions. Fang Mo immediately spotted the group of white-clad sword cultivators from the Heavenly Sword Sect, and memories of his near demise resurfaced, eliciting a glimmer of frost in his gaze. "Junior brother, let us head that way," Fu Qing suggested, gesturing towards a nearby cluster of scattered cultivators. Fang Mo nodded slightly, silently making his way over. Standing behind the scattered cultivators, Fu Qing spoke gravely to himself. "This time, we are in deep trouble." Indeed, I hadn't anticipated that the leading figures from several major sects would all be at the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm. Wu Mo added, his expression equally serious. Fang Mo remained impassive. He felt confident in his ability to contend with a 9th level Yuan spirit realm opponent, especially with Fu Qing, who was also at that level, by his side. Thus he harbored little concern. "Junior brother, do not underestimate our adversaries. Observe that aloof man from the Heavenly Sword Sect, the one clutching a sword. He is the sword enthusiast of the sword rankings." "Sword rankings?" Fang Mo inquired, puzzled. "Yes, akin to our corpse rankings in the 10,000 Corpses sect. This sword enthusiast is among the top 10 sword cultivators on the list." Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's eyes narrowed, a surge of fierce battle intent flashing within him. Beside him, Wu Mo exclaimed, "I remember now. It is said that a disciple from the Heavenly Sword Sect is obsessed with swords. He began practicing at 3, mastered various sword techniques by 6, and achieved unity with his sword by 10, gaining admission into the inner sect of the Heavenly Sword Sect as an exception. It is rumored that he never parts with his sword and cherishes it dearly, thus earning the title of sword enthusiast." Fang Mo was taken aback, astonished at the figure's formidable reputation. Fu Qing then turned his gaze towards the direction of the 10,000 Corpses sect and solemnly stated, "That burly man is Wei Qi too, ranked 10th on the corpse rankings and at the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm. He is somewhat unique." "Unique?" Fang Mo raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, Wei Qi too has applied the corpse refining technique to himself." "Applied to himself? Does that mean?" A look of shock crossed Fang Mo's face. Fu Qing spoke gravely, precisely. "While others refine corpses, he refines himself. In other words, he has transformed himself into a living corpse." Even Wu Mo appeared dazed at this revelation. Ignoring their astonishment, Fu Qing continued, "The sinister man beside Wei Qi too is known as Zhou Xia, referred to as Young Evil Lord. He ranks even higher on the corpse rankings than Wei Qi Tuesday. When I was at the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm, Zhou Xia was only at the 7th level. Yet I could not endure even half a stick of incense against him." At this point, a flicker of dread crossed Fu Qing's eyes. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's heart trembled, and his complexion finally shifted. It appeared that Zhou Yi was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Instinctively, Fang Mo cast a glance at Zhou Yi, his gaze revealing a hint of solemnity. At that moment, Zhou Yi seemed to sense something. Lifting his head to glance in Fang Mo's direction, a sinister smile gracing his lips, Fang Mo felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, an overwhelming sense of peril surging within him. Truly, a formidable opponent from the corpse ranking. Fang Mo gradually averted his gaze. Chapter 78. Entering the secret realm, what is it? Wei Qi too inquired, sensing Zhou Xia's unusual demeanor. "Nothing, just spotted an intriguing little fellow," Zhou Xia casually replied. On the other side, Fu Qing cast a glance at the enchanting female cultivators, her gaze akin to that of one observing a formidable beast. "Junior brother, those female cultivators are disciples of the bewitching Heart Valley. Do not be deceived by their alluring appearances. They excel in the art of siphoning yang to replenish yin. Any male cultivator who falls into their clutches meets a most tragic end," Fu Qing cautioned, her tone tinged with a hint of regret as she recounted the tale of Hong Fu Xianzi, the foremost among them. Once, a formidable figure from the Yuan realm sought to take her as a concubine, only to find himself drained of vitality, his essence and cultivation becoming her adornment. As she spoke, Fang Mo's pupils constricted. Indeed, none among these sex prodigies were to be trifled with. Why haven't the disciples from the free and unfettered sect and the Snow Palace arrived yet? Fu Qing mused aloud, a note of perplexity in her voice. At that moment, a resplendent azure portal began to emerge in the air. Huh. It appears the free and unfettered sect and the Snow Palace have no intention of exploring this secret realm. In that case, it seems only our three sects remain, Hong Fu Xianzi remarked nonchalantly, dismissing the scattered cultivators nearby. Those scattered cultivators, though not lacking in number, felt utterly outmatched, akin to a disorganized rabble when compared to the sections. Just then, a boisterous voice echoed from afar. Such words are misguided. For how could the exploration of the secret realm be complete without our Fang City? As the voice faded, a young gentleman clad in blue approached, radiating an aura of the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm, accompanied by a retinue of armored guards. Oh, it is none other than young Master Lei of Fang City. His handsome visage is truly tempting. Hong Fu Xianzi gazed at the young gentleman with a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes. The blue-clad young master merely offered a serene smile in response, remaining silent. Upon sighting him, the scattered cultivators also displayed expressions of delight. At the back of the crowd, Fang Mo regarded the blue-clad youth with curiosity. Senior brother, who is this person? This is Lei Ling, the son of the city lord of Fang City, at the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm. He is not to be underestimated, Fu Qing whispered in explanation. Fang Mo nodded slightly, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed the various factions present. The portal to the secret realm had now fully opened, a colossal azure gateway suspended in the air, shimmering with an air of mystery. Haha, I await you, little pups of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Within, Wei Qi too laughed uproariously, vanishing into the azure portal, with the disciples of the 10,000 Corpses sect following closely behind. Fury flashed across the faces of the Heavenly Sword Sect members, while Hong Fu Xianzi cast a meaningful glance toward Jian Qi, who remained oblivious, his head bowed. Annoyance flickered across Hong Fu Xianzi's features as she turned her attention to Lei Ling. Sensing her gaze, Lei Ling looked back momentarily, their eyes meeting before parting as if nothing had transpired. Junior brother, let us hasten inside. We must strive to seize some opportunities before the few remaining, or we shall truly have no chance. Fu Qing spoke, his tone tinged with impatience as he observed the dwindling crowd around them. Elder brother, do not fret. Opportunities will seek them out, Fang Mo replied, his demeanor calm and unhurried. Fu Qing cast a perplexed glance at Fang Mo, unsure of his junior brother's intentions. Yet, trusting in Fang Mo, he refrained from moving. Fang Mo, in turn, remained silent, watching as figures around them gradually vanished into the portal. Let us also enter, he finally said, as the number of people dwindled to a mere few. The three transformed into streaks of light and entered the secret realm. Shortly after their entrance, a petite figure appeared before the azure portal. Fortunately, I made it just in time, hee. A voice like silver bells faded into the portal. As the small figure disappeared, the azure portal dissolved into twinkling starlight, vanishing from sight. Upon reopening his eyes, Fang Mo found himself on a desolate plain, devoid of Fu Qing and Wu Mo's presence. The sky was dim, and a heavy silence enveloped the area, casting a somber aura over the secret realm. Random teleportation. How intriguing, Fang Mo murmured to himself. He gazed into the distance, where a towering pillar seemed to connect heaven and earth. An indistinct voice whispered to him, revealing that this was the location of the Danxia sect. Without hesitation, Fang Mo donned a dark crimson robe, adorned a spirit puppet mask, and vanished in a flash of blood-red light. Meanwhile, Wei Qi too looked around in frustration, finding himself amidst a dense forest. Sensing something, he glanced up through the treetops and spotted the immense pillar in the sky. Suddenly, three figures clad in white approached from a distance. Not good, it's Wei Qi too. Quick, let us flee. The three figures, disciples of the Tianjin sect, attempted to flee on their flying swords, but were obstructed by a figure as imposing as a mountain. Haha, what splendid fortune. I encountered the little pups of the Tianjin sect right upon entering, Wei Qi too said, a cruel smile gracing his lips. The three Tianjin disciples, each at the 8th level of the Yuanling realm, exchanged glances, realizing their impending doom. In unison, they directed their flying swords towards Wei Qi too's day. As the three sharp swords approached, Wei Qi too displayed a look of disdain. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds echoed as the swords struck his body, akin to hitting ancient iron, producing a metallic clash. The Tianjin disciples were taken aback, and as they attempted to retract their swords, Wei Qi too seized them in his grip. With a mere twist, He crumpled the 3 swords into a mass of scrap metal, discarding them aside. The 3 disciples, their swords destroyed, spewed forth blood. Wei Qi too. Do you not fear that our sect will level your One Corpse sect? One of the Tianjian disciples exclaimed, his tone fierce as Wei Qi too advanced menacingly. Laozi will first flatten you before speaking. Wei Qi gazed upon the 3 shattered corpses on the ground, spat disdainfully, and then advanced towards the heavenly pillar. Damn, I have encountered that individual. At this moment, Fu Qing, bloodied and battered, was hiding within a secluded cave. His misfortune struck as he entered, for he crossed paths with the sword fanatic of the Tianjian sect. He had no intention of engaging in combat, yet the fanatic relentlessly pursued him, leaving him no choice but to fight. To his dismay, the fanatic was astonishingly formidable. After merely 5 exchanges, he was gravely injured by a single strike. Had he not expended his vital essence to employ a secret escape technique, he might have perished at the hands of the sword enthusiast. Now, still trembling from the encounter, he lamented having underestimated the strength of these individuals. Alas, I wonder how my junior brother is faring. Fu Qing felt a pang of worry in his heart. After all, Fang Mo was merely at the 7th level of the Yuanling realm. No matter how extraordinary he was, he could hardly contend with these prodigies of the sections. If he was in such dire straits, what of Fang Mo? Fu Qing regretted involving Fang Mo, as a 7th level Yuanling in this realm was truly inadequate. Chapter 79. Confrontation at the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm. At this moment, 5 wandering cultivators were swiftly advancing towards the celestial pillar, when suddenly, a mist of blood emerged ahead. What is that? One of them furrowed his brow. The other 4 regarded the ominous crimson haze with a mixture of vigilance and trepidation, sensing an undercurrent of danger. Ah, help me. The faint echoes of anguished cries drifted from the blood mist, causing the expressions of the 5 to shift uneasily. This blood mist is suspicious. Let us circumvent it, one declared gravely. The others nodded in agreement, and they hastened in another direction. Without warning, a mysterious figure clad in a black mask appeared before them, blocking their path. Who are you? The 5 inquired, their expressions tense. Since we have met, you shall remain. A chilling voice emanated from beneath the mask. Such arrogance. Seeking death. The 5 exchanged glances, swiftly brandishing their blades in an attempt to strike first. The mysterious figure, however, merely extended his right hand indifferently, grasping at the air. Suddenly, a colossal hand of crimson hue materialized before him, disregarding their attacks as it seized the 5 tightly together. In terror, they realized they could not move. Please, spare us. I will give you all my treasures. They pleaded. Do not kill me, do not kill me. Unmoved by their desperation, the mysterious figure remained silent. Moments later, 5 lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. The blood mist gradually dissipated, revealing a similarly grim scene scattered with corpses. The enigmatic figure transformed into a flash of blood and vanished once more. A large group surged towards the celestial pillar, led by Lei Ling of the 4 Directions City and the enchanting Hong Fu of the Misty Heart Valley. Young Master Lei, the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Corpse Sect have always been at odds. We can exploit this to incite conflict, prompting Jianqi to deal with the Corpse Sect while we reap the benefits, Hong Fu suggested, her voice soft and melodic. She had not anticipated the arrival of 2 formidable experts from the Corpse Sect, rendering their strength unparalleled. With no other option, she chose to ally with others against the Corpse Sect. Initially considering an alliance with the Heavenly Sword Sect, she found Jianqi to be a stubborn individual, utterly ignoring her. Thus, she had no choice but to join forces with the 4 Directions City. Rest assured, Hong Fu, I know precisely what to do. Lei Ling replied calmly. Suddenly, several corpses appeared ahead. What is happening? Lei Ling observed the lifeless forms with a grave expression. Such methods must belong to the Corpse Sect, Hong Fu whispered. Meanwhile, among the throng behind them, one individual fixated intently on the bodies, his eyes betraying a flicker of excitement. This person was Wu Mo, who had fortuitously encountered Lei Ling shortly after entering, seeking refuge among his ranks as a wandering cultivator. It seems the Corpse Sect has gotten ahead of us, Lei Ling remarked, his countenance darkening. Proceed at full speed, do not delay. With a delicate reprimand from the Scarlet Fairy, a throng surged forth towards the celestial pillar. In a secluded gorge, dozens of disciples from the Sword of Heaven sect coldly regarded a masked man before them. Who are you to obstruct our Sword of Heaven sect? Fang Mo remained silent, his gaze sweeping the surroundings before he murmured to himself, "If the sword maniac is absent, you shall meet your demise." Utterly audacious. How dare you? The disciples of the Sword of Heaven brandished their flying swords, poised to strike the masked man, yet they were halted by a disciple at the forefront, who was surprisingly at the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm. "Who exactly are you?" Su Fei asked in a low voice. He could not discern the masked man's cultivation aura and dared not act rashly. After all, during this expedition into the secret realm, Su Fei was designated as the backup force, and he had to ensure the safety of the Sword of Heaven disciples in the absence of the sword maniac. Fang Mo regarded Su Fei, a glimmer of crimson flashing in his eyes. "I wonder how much the vitality of a 9th level Yuan spirit cultivator could augment my prowess." With this thought, Fang Mo instinctively licked his lips beneath the mask. Subsequently, he summoned a death corpse, already at the 6th level of the Yuan spirit realm, which appeared beside him. Yuan Corpse Sect. Su Fei's face turned ashen as he shot a glance at the death corpse. "So it is the scoundrels of the Yuan Corpse Sect. No wonder you hide behind a mask, you cowardly lot. Eliminate him." In the face of the agitated disciples of the Sword of Heaven, Fang Mo exhaled softly, "Blood domain." Instantly, the entire gorge was shrouded in a thick mist of blood. "Ah, senior brother, what is happening? It's a formation. This is bad. We've fallen into an ambush by the Yuan Corpse Sect. Senior brother, my Yuan power is being hindered. This blood mist seems to suppress my cultivation. Damn it, it must be the despicable tactics of the Yuan Corpse Sect. Stay calm. Let us huddle together. I will break this formation." Su Fei shouted, his expression grave. He too sensed the strangeness of the blood mist, feeling a slight suppression of his abilities, though it was not significantly debilitating. A disciple of the Sword of Heaven was dragged into the depths of the blood mist by some unseen force. "What was that?" A terrified disciple cried out. No one answered. All were on high alert, scanning their surroundings. Help! Senior brother, save me." 3 more were pulled into the depths of the blood mist. "What the hell is that? Yuan Corpse Sect. You turtle-like cowards, dare you face us in a fair fight?" One disciple of the Sword of Heaven yelled, wielding his flying sword as he slashed wildly at the blood mist, resembling a madman. Su Fei's expression darkened further, even with his keen perception. He could not discern what lurked within the depths of the blood mist. "This will not do. I must swiftly dismantle this bizarre formation." With that thought, Su Fei summoned his flying sword with all his might, and a silver light, imbued with overwhelming sword energy, soared like a galaxy, cutting through the blood mist and soaring towards the heavens. Galaxy slash. With a furious roar, Su Fei unleashed a brilliant silver light that cascaded down like the Milky Way, infused with unparalleled energy as it violently cleaved through the blood mist before him. Following this formidable strike, Su Fei's complexion turned pale. It was a blow fueled by his utmost strength. Meanwhile, Fang Mo, ensconced within the blood mist, wore a grave expression. He had not anticipated that a practitioner at the 9th level of the Yuanling realm could unleash such formidable power. The descending silver sword, Qi, even sent a shiver of trepidation through him. In an instant, Fang Mo's eyes transformed into a deep crimson, and a terrifying aura of bloodlust erupted from within him. "Gather!" he bellowed. In the next moment, a bizarre, blood-red net materialized within the mist, directly confronting the unmatched sword Qi. Sizzle! The silver sword Qi cleaved through the blood net with ease. "Gather! Gather! Gather!" With each of Fang Mo's desperate cries, 3 enormous blood-red nets rapidly formed within the mist. Sizzle! Sizzle! The silver sword Qi sliced through 2 of the blood nets in an instant. Its initial might now somewhat diminished. Ultimately, the silver sword Qi met its end upon the 3rd blood net, dissipating into a myriad of shimmering silver dots. Deep within the blood mist, Fang Mo, his face flushed, spat out a mouthful of blood. The strike from the 9th level of the Yuanling realm had indeed injured him. Had it not been for the enhancement of the blood domain, he would not have withstood that previous blow. Chapter 80. 8th layer of the Yuan spirit realm. With an impassive expression, Fang Mo retrieved a blood Yuan pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. He understood that there remained a considerable gap between himself and those prodigies. However, this disparity would soon vanish. Fang Mo's gaze pierced through the blood mist as he murmured softly. Meanwhile, Su Fei observed the dissipated silver sword aura with a grim expression. That was his strongest attack. yet it had failed to breach the mysterious formation. Suddenly, countless blood threads surged from the depths of the blood mist, reaching out towards the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. "Ah, senior brother, save me." A disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect cried out as several blood threads ensnared him, dragging him backward. Damn it! Su Fei leaped into action, unleashing a flurry of sword energy that severed the blood threads binding the disciple. "Do not panic. Form the Xuanwu sword formation," Su Fei shouted. Only then did the group of Heavenly Sword Sect disciples regain their composure, suppressing their inner turmoil. They hastily thrust their swords before them, sitting cross-legged and forming sword seals with their hands. Instantly, a tempest of sword energy roared around them, resembling the might of the Xuanwu, creating a protective barrier that warded off the blood mist. Seeing that they had temporarily escaped danger, Su Fei let out a quiet sigh of relief. He turned his gaze toward the depths of the blood mist, a glimmer of cold determination in his eyes. Su Fei knew that the one manipulating the formation must be concealed within the blood mist. If he could not dismantle the formation, he would eliminate its creator. With this thought, Su Fei plunged into the depths of the blood mist, wielding his sword. His courage was commendable. In the depths of the blood mist, Fang Mo's lips curled into a sly smile. At this moment, he exhibited no trace of weakness. Su Fei cautiously surveyed his surroundings, but as he ventured deeper, he felt his cultivation being increasingly suppressed. Whoosh! A sharp arrow-like sound pierced the air from behind. Su Fei's expression changed, and alarm bells rang in his mind as he instinctively swung his sword, unleashing a silver sword aura, then swiftly retreated. A white streak of light surged toward him from behind, effortlessly piercing through the silver sword aura and continuing its relentless assault. At that moment, blood threads extended from the surrounding mist, ensnaring Su Fei. Damn it! Faced with the rapidly approaching white light, Su Fei disregarded the encroaching blood threads. He positioned his sword defensively before him. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed, and the tremendous recoil sent Su Fei spiraling backward, spitting out blood. The white streak of light dissipated in the process. Gasping for breath on the ground, Su Fei had no time to revel in his survival, for the blood threads that had ensnared him tightened instantly. Su Fei was hoisted into the air, suspended in a starfish-like position. To his horror, the blood threads were inexorably siphoning his vital essence. "That sword in your hand is quite remarkable." Fang Mo emerged from the blood mist. "Who on earth are you?" Su Fei demanded sharply. "Who I am is of little consequence," Fang Mo replied enigmatically. Su Fei fixed his piercing gaze on the masked man before him. Recognizing the insidious nature of the Wan Corpse sect, a group of despicable rogues who thrived in the shadows, Fang Mo paid no heed to Su Fei's furious curses. With a mere wave of his hand, several strands of blood pierced through Su Fei's limbs, visibly siphoning his life essence. As a torrent of blood energy surged into him, Fang Mo's presence grew increasingly formidable. Su Fei writhed in agony, while Fang Mo relished the sound of his anguished cries. "The sword-mad senior brother will avenge me." Finally, all of Su Fei's blood energy was absorbed, and his withered corpse fell heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, Fang Mo's aura soared, forming small vortices of blood energy before him. With a deep exhale, a powerful wave of energy radiated outward, stirring the blood mist into a tumult. The blood energy at the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm was indeed formidable. Fang Mo's lips curled into a smirk. He had now ascended to the 8th level of the Yuan spirit realm himself. At this moment, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect within the Xuanwu sword formation appeared somewhat pallid, as maintaining the formation for an extended period was quite taxing. "Where is senior brother Su?" One disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect voiced his concern. "Has something gone awry after all this time?" The atmosphere grew heavy with unease. "Fear not. The people of the 10,000 Corpses sect have set up the formation to ensnare us, indicating their fear of confronting us directly. Let us wait a while longer. Perhaps senior brother Su has already slain that individual." As soon as the words left his mouth, a withered corpse plummeted before the Xuanwu sword formation. The crowd gasped in shock, and upon recognizing the corpse, their faces turned pale with disbelief. "Senior brother Su. How could this be possible? They actually killed senior brother Su." At that moment, Fang Mo emerged slowly from the blood mist, raising his hand gently. Numerous blood threads extended from the mist, intertwining and merging in an eerie dance, ultimately forming several stout crimson appendages. With a subtle flick of his wrist, those blood tendrils lunged towards the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. In the face of their despairing gazes, the blood tendrils ruthlessly shattered the Xuanwu sword formation, piercing through the disciples within without mercy. Subsequently, Fang Mo retracted his blood domain and surveyed the scene of carnage, a peculiar smile curling upon his lips before he vanished in a flash of blood light. Not long after Fang Mo's departure, one of the corpses on the ground stirred. Sensing no immediate danger, the trembling disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect rose unsteadily and fled in a panic. "This is indeed a heavenly pillar mountain," Lei Ling exclaimed in awe. The others gazed upward, astonished by the towering mountain that seemed to pierce the heavens. "The sect of Danxiao must surely be atop this mountain. Let us ascend." Fairy Hongfu glanced around, noticing no signs of the 10,000 corpses sect. Her tone tinged with urgency. "Yes, let us go." The group pressed onward towards the summit of Heavenly Pillar Mountain. At the summit, in a vast plaza, Zhou looked on excitedly at the distant cluster of palaces. "Haha, the legacy of the Danxiao sect shall be mine." Zhou laughed maniacally as he charged towards the palaces. Bang! Zhou abruptly halted his movement, his countenance darkening. Before him, embedded in the ground, was a sword. Zhou slowly turned, and Jianqi appeared indifferently not far away, accompanied by more than a dozen disciples of the Tianjin sect. "Jianqi," Zhou spoke with an icy tone. Jianqi extended his hand, summoning the sword back to him, his aura surging continuously. The fierce sword energy sliced through the void, creating a zone of emptiness surrounding Jianqi. Zhou narrowed his eyes and summoned his innate corpse. The body of the corpse was shockingly only half intact, as if cleaved in twain by some unseen force. Yet, the moment the corpse manifested, an intensely chilling aura enveloped the entire square, as though the very space had been frozen. The disciples of the Tianjin sect, unable to withstand this frigid atmosphere, trembled and collapsed to the ground one by one. With a resounding clang, a thunderous sword cry reverberated, dissipating the icy aura entirely. Jianqi lowered the sword in his hand, his expression unwavering as he gazed at Zhou. Chapter 81. The strength of the sword maniac. "Do you think you can stop me?" Zhou gazed calmly at the sword maniac. The sword maniac remained silent, yet the sword hovering before him had already conveyed its stance. "Sword maniac, I have come to challenge you." A rough voice echoed, followed by the thunderous crash of a mountain-like figure landing in the square. The immense shockwave caused the entire square to tremble. Seeing the figure in the center, Zhou's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Weiqi Tuesday." The sword maniac's tone remained unwavering. "Haha, I have long wished to test your sword, sword maniac. Today, I shall see if your blade can breach my defenses." As his words fell, Weiqi Tu's body suddenly swelled as if inflated, his skin turning a grim gray, with bulging veins on his arms, rendering him a terrifying sight. Roar! At that moment, Weiqi Tu resembled a monstrous beast, charging towards the sword maniac with a fearsome howl. Each of his steps left deep impressions on the ground, shaking the square with each movement. The sword maniac's gaze was indifferent, and the sword before him suddenly radiated brilliance, splitting into dozens of sword-like phantoms. "Go!" With a soft utterance from the sword maniac, the myriad sword energies surged towards Weiqi Tu, causing the void to tremble and the sound of swords ringing like thunder. Bang! The fierce sword energy collided with the monstrous Weiqi Tu, producing a deafening roar. The multitude of sword energies dissipated, while Weiqi Tu was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. "Huh, that level of power is hardly enough to tickle me." Weiqi Tu lightly patted his chest, where the sword energy had torn his clothing, slowly rising to his feet. The disciples of the Tianjin sect, witnessing this, were all taken aback. The previously terrifying sword energy had merely shredded Weiqi Tu's attire. "Sword maniac, if this is your strength, you have greatly disappointed me. If I am disappointed, none of you disciples of the Tianjin sect will leave this secret realm." "Haraha!" Weiqi Tu laughed maniacally. A flicker of impatience crossed the sword maniac's eyes. He subtly formed a sword gesture, and the sword before him instantly transformed from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 3, multiplying into countless blades. The square was filled with shimmering sword phantoms, densely saturating the space, the sword light blazing, tearing through the void. Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly. Even he sensed a hint of danger. "Weiqi Tu, now devoid of his earlier arrogance, looked nervously at the sea of swords before him, feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis. With a flick of the sword maniac's finger, the multitude of sword phantoms surged forth like a torrent returning to the sea, instantly rushing towards Wei Chi Tuesday. The sound of swords rang out thunderously. In Ming corpse armor. Wei Chi Tu roared, as numerous cracking sounds erupted from within his body. In the next moment, countless bone spikes protruded from him, transforming him into a horrifying, grotesque creature. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous thunderous sounds resonated as Wei Chi Tu's terrifying figure was engulfed within the overwhelming sea of swords. Such a powerful surge of sword energy. Lei Ling gazed in astonishment towards the mountaintop. Beside them, the Red Lotus Fairy's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the sword enthusiast. Increase your speed. A group of wandering cultivators hastily followed behind. Did you not encounter my junior brother? In a hushed tone, Fu Qing inquired of Wu Mo Sr. I have not seen my young master, Wu Mo replied softly. Hearing this, Fu Qing cast a worried glance towards the mountain summit. Atop Tianju Mountain, the sea of swords had vanished, leaving behind a ground marred with intersecting sword marks and a massive pit at its center. At the bottom of the pit, Wei Chi Tu lay in a pitiful state, his bone spurs shattered, his body riddled with sword wounds, and his breath faint. In an instant, Zhou Xia appeared beside the pit, frowning as he asked, Is he dead? Upon hearing the voice, Wei Chi Tu's chest heaved violently a few times, and a weak voice emerged, cough, I'm not dead yet. After administering a healing pill to Wei Chi Tu, Zhou Xia turned his gaze toward the sword enthusiast. The sword enthusiast was indeed as formidable as his reputation suggested. However, it remained uncertain whether he could withstand my evil corpse. No sooner had the words left his lips than a terrifying evil corpse materialized beside Zhou Xia. The sword enthusiast regarded the creature with a hint of solemnity. Then, a surge of sword energy erupted from within him, soaring towards the heavens. Just as the two were on the verge of confrontation, Zhou Xia's expression suddenly shifted as he looked into the distance. A group of individuals had arrived at the mountain summit. Leading the way were the Red Lotus Fairy and Lei Ling. The sword enthusiast cast a dispassionate glance at the group, and in an instant, the overwhelming sword energy dissipated entirely. Gazing at the desolate scene in the square, the Red Lotus Fairy felt a jolt of alarm. Subsequently, she remarked, My, what a temper. With a light laugh, Zhou Xia remained silent, his countenance dark as he regarded the Red Lotus Fairy. It was evident that she and Lei Ling had joined forces. With Wei Chi Tu unable to continue fighting, Zhou Xia realized he could not contend with the two alone, especially with the sword enthusiast nearby. Where is that reckless Wei Chi Tu? The Red Lotus Fairy scanned her surroundings. What do you care about me, woman? I'm right here. Wei Chi Tu grunted as he crawled out of the pit, looking utterly disheveled. The sight of the disarrayed Wei Chi Tu made the Red Lotus Fairy laugh heartily. Haha. How did you end up like this, you reckless fool? Shut your mouth, you dead woman. Wei Chi Tu bellowed in anger. What? Do you want to fight? I'm more than willing. The Red Lotus Fairy's delicate face turned cold. Zhou Xia intervened, stopping the impulsive Wei Chi Tu from charging forward, and turned to the sword enthusiast, speaking in a grave tone. Sword enthusiast, you must see the situation clearly now. Let us join forces to seize this inheritance. The declaration stunned everyone present. They had not anticipated Zhou Xia would take the initiative to propose an alliance with the Heavenly Sword Sect, especially after their recent battle. Zhou Xia, how can you ally with the Heavenly Sword Sect? Wei Chi Tu's face was a mask of fury. Silence. Zhou Xia shot a cold glare at Wei Chi Tuesday. Wei Chi Tu glared furiously at Zhou Xia, yet chose to remain silent. Zhou Xia's gaze remained fixed upon Jianqi, whose expression flickered with surprise at Zhou Xia's words. However, Jianqi was not a fool. The current situation indeed necessitated an alliance with Zhou Xia to contend against the forces of Xian Valley and Sifang City. Noticing Jianqi's wavering resolve, Hong Fu Xianzi promptly interjected, Jianqi, can you truly trust what young Lord Xia has said? Are you not afraid he might eventually turn against you? She continued. Rather than placing our faith in him, why not unite our three factions, expel the Wanshi sect, and subsequently divide the treasures of this secret realm among us? Xian Valley. Excellent. Zhou Xia's eyes glinted with coldness as he regarded Hong Fu Xianzi. As a fellow practitioner of the demonic path, it was astonishing that Xian Valley would first target the Wanshi sect. Hong Fu Xianzi met Josiah gazed defiantly, aware that the Luoyun sect had dispatched two formidable figures from the corpse ranking, clearly aiming to monopolize the inheritance of this secret realm. If you act without compassion, do not blame me for being ruthless. In the face of self-interest, all notions of camaraderie among demonic sects are but illusions. Chapter 82. Chaos. The sword enthusiast remained silent, patiently awaiting Su Fei. As a hidden force, Su Fei at the 9th level of the Yuanling realm could alleviate some of his burdens, instilling confidence in him to confront any faction on the battlefield. Suddenly, a blood-soaked disciple from the Heavenly Sword Sect staggered towards him. A frown creased the sword enthusiast's brow. An ominous premonition washed over him. Senior brother sword enthusiast. They are all dead. They have all perished. The terrified disciple collapsed before him, babbling incoherently. Calm down and explain clearly, the sword enthusiast said slowly, helping the disciple to his feet. Other disciples from the Heavenly Sword Sect gathered nearby. As the bloodied disciple beheld the sword enthusiast and the surrounding comrades, his terror gradually ebbed. Senior brother sword enthusiast, Su Fei is dead, and the other brothers have all fallen. The disciple trembled uncontrollably. What? The faces of the surrounding Heavenly Sword Sect disciples turned ashen. A sharp glint flashed in the sword enthusiast's eyes as he coldly inquired, who was responsible? The corpse sect. It was the corpse sect. The disciple frantically pointed at the disciples of the corpse sect across the way. At these words, an invisible, chilling aura of sword intent enveloped the entire square, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The sword enthusiast's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Josiah. Josiah's heart raced. He had merely dispatched a few minor figures of the 7th and 8th levels of the Yuanling realm, not enough to provoke such a fierce reaction from the sword enthusiast. Did you do it? Josiah whispered to Wei Qi Tuesday. I've slain plenty of those Heavenly Sword Sect brats. I know exactly who they are talking about. Wei Qi Tu bellowed. At this declaration, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect glared at Wei Qi Tu, and even the sword enthusiast began to emanate a formidable aura of sword intent. Such a fool. Josiah cursed silently. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lei Ling wore a faint smile. It seems we need not incite further discord. I am starting to like this reckless man. Hong Fu Xianzi chuckled, covering her mouth. Sensing the increasingly intense sword intent, Josiah frowned and said, Sword enthusiast, are you truly prepared to escalate matters over a mere handful of disciples? Expressionless, the sword enthusiast's sword intent continued to surge. Very well, if that is your stance, then I shall test your blade. Josiah retorted, his tone growing cold, his own aura of death rising. Kill him. Josiah pointed at the sword enthusiast, and the nearby evil corpse lunged forward in an instant. The sword enthusiast raised his hand, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes, sending arcs of daunting sword energy towards the evil corpse. The evil corpse opened its mouth, releasing a dense wave of deathly energy, which dissipated the sword strikes into nothingness. Unfazed, the sword enthusiast conjured a myriad of sword illusions, and in an instant, a fierce tempest of sword energy filled the mountaintop. What terrifying sword intent, Lei Ling murmured to himself, though Hong Fu Xianzi remained silent. The gravity in her expression revealed her own inner turmoil at that moment. In the blink of an eye, the malevolent corpse was engulfed in a terrifying sea of swords. Wei Qi Tu's expression soured. He had previously been utterly powerless against this very technique. In contrast, Josiah stood calmly to the side, devoid of any signs of concern. As the dust settled, the anticipated scene did not materialize. The malevolent corpse remained proudly upright and scathed. How could this be? Wei Qi Tu exclaimed in disbelief. Fully aware of the technique's formidable power, this corpse had taken it without a scratch. I knew the illustrious little evil lord would not be so easily defeated, mused Hong Fu Xianzi, her countenance grave. What manner of corpse is this, to possess such strength? Lei Ling marveled aloud. Rumor has it that Josiah had obtained the remains of an ancient powerhouse. It appears those claims were not unfounded, Hong Fu Xianzi noted quietly. From a distance, Fu Qing gazed at the malevolent corpse with suspicion. He recalled that Josiah's corpse had once been whole. How had it now become merely half a body? Roar! At that moment, the malevolent corpse let out a fearsome howl, transforming into a streak of gray lightning that lunged towards Jianqi. Jianqi's expression turned serious as he swiftly formed a hand seal. Earthbound sword. With a low cry, a cage of radiant sword energy materialized before him. The malevolent corpse plunged headfirst into this sword energy prison. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the sword energy cage erupted moments later. Uffed. Jianqi spat out a mouthful of blood. Jianqi has been injured. Hong Fu furrowed her brow, astonished at the terrifying prowess of Zhou Xie's corpse. Zhou Xie revealed a wicked smile, once again directing the corpse to charge at Jianqi. At that instant, a terrifying surge of sword energy erupted from Jianqi, soaring upwards and crashing against the heavens. In the void above, a towering sword energy manifested, its might overwhelming, akin to a tempest. Fu Qing gazed in horror at the spectacle. Even if he regained his strength as a Yuan master, he doubted he could withstand such force. Truly a prodigy. The onlookers were equally stunned by the unfolding scene, including Zhou Xie, whose expression shifted. This magnificent sword aura rivaled celestial might. He had underestimated Jianqi, the malevolent corpse. Sensing the impending danger beneath the oppressive sword energy, howled skyward, spewing forth an endless torrent of gray corpse energy that blotted out the sun, rapidly enveloping half the sky. The temperature around them plummeted, as if the chilling breath from the underworld had surged within their hearts. Boom! A cataclysmic sound erupted atop the mountain. The 1,000-foot sword energy struck the billowing corpse energy, and the ensuing powerful shockwave swept outward. Aside from a few who managed to withstand the force, the rest were hurled away, grievously injured. As the dust settled, one remaining arm of the malevolent corpse was severed. Zhou Xie gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had been wounded. Jianqi, too, appeared pale, his breath somewhat unsteady. The sight of the two was keenly observed by Hong Fu Xian Zi from a short distance away. Now is the moment. The Red Lotus Fairy revealed a fierce expression. In an instant, Lei Ling understood and transformed into a bolt of thunder, hurtling towards Zhou Xie. Meanwhile, the Red Lotus Fairy darted towards the sword enthusiast. Upon witnessing the bolt of lightning, Zhou Xie's countenance darkened. With a mere thought, the evil corpse advanced to intercept. Humph! Even a ghostly corpse dares to obstruct me. Lei Ling scoffed. Thunderstorm. With a thunderous shout, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, struck the evil corpse directly. Observing the evil corpse embedded in the ground, Lei Ling couldn't help but smile. Although this evil corpse was indeed formidable, he had mastered the art of thunder, which was notoriously feared by malevolent spirits. The power of his thunderous techniques against ghostly entities was exponentially amplified. Zhou Xie's gaze, tinged with mockery, unsettled Lei Ling. Indeed, the next moment, the evil corpse roared and burst forth from the earth. Though it had lost an arm, it opened its terrifying maw and lunged at Lei Ling. Chapter 83, confronting them one by one amidst the pink haze. The enchanting voice of the Red Lotus Fairy weaved through the air, enticing and intoxicating. Giggle, sword enthusiast, come play with me. I feel so warm right now. Surrounding her were illusions of alluring maidens, their forms shifting within the mist. Yet, the sword enthusiast remained undistracted, enveloped in a vortex of sword energy. Seated in meditation, impervious to the sultry whispers that danced around him. Red Lotus Fairy, I am a sword cultivator. Your lewd enchantments hold no sway over me. My heart is devoted solely to the sword, he replied with a calm demeanor. The Red Lotus Fairy, shrouded in the pink fog, revealed a hint of seduction on her face, her cherry lips parting slightly. Then let me see if I am more important to you than your cold, unyielding sword. In an instant, she materialized before him, her form completely bare, skin as flawless as porcelain, curves that could set one's blood ablaze, and a figure that was irresistibly captivating. Sword enthusiast, do you truly not wish to accompany me to the peaks of desire? Her voice was laced with a haunting allure. The sword enthusiast furrowed his brow, recognizing the potency of her charm. Even his resolve as a swordsman wavered. Do not disturb my heart of the way. A surge of sword energy pierced through the ephemeral figure of the Red Lotus Fairy, causing her to dissolve into wisps of pink mist. In the blink of an eye, the once alluring maidens morphed into skeletal figures, their crimson forms shrieking as they lunged toward him. With a flicker of sword light, the skeletal apparitions dissipated into thin air. Suddenly, the sword enthusiast felt an ominous shift and opened his eyes wide. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Xie's expression darkened. Something is amiss. There is poison in the air. No sooner had he spoken than a thick, blood-red mist enveloped the mountaintop, obscuring the sky. In that instant, Wu Mo's face lit up with exhilaration as he seized Fu Qing's arm, placing a pill in his hand while whispering urgently, "Swallow it. Do not move." Fu Qing's countenance was one of confusion. What is happening? The stench of blood is terrifying. What is this mist? I cannot see. Gasps echoed among the crowd. Before they could voice their fears, crimson tentacles emerged from the depths of the blood mist, piercing through their bodies. A cacophony of screams filled the air. "Ah! Young Master Lei, help! Sword enthusiast, save me!" The cries reverberated through the suffocating fog. The sword enthusiast's expression turned cold as he raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike toward the source of the cries. With a resounding impact, the energy was swiftly dispelled by a monstrous blood-red tentacle. His countenance shifted slightly at the sight. Deep within the mist, a dark red figure was voraciously absorbing the blood energy, its presence growing ever more formidable with each passing moment. Meanwhile, Zhou Xia summoned the sinister corpse to his side, fortifying his defenses while sealing his mouth and nose with his energy, remaining vigilant against the encroaching threat. Riling sought to summon a tempest to disperse the eerie blood mist, only to discover, to his horror, that he could no longer muster any elemental energy within himself. Even more alarming was the realization that he had been poisoned. His heart was gradually being corroded, and the excruciating pain compelled Riling to collapse onto the ground, veins on his neck bulging. Damn it! When did this happen? At this moment, only Wei Qi Tu remained unscathed by the poison, having transformed himself into a mere corpse, rendering the toxin ineffective against him. And the blood mist exerted little influence over him. Wei Qi Tu's injuries had nearly healed by this time. I shall see which fool dares to challenge me. With that declaration, Wei Qi Tu again morphed into his corpse-like form and charged recklessly into the depths of the blood mist. Moments later, a shadowy crimson figure emerged before him. Is it you? Lurking in the shadows? Who are you? Wei Qi Tu bellowed at the masked man before him. Fang Mo cast a dispassionate glance in his direction, remaining silent. In the next instant, four blood-red tendrils shot forth from the mist, ensnaring Wei Qi Tu's limbs. Humph, you think you can trap me? Wei Qi Tu scoffed at the bloody appendages binding him. Release me. Veins bulging, he roared. A tremendous force erupted from within him, crashing against the four tendrils. Boom. A muffled thud resonated as the tendrils violently shook before settling into stillness. How is this possible? What is this creature? Wei Qi Tu exclaimed in disbelief. Enough, stay put. Fang Mo's voice was cold as he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Wei Qi Tu hung suspended in the air like a dead weight, his expression one of shock. Riling lay curled on the ground in agony. As a prodigy, you seem to lack substance. A dispassionate voice echoed from behind him. With great effort, Riling turned to face the source. You. Who are you? How dare you plot against me? Do you know who I am? He spat through clenched teeth. The son of the Lord of the Four Directions City, and this is all you amount to, Fang Mo remarked with indifference. You. Before Riling could retort, a blood tendril pierced through his body. As the blood essence was siphoned away, his vitality gradually waned. Huh. Fang Mo appeared to revel in the moment. Moments later, he vanished, leaving behind a desiccated corpse. At that moment, Hongfu Xianzi sat on the ground, a dark hue shadowing her brow, clearly afflicted by the poison as well. Sensing something amiss, she opened her eyes. Gazing at the enigmatic figure before her, she smiled coyly, saying, Esteemed sir, I am willing to offer myself in exchange for the antidote. As she spoke, a wisp of pink mist gently escaped her lips. In an instant, the scene before Fang Mo transformed. A throng of alluring maidens, clad in nothing but their enchantment, surrounded him, their movements wild and expressions tempting, saturating the atmosphere with a sense of debauchery. Humph! Fang Mo let out a cold snort, and in that moment, a terrifying aura of bloodlust erupted from him. The enchanting women, with their myriad charms, were swept away and engulfed by the torrent of blood, shattering the entire pink-hued realm. Uffed! The Red Lotus Fairy spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Who are you? She exclaimed in fear, gazing at the mysterious man before her. Having never encountered anyone who exuded such a dreadful bloodthirst. You need not know, Fang Mo replied, directly unleashing two blood-red tendrils that pierced through the Red Lotus Fairy's body. Please, do not kill me. I am willing to serve as your maid, to attend to you. The Red Lotus Fairy pleaded in anguish. I no longer require a maid, Fang Mo said indifferently. Moments later, an unparalleled and formidable aura surged from Fang Mo, soaring skyward and breaking through the clouds. Zhou Xie, enveloped in the blood mist, sensed this presence and abruptly looked up. This is the aura of someone at the 9th level of the Yuanling realm. Chapter 84. The strength of Fang Mo at this moment. The few survivors within the blood mist felt an overwhelming aura of sanguine malevolence sweeping across the heavens. Fu Qing stared vacantly at the pile of corpses before him. In a brief span, from the moment the blood mist enveloped the surroundings to the point where the nearby cultivators were mercilessly harvested by the blood-red tendrils, Fu Qing had been rendered completely unresponsive. The once-living crowd had transformed into cold, lifeless bodies. The nature of those suddenly appearing sanguine appendages was a mystery to Fu Qing. Yet he could distinctly sense the terrifying essence of primordial energy they harbored, instilling within him a flicker of dread. Contemplating this, Fu Qing cast a deep glance at his companion, Wu Mo. At the very onset of this bizarre blood mist, Wu Mo had worn an expression of unrestrained ecstasy, even offering Fu Qing a pill, as if he had foreseen the chaos. Moreover, as he observed the surrounding individuals being hunted down by the horrific blood tendrils, an expression of fervor ignited in Wu Mo's eyes, of fervor indeed. Fu Qing yearned to inquire, but Wu Mo merely shook his head slightly, once again urging him to remain patient. Wu Mo's peculiar reactions only deepened Fu Qing's confusion. Could it be related to his junior disciple? No, that was implausible. The moment that thought surfaced, Fu Qing dismissed it. His junior disciple, Fang Mo, had only just ascended to the 7th level of the primordial spirit realm, and it seemed impossible that this eerie and terrifying blood mist had any connection to him. With that thought, Fu Qing furrowed his brow even more deeply. Truly the sword maniac, remarkably unscathed by poison. A soft sigh echoed, growing nearer. Who dares to employ such treachery against several major sects? The sword maniac gazed coldly at the enigmatic figure before him. Who I am is of little consequence. You killed Su Fei, did you not? The sword maniac spoke slowly. Ah. Fang Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised that the sword maniac could deduce his involvement in Su Fei's demise. Indeed, it was I who ended his life. Fang Mo acknowledged with a nod. Do you believe that by killing Su Fei, you can likewise take my life? The sword maniac's sword aura began to coalesce around him. Fang Mo smiled lightly. Had it been the old me, I would indeed have fallen short as your opponent, sword maniac. However, now, he chuckled softly. The sword maniac fell silent, the mysterious figure before him emanating a profound aura, shrouded in an overwhelming stench of blood, even in his prime. He would not have dared to claim victory. Furthermore, after his fierce battle with Xian Xie, his primordial energy had long since been depleted. You cannot kill me, the sword maniac stated, his eyes gleaming with sword intent. Then let us test that, Fang Mo replied coldly. In the next moment, the space trembled as two colossal blood-red tendrils surged forth like ancient dragons emerging from the sea, enveloping the sword maniac in a torrent of sanguine chaos. Confronted by the terrifying power of the tendrils, the sword maniac narrowed his eyes. Boom! The sea of blood roiled, and the earth quaked. The sword maniac was engulfed in a sea of crimson. Fang Mo's brow furrowed slightly. He had lost the sword maniac's presence. As the smoke dissipated, a vast pit emerged on the ground, surrounded by numerous dark fissures, yet the figure of the sword fanatic was nowhere to be seen. Upon closer inspection, ripples undulated subtly in the air above the pit. It was indeed a spatial teleportation. Fang Mo gazed at the pit, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He had not anticipated that this sword enthusiast possessed such a life-preserving means of escape. It is common knowledge that only spatial scrolls can facilitate teleportation, and such scrolls are exceedingly rare, their crafting methods having been lost to time over a millennium ago. Even the 5 major sects likely possess only a handful of them. Clearly, the Heavenly Sword Sect holds this sword fanatic in exceptionally high regard. A smirk crept onto Fang Mo's lips. He had no intention of truly killing the sword fanatic. He required someone to divert attention. If everyone perished, his survival would not spare him from the wrath of the major sects and the Foursquare City. There were also some scattered cultivators who had yet to arrive at Tian's Hushan, but he chose to disregard them as well. At this moment, Zhou Xie observed his surroundings. His brow furrowed in deep thought. Moments ago, an astonishing surge of elemental energy had emanated from the depths of the bizarre blood mist, startling even him. It was evident that a fierce battle was underway. To dare conspire against the major sects and the Foursquare City simultaneously was audacious indeed, and Zhou Xie found himself grudgingly admiring the boldness of the perpetrator. Which faction possessed such audacity? Zhou Xie racked his brain in vain to comprehend. At that moment, a shadowy crimson figure came into Zhou Xie's line of sight. You possess remarkable audacity, daring to conspire against the three major sects and the Foursquare City simultaneously, Zhou Xie remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. In the entire western region of the Tianbei domain, the five major sects represented the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Now, someone had the audacity to offend three major sects alongside a neutral entity, the Foursquare City. This piqued Zhou Xie's curiosity. And what of offending the three major sects? Fang Mo's tone dripped with disdain. His ambitions had never been confined to the three major sects or the five major sects. These were merely stepping stones on his path to power. The contempt in his voice sparked a flicker of suspicion in Zhou Xie's eyes. Before him stood a mysterious figure, exuding a palpable aura of bloodthirst. With a shadowy sea of blood faintly visible behind him, emanating an overwhelming presence. Clearly a demon cultivator with countless kills to his name. Yet, such a formidable demon cultivator was unknown to him until now. Could he be a disciple of some reclusive ancient demon? Who are you? Zhou Xie's voice turned grave. Those who are dead do not require knowledge, Fang Mo replied coolly, his annoyance evident. Arrogant, Zhou Xie scoffed, though he acknowledged Fang Mo's strength. It did not imply he was intimidated. As one of the top 10 on the corpse list, known as the Little Evil Lord, he harbored his own pride. Fang Mo chose not to elaborate further. His gaze sharpened, and two massive blood tendrils manifested, sweeping toward Zhou Xie with terrifying might. Humph, mere parlor tricks. As Zhou Xie's words fell, the nearby malevolent corpse erupted with an ancient, beastly vigor, unleashing a torrent of corpse energy to clash with the two blood tendrils. Boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed through the blood mist like thunder. The terrifying corpse was unexpectedly yanked away by the tendrils, crashing to the ground like a meteor, leaving numerous fissures sprawling across the earth. How could this be? Zhou Xie gasped in disbelief, for his malevolent corpse was a force to be reckoned with, rivaling the realm of the Yuan. Though it was left with but half a body and had lost an arm to the sword fanatic, it should not have been so easily dismissed like a mere plaything. At that moment, the corpse seemed incensed, letting out a thunderous roar. As the surrounding necrotic energy surged and the malevolent aura rose to the heavens, scattering the blood mist around it, Fang Mo gestured with a sweeping hand, and from the depths of the crimson mist emerged four additional blood-red tendrils, 6 in total, akin to great serpents stirring from the abyss, intertwining and rushing towards the malevolent corpse. Impossible. Zhou Xie's expression changed dramatically as he cried out in alarm. The corpse was now ensnared tightly by the blood tendrils. Its overwhelming necrotic energy seemingly severed at the waist, no longer the formidable force it once was. The corpse emitted a roar that shook the heavens. Yet it was in vain, helplessly bound by the blood tendrils. Fang Mo looked on with satisfaction at his creation, the blood-colored tendrils he had conjured. Having transcended the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm, became indomitable weapons under the enhancement of the blood domain. At last, he possessed the strength to contend with, and even overpower the prodigies of various sections. Chapter 85. Ishuayer, wait a moment. I no longer desire the inheritance of the Danxia sect. What do you think? Zhou Xie gazed earnestly at the approaching Fang Mo. Aware that without the aid of the evil corpse, he stood no chance against this enigmatic figure, he recognized that circumstances dictated his actions. Submission was his only recourse. That won't he do. If I kill you, the inheritance will still belong to me, Fang Mo replied with a calm demeanor. The tranquility of his voice struck Zhou Xie like the chilling frost of the abyss, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. Please wait. I possess a vast quantity of elemental stones and cultivation elixirs in my storage ring. As he caught the indifferent gaze of Fang Mo, Zhou Xie's voice dwindled to a mere whisper, akin to the buzz of a fly. Indeed, should he perish, the contents of that storage ring would also become the victor's. As Zhou Xie observed the emergence of two blood-red tendrils from behind Fang Mo, a flicker of desperation ignited within his eyes. I submit. I submit. I am willing to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. He bellowed, humiliation evident in his expression. In that moment, The aura of a formidable corpse-ranking expert had dissipated, replaced by a primal instinct to survive. How amusing it is that the esteemed little tyrant of the corpse ranking has sunk to such depths of humility and supplication. Laughter erupted around them. Fang Mo's pupils constricted. He had failed to notice the presence of another within the blood domain. Nearby, Zhou Xia, upon hearing the laughter, was filled with excitement, shouting, "Sister E, save me! Sister E!" Fang Mo's brow furrowed slightly. At that moment, a petite figure clad in a pink dress emerged from the blood mist, an enchanting young girl. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, her exquisitely delicate features and slender, fair legs drew immediate attention. "Now you wish to address me as sister? Were it not for your utter disgrace to our 10,000 corpses sect, I would not bother to save you," Ishuaer remarked, her brows knitted in disdain as she cast a contemptuous glance at Zhou Xia. Fang Mo's gaze turned icy as he regarded the unexpectedly appeared girl. He had not encountered her when the secret realm was activated, indicating she must have entered after him. Moreover, standing so close, he still sensed no aura of cultivation from her, suggesting she too possessed a means to conceal her presence. "Are you intending to rescue him?" Fang Mo asked, regarding Ishuaer with indifference. "Let us discuss your matters later. I am quite curious about who you truly are," Ishuaer said, her beautiful eyes fixed inquisitively on Fang Mo. She was genuinely intrigued by the mysterious man who dared to scheme against these prodigies. Had she not entered the secret realm herself, he would have already succeeded. "Sister, stop wasting time with him. Just suppress him directly," Zhou Xia shouted from a distance, as though he had found his anchor. He then turned to Fang Mo, a sinister grin forming on his lips. "Sister E is ranked 5th on the corpse list. Let us see how you meet your end today." His tone dripped with resentment, for as a top 10 expert on the corpse ranking, he had never before faced such humiliation, and the thought of it being known would shatter his standing within the sect. "It is imperative for Sister E to eliminate him, to quell the resentment within my heart." "How annoying!" Fang Mo let out a cold snort. A blood-red tentacle surged forth like a streak of crimson lightning, aiming for Zhou Xia. "How dare you!" Ishuaer exclaimed, her voice laced with fury, as a terrifying corpse aura erupted from her being, causing the air around to tremble violently. She leaped into the air, wielding her sword to sever the blood tentacle. The sword, clearly no ordinary weapon, unleashed a torrent of sword energy that cleaved through the void itself. Clang! With a resonant clash of metal, Ishuaer's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated the tentacle's formidable hardness. Her strike felt akin to striking a millennia-old black iron. It is worth noting that her sword is indeed a low-grade Xiantir artifact. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Zhou Xia let out a wretched scream as his abdomen was pierced, blood gushing forth. Witnessing Zhou Xia's tragic state, Ishuaer's fair visage darkened with anger, and a terrifying white-clad corpse materialized beside her. A wave of overwhelming energy surged from the corpse, reaching skyward, instantly freezing the ground and causing icy tendrils to spread outward. Such potent energy. A hint of astonishment flickered in Fang Mo's eyes. "Go!" With a commanding cry from Ishuaer, the white-clad corpse, suffused with malevolent energy, lunged at Fang Mo, leaving a trail of frozen blood mist and still air in its wake. "Humph!" Fang Mo let out a cold snort. The blood essence within him erupted with tremendous force, propelling his energy skyward. Boom! Dozens of blood-red tentacles, imbued with terrifying might, burst forth from beneath the ice, raining down upon the white-clad corpse. The explosive sound echoed like thunder across the heavens. At that moment, Wu Mo and Fu Qing, situated within the blood domain, were violently hurled back several miles by the cataclysmic shockwaves of the battle. Such terrifying residual energy. Is this the true prowess of those prodigies? Fu Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of dread. Such a formidable wave of energy. Such overwhelming pressure. Surely even his first-level Yuan master cultivation could not withstand it. Meanwhile, Wu Mo knelt respectfully upon the ground, gazing fervently in the direction of the explosion. In the heart of the explosion, a massive pit had formed in the ground. The earth around it cracked and fissured. A thick layer of ice covered the pit, emanating an intense chill. Crack! The ice shattered, and a white figure shot into the sky, enveloped in a shroud of energy, freezing the surrounding air. Fang Mo regarded the white-clad corpse with indifference. It had employed its formidable Yin energy to condense an ice layer, shielding itself from the blood tentacle's assault. I wonder how long you can withstand this. With a quiet murmur, a torrent of overwhelming aura exploded from within him, sending ripples through the air. Deep within the blood mist, the ground trembled and the space quaked, resembling a cataclysmic collapse. In the next instant, over 100 blood-red tentacles emerged from the depths of the mist, their terrifying might descending like a deluge. This. Ishuaer's fair face turned pale, her earlier composure utterly shattered. Not far away, the self-healing Zhou Xie gazed vacantly at the tentacle that resembled a torrent of crimson. A thunderous crash reverberated through the heavens, causing even the towering Tianzhu mountain to tremble. After a long while, the cacophony subsided. From the unfathomable pit, a blood-red tentacle emerged, entwined with the nearly disintegrated corpse of a woman clad in white. With a painful gasp, Ishuaer expelled a mouthful of blood she had been backfired upon. As she beheld the white-clad corpse, a flicker of sorrow appeared in her eyes. This corpse, imbued with the essence of absolute Yin, had been painstakingly sought by her master from the realm of absolute Yin, perfectly complementing her own absolute Yin physique. Indeed, the body was remarkable, but alas. Disregarding the white-clad corpse, Fang Mo turned to the pale-faced Ishuaer. You are indeed formidable, but this is where it ends. No sooner had he spoken than a blood-red tentacle lunged toward Ishuaer. Chapter 86. The submission of Ishuaer. I shall make you pay dearly for this. Ishuaer exclaimed, her eyes glistening with rage as a jade talisman appeared in her hand. Damn it! Fang Mo's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized the familiar aura emanating from the talisman. In an instant, the elemental energy of the heavens surged violently, resonating through the 9 skies as if heralding the apocalypse. The next moment, a terrifying force, akin to a colossal tsunami, engulfed Fang Mo. The power of this individual seemed formidable enough to rival the top 3 on the corpse ranking. As she gazed upon the figure swallowed by the elemental energy, Ishuaer's delicate features grew cold. She had not anticipated that this enigmatic man possessed such overwhelming strength, compelling her to resort to the life-preserving jade talisman bestowed upon her by her master. The talisman's attack equated to the full force strike of a 4th-tier elementalist, and it was utterly disheartening to find herself employing it against a mere spirit realm cultivator. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became, turning her gaze toward the gravely injured and unconscious Zhou Xie. If it weren't for the necessity of saving him, she would not have suffered such a significant loss, her life-bound corpse rendered useless, and her trump card expended. No, she must reclaim what was lost from him. With this thought, Ishuaer approached Zhou Xie, her countenance frigid. Cough, cough. A faintly weak cough resonated from behind Ishuaer. Instantly, she tensed, spinning around with urgency. A dark red figure emerged from the thick cloud of dust. How is it possible that you are still alive? Ishuaer gasped in disbelief. That had been a full-force strike from a 4th-tier elementalist. Even the first-ranked monstrosity on the corpse ranking could not have withstood such a dreadful blow. Who on earth is this person? How could he be so extraordinary? Thud! A grotesquely mangled corpse fell heavily to the ground. This is... Ishuaer stared in horror at the body on the ground. Fang Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze dark and foreboding as he regarded Ishuaer. Had it not been for his quick reflexes in utilizing Zhou Xie's corpse to absorb the majority of the attack, he might have met his demise. Even so, he was severely wounded. Fortunately, he still possessed a blood essence pill. This woman's identity appeared to be significant. The jade talisman contained the imprint of a 4th-tier elementalist, and its explosive power surpassed that of the talisman Pei Kuan had previously granted him. Ishuaer felt a flash of crimson light before, in the next instant, a powerful hand seized her neck, rendering her immobile. I ask, you answer, or you shall die. Fang Mo's voice was devoid of any emotion. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of bloodshed surged from within him, as tangible as the sea of blood itself. Ishuaer's pale face reflected her terror. She had never witnessed such a horrifying sight, and she nodded repeatedly in fear. What is your name? And what is your status within the 10,000 Corpses sect? I am Ishuaer, a direct disciple of Elder Jinyu of the 10,000 Corpses sect. Ishuaer replied cautiously. Jinyu? A glimmer of insight flashed in Fang Mo's eyes. Much like Pei Kuan, Zhen Yu was one of the 10 elders of the inner sect, and she presided over the artifact refining hall. The enigmatic Yishuaer is indeed a direct disciple of Zhen Yu. As Fang Mo gazed at Yishuaer, his eyes reflected a contemplative glimmer. Yishuaer's complexion flushed slightly, her gaze evasive. Fang Mo's intensely invasive stare left her feeling a blend of embarrassment and indignation. Since her childhood, she had been taken under her master's wing, nurtured as a cherished disciple, remaining close to her mentor. Due to her formidable talent for cultivation, the other disciples regarded her with trepidation, having never encountered a gaze like Fang Mo's. "Please, can you let me go? I swear I won't reveal anything." Yishuaer stammered, her voice quivering. Fang Mo replied coolly, "I can indeed release you. However." "Really? However what? Speak," Yishuaer exclaimed, her small face alight with fervor. "However, you must offer your soul fire and submit to me." His indifferent tone extinguished Yishuaer's excitement like a bucket of icy water. Yishuaer's countenance turned ashen. To surrender her soul fire would signify her total subjugation to this mysterious figure. Even if he demanded her very body, she would be powerless to refuse. "Sister, please, do not acquiesce. He dares not harm you. You are the sole disciple of Elder Zhen, and he will not let this transgression go unpunished." At that moment, Zhou Xie, who had just regained consciousness, urgently cautioned Yishuaer. "Silence." Before he could finish, a blood-red tendril pierced through Zhou Xie's chest. "Oh, sister." Zhou Xie's face twisted in agony as he looked at Yishuaer, a glimmer of regret flickering in his eyes. He should not have interjected. Elder Zhen was Yishuaer's master, not his own. "Ha. I thought I had found a lifeline, only to realize I had ensnared a clay Buddha." As the bloodied tendril writhed, Zhou Xie soon lay lifeless, a mere husk. "Now, let us resume our previous discussion." Fang Mo regarded the terrified Yishuaer with an impassive gaze. I. Yishuaer's voice trembled, her features racked with conflict. "I lack the patience for your hesitation. I shall grant you 3 breaths. Fail to decide, and you will join him in death." Fang Mo's tone was frigid. 3. Yishuaer's eyes darted to Zhou Xie's corpse. 2. The dread of death enveloped her, causing her to sweat profusely. 1. "I consent." Ultimately, Yishuaer, unable to withstand the specter of death, cried out in desperation. "I am willing. I willingly submit." Her face turned pale, trembling as she cradled her hands, which held a swirling mass of black flames. Fang Mo collected the soul fire with an air of nonchalance, instantly forming a mysterious connection with Yishuaer in his mind. "Master," Yishuaer spoke respectfully, her head bowed slightly. Fang Mo inclined his head, gently lifting her chin with his hand, an action that caused her cheeks to flush and her demeanor to become bashful. "Remember, my name is Fang Mo, a disciple of the Luoyun Sect." "Yes, Shuaer shall remember," Yishuaer replied softly, her eyes revealing a flicker of astonishment. She had not anticipated her master was also a disciple of the Luoyun Sect. "Fang Mo, I have never heard this name before. Do not be surprised. You will soon become acquainted with it." Fang Mo discerned the thoughts of Yishuaer. "Is there anything else you wish to command, master?" Yishuaer blinked her beautiful eyes at Fang Mo, her demeanor exceedingly charming. Fang Mo remained silent, gently caressing Yishuaer's delicate face with his hand. It was soft, tender, and smooth as water. He suddenly realized that he rather enjoyed this sensation. Yishuaer's cheeks flushed, her gaze shimmering like water as she looked at Fang Mo, feeling an unusual warmth enveloping her body. "For now, there is nothing I require of you. I will inform you when the time comes." Fang Mo retracted his hand. "By the way, is your sect aware of your entry into the secret realm?" "Master, I came here secretly. Even my master is unaware," Yishuaer replied, sticking out her tongue. She had grown weary of her mundane life within the sect, and, upon hearing of the secret realm's opening, had stealthily come to join the excitement. "Well, do not expose yourself. Wait until the secret realm closes before you return to the sect discreetly." "Yes, Shuaer understands." "Oh, and there is a small predicament." Just then, a thunderous sound of earth-shattering chaos erupted from the depths of the blood mist. Chapter 87. The Shock of Fuqing. Stop it. Do not strike any further. I was wrong." At this moment, Wei Qi too was being mercilessly whipped by 2 crimson tentacles, spewing forth blood in a frenzy, pleading for mercy. Hearing the faint and harrowing cries that echoed from within the blood mist, Yishuaer was startled, The voice seemed to belong to Wei Qi Tuesday. However, she had the sense not to inquire further. Soon, the wails faded away, as Fang Mo indifferently retracted the blood domain, while Yi Shui'er observed her surroundings with a pallid complexion. The entire plaza was unrecognizable, strewn with rubble and deep craters, a scene of utter devastation. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, and the stench of blood lingered in the air above the square, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. My lord. At that moment, Wu Mo rushed over from a distance, his face alight with fervor, followed by the dazed Fu Qing. Fang Mo offered a slight nod to Wu Mo before turning his gaze to the still bewildered Fu Qing, addressing him, "Senior brother." Fu Qing stared blankly at the masked figure before him. "Junior brother, how can this be? You were merely at the 7th level of the Yuanling realm. How could you?" Despite the overwhelming aura emanating from Fang Mo, vast and terrifying, instilling a flicker of fear within him, Fu Qing remained incredulous. He was well aware that those present were all prodigies from various sects, monstrous beings at the 9th level of the Yuanling realm. Did you slay them all?" Fu Qing's trembling finger pointed towards Lei Ling, Hong Fu Xianzi, and the others not far away. "Merely a stroke of luck. Now, we can properly explore this ancient alchemical domain from 10,000 years ago," Fang Mo replied, evidently unwilling to linger on this topic, turning his gaze towards the majestic palace in the distance. "Master, should we eliminate Wei Qi too?" Yi Shui'er inquired, glancing at the severely injured and unconscious Wei Qi Tuesday. "No need. Let him return to his sect," Fang Mo said, casting a profound glance at Wei Qi Tuesday. It was at this moment that Fu Qing noticed the stunning woman beside Fang Mo. You are Yi Shui'er, the junior sister?" Fu Qing exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide. "You know me?" Yi Shui'er asked, puzzled, as she regarded Fu Qing, the sole direct disciple of Elder Zhen, a prodigy of extraordinary talent, who ascended the corpse ranking at the 7th level of the Yuanling realm. "Who does not know you?" Fu Qing replied with a wry smile. In his past as a disciple of Pei Kuan, he had interacted with Yi Shui'er several times. At that time, she had already ranked on the corpse ranking, her prowess surpassing that of Zhou Xia. "I remember now, you are Fu Qing, the eldest disciple of Elder Pei. Wait, were you not missing? I never expected to encounter you here," Yi Shui'er said, her expression one of realization, her tone filled with surprise. Fu Qing's expression turned complex, and he remained silent. His heart was tumultuous. If he had not misheard, this Yi Shui'er, whose strength surpassed even Zhou Xia, had just referred to Fang Mo as master. A being within the top 10 of the corpse ranking addressed him as master. Who on earth is his junior brother? At this moment, he could no longer fathom the depths of his junior brother's identity. "Let us depart." Fang Mo disregarded Fu Qing's emotional state as he made his way toward the palace of Danxia sect. Fu Qing cast a lingering glance at Fang Mo's retreating figure before rising to follow. "Wow, how magnificent!" Yi Shui'er exclaimed, her face awash with astonishment as she gazed at the colossal palace before her. "These pillars are crafted from gold, jade, and glazed materials." Fu Qing's expression was one of sheer amazement. Even Fang Mo appeared taken aback. This grand hall must be the principal hall of Danxia sect, with its 2 towering pillars reaching a height of 100 zhang, entirely constructed of gold, jade, and glazed materials. It is worth noting that such jade can autonomously gather the surrounding celestial energy, akin to a miniature gathering array, and due to its rarity, even a small piece no larger than a thumb in the cultivation world commands a price exceeding 10,000 stones. The value of these 100 zhang tall pillars is indeed staggering. Fang Mo murmured, "Junior brother, just these 2 pillars of gold and jade are worth countless treasures." Fu Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fang Mo, gazing at the pillars, also exhibited a glimmer of enthusiasm, yet he quickly regained his composure and suggested, "Let us first explore inside. We can discuss these pillars later." Agreed, Fu Qing nodded. The group then turned and entered the grand hall. As they stepped inside, an ancient and weathered aura enveloped them, invigorating their spirits. The hall was exceedingly spacious, dominated by a massive stone statue that appeared remarkably lifelike. Such a profound essence of alchemy," Wu Mo exclaimed, visibly excited. Fang Mo and the others, however, looked at Wu Mo in confusion, as they felt no such essence of alchemy, only the primitive atmosphere surrounding them. "Master, why can't I sense any essence?" Shuai inquired, her gaze darting around in disbelief. It must be due to Wu Mo's identity as an alchemist. After all, Danxia Sect is renowned for its alchemical arts, Fang Mo replied nonchalantly. Just then, Wu Mo unexpectedly sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in concentration, his entire being emanating a faint golden glow. What is happening? Fu Qing stared in shock at Wu Mo on the ground. This is his opportunity, Fang Mo observed Wu Mo intently. During this expedition into the secret realm, Fang Mo had no intentions of pursuing any inheritance, as he lacked the knowledge in this domain. His aim was to observe whether Wu Mo, this prodigious alchemist, could attain the legacy of Danxia Sect. Although elixirs held no value for Fang Mo, they would be immensely beneficial for his loyal followers. As Fang Mo's cultivation level ascended, his followers struggled to keep pace with his terrifying rate of advancement. Thus, the worth of a high-level alchemist became evident, as they could be directly supplied with elixirs. Let us not disturb him. There are numerous palaces here, so we should split up, Fang Mo suggested. All right, Fu Qing agreed. As he watched the two depart into the hall, Fang Mo cast a final glance at Wu Mo before making his way toward a side chamber. The side hall should be the main hall of the Danxia Sect. Fang Mo gazed upon a colossal crystal embedded in the wall, which faintly revealed several sect tasks. Scattered across the floor were a few task manuals. As Fang Mo reached out to touch them, the books disintegrated into fine ash. His expression remained calm. After such a long time, it was only natural for these items to decay. He continued onward to the next temple. An hour later, not a single skeleton remained. Fang Mo furrowed his brow slightly. Fu Qing had mentioned that the Danxia sect vanished overnight. Yet what had become of the disciples and elders of the sect? Suddenly, a series of violent explosions echoed from afar. Fang Mo's expression shifted as he transformed into a shadow of blood, vanishing from his location. Chapter 88. The eerie corpse. At this moment, Fu Qing was relentlessly assaulting a 3-story loft. Senior brother, what is happening? Fang Mo's voice resonated from behind. Fu Qing was startled. He had not sensed Fang Mo's approach. Ah, junior brother, this should be the place where Danxia Sect stores its elixirs. Protected by a formation, Fu Qing explained, glancing up to see the two prominent characters Dango. Subsequently, Fang Mo extended his hand forward tentatively, and a resplendent curtain of light appeared, obstructing his inquiry. Junior brother, I have tested it. This protective formation appears to be a 5th-tier array. Fortunately, after millennia, its potency has diminished significantly. With another half an hour of attack, we should be able to breach it. Fu Qing cautioned. Senior brother, you should step aside. Fang Mo calmly instructed Fu Qing. Confused, Fu Qing regarded Fang Mo but complied nonetheless. A formidable, bloodthirsty aura erupted from Fang Mo, overwhelming the surroundings with its might, akin to a demonic deity from the abyss. This. Fu Qing felt a soul-shaking tremor, gazing in terror at Fang Mo previously. He had harbored doubts about whether the demise of those prodigies was connected to Fang Mo, but at this moment, he was convinced. Such a terrifying pressure would render him powerless against Fang Mo, even if he were to regain his original strength. He had once experienced a similar sensation under the presence of their master, Pei Kun. Amidst Fu Qing's astonished gaze, Fang Mo expressionlessly struck the formation with an open palm. The air trembled as blood energy surged forth. Crack! The formation's light curtain emitted a sharp sound, revealing a visible fissure. Before Fu Qing could fully process his astonishment, countless cracks spread like a spider web across the entirety of the light curtain. With a thunderous crash, the formation shattered like glass. Hiss! Fu Qing inhaled sharply, his eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld Fang Mo. The formation that would have taken him half an hour to dismantle was effortlessly shattered by Fang Mo's casual strike. Was this the power of someone at the 7th level of the Yuanling realm? His junior brother was perhaps even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Senior brother, let us enter. Fang Mo's voice pulled Fu Qing from his stupor. Oh yes, let us go in. The two stepped into the dango. Upon entering, they were greeted by a rich aroma of elixirs that invigorated their spirits. Rows of stone shelves displayed an array of tightly packed elixir boxes. Junior brother, Danxia Sect truly lives up to its reputation as a grand sect of alchemy. These elixirs are all ours. Fu Qing laughed uncontrollably. These elixirs were the hidden treasures of Danxia Sect from a millennium ago. Such an opportunity was nothing short of miraculous. With these elixirs, He held hope for vengeance against Pei Kuan. In contrast, Fang Mo did not share Fu Qing's exuberance. After all, elixirs held no value for him. Eagerly, Fu Qing opened one of the jade boxes. Why is it empty? Fu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. He hastily opened another jade box beside him, only to find it completely empty. Fu Qing stared in disbelief at the scattered empty boxes. Fang Mo, with a furrowed brow, glanced up at the second floor. Let us go upstairs. Yes, let us check the second floor. Fu Qing's hope was rekindled. The arrangement on the second floor was similar to that of the first, yet the jade boxes for elixirs remained devoid of contents. Let us go, let us see the third floor. Without waiting for Fang Mo to speak, Fu Qing hurriedly ascended to the third floor. The shelves on the third floor were relatively fewer, but the air was thick with the fragrance of elixirs, indicating that this place was likely reserved for higher-tier potions. Sounds of rummaging echoed through the space. After a long while, Fu Qing, in a daze, collapsed onto the ground, murmuring, "They're all empty." Fang Mo narrowed his eyes, increasingly sensing the peculiarity of the Danxia sect. "Senior brother, let's go. We should look elsewhere." Fang Mo turned to leave, with Fu Qing reluctantly trailing closely behind. Just as they stepped out of the alchemy pavilion, a graceful figure crashed heavily onto the ground before them. "Sister-y," Fu Qing exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Fang Mo, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge violently, blood energy soaring to the heavens. "What is happening?" Fang Mo's tone was indifferent, yet his gaze was wary of his surroundings. "Master, be cautious of the Yin corpse." Ishui appeared somewhat weakened, evidently sustaining serious injuries. "Yin corpse?" Fang Mo's brow furrowed slightly. "Roar." As soon as the words left his mouth, a horrifying figure emerged from a distance. The oppressive Yin energy rolled forth, darkening the sky. The very air seemed to freeze into shards of ice. Such potent Yin energy. This Yin corpse has likely reached the realm of a Yuan practitioner. Fu Qing spoke in a low voice. Fang Mo's expression remained unchanged, the blood mist behind him roiling, faintly revealing a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Roar, roar. It was as if the terrifying Yin corpse had been provoked by the three of them, lunging towards them with ferocity. Wherever it passed, the space froze, ice shards swirling, the surrounding ground and walls cloaked in layers of frost. Fu Qing's complexion changed dramatically. The bone-chilling cold made him tremble uncontrollably, and he instinctively glanced at Fang Mo beside him. Fang Mo's gaze was icy, his right hand raised slightly, grasping the air. The terrifying Yin corpse trembled as the space behind it rippled, blood energy surging, revealing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, from which a massive blood-red hand emerged, seizing the Yin corpse directly. Roar. The Yin corpse roared, its voice echoing through the heavens. Even Fu Qing had to use his spiritual energy to seal his ears. Yet, no matter how the Yin corpse struggled, it could not escape the grip of the blood-red hand, which only tightened further. Boom. In the next moment, the Yin corpse was violently slammed into the ground by the blood-red hand. Boom, boom, boom. The Yin corpse was hurled repeatedly, causing the ground to crack with numerous fissures, spreading outward. Fu Qing instinctively swallowed hard, once again overwhelmed by Fang Mo's terrifying strength. The formidable Yin corpse, capable of freezing the ground and stilling the air, was rendered utterly powerless before Fang Mo. At this moment, Fu Qing seriously suspected that Fang Mo had been feigning weakness back in the small courtyard of Sifang City. A low, eerie sound emanated from the Yin corpse's mouth, followed by a retraction of the pervasive dark energy. How intriguing, Fang Mo mused, astonished to perceive fear in the eyes of this Yin corpse directed towards him. Typically, corpses lack intelligence and do not experience emotions such as fear. Only extraordinary entities like Waner possess such feelings. This Yin corpse was evidently not an extraordinary being, yet fear was unmistakably reflected in its gaze. With a mere thought, a blood-red giant hand brought the Yin corpse before Fang Mo. As it drew near, the fear in the Yin corpse's eyes intensified. Even Fu Qing and Ishui, standing nearby, recognized the anomaly of this Yin corpse. "Master, it is afraid of you," Ishui exclaimed in astonishment. Fu Qing, on the other hand, silently lamented the peculiarity of his junior disciple, who could instill fear even in an emotionless entity such as a Yin corpse. Chapter 89. The land of absolute. A soft exclamation escaped Fang Mo's lips as he observed the ancient attire of the corpse before him, noting an intricate embroidery of the character Dan at the cuffs. Intrigued, he turned to Ishuayer and inquired about the origin of this spectral entity. Master, this corpse emerged from a deep pit located behind the palace. Ishuayer replied cautiously, casting a furtive glance at Fang Mo. Lead the way, Fang Mo instructed calmly. He affixed 3 corpse-restraining talismans onto the spectral being and handed it over to Fu Qing. Before long, the trio arrived at an open area where the temperature plummeted abruptly, and a chilling aura assailed their senses. Master, it is right there. Ishuayer pointed towards a massive pit not far ahead. Fang Mo raised his gaze to behold the pit, shrouded in a thick blanket of cold air and covered in ice. Above, a dense fog of energy loomed, obscuring the heavens. The sheer concentration of this malevolent energy felt almost tangible. It seemed they had stumbled upon the fabled land of absolute. Fu Qing wore a grave expression. Even from a distance, he was compelled to channel his inner strength to fend off the encroaching energy. Fang Mo, his countenance devoid of emotion and enveloped in a mist of crimson, slowly approached the pit. Strangely, the malevolent energy recoiled from the blood mist, causing even the ice beneath Fang Mo's feet to rapidly melt away. In no time, he stood beside the pit. This is Fang Mo's eyes widened in horror. The pit was teeming with countless bones, interspersed with several intact corpses. The aura emanating from these bodies indicated that they were all embodiments of concentrated energy. Disciples of Danxiao sect are all here. Fang Mo's brows knitted tightly. It was evident that someone had deliberately created this mass grave, annihilating the disciples of Danxiao sect and discarding their remains here. Was this person attempting to cultivate the land of absolute to nourish the corpses? Indeed, this location was an ideal habitat for nurturing corpses. The multitude of spectral entities within the pit served as exceptional materials for corpse refinement. Fang Mo's confusion deepened as he turned to Ishuayer in the distance and asked, in such a remote area, far from the main hall, how did you discover this place? Master, after we parted ways, my innate corpse was drawn to the energy here and became somewhat agitated, so I followed the aura to this location. However, upon my arrival, the pit was concealed by an array. For reasons unknown, the energy suddenly surged, and this corpse broke through the array and emerged. Ishua's voice trailed off, reminiscent of a wayward child. Fang Mo narrowed his eyes. An array? Was it meant for suppression or protection? He glanced at the mass grave before him and then at the restrained corpse. This spectral being must have been a disciple of Danxiao sect in life. After being slain, it became one of the many corpses within the pit. Over the long passage of time, as this place transformed into the land of absolute the corpse fortuitously absorbed a vast amount of energy, evolving into a formidable spectral entity. Yet, the reason for its retention of human emotions remained a perplexity for Fang Mo. Indeed, the essence of absolute here should be beneficial for your absolute corpse, shouldn't it? Fang Mo recalled that Ishuayer's lifebound corpse was an absolute entity. Yes, Master, the essence of absolute here is indeed necessary for the absolute corpse. It can swiftly mend its injuries, which is why it was agitated earlier. Leading me here, Ishuayer nodded emphatically. This realm of absolute is indeed rare. Summon your lifebound corpse to absorb the essence and expedite its recovery. Fang Mo instructed. He then summoned his own malevolent corpse and the bride in red, for the essence of absolute was a significant boon for the undead. At this moment, the malevolent corpse had already attained the 6th level of the Yuan spirit realm, its cultivation accelerating rapidly due to Fang Mo's blood nourishment, having initially only possessed the strength of the 3rd level. However, in comparison to Fang Mo, its progress was still insufficient. The 6th level malevolent corpse no longer served much purpose for him. Yet, in contrast to the bride in red, the malevolent corpse still had room for advancement. Contemplating this, Fang Mo glanced at the bride in red, who remained at the 6th level of the Yuan spirit realm, her aura slightly strengthened. If she failed to break through soon, she would have to be abandoned. Lost in thought, the 2 refined corpses began to autonomously absorb the surrounding essence of absolute In the distance, Fu Qing gazed at Fang Mo's 2 refined corpses with intrigue. Apart from the peculiar corpse, it was his first encounter with these 2. Ah, junior brother. Your method of refining this malevolent corpse seems somewhat familiar, Fu Qing remarked, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Oh, it's merely the blood sacrifice technique. Fang Mo replied nonchalantly. Fu Qing nodded in realization. The blood sacrifice technique. No wonder it feels. What? The blood sacrifice technique? He widened his eyes, coming to a startling realization. The forbidden technique of our sect, the blood sacrifice technique. Fu Qing repeated uncertainly. Fang Mo nodded slightly. Upon receiving confirmation, Fu Qing's expression grew grave. No wonder it feels so familiar. Junior brother, you are being foolish. How could you practice the blood sacrifice technique? Do you know why it is classified as forbidden? Fang Mo's gaze remained indifferent. He was well aware of the terrifying drawbacks of the blood sacrifice technique. Yet he could not disclose this to others. It matters not, Fang Mo replied indifferently. Seeing Fang Mo's dismissive response, Fu Qing spoke earnestly, Junior brother. While the corpses created by the blood sacrifice technique are formidable, they require the blood of the practitioner for sustenance. The stronger the corpse, the more blood it demands. Eventually, it will turn against you. My junior sister once disregarded this warning, using the blood sacrifice technique to refine a corpse, and nearly perished from the backlash. Thankfully, I was there to save her, and she eventually severed her ties with that technique despite her severe injuries. Fu Qing recounted, still haunted by the memory. Brother, I am well aware of my own limits. By the way, why haven't you summoned your refined corpse to absorb this essence of absolute yin? Fang Mo quickly redirected the conversation. With a sigh, Fu Qing discerned Fang Mo's impatience and chose not to linger on the matter, summoning forth his life-bound corpse. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled as a colossal creature materialized beside him. It was a gigantic toad, approximately 10 meters in height, its body enveloped in a pitch-black hue, exuding a potent aura of death. Xianyi corpse toad, Fang Mo exclaimed in astonishment, never anticipating that Fu Qing's life-bound corpse would be a demonic one. Unlike the corpses of humanity, demonic corpses are rarely refined into life-bound forms due to the immense difficulty and peril involved. However, the advantage lies in their formidable strength. The record of corpse beasts notes that the Xianyi corpse toad is an exceptionally powerful entity, thriving in the realm of profound darkness, and is notoriously difficult to capture. With a croak, the Xianyi corpse toad opened its massive maw, a visible surge of ominous energy flowing into its depths. Beside it, Fu Qing gazed at his life-bound demonic corpse with a beaming smile and a glint of affection in his eyes. Chapter 90. Astonishing foundations. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and vast waves of ominous energy surged forth like a colossal tsunami. Fang Mo felt a stirring within his heart and turned his gaze towards Ishuaer. There, beside her, stood the formidable corpse of the Absolute Yin, suspended in midair, exuding an overwhelming aura of darkness. The powerful malevolence caused the surrounding space to swirl with vortices of shadowy energy. A torrent of sinister energy from the mass grave rushed toward the female corpse with great force, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle that even Fang Mo found startling. Remarkably, the injuries upon the Absolute Yin corpse were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Low growls emanated from the depths of the mass grave behind him. Fang Mo focused his eyes, observing that the corpses within the pit seemed to be gradually awakening, evidently stirred by the significant release of Absolute Yin energy. Even after 10,000 years of death, they remain restless, Fang Mo scoffed. With a flash of crimson light, an overwhelming pressure radiated from him, causing the air to tremble and shadows to dance ominously. In the next moment, a blood-red barrier enveloped the mass grave, exerting a terrifying dominance that silenced the awakened corpses in an instant. After a brief interval, the remaining Absolute Yin energy within the pit diminished significantly, greatly benefiting the numerous corpse refiners present. Ishuaer's Absolute Yin corpse not only returned to its peak state, but also emanated an even more potent aura. The presence of the Xianyi corpse Chan grew notably robust, especially Fang Mo's own transformation, which astonishingly ascended to the 7th layer of the Yuan spirit realm. The bride in red, however, exhibited no discernible change. Very well, we should now proceed to explore the remaining areas, Fang Mo declared as he retracted the corpses. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed, causing the entire Tianzhu mountain to tremble. What is happening? Fu Qing inquired, casting a grave look towards the distant palace. Let us investigate, he added. Fang Mo transformed into a shadow of blood, darting forward, swiftly followed by two figures. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Danxia Sect, Wu Mo sat cross-legged, enveloped in a halo of golden light, fragrant vapors wafting around him. The colossal stone statue in the hall had collapsed, leaving debris strewn across the ground. Buzz! The air vibrated as the golden light dissipated. Wu Mo abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of gold igniting within them. He then glanced at the fallen statue, a complex expression crossing his face. Wu Mo, what transpired? At that moment, Fang Mo arrived, his gaze perplexed as he surveyed the scattered fragments. Wu Mo hastily rose, his face alight with excitement as he approached Fang Mo, dropping to his knees with a thud. Seeing Wu Mo kneeling, Fang Mo furrowed his brow in silence. While Fu Qing and Yi Shui'er exchanged bewildered glances, Wu Mo's acquisition of this alchemical inheritance was entirely thanks to your grace, my lord. I am at a loss for how to repay you, and from now on, I am willing to dedicate my life to your service. Wu Mo proclaimed fervently, his tone steeped in respect. Fang Mo gazed at Wu Mo in astonishment, taken aback that he had indeed received the inheritance from Danxia Sect, a stroke of remarkable fortune. Do not worry, this is your destiny, Fang Mo replied nonchalantly. Fu Qing and Yi Shui'er gazed at Wu Mo with envy, astonished that a mere 7th-tier Yuanling cultivator had acquired the heritage during this expedition into the secret realm. Now that you have obtained the legacy of the Danxia Sect, do you know the reason behind its disappearance and the whereabouts of its profound foundations? Fang Mo inquired. Upon hearing this, both Fu Qing and Yi Shui'er behind him perked up, listening intently. After all, aside from the malevolent aura in the pit of 10,000 corpses, the trio had found nothing of value. Wu Mo replied with a serious expression, Young master, the Danxia sect was unexpectedly besieged by several Yuanwang realm cultivators a millennium ago. The sect leader, unable to withstand the assault, could only watch helplessly as his disciples were slaughtered. In a desperate bid to preserve the legacy, the sect leader resorted to a secret method, forcibly transporting the entire Danxia sect into the void, struggling to survive. Once in the void, the sect was left in chaos with corpses strewn everywhere, and only a handful of disciples remained. The sect leader used the last of his supreme elixirs to extend his life for 300 years. During this time, the surviving disciples gradually perished, and the sect leader personally excavated a deep pit in the back mountain to bury their remains, setting up a formation to prevent any unforeseen incidents. On the day of his demise, he entrusted this alchemical legacy to future generations, hoping they would carry it on. I see. Fang Mo's expression revealed understanding. The pit of 10,000 corpses was indeed created by the sect leader for burying his disciples. It was likely he had foreseen that the overwhelming malevolent energy could result in a transformation of the corpses, hence the establishment of the formation to protect the Danxia sect from further destruction. Yuanwang realm. Fu Qing sighed, a look of yearning crossing his face. But what of the profound foundations of the Danxia sect? Fang Mo pressed on. He was indifferent to the tragic history of the sect's annihilation. His focus lay on the remnants of its legacy, believing a sect with Yuanwang realm cultivators would possess numerous treasures. Wu Mo smiled faintly, then produced a snow-white, translucent storage ring, respectfully stating, Young master, please take a look. Fang Mo's eyes gleamed with interest as he accepted the ring, cautiously probing its contents. What he found left him astounded. The space within the storage ring was several times larger than this grand hall, filled to the brim with a mountain of elixirs, their fragrance wafting through the air. Nearby, rows of yuan artifacts radiated an astonishing aura, with an estimated 300 pieces present. Among them were about 100 profound-tier artifacts, and a few emanated such powerful energy that Fang Mo dared not approach. Could they possibly be the fabled Earth-tier artifacts? Fang Mo was taken aback. At the very back of the storage ring stood shelves lined with tomes of secret methods and classics. Fang Mo withdrew his consciousness, taking a deep breath as waves of excitement surged within him. Junior brother, what do you think? Fu Qing looked at Fang Mo with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, while Yi Shui'er's face was brimming with expectation. With a hearty laugh, Fang Mo could no longer contain his amusement. The profound heritage left by the Danxia sect was simply astonishing, rendering him momentarily at a loss for words to express his current emotions. Wu Mo stood respectfully beside him, a smile gracing his face as he observed Fang Mo. as if he had anticipated this very moment. Junior brother, please speak up. I'm dying of curiosity. Fu Qing's voice quivered with excitement upon witnessing Fang Mo's reaction. Though he yearned to uncover the secrets of the white jade storage ring, he dared not probe its depths without Fang Mo's consent. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Mo had already established an absolute dominance in Fu Qing's mind. If Fu Qing felt this way, one could only imagine the awe of Yi Shuer, who gazed at Fang Mo with wide eyes, filled with anticipation. Feel free to take a look for yourselves. Fang Mo extended his hand, revealing the storage ring. Before his words had fully settled, Fu Qing and Yi Shuer eagerly delved into its depths with their spiritual senses. Chapter 91. The enraged Lei Xingyu with a sharp intake of breath. Fu Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Yi Shuer, too, appeared taken aback, her lips parted in shock. At this moment, Fang Mo had regained his composure, observing the astonished pair. He smiled nonchalantly and suggested, "Let us now distribute the spoils." As his words fell, Wu Mo, standing nearby, respectfully interjected, "Young master, I have already acquired the inheritance and shall refrain from participating in the distribution." Fang Mo remained silent, turning his gaze toward Yi Shuer, who was ever obedient to her master. Yi Shuer looked at Fang Mo, her eyes shimmering like rippling waters. "Senior brother?" Fang Mo then glanced at Fu Qing, whose expression was somewhat uncomfortable, as he had merely been a bystander throughout this expedition into the secret realm. Junior brother, I would like some elixirs to enhance my cultivation. As for the rest, I shall forego." Fang Mo observed Fu Qing's demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was commendable that his senior brother was modest in the face of such vast wealth, merely seeking a few medicinal pills. Such matters were trifling, as elixirs held little utility for Fang Mo. "Then I shall handle the distribution." He allocated a portion of the elixirs to Fu Qing and Yi Shuer, while the remainder was entrusted to Wu Mo. The texts on alchemy were also handed over to Wu Mo, for only he could truly unlock their full potential. Additionally, Fang Mo instructed them to each select 3 mystical-grade artifacts, keeping the rest for himself. "Young master, there remains half an hour before this secret realm closes." Wu Mo's expression was complex. The closing of the realm signified the permanent disappearance of the Danxiao sect from the void's currents. Having absorbed the memories of the inheritance, he felt a pang of melancholy. "Indeed, prepare yourselves," Fang Mo replied. "Given that so many prodigies have perished here, we must exercise utmost caution upon our return and avoid drawing attention." "Understood, master." "Yes, young master." Suddenly, Fu Qing's gaze fell upon the 2 golden, jade-glazed pillars outside the hall, and his eyes lit up. Upon reopening their eyes, the group found themselves at the foot of Xingxiao Mountain. Fang Mo had already removed the spirit puppet mask and donned a simple black robe. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings before addressing Yi Shuer. "You should return to the sect. Ensure no one discovers your entry into the secret realm." "Yes, master. I shall await you in the sect." Yi Shuer gazed deeply into Fang Mo's eyes, her watery orbs reflecting her loyalty, before vanishing in a flash of pink. Moments later, a golden light streaked across the sky. In a dense forest atop Xingxiao Mountain, Wei Qi too slowly regained consciousness. "Hiss! Thank goodness I have tough skin. That really hurt." Struggling to his feet, Wei Qi too scanned his surroundings, confirming his departure from the secret realm, and muttered, "I must hurry back to the sect. That tentacled creature was terrifying." In a small courtyard of the Four Directions city, a voice rang out, "Master, you have returned." Linglong joyfully dashed out from the house. Fang Mo nodded slightly, sitting expressionlessly on a stone bench in the courtyard, deep in thought, while Wu Mo stood respectfully beside him. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy with silence. Linglong, being quite obedient, refrained from speaking further and instead approached Fang Mo quietly, gently massaging his shoulders. Fang Mo allowed Linglong to knead his shoulders and turned to Wu Mo, saying, "Wu Mo, it won't be long before the Four Directions city and the various sects learn of the events in the secret realm. Be cautious in the coming days." Discreetly spread the news, suggesting that the mysterious figure in the secret realm may be a demonic cultivator from the Wanshi zone. Wu Mo's eyes brightened as he whispered, "Young master, are you intending to direct the blame towards Wanshi zone? If the waters are not muddied, how can one fish in troubled waters?" Fang Mo caressed the white jade ring on his finger and replied softly, "Indeed." "Understood, young master," Wu Mo said, turning to leave. Wait, Fang Mo called. Does young master have further instructions? Do not reveal your identity as a third-grade alchemist for the time being. Focus on elevating your cultivation level. Fang Mo reminded. Yes, young master. What? Repeat that. A thunderous roar echoed through the city lord's mansion. The formidable-looking Lei Xingyu glared with an ashen face at a blood-soaked black-armored guard on the ground. See, city lord, the young master is dead. The trembling guard stammered. He was the sole survivor of the guard team that had accompanied Lei Ling into the secret realm. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended. The guard spat out blood, collapsing to the ground under the weight of the force. Tell me, what exactly transpired in the secret realm? Lei Xingyu demanded, each word resonating like thunder in the guard's ears. See, city lord, a mysterious figure appeared in the secret realm. Not only did he kill the young master, but even the fairy Hongfu from the Mixin Valley fell at his hands. So many died. So many. The black-armored guard trembled as he recalled the horrific events. The people of Mixin Valley perished as well. What did this individual look like? Lei Xingyu pressed. The guard stuttered. See, city lord, that person wore a mask and was dressed in dark red. Useless fool. Lei Xingyu struck the guard, sending him flying several meters. Upon hitting the ground, the guard seemed to remember something and quickly crawled back to Lei Xingyu. Right, city lord. That person practiced an extremely bloody cultivation method. He is a demonic cultivator. A demonic cultivator? Lei Xingyu furrowed his brow slightly. Yes, city lord. That demonic cultivator may be from Wanshirzong. The guard hastily interjected. Lei Xingyu's gaze sharpened as he coldly remarked. How can you be so certain that he is from Wanshirzong? City lord. Such a fearsome demonic cultivator could only be nurtured by Wanshirzong. The black-armored guard asserted with conviction. Lei Xingyu cast a cold glance at the black-armored guard before inquiring, how did you survive? My lord, I was gravely injured at the time, surrounded by corpses. Then, somehow, I lost consciousness and awoke outside the secret realm, the black-armored guard replied, a hint of relief in his voice. You need not awaken again. As soon as the words left his lips, the guard was instantly transformed into a mist of crimson. Lei Xingyu's expression remained impassive, yet his eyes shimmered with flickers of lightning. A terrifying aura surged into the heavens, altering the very fabric of the atmosphere, as distant rumbles of thunder echoed ominously. Whoever it may be, I shall dismantle them piece by piece to avenge my son. Chapter 92. The Terrifying Tentacle Monster Tianjian Sect. In the Grand Hall. What? You managed to escape? An elderly man clad in white stared incredulously at the sword enthusiast before him. Yes, I utilized a spatial scroll to flee. The sword enthusiast replied with an indifferent expression. The white-robed elder's countenance shifted slightly. He was acutely aware of the sword enthusiast's true strength, which was comparable to that of a second-level Yuan practitioner. Yet, such a formidable individual had still managed to return. What of the others? Presumably, they all perished at the hands of that demonic cultivator, the sword enthusiast stated, his tone devoid of emotion, as if discussing a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, the white-robed elder's face turned ashen. Are you implying that apart from you, our expedition to the secret realm has suffered total annihilation? And you only escaped thanks to the spatial scroll? Indeed, the sword enthusiast replied, his expression unyielding. The elder inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself, his gaze fluctuating between hope and despair. The demonic cultivator. Could it be that the Wanshirzong has dispatched Wu Sha, the first on the corpse list? Although that individual was indeed a demonic cultivator, he was likely not a disciple of Wanshirzong, for their own team had suffered catastrophic losses during this expedition as well. The sword enthusiast maintained a calm demeanor. Hearing this, the white-robed elder lowered his gaze slightly, falling into silence. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke. Very well. You may leave. The sword enthusiast turned and departed. In the vast grand hall, the white-robed elder murmured to himself, a mysterious demonic cultivator has inflicted heavy losses upon several factions. This could present an opportunity. Come forth. A glint of determination flashed in the elder's eyes as he called out toward the entrance. A disciple of Tianjian Sect entered and respectfully inquired, what commands do you have? Elder? Inform the other elders to convene a meeting in my name, as the sect leader is in seclusion. Understood. At Wanshirzong, within the elder hall, the grand elder clad in black sat expressionlessly upon the main seat, eyes closed in silence. 3 elders sat below, their expressions grave and speechless, creating a tense atmosphere. Before long, heavy footsteps echoed as Wei Qi Tu entered the Elder Hall. "I pay my respects to the Grand Elder," Wei Qi Tu's voice boomed. The Grand Elder opened his murky eyes and gave a slight nod to Wei Qi Tu's day. Meanwhile, the three elders below cast disdainful glances at Wei Qi Tu, then exchanged looks, seemingly engaged in silent communication. After a few moments, one of the green-robed elders reluctantly stood and approached Wei Qi Tuesday. "Wei Qi Tu, I have some inquiries for you, and you must answer them earnestly. Proceed with your questions," Wei Qi Tu replied in a somber tone. "What transpired in the secret realm?" The green-robed elder inquired solemnly. "How am I to know what occurred? Upon entering, I killed a few young disciples of Tianjin's sect. And then suddenly a tentacle monster appeared amidst the blood mist on the mountaintop, and I was ensnared by that creature." A look of lingering dread crossed Wei Qi Tu's face, clearly indicating the shadow the tentacle monster had cast upon him. "Impudent! Yuchi Tu, speak to me with respect." The elder in the green robe's complexion appeared somewhat unnatural. Yuchi Tu cast a disdainful glance at the elder, seemingly unfazed. In contrast, the other two elders maintained calm expressions, clearly accustomed to such scenes. Those formidable beings on the corpse ranking list possessed their own pride, especially the higher-ranked individuals. As the distinguished talents of their sect, they held little reverence for the elders compared to ordinary disciples. However, unlike Yuchi Tu, who brazenly referred to himself with bravado, they were not so audacious. He was rather an anomaly, a man recognized for his simplistic and reckless nature. After all, who in their right mind would consider themselves a mere corpse to be refined by a tentacled creature? At that moment, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow. Indeed, the Grand Elder referred to that blood-red creature resembling an octopus, the mysterious figure that had suspended him with its enormous appendages, rendering him unconscious. Upon waking, he found himself already outside the secret realm. Upon hearing the Grand Elder speak, Yuchi Tu's tone became markedly respectful. A flicker of clarity passed through the murky depths of the Grand Elder's eyes. Although Yuchi Tu continuously referred to the entity as a tentacled monster, the ability to effortlessly subdue someone ranked 10th on the corpse list indicated that this enigmatic individual likely possessed strength rivaling the top 5 on the list. Could the death of Zhou Xia also be the doing of this mysterious figure? How did Zhou Xia die? The Grand Elder inquired in a low voice. "Huh? Zhou Xia is dead?" Yuchi Tu appeared bewildered. The Grand Elder's expression shifted uncomfortably. This oaf was evidently unaware of the news. Yuchi Tu scratched his head and muttered, "When I saw him, he was alive and well. Then I was knocked out by that tentacled monster. Zhou Xia must have been killed by it. After all, he isn't as tough as I am. That frail little frame of his certainly couldn't withstand many blows. Grand Elder, those tentacles are this thick." Yuchi Tu gestured to demonstrate the thickness. The Grand Elder's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and his already murky eyes seemed to cloud even further. "Enough, you may leave," the Grand Elder said, his tone tinged with resignation. Probing further would yield no meaningful information. This oaf was preoccupied with thoughts of tentacles and could not provide any valuable insights. "What do you think?" The Grand Elder turned to the three elders. The elder in the green robe frowned and remarked, "Grand Elder, this sudden emergence of a mysterious figure is rather peculiar. It may be a conspiracy targeting our One Corpse sect." The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes but remained silent. The green-robed elder continued, "The Heavenly Sword Sect has always been at odds with our sect, and in recent years, our strength has waned. Furthermore, with the Heavenly Sword Sect's leader, Shangwan Hong, currently in seclusion to break through, I suspect this secret realm incident may have been orchestrated by them." The Grand Elder's brow furrowed deeply as he replied, "Investigate the news from the other sects and ascertain if they have suffered severe casualties." Meanwhile, as various factions stirred with hidden currents, Fang Mo was in his room, tallying his gains. He produced 3 storage rings, belonging to Zhou Xia, Lei Ling, and the fairy Hong Fu. With a gentle wave of his hand, the spiritual imprints on 3 storage rings were effortlessly erased, and he began to inspect their contents. A soft exclamation escaped Fang Mo's lips as, in the next moment, a resplendent golden flying sword manifested in his grasp, filling the room with an overwhelming aura of sword intent. It was the Heavenly Soul Sword. Fang Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that it was Zhou Xia who had acquired this sword at the auction. Although it had fortuitously come into his possession now, It seemed that wielding the Heavenly Soul Sword would serve little purpose for him. After a brief observation, he stowed the sword away in one of the storage rings. He then picked up the storage ring belonging to Lei Ling. A smile flickered in his eyes, indicating his apparent good fortune. No sooner had he thought this than a colossal yellow crystal appeared before him. It was indeed the enigmatic crystal he had seen at the auction. Gazing at the crystal, Fang Mo felt a surge of elation. He had initially thought he had missed the opportunity to obtain it, yet fate had circled back, allowing it to ultimately find its way into his hands. After securing the enigmatic crystal, Fang Mo turned his attention to the final storage ring, belonging to the immortal Hong Fu. Chapter 93. Illusory Celestial Garment, Shadow Kill Bow Indeed. The female cultivator from the Enchantment Valley possesses an air of seduction, for her storage ring is suffused with an alluring essence. Within the ring, apart from essence stones and medicinal pills, lie various intimate garments, red strings, candles, and an array of peculiar items. As Fang Mo surveyed this collection, a certain ancient tome captured his attention, the Dragon and Phoenix Control Scriptures. He delicately flipped through its pages. After half a stick of incense, he set the tome aside, his expression devoid of emotion. It turned out to be a dual cultivation technique for mastering women, detailing the methods of mutual cultivation between the sexes, along with countless techniques of amorous intimacy. Yet, Fang Mo pondered the utility of this knowledge for himself. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to stow the Dragon and Phoenix Control Scriptures into his storage ring. With a gentle wave of his hand, a boundless blood aura enveloped the room. He then gazed at the white jade ring adorning his finger, a slight smile gracing his lips. It was time to select some essence artifacts. As the words left his mouth, 20 artifacts, their brilliance subdued, materialized in the chamber. The overwhelming power emanating from these artifacts caused the ambient essence to surge, rippling through the air. Thankfully, Fang Mo had previously laid down a layer of protective essence energy. Otherwise, such a commotion would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Fang Mo regarded the 20 artifacts with a glint of excitement in his eyes. Each of these was a superior grade artifact of the profound tier, capable of inciting great disturbances in the outside world. Truly, the foundation of a grand alchemical sect is remarkable, he muttered to himself. He then grasped a shimmering azure long knife, and in an instant, he felt as though he were amidst a vast ocean, with tumultuous waves crashing around him, accompanied by the resonant sound of tides. Information about the knife flooded his mind. The Ocean Breaker Knife, a superior grade artifact forged from deep-sea mysterious iron. Its blade as sharp as autumn frost, capable of cleaving mountains and splitting seas. Fang Mo's pupils constricted. The knife's overwhelming intent sent a shiver through him. However, recognizing that the knife was not suited for him, he shook his head slightly and set it aside. Suddenly, his gaze landed on an unremarkable black robe, which stood in stark contrast to the radiant artifacts surrounding it. Curiosity piqued, he picked up the black robe, feeling its silky, icy texture send a jolt through his senses. The illusory celestial garment, Fang Mo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This garment, akin to the spirit puppet mask, was an auxiliary artifact. Not only could it conceal the wearer's aura entirely, but it could also withstand probing by masters of the essence realm. As the secret realm concluded, the spirit puppet mask would no longer be usable, making this illusory celestial garment a perfect substitute. With this thought, Fang Mo summoned a crimson light, preparing to refine the garment. However, the illusory celestial garment quivered violently, suddenly breaking free from Fang Mo's grasp and shooting towards the door. Fortunately, it was intercepted by his protective essence energy, causing it to dart chaotically around the room. If you can be of use to me, it is your fortune. Fang Mo scoffed, a cold smile on his lips. Upon speaking, an overwhelming aura of terror instantly filled the room. He reached out into the air, and the illusory heavenly garment emitted a faint cry, being drawn directly into his grasp. Under this terrifying pressure, the remaining artifacts trembled incessantly, as if gripped by an innate fear. Moments later, the red glow enveloping the illusory heavenly garment dissipated, returning everything to a state of tranquility. Expressionless, Fang Mo donned the garment, and in the next instant, he exuded no presence whatsoever, resembling an ordinary person. Next, Fang Mo shifted his gaze to the remaining artifacts. After a brief moment, he picked up an ancient black bow. As he grasped the bow, An overwhelming malevolent aura surged into his body like a torrential flood, causing his fingers to turn slightly bluish. Fang Mo remained unfazed. The next second, a terrifying bloodlust erupted from within him, sweeping away the malevolent energy before it surged into the black bow, beginning its refinement. The ancient black bow quivered continuously in Fang Mo's hands, yet to no avail. It soon settled into stillness. This was the Shadow Malevolence Bow, a high-grade artifact of the Xian tier, imbued with a potent malevolent aura, its energy piercing through the air like shadows that follow closely. Feeling the powerful essence of the Shadow Malevolence Bow in his hands, Fang Mo displayed a hint of satisfaction. Although he could not yet unleash the full power of this high-grade artifact, he was confident that he could directly eliminate a practitioner at the second level of the Yuan realm with all his might. With a wave of his hand, Fang Mo stored the remaining artifacts within his storage ring and retrieved the black malevolence coffin. Bang! The chilling malevolence caused the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. As if sensing something, a red shadow shot out from the coffin, soaring towards Fang Mo like a fledgling returning to its nest. Fang Mo remained still, his gaze penetrating as he looked at the figure in his arms. Wanner. She had astonishingly broken through to the 8th level of the Yuan spirit realm, considering that she had only been at the 6th level before entering the secret realm. Was this black malevolence coffin truly so extraordinary? Fang Mo observed the coffin, and in an instant, his brow furrowed slightly. The malevolence emanating from the black malevolence coffin seemed to have diminished significantly compared to last time. He looked down at Wanner in his arms, deep in thought. At this moment, Wanner resembled an ordinary neighbor girl, tightly embracing Fang Mo. Her little head nestled against his chest. Fang Mo's eyes narrowed. He could sense Wanner's emotions, attachment, and joy. Her intelligence was maturing, increasingly resembling that of a human. After feeding Wanner some of his essence blood, Fang Mo signaled her to return to the black malevolence coffin. However, Wanner exhibited resistance, unwilling to return to the dark coffin, gazing up at him with a beautifully aggrieved expression. From the emotions conveyed by Wanner, Fang Mo understood that she wished to stay by his side, reluctant to return to the pitch-black coffin, even though the aura within it provided her comfort. Be good. Once you absorb the malevolence from this coffin completely, you can stay by my side forever. Now go inside. Fang Mo spoke gently. Seemingly understanding his words, Wanner pouted, her delicate feet tapping lightly as she once again laid down within the black malevolence coffin. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Mo turned and exited the room. Linglong rose gracefully to perform a salute. As she beheld the enchanting figure clad in a black dress, an inexplicable glimmer flickered in Fang Mo's eyes. He was suddenly reminded of the tome he had just acquired, the Dragon Taming and Phoenix Summoning Scripture. Fang Mo's penetrating gaze caused a blush to bloom upon Linglong's cheeks, prompting her to lower her head slightly. I shall be away for an extended period. You may remain here. Or perhaps, you shall accompany me. Yes, master, Linglong exclaimed in delight, lifting her gaze, while Fang Mo had already stepped out of the courtyard. Clutching her fox fur coat tighter, she joyfully pursued him. Chapter 94. Ouyang Phone. A palpable tension permeated the city of Xifang, a stark contrast to its usual atmosphere. Streets were intermittently patrolled by squads of guards clad in black armor. What could have transpired? Rumor had it that the young lord of Xifang had met an untimely demise, inciting Lord Lei's furious wrath, resulting in utter chaos within the lord's mansion. Is it true? Who would dare to slay the young lord of Xifang? It is said that a mysterious sorcerer was responsible. Hush! According to whispers, this sorcerer seems to be affiliated with the Wan Corpse sect. Does this mean Xifang will engage in war with the Wan Corpse sect? Hush! Be silent. This is not our concern, lest we invite calamity upon ourselves. A group of individuals huddled in a corner, furtively observing the patrolling guards. Fang Mo passed by with an unperturbed expression, indicating that the news had indeed spread. Nevertheless, the information was not entirely inaccurate. He was indeed a disciple of the Wan Corpse sect, though the sect itself remained oblivious to this fact. Linglong, trailing closely behind him, sensed the city's uneasy atmosphere and hurried to keep pace with Fang Mo. Upon reaching the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, Fang Mo strode directly inside. How may I assist you, young master? Inquired a smiling attendant. I wish to see your supervisor, Fang Mo replied succinctly, producing a violet VIP card. The attendant's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the card. Please wait a moment. she said before hastily departing. Fang Mo casually surveyed the chamber's hall, noting its usual tranquility, devoid of the tension that enveloped the outside world. Soon, the jovial supervisor Jia emerged, resplendent in fine robes. It has been a while. You remain as distinguished as ever. May I inquire what brings you here today? I wish to sell some items, Fang Mo stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Jia's eyes brightened as if struck by a thought. He gestured for Fang Mo to follow him. They entered a private room, and Jia, with a hint of eagerness in his voice, asked, "What items do you wish to sell this time?" After surveying the room's ambience, Fang Mo replied slowly, "I possess a batch of goods that I wonder if your esteemed chamber would be willing to accept." Supervisor Jia appeared momentarily taken aback, then regarded Fang Mo with a smirk, saying, "Young master, not only in the western region of the Tianbei domain, but throughout the entire Tianbei domain, there is nothing that our Shanghai Chamber of Commerce would refuse." His tone carried an air of arrogance. Fang Mo raised an eyebrow. The depths of the Shanghai Chamber's dealings seemed to surpass his expectations. Nodding, he waved his hand, and a mountain of storage bags materialized before them, interspersed with numerous storage rings. Even Supervisor Jia, who was accustomed to the extraordinary, stood agape. Merely days had passed since their last transaction, and yet, the quantity now presented was exponentially greater. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Supervisor Jia discreetly cast a glance at the impassive Fang Mo. Is this fellow perhaps a harbinger of death? Nevertheless, Supervisor Jia, a person seasoned by the storms of life, swiftly regained his composure. With a serious demeanor, he summoned 5 individuals to conduct an inventory, while he maintained a charming smile beside Fang Mo. To him, Fang Mo now appeared as a mysterious and formidable patron, deserving of careful attention. After all, higher achievements would garner greater recognition within the Chamber of Commerce. As for the origins of these items, the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce remained indifferent. Meanwhile, Linglong, trailing behind, gazed earnestly at Fang Mo's figure, fully aware of the significance of the items strewn across the ground. Her fascination with Fang Mo deepened, and an unbidden blush crept onto her cheeks as thoughts swirled in her mind. After a brief interval, a servant presented a list to Supervisor Jia. Upon scrutinizing the document, a broader smile graced his face. "Young master, we have completed the inventory, a total of 235 storage bags and 50 storage rings, containing." Fang Mo interjected, gesturing for him to proceed directly to the valuation. With a slight smile, Supervisor Jia announced, "The total value amounts to 6 million stones." Noticing Fang Mo's nod of acknowledgement, he eagerly added, "Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the stones immediately." "One moment. Is there anything else, young master?" Supervisor Jia inquired. A hint of confusion in his tone, Fang Mo handed him a storage ring, prompting a look of realization from Supervisor Jia as he passed the ring to a nearby servant. "Quickly, ascertain the contents of this storage ring." Turning back to Fang Mo, Supervisor Jia remarked with a smile, "Young master, please bear with us. It shall be ready shortly. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up with the inventory." Supervisor Jia admonished the dazed servant holding the ring. "As supervisor, this contains," the servant stammered, his voice trembling. "What is it? Let me see," Supervisor Jia demanded, snatching the storage ring. Upon revealing its contents, he was instantly struck by disbelief. Hundreds of yellow-grade spirit artifacts and dozens of mysterious-grade artifacts. Did this fellow plunder a sect's treasury? Taking a deep breath to steady his excitement, Supervisor Jia addressed Fang Mo with utmost seriousness. "Young master, the items within this ring hold immense value. I cannot make decisions on my own. Please allow me a moment." Fang Mo nodded slightly. The spirit artifacts belonged to the Danxia sect, and he had not intended to act immediately. However, after hearing Supervisor Jia's remarks, he reconsidered. He decided to withdraw only the yellow-grade and low-grade mysterious artifacts, leaving the mid-grade and high-grade artifacts untouched. Supervisor Jia glanced at the servant beside him, urging, "Why are you not serving tea to the young master? What are you waiting for?" He then hurriedly exited the room. As Supervisor Jia departed, Fang Mo's gaze grew contemplative, lost in thought, while Linglong dutifully massaged his shoulders. After a considerable time, the door swung open, revealing Manager Jia, who was followed by a young man clad in elegant white garments, holding a folding fan. With a visage as exquisite as jade and eyes like crystal-clear springs, he epitomized the very essence of an unparalleled gentleman. Even Fang Mo couldn't help but express a hint of astonishment. It was indeed his first encounter with such an extraordinarily handsome man. "This is the vice president of our Chamber of Commerce," Manager Jia remarked with utmost reverence. Fang Mo, taken aback by the revelation, realized that this striking youth held the esteemed position of vice president. "You may call me Ouyang Feng," the handsome man said, a smile gracing his lips. "Well then, Vice President Ouyang, what is the value of my storage ring?" Fang Mo inquired directly. Ouyang Feng responded with a gentle smile, his voice as soothing as a spring breeze. "Esteemed sir, your storage ring is estimated to be worth 50 million stones. Does this price meet your satisfaction?" After a moment of contemplation, Fang Mo replied, "Deal." As soon as the words left his lips, Ouyang Feng discreetly gestured to Manager Jia, who promptly presented Fang Mo with a storage ring and a black crystal card. Ouyang Feng continued with a smile. "The storage ring contains 60 million stones. The additional 10 million is a token of my desire to forge a friendship with you. Furthermore, this black crystal card is a top-tier VIP card bestowed upon you by our chamber, granting you a 50% discount at Shanghai Chamber of Commerce henceforth." Noticing Fang Mo's silence, Ouyang Feng added, "Rest assured, our chamber will never disclose a single detail of your privacy." Fang Mo responded with a calm demeanor, "Understood. Is there anything else you require, Mr. Fang?" Ouyang Feng inquired with a smile. "There is," Fang Mo replied. Chapter 95. Master. "The game has begun. I require a flying artifact." Fang Mo glanced at the slumbering little blood on his wrist and spoke. Ouyang Feng smiled slightly and turned to Manager Jia, saying, "Please fetch the finest and fastest flying artifact from the guild." "Yes, President." Manager Jia respectfully exited. Fang Mo remained silent in response to Ouyang Feng's overture. Observing Fang Mo's demeanor, Ouyang Feng, perceptively, sipped his tea with a smile. Before long, Manager Jia returned with 2 black jade boxes. Upon opening them, they revealed a delicate purple skiff and a black dragon-headed vessel. "Young Master Fang, this is the Purple Cloud Skiff, a top-tier small flying artifact, capable of carrying up to 3 individuals and swift as lightning. While this black dragon ship is a large top-tier flying artifact, able to accommodate 100 people, though it is slightly slower than the Purple Cloud Skiff," Manager Jia explained. Fang Mo's eyes lit up. Indeed, the Star Sea Guild did not disappoint, offering exceptional flying artifacts. It was worth noting that Wu Mo's Golden Cloud Boat was merely a low-grade flying artifact. "I shall take the Purple Cloud Skiff. What is its worth?" Fang Mo inquired. Holding the skiff in his hand, he dismissed the Black Dragon ship, as it, like Pei Kuan's bone vessel, required a cultivator of the Yuan realm to operate. Manager Jia cheerfully replied, "Young Master Fang, this skiff is valued at 200. Ouyang Feng, interrupting with a wave of his hand, smiled at Fang Mo and said, "Consider the Purple Cloud Skiff a small token of my appreciation, gifted to you, Brother Fang." Fang Mo narrowed his eyes, studying Ouyang Feng intently. "Brother Fang, do not misunderstand. I genuinely wish to befriend you," Ouyang Feng said earnestly, looking at Fang Mo with sincerity. "That is unnecessary." After casting a deep glance at Ouyang Feng, Fang Mo left behind 200,000 spirit stones and turned to depart. Watching Fang Mo's retreating figure, Ouyang Feng's smile remained unchanged. "Young master, who is this individual that you treat with such regard? Could he be a prodigy from a certain sect?" Manager Jia inquired, puzzled. "Heh. Even if he is a prodigy, he is no ordinary one. To have vanquished the elite of various sects in the secret realm, inflicting heavy casualties upon several major factions, can he truly be considered just another prodigy?" Ouyang Feng replied, his words laden with meaning. Startled, Manager Jia's pupils constricted. "Young master, are you suggesting he is the mysterious demon cultivator from the Xingsha Mountain secret realm?" Ouyang Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at Manager Jia without answering the question. Instead, continuing, "If I can make use of him, my chances in the upcoming District 5 elections will greatly improve." Upon hearing this, Manager Jia's expression grew solemn, and he whispered, "Then why did young master not directly recruit him just now?" Ouyang Feng lifted the teacup, took a delicate sip, and slowly remarked, "Heavenly prodigies tend to be solitary, particularly those of extraordinary talent. Attempting to recruit them outright will only yield adverse effects. We must take our time and not rush." After speaking, Ouyang Feng cast a glance at Supervisor Jia and instructed, "Investigate his background. Moreover, from now on, I shall personally attend to his visits." "Understood," young master. Upon exiting the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce, Fang Mo led Ling Long to Yudong. The atmosphere at Yudong felt rather desolate today. Young master, Wu Mo exclaimed, hastily rising as he spotted Fang Mo. Fang Mo regarded Wu Mo and replied coolly, I am about to return to the sect, and there are matters I need you to attend to before I depart. After a short incense sticks time, Fang Mo, accompanied by Ling Long, exited the four-direction city. A streak of purple light sliced through the sky, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, at the Luoyun Sect, in the Peak Master Hall of the second peak. Nothing. Guan Yi gazed down at the black-clad man kneeling before him, his eyes shrouded in shadows. Indeed, Peak Master. There is no one at the 6th level of Yuanling in the first peak, and only Peak Master Ixia of the third peak is at that level. The black-clad disciple murmured, You may leave. Guan Yi furrowed his brow, dismissively waving his hand. He then slumped against his seat, his aura depleted, his gaze fraught with anxiety. 3 days prior, that fearsome individual from the first peak had stormed into the Peak Master Hall, without uttering a word, had nearly taken half of his life. He then granted him 7 days to uncover the identity of the one who had slain his brother, or else he would have to accompany his brother in death. Who on earth are you? Guan Yi's voice betrayed a sense of helpless despair. Peak Master, you must take charge. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed from outside the hall, followed by 3 figures stumbling in. What transpired? Guan Yi frowned as he observed the trio. Peak Master, that Xia Xiong from the third peak has gone too far. Young Master Yu lamented, his once resplendent attire now reduced to tattered rags, stained with blood. Indeed, Peak Master, Xia Xiong has overstepped his bounds. The other 2 echoed loudly in agreement. What has brought you to such a disheveled state? Speak. Guan Yi pointed to young Master Yu. Peak Master, we were just released from the law enforcement hall. Young Master Yu's voice was subdued. The law enforcement hall. For what reason? Guan Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Peak Master, I was previously bullied by a disciple from the third peak named Fang Mo. To restore our second peak's honor, I took a few senior brothers to teach him a lesson. As he spoke, young Master Yu stole a glance at Guan Yi. Seeing his impassive expression, he continued. Little did we know, we were intercepted by Xia Xiong, who not only spoke insolently, but also directly incapacitated 2 of my senior brother's life corpses, snatched away the storage rings of my subordinates, and, more importantly, Why are you hesitating? Speak plainly. Guan Yi barked in reprimand. The young master's eyes flickered as he uttered, Moreover, he claims that the Peak Master is a person of ineptitude, having risen to the position of the second Peak Master solely through connections. This prompted our duel with him, which ultimately led to our capture by the enforcement hall. As his words fell, the 2 individuals beside him shuddered imperceptibly. Preposterous. How absurd. Guan Yi's fury could not be contained, and the intense surge of his elemental force caused his robes to flutter violently. For days, he had been harboring a torrent of indignation with no outlet, and it was astonishing that a mere disciple from the third peak would dare to regard him with such disdain. Follow me to the third peak. 3 days later, aboard the Ziyun shuttle, Fang Mo lay serenely upon the exquisite jade leg of Ling Long, as her delicate hands gently massaged his temples. Master, how much longer until we arrive? Ling Long whispered softly in his ear, her breath fragrant as orchids. One day, the warmth brushing against his ear made Fang Mo feel slightly unaccustomed. Master, is the 10,000 corpses sect filled with corpses everywhere? Ling Long gazed at Fang Mo with her large, sparkling eyes, utterly captivated. Not exactly, but to me, it is nearly the same. Fang Mo sat upright, uttering a phrase that Ling Long could not comprehend. He gazed expressionlessly into the distance, while gently rubbing the black storage ring on his hand. Master, the game has begun. Chapter 96. The capture of Xia Xiong above the skies of the Luoyun Sect. A violet silhouette streaked across, gently descending upon the sect's plaza. Clad in a fox fur robe, Ling Long observed the bustling disciples around her with wide-eyed curiosity. Without pausing, Fang Mo guided Ling Long directly towards the third peak. At the third peak, they occasionally encountered small groups of disciples, whose chatter was evidently more lively than usual. With a serene expression, Fang Mo led Ling Long to his cave dwelling. It was clear that Xia Xiong was doomed this time. After all, he had been personally apprehended by the master of the second peak. What could await him but a grim fate? One could only wonder how that madman, Xiong too, had managed to provoke the master of the second peak, a practitioner of the 7th level of the Yuanling realm. I have heard that it was due to the young Master Yu of the second peak. The hushed whispers of a few nearby individuals caused Fang Mo to halt momentarily. What has happened to Xiaoxiong? He inquired, his expression impassive as he regarded the speakers. Upon hearing this, the group turned to Fang Mo with furrowed brows, clearly irked by his interruption. Who are you? One of the disciples, a second-level Yuanling practitioner, retorted sharply. Fang Mo cast a cold glance in his direction, and then an overwhelming pressure descended upon them, forcing the group to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. The questioning disciple was lifted into the air, rendered utterly immobile, like a puppet on strings. Spare me! Spare me! The second-level Yuanling disciple cried, his face pale and filled with terror as he gazed at Fang Mo. What has happened to Xiaoxiong? Fang Mo asked, his face devoid of emotion. Fang Shixiao. A tremulous voice suddenly broke the tense silence. Fang Mo furrowed his brow, turning to a stout disciple who was prostrated on the ground. The chubby disciple scrambled to his feet, excitement illuminating his features as he exclaimed, Fang Shixiao. It's me, Zhou Yuan from the Corpse Beast Valley. Fang Mo regarded the short, plump disciple with a hint of recognition, recalling that this was the same individual he had compelled to contract a corpse crow in the Corpse Beast Valley. Seeing that Fang Mo seemed to remember him, Zhou Yuan became even more animated. Fang Shixiao, I know what happened to Xiaoxiong. Speak. 3 days ago, Xiaoxiong was captured by the master of the second peak. It is said that he provoked the master during a confrontation with young Master Yu, which led to the master personally coming to the third peak to take Xiaoxiong away. Fang Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared that much had transpired during his absence. Young Master Yu, Guan Yi. A smirk played upon Fang Mo's lips as he began to piece the events together. If Guan Yi came to the third peak to capture someone, then what of Ixia? Ixia? Zhou Yuan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized that this was the name of the master of the third peak. His expression shifted as he glanced at Fang Mo and hastily remarked, Senior Brother Fang. The master did not make an appearance at that time. After speaking, Zhou Yuan cast a reverent look towards Fang Mo, inwardly pondering the identity of this senior brother Fang, who dared to call the master by name so casually. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's gaze remained indifferent, and he continued onward with Ling Long towards the cave dwelling. Zhou Yuan observed Fang Mo's departing figure, deep in thought. Before the golden light formation lay a scene of devastation, clearly marked by traces of battle. Fang Mo, with an expression devoid of emotion, waved his hand to dismantle the formation. As the formation faded, the interior scene was revealed. Master, is this your cave dwelling? It is truly beautiful. Ling Long exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the view before her. Stay here, Fang Mo instructed before turning to leave. At the second peak, crack, crack. The dimly lit room echoed with the sound of whipping. Xiaoxiong, how does the taste of the fire whip feel? Ha. Young Master Yu, wielding a long whip, looked at Xiaoxiong with a triumphant grin. At this moment, Xiaoxiong was barely clinging to life, his body riddled with gaping, horrific wounds, exposing bone in places. Strangely, those wounds appeared as if they had been scorched by fire, blackened and charred. Crack. Seeing no reaction from Xiaoxiong, Young Master Yu struck again with force. Aren't you quite arrogant? Speak up. Ha. Young Master Yu sneered maliciously, with the Peak Master personally intervening. The enforcement hall cannot save you this time. As long as I do not kill you, the enforcement hall will simply turn a blind eye. Coughing. Xiaoxiong struggled to open his eyes, filled with disdain. This disdainful gaze instantly provoked young Master Yu's fury. Rest assured, Xiaoxiong, I will ensure you experience this hellish torment daily until your so-called master, Fang Mo, returns. Then I shall capture him and make him taste this suffering as well. Ha. Once more, the room reverberated with the sound of the whip. Meanwhile, a figure ascended the second peak, making his way directly to the summit. In the hall of the Peak Master, has the third peak disciple named Fang Mo been investigated? Master, we have found him. Fang Mo's background is rather remarkable. He is the disciple of Elder Pei Kuan. To think he is Elder Pei's disciple, Guanya was taken aback, never expecting an ordinary disciple from the third peak to possess such a status. No wonder even the notorious Xiaoxiong acknowledged him as his master. Noticing Guanya's fluctuating expression, a disciple in black cautiously suggested, Master, should we perhaps release Xiaoxiong? I cannot touch Elder Pei's disciple. But a mere Xia Xiong, what can I do to him? Guan Ye snorted coldly. As the peak master, his authority was not to be challenged. Just then, a scream echoed from outside the hall. Guan Ye furrowed his brow, about to inquire, when suddenly, a figure crashed into the hall amidst the cries. What is happening? Guan Ye exclaimed, rising to his feet. At that moment, a tall figure gracefully stepped into the grand hall. It was Fang Mo. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Guan Ye's expression changed dramatically. How could he possibly forget this visage? It haunted his dreams, for it belonged to the very person who had slain Lung Yu. This was the individual he had been relentlessly searching for. Yet, the sudden appearance of this figure before him left Guan Yi utterly astonished. However, in an instant, joy illuminated Guan Ye's countenance. He finally had the opportunity to provide an explanation to Lung Yunfeng. Huh, I was just lamenting my inability to find you. And here you are, walking into my trap. With the safety of the sect surrounding him, he felt no fear for his own well-being. Fang Mo regarded the exuberant Guan Yi with indifference, stating, "Last time, I was careless and allowed you to escape. This time, I wonder where you think you can run. Arrogant. To speak so boldly within the sect, you are doomed." With that, Guan Yi crushed a piece of jade in his hand. "No one can save you today." Fang Mo observed Guan Yi's subtle actions, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet, Fang Mo's words sent a chill through Guan Yi. He sensed that Fang Mo was not jesting. Suddenly, an immense aura erupted from Guan Yi, revealing his cultivation level to be at the 8th layer of the Yuanling realm. "Do you truly believe you can do anything to me?" Huh. Guan Yi laughed maniacally. The Tian Xianjiyin grass he had obtained previously had already been refined into the Tianyin pill, which he had consumed. Chapter 97. The night of slaughtering the Passa man, his complexion ghastly and his skin a sickly gray, materialized beside Guan Yi, exuding a chilling aura of death that engulfed the entire hall. Guan Yi cast a glance at his own lifeless corpse, a precious possession he had painstakingly acquired, a century-old corpse. He pointed a finger at Fang Mo and commanded, "Eliminate him." As the words left his lips, the corpse surged forth, enveloped in a torrent of ghostly energy, darting toward Fang Mo like a bolt of black lightning, its momentum fearsome and irresistible. Guan Yi, with claws poised, unleashed a burst of deathly energy, trailing closely behind. Intent on delivering a decisive strike to subdue Fang Mo, observing Fang Mo's motionless form, seemingly caught off guard, a sinister smile curled upon Guan Yi's lips. Just as the attack was about to connect, Fang Mo's gaze lifted slightly, regarding Guan Yi with an icy indifference. That mere glance struck Guan Yi like a bolt from the blue, leaving him trembling. Before him unfolded a horrific vision of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, waves of crimson surging toward the heavens, while he felt like a solitary boat adrift in that endless sea of gore, haunted by the wails and shrieks of countless vengeful spirits. With a sudden cough, Guan Yi spat blood and was sent hurtling backward. A resounding thud followed, and before he could regain his composure, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, his face ashen. Instinctively, he turned to locate his lifeless corpse, but there was no trace left, only a pile of severed limbs before Fang Mo. Who are you?" Guan Yi exclaimed, terror etched across his face. There is no one by that name in the first peak. Previously, when Fang Mo had slain the 8th layer Yuanling Cold Yu in the soul-hidden mountains with his 6th layer Yuanling cultivation, Guan Yi had dismissed it as a mere ambush. He had believed that having now broken through to the 8th layer Yuanling, he could contend with Fang Mo, yet a single look had left him gravely injured. Fang Mo regarded Guan Yi with a placid expression and slowly replied, "Fang Mo. What? You are Fang Mo?" Guan Yi's voice trembled, his expression a tumult of emotions. He had never anticipated that the individual he had been desperately seeking was, in fact, Elder Pei's disciple. No wonder Elder Pei had taken him as a disciple. His prowess was indeed extraordinary. Cursed be it, how had he offended such a calamity? Watching Fang Mo approach with steady strides, Guan Yi, filled with dread, implored, "Brother Fang, spare me. I promise not to reveal anything about that day in the soul-hidden mountains." "Where is Xia Xiong?" Fang Mo interjected, cutting through Guan Yi's pleas. Guan Yi paused, a flicker of realization lighting his eyes. The Xia Xiong he had captured was indeed Fang Mo's ally. "Brother Fang, if you let me go today, I will personally return Xia Xiong to the 3rd peak," he offered, hope gleaming in his gaze. Yet in the next heartbeat, A blood-red appendage pierced through his body before his horrified eyes. In mere moments, Guan Yi was reduced to a lifeless husk. Fang Mo turned his gaze towards the corner where a trembling disciple clad in black was hiding, softly inquiring, "Do you know where Xiaoxiong is?" The disciple's face turned ashen, his breath momentarily halted, and he tremulously pointed towards the rear hall, stammering, In the back hall. "Thank you." No sooner had he spoken than the black-clad man transformed into a mist of blood. "What has transpired? Why such a commotion?" At that moment, a voice echoed from afar, approaching from the rear hall. Soon, young Master Yu stepped out, his expression clouded with confusion. What has happened here?" Young Master Yu's face paled as he surveyed the scene within the grand hall, mangled limbs and blood-soaked floors. The entire hall resembled a gruesome tableau of slaughter. Fang Mo turned to face young Master Yu, a smile gracing his lips. "Young Master Yu, it has been a while." His voice, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, felt more like thunderclaps to young Master Yu's ears. It is you." Young Master Yu stared at Fang Mo in terror. Did you do all this?" At that moment, young Master Yu could think of nothing else, for he had spotted the lifeless body of Guan Yi. Fang Mo, unfazed by young Master Yu's shock, reached out with an ethereal grip, pulling young Master Yu before him. "You cannot kill me. This is the sect." Young Master Yu screamed in fright. Observing young Master Yu's face filled with sheer panic, Fang Mo slowly remarked, "Sect rules, huh?" The pressure around young Master Yu's neck intensified, casting a shadow of death over him. "Senior brother Fang, please, do not kill me. Xiaoxiong is imprisoned in the rear hall. Release me, and I shall lead you to him." Young Master Yu pleaded once more. "No need, thank you. Stop." A furious shout resounded. A throng of individuals surged into the grand hall, led by a gray-haired elder, presumably an elder of the law enforcement hall, followed by several disciples of the same hall, with the remainder being disciples from the second peak. "Save me, elder! Save me!" Young Master Yu's eyes brimmed with tears as he shouted with fervor. Despite the elder's status, he regarded him as a kin. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene within the hall, the crowd collectively gasped, their faces reflecting sheer horror. "Goodness! Is that the second peak's master, Guan Yi?" One disciple hesitantly pointed to a nearby corpse. "That is indeed Master Guan Yi. He has even killed the master." The disciples gazed at Fang Mo in terror, while Zhou Jian among them looked on in disbelief. He had a modicum of understanding of Fang Mo, which only amplified his incredulity. A cultivation level of the 4th tier of the Yuanling realm, having entered the sect less than 3 months ago. How could he possibly have slain Guan Yi, who was at the 7th tier? Even a genius could not defy logic to such an extent. Meanwhile, Fang Mo, the orchestrator of this chaos, maintained an expressionless demeanor. "Boldly, you dare to openly violate the rules and brutally slay a fellow disciple. Do not hesitate. Surrender at once and accompany me back to the law enforcement hall for your trial." The elder of the law enforcement hall glared at Fang Mo, a formidable aura emanating from his being, revealing his cultivation at the 1st level of the Yuan realm. Fang Mo cast a dispassionate glance at the elder, whose gray hair framed a face now ashen with fury. He detected a hint of disdain in Fang Mo's eyes, which ignited his anger. Just as he was about to erupt, Zhou Jian emerged from the crowd. "Junior brother Fang, the murder of a peak master is a grave matter. Even your mentor, Elder Pei Kuan, cannot shield you from punishment. Release young Master Yu and return with us to the law enforcement hall." Zhou Jian spoke earnestly, his gaze sincere. "This man is a disciple of Elder Pei." "Which Elder Pei? Are you foolish? He is Pei Kuan, one of the 10 elders." "Hiss! No wonder he is so ruthless and audacious, daring to commit such acts within the sect." The surrounding disciples whispered among themselves. The gray-haired elder paused, his aura gradually retracting. He had not anticipated that this individual was a disciple of Elder Pei. Yet, as Zhou Jian stated, the killing of a peak master was a serious offense, one that even Elder Pei could not mitigate. "Elder, save me. Please, save me." Young Master Yu exclaimed, sensing Fang Mo's refusal to release him, panic creeping into his voice. Silence. Chapter 98. The Battle with the Enforcement Elder Bang. Before the gaze of many, young Master Yu was reduced to a mist of blood. Hiss! This, truly deserving of being Elder Pei's disciple, his audacity is astonishing. The disciples present collectively inhaled sharply. This fellow actually dared to commit murder in front of the enforcement elder. Such boldness. The gray-haired elder bellowed angrily, striking towards Fang Mo with a palm. The wind from the palm howled, unstoppable in its momentum. To dare kill before him is to show utter disdain for his authority as the enforcement elder. It is a direct affront to the enforcement hall. Even if Elder Pei were to arrive today, he would be unable to save this ignorant wretch. Fang Mo maintained a tranquil expression as he gazed upon the approaching palm imprint, gently waving forth a blood-red palm imprint of his own. Boom! The two palm imprints collided in midair, vanishing without a trace. The immense residual force of Yuan power caused the disciples present to stagger back several meters. The gray-haired elder, witnessing this, displayed an expression of astonishment. He, being a practitioner of the Yuan Master Realm, had unleashed a palm strike that, though not his full power, still contained 60% of his strength. How could it possibly be thwarted by a disciple of the Yuan Spirit Realm, and with such ease? Humph! It seems I have indeed underestimated you. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, no matter how audacious you may be, today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Elder Pei. As his words fell, the immense aura of a Yuan master surged forth from the gray-haired elder's body. Instantly, the entire hall trembled, and a vast wave of corpse energy erupted, soaring into the sky. The overwhelming pressure rendered the surrounding disciples pale with fright. Fang Mo, unperturbed, gazed at the gray-haired elder, and then an overwhelmingly bloody aura emanated from him. The blood mist roiled behind him, faintly resembling a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His robes billowed, exuding a terrifying bloodthirst. In that moment, Fang Mo appeared like a malevolent deity from the netherworld, instilling fear in many disciples who trembled and fell to the ground, gazing at him in terror. The gray-haired elder's face darkened as he scrutinized Fang Mo, feeling an inexplicable unease from the aura surrounding this young man, conjuring phantoms and manipulating shadows. The claws of the underworld, the gray-haired elder intoned, and from the swirling corpse energy before him emerged a ghastly white skeletal claw, reaching for Fang Mo. As it passed, the very fabric of space seemed to tear, suffused with a chill. The surrounding disciples, witnessing this, hurriedly retreated from the hall, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Just as the skeletal claw was about to make contact with Fang Mo, a massive blood-red hand burst forth from the roiling sea of blood behind him, seizing the skeletal claw directly. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the skeletal claw shattered into fragments. The gray-haired elder's pupils constricted sharply before he could react. The blood-red hand surged forward, enveloped in a torrent of blood energy aimed at him. A flash of azure light appeared, and a long sword emerged in the elder's hand. Slice it, he commanded. A beam of azure sword light, resembling a cascading galaxy, descended from above, cleaving towards the blood-red hand. As the sword light passed, it seemed to rend the very space itself. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, akin to striking upon ancient iron. As the sword light dissipated, the blood-red hand remained steadfast. Uff! How is this possible? The elder with gray hair spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming in disbelief. He was indeed a practitioner of the Yuan Master Realm, yet he had been injured by a disciple of the Yuan Spirit Realm. Boom! In the next moment, the elder was forcibly suppressed to the ground by a blood-red giant hand. Fang Mo cast a dispassionate glance at the prostrate elder and murmured, "A mere first level of the Yuan Master Realm. So weak. You." Uff! The elder, infuriated, coughed up another mouthful of blood. Fang Mo paid him no further mind and turned to walk towards the back hall. The disciples outside the hall, sensing the silence within, mustered their courage to step back inside. "Elder, are you all right, Elder?" The disciples of the law enforcement hall looked on in horror at the gray-haired elder, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. This is incredibly fierce. No wonder he is Elder Pei's disciple. Brother Fang must surely be a formidable force of the first peak. The crowd was collectively astonished by the scene before them. "Where's Brother Fang?" Creak. The door to the room opened, and footsteps approached slowly. "Ah, young master, you. It would be best for you to kill me now. Otherwise, once my master arrives, you will have no chance," Xia Xiong muttered, lowering his head intermittently. Fang Mo observed the battered and weakened Xia Xiong before him, his brow slightly furrowing. Xia Xiong had now become a burden to him. Noticing the silence from Fang Mo, Xia Xiong struggled to lift his head. Master! Xia Xiong's eyes widened, his voice hoarse. He never imagined that Fang Mo would appear here, in the hall of the Second Peak's master. Fang Mo gave a slight nod and released Xiaoxiong. Master, you should quickly leave. Don't worry about me. It would be troublesome if Guanyi finds out. Xiaoxiong spoke with a hint of urgency. Guanyi cannot come now. You should focus on recovering from your injuries. Fang Mo calmly handed Xiaoxiong a healing elixir. Xiaoxiong was momentarily taken aback, puzzled, as he accepted the elixir. Given Fang Mo's expression, he dared not ask further and began to swallow the elixir to heal himself. Soon, Xiaoxiong's complexion regained some color. Master, that young master you previously wanted to destroy your abode, but I gave him a lesson. I never expected it would provoke the Second Peak's master. Xiaoxiong's voice was low, his head slightly bowed. Fang Mo regarded Xiaoxiong with indifference, his tone devoid of joy or sorrow. I dislike trouble. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiong's expression shifted in alarm, and he hurriedly knelt on one knee, saying, Master, it is my fault. I have placed you in danger. Fang Mo cast a casual glance at Xiaoxiong and stated, I will give you one more chance. If you do not break through to the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm within 3 months, you may disappear. Xiaoxiong stood frozen, stunned by Fang Mo's words. 3 months, to reach the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm? How could this be possible? This is simply absurd. Master, this. Xiaoxiong stammered, unsure of what to say. The elixirs contained within are sufficient to facilitate your breakthrough. If you are still unable to achieve it, then perhaps it would be better for you to vanish altogether. Fang Mo handed a storage ring to Xiaoxiong. As Xiaoxiong accepted the ring, he couldn't help but smile bitterly, pondering what kind of elixir could possibly enable someone to ascend from the 5th level of the Yuanling realm to the 9th level in merely 3 months. Instinctively, he examined the contents of the storage ring. Moments later, Xiaoxiong's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he gazed at Fang Mo, his eyes brimming with elation. Master, the elixirs contained within are high-grade elixirs. Fang Mo replied nonchalantly. Thank you, Master. I shall strive to break through to the 9th level of the Yuanling realm as swiftly as possible and will not disappoint you. Xiaoxiong knelt on one knee, his tone imbued with utmost respect. Let us proceed, Fang Mo said, turning to depart. Xiaoxiong followed closely behind, his face alight with excitement. Upon reaching the grand hall, Xiaoxiong was taken aback. The scene before him was one of utter devastation. The floor was stained with blood, and severed limbs lay scattered about. Is that Guanyi? Xiaoxiong gasped in disbelief upon spotting Guanyi's lifeless body. The Second Peak Master, a practitioner of the 7th level of the Yuanling realm, had met such a grim fate, who possessed the audacity to commit murder within the sect. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Xiaoxiong instinctively turned his gaze towards Fang Mo, his expression growing increasingly reverent. Not far away, a group of individuals watched Fang Mo with trepidation. Ignoring the crowd, Fang Mo strode purposefully toward the exit of the hall. Wait! A frail voice called out from among the assembly. It was the elder with gray hair. The law enforcement elder. Xiaoxiong exclaimed in shock upon recognizing the gray-haired elder. Fang Mo halted his steps, disregarding Xiaoxiong's reaction, and slowly turned his gaze toward the elder clad in gray. Do you intend to obstruct me? Chapter 99. Pei Kuan's shock upon making contact with Fang Mo's gaze. The elderly man with gray hair felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest, instinctively averting his eyes. Noticing the peculiar stares from the group of disciples surrounding him, the elder's face flushed crimson. A soft chuckle escaped Fang Mo's lips as he strode purposefully out of the grand hall. Xiaoxiong stood in stunned silence, observing the scene unfold. It seemed entirely reasonable for the disciples to fear their master. Yet the fact that even the law enforcement elder displayed a semblance of trepidation was astonishing. With this thought in mind, Xiaoxiong's gaze towards Fang Mo grew increasingly fervent. Before the Peak Master's Hall, Fang Mo halted, his expression impassive as he gazed towards a nearby clearing. Suddenly, 2 ominous wisps of black mist materialized in the open space. In the next instant, the mist dissipated, revealing 2 elderly figures clad in black robes. As they emerged, the temperature around them plummeted, and a chilling aura of death permeated the air. The 2 figures were at the 3rd level of the Yuan realm. Fang Mo's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the old men, deducing from their attire that they were also from the law enforcement hall. The gray-haired elder within the hall turned pale as he beheld the black-robed figures. You must be Fang Mo, one of the black-robed elders stated, his expression devoid of emotion. "May I inquire what brings you two elders here?" Fang Mo replied, his tone calm. "Disregarding sect regulations. You have murdered the master of a peak and injured a law enforcement elder. The hall master has personally ordered your return to the law enforcement hall." The other black-robed elder stated coldly, casting a penetrating glance at Fang Mo. "Please, lead the way," Fang Mo responded, his voice steady, showing no resistance, though a profound depth flickered in his eyes. Behind him, Xiaoxiong's complexion had already turned ashen, stricken with dread. "The hall master has personally intervened?" The master of the law enforcement hall, Lin Xianchao, was a figure second only to the grand elder among the 10 elders. Rarely seen, he was recognized within the sect as a harbinger of nightmares, feared not only by the disciples, but also by the ordinary elders who regarded him with trepidation. Previously, when an elder had breached the sect's rules, he had endured relentless torment at Lin Xianchao's hands for over half a month, his anguished cries echoing through the mountain gates for weeks. Just as Fang Mo was about to depart with the two elders, Xiaoxiong interjected urgently, "Wait. Elders." It was all instigated by the disciples. Senior brother Fang was merely acting to save me. One of the black-robed elders paused, turning to cast a detached glance at Xiaoxiong. In an instant, Xiaoxiong felt as if struck by lightning, a terrifying force propelling him back into the grand hall. Coughing violently, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression twisted in despair as he watched the three figures fade into the distance. Alas, it was indeed the hall master who had personally intervened. This fellow was doomed. Surely, he was finished, with Elder Pei unable to rescue him. He deserved it. Having openly flouted the sect's rules, committing murder against his fellow disciples, and even daring to injure a law enforcement elder, such arrogance was intolerable. A chorus of disciples erupted in fervent discussion. "Silence!" Xiaoxiong bellowed, brandishing a black blade, his aura surging fiercely. The cacophony of voices abruptly ceased. After all, the notorious reputation of Xiong Tu was well known among the disciples of the second peak. Cowed by the terrifying presence of Xiaoxiong, they could only convey their disbelief through their glances. In a secluded chamber of the law enforcement hall, a gaunt elder clad in a black brocade robe murmured to himself, "How intriguing, entering the sect as merely a third-level yuanling, and in less than 3 months. He not only vanquished the second peak's master, but also managed to injure a first-level law enforcement elder." At that moment, a figure stepped inside. "Elder Lin, what is the purpose of summoning me?" Pei Kuan inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his gaze directed at Lin Xianchao. Although both were among the 10 elders, Lin Xianchao held a significantly higher status. Due to his reclusive nature, their interactions were limited to discussions of major sect affairs. "Pei Elder, you have taken on a remarkable disciple." Lin Xianchao observed Pei Kuan with a meaningful glance. Pei Kuan furrowed his brow in response. "What do you mean? Has Fang Mo caused some trouble that has drawn your attention? Yet, had he not gone to the soul-hidden mountains for training recently? What do you mean by that?" "Elder Lin," Pei Kuan could not help but inquire, "is Fang Mo not your disciple?" Lin Xianchao continued, "Indeed, I brought him into the sect 3 months ago." "What of it?" Pei Kuan's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Lin Xianchao regarded Pei Kuan intently before slowly speaking. "Do you realize that just now, he not only ascended to the second peak alone, slaying the Master Guan Yi, but he also injured a first-level law enforcement elder? What? How is that possible?" Pei Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "When I brought him into the sect, he was merely at the third-level yuanling. How could he possibly slay a peak master in such a short span? Not to mention injuring a law enforcement elder. It is utterly inconceivable." "Pei Elder, are you questioning my words?" Lin Xianchao's tone turned frosty. Pei Kuan's expression became serious as he quickly replied, "No, Elder Lin, you misunderstand. I do not mean that. It's just that this news is rather preposterous." At this moment, a tempest of thoughts surged within Pei Kuan. He was well aware of Fang Mo's cultivation aptitude. While commendable, it was far from the level of such a prodigy. Yet, how could he explain what Lin Xianchao had just said? Could it be that Fang Mo was indeed a genius of that caliber? But just 3 months prior, he was still at the third-level yuanling. And now he could injure an elder at the yuanjia stage. This would surpass even the remarkable talents of those at the first peak. Or had he perhaps encountered some extraordinary opportunity in the soul-hidden mountains? Or might it be due to that peculiar technique he possessed that absorbs blood energy? No. Regardless of the circumstances, he must not allow this to disrupt his plans. Contemplating this, Pei Kuan feigned realization and spoke. I understand now. It must be due to Fang Mo's technique. Oh, what technique does Fang Mo practice? Lin Qianchao asked, a glimmer of surprise flashing across his face. Fang Mo practices a demonic technique that devours blood essence. I surmise that during his recent venture into the soul-hidden mountain range, he must have absorbed a substantial amount of beastly vitality, which accounts for his rapid advancement. However, while this method of consuming blood essence can lead to swift enhancement, it is ultimately a sinister art, unstable in its foundation, prone to backlash, and a single misstep may plunge one into madness. At this point, Pei Kuan displayed an expression of regret, shaking his head slightly as he remarked, I warned this young man in the past, but alas, he did not heed my counsel and has inevitably strayed onto a perilous path, leading to his own ruin. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian frowned slightly. He had initially believed that the sect had produced another extraordinary prodigy, yet if Pei Kuan's words held truth, this matter warranted further contemplation. Haha, I must admit, it is amusing that a master would so thoroughly disparage his own disciple. Indeed, Fang Mo is quite unfortunate. Or rather, being your disciple was destined to bring misfortune upon him. A mocking voice echoed from outside the door, followed by the entrance of a slightly portly middle-aged man. What brings you here? Pei Kuan glared darkly at the newcomer. Chapter 100. The sect's resolution as an elder of the sect. Is it inappropriate for me to inquire about the emergence of a prodigious talent within our ranks? Luoyun cast a casual glance at Pei Kuan. Little did he know that upon entering, he would overhear someone disparaging his own disciple. How absurd. Luoyun, you need not concern yourself with my disciple's affairs. Pei Kuan shot a cold stare at Luoyun. Unfazed by Pei Kuan's frosty demeanor, Luoyun chuckled lightly and replied, Pei Kuan, I have no interest in meddling with your disciple's matters. However, the emergence of a gifted disciple within the sect compels my inquiry. Pei Kuan's gaze sharpened at Luoyun's words. Meanwhile, Luoyun, wearing a smile, turned to Elder Lin Qianzhong and remarked, Elder Lin, a mere third-level Yuanling within just 3 months managed to injure a first-level enforcement elder. Regardless of the circumstances, I believe the sect should nurture such a prodigy. Before Lin Qianzhong could respond, Pei Kuan interjected with a disdainful scoff. Nonsense. Forcing oneself to absorb vital energy for rapid advancement carries immeasurable risks. One misstep, and the path of cultivation may be forever halted, potentially leading to becoming a cripple. To propose that the sect cultivates such a disciple as a prodigy is to squander precious resources. Upon hearing Pei Kuan's remarks, Lin Qianzhong fell into deep contemplation once more. Luoyun, however, regarded Pei Kuan with a glint of amusement and said, Pei Kuan, do not presume your intentions are unknown to others. What of absorbing vital energy? There are many disciples within the sect who practice such techniques, yet which of them can rival Fang Mo? This indicates that Fang Mo's innate talent is exceptionally high. Our sect has been waning in strength, and our disciples are increasingly dwindling. We ought to fervently cultivate such a prodigious disciple, as it pertains to the future of our sect. Luoyun's final words were delivered with fervor, stirring even Lin Qianzhong's emotions. Pei Kuan wore a sullen expression as he glared at Luoyun. Dreadful. This scoundrel was clearly opposing him, intent on thwarting his plans. If Fang Mo were truly valued by the sect, all of Pei Kuan's schemes would be rendered futile. No, after such a struggle to find a suitable disciple with excellent potential, he must not allow Luoyun to sabotage this opportunity. With this thought, Pei Kuan spoke solemnly, Elder Lin, Fang Mo's cultivation aptitude is not as exceptional as Luoyun claims. The method of absorbing vital energy harbors significant dangers and is not worthy of the sect's vigorous support. As Pei Kuan's words faded, Lin Qianzhong regarded him with a deep gaze and slowly said, Enough, let us cease this discussion. I will deliberate on this matter with the Grand Elder. With that, Lin Qianzhong transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished from the scene. Poor Fang Mo, that young lad. Luoyun sighed softly before turning to leave. Pei Kuan, with a face as dark as water, watched Luoyun's slightly limping silhouette in silence. At this moment, Fang Mo was escorted into a room within the enforcement hall. Surveying his surroundings, he found no terrifying instruments of torture, just an ordinary chamber. However, he sensed a powerful fluctuation of the formation. indicating that the entire room was enveloped by a complex array. Fang Mo calmly approached the table and took a seat, pouring himself a cup of tea and gently swirling the cup in his hand, his gaze reflecting a hint of profundity. After a stick of incense had burned, the door to the room creaked open, and a lean old man clad in a black brocade robe entered. Fang Mo slowly rose to his feet, his eyes filled with suspicion as he regarded the newcomer. Although the gaunt elder did not exude any palpable aura of energy, the oppressive presence he emanated was far more formidable than that of his master, Pei Kun. You must be Fang Mo. Elder Pei truly has taken a remarkable disciple, daring to openly disregard the sect's rules, slaying a peak master, and injuring an elder of the law, Lin Xianchao remarked, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Fang Mo. Do you understand that according to sect regulations, you are to be sentenced to death? Not even Pei Kun can protect you. Lin Xianchao's voice was chilling. In response, Fang Mo maintained his composure, gazing calmly at the lean elder before him. Lin Xianchao, observing Fang Mo's unflinching demeanor, felt a flicker of surprise and scrutinized him closely. He then shifted his tone. You entered the sect with only a cultivation level of the third layer of Yuanling. I am curious to know how you managed to kill Guan Yi and injure an elder at the Yuanjia level in such a short span of 3 months. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xianchao narrowed his eyes, realizing he could not sense Fang Mo's cultivation aura at all. I ventured into the soul-hidden mountains for training and fortuitously acquired some opportunities, Fang Mo replied nonchalantly. Lin Xianchao raised an eyebrow and glanced at Fang Mo, stating, Your master mentioned that your rapid advancement is due to a technique that devours vitality. Is that true? Fang Mo felt a subtle stir within him and responded slowly, Indeed. I have practiced the technique that absorbs vitality and have also consumed a considerable number of demon beasts in the soul-hidden mountains. Lin Xianchao regarded Fang Mo with a knowing glance, his thin face betraying no emotion. Elder Pei has indeed taken a remarkable disciple. After a pause, Lin Xianchao uttered a profound statement. Young man, being able to injure an elder at the Yuanjia level, your strength should place you within the top 20 of the corpse list. Continuing, Lin Xianchao added, after discussions within the sect, it has been decided to grant you an opportunity. With a month remaining until the inter-sect competition, if you can place within the top 5 of the corpse list, the sect will not only overlook your transgressions today, but will also regard you as a prodigious disciple and nurture you with utmost dedication. Fang Mo's lips curled slightly, and he responded with a face of solemnity, I am grateful for the sect's willingness to grant me this opportunity. I will strive with all my might in the upcoming inter-sect competition. Lin Xianchao scrutinized Fang Mo deeply before saying, Seize this opportunity wisely. It is for your own benefit. At these words, Fang Mo's pupils contracted slightly, sensing an underlying meaning. Very well, you may return, Lin Xianchao said calmly. Understood. As he watched Fang Mo's departing figure, Lin Xianchao murmured to himself, That little one possesses quite a charm. Fang Mo descended the law enforcement peak with an impassive expression. The gaunt elder he had just encountered was, as anticipated, Lin Xianchao, the head of the law enforcement hall. From the words spoken earlier, Fang Mo surmised that the matter concerning Pei Kun's crafting of the 5 elements corpse was likely no longer a secret among the higher echelons of the sect. As for the rest, Fang Mo had already anticipated it. His intention today was to magnify the situation deliberately. The corpse list? For Fang Mo at this moment, the corpse list was no longer his objective. Come see me. Just as myriad thoughts swirled through Fang Mo's mind, a sudden whisper reached his ears. His eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of cold light flickering within them. In the serene courtyard, Fang Mo's gaze was icy as he stepped inside, his expression composed. There, Pei Kun sat before a stone table, his face devoid of emotion as he sipped his tea. Master, he acknowledged as Fang Mo entered, gradually placing his teacup down, his eyes piercingly fixed on Fang Mo. Their gazes met in a moment that rendered the surrounding air somewhat stagnant. You possess remarkable audacity to slay the master of a peak and injure the elder enforcer, Pei Kun stated in a grave tone. Master, it was due to Guan Yi's unwarranted humiliation that I had no choice but to slay him to uphold your reputation. Fang Mo replied with a hint of helplessness in his voice as he shrugged. Pei Kun's gaze bore into Fang Mo with intensity. After a prolonged silence, a faint smile unexpectedly graced his lips as he spoke. I truly did not expect that within a mere 3 months, Even the first level of the Yuan realm would be no match for you. I was indeed correct in my initial judgment. Hearing this, Fang Mo smirked internally, yet replied with a cheerful demeanor, "All credit goes to your teachings, master." Pei Kuan nodded slightly, a smile lingering on his face. At first glance, it was a heartwarming scene of deep master-disciple affection. "What is your current cultivation level?" he inquired, lifting his teacup for another sip. "Master, I have reached the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm," Fang Mo responded, exuding an aura that confirmed his claim. The teacup in Pei Kuan's hand trembled slightly. Despite being mentally prepared, he was taken aback. The last time they met, Fang Mo had just broken through to the 4th level of the Yuan spirit realm, and now he returned from the Soul Hidden Mountain with a 9th level cultivation. Such a feat was unprecedented in the history of their sect. Had he devoured all the demonic beasts from the Soul Hidden Mountain? Pei Kuan's expression shifted between uncertainty and astonishment. "Are you not pleased with your disciple's breakthrough to the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm?" Fang Mo queried, astonishment etched across his face. Pei Kuan forced a smile, adopting a serious tone as he replied, "Oh, indeed, I am pleased. However, your rapid advancement raises concerns about your eagerness to break through, potentially compromising your foundational stability." Upon hearing this, Fang Mo bowed deeply, touched by his master's concern. "Thank you for your care, master. I wish to understand what you experienced in the Soul Hidden Mountain that allowed such swift progress," Pei Kuan declared, placing his teacup down and fixing his gaze intently upon Fang Mo, as if trying to see through him. Fang Mo responded with a calm smile. "I was fortunate to encounter certain opportunities within the Soul Hidden Mountain, coupled with the multitude of demonic beasts available for me to absorb, which enabled me to unexpectedly advance to the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm. Initially, even I could hardly believe my rapid progress." Pei Kuan squinted slightly, scrutinizing Fang Mo. "Indeed, such opportunities reflect your destiny. However, the actions you committed today are egregious. The sect initially intended to strip you of all your cultivation." At this point, Pei Kuan paused, glancing at Fang Mo before continuing. "Nevertheless, through my efforts, the sect has ultimately decided to grant you a chance. If you can place within the top 5 of the corpse rankings, there will be no further repercussions." Fang Mo inwardly scoffed, thinking how this old man presumed himself to be a child of 3, unaware of anything. "The great kindness of my master I shall forever hold in my heart and never forget." Fang Mo bowed deeply to Pei Kuan. Indeed, having such an exceptional disciple brings immense comfort to a master. Pei Kuan responded with a smile. "You have a month. Make sure to prepare diligently." "Yes, master," Fang Mo replied with a smile as he turned to leave. However, as he watched Fang Mo's retreating figure, Pei Kuan's smile gradually vanished, replaced by an ominous expression. In the main hall of the 3rd peak, a delicate man with furrowed brows paced anxiously. He was Xie, the master of the 3rd peak. He had just learned of the incident involving Fang Mo at the 2nd peak. Shocked yet incredulous, he dispatched a trusted confidant to verify the news. But that confidant had yet to return. Suddenly, a man wearing a ghostly mask hurried into the hall. "What news? Is it true?" Xie asked, his voice taut with tension. "Master, the news is indeed true. Fang Mo has been taken to the law enforcement hall," the masked man replied, his voice laden with disbelief. Upon hearing this, Xie turned pale, nearly stumbling. "It's over," he murmured. He had never anticipated that Fang Mo would grow so powerful. In just a few short months, he had slain Guanyi and even injured an elder of the law enforcement. Just months ago, Fang Mo was merely at the 3rd or 4th level of the Yuan spirit realm. Who could have foreseen that he would attain such terrifying strength today? His previous policy of avoiding conflict with Fang Mo was solely due to Fang Mo being Elder Pei's disciple. Even when young Master Yu came to the 3rd peak to disrupt Fang Mo's dwelling and fought with Xia Xiong, he merely stood by, watching from afar. Moreover, when Guanyi himself came to the 3rd peak to take Xia Xiong away, Xie did not reveal himself, effectively giving tacit approval. Could Fang Mo let this slide? Having slain Guanyi, and being merely at the 6th level of the Yuan spirit realm himself, would Fang Mo seek retribution? The more Xie thought about it, the graver his expression became. Damn it, who could have anticipated that the 3rd peak would produce a prodigy like Fang Mo? Why wasn't he such a genius placed at the 1st peak? Which fool decided to position him at the 3rd peak? Observing Xie's panic, the masked man spoke up. Master, there is no need for such alarm. Fang Mo has committed a grave offense, and according to the sect rules, even as Elder Pei's disciple, he cannot be saved. What do you know? Xie roared. The sect rules? Huh. Those rules bind us, but do not restrain those monstrous prodigies. Even among the top 10 on the corpse list, who could achieve such feats with merely the 3rd level of the Yuan spirit realm and injure an elder of the law enforcement in just a few months? Such a prodigy has never appeared in the history of our sect. Do you think the sect would treat such a prodigious disciple with leniency? The masked disciple fell speechless. Xie's expression fluctuated between light and shadow. Previously, he held Fang Mo in high regard solely because he was the disciple of Elder Pei, and privately, he had gathered some secrets that led him to underestimate Fang Mo. However, the situation had now changed. It was likely that even Elder Pei would no longer entertain any other thoughts regarding Fang Mo. No, I must take the initiative to seek forgiveness. I cannot wait for Fang Mo to come to me. With this resolve, Xie hurriedly exited the grand hall. Shortly thereafter, Xie and the masked man arrived at the entrance of Fang Mo's cave dwelling. To his surprise, Xie spotted an enchanting beauty playing by the pond outside the cave. The woman, adorned in a form-fitting black dress, possessed a flawless figure and porcelain skin. What astonished him further was the pair of cat ears atop her head, complemented by a fluffy tail trailing behind her. Every movement she made exuded an alluring charm that captivated the soul. A flicker of intrigue flashed in Xie's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Dismissing the thoughts in his mind, this woman's presence here was undoubtedly linked to Fang Mo. At that moment, Linglong also noticed the two men. She furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, "Who are you?" Her voice, like a haunting melody in a secluded valley, tugged at the heartstrings. Chapter 102. Miss. We are here to find Brother Fang. Our master is not present. Linglong slowly rose, her slender waist fully exposed. Master? Xie's heart stirred. It was indeed the case. I am aware that Brother Fang is not here. We shall wait. Xie adopted a very humble demeanor. Oh. Linglong disregarded the two and turned to walk towards the cave dwelling. The masked man gazed at her enchanting figure with an infatuated stare. With a sharp sound, he slapped his hand to his mask, bewildered as he looked at Xie beside him. Xie shot a cold, piercing glare at the masked man, warning, "Do not harbor any thoughts. Otherwise, I shall personally gouge out your eyes." "Why, yes, master," the masked man hurriedly replied. Xie cast an impassive glance at him, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications and further provoking Fang Mo. After a short while, Fang Mo returned to the foot of the 3rd peak, coincidentally encountering Xiaoxiong, who was descending from the 2nd peak. "Master, are you unharmed?" Xiaoxiong's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Fang Mo. Having slain the peak master and injured the law elder, committing such grave offenses yet being personally escorted back by the law palace master, how could he emerge unscathed, even arriving faster than Xiaoxiong himself? This is utterly inconceivable. Xiaoxiong found himself at a loss for words to describe his shock. Fang Mo gave Xiaoxiong a casual glance and proceeded up the 3rd peak. Seeing that Fang Mo was unwilling to elaborate, Xiaoxiong dared not inquire further, respectfully following closely behind. At this moment, Fang Mo had transformed into an omnipotent figure in Xiaoxiong's eyes. As they approached the cave dwelling, Fang Mo spotted 2 individuals standing outside. "Why is he here?" Xiaoxiong looked at the pair in confusion. "Who?" "Master, that is Xie, the peak master of the 3rd peak," Xiaoxiong replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's eyes flickered as he walked over with a blank expression. "Xie, what brings you here?" Xiaoxiong questioned loudly, directing his gaze at Xie. Xie ignored Xiaoxiong, instead fixing his gaze on Fang Mo. His expression one of astonishment. Though he had never met Fang Mo before, he was certain that the stern-faced young man with profound, abyss-like eyes before him was indeed Fang Mo. "Brother Fang, I am Xie, here to apologize." Xie bowed deeply. He did not mention his title as Peak Master, directly introducing himself by name, for he did not dare to boast in Fang Mo's presence, having just witnessed him slay a Peak Master. Moreover, it had been such a short time since he was taken by the Law Palace, less than 2 hours, and now he returned unscathed. This alone spoke volumes. Fang Mo cast a detached glance at Xie and remained silent. As Xie met Fang Mo's gaze, a horrific vision of mountains of corpses and seas of blood flashed before his eyes. He quickly averted his gaze, his face turning pale as cold sweat broke out all over him. It is utterly terrifying. A mere glance renders him defenseless, as though he has fallen into an icy abyss. Fang Mo disregarded Xie and strode directly towards the cave, while Xie exhibited no sign of displeasure, dutifully following in Fang Mo's wake. Yet, an increasing sense of unease brewed within him. Upon entering the cave, Linglong greeted Fang Mo with a radiant smile. "Master, you have returned." "Indeed," Fang Mo replied, taking a seat beside the stone table. Linglong obediently poured tea for him. Xiaoxiong, taken aback by the sudden appearance of such an exquisite woman, quickly regained his composure and stood respectfully beside Fang Mo. Xie, his expression tense, cast anxious glances at Fang Mo, uncertain of his intentions. Meanwhile, the masked man behind him gazed at Linglong with a flicker of fervor in his eyes. Fang Mo raised the teacup and savored a sip. "Brother Fang, if you could spare me, I would be willing to do anything." Xie finally could no longer bear the peculiar atmosphere and spoke up. "I dislike the look in his eyes." Fang Mo pointed at the masked man behind Xie, uttering a seemingly nonsensical remark. Xie was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted. With a surge of energy, he swiftly drew a knife and decapitated the masked man. Truly, a person capable of becoming a peak leader, his motions were crisp and decisive, devoid of hesitation. The masked man's eyes held a trace of bewilderment even as his head fell. The gruesome scene caused Linglong, who was massaging Fang Mo's shoulders, to shudder. Fang Mo cast a calm glance at Xie before raising his hand to establish a soundproof barrier. "Now, I believe we can engage in a proper discussion." "Peak Master E. Brother Fang, please speak," Xie replied respectfully. "The position of Peak Master should be held by the highest-ranking practitioner of each peak, correct?" Fang Mo remarked nonchalantly. Xie felt a tightening in his chest and quietly affirmed, "Yes." Observing Xie's tense demeanor, Fang Mo chuckled softly. "Rest assured, I have no intention of taking your position." Upon hearing this, Xie secretly exhaled in relief. After all, the position of Peak Master afforded numerous special privileges within the sect, and he had no desire to relinquish it unless absolutely necessary. "However, I do require your assistance with a particular task," Fang Mo said slowly. "Brother Fang, please proceed. I would willingly face death to comply," Xie intoned gravely. "First, may I inquire how many disciples reside in the third peak?" "Approximately 9,000 disciples," Xie responded. Fang Mo raised an eyebrow. "So many?" Seemingly sensing Fang Mo's bewilderment, Xie elaborated. "Many disciples are engaged in long-term training outside, undertaking missions, while some remain in seclusion for extended periods. Hence, the third peak may not seem crowded on a typical day." Fang Mo appeared contemplative, murmuring, 9,000 disciples, indeed quite numerous. Xie regarded Fang Mo with curiosity, unsure of the latter's intent behind this statement. In the next moment, a black longsword radiating with flashes of lightning materialized in Fang Mo's grasp. A chilling aura surged through the cave, a Xian-level elemental weapon. Xie gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Even Xia Xiong beside him displayed a look of astonishment. "This is a mid-grade mystic artifact." Fang Mo gently caressed the black longsword in his hand. Xie gasped in amazement. It was indeed a mid-grade mystic artifact. It is known that within the sect, there are only 3 such artifacts, and they are held by the 10 esteemed elders. "What do you desire?" Fang Mo inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Xie's eyes instantly ignited with fervor, and he eagerly replied, "I want it. If you accomplish this task, the Heavenly Sword shall be yours." Fang Mo's voice was laced with temptation. "Just say it. I will agree to anything," Xie replied impatiently. A sly smile crept upon Fang Mo's lips as he beckoned Xie closer. Seeing this, Xie immediately leaned in to listen. "You must." Chapter 103. A Great Upheaval Master. Will he obediently comply? Xia Xiong inquired, watching the distant figure of Xie with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. "He will. He is an intelligent man," Fang Mo replied, gently caressing the Heavenly Sword in his hand, then glancing at Xia Xiong. "Do you desire something?" Xia Xiong felt a jolt in his heart, instinctively casting a furtive glance at the obsidian sword in Fang Mo's grasp, and hurriedly murmured, "I dare not wish for more." Fang Mo retracted the Heavenly Sword and stated coolly, "In 3 months, should you break through to the 9th layer of the Yuan spirit realm, I shall bestow upon you a mysterious grade Yuan artifact." "Thank you, Master." Xia Xiong exclaimed, excitement evident as he knelt on one knee. If you fail to achieve this, I shall use you for alchemy. The cold voice sent a shiver down Xia Xiong's spine. I will exert every effort to reach the 9th layer of the Yuan spirit realm, Xia Xiong solemnly vowed. Depart. After Xia Xiong left, Fang Mo summoned Linglong to his side. Linglong appeared flustered, her heart racing like a startled deer, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet Fang Mo's eyes. Could it be that the master? But it is still daytime. Yet, why does she feel an unusual thrill within? As Linglong's mind wandered, Fang Mo handed her a storage ring. Here, take this and cultivate. I require no service from you for the time being, he instructed, gesturing towards the nearby ear chamber. Oh. Linglong accepted the storage ring, feeling a vague sense of loss. Inside the ear chamber, she examined herself, internally grumbling. I am not unremarkable. Why does the master treat me with such indifference? Her exquisite face was marred by a frown of conflict. While Linglong grappled with her thoughts, Fang Mo summoned 2 refined corpses with a wave of his hand. The dense stench of decay rapidly filled the entire cave, causing even Linglong's delicate form to shudder. The Sha corpse fixed its remaining eye upon Fang Mo, a glimmer of yearning evident. 8th layer of the Yuan spirit realm, impressive. Fang Mo noted, nodding slightly. His Sha corpse was unlike ordinary refined corpses, having been cultivated through blood sacrifice, now possessing combat prowess comparable to the 9th layer of the Yuan spirit realm. The appearance of the Sha corpse had not altered significantly, but the malevolence it emanated was more potent, its dark nails sharper still. Of course, its visage had become increasingly grotesque. It is time for you to realize your worth, Fang Mo murmured, tossing several drops of his blood to the Sha corpse. After arranging the Sha corpse, Fang Mo turned his attention to the motionless bride clad in red. Adorned in a resplendent crimson wedding gown with a phoenix crown and flowing veil, she should have portrayed a scene of joy and harmony. However, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The bride's skin was an ashen hue, marred by ghastly corpse spots, an eerie and terrifying sight. What a pity, Fang Mo sighed lightly. For this bride remained at the 6th layer of the Yuan spirit realm. Since you hold no further value to me, let us fulfill the Sha corpse's potential. Fang Mo stated blandly. He intended for the Sha corpse to absorb the bride's lingering death energy. Suddenly, the bride in red began to tremble violently, and the surrounding miasma intensified, growing increasingly ferocious. The sudden transformation of the bride in red elicited a trace of astonishment in Fang Mo's eyes. A dense aura of death enveloped the bride, causing the air to tremble and the corpse energy to surge. After a few moments, countless vortices emerged across the bride's body, drawing in the overwhelming essence of death. Fang Mo's gaze sharpened as he realized that the locations of these vortices coincided with the joints of the bride's body. Could this be related to the art of corpse manipulation? With this thought, Fang Mo attempted to connect with the bride using the corpse manipulation technique, only to find everything remained normal. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound echoed, as if something had been shattered. Fang Mo's pupils constricted as he observed the bride in red, who had unexpectedly broken through to the 7th level of the Yuan spirit realm. His expression turned peculiar as he fixated on the bride. She had previously been unable to progress, yet now she had surged forward in strength. Could it be that the bride comprehended his words and feared being treated as mere sustenance? How strange. Fang Mo rubbed his temples, noting that such a situation was not documented in any texts he had consulted, nor had he encountered anything like it before. Could it be due to his own blood essence? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Since the bride had achieved a breakthrough, it indicated that she possessed potential for growth. Thus, he decided to keep her for the time being. After feeding the bride a few drops of his blood essence, he stored the 2 refined corpses into his corpse bag. Subsequently, Fang Mo sat cross-legged, and in the next moment, a mist of blood enveloped the entire cave dwelling. Meanwhile, the news of Fang Mo slaying the master of the 2nd peak and injuring the enforcement elder had spread like wildfire through the sect, creating a considerable uproar. Have you heard? Our 3rd peak has produced a formidable individual. This news was known to all. Alone, he ventured to the 2nd peak, where he decisively dispatched the peak master, Guan Yi, and even severely injured the enforcement elder who intervened. Is that true? How ruthless. No doubt about it. But do you know the background of this Fang Mo? What background? Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Fang Mo is a disciple of Elder Pei Kuan. Ah, that explains his audacity. So he has connections. But that's not the point. The crucial detail is that 3 months ago, Fang Mo was merely at the 3rd level of the Yuan spirit realm. A collective gasp filled the air. Is that even possible? How could he injure an enforcement elder in just 3 months? Could it be that he is not only ruthless, but also a prodigious talent? Terrifying. Does anyone know what Fang Mo looks like? I'd like to prepare myself. The entire 3rd peak buzzed with discussions about Fang Mo. In contrast, the 1st peak appeared eerily quiet compared to the lively atmosphere of the other 2 peaks. With only a handful of inhabitants residing in the vast expanse. In a tranquil little garden, a petite and charming young woman dressed in a pink gown was joyfully chasing butterflies. Sistery, at that moment, a slightly plump woman appeared beside the garden. Oh, what brings you here? Has something interesting happened in the sect again? Ishui Air halted her steps. Her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at the plump woman. The plump woman hurriedly nodded and said, Sister Ishui, there has emerged a prodigious talent within the inner sect. Upon hearing this, Ishui Air was taken aback for a moment, then, intrigued, turned her gaze towards the plump woman. Do elaborate. What makes this individual so extraordinary? The prodigy hails from the 3rd peak and recently killed the peak master on the 2nd peak, injuring a 1st-level enforcement elder in the process. Ishui Air's delicate face displayed a lack of interest. Injuring a 1st-level enforcement elder is something many can achieve. It hardly qualifies as prodigious. As she spoke, Ishui Air tilted her head slightly and added, though, I must admit, it does take quite a bit of audacity to injure an enforcement elder. Giggle. Sister Ishui, if you were aware of his training speed, you would not be so dismissive. The plump woman regarded Ishui Air with a complex expression. Oh, what about his training speed? Ishui Air's interest was reignited. The plump woman took a deep breath and slowly began. That fellow just joined the sect 3 months ago, and at that time, he was merely at the 3rd level of the Yuanling realm. What? Ishui Air's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed. At this moment, even she was astonished. The 3rd level of the Yuanling realm, and in just 3 months, he has slain a peak master and injured an enforcement elder? This seems utterly implausible. Even she, recognized as a cultivation genius, took nearly 2 years to ascend from the 3rd to the 9th level of the Yuanling realm, earning the title of the fastest cultivation speed in the sect. Now, someone has accomplished this in 3 months. Is this news credible? Ishui Air scrutinized the plump woman with skepticism. The plump woman nodded earnestly and stated, It is true. That person is also a disciple of Elder Pei Kuan. It appears the sect has indeed produced another prodigious disciple. Ishui Air murmured to herself. Then, as if a thought struck her, Ishui Air's eyes curved into crescent moons as she cheerfully remarked, This upcoming intersect competition is bound to be fascinating. By the way, what is that disciple's name? It seems he is called Fang Mo Chapter 104. The eccentric soul-devouring array 3 days later, within the cave dwelling, Fang Mo slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of crimson illuminating his gaze. Almost there, he murmured to himself. He was on the brink of breaking through to the realm of Yuanjia. At present, he lacked nothing in terms of cultivation resources. The only thing he needed was vital essence. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Mo rose and departed from the cave. That person seems to be the prodigy, Fang Mo. Is it true? Has he really been released from the law enforcement hall so soon? Truly, a prodigy indeed. Silence. Quickly, keep your distance. As Fang Mo traversed the path, he encountered numerous disciples who regarded him with trepidation, an indifference that suited him well as it spared him some trouble. An hour later, Fang Mo glanced up at the array hall before striding confidently inside. The hall was bustling with activity, vibrant and lively. He seized a disciple of the array hall who was hastily passing by and inquired, Where's Luoyun City? Can't you see I'm busy? The disciple shot Fang Mo an impatient glare before turning to leave. Fang Mo's brow furrowed slightly. Not 2 steps away, the disciple was suddenly halted by another, who seemed to recognize Fang Mo and whispered, That person is Fang Mo. Perhaps due to the din within the hall, the disciple of the array hall exclaimed, What? I didn't hear you. Say it again. That person is Fang Mo. The well-meaning disciple mustered the courage to shout. As the words left his lips, the raucous hall fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. With all eyes fixed upon him, Fang Mo maintained an impassive expression. Buzz. The crowd erupted into chaos, scrambling towards the exit in a fervor. The reputation of a person casts a long shadow. The once bustling hall transformed into a desolate space, leaving only a few disciples of the array hall. Fang Shixiang, what did you just say? There were too many people. I didn't hear clearly. The previously impatient disciple approached, trembling. Summon Luoyun City, Fang Mo commanded. Why yes, I will go fetch her right away. The disciple of the array hall, as if granted a reprieve, dashed towards the back hall. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Fang City, it truly is you. Luoyun City exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment as she gazed at Fang Mo. When the disciple had informed her earlier, she had speculated whether the much-talked-about prodigy, Fang Mo, was indeed the one she knew. To her surprise, it was indeed him. This is too astonishing. The last time I saw him, he was merely at the 4th level of the Yuan Ling realm. I have come to ask for your assistance in repairing the array plate, Fang Mo stated flatly. Luoyun City's eyes sparkled with excitement as she responded, Fang City, have you found the Xianjing stone? Indeed. Luoyun City scanned the surroundings before whispering, Fang City, please follow me. Fang Mo accompanied Luoyun City to a secluded chamber. Fang City, where's the array plate? As soon as they entered, Luoyun City eagerly inquired. After all, the restoration of the formation disk can significantly enhance the proficiency in arranging formations, which would greatly benefit his mastery of the art of formations. Fang Mo handed the damaged by Zi Shihun formation disk to Luoyun City. Luoyun City's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he attentively examined the disk in his hands. Although the disk was considerably damaged, it was still salvageable. However, this formation Luoyun City furrowed his brow. Noticing his reaction, Fang Mo directly inquired. This formation is called the Bai Zi Shihun formation, a 3rd-tier formation. Is there something amiss? Upon hearing this, Luoyun City shook his head. No, that is not right. Although this formation is damaged, it is certainly not a 3rd-tier formation. How peculiar! I cannot comprehend the operational trajectory and arrangement techniques of this formation at all. Fang Mo frowned slightly at Luoyun City's response. Initially, the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce had claimed it to be a damaged 3rd-tier formation. However, Luoyun City's reaction suggested that it was far from simple. A glimmer of insight crossed Fang Mo's mind as he recalled the bizarre aspects encountered when activating the Bai Zi Shihun formation, where the ghostly child could autonomously absorb vital energy to repair the formation, yet he chose not to disclose this to Luoyun City. Strange. Could it be that my understanding of formations is too superficial? No, I must consult my master, Luoyun City declared, intending to take the formation disk outside. Wait, there is no need to trouble your master. Simply focus on restoring this formation disk. As for the formation within, you need not concern yourself with it at this moment. Fang Mo interjected, his tone slightly frigid. This Luoyun City hesitated, torn between his obsession with formations and the unsettling feeling of not grasping the matter fully, akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat. I said you only need to be responsible for repairing the formation disk. Do you understand? Fang Mo's expression remained impassive as he regarded Luoyun City, a hint of coldness evident in his gaze. Luoyun City instantly felt his internal energy stagnate, a terrifying aura coursing through his being, as if his life and death rested solely in Fang Mo's hands. I understand, Luoyun City stammered. Fang Mo waved his hand, and a massive piece of appeared in the room. This is an enormous piece of. Luoyun City's eyes widened, his handsome face reflecting sheer astonishment. Even within the inventory of the formation hall, there was only one piece the size of a fist, which the hall master cherished as a treasure. Luoyun City cast a discreet glance at Fang Mo, silently acknowledging his exceptional talent. Brother Fang, you need not use so much, he cautioned. Once the formation disk is repaired, the remainder can be returned to me. Understood. By the way, how long will it take to repair the formation disk? Luoyun City pondered for a moment before responding. It can be repaired in 7 days. Fang Mo nodded. Very well, I grant you 7 days. Deliver it to my cave abode afterward. Rest assured, I shall personally hand over the formation disk to you in 7 days. As Fang Mo exited the formation hall, he glanced at the throng outside, momentarily taken aback. The disciples, upon seeing Fang Mo emerge, instinctively stepped back. Fang Mo cast a fleeting glance at the crowd before turning to depart, and the throng instinctively parted to create a path for him. In a shadowy corner, a silver-haired man with a piercing gaze fixated malevolently on Fang Mo's receding figure. Chapter 105. The awakening of little blood in the elder hall. Nearly all the 10 elders had gathered. The expressions on their faces were devoid of emotion, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. A rather unattractive elder clad in gray directed his gaze towards the Grand Elder at the center of the hall and spoke in a low voice. Grand Elder. The Heavenly Sword Sect claims that the events transpiring in the Starry Twilight Mountain's secret realm were orchestrated by our 10,000 Corpses sect, with the intent of monopolizing the legacy of the secret realm. Currently, the Heavenly Sword Sect is collaborating with several other sects to exert pressure on our sect. Upon hearing this, the other elders grew restless. Those hypocrites from the Heavenly Sword Sect are merely spouting nonsense. Our 10,000 Corpses sect also suffered significant losses in the Starry Twilight Mountain, including the death of one of our top 10 disciples. A burly elder exclaimed in indignation. They are unjustly blaming us. It seems the Heavenly Sword Sect is merely seeking an excuse to suppress our sect. Do they wish to reignite the battle between the righteous and the demonic? Recently, rumors circulated that the leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Guahong, was in seclusion to break through. Has he now emerged? The Grand Elder, with slightly murky eyes, interrupted the elder's discourse and slowly inquired, "What do the other 3 sects say?" The Misty Heart Valley has explicitly refused to unite. The Ice and Snow Palace has yet to respond, and the attitude of the Carefree sect is somewhat ambiguous. However, but what? It is worth mentioning that the Heavenly Sword Sect seeks to ally with the Four Directions City, as the son of the city lord, Lei Xingyu, perished within the secret realm. And what is Four Directions City's stance? Grand Elder, Four Directions City has declined. At this revelation, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the elders, followed by a collective sigh of relief. The Grand Elder, maintaining his impassive demeanor, remarked, "Although Lei Xingyu is as tempestuous as thunder, he is not a fool. It is evident to all that the Heavenly Sword Sect is deliberately targeting our sect, and none wish to be embroiled in this conflict. Grand Elder, how should our sect respond now? Pay no heed to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Focus entirely on investigating the mysterious demonic cultivator within the Starry Twilight Mountain's secret realm, and ascertain if he has any connections with certain hidden demonic cultivators." Having said this, the Grand Elder slowly closed his eyes once more. As Fang Mo descended from the array peak, a sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to glance at his wrist before hastily returning to the third peak. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at his cave dwelling, where he noticed that the small blood entity entwined around his wrist seemed to awaken. With a flash of crimson light, the small blood creature fell to the ground, hissing and flicking its tongue as its serpentine form began to twist and change. The stench of blood within the cave intensified, and a distant, thunderous roar echoed, as if an ancient behemoth was stirring from slumber. Seeing this, Fang Mo quickly waved his hand to establish a layer of spiritual energy barrier and fixed his gaze intently on the writhing creature. He could sense that the small blood entity was undergoing a transformation. As the foul odor gradually dissipated, the creature ceased its thrashing. At that moment, the small blood serpent had grown to approximately 2 meters in length, its girth comparable to that of an adult's waist. Strangely, 2 small protrusions had appeared on its back. A savage and bloodthirsty aura began to emanate from the small blood entity, causing Fang Mo's pupils to constrict, as this aura instilled within him a sense of trepidation. Hiss! Hiss! Little Blood gazed at Fang Mo, its blood-red serpent eyes revealing a profound affection. A flash of crimson light flickered again, and Little Blood transformed back into a diminutive form, climbing onto Fang Mo's shoulder. Hiss! Little Blood affectionately brushed its scarlet tongue against Fang Mo's cheek. Fang Mo gently touched the 2 small protrusions on Little Blood's back, soft to the touch, akin to fleshy tumors. "What exactly is your origin?" Fang Mo mused softly as he stared at Little Blood. Meanwhile, a graceful figure clad in pink made her way up the third peak. "Come here, I have a question for you." Ishuaer called out to a disciple not far away. The disciple, having never encountered such a stunning woman, instantly approached with a lewd grin, saying, "Hee hee, beauty. Feel free to ask anything, even in my cave dwelling." "Umph." Ishuaer let out a cold snort. The disciple was immediately struck by a formidable pressure. Sent flying with a resounding thud against a boulder, blood gushing from his mouth, his fate uncertain. Ishuaer glanced at the disciple, her delicate face as frigid as ice. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to her in such a manner. Turning her gaze to the onlookers nearby, Ishuayer coldly inquired. Who among you knows where Fang Mo's cave dwelling is? The surrounding disciples, their faces pale, shook their heads, not daring to show even a hint of disrespect. This breathtaking woman was not only powerful, but was also here seeking that prodigy Fang Mo. Who would dare provoke her? With her brows slightly furrowed, Ishuayer was about to leave when a cautious voice called from behind. Senior sister, I know where Fang Shixiang's cave is. The speaker was Zhou Yuan. Take me there. Ishuayer replied, her tone tinged with excitement. This way, senior sister. Fang Shixiang's cave is just ahead, Zhou Yuan pointed out. Ishuayer nodded, her face beaming with joy as she walked forward. Observing Ishuayer's exquisite silhouette, Zhou Yuan felt a twinge of envy. A woman of such unparalleled beauty would surely find a match only with a prodigy like Fang Shixiang. As they traversed the dense forest, Ishuayer was taken aback by the picturesque scenery before her. How beautiful! I never expected there to be such a splendid place within the sect. Just as Ishuayer was lost in admiration, a flash of red light appeared, and Fang Mo stood before her. Master, I knew it had to be you, she exclaimed, her excitement radiant as she laughed like a blooming flower. Fang Mo replied gently. He was not surprised by Ishuayer's arrival. Given the commotion he had caused within the sect, it was inevitable that she would seek him out. Are you about to break through? Fang Mo looked at Ishuayer, his eyes wide with astonishment. He sensed that her aura had strengthened significantly, hinting at a nascent energy realm. Yes, and I must thank you for the medicinal pills you bestowed upon me. Without them, it would have taken me another 6 months to achieve this breakthrough. Ishuayer said playfully, winking at him. That is what you deserve. By the way, do not let others know of our relationship. Do not call me master in public. Fang Mo remarked indifferently. Then what should Shuayer address you as? Ishuayer inquired, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she fixed her gaze upon Fang Mo. She found herself increasingly unable to suppress a certain impulse within her upon seeing him again. How should she articulate this feeling? It was an overwhelming joy, a desire to deliberately capture his attention. What was happening to her? Could it be due to the sacrifice of her soul fire? No. It seemed to be something else entirely. As Ishuayer indulged in her whimsical thoughts, her delicate face gradually flushed a deeper shade of red. Fang Mo, puzzled by the sight of her blushing visage, replied, You may call me junior brother for now. Let us keep our relationship concealed. What kind of relationship do we have? Have you consumed too many elixirs? Chapter 106. The Massacre in the Valley. After bidding farewell to Ishuayer, Fang Mo returned to his cave dwelling and placed the white jade skull at its center. He then retrieved 2 corpses for refinement. Over the next few days, he intended to meticulously conduct rituals to refine the malevolent corpse, while also delving into the study of corpse puppetry. Meanwhile, a rumor began to circulate among the cultivators of the third peak. There was a powerful cave dwelling that had emerged in the misty valley on the outskirts of the soul-hidden mountains. Have you heard? A mighty cave dwelling has appeared in the misty valley. Is this true? How could it be false? Just don't tell anyone else. I heard the peak master has already gone there. Let us go see for ourselves and perhaps seize an opportunity. With your meager cultivation, you think you can lay claim to a powerful cave dwelling? Haven't you seen the peak master has gone? What do you know? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. What if we stumble upon a rare treasure? If all else fails, even just a taste of the spoils would be worthwhile. At the second peak, I have reliable news that a powerful cave dwelling has emerged in the misty valley. Shall we collaborate? Where did you obtain this information? Is it credible? Absolutely true. So, shall we join forces? Very well. The Misty Valley, located on the outskirts of the soul-hidden mountains, lies 1,000 miles away from the Luoyun Corpse sect. This valley is peculiar, perpetually shrouded in a thin mist that even the blazing noon sun cannot disperse. Hence its name. Legends say that 1,000 years ago, 2 powerful beings fought here, and this deep pit was created by one of them with a single punch. Over time, it evolved into the current Misty Valley. At this moment, a multitude of disciples from the Luoyun Corpse sect gathered within the valley. Not far away, on a steep cliff, a deep cave entrance was shielded by a formation, and dozens of disciples relentlessly bombarded that formation. Boom, boom. The continuous thunderous sounds echoed throughout the valley, yet the formation remained unyielding. Above the Misty Valley, Ixia observed the crowd below with an impassive expression. The formation he had set up could only be breached by those in the Yuan realm. These individuals, none of whom had even reached the 6th level of the Yuan spirit realm, would achieve nothing after a month of futile efforts. As time passed, more disciples from the Yuan Corpse sect gathered, including 2 cultivators at the 6th level of the Yuan spirit realm. Xian narrowed his eyes, realizing that the second peak had indeed received word of the situation. His expression remained unchanged. The presence of these 2 6th-level cultivators would not alter the outcome. Suddenly, 2 figures clad in black robes entered the valley, their formidable Yuan power causing the disciples to momentarily halt their breath. Yuan realm. The disciples' faces paled. With the elders arriving, they certainly had no hope of seizing the powerful cave dwelling. Even Xia's expression shifted dramatically in the shadows. Damn it, 2 elders from the sect have come. Xia's gaze flickered anxiously as he scanned the area, searching for something. You have done well. A cold voice resonated behind Xia. He felt a jolt within and swiftly turned around, only to see Fang Mo, cloaked in black, with a hood concealing his features, standing before him. Fang Shitty, an unforeseen incident has occurred. The news I disseminated reached the second peak, resulting in a considerable influx of individuals, and furthermore, Xia cast a sideways glance at the 2 elder figures clad in black below, and continued, moreover, it has even attracted 2 elders from the sect. Xia lowered his head, a hint of anxiety flickering across his features. No, you have performed admirably. Fang Mo observed the nearly 1,000 disciples below. Alongside the 2 first-stage elders, a faint smile gracing his lips. Witnessing this, Xia's heart sank. With a resounding crash, the formation at the cave entrance was shattered by the 2 elders. As they gazed upon the darkened cave, smiles surfaced on their faces, only to be abruptly replaced by a chilling voice echoing in their ears, blood domain. In an instant, the entire valley was enveloped in a thick mist of blood, obscuring the sun itself. What is happening? Why has this mist turned crimson? My spiritual energy is unable to circulate. Someone has plotted against us. This blood mist is overwhelming. I can see no one. Be cautious. This blood mist is peculiar. As Xia beheld the dense blood mist below, his countenance paled, the overwhelming aura of blood instilling a deep trepidation within him. Fang Mo, with an impassive expression, summoned forth the corpse of slaughter and the bride in red. The moment the 2 crafted corpses appeared, Xia's hair stood on end. His complexion drained of color as he struggled to fend off the encroaching malevolence with his spiritual force. The malevolence exuding from the corpses was beyond his capacity to withstand. Xia's perception of Fang Mo's terrifying prowess deepened anew. Just as Xia felt himself on the verge of collapse, Fang Mo uttered 2 words, go. With a thunderous roar, the corpse of slaughter surged into the blood mist, emanating a terrifying aura, while the bride in red transformed into a streak of blood, closely following. Fang Mo's expression remained devoid of emotion as he surveyed the blood mist, his eyes glimmering with a crimson hue. Ah, help! Who is this woman in red? Do not kill me. Ah, elder, save me. The air was filled with incessant cries of despair and wails within the blood mist. Xia trembled, collapsing to the ground, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at Fang Mo. But there are still 2 elders from the sect below. How can he dare to slaughter disciples so brazenly? Meanwhile, the 2 elders within the blood mist radiated the aura of first-stage practitioners, wielding their artifacts, their expressions grave as they scrutinized their surroundings. The chorus of anguished screams intensified their grim countenance. Suddenly, 2 massive blood-red tendrils surged forth from the depths of the mist, sweeping in with an overwhelming stench of blood, striking fiercely at the 2 elders. Fire Cloud Slash, Earth-Shattering Sword, with 2 bellowed incantations. A golden blade infused with flames and a heavy, earthy sword beam simultaneously cleaved toward the blood-red tendrils. Boom! Bang! With 2 thunderous crashes, the golden blade and the earthy sword beam were effortlessly dispersed by the tendrils, leaving the 2 elders unable to react before being violently flung away. Puff! What exactly are these tentacles, so formidable and bizarre? Puff! The 2 elders, their faces ashen, exchanged a glance, horror reflecting in their eyes. They were grievously injured by a single blow. In the next moment, they summoned their life-bound corpses. A robust male corpse and a corpulent female corpse emerged, exuding an aura of the Yuan realm. Reveal yourself. Who dares to assault the Yuan Corpse sect? Are you not fearful of our retribution? One elder shouted defiantly, attempting to intimidate the assailant with the name of the Yuan Corpse sect. Alas, There was no response. Only the anguished cries of the sect's disciples echoed around them. Who? Two crimson tentacles surged forth once more. The elders commanded their life-bound corpses to engage. Roar! The robust male corpse swung its grayish-blue fist at the blood-red tentacles. In the next instant, the male corpse was violently flung aside, and as it attempted to rise, a crimson tentacle ensnared it tightly, rendering it immobile, only able to emit a roar of fury. Meanwhile, the fate of the corpulent female corpse was even more tragic. Her body was pierced by a blood-red tentacle, which then coiled around her mercilessly. Not far away, the two elders watched in abject horror as their life-bound corpses were captured in mere moments. Wait, spare us. We do not covet this powerful being's lair. I swear I shall not report this to the sect. I implore you, show mercy. The two elders gazed around in bewilderment, their voices tinged with regret and desperation. Cursed be it, having unintentionally overheard the disciples discussing the legend of this powerful being's lair. They had envisioned sharing the fortune between them, never anticipating they would encounter such a terrifying entity. Had they known, they would not have sought out this tumultuous affair. The opponent was undoubtedly a hidden great demon, and their only recourse now was to beseech for clemency. Bang! Bang! No! Stop! Chapter 107. The second layer of the origin realm. Two elders stared in horror at the two lifeless bodies, now reduced to a grotesque mass. With a gasp, they both turned pale and coughed up blood, their vitality waning. In the next moment, blood-red tendrils pierced through their bodies. Above the valley, Fang Mo basked in a sense of triumph, arms outstretched as a colossal crimson vortex materialized before him, ceaselessly drawing the boundless blood essence from the blood domain below. The overwhelming demonic aura surrounding him forced Ixia to prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. After a brief moment, the anguished cries within the blood mist faded into silence. Fang Mo turned slightly, addressing the impatient little blood serpent perched on his shoulder. Go forth. With a hiss, the diminutive serpent swiftly descended to the ground, expanding against the wind, transforming into a massive python over 2 meters long, surging through the blood mist with a whirlwind of dust and fury. Ixia, overwhelmed by shock, found himself numb with terror. At that moment, the blood essence in the valley had been completely absorbed. Fang Mo's eyes glowed crimson, his robes billowing as the very essence of the world trembled around him. In the next heartbeat, he erupted with a terrifying thirst for blood, soaring towards the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds. The surging blood essence cascaded like a torrential flood, obscuring the skies. The void shuddered as demonic thunder roared. In the origin realm, a faint smile graced Fang Mo's lips, his eyes shining with delight. After devouring nearly 1,000 disciples of the 10,000 Corpses sect and 2 elders of the origin realm, he not only transcended into the origin realm, but ascended to the second layer of the origin realm in one fell swoop. As the crimson hue in his gaze faded, the overwhelming blood essence dissipated. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the valley like a deity of darkness. At that moment, 2 figures, one gray and one red, emerged from the blood mist, returning to Fang Mo's side. He gently raised his hand, retracting the blood domain. The scene within the valley was revealed, scattered corpses, severed limbs, as the little blood serpent dragged its massive body, consuming relentlessly. After a brief moment, not a single corpse remained in the valley. The little serpent, satisfied, returned to Fang Mo, its form shrinking back to a petite size, though its belly noticeably swollen. It climbed onto Fang Mo's shoulder, nuzzling against his cheek before curling up in repose. With an expressionless glance at the unconscious Ixia, Fang Mo flicked his finger, and Ixia's body transformed into a mist of blood, vanishing without a trace. Half an hour later, 3 enormous corpse beasts landed within the valley. 3 figures descended. Cold Cloud Peak, are you certain that the one called Fang Mo came this way? A man with a scar across his forehead questioned, scanning the surroundings with suspicion. Upon hearing this, Cold Cloud Peak furrowed his brow. He had seen Fang Mo leave the sect heading in this direction, and combined with recent rumors, he deduced that Fang Mo had indeed come to this misty valley to contest for the powerful cave dwelling. However, the valley was now eerily empty. Look over there. Another dwarf-like man pointed towards a dark, foreboding cave in the distance. Let us investigate. With a flash, the 3 figures appeared at the cave's entrance. Could this possibly be that rumored powerful cave? Haha, what a bargain for us. The gnome man chuckled heartily before vanishing at the cave's entrance. Cold Cloud Peak and the scarred man followed closely behind. Moments later, the three emerged with somber expressions. Indeed, it was merely an ordinary cave, with nothing more than a dead rabbit inside. How disappointing. The gnome man wore a disgruntled expression. We did not come here for this. Let us not forget our purpose. The scarred man interjected. The gnome glanced at the sullen Cold Cloud Peak and remarked, Cold Cloud, you are too timid. To deal with that fellow named Fang Mo, you even summoned us. After all, we are formidable warriors, ranked among the top 20 on the corpse list. I did so as a precaution. Do you think a person capable of injuring an elder of the law would be weaker than us? Cold Cloud Peak surveyed the surroundings once more, his face ashen. It seemed their journey might be in vain. Before his demise, the day the night closed in. He had shattered the sound transmission jade, realizing that the one who had slain his younger brother was that monstrous Fang Mo. For days, he had secretly tracked Fang Mo, and today he finally found an opportunity. To be safe, he had summoned his friends. The scarred man ranked 15th and the gnome man ranked 16th on the corpse list. Yet, it appeared to be a wild goose chase. Just as Cold Cloud Peak prepared to depart, a figure draped in black robes slowly approached from a distance. The three furrowed their brows, sensing no aura of cultivation from this unexpected visitor. Who are you? The scarred man asked coldly. Aren't you looking for me? Fang Mo lifted his hood and replied calmly. It's you. Cold Cloud Peak exclaimed, his tone shifting to one of excitement, followed by a fierce glint in his eyes. He had thought it would be a wasted trip, only to find Fang Mo had appeared of his own accord. Haha, you must be the infamous prodigy Fang Mo that has been the talk of the sect lately. You truly have walked into your own trap. The gnome man laughed heartily. Fang Mo regarded the three with indifference, remaining silent. Fang Mo, did you kill my brother? Cold Cloud Peak growled ominously. I have killed many. Which one do you refer to? Fang Mo responded nonchalantly. Cold Cloud Peak spat out coldly. Fang Mo's expression shifted slightly. Oh, that fool. He was shot dead by my arrows. So, you must be Cold Cloud Peak. Today, I shall grind your bones to dust. Cold Cloud Peak's eyes blazed with fury as the aura of a 9th-level Yuanling erupted from him, and a massive corpse ape materialized at his side. The man and his ape, reeking of death, charged towards Fang Mo, dark clouds gathering in the sky, the air thick with a sense of impending doom. Observing this, the scarred man murmured, It seems Cold Cloud Peak has significantly improved his strength. He might advance a couple of ranks in the upcoming intersect competition. Indeed, the gnome man nodded slightly. As he gazed at the ominous corpse ape, Fang Mo expressed a hint of surprise. A great force corpse ape. The great force corpse ape, akin to the Xian Yi corpse toad of Fu Qing, was an extraordinarily powerful undead beast. In terms of sheer destructive power, the formidable corpse ape surpasses even the abyssal night corpse toad. Alas, Fang Mo gently shook his head and flicked his finger, sending a crimson flash that pierced through the skull of the corpse ape like a bolt of blood-colored lightning. With a resounding thud, the corpse ape was reduced to a headless corpse, akin to a watermelon bursting open. Gasp! Cold Cloud Peak, his silver hair billowing, spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, grievously injured. The scarred man and the dwarf stood nearby, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they witnessed the scene. With a mere flick of his finger, the immensely powerful corpse ape had been transformed into a lifeless body. One strike had severely wounded Cold Cloud Peak. Surely, even those ranked among the top 3 on the corpse list could not inflict such a grievous injury with such apparent ease. This Fang Mo truly is a prodigy beyond comprehension. The scarred man and the dwarf exchanged glances, a sense of retreat blossoming in their hearts. How could this be? Impossible. Cold Cloud Peak lay on the ground, incredulous as he gazed at Fang Mo, still unable to fathom that he had been so casually inflicted with such a severe wound. Chapter 108. The wrath of the Grand Elder. Fang Mo cast a dispassionate glance at the self-doubting Luoyun City. Even before his ascension, the trio posed no threat to him. Now, they were utterly inconsequential. He had initially tasked Ishuer with investigating Luoyun City, but unexpectedly, Luoyun City had delivered himself right to his doorstep, presenting an opportune moment to eliminate this potential menace. With this thought, Fang Mo waved his hand, enveloping Luoyun City in a crimson glow, rendering him immobile. Helplessly, He watched as his life force was relentlessly siphoned away into Fang Mo's being, his eyes filled with despair. He could never have fathomed that he had grossly overestimated Fang Mo's strength. Prepared to avenge his fallen brother, he had envisioned torturing Fang Mo to death. Yet, the outcome was tragically ironic, leaving him to await the inevitable embrace of death. Not far off, the scarred man and the dwarf, witnessing this turn of events, exchanged no words but instinctively transformed into two streaks of light, fleeing towards the valley's exit. They were not foolish. If Luoyun, whose strength was comparable to theirs, could be so effortlessly subdued, their own attempts would be futile, a mere act of self-destruction. Fang Mo glanced at the retreating figures, but did not pursue them. The scarred man and the dwarf, relieved by Fang Mo's lack of pursuit, approached the valley's mouth, their faces reflecting a complex mix of emotions, having narrowly escaped. Who was this Fang Mo, this monstrous being? His prowess could undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3 on the death list. Luoyun, that fool, had not even grasped the extent of Fang Mo's strength before marching to his doom, dragging them along with him. Truly despicable. They deserved their fate. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the two collided with an unseen barrier, tumbling to the ground. They looked up in astonishment, revealing a blood wall gradually materializing around the entire valley. This. The dwarf, struck with horror, trembled, unable to articulate his thoughts. The scarred man's complexion darkened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Break through it, he bellowed. Instantly, a gleaming long knife appeared in his grasp. Shatter it. A colossal blade aura, spanning dozens of feet, emerged from thin air, causing the atmosphere to tremble as the wind howled. The massive blade sliced through the sky, aimed directly at the blood wall before them. Ripples of crimson surged across the blood wall, effortlessly dissipating the formidable blade aura as if it had never existed. Watching his most powerful strike vanish without a trace, the scarred man stood in a daze, unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, the dwarf, wielding a massive black hammer, pounded furiously against the blood wall, but his efforts were equally in vain. Enough. It is your turn now. Fang Mo casually disposed of Luoyun's lifeless body to the small blood creature and turned his gaze toward the two. Wait. We were merely deceived by Luoyun. We know nothing. Spare us, and we shall pretend this never happened. The scarred man spoke with urgency, and beside him, the dwarf quickly nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed. We are among the top 20 disciples on the corpse list. The death of a single cold cloud peak matters little. If we were to perish, the sect would certainly investigate. His words carried a semblance of reason. Fang Mo lowered his gaze slightly. The response from Fang Mo brought a glimmer of joy to the faces of the scarred man and the dwarf. Rest assured, if you release us, we shall remain tight-lipped and feign ignorance, the dwarf remarked, glancing at the corpse of Cold Cloud Peak being devoured by the small blood creature. He continued, moreover, we could assist. Suddenly, a crimson tentacle erupted from his back, cutting off his words. However, I am even less inclined to leave myself vulnerable. Fang Mo stated coolly. The dwarf, lowering his head, gazed in disbelief at the blood-red tentacle that had pierced through him. The scarred man reacted swiftly, vanishing and reappearing 10 meters away, summoning his own life-bound corpse. Fang Mo, do you truly wish to eradicate us completely? He bellowed. In response, a blood-red tentacle lunged toward him. Shortly thereafter, a purple light soared from the small mist valley, vanishing into the horizon. 2 hours later, 3 figures materialized at the small mist valley. Is this truly the small mist valley mentioned in Elder Wu's distress talisman? The leader, cloaked in black, rasped. Elder Wu's message specifically referred to the small mist valley, another black-clad figure murmured. Upon hearing this, the leader narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings. The stench of blood is overwhelming, he muttered, sniffing the air. Meanwhile, Fang Mo had returned to the sect. Within his cave dwelling, he removed his black robe. Flicking his fingers to reduce it to ashes, he summoned 2 refined corpses, feeding them some essence blood before sitting cross-legged to examine himself. His body was filled with immense blood essence, surging from his dantian, washing over his limbs and bones, before returning to his dantian in a continuous cycle. Within his dantian, the blood energy roiled like an endless sea of crimson. Above this blood sea, a colossal phantom of a blood lotus hovered, appearing both distinct and elusive. The blood lotus had already solidified 2 petals, a blood-red hue that was both enchanting and sinister, signifying Fang Mo's current cultivation at the origin realm. At the center of the blood lotus floated a crystal-clear seed, the heart-eating lotus seed, its surface shimmering with blood essence. Contemplating the heart-eating lotus seed, Fang Mo was lost in thought. Each significant elevation in the myriad transformations of blood would yield a heart-eating lotus seed. He had previously utilized the one from the spirit origin realm on Chu Qian. Chu Qian, Fang Mo murmured softly, as Fang Mo immersed himself in his cultivation. The atmosphere within the 10,000 Corpses sect grew tense, akin to facing a formidable adversary. Over 1,000 disciples and 2 elders have simply vanished from existence. In the Elder Hall, the Grand Elder roared, a chilling glare igniting in his murky eyes. The elders below sat upright, their expressions grave. Just moments ago, news arrived that over 1,000 inner disciples and 2 elders had mysteriously vanished in the small mist valley, situated 1,000 miles from the sect. The only force capable of such a feat must be the Heavenly Sword Sect, proclaimed Elder Pei Kuan in a somber tone. Not necessarily, countered Elder Jia Luan. There are no remnants of sword energy in the Mist Valley. Pei Kuan scoffed. What if this is a deliberate ruse by the Heavenly Sword Sect? Perhaps they wish to incite conflict between our sect and theirs. Jia Luan retorted sharply. And what if they are merely attempting to provoke us? You. Pei Kuan glared furiously. This fool seemed intent on opposing him at every turn. Enough. The Grand Elder slammed his hand on the table, casting a stoic gaze around the room before addressing Elder Lin Xianchao. Elder Lin, you are tasked with investigating this matter. I shall see who possesses the audacity to challenge our Wan Shizong. Understood, Lin Xianchao replied. In the presence of the third peak, Luoyun City's countenance revealed a tapestry of emotions. The 7-day period had elapsed, and the array disc was restored to its former glory. Yet, he remained perplexed by the intricacies of the formation contained within. He was certain it transcended the mere complexity of a third-tier array. Most notably, after days of relentless study, he sensed an elusive consciousness within the formation, seemingly evading his scrutiny. He yearned to delve deeper, but alas, time was not on his side, and he was compelled to return the array disc. A glimmer of determination flickered in Luoyun City's eyes. He would implore his junior brother Fang for an extension. Before long, he traversed the dense thicket and arrived before Fang Mo's secluded abode. One could not help but marvel at the splendor of Fang's dwelling, akin to a hidden paradise. The environment was serene, fragrant blossoms perfuming the air, and a shimmering pool reflecting the gentle mist above. Wait, what was that in the water? Luoyun City's eyes widened in horror as he beheld a massive, blood-red head emerging from the depths of the pool. With a hiss, the diminutive blood python opened its maw wide, directing its scarlet forked tongue towards Luoyun City. Instantly, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if a ferocious beast had fixed its gaze upon him, rendering him immobile. Fang Shidi, Luoyun City cried out in panic, fearing that a mere moment's delay would lead to his dire fate at the jaws of the terrifying serpent. Enough of this. Return. A shadowy figure emerged from the cave, gently beckoning to the little blood python. The enormous snake's head swayed slightly as its massive body began to slither out of the pool, inching toward Fang Mo. Luoyun City gazed, astonished, at the serpent, which measured over 5 meters in length and was as thick as a barrel. He had never encountered such a creature. Its entire form was a vivid crimson, devoid of any blemish, with eyes resembling blood-red jade. Though unfamiliar, he had no doubt regarding the python's ferocity. Its mere presence rendered him immobile. Subconsciously, Luoyun City cast a glance at Fang Mo, inwardly lamenting, truly a prodigy. Is the array disc repaired? Fang Mo gently caressed the little blood python coiled upon his shoulder. Luoyun City, upon hearing this, swiftly produced the array disc from his robes. Fang Shidi, the array disc is fully restored. Indeed, Fang Mo effortlessly summoned the disc into his hand. Observing the fully restored array disc, a satisfied nod accompanied his expression. Here are the remaining Xianjing stones, Luoyun City continued, as a sizable Xianjing stone, with a fist-sized chip, materialized beside him, clearly indicating that only a fraction had been utilized for the repair. Fang Mo waved his hand, collecting the Xianjing stone, then produced a storage bag and tossed it to Luoyun City. Inside is 10,000 stone. Consider it your reward. Thank you, Fang Shidi, Luoyun City exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight as he accepted the storage bag. To my surprise, there was yet another unexpected gain. As Fang Mo turned to enter the cave, Luoyun City hastily called out, "Fang Shitty, wait a moment. What is it?" Fang Mo slowly turned his head. May I have a few more days to study that formation plate?" Luoyun City's tone was tinged with a hint of pleading. Fang Mo regarded Luoyun City with a detached gaze, prompting Luoyun City to speak again. "Fang Shitty, trust me. This 100-sun soul-devouring formation is certainly not a mere third-tier formation. After several days of research, I've discovered that there seems to be a hint of self-awareness within it, akin to the legendary formation spirit." The more Luoyun City spoke, the more animated he became, his expression brimming with excitement. "Trust me, grant me a few more days, and I will surely unravel the mysteries of this formation." Fang Mo, however, remained silent, his attention fixated on the formation plate in his hands, a look of astonishment gracing his features. Self-awareness? Formation spirit? Could it be those ghostly children from before? Observing Fang Mo's contemplative demeanor, Luoyun City pressed on. "Fang Shitty, once I thoroughly study this formation, I can help you restore it. Currently, this 100 Suns soul-devouring formation can only ensnare and kill a first-level Yuan practitioner. I suspect it is likely a 5th-tier formation, once fully restored. It could even ensnare powerful Yuan masters." Luoyun City's eyes gleamed with fervor. He had only encountered formations of such high caliber in books. Even his own master, Wei Shan, could only arrange 3rd-tier formations, with the only comparable one being the protective array of the Wan Corp sect. The opportunity to study such a high-tier formation was an immense fortune for him. Fang Mo, too, gazed at the formation plate in astonishment. A 5th-tier formation? A means to ensnare Yuan masters? It seemed he had indeed stumbled upon a tremendous treasure at the Starsea Commerce. If the 100 Suns soul-devouring formation were to be successfully restored, who in the western regions of Tianbei could stand against him? Fang Mo cast a deep glance at Luoyun City, remaining silent as he weighed the prospect of eliminating him. The 100 Suns soul-devouring formation could absorb essence and repair itself. He had no need for assistance. Moreover, such secrets must not be revealed. Yet, Luoyun City was a prodigy of the formation hall, a direct disciple of the hall master. This was rather troublesome. At that moment, Luoyun City grew anxious. "Fang Shitty, as long as you let me study this formation, I will comply with any request." His voice was filled with yearning. "Then offer up your soul fire." Fang Mo replied coolly. "What?" Luoyun City was taken aback. "If you relinquish your soul fire to me, then I shall entrust this formation to your study." Upon hearing this, Luoyun City's expression shifted, and he forced a laugh. "Hee. Fang Shitty, that jest is rather large. I am not joking. Surrender your soul fire, or you shall not leave this cave." As the words fell, a tremendous aura of blood enveloped the cave. "Fang Mo, I am a direct disciple of the Hall Master." Witnessing the scene, Luoyun City's expression darkened completely. This Fang Mo truly dared to lay hands on him. This madman. "Submit to me, and not only will I entrust you with the study of this soul-devouring array, but I can also share with you some advanced formations from the Danxia sect that date back a millennium." Fang Mo's voice was laced with temptation. Luoyun City was momentarily stunned, but her expression swiftly shifted to one of horror as she gazed at Fang Mo. "It is you, the enigmatic, demonic cultivator from the secret realm of Xingxiang Mountain." A smirk played on Fang Mo's lips. Luoyun City collapsed onto the ground, her face ashen. The moment Fang Mo revealed this secret, she realized her choices had vanished. "I shall grant you 3 breaths of time." "No need. I am willing to relinquish my soul fire." Luoyun City's voice was filled with desolation. "However, you must remember your words. I wish to study those formations." Of course. Chapter 110. The Master exhibits a slightly disturbing nature. Luoyun City had taken away the 100 Suns soul-devouring array, and Fang Mo informed him about the self-repair of the array. Inside the cave abode, Fang Mo gently rubbed the black ring on his finger, his gaze profound. In the midst of his contemplation, a flash of pink light appeared as Ishuer smiled and materialized before him. "Master." At that moment, she wore a delicate pink gauze skirt, her long legs elegantly displayed, and her smooth, fair ankles evoked a sense of fantasy, accentuated by the subtly arched tendons on her pristine feet. Fang Mo diverted his gaze and replied indifferently, "What is it? Is it forbidden to visit the master if there is nothing to report?" Ishuer giggled, a blossoming smile adorning her lips. Fang Mo's expression remained apathetic. "Boring." Ishuer muttered softly, then straightened her demeanor, and said, "Master, I have investigated that cold cloud peak. A few days ago, he left the sect with 2 other individuals from the first peak and has yet to return. No need to investigate further. He will not be returning," Fang Mo stated flatly. Ishuaier's mouth fell slightly agape as she gazed at Fang Mo in astonishment. "Master, could it be that you indeed? Those 3 followed me to the Little Mist Valley a few days ago, and I eliminated them," Fang Mo replied casually. As expected of the master. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Ishuaier's eyes. "Wait, Master, you went to the Little Mist Valley a few days ago?" "Yes. Nearly 1,000 inner disciples perished within the Little Mist Valley. Master, are you aware?" Ishuaier stole a glance at Fang Mo. "I was the one who did it," Fang Mo murmured softly. Despite her suspicions, Ishuaier's heart trembled upon hearing Fang Mo's admission. "Master, please be cautious during this period. The incident at the Little Mist Valley has incited the Elder's fury, and Elder Lin Xianchao has been tasked with investigating the matter. Even my master, Jinyu, is involved in tracking down those hidden demonic cultivators." "Yes, I am aware of my own capabilities," Fang Mo nodded slightly. After breaking through to the Yuan realm, he had no intention of stirring trouble within the sect. After all, one cannot continuously fleece the same sheep. "What news of Pei Kun lately?" Fang Mo asked casually. "Master, Pei Kun remains at the Elder Peak day in and day out, showing no signs of activity. However, Shuaier did hear something interesting from my master." "What is it?" "Regarding the incident where the master injured the law enforcement elder, Elder Lin inquired with Pei Kun. If the master were a prodigious disciple, he could evade punishment and be heavily nurtured. Yet, Pei Kun vehemently denied the master's status, while Elder Jialuan staunchly opposed it. Ultimately, Elder Lin and the Great Elder conferred and established a bet concerning the top 5 on the corpse ranking. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo smirked coldly. He was well aware of Pei Kun's intentions. "By the way, who is Jialuan?" Fang Mo inquired. "Master, Jialuan is also one of the 10 elders. But he has a deep-seated grudge against Pei Kun," Ishuaier replied with a mysterious smile. Fang Mo displayed a flicker of interest. "What past grievances?" Ishuaier cleared her throat, taking a moment to gather her thoughts. In the days when Pei Kun and Jialuan were both inner disciples, Pei Kun had a beloved junior sister, and they were deeply in love, pledging their devotion to one another. At this point, Ishuaier deliberately paused. "Continue," Fang Mo urged. Observing Fang Mo's anxious demeanor, Ishuaier stifled a giggle. Pei Kun's junior sister was exceptionally beautiful. During a mission, she caught the eye of Jialuan. However, the young woman resolutely refused his advances, infuriating Jialuan, who ultimately killed her and transformed her into his own lifeless servant. Upon learning of this, Pei Kun was consumed by rage and confronted Jialuan within the sect. Jialuan, unable to match Pei Kun's strength, suffered a grievous beating. And it was only thanks to the intervention of the Grand Elder that Jialuan was spared from a fatal end. Nevertheless, even though he survived, Jialuan was left with a permanent injury, his leg bearing a lingering ailment to this day. After hearing this tale, Fang Mo's expression turned peculiar. He had never anticipated Pei Kun's past to be so tragic. The thought of his beloved junior sister being turned into another's lifeless servant was indeed unsettling. A sly smile crept onto Fang Mo's lips. "What do you think would happen if I presented my master's most cherished junior sister as a gift to him? Would he be delighted?" At his words, Ishuaier trembled slightly. Why did it seem that her master's demeanor was somewhat perverse? Yet, she found herself irresistibly drawn to this captivating side of him. Oh dear, what was she thinking? Her cheeks flushed, and in a whisper, she murmured, He should be pleased, I suppose. During this time, keep a close watch on Elder Jialuan. Notify me immediately should he leave the sect. Master, Elder Jialuan is at the 4th level of the Yuanzhi realm. Ishuaier cautiously reminded him. You need only to follow my instructions. Understood. Shuaier will comply. Ishuaier nodded obediently. As if recalling something, Fang Mo turned to Ishuaier and asked, When do you plan to break through to the Yuanzhi realm? Ishuaier pondered for a moment. Master, I can break through at any time, but I am hesitant about participating in the upcoming intersect competition. What do you mean? Fang Mo raised an eyebrow. Master, are you not aware? Ishuaier seemed taken aback. No what? Once I break through to the Yuanzhi realm, I will no longer hold the status of a disciple, which means I cannot participate in the intersect competition. Fang Mo was momentarily stunned. This was news to him, as he had been preoccupied with elevating his own cultivation. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, "So, upon breaking through to the Yuanzhi realm, does one immediately become an elder?" Ishuaer shook her head slightly. "Not quite, master. A genius-level disciple who breaks through to the Yuanzhi realm can choose to venture out for training in search of opportunities or opt to become an elder. Typically, those who choose to become elders are the future candidates for the top 10 elders. There is also a final option, to enter the corpse soul realm for focused cultivation." "Corpse soul realm?" Fang Mo's tone was filled with confusion. Ishuaer nodded and replied, "The corpse soul realm is a profound secret realm of our sect, imbued with an extraordinarily dense aura of death. It is said that a year spent cultivating within is equivalent to 3 years outside." "What?" Fang Mo exclaimed in astonishment. Such a cultivation sanctuary was undoubtedly the aspiration of every disciple of the 10,000 Corpses sect. Unfazed by Fang Mo's reaction, Ishuaer whispered, "Master, many of the previous and even earlier formidable figures on the corpse ranking entered the corpse soul realm for cultivation, and some have yet to set foot outside to this day. It is said that the true foundational strength of the 10,000 Corpses sect resides within those individuals in the corpse soul realm." The mention of the corpse soul realm ignited a spark of fervor in Fang Mo's eyes. Meanwhile, outside Fang Mo's cave dwelling, 2 figures emerged from the dense forest. "Is this the place?" inquired a handsome young man clad in resplendent golden attire, casting a glance at the forest before him. "Yes, returning Peak Master. This is where senior sister Ishuaer has come," replied the dark-clad figure beside him, his tone respectful. Chapter 111. Chu Yunjun within the cave dwelling. Fang Mo was engaged in conversation with Ishuaer when he suddenly raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Outside the cave, a man clad in resplendent golden robes appeared by the water's edge. He leisurely surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself with an air of appreciation, "I never anticipated such a breathtaking scene within the sect. Quite remarkable. Who are you?" Fang Mo stepped out of the cave, his gaze steady as he regarded the man in golden robes. This individual exuded an air of nobility, clearly not an ordinary disciple. And the subtle aura he emanated was even more formidable than that of Ishuaer, indicating he was likely also a prodigy of the corpse rankings. "Chu Yunjun, what brings you here?" At that moment, Ishuaer emerged from behind Fang Mo, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the man in golden robes. "Chu Yunjun?" Fang Mo's brow furrowed slightly. The name was unfamiliar to him. "Hee, I merely wished to make the acquaintance of the recently renowned prodigy within the sect. I didn't expect to find junior sister E here as well." Chu Yunjun chuckled lightly at Ishuaer, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Ishuaer chose to ignore Chu Yunjun, leaning closer to Fang Mo to whisper, "This Chu Yunjun is the leader of the first peak." Fang Mo's expression shifted to one of understanding. No wonder his attire was so ostentatious and his demeanor so distinguished. He was indeed the fabled leader of the first peak. Moreover, he is the sole direct disciple of Elder Jialuan, Ishuaer added. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight flashed in Fang Mo's eyes. Chu Yunjun observed the close interaction between the two, a flicker of coldness crossing his gaze. "You must be the celebrated prodigy Fang Mo," he remarked coolly. Casting a glance at Fang Mo smiled faintly, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Senior brother Chu overestimates me. How could I dare to claim the title of prodigy in your presence?" Such words delighted Chu Yunjun, who nodded slightly in response. "Junior brother Fang is too modest. I cannot claim to have injured an elder of the law enforcement with merely 3 months of cultivation at the 3rd level of the Yuan spirit realm. That was merely a fortunate encounter," senior brother Chu jested. Fang Mo replied with a cheerful demeanor. Ishuaer shot a peculiar glance at Fang Mo, perplexed by the sudden shift in his demeanor as he now spoke with such courtesy. However, she wisely refrained from questioning further. "Fang Mo, I eagerly anticipate your performance in the upcoming intersect competition," Chu Yunjun remarked, a hint of condescension lacing his tone. "So do I," Fang Mo replied, a humble smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, Chu Yunjun seemed to recall something, directing his gaze towards Ishuaer with a gentler tone. "By the way, junior sister E, traces of the 6-winged corpse demon tiger have been discovered in the Soul Hidden Mountains. The sect has tasked me with leading an investigation. I wonder if you would be interested in joining us." With that, Chu Yunjun looked at Ishuaer with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Ishuaer frowned. Her response icy, "Not interested." Her blunt refusal left a hint of awkwardness on Chu Yunjuan's face. Wait, are you referring to the third-tier corpse beast? The six-winged corpse demon tiger? Fang Mo inquired, astonished. What is it? Chu Yunjun cast an impatient glance at Fang Mo, while beside him. Yi Shui'er regarded Fang Mo with a look of confusion. The six-winged corpse demon tiger was an exceedingly rare beast. Its formidable strength was matched only by the exceptional quality of its bones, which served as superb materials for crafting profound-grade spirit artifacts. Such a fortuitous opportunity was not to be missed by senior sister Yi, lest she squander the goodwill of senior brother Chu. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Fang Mo turned to Yi Shui'er, his gaze imbued with profound significance. Upon meeting his eyes, Yi Shui'er felt a stir within her. After a moment's contemplation, she addressed Chu Yunjun. Please notify me when we set off. Without waiting for a response, she transformed into a streak of pink light and vanished. Chu Yunjun observed her departure, his expression tinged with excitement. He had pursued Yi Shui'er for quite some time, a fact well known among the disciples of the First Peak. However, she had always remained rather aloof towards him. Despite his numerous invitations for her to join him on missions, she had consistently declined. Yet today, she had surprisingly agreed. Reflecting on this, Chu Yunjun turned to Fang Mo, acknowledging him with a hint of approval. You have done well. Fang Mo, somewhat exhilarated, clasped his hands in respect, replying, It is my honor to assist senior brother Chu. With a hint of arrogance, Chu Yunjun cast a sidelong glance at Fang Mo, remarking coolly, Recognizing your place is commendable. Do not presume that injuring an elder of enforcement is a monumental feat. Remember, there are individuals beyond your reach. It is best not to entertain such thoughts. Do you understand? As his words fell, a suffocating aura of terrifying pressure emanated from Chu Yunjun, causing the air around the cave to quiver and the elemental forces of heaven and earth to erupt with thunderous roars. I understand. Fang Mo's complexion turned pale, his voice trembling. Good. Chu Yunjun nodded slightly, satisfied with Fang Mo's reaction. In the next moment, the oppressive aura dissipated, and he vanished in a flash of golden light. Watching the direction of his departure, a faint smile graced Fang Mo's lips. Meanwhile, in a vast underground chamber within Sifang City, anguished cries echoed. Please, let me go. Don't torment me any longer. I beg you for a swift end. You demon, I curse you to die without a grave. Master Wudan, I implore you, spare my life. Someone, save me. The chilling wails seeped into the marrow, a scene of utter despair. Wu Mo, clad in a flowing green robe, observed the blood-red formation at the chamber's center with an icy demeanor, indifferent to the cries of torment. It won't be long now. Wu Mo fixated intently on the two blood-red pills hovering above the formation, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Fang Mo had revealed to him the method of refining the blood essence pill, instructing him to craft it in secret. This was Wu Mo's first encounter with such a pill, and the method of its creation was as astonishing as it was peculiar, requiring neither an alchemical furnace nor flames. Instead, it involves the use of formations and the direct refinement of human blood. This method of alchemy is not even recorded in the annals of the Danxia sect from a millennium ago. It utterly subverts the entire paradigm of alchemical practices within the cultivation realm. This revelation sent Wu Mo into a frenzy, opening for him a portal to the unknown. Wu Mo's gaze slowly swept over the dozens of individuals nailed to wooden stakes, and he remarked casually, To be refined into blood origin pills is indeed a privilege for you all. Bah, you scoundrel Wu Mo, a demon, I Judu, was once a frequent patron of your jade alchemy workshop. Do you not have a shred of loyalty to old ties? Shouted a disheveled, corpulent man in anger. Wu Mo shrugged, responding with feigned helplessness. Judu, you are aware that the atmosphere in Sifang City has grown tense recently, and the risks of smuggling cultivators have escalated. With fewer individuals, the quantity of elixirs produced will also dwindle. My master will hold me accountable for this. Hence, I have no choice but to use you to meet the numbers. However, rest assured, once the storm passes, I shall procure more smugglers with cultivation resources. And at that time, I will release you. Of course, this is contingent upon your survival until then. Wu Mo, may you meet a wretched end. Chapter 112. Do you believe I will smash you days later at the first peak? Three figures made their way towards Yi Shui'er's small garden, with Chu Yunjun leading the group. Following him were Wei Qi Tu and a diminutive man with triangular eyes. If we capture the six-winged corpse demon tiger, each of you will receive a low-grade mysterious artifact, Chu Yunjun stated calmly to the two. Thank you, Peak Master. I will do my utmost. The small man replied with a face full of flattery. Chu Yunjun nodded slightly. Although Gu Huayin ranked 29th on the corpse list, what he valued was not his strength, but rather his eloquence and perceptiveness. With Yi Shui'er accompanying them, this rare opportunity required Gu Huayin to provide a bit of support, making it easier to achieve their goal. At least that was Chu Yunjuan's belief. After all, Yi Shui'er was not like other women who could be easily forced. She was a direct disciple of Elder Jinyue, cherished by him, and her own strength ranked among the top 5 on the corpse list. Chu Yunjun glanced at the silent Wei Qi Tu beside him, frowning slightly. Wei Qi Tu was an unexpected addition. He had not intended to bring him along. However, Wei Qi Tu had approached the Grand Elder, claiming he needed to refine the bones of the six-winged corpse demon tiger to strengthen his body. There was no choice but to include him. As they neared the small garden, Chu Yunjuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He adjusted his attire and whispered to Gu Huayin, "Do I appear presentable today? Peak Master, you jest. You are the dragon among men, elegantly poised and remarkably charismatic. No woman in the world can resist your allure. I believe Sister E." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Wei Qi Tuesday. "If you keep being this nauseating, believe me, I'll smash you with one punch." Wei Qi Tu glared at Gu Huayin, brandishing a fist the size of a cauldron. Seeing the enormous fist that seemed larger than his own head, Gu Huayin instinctively fell silent. Chu Yunjun shot a cold glance at Wei Qi Tu before swiftly regaining his composure. He smiled and called out to the small garden, "Is Sister E here?" Moments later, a graceful figure clothed in pink emerged. Upon seeing her, Chu Yunjuan's gaze ignited with fervor. Dressed in a pink gauzy gown, cinched at the waist to accentuate her enchanting figure, coupled with her exquisite beauty and porcelain-like skin. All of these captivated Chu Yunjun, even eliciting a hint of admiration from Gu Huayin behind him. As Yi Shui'er stepped out, her eyes immediately fell on the towering figure of Wei Qi Tu, revealing a touch of profound understanding. So he has come as well. It seems his injuries from the Starry Mist secret realm have healed. Then Yi Shui'er turned to Chu Yunjun, her tone icy. "Chu Shixiang, are we departing now?" Chu Yunjuan's fiery gaze made her feel uncomfortable, even repulsed. "Ah, yes, Sister E. We shall set off at once," he quickly replied, snapping back to reality. "Let us proceed." Moments later, a golden light sliced through the sky. On the golden wooden vessel, Yi Shui'er gazed thoughtfully into the distance. "Junior sister, with the speed of this golden wooden boat, we shall reach our destination within 3 days," came the voice of Chu Yunjun from behind. Yi Shui'er remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to his words. Chu Yunjuan's expression grew slightly awkward, a shadow passing through his eyes. "Wretched one, there will come a day when you submit beneath me." The voice of Gu Huayin chimed in at that moment. Chu Yunjun, upon hearing this, chuckled softly. "This golden wooden vessel is a prize I obtained after slaying a rogue practitioner of the Yuan realm." As he spoke, his gaze instinctively flicked toward Yi Shui'er. Yet, she continued to remain unresponsive. Chu Yunjuan's countenance darkened. Observing this, Gu Huayin couldn't help but exclaim, "Such effortless slaying of a Yuan practitioner. The Peak Master truly deserves his title as the foremost prodigy among disciples. My patience has its limits. You, scrawny monkey, continue to prattle before me, and I swear I will crush you." Wei Qi Tu seized Gu Huayin with a firm grip. Gu Huayin's face instantly paled, casting a pleading glance toward Chu Yunjun. "Wei Qi Tu, release him," Chu Yunjun barked, his eyes sharp. This brute persistently opposed him, clearly disregarding his authority. Wei Qi Tu glanced at Chu Yunjun, casually dropping Gu Huayin to the ground, muttering, "I detest hearing others boast." At this, Chu Yunjuan's gaze turned frigid. It seemed an opportunity to teach this ruffian a lesson was in order, daring to challenge his authority as the Peak Master. Gu Huayin on the ground, catching sight of Chu Yunjuan's displeasure, cunningly remarked to Wei Qi Tu, "Senior brother Wei Qi, I merely spoke the truth. The Peak Master is the strongest prodigy in my heart." "Nonsense. If he is the strongest prodigy, then what does that make Wu Xiao?" Wei Qi Tu retorted loudly. The moment the words left his mouth, a powerful aura erupted from Chu Yunjun, causing the surrounding space to tremble and chaotic currents to swirl, shaking the entire vessel. "Wei Qi Tu, Are you provoking me? Chu Yunjun glowered at him. Gu Huayan's triangular eyes glinted with malice, while Wei Chi-Tu's skin turned a shade of gray, as if bracing for confrontation. Enough. Yi Shuai suddenly turned her head, admonishing them sharply. Seeing her anger, Chu Yunjun quickly withdrew his aura. I merely wish to expedite the completion of our mission without further complications, Yi Shuai stated coolly. For today, I shall spare you. Chu Yunjun cast a cold glance at Wei Chi-Tu's Dayhumph. Wei Chi-Tu grumbled in a low tone. Chu Yunjun turned to Yi Shuai, his voice tinged with regret. I apologize, junior sister Yi, it is my fault. There is no need for apologies, Yi Shuai interjected, cutting him off. As he watched Yi Shuai turn her back once more, Chu Yunjun's gaze grew increasingly shadowed. Chapter 113. The early bird catches the worm 3 days later. The golden vessel descended into a dense thicket. Strangely, all the trees within this thicket were pitch black, resembling a slumbering ancient beast from a distance. With a stoic expression, Chu Yunjun gazed at the eerie darkness of the forest and remarked, the last appearance of the six-winged corpse demon tiger was right here in the blackleaf forest. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed at once. Wei Chi-Tu took the lead, striding into the thicket. Chu Yunjun cast a dark glance at Wei Chi-Tu before turning to Yi Shuai with a smile, cautioning, Junior sister, be wary of the venomous creatures that lurk within the blackleaf forest. Stick close to me. Before he could finish his warning, Yi Shuai had already ventured ahead. Her disregard deepened the shadows on Chu Yunjun's face. As they entered the blackleaf forest, the light vanished entirely, plunging them into darkness. However, this did not impede their vision. The four of them proceeded cautiously, observing their surroundings. Oddly, there was no sign of any beasts. Not even the slightest rustle of leaves. The silence was absolute. Peak Master, something feels amiss. Gu Huayan voiced his unease. Chu Yunjun furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the strangeness around them, yet he detected no immediate threat. Continue onward. Not long after, they stumbled upon the corpse of a black spider on the ground. This is a black jade spider, Wei Chi-Tu stated in a grave tone. The black jade spider was a unique third-tier beast of the blackleaf forest, comparable to a first-level practitioner. Chu Yunjun surveyed the broken trees and the signs of battle strewn about, his expression darkening. Clearly, someone had gotten there first. Wei Chi-Tu and Gu Huayan also wore grim expressions, while Yi Shuai remained impassive. Pick up the pace. I wish to see who dares to covet the six-winged corpse demon tiger. Chu Yunjun's voice was frigid as he quickened his pace. Half a stick of incense later, the four halted before a thick haze of pink mist. Chu Yunjun's pupils constricted, and even Wei Chi-Tu's demeanor turned somber. Humph. I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be you. Chu Yunjun scoffed. Suddenly, alluring laughter echoed around them. As the laughter resonated, the pink mist swirled and parted, revealing a group of individuals emerging from within. Among them were both men and women. The men were handsome, while the women were breathtakingly beautiful. I sensed a foul odor trailing behind. It seems it is the Wanshizong, a delicate young man remarked with a smile. Chu Yunjun's pupils contracted. This elegant young man exuded the aura of a second-level practitioner, instilling a sense of threat within him. When his gaze fell upon the voluptuous female cultivator beside the young man, his heart jolted. That woman, named Jiangmingyi, was the senior sister of the inner sect of the bewitching Heart Valley, her strength comparable to his own. Jiangmingyi, what brings you and your companions from the bewitching Heart Valley here? Chu Yunjun asked coldly. The effeminate man, upon hearing this, chuckled as he embraced Jiangmingyi beside him, softly stating, Hee, let them know what our purpose here is. Jiangmingyi giggled and replied, What are you here for? We are here to do just that. Their reckless gestures rendered Chu Yunjun's expression as grim as the depths of water, even causing Yi Shuai to frown slightly. Are all those in the mind-confounding valley mere beasts, displaying such fervor before so many? Wei Chi-Tu bellowed. Seeking death. The effeminate man's gaze turned icy as he unleashed a wave of pink energy towards Wei Chi-Tu. Chu Yunjun's pupils constricted as he sensed the surging power within that pink energy, yet he remained still. Wei Chi-Tu, however, roared and struck the pink mist with a powerful punch. Boom. The energy dissipated, and Wei Chi-Tu was sent flying several dozen meters. With such meager strength. You dare to make a commotion before me? The effeminate man scoffed disdainfully. Cough, cough. I was careless. Wei Chi-Tu dusted himself off and glared at the effeminate man. Pretty boy, You have successfully provoked my ire." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Chita's energy erupted, causing his body to swell and his skin to take on a grayish hue, entering a combat state. "Wei Chitu, do not act impulsively," Gu Huayin admonished, stopping Wei Chitu. The individuals from the mind-confounding valley were all at the 9th level of the spirit realm, coupled with an effeminate man at the 2nd level of the elemental realm. Should a battle ensue, they possessed no chance of victory. At that moment, Chu Yunjun fixed his gaze on the effeminate man and spoke in a low voice. "What do you seek from the mind-confounding valley?" He regretted not bringing more allies with him. The effeminate man had already slipped his hand into Jiang Mingyi's clothing, casually stating, "Forget about the 6-winged corpse demon tiger. You should leave." "Arrogant. What if I refuse?" Chu Yunjuan's voice turned frigid, his energy subtly swirling around him. Observing Chu Yunjun gathering power, the effeminate man chuckled lightly, retracting his hand from Jiang Mingyi's clothing and pointing at Chu Yunjun, saying, "Refuse? Just you? Or them?" "Oh." The effeminate man suddenly noticed Ishuer behind Chu Yunjun. TSK, what a stunning beauty." The effeminate man's eyes gleamed with desire as he gazed at Ishuer, and even the air was infused with her alluring fragrance. He inhaled deeply, intoxicated by her scent, only to be struck by astonishment. This is actually one of the 10 heavenly cauldrons, the absolute Yin body. His gaze towards Ishuer became fervent, and he abruptly turned to Chu Yunjun, pointing at Ishuer and declaring, "Leave her behind, and I shall gift you the 6-winged corpse demon tiger. It is trapped within the yin-yang formation behind me." The effeminate man gestured toward the pink mist behind him. Before Chu Yunjun could respond, Ishuer, her face icy, summoned the absolute Yin female corpse. A powerful surge of dark energy swept forth, akin to an ice dragon descending upon the world, freezing the air into frost and instantly coating the ground in ice. The faces of everyone present turned pale, as they exerted all their strength to counter the chilling and malevolent aura. Many within the Mixin Valley succumbed to the overwhelming presence of this dark energy, transforming into lifeless ice sculptures that collapsed to the ground, shattering into icy fragments. Chu Yunjun stared in horror at Ishuer, astonished by the formidable power of her innate corpse, which even compelled him to summon all his strength for defense. Meanwhile, Wei Qi too enveloped himself in the ethereal armor of the underworld to withstand the onslaught of the dark energy. Gu Huayin, on the other hand, was in dire straits, his limbs beginning to stiffen. The androgynous man was shrouded in a veil of pink energy, his pupils narrowing as he gazed at Ishuer, unprepared for the realization of her extraordinary strength. "How intriguing," he mused, lightly licking his lips. Chapter 114. The fear of Wei Qi to kill him. Ishuer pointed at the effeminate man. As soon as her words fell, the corpse of the Ju-Yin female surged forward, enveloped in a torrent of sinister energy. The effeminate man, sensing the imminent danger, did not dare to underestimate the situation. He opened his mouth and exhaled, releasing an endless stream of pink mist that coalesced in the air into a multitude of enchanting women, each striking alluring poses and rushing towards the Ju-Yin corpse. The seductive melodies permeated the atmosphere, ensnaring the hearts of all who heard. Gu Huayin's expression became dazed, clearly entranced by the lascivious sounds that filled the air. "Awaken!" Chu Yunjuan's face turned ashen as he uttered a low command. With a cough, Gu Huayin spat out a mouthful of blood, as if awakening from a dream. His face contorted with horror as he gazed at the effeminate man. The lingering aura had utterly overwhelmed his senses, leaving him unable to regain composure. Meanwhile, the Ju-Yin corpse remained undeterred, diving straight into the endless pink fog. The alluring figures within the mist were completely frozen by the malevolent energy of the Ju-Yin, transforming into countless shards of pink ice that scattered in all directions. The effeminate man's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated such resilience from the corpse. "Bewitching butterfly cage," he exclaimed, and with a commanding voice, the shards of pink ice shattered explosively, coalescing into a massive pink cage that ensnared the Ju-Yin corpse within. The corpse thrashed violently inside, yet could not break free, merely causing the cage to tremble incessantly. Witnessing this, Chu Yunjun acted decisively, unleashing a charred corpse that lunged at the effeminate man. Strangely, arcs of lightning flickered across the blackened figure, and with each movement, thunder roared, echoing through the heavens. "Hee hee!" Chu Langjun, why the rush? Allow me to entertain you. Jiang Mingyi chuckled lightly, yet she did not hesitate, sending forth a red ribbon that slithered like a sinister serpent towards the charred corpse. In an instant, the corpse was ensnared by the crimson ribbon, resembling a red mummy. Just as Jiang Mingyi's face lit up with satisfaction, the red ribbon was abruptly shattered by several bolts of lightning emanating from the charred corpse. Her pupils constricted as she chuckled softly. Chu Longjuan's thunder corpse truly lives up to its reputation. With that, she soared into the air, engaging in a fierce battle with the lightning-infused figure. You beast, die! Wei Chi-tu roared from a distance, brandishing his skeletal spikes as he charged towards the remaining disciples of the Mi-Xian Valley. Meanwhile, the already weakened Gu Huayin produced a pitch-black bell, swirling with demonic energy. With a gentle shake, a thumb-sized black beetle fell from the bell. A second shake multiplied the beetle, creating an endless swarm that surged towards the disciples. The effeminate man, disregarding the chaos around him, cast a glance at the trapped Ju Yin corpse, smiling as he addressed, Yishuer, my beauty. I wonder what means you possess to escape my grasp. He. Yishuer's expression remained unchanged as she calmly regarded the effeminate man. In the next moment, a ghostly blue longsword materialized in her hand. The sword, elongated and adorned with the swirling form of an ice dragon, was enveloped in a crystalline frost. Upon its emergence, a tremor coursed through the hearts of all present, drawing their instinctive gazes toward the long sword in Yishuer's hand. The androgynous man's countenance darkened, sensing an overwhelming aura of peril emanating from the blade. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the pink mist behind him, as if an ancient behemoth were awakening, causing the entire black leaf forest to shudder. The combatants halted, their eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the depths of the forest. The expression of the androgynous man oscillated between despair and resolve as he cast a penetrating glance at Yishuer. Though he coveted her unique physique, the sword she wielded posed a lethal threat that he could not ignore. He refrained from making any rash moves, aware that continuing the battle would lead to mutual destruction, jeopardizing their chance to capture the six-winged corpse demon tiger. Chu Yinjun, I propose a truce. Let our two sects unite to share the spoils of the six-winged corpse demon tiger. What say you? The androgynous man proposed in a somber tone. That's rich coming from you, pretty boy. I'll smash your pants off today. Wei Chi-tu erupted in a fit of rage before Chu Yunjun could respond. Wei Chi-tu, silence yourself. Chu Yunjun snapped, his expression frosty. The androgynous man's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, clearly struggling to contain his anger. How shall we divide the spoils? Chu Yunjun inquired, directing his gaze toward the androgynous man. With a fierce glare directed at Wei Chi-tu, the androgynous man coldly replied, I demand the tigeress whip and kidneys. Very well, I acquiesce, Chu Yunjun conceded after scrutinizing the androgynous man. The desires of the Mixin Valley aligned with his own interests. Huh, so after all this, you're just after the kidneys? You really are a pretty boy, so frail that I could topple you with a flick of my third leg. Wei Chi-tu spat disdainfully onto the ground. This remark reignited the tension in the air, with the members of Mixin Valley drawing their weapons, glaring furiously at Wei Chi-tu. I'll tear that foul mouth of yours apart. The androgynous man's face turned a deep shade of anger, his energy surging. Chu Yunjun's eyes darkened as he glared at Wei Chi-tu, thinking, this fool has ruined everything again. Just as the confrontation seemed inevitable, a colossal shadow crashed onto the ground between the two factions. With a resounding boom, dust erupted into the air. What is that? Be cautious. The crowd watched the swirling smoke warily, except for Yishuer, whose beautiful eyes gleamed with an unusual light. As the dust settled, a massive corpse of a demonic beast was revealed, strangely desiccated, as if all its blood had been forcibly extracted. Its form bore wings, and notably, it had six-winged corpse demon tiger. The androgynous man and Chu Yunjun exclaimed in unison. Who did this? The androgynous man shouted, his face a mask of fury as he scanned the surroundings. Even Chu Yunjun's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the area. Who, pray tell, possesses the audacity to brazenly eliminate the six-winged corpse demon tiger beneath the very noses of the two sects, and then nonchalantly present it before them? This is nothing short of a flagrant provocation. It is fortunate for you that the formation laid by your Misty Heart Valley prevented this creature from escaping. A voice, slightly hoarse, echoed, as a faint scent of blood lingered ominously in the air around the assembly. "Who is there? Step forth," Chu Yunjun bellowed. The crowd, with solemn expressions, cast wary glances around, yet only Ishuer's beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of infatuation. Wei Chi too sniffed the barely perceptible scent of blood, his pupils constricting as if haunted by a horrific memory, his visage growing increasingly ghastly, betraying a flicker of fear. At that moment, a shadow clad in dark red emerged slowly from the depths of the blackleaf forest. Upon recognizing that figure, Wei Chi too could no longer contain his terror and let out a shriek. Tentacle monster. Chapter 115. I am her master, with a resounding shout from Wei Chi too. The crowd's gaze was instantly drawn towards him. The tentacle monster? Wei Chi too. Do you recognize this individual? Chu Yunjun fixed his intense gaze upon the visibly shaken Wei Chi Tuesday. He is the tentacle monster. The tentacle monster from the Starry Mist secret realm. At that moment, Wei Chi too had lost the impressive fierceness he displayed while scolding the effeminate man earlier. His voice trembled with fear. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunjuan's pupils constricted. The events of the Starry Mist secret realm were already common knowledge, and seeing Wei Chi too's demeanor sparked a realization within him. As he observed the approaching enigmatic figure, Chu Yunjun spoke solemnly. You are the mysterious, demonic cultivator from the Starry Mist secret realm? At these words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. This individual was, in fact, the mysterious, demonic cultivator responsible for the significant losses suffered by several major factions within the Starry Mist secret realm. It was known that various sects were currently seeking this person, and to think he had appeared here was astonishing. Indeed, a hoarse voice emanated from beneath the mask. The effeminate man, seeing this, revealed a glimmer of greed in his eyes. The fact that this mysterious demonic cultivator had shown up meant that the profound heritage of the Danxia sect must lie within him. Given that this mysterious figure likely only possessed the cultivation level of the 9th stage of the Yuanling realm, it was an extraordinary opportunity bestowed upon him by fate. With this thought, the effeminate man turned to Chu Yunjun coldly and declared, "He is mine. The Wanshi sect must not interfere, otherwise. Do not blame me for being ungracious." Chu Yunjuan's face turned ashen. He was well aware of the man's intentions. Yet, upon seeing Wei Chi too's expression of sheer terror, he held back, refraining from countering the effeminate man's claim. Clearly, a being capable of instilling such fear in the notoriously reckless Wei Chi too would not be easily dealt with. Let you two contend with each other for now. Chu Yunjun thought to himself with a cold smirk. Meng Yi, keep an eye on the Wanshi sect's people. Once I capture this mysterious demonic cultivator, there will be ample rewards for you. Rest assured, senior brother, I will keep a close watch on them. Jiang Mingyi replied with a flirtatious glance toward the effeminate man. With everything arranged, the effeminate man turned his sinister gaze toward Fang Mo and said, Submit the heritage of the Danxia sect willingly, and I shall leave you with a complete corpse. As he spoke, the surrounding space was enveloped in a pink mist, clearly indicating that the effeminate man was preventing Fang Mo from fleeing. Suddenly, a horrifying blood-red tentacle erupted from behind Fang Mo, lashing out towards the effeminate man. A foul wind howled, accompanied by ghostly wails. Where the blood-red tentacle passed, the very fabric of space was torn apart, reverberating with the sound of demonic thunder. This terrifying aura caused all present to momentarily lose their breath, their faces pale with shock. The tentacle monster. It truly is the tentacle monster. Chu Yunjun, you scoundrel. You've led me to my doom. I curse your ancestors. Wei Chi too, with a face full of terror, shouted at Chu Yunjun, completely forgetting that it was he who had insisted on accompanying Chu Yunjun to hunt down the six-winged corpse demon tiger. Silence. Chu Yunjun's face was as pale as water. It was truly disgraceful for one of the top 10 prodigies on the corpse list to be so terrified. Meanwhile, the androgynous man, observing the oncoming crimson tentacles, narrowed his eyes. A flash of silver light revealed a silver sword in his hand. With a fierce shout, a massive wave of silver sword energy emerged, instantly slicing through the darkness of the high forest, resembling the Milky Way cascading downwards, cleaving towards the blood-red tentacle. What a formidable strike! Chu Yunjuan's pupils constricted at the sight of the unparalleled sword energy. This blow would require all his strength to withstand. With a thunderous crash, the silver sword energy was dispersed by the blood-red tentacle, which continued its relentless advance toward the androgynous man. It seemed he had indeed underestimated his opponent. The androgynous man's expression shifted slightly, and in the next moment, he exhaled a cloud of endless pink mist. From this mist emerged numerous alluring maidens, each rushing towards the crimson tentacle in a relentless wave. The sound of their dispersal echoed as the blood-red tentacle pierced through the swirling pink fog, bursting into the androgynous man's mouth, causing his head to explode like a watermelon. A profound silence enveloped the scene. In a single move, the androgynous man had lost his life. He was a second-layer Yuan master, arguably the strongest presence there. How could he have been killed so effortlessly? Those present watched in terror, stunned into silence. Chu Yunjun swallowed hard, filled with astonishment. Such overwhelming strength truly existed. He instinctively glanced at Wei Chitu, who was sprawled on the ground, beginning to understand the source of his fear. "Run!" someone shouted, breaking the spell of shock, prompting the crowd to scatter in a frenzy. "Ishimi, come with me," Chu Yunjun urged, reaching for Ishuaer's delicate hand. Ishuaer cast him a cold glance, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword. Seeing this, Chu Yunjun quickly withdrew his hand, pressing on. "Ishimi, this demon cultivator is too powerful. We must return to the sect for help." "No need. You have no chance left," Ishuaer replied coolly. "What?" Chu Yunjun was bewildered by her words. In the next instant, an astonishing sword light shot into the sky, followed by a severed arm flung into the air, blood raining down like a torrential downpour. "Ah, Ishuaer, what are you doing?" Chu Yunjun exclaimed, clutching his bleeding shoulder, his eyes wide with horror. This sudden turn of events left his mind blank, and even Wei Chitu and Gu Huayin, not far away, stood frozen in shock. What had happened to Sister Yi? Why was she suddenly attacking her own? Simultaneously, Fang Mo casually discarded the now desiccated androgynous man, lifting his gaze to the members of the Wan Shizong, softly uttering, "Come back." Wei Chitu and Gu Huayin exchanged puzzled looks, and even Chu Yunjun, despite the searing pain in his body, furrowed his brow in concern. Just as they grappled with their confusion, a pink figure darted toward Fang Mo like a fledgling returning to its nest. "Sister Yi, what are you doing, Ishuaer?" Chu Yunjun and the others were taken aback as they gazed at Ishuaer, who had leaped into the embrace of the enigmatic demonic cultivator. Especially Chu Yunjun, who was fixated on his junior sister, found himself in disbelief as she, with a radiant expression of happiness, threw herself into another's arms right before his eyes. Could this truly be the pure and untainted Ishuaer he had always cherished in his heart? What could possibly have transpired? Who exactly was this mysterious demonic cultivator? Chu Yunjun's reason was swiftly engulfed by a raging inferno of fury as he spat. "Who are you?" Observing the fury etched across Chu Yunjun's face, Fang Mo's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. He tightened his hold on the delicate form of Ishuaer, who instinctively shuddered, only to then nestle shyly against Fang Mo's chest. "I am her master," he declared. Chapter 116. "Purge, you bastard. Let her go," Chu Yunjun bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Fang Mo, however, chose to disregard Chu Yunjun's wrath, summoning forth the malevolent corpse and the bride in red. At that moment, the malevolent corpse radiated an aura of the 9th realm of the Yuan spirit, while the bride had also ascended to the 8th realm. "Go, eliminate the rest," Fang Mo commanded nonchalantly. With a thunderous roar, the malevolent corpse unleashed a torrent of sinister energy, transforming into a streak of gray lightning and vanishing into the depths of the black leaf forest. The bride in red silently morphed into a crimson flash, carrying with her a wave of corpse energy as she soared in the opposite direction of the malevolent corpse. Who on earth are you? How do you possess the corpse refining techniques of my 10,000 corpses sect?" Chu Yunjun gasped, watching the two corpses vanish into the distance. He could no longer concern himself with Ishuaer. This mysterious demon cultivator had mastered the art of corpse refinement. Beside him, Wei Chitu and Gu Huayin were equally astounded. Could it be that this enigmatic demon cultivator was a member of the 10,000 corpses sect? Fang Mo paid no heed to their astonishment, instead addressing the blood-colored bracelet on his wrist. "You may go as well." As his words fell, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the blood-hued jade bracelet on his wrist began to writhe, dropping to the ground and instantly transforming into a massive blood-colored python over 5 meters long. Hiss! The creature, known as Little Blood, flicked its serpent tongue at Chu Yunjun and the others, sending a deep chill coursing through their hearts, akin to being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Yishuaer, nestled in Fang Mo's embrace, gazed at Little Blood with wide-eyed wonder. Then, amidst their stunned expressions, Little Blood disappeared into the dense forest. Listening to the distant, muffled cries that echoed faintly, Fang Mo turned his indifferent gaze toward the trio. Well, it's time to deal with you. Wait, are you a disciple of the 10,000 Corpses sect? Chu Yunjun demanded. Who I am is inconsequential. Has Ishimi been enchanted by your demonic arts? Ishimi, please. Regain your senses. Chu Yunjun shouted desperately at Yishuaer, convinced she had been bewitched. Chu Yunjun, save your breath, Yishuaer replied coolly. She then lifted her delicate face, her beautiful eyes gazing tenderly at Fang Mo, whispering, I willingly follow my master. Fang Mo regarded Chu Yunjun and the others with an air of indifference. It is time to escort you on your journey. As his words resonated, before the trio could react, 3 grotesque blood-colored tentacles emerged from behind Fang Mo Jr. brothers. Unleash everything. Fight this demon to the bitter end. At Chu Yunjun's furious cry, Gu Huayan's expression hardened, his yuan energy surging as he fervently shook the black bell in his hand. Instantly, countless black beetles swarmed forth, forming a formidable wall of insects before him. Meanwhile, Wei Qi too donned the Yin corpse armor once more, countless bone spikes enveloping his body in a desperate attempt to safeguard his vital areas. In stark contrast, Chu Yunjun himself transformed into a streak of light, swiftly retreating into the distance. This sequence of events left everyone present utterly dumbfounded, even Fang Mo displaying a hint of surprise. Chu Yunjun, I curse your ancestors. Wei Qi too erupted in a furious tirade. Chu Yunjun, how dare you call yourself the leader of the first peak? Even Gu Huayan could not restrain his scorn. Observing the retreating figure of Chu Yunjun, Fang Mo remained expressionless. Master, allow me to handle Chu Yunjun. Yishuaer suddenly interjected, rising from Fang Mo's embrace. Very well. Fang Mo nodded slightly. As Yishuaer, wielding her crystalline ice sword, transformed into a streak of pink light, pursuing Chu Yunjun. Just as Yishuaer vanished from sight, the black wall of insects before Gu Huayan was shattered by crimson tendrils. Before Gu Huayan could react, the blood-red appendage pierced through him. Bone-eater worm. What a pity. Fang Mo observed the scattered carcasses of black beetles, shaking his head slightly. Meanwhile, Wei Qi too was engulfed in thick-boned spines, being relentlessly struck by the blood-red tendrils. With each strike, his complexion grew paler. Wait, the tendrils. Senior, my lord, please stop. I surrender. I, Wei Qi too, am willing to follow you. Wei Qi too summoned all his strength to shout. Previously, in the Starry Mist Mountain's secret realm, he had been gravely injured and left unconscious by these blood-red tendrils. Now, he found himself ensnared once more in the Black Leaf Forest. The mysterious creature had instilled in him a profound sense of terror. Wei Qi too was not foolish, recognizing his inability to resist and his desire to survive. He saw no choice but to submit. At that moment, he pondered whether Yishuaer, too, had once endured torment from these blood-red tendrils. Ultimately compelled to capitulate to this enigmatic demonic cultivator, Fang Mo regarded Wei Qi too thoughtfully, contemplating the potential transformation should he employ that particular item on him. A spark of intense interest flickered in Fang Mo's eyes. Offer your soul fire. Meanwhile, Chu Yunjun grimaced as he clutched his shoulder, hastily traversing the Black Leaf Forest. Damn it, I cannot escape this forest. It is enveloped by a strange layer of blood-red energy. In his flight, he witnessed numerous members of the bewildering Heart Valley being slaughtered by reanimated corpses, leaving a gruesome trail of bodies. Suddenly, Chu Yunjun came to an abrupt halt. Before him stood Yishuaer, her icy gaze fixed upon him as she brandished her sword. Junior sister, do you comprehend what you are doing? You are colluding with outsiders, slaughtering our own. If the sect discovers this, they will certainly not spare you. Elder Jin, you would be the first to strike you down. Chu Yunjun implored earnestly. For my master, what does it matter if I betray the entire sect? Yishuaer replied, her tone unwavering and unyielding. You. Chu Yunjun was taken aback, unable to fathom Yishuaer's resolute stance. Realizing his persuasion had failed, his expression darkened once more. Yishuaer, do you truly believe you can stop me? Huh. Have you forgotten how your arm was severed just moments ago? As she spoke, Yishui Air lightly waved her frigid sword. Ignoring the increasingly grim expression on Chu Yunjuan's face, Yishui continued. This sword is known as the Snow Crystal Sword, a superior grade Xiantier artifact bestowed upon me by my master. Although my current cultivation level prevents me from unleashing its full potential, it is more than sufficient to deal with you. To think it is a superior grade Xiantier artifact, Chu Yunjun exclaimed, his eyes widening in sheer astonishment. In the entirety of the Luoyun sect, there existed but one such artifact, held by the sect leader. Who exactly is this enigmatic demonic cultivator to so casually grant such a treasure? No wonder. Chu Yunjun recalled the sword strike that had severed his arm moments ago. Ishimi, considering I have always looked after you, might you spare me this time? Chu Yunjuan's voice carried a hint of desperation. Enough of your prattle. Prepare to meet your end. As soon as the words left her lips, a formidable sword energy surged forth. Chapter 117. The battle with Luoyun after a fragrant incense burned away. Yishui appeared before Fang Mo, her countenance serene as she held aloft the severed head of Chu Yunjun. She cast a glance at the respectful Wei Chidu beside her. Though somewhat surprised, she refrained from asking further questions. Fang Mo regarded the head of Chu Yunjun, eyes wide in rage, and spoke coolly. Did he call for help? Master. He did not have the opportunity to cry for aid, Yishui replied, presenting a black jade talisman to Fang Mo. As he observed the talisman in his hand, a faint smile graced Fang Mo's lips. Days later, a grand skeletal vessel anchored at the outskirts of the Blackleaf Forest. 5 figures disembarked. The rotund elder Luoyun leading the way, followed by several stewards of the second tier of Yuanzhi realm. At that moment, Elder Luoyun wore a grim expression. Upon receiving the distress signal from his disciple, Chu Yunjun, he hastened to the Blackleaf Forest without delay. Knowing his prized disciple's strength well, Luoyun was aware that even a full-force attack could put a second-tier Yuanzhou in peril, especially considering that this mission involved 3 other disciples from the corpse ranking. Luoyun surveyed the dark woods before him and stepped in with an impassive demeanor. As they ventured deeper, his countenance grew increasingly somber. The forest was strewn with the aftermath of battle, yet not a single corpse was in sight, indicating a deliberate cleansing of the area. A faint coppery scent lingered in the air since his entrance, evoking an unsettling premonition within him. Suddenly, Luoyun halted in his tracks. A shadowy crimson figure materialized before him. Who are you? Luoyun inquired, his brow furrowing. He sensed a dangerous, bloodthirsty aura emanating from this enigmatic individual. Who I am is of little consequence. I merely wish to borrow something from Elder Luoyun, the mysterious figure replied. Luoyun squinted, taken aback that this stranger recognized him. Are you toying with me? A few of my disciples are in your grasp, Luoyun retorted sharply. Is this what you speak of? The mysterious figure tossed a round object at Luoyun's feet. As Luoyun comprehended the object's nature, his eyes widened, trembling with rage. Even the individuals behind him changed expression dramatically as they recognized it. This grotesque sphere was none other than the head of Chu Yunjun. You wretch, I shall slay you. Luoyun roared, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that surged forth like a torrential flood, engulfing the heavens. The silent demise of his most accomplished disciple ignited a fury within him that was unfathomable. At that moment, a remarkably pale female corpse appeared beside Luoyun. Clad in a simple white gown, her delicate features and meticulously cared-for skin belied the chilling aura that surrounded her, causing the temperature in the vicinity to drop. The instant Luoyun beheld the corpse, a glimmer of intensity flashed in Fang Mo's eyes. Kill him, Luoyun bellowed, pointing at Fang Mo. In the next heartbeat, the female corpse, charged with a formidable aura of death, lunged toward Fang Mo wherever it passed. A miasma of death permeated the air, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The surrounding trees were uprooted by the relentless surge of this sinister energy. Even a few attendants behind Luoyun could not help but retreat, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. As they stepped back, they cast puzzled glances at the crimson mist enveloping them, unaware of when it had first manifested. Meanwhile, just as the female corpse was about to pounce on Fang Mo, 2 grotesque, blood-red tentacles emerged from the shadows, violently flinging the female corpse away. Regaining her footing almost instantaneously, the female corpse lunged once more at Fang Mo. With a resounding crash, she clutched one of the blood-red tentacles tightly. baring her sharp teeth and sinking them into it with ferocity. Observing the small chunk bitten from the tentacle, Fang Mo raised an eyebrow, astonished that the female corpse could breach its defenses. "Then let me offer you a few more tentacles to sate your hunger," Fang Mo murmured to himself. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of blood-red tentacles surged forth from the depths of the crimson mist, swiftly engulfing the female corpse. Not far away, Jalen watched, his brow furrowed in concern as the tentacles obscured the female figure. Blood-red tentacles. Tentacles. Tentacle monster. What connection do you have with that enigmatic sorcerer from the Starry Mist Mountain? A sudden realization hit Jalen, prompting him to shout toward Fang Mo. As he beheld the countless tentacles, Jalen finally recalled the tentacle monster that Wei Chi too frequently mentioned. However, the mysterious sorcerer who had entered the Starry Mist secret realm was only at the 9th level of the Yuanling realm, while the enigmatic figure before him clearly possessed strength at the Yuanzhe level. Upon hearing this, the attendants' expressions shifted dramatically, their energies surging as they warily fixed their gazes upon Fang Mo. It was known that several sects had been relentlessly pursuing the whereabouts of that enigmatic sorcerer from Starry Mist Mountain. Fang Mo, however, paid no heed to Jalen's accusations, his focus unwavering on the female corpse now ensnared by a blood-red tentacle, rendering her immobile. Despite the overwhelming aura of death emanating from her and her relentless struggles, it was all in vain. Observing the subdued corpse, a grave expression crossed Jalen's face. At that moment, one of the attendants spoke sharply to Fang Mo. "Dare you to slay a prodigy of the Wan Corpse sect? Surrender at once, or face our sect's retribution." Fang Mo merely regarded the attendants with a look of disdain, akin to that one might reserve for a fool. In the next instant, several blood-red tentacles shot forth from behind the attendants, dragging them into the depths of the crimson mist. As he watched the attendants vanish, Jalen's face turned an ashen hue. "This female corpse is mine to claim," Fang Mo declared, fixing his gaze on Jalen with an air of indifference. "Arrogance," Jalen retorted coldly. With that, a blood-red talisman appeared in Jalen's hand. After dripping a few drops of his vital essence onto the talisman, he formed a seal with his fingers and began to chant incantations. Fang Mo did not interrupt Jalen's actions. Instead, he observed with keen interest. Moments later, as the incantation concluded, the blood-red talisman ignited with a whoosh. As the crimson talisman burned to ashes, the eyes of the female corpse ensnared by the blood-red tendrils suddenly turned a fierce scarlet. A wave of terrifying pressure erupted from her being, causing the blood-red tendrils that bound her to fracture with immense cracks. Truly, she was one of the 10 elders. This was indeed intriguing, thought Fang Mo, narrowing his eyes. Bang! The blood-red tendril finally severed. The liberated female corpse transformed into a torrent of ghostly energy. Surging once more towards Fang Mo, observing the overwhelming tide of corpse energy that enveloped the female figure, Fang Mo remained utterly still. Suddenly, hundreds of blood-red tendrils erupted from behind him, a deluge of sanguine energy sweeping across the landscape. Even Jialuan, witnessing this apocalyptic scene, stood in stunned silence. The female corpse, undaunted by the multitude of blood-red tendrils, struck first, violently tearing apart several of them. Yet, she was soon engulfed again by the ocean of tendrils. Chapter 118. The 3rd level of the primordial realm. As Jalen gazed at his life source corpse engulfed by blood-red tentacles, his expression darkened, and an intense surge of primordial energy erupted around him, coiling like venomous serpents. The violent fluctuations of energy shattered the ground, creating immense and grotesque fissures that spread like a malignant wound. The primordial forces of heaven and earth resonated with a deafening roar, akin to thunderclaps. In an instant, a shroud of gray mist enveloped the black leaf forest, obscuring the sky. This is becoming intriguing. Sensing the shift in Jalen's aura, Fang Mo's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. Devil's Grasp. With a thunderous roar, a colossal gray hand materialized from thin air. The emergence of this gray hand further darkened the already dim surroundings, suffused with ominous energy that concealed the sun. Wherever it moved, the space trembled. Invisible ripples distorted the air. The ground was carved into an unfathomable chasm, with grass and trees reduced to mere powder. Witnessing such a terrifying gray hand, Fang Mo felt a surge of exhilaration. A glint of crimson flickered in his eyes, and behind him, a horrifying vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood materialized. The blood surged, while bones floated amidst the chaos. It seemed as though the world was draped in crimson, and the air was filled with the anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits. In the next moment, an equally massive blood-red hand emerged from that sea of corpses, mingling with the wails of countless souls as it charged ferociously toward the gray hand. The blood's might soared to the heavens, sweeping through the skies. Boom! The enormous hand, forged from overwhelming malevolence, was obliterated by the blood-red hand, dissipating into nothingness. Undeterred, the blood-red hand continued its relentless advance toward Jalen. With terror etched on his face, Jalen watched as the blood-red hand drew nearer, realizing he was utterly immobilized. As if the very fabric of space around him had frozen. He could only watch helplessly as death approached. The blood-red hand seized Jalen's body, and he felt his primordial energy instantly shackled. What terrified him further was that this blood-red hand was voraciously siphoning the primordial energy from within him. Such a horrifying, bloodthirsty technique. You are the blood demon elder, Jalen exclaimed in horror. Fang Mo paused momentarily, taken aback by the mention of the blood demon elder, but he remained silent, contemplative. Blood demon elder, have you not remained hidden for so long? How dare you secretly harm the disciples of various sects? Are you not afraid of their wrath? Great elder of the blood demon, I implore you, spare me. I can act as though nothing has transpired today. Jalen lamented, his heart filled with regret. Had he known he was dealing with such a formidable fiend, he would never have dared to come with only a few attendants. In comparison to his own life, what was Chu Yunjun worth? Fang Mo paid no heed to Jalen's desperate pleas. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the female corpse that had been engulfed moments before. At that moment, the female corpse lay stretched out in a cross-like position, firmly bound by 4 grotesque blood-red tentacles. Observing the lifeless body of the woman still struggling in vain, Fang Mo furrowed his brow. He then raised his hand, forming a spectral grasp, and a blood-red vortex suddenly materialized, connecting directly to Jialuan. This unexpected turn of events left Jialuan in sheer astonishment, and as his life force was rapidly devoured, he was engulfed by terror. Blood demon ancestor, I beseech you, do not take my life, he cried. In but 2 breaths, Jialuan's skin visibly shriveled, devoid of life. With the host's demise, the woman's corpse ceased to respond. Meanwhile, Fang Mo stood with his eyes closed, utterly still. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the shadows. That is Elder Jialuan's corpse. Wei Chitu gazed in horror at the desiccated body on the ground. He had not anticipated that even one of the 10 elders, Jialuan, would meet such a tragic fate. How formidable must the tentacled creature be? Contemplating this, Wei Chitu felt an increasing sense of relief regarding his choice. Senior Sister E, what has happened to the tentacled being? Wei Chitu inquired, looking at the motionless Fang Mo silence. You must refer to him as Master. Ishuaer coldly shot a glance at Wei Chitu. In her view, his words were a grave disrespect to Fang Mo. Understood, Senior Sister E, Wei Chitu replied, scratching his head. The Master must be breaking through. We should simply wait quietly. After saying this, Ishuaer no longer paid attention to Wei Chitu, her gaze filled with deep affection for Fang Mo, tinged with a hint of fervor. He was her master, an immensely powerful man, one for whom she would willingly sacrifice everything. As Wei Chitu idly surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly noticed the blood-red tentacles entwined around the woman's corpse. His complexion turned pale, clearly recalling some unpleasant memories. Abruptly, both individuals sensed the elemental energy of the surrounding world begin to stir, the air thick with the scent of blood, causing their own life force to surge uncontrollably. What is happening? My life force is spiraling out of control. Wei Chitu's face flushed with panic. Ishuaer also turned pale, struggling to suppress the tumult within her. This must be the blood resonance triggered by the Master's cultivation, she thought, her gaze fervently locked on Fang Mo. Just as they battled to contain their surging life force, Fang Mo suddenly opened his eyes, the crimson hue causing a shiver to run through Ishuaer and Wei Chitu, and their internal energies ceased their tumult. Truly remarkable. At the 4th level of the elemental realm, my life force has directly allowed me to break through to the 3rd level, Fang Mo mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he felt the abundant elemental energy within him. Master, Ishuaer, disregarding everything else, leapt into his embrace. Ever since Fang Mo had held her, she had grown increasingly bold, no longer stifling her desires. As she nestled against him, Fang Mo's body stiffened slightly. Observing Ishuera radiating happiness in his arms, he fell into contemplation. Just then, a muffled voice disrupted the tender atmosphere. "Master, how shall we deal with that corpse?" Wei Chido pointed toward the woman's body not far away. "I certainly have my own usefulness." Fang Mo casually pushed aside Ishuera. Ishuera cast a discreet glare at Wei Chi Tuesday. Fang Mo reached out into the air, summoning the female corpse to his side, gazing at the seemingly slumbering figure. A wicked smile crept upon Fang Mo's lips. "This gift, Master will undoubtedly cherish." Chapter 119. Life is like a play in the Elder Hall of the Luoyun Sect. The Grand Elder sat in meditation, eyes closed. "Grand Elder, a grave situation has arisen." A servant burst in, stumbling over his words. "What is the meaning of this panic? Control yourself." The Grand Elder's brows furrowed in disapproval. The servant, visibly shaken, stammered. "Grand Elder, just now, disciples patrolling outside the sect discovered the severely injured and unconscious Wei Chi Tu and Ishuera." "What?" The Grand Elder sprang to his feet. "Where are they now?" Back to the Grand Elder. Ishuera has been taken by Elder Zhenyu for treatment, and Wei Chi Tu has just regained consciousness in the side hall. "Take me there." The Grand Elder's expression darkened ominously. The mission involving the six-winged corpse demon tiger was led by Chu Yunjun. Now, with Ishuera and Wei Chi Tu returning gravely injured, what transpired? "Where is Chu Yunjun?" In the side hall, Wei Chi Tu, covered in blood, was attempting to recover his breath. "Wei Chi Tu, what exactly happened?" The Grand Elder strode into the side hall. "Grand Elder," Wei Chi Tu quickly rose, speaking in a low tone. The Grand Elder scrutinized the blood-soaked, weakened Wei Chi Tu, his frown deepening. "What transpired? Where is Chu Yunjun?" "Grand Elder, we encountered people from the Mixin Valley in the Blackleaf Forest. It was the Mixin Valley that inflicted such injuries upon you." The Grand Elder's tone grew icy. "And no, it wasn't Mixin Valley. I would not fear those women." Wei Chi Tu's voice dwindled under the Grand Elder's frigid gaze. "Continue." "Oh, Grand Elder, it was like this. We stumbled upon Mixin Valley's people, and a fight broke out. They had many members, led by a pretty boy, but I wasn't afraid of them, and we engaged in battle. Then, senior sister Ishuera fought with that pretty boy, while Chu Yunjun faced someone named Jiang Meng Yi and I." "Enough." The Grand Elder's face turned ashen as he abruptly interrupted Wei Chi Tuesday. "What is it, Grand Elder?" Wei Chi Tu scratched his head, looking perplexed at the Grand Elder's fury. "I do not wish to hear this irrelevant chatter. Get to the point. Who was responsible for your injuries? And where is Chu Yunjun?" The Grand Elder roared, exasperated by this reckless fool. It was that tentacled monster." Fear flickered in Wei Chi Tu's eyes. "What? That mysterious demon cultivator has appeared again?" The Grand Elder was filled with rage and astonishment. "All the Mixin Valley members are dead. Even Chu Yunjun was killed by the tentacled monster. Countless tentacles, innumerable." Wei Chi Tu's demeanor grew frantic as he gestured wildly. "Chu Yunjun was slain? By the enigmatic demon cultivator?" The Grand Elder's countenance darkened to an extreme, pondering the true identity of this mysterious foe. With a sidelong glance at the somewhat deranged Wei Chi Tu, it was evident that the oaf had been thoroughly frightened into a state of inner turmoil by that enigmatic sorcerer. Further inquiries would yield no valuable insights. What a useless fool. Casting a disdainful glare at Wei Chi Tu, the Grand Elder swept away in a huff. Once the Grand Elder departed, Wei Chi Tu wiped the cold sweat from his neck, secretly relieved. "That old fool nearly scared me to death." At this moment, Ishuera lay on the bed, her complexion pallid and eyes tightly shut. Beside her sat a graceful middle-aged woman, her master, Elder Zhenyu. Zhenyu gazed at Ishuera with deep concern, continuously channeling her vital energy to mend her injuries. Cough. Ishuera gradually stirred from her slumber. "Shuera, you have finally awakened. Do you feel any better?" Zhenyu's tone was filled with care. "Master, I am fine now," Ishuera replied with a faint, weak smile. "Please tell me what transpired." Zhenyu gently inquired. Ishuera nodded slightly and began to recount. "We encountered a mysterious figure in the Blackleaf Forest. According to Wei Chi Tu, this person is likely connected to the enigmatic sorcerer of Xingxiao Mountain. The figure was utterly terrifying, and we were no match for them. Chu Yunjun was slain in less than 10 breaths. Chu Yunjun is dead." Zhenyu's face was a mask of shock. This was an immense loss for the sect. Ishuayer paid little heed to Zhang Yu's astonishment and continued. Fortunately, there were members of the Mixin Valley present, and Wei Qi too and I managed to escape amidst the chaos. Shuayer, focus on your recovery. I must report this matter to the Grand Elder, Zhang Yu said before hastily departing. Watching Zhang Yu's retreating figure, a subtle smile graced Ishuayer's lips. Meanwhile, Fang Mo had already returned to his cave dwelling. He approached the inner chamber and observed Ling Long, still engrossed in her cultivation, a glimmer of surprise crossing his features. Ling Long emitted an aura indicative of the third level of the Yuan spirit realm. Before her seclusion, she had not even reached the Yuan spirit realm, and within less than a month, she had made a breakthrough. It was worth the considerable investment in elixirs for her training. Fang Mo's expression softened with satisfaction. At that moment, sensing his gaze, Ling Long opened her eyes. Master. Upon noticing Fang Mo watching her, she blushed and quickly rose. Indeed, your rate of advancement is commendable. Fang Mo nodded approvingly. His affirmation filled Ling Long with joy, her cat ears perking up slightly. Very well, continue your cultivation. We shall depart soon, he instructed. Yes, master. Ling Long replied with utmost respect. Exiting the inner chamber, Fang Mo summoned forth the two refined corpses. Buzz. The chilling aura of death and malevolence instantly enveloped the entire cave. Even though Fang Mo had previously employed vital energy to create a barrier, the oppressive, cold atmosphere still made Ling Long involuntarily shiver within the inner chamber. At that moment, the malevolent corpse appeared increasingly grotesque, its remaining eye rolling about in a disturbingly animated manner. Its skin shimmered a deep, lustrous black, emanating a formidable aura characteristic of the ninth layer of the Yuan spirit realm. This malevolent corpse could indeed shake the foundations of the Yuan realm. The bride in red, shrouded in a miasma of death, exuded the essence of the eighth layer of the Yuan spirit realm. Her crimson wedding gown appeared increasingly vivid, akin to seething blood. Upon gazing into the eyes of the bride, Fang Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. The murky depths of her gaze now sparkled with a flicker of vitality. It seemed that his essence blood had induced some peculiar transformation within her. Nonetheless, this was of no concern. The more powerful she became, the more beneficial she would be to him. Fang Mo dutifully offered two refined corpses some of his essence blood. Subsequently, the entire cavern was enveloped in a mist of blood. During Fang Mo's seclusion, the Yuan Corpse sect was struck by a significant upheaval. The Grand Elder announced a postponement of the inter-sect competition by 1 year, during which time all efforts would be concentrated on investigating the death of Chu Yunjun. The news sent shockwaves throughout the sect. Chapter 120. The bizarre terms of the contract. The unexpected assassination of the peak master of the first peak is utterly astonishing. Who possesses such audacity to defy the wrath of our sect? It is rumored that it was the work of that enigmatic demonic cultivator. Has no information regarding this mysterious figure been uncovered yet? Hush, the Grand Elder is furious this time. He will not relent until he captures this person. At the Elder Peak, in a secluded courtyard, Pei Kuan reclines in a rocking chair, wearing an expression of delight at the misfortune of others. That little rascal, Chu Yunjun, has actually met his demise. TSK, Jiaoluan, I must express my condolences on your behalf. However, your disciple's death serves me well. I truly owe him my gratitude. A sinister smile graces Pei Kuan's face. The internal sect competition has been postponed for a year. In the Blackleaf Forest, a colossal skeletal ship descends slowly, and a group of individuals disembarks, with Lin Qianchao leading the way. Lin Qianchao's face is devoid of expression, emanating an aura of chilling cold. Casting a glance at the Blackleaf Forest before him, he seems to sense something, his expression shifting slightly, before transforming into a streak of black light and vanishing into the depths of the forest. The accompanying elders hastily follow suit. As they delve deeper, Lin Qianchao's expression grows increasingly grim. The surrounding area is strewn with the remnants of a fierce battle, and the residual aura of elemental energy indicates that a confrontation among formidable opponents of the Yuan Master realm has occurred. To his astonishment, he detects traces of a Yuan Master at the 4th level among the lingering energies. At this moment, even Lin Qianchao feels that it is nothing short of a miracle for Ishuayer and Wei Qi too to have escaped. Before long, a group of individuals appears ahead. Judging by their attire, they are evidently from the Mixin Valley. You Mixin Valley members are quite prompt. Have you unearthed any leads? Lin Qianchao approaches, his face expressionless. Hearing his voice, the disciples from Mixin Valley turn around, and at the forefront stands a stunningly graceful woman clad in red gauze. Elder Lin. It is good to see you. She speaks with a voice as calm as still water. Elder Shuiyu, I did not expect Mixin Valley to dispatch you as well. Lin Qianchao replies, his gaze sharpening. Despite her mature and serene appearance, she is a formidable opponent, possessing a cultivation level equivalent to his own. At the 7th stage of the Yuan Master Realm, Elder Lin, there is no need for pleasantries. You have arrived just in time to witness this. Shuiyu gestures for Lin Qianchao to approach. With a hint of confusion, Lin Qianchao steps forward. Before him lies a desiccated corpse. His expression shifts dramatically upon recognizing the garments adorning the corpse, those of a senior elder from the Luoyun sect. As he gazes upon the sunken visage of the deceased, his face pales completely. Jialan elder? Lin Qianchao's voice takes on a sharp edge. In disbelief, he verifies once more. And upon spotting the elder's ring upon the corpse's finger, his countenance darkens, and his body trembles uncontrollably. The murder of Jialuan, one of the 10 esteemed elders, transcends mere provocation against the Luoyun sect. This is an outright declaration of war. A terrifying pressure surged forth from Lin Qianchao, causing the air to stagnate instantaneously. Those nearby felt as though they had been struck hard, blood gushing forth. In the next moment, a fragrant breeze swept through, dissipating the dreadful aura into nothingness. Elder Lin, temper your emotions. Our foremost priority is to identify the perpetrator. Shuiyu spoke in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianchao gradually restrained his aura, his expression darkening as he replied, whoever it may be, the 10,000 corpses sect shall have no peace with them. The overwhelming murderous intent in his voice sent shivers down the spines of those present. Elder Lin, this individual likely cultivates a blood-devouring technique. The ability to slay our esteemed Elder Jialuan suggests a certain level of power, one that brings to mind a particular person. Who? The Blood Demon Elder. Meanwhile, on the 3rd peak, as the entire 10,000 corpses sect was engulfed in unease, the instigator reclined leisurely outside his cave, basking in the sun. Beside him, the catgirl Linglong, clad in a black gauzy dress, was intently peeling spirit fruits, feeding them one by one to Fang Mo. Linglong. Does my master have any instructions? Linglong gazed at Fang Mo with her slightly enchanting eyes. Upon witnessing Linglong's captivating beauty, a flutter stirred within Fang Mo's heart, causing him to furrow his brow. What was happening to him lately, that his focus was so easily swayed? Whether it was Yishuier or Linglong, could it be that his cultivation was amiss? Master? Linglong called softly, her voice gentle and melodious, tugging at his heartstrings. Fang Mo snapped back to reality, his tone flat as he remarked, we have yet to establish a master-servant contract, have we? At this, Linglong was taken aback. Master, this contract. What? Do you hesitate to sign it with me? Fang Mo's voice turned cold as he regarded the hesitant Linglong. At this critical juncture, there could be no room for complacency. He needed to ensure absolute loyalty from everyone. And no, that is not the case, Master. Linglong's face flushed, her head bowed as she spoke in a barely audible whisper. Speak. Master, for our demon clan women to sign a master-servant contract, it must be done during the union of clouds and rain, when one must relinquish their primal yin to finalize the agreement. Linglong's head had nearly buried itself in her chest by the end of her sentence. Fang Mo cast a peculiar glance at her, suspecting she was attempting to tease him. Master, what Linglong said is true. Linglong quickly interjected, sensing his skepticism. Seeing Linglong's expression tinged with anticipation, Fang Mo waved his hand. We shall discuss this matter later. Oh, Linglong pouted, her voice laced with disappointment. Just then, a voice shattered the awkward atmosphere. Brother Fang. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo turned to see Zhou Yuan approaching with an excited expression. What is you so agitated? Fang Mo inquired, puzzled by Zhou Yuan's fervor. Brother Fang, the 3rd peak is about to commence the election for the peak master. Zhou Yuan exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. As he beheld Linglong feeding the spirit fruit to Fang Mo, a glimmer of admiration flickered in his gaze. What a beautiful woman! Momentarily entranced, Zhou Yuan hastily averted his eyes. The election for the position of peak master of the 3rd peak is of no concern to me, Fang Mo remarked casually. Indeed, given Fang's cultivation level, he would undoubtedly regard the position of peak master of the third peak with disdain. However, Zhou Yuan continued with fervor, but it matters not, Brother Fang, for not only is the third peak electing a peak master, but the second peak and even the first peak are also in the running. Fang Mo paused in astonishment. It seemed that he had been responsible for the demise of the masters of these three peaks. Such a coincidence caused a subtle smile to grace Fang Mo's lips. Observing Fang Mo's smile, Zhou Yuan eagerly added, Brother Fang, the elections for the three peaks will take place tomorrow. Very well, I understand, Fang Mo replied, waving his hand dismissively. He held no interest whatsoever in the position of peak master. Then I shall take my leave, senior brother, Zhou Yuan said respectfully. Ever since it became known that he was acquainted with Fang Mo, everyone in the third peak, and even those in the second peak, regardless of their cultivation levels, treated him with utmost courtesy. This experience allowed Zhou Yuan to tangibly feel the advantages of having a formidable backing. Consequently, he had become Fang Mo's messenger, diligently reporting any news that arose. Chapter 121. As you wish, master, when shall we depart? Linglong asked, her delicate fingers placing a spirit fruit into Fang Mo's mouth. There's no rush, Fang Mo replied, his gaze penetrating the heavens. At that moment, two figures appeared by the pond. It was Yi Shuer and Wei Chidu. Upon seeing the enchanting Linglong by Fang Mo's side, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Shuer's eyes, and she lunged towards Fang Mo. Master, who permitted you two to come together? Fang Mo pushed Yi Shuer aside, his expression darkening as he rose to his feet. During such a critical period, it was unthinkable for them to arrive together. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. Noticing Fang Mo's displeasure, Yi Shuer's face turned pale, and Wei Chidu felt a tremor in his heart. Linglong also halted her movements, alarmed. Master, we were exceedingly cautious on our way here. Rest assured, we will not be discovered, Yi Shuer pleaded, her eyes filled with sorrow as she gazed at Fang Mo, ignoring her pitiful demeanor. Fang Mo waved his hand to establish a barrier of elemental energy before turning towards the cave. Yi Shuer and the others followed closely behind. Upon entering the cave, Yi Shuer and Wei Chitu cautiously leaned against the wall, their heads bowed, reluctant to meet Fang Mo's eyes. If this scene were to be witnessed by the disciples or elders of the first peak, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire sect. Was this truly the whimsical Yi Shuer, who always maintained a frigid demeanor towards others? And what of Wei Chitu, the brash fellow who habitually boasted of his lineage? I do not wish to see such a situation arise again, Fang Mo stated coldly. Yi Shuer's eyes brightened, and she quickly nodded. Yes, it shall never happen again. Master, do not worry. Wei Chitu mimicked her, his large head bobbing like a rattle. Come here, Fang Mo commanded, gesturing towards Wei Chitu. Trembling, Wei Chitu approached Fang Mo. Fang Mo scrutinized him, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Wei Chitu, you employ the corpse refining method for body cultivation, do you not? Yes, that is correct. Wei Chitu scratched his head, puzzled by Fang Mo's sudden inquiry. This should be of assistance to you, Fang Mo said, retrieving an item from his storage ring and handing it to Wei Chitu. It was an ancient, yellowed piece of paper, the forbidden technique, living corpse refinement, which Fang Mo had previously acquired from Lungyu. Wei Chitu gazed at the contents of the paper. He had certainly heard of the living corpse refinement technique and had once sought it desperately, only to find nothing. Not a fool. Wei Chitu understood the significance of this forbidden method in his hands. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. Master, from this moment forth, I shall wholeheartedly clear away all enemies for you. Even if it requires me to slay the Grand Elder, I, Wei Chitu, shall not flinch. His deep, resonant voice echoed within the cave. Beside him, Yi Shuer stared wide-eyed at Wei Chitu, astonished by his intense reaction. As Yi Shuer furtively glanced at the ancient parchment, she was astounded by the incantation of reanimating the dead. Her small face expressed shock as she stole a glance at Fang Mo. It was utterly incredible that her master could acquire such a forbidden technique. In her heart, Fang Mo's image was elevated to unprecedented heights. Fang Mo, however, disregarded her astonishment and addressed Yu Chitu, saying, This forbidden art can elevate your physical prowess to a new zenith. Within this ring lies an assortment of cultivation elixirs that will enable you to swiftly transcend the realm of the Yuan. I trust you shall not disappoint me. As he spoke, Fang Mo tossed a storage ring to Yu Chitu's master. I shall not let you down. Yu Chitu's muscles quivered in excitement. Observing Yuchi-Tu before him, Fang Mo felt a surge of inspiration. He concentrated and summoned a drop of his essence blood, infusing it with his blood vitality, and directly injected it into Yuchi-Tu's right arm. This action left the others somewhat bewildered, especially Yuchi-Tu, who sensed an unfamiliar presence in his arm. He hastily looked down to find a blood lotus insignia, the size of a thumb, where the essence blood had vanished. "Master, what is this?" Yuchi-Tu inquired, confusion evident in his gaze. "This shall henceforth be my mark. I will bestow one upon each of you, allowing for communication and location tracking among us, albeit with distance limitations. When close, you will sense one another." Upon hearing Fang Mo's words, the three displayed expressions of astonishment. Fang Mo remained composed. This was merely a minor technique recorded in the myriad transformations of blood after his breakthrough into the Yuan realm, known as the Blood Lotus Seal. "Enough now, Yuchi-Tu. You may return, but be cautious not to be discovered." Fang Mo waved his hand. "I assure you, I shall not be found out." Yuchi-Tu patted his chest and then retrieved a black cloth bag from his pocket. To Fang Mo's astonishment, Yuchi-Tu promptly donned the black bag over his head and hurriedly departed. Fang Mo sighed softly as he watched Yuchi-Tu's retreating figure. "Uft! Ha ha!" Ishui Air erupted in laughter, clutching her belly as she exclaimed, "That fool! Where did he find such a tattered bag to wear on his head? It's simply hilarious." Even Linglong beside her could not suppress a chuckle. After a while, Ishui Air finally ceased her laughter. "Master, you must also give me a blood lotus," she implored, her impatience palpable. "All right," Fang Mo replied with a slight nod, summoning another drop of essence blood. "Wait," Ishui Air interrupted him. "What is it?" Fang Mo inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Suddenly, Ishui Air's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly glanced at Fang Mo. "Master, please mark the blood lotus here." Chapter 122. The Sovereign Li Feiyu. The resounding chime, reverberating throughout the entire sect, struck a chord of alarm within Fang Mo. In a flash of crimson light, he materialized before the cave dwelling. Gazing upwards, he beheld an endless gathering of ominous corpse energy hovering over the Yuan corpse sect. This ethereal energy resembled a vast black curtain, shrouding the heavens and plunging the sect into an eerie darkness akin to the depths of night. As the bell tolled, the black veil in the sky stirred ominously, a sight both strange and magnificent. This was the soul-chiming bell, a privilege reserved solely for the sect's sovereign, signifying the return of the master. Ishui Air stood behind Fang Mo, her delicate features etched with gravity. The sovereign. Fang Mo's pupils constricted, harboring a profound apprehension towards this formidable master of the Yuan master realm. Deep within the Yuan corpse sect, at the Corpse God Mountain, sat a middle-aged man with a stern visage and an aura as deep as the abyss upon the throne, Li Feiyu, the sovereign. Beside him stood an exceptionally beautiful woman clad in palace attire. As time passed, the sect's elders took their positions. "Sovereign, there have been recent developments in the sect." The Grand Elder rose to report the current state of affairs, only to be interrupted by Li Feiyu's dismissive wave. "Enough. I am already aware of the events that have transpired during my absence." Li Feiyu's expression remained impassive as he surveyed the gathered elders. "I never anticipated such significant occurrences in my absence, especially the brutal murder of Elder Jiaowen. It seems our sect has languished in obscurity for far too long, allowing the world to forget the terror of our dark sect." His chilling voice rendered the elders silent, not daring to breathe. "Grand Elder, have we identified the perpetrator who slain Elder Jiaowen?" The Grand Elder responded hastily. "Sovereign, the culprit is likely the Blood Demon Elder. Elder Lin Xianchao has already led a team to pursue him." "The Blood Demon Elder?" Li Feiyu scoffed. "Capture him and throw him into the abyss of insects. Those who dare challenge the Yuan corpse sect shall find no escape from their torment." At the mention of the abyss of insects, the elders turned pale, a chill running down their spines. The abyss housed bizarre and venomous creatures. A single bite could inflict excruciating pain that penetrated to the very marrow, a suffering that entwined with one's soul, utterly unrelenting. Furthermore, victims would slowly succumb to rotting and festering, a fate even Yuan-level cultivators could not withstand. The Grand Elder clasped his hands respectfully, stating, "Sovereign, there are rumors that the master of the Heavenly Sword Sect is currently in seclusion, attempting a breakthrough, and they have begun to eye our sect with hostility." Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's expression shifted to one of complexity. A breakthrough? Huh. If it were that simple, I would have achieved it a century ago. The balance among the 5 sects is not easily disrupted, and those from the Heavenly Sword Sect are inconsequential. My emergence from the corpse soul realm is driven by another significant reason. Li Feiyu paused, his demeanor turning grave as he continued. It is the ancient, undying monstrosities lurking within the soul-hidden mountains that have begun to stir once more. What? The Grand Elder's complexion paled dramatically, and even the other elders displayed expressions of terror. Deep within the soul-hidden mountains lies the confinement of numerous extraordinary ferocious beasts, including several that surpass the Yuan Master Realm. The tranquility of these years in the soul-hidden mountains is solely attributed to the demon-restraining formation meticulously arranged by the Yuan Corpse Sect deep within the mountains. Every few decades, it is imperative to infuse new energy into the grand array to maintain its operation and ensure that the beasts contained within do not escape. Should these beasts break free, it would herald a cataclysmic disaster, with the Yuan Corpse Sect bearing the brunt of the calamity. Could it be that there is an issue with the demon-restraining formation? Inquired the elder, his face etched with concern. Li Feiyu slowly shook his head, asserting that the formation was intact. The problem likely lay with the ferocious beasts within. I have brought some individuals from the corpse soul realm. I will send them deep into the soul-hidden mountains to investigate this matter thoroughly. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression turned pale. You wish to employ them? Sectmaster. They are the foundation of our sect. Li Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. It is time for them to make an appearance. Otherwise, others might truly believe that our Yuan Corpse Sect has fallen into decline. Thus, they ventured to Blood Ghost Ridge, a secluded forest within the territory of Misty Heart Valley. Unremarkable in appearance, yet named for the blood demon elder who resides there. A group arrived in a grand procession, led by Lin Qianxiao and Shuiyu. As they gazed upon the mountains shrouded in a faint sanguine atmosphere, Lin Qianxiao's eyes narrowed, and he summoned his Yuan power, bellowing, "Blood demon, come forth." His voice resonated like thunder, reverberating through the heavens. In a dark and eerie cave, an elderly figure with crimson hair sat cross-legged amidst a heap of bones scattered around him. Suddenly, the red-haired elder opened his eyes wide, a shadow crossing his visage. I shall see who dares to wreak havoc in my Blood Ghost Ridge. With that, he transformed into a gust of foul wind, vanishing within the cave. Moments later, the blood demon elder appeared before Lin Qianxiao and Shuiyu. Upon observing the two, the blood demon felt a tightening in his chest. The aura of Yuan power emanating from them was not at all inferior to his own. What do you two from Misty Heart Valley and the Yuan Corpse Sect mean by this? He narrowed his eyes. Blood demon, what do you mean by that? You openly provoke the Yuan Corpse Sect and slay our elders. Today, I shall take you back to face the heart-devouring insect torture. Lin Qianxiao declared as he unleashed a sword strike towards the blood demon. The black sword energy surged forth like a dragon emerging from the abyss, stirring the winds and clouds. Confronted with this terrifying strike, the blood demon elder summoned all his strength, conjuring a crimson barrier that withstood the ferocious blow. Have you lost your mind? When did I provoke your Yuan Corpse Sect? When did I kill your elders? You are slandering me, he retorted angrily. Lin Qianxiao replied coldly. You practice the art of devouring blood energy. You scoundrel. Many have cultivated the art of blood absorption. The blood demon elder bellowed in confusion. He was genuinely bewildered. After years of seclusion, when had he ever harmed the elders of the Yuan Corpse Sect? Throughout the years, despite his inability to restrain his bloodlust, indulging in the clandestine slaying of a few individuals to satiate his carnal cravings, mere solitary practitioners, nonetheless, Lin Qianxiao regarded the visibly distressed blood demon elder with a scornful snort. Still attempting to justify your actions, it appears you will not shed a tear until you behold the coffin. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Lin Qianxiao unleashed another strike with his sword. As the lethal sword energy surged forth once more, the blood demon elder's fury ignited. His entire being erupted with primordial energy, revealing that he too was a formidable practitioner at the 7th tier of the primordial realm. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, brimming with madness. You, of the 10,000 Corpses sect, have truly overstepped your bounds. Do you genuinely believe I fear you? Upon uttering these words, a colossal wave of blood surged forth, shattering the sword energy. Lin Xianxiao narrowed his eyes and summoned forth his life-bound corpse, a gruesome, blood-soaked figure. The overwhelming aura of blood resonated with the blood demon elder's own bloodthirsty essence, creating a formidable standoff. The blood demon elder's expression turned grave as he observed Lin Xianxiao's blood corpse. Realizing that this entity bore a certain affinity to himself, this posed a significant challenge. "Rip him apart," Lin Xianxiao commanded, and the blood corpse surged forward, enveloped in a torrent of sanguine energy, charging directly at the blood demon elder. Chapter 123. The signing of the contract. As the blood corpse lunged forward, the blood demon elder swiftly waved his hand, releasing 2 droplets of blood essence. Strangely, these droplets expanded against the wind, rapidly transforming into blood orbs as tall as a person, pulsating with a heart-stopping energy. Boom! The 2 blood orbs detonated directly before the blood corpse, unleashing an overwhelming wave of blood that obliterated the surrounding trees into nothingness. Indeed, this cursed corpse was peculiar. The blood demon elder furrowed his brow, observing the blood corpse, which remained entirely unscathed. Blood demon bind. With a low incantation, the blood demon elder summoned an infinite stream of blood essence, weaving it into a bizarre blood net. The crimson net ensnared the strange blood corpse, and despite its desperate struggles, it found itself unable to escape the net's grasp. However, the elder's expression did not brighten, for he sensed that the blood corpse was gradually absorbing the blood essence from the net, and it would not be long before it broke free. At that moment, Xiaoyu made her move. With a graceful sweep of her red sleeves, an array of fragrant powder descended from the sky, transforming into beautiful maidens that surged towards the blood demon elder. "Are you from the heart-confounding valley here to confront me?" The blood demon elder's face darkened. Xiaoyu's ethereal voice echoed in the air. "Blood demon, I too seek vengeance for the fallen disciples of our heart-confounding valley." "Nonsense. When did I?" Before the blood demon elder could finish his retort, he was enveloped by an unending tide of crimson powder. Xiaoyu offered him no chance to continue his explanation. Even if he did, they would not believe him. After all, he was the only eligible demon cultivator, and the 10,000 Corpses sect needed to use the blood demon elder to instill a sense of fear. Otherwise, their reputation would be irreparably tarnished. For whatever reason, the blood demon elder was doomed today. Half a month later, the upper echelons of the 10,000 Corpses sect announced to the world that the mysterious demon cultivator, who had repeatedly slaughtered their disciples and killed Elder Jaluan, had been captured. His true identity was revealed to be the reclusive great demon, the blood demon elder, who was now imprisoned in the abyss of 10,000 insects. On the 3rd peak, the blood demon elder? Fang Mo set aside the magic dragon and phoenix control scroll, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It appeared they had indeed found a scapegoat. Yet for Fang Mo, it mattered little, for soon, the enigmatic demon cultivator would re-emerge. Suddenly, he tucked away the scroll and strode towards the cave dwelling. Inside, the elegant Linglong, clad in a black gown, was engrossed in her cultivation, blissfully unaware of the tall figure standing before her. "Today, we shall sign a contract." After a considerable time, Fang Mo glanced at the mark on Linglong's forehead, a complex and intricate symbol representing their contract. Through this sigil, he could command her life and death at any moment. What is happening?" Linglong's small mouth parted in astonishment, her eyes wide with shock. Awake? Fang Mo stepped inside. "Master, do take a look. I have reached the 5th level of the Yuan spirit realm," Linglong exclaimed, her joy overwhelming her composure. "Indeed," Fang Mo nodded, then retrieved an ancient tome from his storage ring. "Here, this cultivation method will aid you in your practice." "Thank you, Master," Linglong replied, her heart brimming with exhilaration as she hurriedly accepted the ancient text. Gazing at the prominent characters inscribed upon the cover, the Dragon and Phoenix Sutra, a spark of curiosity ignited in Linglong's eyes. With a sense of anticipation, she carefully opened the tome, her eyes widening gradually. Chapter 124. Preparation. Lin Xianxiao gazed expressionlessly at the dark cavern before him, where anguished cries echoed intermittently. "Blood demon, where have you concealed the legacies of the Danxiao sect within the starry mist secret realm?" Let me out. I know nothing of the Danxiao sect." The pain is unbearable. You wretched bastards of the 10,000 Corpses sect. You slander me." I shall not submit. If I escape, I will surely slaughter your 10,000 corpses sect. Ah! The chilling screams pierced the air once more. Humph, obstinate fool. The demonic cultivator within the secret realm cultivates a method akin to yours, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Acknowledge what? What of my method of devouring vitality? Do not cast your vile accusations upon me. You damn scoundrels. Very well, then you may await your demise. Fang Mo regarded the tranquil courtyard ahead, a hint of profound meaning curling at the corners of his lips as he stepped inside. Within the courtyard, Pei Kuan sat peacefully at a stone table, eyes closed in meditation. Observing Pei Kuan before him, Fang Mo narrowed his gaze. Previously, Pei Kuan's aura had loomed like an inscrutable mountain before him. Now, Fang Mo discerned Pei Kuan's cultivation level at a glance. Ordinary and unremarkable, both he and Jialuan were at the 4th level of the Yuan realm. Master, Fang Mo offered a slight bow. What brings you here? Pei Kuan opened his eyes, regarding Fang Mo with a hint of suspicion. Master, the inter-sect competition has been postponed. I wish to seize this opportunity to venture out and hone my skills. Venture out for training? Pei Kuan looked at Fang Mo in surprise. Indeed, Fang Mo nodded. Pei Kuan's heart stirred, and he scrutinized Fang Mo deeply, his tone earnest. Yes, that sounds wise. You are now at the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm. A journey for experience would be beneficial. However, be sure to exercise utmost caution. Fang Mo smirked inwardly, yet responded, Thank you for your concern, Master. I shall bear it in mind. As he watched Fang Mo depart, Pei Kuan revealed a glimmer of determination. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Ishuer and Wei Qi too had been waiting for quite some time, accompanied by a bald man, none other than the long-absent Xia Xiong. Master, Ishuer greeted with a radiant smile. Fang Mo inclined his head slightly, casting a glance at Xia Xiong. At this moment, Xia Xiong's aura was subdued yet robust, radiating the powerful energy of the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm. Master, I have fulfilled my duty. Xia Xiong knelt on one knee, a look of reverence upon his face. Good, Fang Mo replied coolly, before raising an eyebrow. I recall you excel in the use of blades, correct? Yes, Master, Xia Xiong replied in a deep tone. Fang Mo conjured a long, black blade, its edge gleaming like snow, imbued with an ominous demonic aura. This demonic slaughter blade is a mid-tier Xian rank artifact. Take it. He extended the blade towards Xia Xiong. Thank you, Master, Xia Xiong exclaimed, excitement evident as he accepted the black blade. The moment he touched it, a chilling and eerie energy surged through him, enveloping his entire being. Xia Xiong felt a surge of exhilaration as he gazed adoringly at the magic killing blade in his hand. Fang Mo turned his gaze towards Wei Qi too, who appeared increasingly somber. The exposed skin had darkened to a deep hue, with bulging veins rendering him more menacing than ever. It seems that the method of refining corpses from living beings has indeed benefited you greatly, Fang Mo remarked coolly. Thank you for your bestowal, Master. Wei Qi too replied with a respectful demeanor. At that moment, Ishuer interjected, Master, the sect leader has returned from the corpse soul realm with a considerable number of individuals. Oh, are you referring to the exceptional talents from our sect over the years? Fang Mo inquired, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, Master, Ishuer affirmed. Fang Mo narrowed his eyes, pondering briefly before asking, Do you know the reason behind this? My master mentioned that it seems there was a malfunction in the formations within the Soul Concealment Mountain, Ishuer explained. Fang Mo nodded slightly, intrigued by the prospect of encountering those prodigies of the Yuan realm, though he deemed it inappropriate at this moment. I shall be departing from the sect tomorrow, Fang Mo stated matter-of-factly. A flicker of surprise crossed the faces of those present. Master, I shall accompany you, Ishuer exclaimed with enthusiasm. Master, I shall faithfully follow at your side, Xia Xiong declared, kneeling on one knee. Wei Qi too glanced around, scratching his head thoughtfully before muttering, I shall go as well. Fang Mo disregarded the three, continuing, I intend to deal with that old fellow Pei Kuan. Upon hearing this, Ishuer and Wei Qi too maintained a calm demeanor, while Xia Xiong appeared incredulous, questioning cautiously, You mean Elder Pei Kuan? Of course, it is that old man Pei Kuan. What is there to be astonished about? Wei Qi too thundered, slapping Xia Xiong on the shoulder, causing him to stagger. Xia Xiong shot a resentful glance at Wei Qi too before turning to Fang Mo. Master, Pei Kuan is at the 4th level of the Yuan realm. Should we not deliberate further on this matter? Unbeknownst to Xia Xiong, who had been in seclusion. Fang Mo had already slain Luoyun. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful surge of yuan power slammed him against the wall. Shuai glared at Xia Xiong with icy disdain. Daring to question the Master's decision is a warning for you. Should this occur again, you will face death. Xia Xiong paled at her words, clutching his chest as he struggled to rise. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. It is of no consequence, Fang Mo replied indifferently. My time away from the sect may be prolonged. I have arrangements to make. Xia Xiong will accompany me, while the two of you. Fang Mo directed his gaze at Shuai and Wei Qi too, ignoring the pleading look in Shuai's beautiful eyes. You two should strive to break through your current realms as swiftly as possible. Understood, Shuai responded, her tone laden with profound disappointment. Fang Mo cast a detached glance at her. Remember, I will soon be facing the entirety of the cultivation world. Your present levels are woefully inadequate, and, to me, entirely dispensable. These words pierced Shuai deeply. For a long time, as the universally acknowledged prodigy of her sect, Shuai harbored a profound sense of pride within her heart. She did not wish to be a superfluous presence to her master, nor would she ever allow herself to become a burden. Contemplating this, a fierce determination ignited within her beautiful eyes. Even Wei Qi too and Xia Xiong shared expressions of resolute ambition. All right, you may return, Fang Mo gestured dismissively. Wait, Shuai stay. Shuai was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Fang Mo with a hint of confusion. Master, is there something you wish to command? Tonight, you shall remain. Chapter 125. The Master and Apprentice confrontation the following morning. A sense of astonishment enveloped Shuai as she exclaimed, Master, I have broken through to the Yuan realm. Her exquisite visage radiated disbelief. She could not comprehend how such a significant advancement had occurred silently overnight. Indeed, Fang Mo nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that if she were to cultivate the magic dragon and phoenix sutra, the benefits would be even greater. Master, now that I have reached the Yuan realm, does this mean I can accompany you? Shuai's face glowed with anticipation, and Fang Mo felt a stirring in his heart. He gently lowered his hand and replied softly, The time is not yet ripe. Very well, it is nearly time, he said, withdrawing his hand with a nonchalant demeanor. A streak of purple light sliced through the sky above the 10,000 Corpses sect. On the purple cloud shuttle, Fang Mo reclined with his eyes closed upon Linglong's lap, where she gazed at him with tender affection, her hands gently massaging his head. Is something troubling you, master? Linglong inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity, her hands continuing their soothing motion. Do you still not recall the past? At his words, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Linglong's delicate features as she slowly shook her head. Master, I still cannot remember. Ah, Fang Mo responded softly, falling into silence. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The purple cloud shuttle glided leisurely through the air, Fang Mo appearing utterly relaxed, as though indulging in a leisurely outing. Suddenly, the skies darkened as if engulfed by night. A powerful aura constricted the surrounding space, forcing the purple cloud shuttle to a halt. Master, the sky has turned dark. Linglong exclaimed, her countenance betraying her alarm at this bizarre occurrence. Do not panic. Fang Mo slowly opened his eyes, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, a grayish-white shadow pierced the dim sky, revealing a colossal skeletal ship. Upon seeing this spectral vessel, Fang Mo's smile widened. A figure emerged atop the ship, cloaked in black robes, obscuring their features, yet radiating a terrifying aura of death. Master, have you come specifically to see your disciple off? Fang Mo regarded the figure with a playful glint in his eyes. At his words, the cloaked figure trembled slightly, slowly lifting the black hood to unveil a visage marred by deep lines of age, none other than Pei Kun. Gone was the benevolent demeanor of Pei Kun. His countenance now bore a chilling expression as he gazed at Fang Mo. My dear disciple, I am concerned for your safety, hence I have come to bid you farewell. Pei Kun's voice was frosty. Master, your concern touches me deeply. I am overwhelmed with gratitude, Fang Mo replied, his tone laced with mockery. Pei Kun scrutinized Fang Mo's reaction, his eyes narrowing slightly. It appears you knew I would come. Fang Mo chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Pei Kun furrowed his brow as he observed Fang Mo, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He cast a fleeting glance at Linglong, who stood beside Fang Mo, revealing a hint of surprise. This woman was indeed of the demon clan, albeit only at the 5th level of the Yuanling realm, posing no significant threat. Pei Kuan, observing Fang Mo, let out a self-deprecating smile, reflecting on the absurdity of feeling uneasy in the presence of Fang Mo. My dear disciple, he lamented, how much better it would be if you devoted yourself to your cultivation instead of stirring up so much trouble and attracting the attention of the sect. Ah, master. Fang Mo replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. If I did not act thus, I fear I would meet the same silent fate as your previous 4 disciples. At these words, Pei Kuan's pupils constricted, and he gazed deeply at Fang Mo before slowly responding, it seems you are well aware. Fang Mo maintained his smile as he gently caressed Linglong's delicate cheek, murmuring, from the very beginning, I harbored an inexplicable wariness towards you, especially after encountering Fu Qing, your former top disciple. Fu Qing. Pei Kuan's expression turned icy. The fact that Fang Mo had met Fu Qing indicated that he had uncovered the entire truth. With this realization, Pei Kuan abandoned his pretense, a sinister grin spreading across his face. So, you deliberately sought to capture the sect's attention, hoping to free yourself from my grasp. Fang Mo nodded slightly, admitting that this had indeed been his intention. I do not wish to end up like Fu Qing, lurking in the shadows of the Four Corners city, living in constant fear. If you remain hidden within the sect until the grand competition, I would truly be at a loss to deal with you. Yet, alas, you ultimately fell into my hands, haha? Pei Kuan cackled with glee. Observing the malevolent grin of Pei Kuan, Fang Mo responded with a subtle smile. You appear to be utterly unafraid? Pei Kuan inquired, his tone tinged with suspicion. Have you finished reminiscing, master and disciple? An aged voice interjected, followed by the emergence of a black vessel from the distance, upon which stood an elderly woman leaning on a cane. Chapter 126. The gift from Fang Mo, is it you? Fang Mo inquired, his gaze narrowing as he regarded the old woman before him. This elder, whom he had met within the sect, was the same one who had once guarded the Hall of Techniques and was among the 10 leading elders. The white-haired crone revealed a chilling smile, her voice hoarse as she remarked, I never imagined I would misjudge someone. In just a few short months, you, young one, have remarkably ascended to the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm. Such a pace of cultivation truly opens my eyes. Oh, how fortunate that 2 of the 10 elders have graced us with their presence. Master, you truly hold me in high regard, Fang Mo sighed softly. I am not here for trifles today. I seek to learn the methods of the blood sacrifice technique, the elder stated, her gaze fixed intently upon Fang Mo. She vividly recalled his choice of the blood sacrifice technique, and now, not only had he suffered no backlash, but his cultivation had advanced at an astonishing rate. She believed he must possess the genuine method of practicing this technique. Her own partner had perished while practicing the blood sacrifice technique, leaving her with an enduring obsession regarding it. Oh, so it is because of the blood sacrifice technique, Fang Mo replied, a hint of realization dawning upon him. Young man, if you divulge the methods of the blood sacrifice technique, I can assure you that your transition into a corpse at the hands of your master will be less painful. The elder stated with a tone of arrogance, as if sparing him some agony in death were a monumental favor. Pei Kuan regarded Fang Mo with an unusual glint in his eyes. Obtaining the methods of the blood sacrifice technique would indeed be an unexpected boon. One of you desires the blood sacrifice technique, while the other wishes to turn me into a corpse. Are you not concerned about the sect discovering such treatment of its prodigious disciples? Fang Mo inquired softly. Pei Kuan chuckled darkly, my dear apprentice. Once I transform you into my personal corpse, what can the sect do? A fallen prodigy and 2 of the 10 elders, they would surely know how to make a choice. So this is your plan, Fang Mo murmured to himself. Have you made up your mind? Hand over the blood sacrifice technique. The elder urged impatiently. Disregarding her, Fang Mo gently caressed the delicate face of Linglong, speaking softly, I originally thought it was only Pei Kuan. I never anticipated the unexpected presence of an old crone. Is this not a delightful surprise? Those who dare disrespect my master deserve no mercy, Linglong declared, her pale visage betraying a resolute spirit. Such a good child, Fang Mo praised, stroking her once more, prompting a look of gentle enjoyment on her face. You seek your own demise, the elder fumed, raising her hand to strike at Fang Mo. A black palm print expanded with the wind, rapidly growing to several dozen feet, exuding an overwhelming aura of death that shook the very air around them. Fang Mo displayed a sly smile as the purple cloud shuttle pierced through the spatial barriers, plunging downward. Observing the swiftly descending purple silhouette, Pei Kuen's expression turned to one of astonishment. This purple flying vessel had effortlessly breached his spatial confinement. Clearly a top-tier flying artifact. Unexpectedly, this rebellious disciple possesses an extraordinary flying artifact, a glimmer of greed flickering in Pei Kuen's eyes. Wretched child, you cannot escape my grasp. Pei Kuen commanded the enormous boned ship, pursuing closely behind. Moments later, Fang Mo descended to the ground, cradling Ling Long in his arms. Wretched child, why have you ceased your flight? Pei Kuen materialized not far away. I was merely waiting for you. Why would I run? Fang Mo replied calmly. At that moment, a gray shadow darted past, revealing a white-haired crone beside Pei Kuen. Brother Pei, stop wasting time with him. Seize the boy directly and interrogate him at leisure. The crone urged. Pei Kuen nodded slightly, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a fourth-tier Yuan master, which darkened the sky and caused the temperature around them to plummet. Wait, Fang Mo interjected suddenly. Pei Kuen's aura faltered, while the crone revealed a menacing grin. Boy, have you come to your senses? No, I just recalled something. Fang Mo waved his hand apologetically, then addressed Pei Kuen. Master, I suddenly remembered a special gift I prepared just for you, one that I assure you will delight you. Boy, no matter how grand your words, they hold no weight, the crone sneered cruelly. A gift? Pei Kuen furrowed his brow, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Master, please take a look. As his words fell, a delicate female corpse materialized beside Fang Mo Yuner. Pei Kuen's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the corpse, nearly bursting with rage. Even the white-haired crone stared in disbelief at the exquisite corpse before her. She recognized it, of course. It was Jialuan's life-bound corpse, and once Pei Kuen's beloved. Yet, had Jialuan not been slain by the blood demon elder? How could her life-bound corpse be in Fang Mo's possession? How did this corpse come to be in your hands? Pei Kuen demanded, his face ashen with fury. Haha, master, do you like this gift? Fang Mo laughed heartily. Look, even after all this time, her beauty remains untarnished, a testament to her allure in life. As he spoke, Fang Mo caressed the face of the delicate corpse. Wretched child, cease this at once. Do not touch her. Pei Kuen roared, his turbulent Yuan energy warping the surrounding space. Master, do not act impulsively. I fear I might inadvertently damage this precious corpse, Fang Mo cautioned with a smile, feigning kindness. Upon hearing this, Pei Kuen trembled, clearly struggling to suppress his inner fury. Hand her over to me, and I shall let you go this day, Pei Kuen said darkly, enunciating each word. The white-haired crone hastily interjected, Brother Pei, you mustn't. Silence. Pei Kuen thundered, cutting her off vehemently. Fang Mo seemed oblivious to Pei Kuen's words and gently caressed the face of the exquisite female corpse, murmuring to himself. Tiske, such smooth skin, clearly. Elder Jialuan has devoted considerable effort to this corpse over the years. Ha! Fang Mo's remarks provoked Pei Kuen to lose all restraint, and he bellowed, You wretched creature, I shall kill you. The aura of a fourth-level elemental realm practitioner erupted without reservation, causing the heavens and the earth to shift. Filled with an overwhelming intent to kill, Pei Kuen unleashed a punch towards Fang Mo. A colossal gray corpse dragon, formed from an immense gathering of corpse energy, surged forth, roaring thunderously and tearing apart the very fabric of space. Wherever it passed, the void crumbled, and the ground was plowed into deep chasms spanning dozens of meters. Pei Kuen's wrathful attack was truly terrifying. In the face of such a formidable assault, a hint of disdain flickered in Fang Mo's eyes. A grotesque, blood-red tentacle emerged from behind him, entwined with boundless blood energy, and lashed out directly at the gray corpse dragon. Boom! The gray corpse dragon was instantly scattered by the blood-colored tentacle, dissolving into a mist of corpse energy. As the corpse dragon dissipated, the blood-red tentacle withdrew behind Fang Mo, refraining from further attack. How could this be possible? The white-haired old woman exclaimed in shock. Even she would have to exercise caution in response to Pei Kuen's earlier strike. How could this young man, at the 9th level of the elemental realm, possibly withstand such an onslaught? And what exactly was that blood-red tentacle? At that moment, Pei Kuen also regained his composure amid his fury, his pupils constricting sharply as he fixed his gaze on Fang Mo, speaking in a low tone, "My dear disciple, you have hidden yourself quite well. Based on that last move, even Wu Sha, the first on the corpse list, would not stand a chance against you." Chapter 127. The Five Elements Corpse. My curiosity about the nature of your cultivation technique for devouring blood energy has grown increasingly intense. The greed in Pei Kuan's gaze burned ever brighter. "My dear disciple, regardless of how you acquired this corpse, if you hand her over to me and divulge your cultivation method, I assure you, I shall seek an alternative and henceforth refrain from troubling you." Observing Pei Kuan's avarice, Fang Mo let out a disdainful laugh, his eyes brimming with mockery. "Master, your insatiable desire is truly astounding, yet I find your authenticity quite endearing. Take the female corpse, it is yours." Upon hearing this, a smirk curled at the corners of Pei Kuan's mouth, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. "This rebellious disciple is still too young. Once the prize is within my grasp, it will spell the end for this wretched being." In an instant, Fang Mo snapped his fingers, and with a resounding crash, the delicate female corpse disintegrated into a cloud of flesh and blood. The event unfolded so swiftly that it left Pei Kuan and his companion momentarily stunned. "Alas, I inadvertently lost control of my strength. My apologies, master." Fang Mo shrugged with an expression of regret. "No, you know." Pei Kuan's eyes widened in fury as he beheld the scattered remnants of flesh. Watching the woman he once cherished vanish before his eyes ignited a tempest of wrath within him. "Wretched being, I shall make you regret your existence in this world. Kill him." With eyes ablaze, Pei Kuan roared, and the armored undead surged forth, emanating a terrifying aura as they charged at Fang Mo. Fang Mo regarded the advancing undead with indifference, a colossal wave of blood energy surging from within him. The atmosphere seemed to be enveloped in an abyss of crimson, a sight of horrific blood-soaked mountains and seas emerging behind him, where bones floated and vengeful souls lamented. Fourth level of the Yuan Master Realm. The white-haired matron stared at Fang Mo in shock. Impossible. How could this wretched being possibly attain the fourth level of the Yuan Master Realm? Absolutely inconceivable, Pei Kuan exclaimed, his disbelief palpable, as if he had seen a ghost. In the span of 3 months, ascending from the 3rd to the 9th level of the Yuan Spirit Realm could be attributed to extraordinary talent and a unique technique. However, to leap to the 4th level of the Yuan Master Realm in just 3 months? That was sheer fantasy. At that moment, a grotesque blood-red tentacle pierced through the undead's body, pinning it mercilessly to the ground. "Master, shall I not have the opportunity to witness the legendary Five Elements corpse?" Fang Mo inquired, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Pei Kuan. Pei Kuan looked at Fang Mo in horror, a profound sense of danger emanating from him. Suddenly, the white-haired matron spoke solemnly. "Pei, this lad is suspicious. He must have employed some secret technique to forcibly elevate his realm in such a short time." Pei Kuan nodded slightly at this explanation, finding it quite plausible. "It appears we have all been deceived by you, boy. Luoyun must have perished at your hands," the matron remarked gravely, regarding Fang Mo with a serious demeanor. Even with the knowledge that Fang Mo had forcibly enhanced his realm through secret methods, the fact that even Luoyun had fallen to him indicated that this youth should not be underestimated. It is not only Jalen. You two old relics shall soon meet your demise at my hands as well." Fang Mo let out a wild laugh. "Humph, you wretched soul. It appears you truly cannot be spared. Do you think that forcibly elevating your realm can contend against me? Such arrogance." Pei Kuan scoffed, and in an instant, for sinisterly refined corpses materialized before him. In a heartbeat, an overwhelming aura of death surged skyward, altering the very fabric of the atmosphere, forcefully dispelling the sanguine hues of the world and enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of ominous darkness. This inky veil stood in stark opposition to the crimson aura behind Fang Mo, each confronting the other. The white-haired matron observed the 4 refined corpses with wide eyes, her expression tinged with astonishment. Is this truly the legendary Five Elements corpse? Indeed, it is terrifying. Merely the aura radiating from them causes my own vital energy to stagnate. And this is but an incomplete assembly of the Five Elements corpse. Once fully gathered, it is rumored to possess the power to challenge even the mightiest of elemental masters. Fang Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, recognizing that these 4 corpses were likely the disciples of Fu Qing. 2 were female, and 2 were male, all of them in the prime of their youth. yet now transformed into vessels of chilling death. If Fu Qing were present, he would surely be driven to madness. TSK. Master, I must commend you on this aspect. Your willingness to employ any means to achieve your goals is quite remarkable. Fang Mo couldn't help but express his admiration. However, he continued coldly, your singular error lies in underestimating me. Humph, wretched soul, I must concede that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. No, you have far surpassed them. Even Jalen fell to your hands. With such innate talent and strength at such a young age, none in the 5 sects can compare to you. Alas, you have slain Jalen, and even if the sect were to learn of your true capabilities, they would undoubtedly not spare you. It conveniently paves the way for me. My act of eliminating you shall be a service to the sect. Pei Kuen's face twisted into a cruel smile. With your cultivation, once you are refined into a 5 elements corpse, my creations shall ascend to unprecedented heights. Ha ha ha. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. Pei Kuen laughed heartily, unable to contain his elation. Let me witness just how formidable the legendary 5 elements corpse truly is. As Fang Mo's words echoed, a crimson haze swiftly enveloped the surrounding space. What trickery is this? Observing the blood mist that spread around, Pei Kuen snorted coldly, enveloping himself in a shield of elemental energy. Senior brother Pei, allow me to handle this strange blood mist. You focus all your efforts on that young man. The white-haired matron declared, striking her ghostly staff heavily upon the ground. A torrent of spectral energy erupted from the staff, swiftly forming a vast black curtain above them, effectively isolating the blood mist. Seeing this, Pei Kuen settled to the ground, releasing 4 drops of vital blood from his fingertips. He dipped the blood, drawing forth 4 peculiar and arcane symbols in the air, chanting incantations under his breath. The 4 enigmatic symbols then darted towards the 4 refined corpses, swiftly embedding themselves into their foreheads. As the symbols entered, the corpses suddenly opened their eyes, their irises of fierce crimson, emanating a violent aura. Go, at a single command. 4 reanimated corpses transformed into streaks of gold, green, yellow, and red, dashing into the depths of the blood mist. In the depths of the blood mist, Fang Mo stood with his long hair billowing, hands clasped behind his back, emanating a bloodthirsty aura akin to that of a demon god. Linglong stood not far behind him, gazing adoringly at his imposing figure. They have arrived, Fang Mo murmured, his gaze fixed on a certain direction. As soon as the words left his lips, the 4 terrifying reanimated corpses tore through the blood mist, lunging towards him. Faced with the fearsome 5-element corpses, Fang Mo remained indifferent. Dozens of blood-red tendrils emerged from behind him, surging toward the menacing 5-element corpses. With a thunderous roar, the 4 5-element corpses howled at the sky, seizing the blood-red tendrils and viciously tearing them apart. Within moments, those tendrils dissipated into countless wisps of blood energy. Truly, they are the legendary 5-element corpses. Fang Mo sighed softly, aware that these blood-red tendrils were not easily destroyed even by cultivators of the 4th stage of the Yuan realm. Yet they were effortlessly obliterated by the 5-element corpses. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of Yuan power erupted within him, and the indestructible blood lotus began to rotate slowly. In the next moment, countless blood-red tendrils emerged from all directions, thicker, longer, and more menacing than before. In an instant, they engulfed the 5-element corpses. Chapter 128. Torment from the depths of the blood mist. The air was intermittently shattered by violent explosions. Senior brother Pei, what on earth is the background of this child? He is truly a prodigy. The white-haired old woman wore a grave expression. This child is merely the eldest son of a family from a remote town. I happened to pass by and saw that his physique was perfectly suited for the refinement of the 5 elements corpse, so I saved him. Little did I expect he would break through so rapidly. Pei Kuen's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of inexplicable light. However, regardless of how extraordinary he may be, when he encounters my 5 elements corpse, he will surely meet a bitter end. Senior brother is right, the old woman nodded in agreement. Just recalling the terrifying aura of the 5 elements corpse sent a shiver down her spine. That dreadful presence was akin to facing the Grand Elder himself. She could already envision the tragic fate that awaited Fang Mo. Stealing a glance at Pei Kuen, the old woman's eyes were filled with trepidation. As the two conversed, the sounds of battle from the depths of the blood mist gradually faded, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Senior brother, has that boy been killed by the Five Elements corpse? The old woman turned her gaze toward Pei Kuan. Pei Kuan also felt a twinge of confusion. Logically, after his Five Elements corpse eliminated its target, it should have returned immediately. Why was there no sign of the corpse now? With that thought, Pei Kuan held his breath and closed his eyes, attempting to summon the Five Elements corpse through his innate corpse imprint. How strange. After several moments, Pei Kuan opened his eyes, his brow furrowed tightly, for the innate corpse imprint in his mind was utterly unresponsive. Subsequently, Pei Kuan produced a peculiar black bell, and with a flick of his hand, he cast 4 drops of his essence blood onto it. In an instant, the black bell absorbed the blood. Once the essence blood was consumed, the black bell emanated a chilling and enigmatic aura. Dingling, dingling. The sharp sound reverberated through the entire blood domain like a bone-chilling melody, affecting even the old woman beside him, who paled slightly and hastily channeled her energy to protect her ears. Dingling. The sound continued incessantly, yet the surroundings remained eerily still, with no sign of the Five Elements corpse. Something is amiss. Pei Kuan finally sensed that something was wrong, his expression darkening. Master, stop shaking. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed. Both Pei Kuan and the old woman felt a tightening in their hearts and quickly scanned their surroundings. They beheld a dark red figure slowly emerging from the depths of the blood mist. You. The old woman pointed at the dark red figure in horror. How can you still be alive? Upon seeing Fang Mo's appearance, Pei Kuan's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils contracting. In his view, the Five Elements corpse would surely spell doom for even a 7th-level practitioner of the Yuan realm. There was no way this wretched disciple could still be alive. Master seems rather disappointed by my presence. He. Fang Mo regarded Pei Kuan with a mocking glint in his eyes. Impossible. How could you withstand the Five Elements corpse? Pei Kuan stared at Fang Mo in disbelief, muttering to himself. Simultaneously, he discreetly sensed the innate corpse imprint in his mind, discovering it intact, yet utterly unresponsive to his summons. Where's my Five Elements corpse? Pei Kuan's face darkened as he questioned sharply. Was the master searching for them? With a gentle wave of Fang Mo's hand, 4 disheveled figures appeared beside him in a cross formation. They were the 4 Five Elements corpses. At this moment, the 4 reanimated corpses were covered in wounds, exposing bone, and each limb was tightly entwined by blood-colored tendrils, rendering them immobile. Pei Kuan stared blankly at the corpses, his mind a void. No wonder the summoning mark elicited no response from the Five Elements corpses. The elderly woman beside him, with white hair, looked on in horror at the restrained corpses. This Fang Mo was even more monstrous than she had imagined. Such terrifying Five Elements corpses were easily subdued, damn it. I should never have waded into this murky water for the sake of the blood sacrifice technique. No, this is not murky water, it is stagnant water. This boy is not human at all. At this moment, the elderly woman was filled with regret, her heart already contemplating retreat. Fang Mo, you truly are a rare prodigious talent, a fortuitous blessing for our sect. Rest assured, when I return to the sect, I will petition the sect leader to grant you a position among the 10 elders. The elderly woman spoke earnestly. You. Pei Kuan glared at the elderly woman in shock and anger. She regarded him with a stern expression and replied, Elder Pei, how can you secretly undermine such a monstrous prodigy? You are utterly jeopardizing the future of our sect. Just wait. I shall return to the sect and have the leader hold you accountable. With that, the elderly woman's vital energy surged, transforming into a gray streak of light as she fled toward the blood domain's periphery. Yanku, you have utterly disgraced the 10 elders. Pei Kuan's expression resembled one who had just ingested something foul. Fang Mo gazed with interest at the departing elderly woman without making any attempt to stop her. He slowly raised his hand, and in the next moment, a massive black bow materialized in his grasp, exuding an overwhelming aura. It was the Shadow Kill Bow. Pei Kuan's heart raced with fear as he beheld the Shadow Kill Bow in Fang Mo's hand. This aura, it's a high-tier Xian artifact. Pei Kuan felt as though all his years of cultivation had led him to this moment of despair. With a mysterious cultivation technique and the cultivation level of the 4th stage of the Yuan realm, he had easily subdued the Five Elements corpses. And now he possessed a high-tier Xian artifact. Pei Kuan was horrified to realize that he seemed to know far too little about this disciple of his. No, It would be more accurate to say he knew nothing at all, ignoring the deeply self-doubting Pei Kun. Fang Mo channeled his vital energy and drew the bowstring. The vital energies of heaven and earth roared to life, surging toward the shadow kill bow, creating a massive vortex of energy around the bow's body. As the vital energies poured in, a black arrow coalesced, its lethal aura surging forth, twisting the surrounding space. Watching the direction in which the elderly woman had fled, a faint smile appeared on Fang Mo's lips. Whoosh! The black arrow shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, tearing through the blood mist and slicing through the sky. At that moment, the elderly woman had already escaped the blood domain and was preparing to ride her flying artifact away. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically. A terrifying sense of impending death surged in her heart. The white-haired old woman reacted with remarkable swiftness, her gnarled cane instantaneously erecting a dark barrier. Boom! Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the black barrier erupted violently, engulfing her and reducing her to nothingness. Fang Mo slowly retracted the shadow bow and turned his gaze towards Pei Kun, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Master, how do you find my archery skills?" Pei Kun, with an expression of despair, admitted, "I misjudged you. I never anticipated you to possess such extraordinary talent. Given the circumstances I now face, I concede defeat." His demeanor resembled that of a frail old man, hunched over in defeat. Fang Mo chuckled softly and nodded slightly. "Master, in gratitude for your previous salvation, I can grant you a complete corpse to remain intact. Abominable wretch, you shall perish." Before Fang Mo could finish his remark, Pei Kun suddenly launched an attack. "Master, do not be impulsive." As soon as the words left his lips, Pei Kun's assault came to an abrupt halt, and he coughed up blood. At that moment, one of the 5 elements corpses beside Fang Mo lay in ruins, shattered into pieces. "Abominable wretch, you dare!" Pei Kun clutched his chest. His face contorted with rage as he glared at Fang Mo. That corpse had been the fruit of countless years of effort and devotion. How could he not harbor resentment at its destruction? Observing Pei Kun's fury, Fang Mo smiled gently and remarked, "Master, there's no need for such ire. This is merely the beginning." Chapter 129. The improved blood refinement array. As the words were spoken, yet another 5 elements corpse was dismembered, its shattered limbs strewn across the ground. With a sharp gasp, Pei Kun coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Fang Mo with a voice laced with hatred. "You wretched creature. Had I known it would come to this, I should have ended you with a single strike from the very beginning." In response to Pei Kun's furious tirade, Fang Mo scoffed, "Master, after so many years of cultivation, how can you still utter such naive sentiments? The world of cultivation is inherently brutal. There are no what-ifs. I, Fang Mo, shall inevitably ascend to the pinnacle step by step, and those who stand in my way shall perish." "Humph, such arrogance." Pei Kun snorted coldly. "But alas, you shall not witness that day. You may resign yourself to your fate." As soon as the words left his lips, countless grotesque blood-red tentacles surged toward Pei Kun. Paying no heed to the myriad of writhing appendages, Pei Kun's gaze fell upon the 5 elements corpse beside Fang Mo, revealing a profound sorrow that he could scarcely conceal. "Wretched creature, prepare to be besieged by the 5 sects." With that, he was engulfed by the crimson tide. After a lengthy moment, as the dust settled, a vast chasm was left in the ground. Fang Mo stood expressionless at the edge of the pit, which lay empty, with only faint remnants of spatial fluctuations lingering in the air. This disturbance was familiar to him. It was the mark of a spatial scroll. Casting a deep glance in the direction of the Luoyun Corpse sect, he turned and departed. Days later, 2 figures cloaked in black entered the bustling 4-direction city. The streets were alive with a vibrant throng, clearly having regained their former liveliness. The 2 cloaked individuals made no stops, proceeding directly to a modest shop. "The shop is closed today. Please return another time." A young attendant behind the counter waved dismissively without raising his head. The 2 figures appeared oblivious to his words and approached the counter. "Summon Wu Mo to see me," one of the black-clad figures intoned in a hoarse, deep voice. "Who are you? Do you not understand? How dare you call my lord by name?" The young attendant, now visibly annoyed, lifted his head. Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire shop, causing the attendant to freeze in fear. Drenched in sweat as he stared at the cloaked figures, "I said, summon Wu Mo to see me," the gravelly voice repeated. Why yes, I will. I will go fetch him. The attendant stammered, scrambling into the back room. In a short while, Wu Mo emerged from the rear. His brow slightly furrowed as he regarded the two figures. What business do you have with Wu? One of the figures lifted their hood, revealing an enchanting visage that could captivate even the most stoic hearts. It was Ling Long. Wu Mo was taken aback and hurriedly bowed in reverence to the cloaked figure beside her. My lord. The cloaked figure gave a slight nod, speaking in a calm tone. Has the task been accomplished? My lord, please follow me. Before long, the trio arrived at an opulent private residence. My lord, this was once the home of the Sang brothers, Wu Mo murmured. Fang Mo nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as they entered the residence and descended into a concealed underground chamber. Upon entering the secret chamber, a pungent scent of blood assailed the senses, causing Ling Long to frown delicately, while Fang Mo inhaled deeply, revealing a trace of satisfaction. Within the chamber, dozens of bloodied cultivators were impaled upon wooden stakes, their breath shallow and faces etched with despair. Some had already succumbed to death. The entire chamber resembled a hellish purgatory. A bald man wielding an iron whip was patrolling among these wretched souls. Master. Upon seeing Fang Mo's arrival, Xia Xiong knelt on one knee, his face alight with fervor. Fang Mo inclined his head slightly. He was not surprised by Xia Xiong's presence, as he had arrived at the four-direction city ahead of Fang Mo in preparation for dealing with Pei Kun. Disregarding the pitiable cultivators, Fang Mo's gaze was drawn to the enormous blood refinement array at the chamber's center, a look of satisfaction flickering across his features. Young master, these are the blood yuan pills refined during this period, Wu Mo said respectfully, presenting a delicate jade box containing 6 blood yuan pills, exuding a strong scent of blood. Is this all? Fang Mo regarded the blood yuan pills within the jade box with an impassive expression. A chilling aura enveloped the entire chamber instantaneously, causing Ling Long and Xia Xiong to turn pale. Wu Mo, his hands and feet icy with cold sweat, hurriedly explained, Master, I have been improving the blood refinement array during this time. Improving? Fang Mo raised an eyebrow. Why yes, master. I discovered that while the blood refinement array is indeed extraordinary, it has a flaw. As your cultivation level rises, the efficacy of blood yuan pills refined from lower-level cultivators diminishes significantly. Only those refined by cultivators of the same or higher realms can exert their full potential. However, the efficiency of refining blood yuan pills from cultivators of the same or higher realms is not high. It is more effective to directly absorb their essence. Fang Mo's heart trembled slightly at Wu Mo's insight. Indeed, he was a genius in alchemy, capable of discerning this flaw in the blood refinement array. How can this flaw be resolved? Fang Mo inquired. Wu Mo's face lit up with excitement as he produced a jade slip and reverently handed it to Fang Mo master. This is the arrangement method for the improved blood refinement array. As Fang Mo accepted the jade slip and read its contents, astonishment flickered across his face. Master, in the new blood refinement array, I have integrated the alchemical secrets of the Danxia sect from 10,000 years ago, utilizing sacrificial offerings to refine blood yuan pills. While only one pill can be refined at a time, the more individuals sacrificed, the more extraordinary the resulting blood yuan pill will be. Within the array's coverage, the lifeblood of any living being will be autonomously absorbed, and as the blood essence accumulates, the array's power will intensify, preventing any sacrificial offerings from escaping. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's eyes sparkled with intensity. What is the maximum coverage of this blood refinement array? A city, Wu Mo replied in a hushed tone. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to test it. Fang Mo's lips curled into a cruel smile. At this proclamation, both Ling Long and Xia Xiong shivered involuntarily. Excellent. Wu Mo, I have not misjudged you. You are truly a prodigy in alchemy. Ha ha ha. Fang Mo let out a hearty laugh. It is an honor to assist you, my lord. Wu Mo replied with a serious demeanor. Wu Mo, such a vicious formation. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? You fiends. Sooner or later, you shall meet a fate worse than death. My Heavenly Sword Sect will not spare you. The surrounding cultivators glared fiercely at Fang Mo and his companions. Silence. Xia Xiong bellowed, brandishing his black iron whip as he approached the cultivators. In the next moment, the sound of lashes echoed throughout the chamber, accompanied by cries of agony. Fang Mo coldly observed the wailing cultivators and said to Wu Mo in a detached tone, My identity has been exposed. In a few days, the 10,000 Corpses sect will likely spread the news. These individuals must be dealt with swiftly to prevent further complications. Understood, Wu Mo replied, his heart racing. I shall depart from Fang City tomorrow, after which you will publicly declare your status as a third-tier alchemist. With this identity, even if Lei Xingyu discovers something, he will not dare to act against you. Indeed, my lord. Chapter 130. News of an old friend, junior brother. Are you truly speaking the truth? In a lavish chamber, Fu Qing gazed at Fang Mo with an expression of incredulity. Fang Mo sipped his tea and replied with a calm demeanor, Indeed, it is true. However, Pei Kuan ultimately managed to escape, and I will not be returning to the Myriad Corpse sect. Upon hearing this, Fu Qing's heart surged with tumultuous waves. For years, he had hidden in the City of Four Directions to evade the relentless pursuit of Pei Kuan. Now, the fact that his junior brother had defeated Pei Kuan, a formidable adversary not to be underestimated, left him astounded. Pei Kuan was not merely an ordinary practitioner at the 4th level of the elemental realm. He possessed the terrifying 5 element corpses. Although Fu Qing had been shocked by Fang Mo's prowess during their last expedition to the secret realm, he had regarded Fang Mo as merely a gifted disciple of their sect at that time. Yet now, so little time had passed since their last journey, and his junior brother had managed to vanquish Pei Kuan, a feat that seemed utterly implausible to Fu Qing. Truly, an extraordinary talent, a prodigy seldom seen in a millennium. While Fu Qing was lost in astonishment, Fang Mo spoke again. However, I have destroyed Pei Kuan's 5 element corpses, and your junior siblings have been sent to their release. At these words, Fu Qing's body trembled, his expression becoming complex. For years, he had longed for the opportunity to personally slay Pei Kuan and liberate his junior siblings, granting them peace. Now, he found himself unable to accomplish this, while his young junior brother had succeeded instead. After a long pause, Fu Qing exhaled softly. This was the best resolution they could have hoped for, and he was grateful to his junior brother for granting them release. Fu Qing solemnly bowed his head to Fang Mo. There is no need for such formality, senior brother. I acted for my own sake as well. Fang Mo waved his hand dismissively. Junior brother, your identity has been exposed. Should the Myriad Corpse sect divulge this information, you will face the relentless pursuit of several powerful factions, fraught with peril. Henceforth, allow me to remain by your side for your protection. Fu Qing regarded Fang Mo with sincerity. Fang Mo, taken aback, had not anticipated that Fu Qing would wish to accompany him without fear of death at such a moment. I appreciate your goodwill, senior brother, but I must decline, Fang Mo gently refused. Recognizing that Fu Qing merely sought to repay the kindness he had shown in liberating his junior siblings. Junior brother, though my strength may not match yours, I assure you I will not hinder your progress, Fu Qing asserted, as an aura of the 3rd level of the elemental realm emanated from him. Fang Mo raised an eyebrow. It seemed Fu Qing had consumed quite a number of high-grade medicinal pills from the Danxia sect. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Mo proposed. In that case, after my departure, senior brother Fu, I would appreciate your oversight of the Jade Dan workshop. Fu Qing gazed at Fang Mo, understanding that he could not alter his decision, and thus agreed. Once Fu Qing departed, Fang Mo closed his eyes in silence, while Linglong gently massaged his shoulders. At that moment, Wu Mo entered the room. Have you found the person I asked you to investigate? Fang Mo inquired coolly, replying to the young master. I have indeed found him. 3 years ago, Fang Long entered the Heavenly Sword Sect from Luoyun City, and he is now an inner disciple of the sect, possessing cultivation at the 7th level of the spirit realm. 7th level of the spirit realm? Fang Mo furrowed his brow. Over the course of more than 3 years, he had progressed from the 6th level of the Yuanqi realm to the 7th level of the Yuanling realm, a feat comparable to that of the most gifted disciples. From Fang Mo's understanding, Fang Long could not possibly possess such extraordinary talent. Could it be that his younger brother had encountered some miraculous fortune? Noticing the perplexed expression on Fang Mo's face, Wu Mo continued, Young master, Fang Long's innate talent is rather mediocre. However what? Fang Mo inquired. He has formed a bond with Ding Ningxin, and through the use of spiritual materials and medicinal pills, he has forcefully elevated his cultivation to the 7th level of the Yuanling realm. Who is Ding Ningxin? Fang Mo asked. Young master, Ding Ningxin is a prodigy ranked among the top 10 on the sword rankings, and she is also the daughter of Ding Jinshan. one of the 7 elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect. So he relies on a woman. Fang Mo revealed a hint of amusement. What about Chu Qian? He questioned, replying to the young master. We have also gathered information on the woman named Chu Qian. Several months ago, she joined the Heavenly Sword Sect, and in a mere few months, she advanced from the 9th level of the Yuanqi realm to the 4th level of the Yuanling realm. Her extraordinary talent has caught the attention of the higher-ups in the Heavenly Sword Sect, leading one of the 7 elders, Mei Yusen, to take her as a disciple. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. Chu Qian must have received assistance from blood origin pills to progress so rapidly. A knowing smile crept across his face. Indeed, Chu Qian possessed quite the audacity to refine blood origin pills beneath the very eyes of the Heavenly Sword Sect. How intriguing, he mused. Young master, there is another matter regarding Chu Qian. What is it? Recently, it was discovered that Chu Qian possesses the rare Xianbing jade body. Upon learning this, the Ice Snow Palace became alarmed, even drawing the attention of their enigmatic leader, who sent envoys to negotiate with the Heavenly Sword Sect, offering exceedingly generous terms to recruit Chu Qian into their ranks. Xianbing jade body. Fang Mo exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Chu Qian would possess such a legendary constitution. The Xianbing jade body is one of the 10 remarkable physiques in lore, ideal for cultivating ice attribute techniques. In a bygone era, the 5 sects revered the Ice Snow Palace, whose former leader was a Xianbing jade body cultivator who, within a mere few decades, approached the realm of Yuanwang. This exemplifies the terrifying potential of the Xianbing jade body. And then, Fang Mo gestured for Wu Mo to proceed. Wu Mo, encouraged by the young master's expression, continued. In light of the Ice Snow Palace's conditions, the Heavenly Sword Sect appeared to be open to negotiations. However, for reasons unknown, the discussions faltered. It is rumored that the Ice Snow Palace will soon send representatives to engage with the Heavenly Sword Sect again. Fang Mo nodded. Deep in thought. The Heavenly Sword Sect and the Ice Snow Palace. How intriguing. My dear younger brother, it seems we shall meet again soon. A subtle smile played at the corners of Fang Mo's lips. Meanwhile, at the city lord's residence in Sifang City, what did the Wan Shizong say? Lei Xingyu regarded the black-armored guard before him with an expressionless demeanor. Reporting to the city lord, Wan Shizong said. To wait a little longer. The guard replied cautiously. No sooner had he spoken than the table before them shattered with a resounding crash. The black-armored guard trembled involuntarily. The Wanshur sect has gone too far. Linger's death is undoubtedly connected to the blood demon elder. Lei Xingyu's expression darkened as he glared at the black-armored guard and spoke in a low, grave tone. Return to the Wanshur sect and inform them that if they fail to uncover the identity of my son's murderer, they must surrender the blood demon elder to me in Sifang City. Otherwise, do not blame me, Lei Xingyu, for severing ties with their sect. Yes, my lord. The black-armored guard stumbled backward as he exited. Linger, do not worry. I shall avenge you. A flicker of pain crossed Lei Xingyu's eyes as he murmured softly. Meanwhile, Fang Mo observed Wu Mo's departing figure and turned to Ling Long, saying, This time, you shall not accompany me. Remain here to cultivate and keep a low profile. The elixirs I have provided are sufficient for you to break through to the Yuanzhi realm. Upon hearing this, Ling Long hesitated for a moment. Understood, master. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Indeed. Fang Mo closed his eyes. Soon after, sensing that Ling Long had ceased her massage, he opened his eyes to find her blushing as she stood before him. What is it? Fang Mo inquired nonchalantly. Chapter 131. Traitor of the Sect. The following day, a sensational piece of news swept through the entire Sifang City like a tempest. Have you heard? Master Wu from Yudon Workshop has ascended to the rank of a 3rd-tier alchemist. Is it true? There are scarcely more than 5 third-tier alchemists in the entire cultivation world, each having dedicated decades to the study of alchemy. If I recall correctly, Master Wu is still under 30 years of age. Such a youthful 3rd-tier alchemist is simply unheard of. Where did you hear this rumor? The news was just officially announced by Yudon Workshop. It cannot be false. Yudon Workshop also declared that today, all medicinal pills purchased there would be sold at half price, and even for the crafting of 3rd-tier pills, only half the usual fee would be charged. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry to Yudon Workshop. Come, let us go together. At the city lord's manor. What? A 3rd-tier alchemist? Lei Xingyu gazed in astonishment at the black-armored guard before him. Indeed, City Lord, this is the news just released by Yudon Workshop today. The black-armored guard replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, Lei Xingyu's expression turned contemplative as he inquired, "What is the background of this Wu Mo?" Replying to the City Lord, Wu Mo is a loose cultivator who arrived in Fang City several years ago. Though still young, he possesses exceptional talent in alchemy and is recognized as a second-tier alchemist, gaining considerable fame among loose cultivators. However, there is something peculiar about him. Oh, in what way is he different? Lei Xingyu asked calmly. It is not uncommon for alchemists, especially those of higher tiers, to exhibit eccentric personalities, and Lei Xingyu was not surprised by this. After all, there is a rather reclusive third-tier alchemist within the City Lord's manor itself. The black-armored guard spoke with a somewhat strange expression. It seems that Master Wu has a penchant for matters of romance, as all the pills sold in his Yudon workshop are of that nature. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lei Xingyu's solemn countenance. A distinguished second-tier alchemist indulging in the crafting of such disreputable pills. That is indeed rather unconventional. Nevertheless, Lei Xingyu's expression soon returned to normal, and he instructed the black-armored guard, "Summon Lei Shan." "As you command." Before long, heavy footsteps echoed, and a tall figure clad in black armor entered. It was none other than the head of the City Lord's guards, Lei Shan. "City Lord." Lei Shan bowed respectfully to Lei Xingyu. Lei Xingyu inclined his head slightly and spoke. "A third-tier alchemist has just risen in Fang City. Are you aware of this matter?" "I have just heard about it." "Well then, send someone to pay a visit to this Master Wu. If there is a chance to win him over, do your utmost. If not, do not provoke him lightly." "Understood, City Lord." Meanwhile, at the Wanshi sect, within the Wanshi Hall, the atmosphere inside the hall was remarkably serene. Li Feiyu looked at Elder Zhenyu with a smile and remarked, "Elder Zhen, you have indeed taken on an exceptional disciple at such a young age. She has already broken through to the Yuan practitioner realm. She truly lives up to the title of the sect's recognized prodigy." Upon the utterance of these words, the gazes of the other esteemed elders were imbued with a hint of envy as they turned toward Zhenyu, a disciple of less than 20 years. Having reached the realm of Yuanjia, truly a prodigy among prodigies, who would not desire such a disciple? The sect leader's praise was indeed misplaced. However, the cultivation talent of that girl Shui Air was undeniably astonishing. Zhenyu's tone carried a trace of gratification. At that moment, the Grand Elder spoke slowly. "The emergence of two prodigious disciples breaking through to the Yuanjia realm within the inner sanctum is a stroke of fortune for our sect. While Yi Shui Air's cultivation talent is beyond question, I must admit that Wei Qi Tu's breakthrough to the Yuanjia realm has genuinely astonished me." Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu nodded slightly. "I too believe that Wei Qi Tu would remain at the 9th level of Yuan Ling realm. After all, his unconventional method of corpse refining is exceedingly demanding. Yet, who would have thought he could transcend to the Yuanjia realm? Quite remarkable, this simpleton, though lacking in intellect, exhibits a unique form of cultivation talent. Indeed, his breakthrough is indeed unexpected. Perhaps there is truth in the saying that fools enjoy a fool's fortune." They chuckled and teased amongst themselves. Just then, a figure stumbled into the grand hall. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the expressions of the elders changed dramatically. Pei Kuan appeared disheveled, his attire torn, and his aura feeble, clearly having endured a fierce battle. "Elder Pei, what has transpired? Who has inflicted such injuries upon you?" Li Feiyu glared at the wounded Pei Kuan, his countenance darkening. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy with tension. "Cough, cough. Sect leader. I was injured by that rebellious disciple Fang Mo. This individual conceals his true nature. He is a traitor to our sect." Pei Kuan's eyes glinted with a hint of hatred. "Fang Mo?" Li Feiyu echoed, realizing that someone capable of injuring Pei Kuan, who stood at the 4th level of Yuanjia, could not be an inconsequential figure. Yet, this name evoked no recollection. The others were equally perplexed. Who exactly was this Fang Mo, capable of injuring Pei Kuan? "Elder Pei, are you referring to your disciple Fang Mo?" Lin Qianchao inquired, his tone imbued with skepticism. Indeed, that very rebellious disciple. The incredulity was palpable as Lin Qianchao exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. He had encountered Fang Mo, who had remarkably ascended to the 9th level of Yuan Ling realm in a mere 3 months, dubbed a prodigious disciple, yet he was still merely at the 9th level of Yuan Ling realm. How could he possibly injure Pei Kuan at the 4th level of Yuanjia? Such a notion was utterly absurd. At this juncture, the Grand Elder appeared to recall something, his gaze igniting with a fierce light as he intoned gravely, "Elder Pei, elucidate the matter at hand." In response, Pei Kuan stated somberly, "Fang Mo is a direct disciple I took in a few months ago outside the sect. I initially perceived his talent to be commendable, which prompted my desire to accept him as a disciple." As he spoke, the expressions of the elders varied significantly. Even Li Feiyu's gaze flickered slightly. The upper echelons were well aware of Pei Kuan's secret regarding his disciple. Pei Kuan paid no heed to the expressions of those around him and continued, "Who could have anticipated that this young man harbors such treachery and ill intent? On the surface, he appears to possess the cultivation of the 9th level of Yuan Ling realm, yet in truth, he wields a celestial secret technique that can forcibly elevate one's realm." Both Elder Jialuan and Elder Yank met their demise at his hands. What? How can this be possible? How could someone at the 9th level of Yuan Ling realm possibly kill Jialuan? Wasn't Elder Jialuan slain by the Blood Demon Elder? What kind of technique possesses such defiance? Elder Yank has also encountered misfortune. The elders gazed at Pei Kuan in shock. "Elder Pei, what exactly transpired with Elders Jialuan and Yank?" Li Feiyu's expression was as dark as a stormy sea. The surrounding space distorted, and the surge of Yuan power was palpable, indicating his struggle to contain his fury. "Master, I discovered some suspicious circumstances surrounding Elder Jialuan's death, so I, alongside Elder Yank, set out to investigate. By chance, we encountered Fang Mo and found him in possession of Elder Jialuan's life essence corpse. We intended to subdue that rebellious disciple for interrogation. But upon realizing he had been exposed, he ceased hiding and employed his secret technique to elevate his realm, confronting us. To our astonishment, Elder Yank and I were no match for him. Elder Yank was slain on the spot, and I barely escaped using a spatial scroll." Upon Pei Kuan's conclusion, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Chapter 132. The City of the Heavenly Sword. Within the Grand Hall, the assembly was struck with astonishment. Each individual striving to process the astonishing revelation conveyed by Pei Kuan. A prodigious talent had emerged within the sect, one who, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th tier of the Yuan Ling realm, had slain 2 elders at the 4th tier of the Yuan realm. Such news was utterly staggering. Had it not been Pei Kuan delivering this information, anyone else would have been dismissed as a madman and expelled immediately. As the crowd gradually regained their composure, they regarded the woeful Pei Kuan with a spectrum of expressions. What kind of arcane technique could possibly yield such a defiance of the heavens? It was beyond belief that the sect had produced such a monstrous disciple. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes, an inscrutable glimmer surfacing amidst his murky gaze. "Humph! To dare slay 10 esteemed elders, this child, no matter how gifted, is unforgivable. He must be punished." Lin Xianxiao, the head of the law enforcement hall, uttered coldly, "Master, Fang Mo is exceedingly strange. If left unchecked, it could lead to endless repercussions." Pei Kuan's countenance turned grave as he gazed at Li Feiyu. "Master, allow me to eradicate this traitor," Lin Xianxiao retorted icily. Upon hearing his words, the Grand Elder beside him opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Li Feiyu, with a stoic expression, slowly replied, "Elder Lin, your intervention would undoubtedly attract the attention of other sections. Fang Mo harbors great secrets that must not fall into the hands of others. I shall send someone to deal with this matter, but the details concerning him must remain confidential." As he spoke, Li Feiyu cast a penetrating glance over the assembly. Upon meeting his gaze, the crowd felt a chill and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, as if struck by a thought, Li Feiyu addressed Lin Xianxiao, "Elder Lin, entrust the Blood Demon Elder to the 4 Directions City. It will also serve as an explanation to Lei Xingyu." "Understood, Master." Once the assembly dispersed, a woman clad in palace attire beside Li Feiyu spoke softly, "Master, it seems a pity to abandon such a prodigious disciple. I feel we cannot fully trust Pei Kuan's words. What if Fang Mo was merely acting in self-defense?" At her remark, Li Feiyu narrowed his eyes, his gaze chilling as he replied solemnly, "While such a prodigy indeed holds the potential to elevate the sect, I am more intrigued by the forbidden techniques he possesses." Upon hearing this, the woman fell silent. Li Feiyu then lightly tapped his seat, summoning a sinister shadow into the hall. "Bring Fang Mo back, regardless of his fate." "Understood." Half a month later, in the City of the Heavenly Sword. In a private residence, within a secret chamber, a stunning woman clad in a pale blue dress stared impassively at the array before her. Strangely, the formation emanated a sanguine hue, with a blood-red pill faintly taking shape above. Upon witnessing the imminent formation of the crimson elixir, a flicker of excitement danced in the woman's eyes. You witch, practicing dark arts in secret, do you not fear discovery and annihilation by the sect? A hoarse voice seethed from the shadows. The enchanting woman turned to face the figure pinned to the wall, a faint smile gracing her lips as she softly replied, "Who would ever discover me? I am now a disciple of Elder May, the esteemed daughter of the sect." Upon uttering these words, the figure fell into silence. After a long pause, he chuckled darkly, remarking on the irony that a member of the illustrious Tianjin sect, a paragon of righteousness, has among its ranks a sorceress, celebrated as the pinnacle of talent. How deeply ironic indeed. The figure's voice bore a melancholic tone. Humph. My master nearly met his demise at the hands of the Tianjin sect. All its members deserve their fate. As soon as the words left his lips, a flash of sword light cut through the air, and a dark object fell to the ground, splattering the earth with a deluge of crimson blood. With the influx of this life essence, the array of blood light surged in intensity, and the crimson elixir above became increasingly solidified. The stunning woman gazed intently at the blood-red pill, a hint of nostalgia gracing her features as she murmured, "Master. Indeed, it is worthy of being called Tianjin City." Fang Mo beheld the towering gates of the city, his eyes widening in awe. Tianjin City surpassed the grandeur of the former Pingshui City, with the ancient walls exuding a profound air of antiquity. At this moment, Fang Mo had transformed entirely. His skin was fair, his visage handsome, reminiscent of a refined gentleman. This metamorphosis was attributable to Wu Mo's third-tier elixir, the Heavenly Deception Pill, which allowed him to conceal his true identity, impervious to detection by practitioners below the Yuan Master realm. Beside him, Xiaoxiong also altered his appearance, though still bald. The scars on his face had vanished, replaced by that of a robust man with dark skin. Without pausing, the two stepped into the city. Upon entering, Fang Mo's pupils constricted slightly. Truly, this was the main city of the Tianjin sect, where even the air was imbued with a hint of sword aura. The streets were bustling with throngs of people, and as they strolled through, they frequently encountered disciples of the Tianjin sect. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the crowd, which then parted to reveal a clear path in the center. Just as Fang Mo pondered the commotion, an opulent carriage approached slowly, drawn by 4 extraordinary horses adorned with scales, remarkably unusual. These were dragon-scale horses, second-tier beasts, equivalent to cultivators at the 5th level of the Yuan spirit realm. They were not only rare, but also exceedingly difficult to capture. Fang Mo's eyes narrowed. It appeared that the occupant of the carriage held considerable status. At that moment, the curtains of the carriage were gently lifted by the breeze, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful young woman within. Her beauty rivaled that of Yishui, and her gaze was imbued with an innate pride. The enchanting maiden locked eyes with Fang Mo, their gazes meeting for but an instant before breaking apart. She was at the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm. Fang Mo observed the departing carriage with an impassive expression. Could she be a prodigious disciple of the Tianjin sect? Ah, indeed, my goddess, she is extraordinarily beautiful. Pray, who was that stunning woman just now? You do not recognize Ding Mingxin, one of the 2 sword flowers of the Tianjin sect? Ding Mingxin, such a beautiful name. She lives up to it, evoking an unsettling fascination. Be cautious of your words. Ding Mingxin is not only a prodigy on the sword rankings, but also the daughter of an elder. Withdraw, I implore you. I fear trouble may come my way. Amidst the hushed whispers of the surrounding crowd, a glint of brilliance flashed in Fang Mo's eyes. Ding Ning, the very woman who stood behind Fang Long, had unexpectedly crossed his path upon his arrival in Tianjin City, a most intriguing encounter. However, his second brother was indeed remarkable, managing to win the heart of this exceptional woman. Fang Mo gazed in the direction of the departing carriage, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 133. The Encounter of Master and Servant Master. Should we follow this Ding Mingxin? Xiaoxiong whispered beside Fang Mo prior to their arrival. Fang Mo had mentioned matters concerning Fang Long. Thus Xiaoxiong was aware that Ding Mingxin was Fang Long's woman. He believed that by shadowing her, they would surely locate Fang Long. Fang Mo gazed at the distant carriage and replied slowly, There is no rush. Let us first visit an old acquaintance. With that, the two vanished into the bustling crowd. Meanwhile, clad in a delicate blue dress, Chu Qian gracefully exited the residence. After taking a few steps, a voice suddenly emerged from behind. Junior sister Chu, where are you headed? Upon hearing this, Chu Qian paused and turned slowly, only to find a slender, white-clad man smiling at her. Seeing the man, Chu Qian's brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. Situ Jun, what business is it of yours where I go? She replied coldly. Situ Jun was among the top 100 in the sword rankings, possessing the cultivation of the 8th level of the Yuanling realm, and was also one of Chu Qian's suitors, persistently pestering her, which greatly annoyed her. Fortunately, her master was one of the 7 grand elders, and Situ Jun dared not overstep. Junior sister, I wish to share a drink with you in private. Might you grant me this favor? Situ Jun seemed oblivious to Chu Qian's aversion, his gaze fervently fixed upon her. Situ Jun, I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Chu Qian shot him a sharp glance before turning to leave. Junior sister, I am quite curious about one matter. How did Wu Xiao, Yu Yang, and Luo Xing go missing? His low voice echoed in Chu Qian's ears. At his words, Chu Qian felt as though struck by lightning, her entire being frozen in place. Wu Xiao, Yu Yang, and Luo Xing had long been refined into blood essence pills by her. Their remains still piled up in the secret chamber. Yet she had left no trace. How could Situ Jun possibly know? With this thought, Chu Qian slowly turned back, feigning nonchalance as she replied. I do not know the 3 you mentioned. Their disappearance is of no concern to me. Situ Jun chuckled softly, casting a glance at the nearby private residence. I find myself curious about what lies within your abode that could cause the disappearance of 3 disciples at the 4th level of the Yuanling realm. He paused, his gaze laden with meaning as he continued in a low voice. If this matter were to reach Elder Mei, I believe she would be quite intrigued. Chu Qian's delicate frame trembled slightly. Should this incident come to the attention of the sect, she would find herself without a refuge. Her face turned pale as she fixed her gaze intently on Situ Jun, enunciating each word. What do you intend to do? Haha, junior sister Chu. There is no need to be anxious. Will you not invite your senior brother in for a visit? Chu Qian shot him a frigid glance before wordlessly proceeding toward the residence. Situ Jun's eyes burned with intensity as he watched her alluring silhouette, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, triumph evident in his demeanor. Upon entering the small courtyard, Situ Jun nonchalantly surveyed his surroundings, several green bamboos, a rockery, and a scattering of flowers and grasses, an unremarkable little garden. Suddenly, Chu Qian halted, turning to face Situ Jun, and inquired once more, what do you truly desire? At that moment, Situ Jun shed his facade, his eyes gleaming with lust as he appraised Chu Qian from head to toe. Oh, weren't you always the epitome of purity? Rejecting all advances? Who would have imagined that the proud daughter of a sect would resort to slaying her own kind? If it weren't for my clandestine surveillance, I would have never uncovered your true nature. You are indeed shameless. Chu Qian's gaze turned icy. Shameless or lewd, it matters not, for your secrets are now in my grasp, determining your very fate. However, should you yield to me, I am willing to swear an oath to the heavens, ensuring that this matter remains between us, heaven, earth, you, and I. Situ Jun gazed at Chu Qian with a sinister grin, as if victory were already assured. Upon hearing this, Chu Qian's expression remained impassive, her inner energy surging violently as she swung her sword at Situ Jun. Hey, junior sister Chu, do not act rashly. Situ Jun smirked disdainfully at the approaching blade. Then, a formidable aura emanated from him, revealing his cultivation at the 8th level of the Yuanling realm. Chu Qian was struck with terror as she realized her body had been immobilized, unable to move. Junior sister, your resilience is commendable. I admire your fiery spirit. Situ Jun's gaze burned with desire as he looked at Chu Qian, a beauty he had long coveted, now within his reach. Brother cannot wait any longer, he leered, extending his hand towards her collar. As Situ Jun's hand drew nearer, despair flooded Chu Qian's heart. She murmured, Master, Qianer can no longer remain by your side. With that, a powerful wave of energy erupted from her dantian, signaling her intention to self-destruct. TSK, is this what you call a righteous disciple of the Tianjin sect? A detached voice echoed in their ears. Who dares? Situ Jun's expression shifted dramatically as he scanned the surroundings. Chu Qian, however, displayed a hint of confusion. The voice was oddly familiar. In a flash of red light, two figures materialized in the courtyard, Fang Mo and Xiaoxiong. "Who are you?" Situ Jun demanded, his voice laced with trepidation. He could not discern the cultivation levels of these two, particularly the handsome man beside the bald one, who resembled a slumbering ancient beast. A mere glance left Situ Jun feeling as though he had been struck. Fang Mo ignored Situ Jun entirely and walked straight towards Chu Qian. Just as Situ Jun attempted to intervene, Xiaoxiong seized his neck with one hand. Gasping for breath, Situ Jun stared in terror at the bald man before him, realizing he could no longer summon his inner energy. With a resounding thud, Xiaoxiong sent Situ Jun flying with a single punch, crashing him into the rockery, which shattered under the impact. "Ah!" Situ Jun curled up on the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony as blood gushed from his mouth. Not far away, Chu Qian gazed at Xiaoxiong with an expression of astonishment. What level of cultivation did this bald man possess? Situ Jun was a formidable warrior at the 8th level of the Yuanling realm. Yet he had been grievously injured by a single punch without the slightest ability to retaliate. At that moment, Fang Mo had approached Chu Qian. As she looked at the handsome figure before her, an overwhelming sense of familiarity enveloped her heart. Fang Mo, noticing Chu Qian's slightly disheveled hair, spoke with a hint of aloofness. "You truly are audacious, daring to concoct blood yuan pills right beneath the watchful eyes of the Heavenly Sword Sect." Upon hearing this, Chu Qian's pupils widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Master." Fang Mo nodded slightly. In a surge of elation, Chu Qian suddenly embraced Fang Mo tightly, burying her head deeply in his chest. "Master, Qianer missed you so much," she murmured softly, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. In that moment, the icy demeanor she typically displayed had vanished, replaced by a gentle, almost bashful disposition akin to a fledgling bird. Situ Jun, curled up on the ground, seemed to forget his pain, his astonishment fixed on the unfolding scene. Was this truly the distant Chushimi? Was this the renowned ice-cold beauty of the sect? Who was this man that could elicit such affection from the goddess of his heart? An overwhelming wave of jealousy surged within Situ Jun. Ahem, regardless of who you are, injuring a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect means you will never leave Tianjin City. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiong, with an expression devoid of emotion, advanced towards Situ Jun once more, lifting him effortlessly. "What do you intend to do?" "I am a disciple on the sword ranking of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Are you not afraid of their retaliation?" Situ Jun's face was awash with terror. "Huh." The Heavenly Sword Sect Chapter 134. Interrogation in the dimly lit chamber. Situ Jun was bloodied and nailed to the wall, emitting intermittent whimpers. "Tell me, who else knows about Chu Qian's secret?" Fang Mo's ethereal voice echoed in Situ Jun's ear. "Cough, huh? You demonic cultivators, if you do not release me, prepare to face the annihilation of my Heavenly Sword Sect." Situ Jun struggled to lift his head, a grimace twisting his features into a semblance of a smile. Deep down, he understood that as long as he remained silent, they would not dare to take his life. With this thought, Situ Jun turned to Chu Qian beside him, spitting venomously. "Pure as ice and jade. Bah, wretched woman. You and your lecherous partner shall await your demise without a grave." Upon hearing this, Chu Qian's delicate face turned icy, while Fang Mo merely smiled serenely, subtly signaling to the hulking figure behind him, Xiaoxiong. Xiaoxiong, understanding the cue, rubbed his bald head with a sinister grin and advanced towards Situ Jun. "I relish a tough-talking fellow like you, haha. Why you? Don't come any closer. This is Heavenly Sword City. You dare." Fear etched on Situ Jun's face as he gazed at Xiaoxiong. Xiaoxiong feigned ignorance. Retrieving a black porcelain vial from his robe, he uncapped it and poured its contents slowly onto Situ Jun's wounds. From the vial emerged a creature the size of an ant, exuding a foul stench. What is this thing? Terror flooded Situ Jun's visage at the sight of the unknown. Xiaoxiong wore a cruel smile. "This is a soul-devouring insect, which survives by feasting on flesh and blood. It will gnaw at your body bit by bit, consuming your very essence. The agony penetrates to the marrow and the soul. Enjoy." As his words fell, countless soul-devouring insects surged forth from the vial, crawling towards Situ Jun's wounds. "Ah, you fiends. Ah, kill me. I beg you, in my life." Within moments, Situ Jun's agonized screams reverberated throughout the chamber. His shrill cries caused Chu Qian's expression to shift, Though she had taken many lives, she had never witnessed such brutality. As she beheld the white bones faintly visible beneath Situ Jun's chest, she could almost hear the excruciating sounds of the insects feasting. Stealing a glance at Fang Mo, she found him watching the scene with an impassive countenance, his gaze frigid and devoid of any emotion. Her master had grown more indifferent than before, and even more formidable. She had thought that in her few months at Heavenly Sword Sect, she had made remarkable progress. After all, just months ago, Fang Mo had only recently broken through to the 3rd level of the Origin Spirit Realm. Chu Qian had imagined the next time they met, she would surprise Fang Mo. Yet today she grasped the depth of his terror. In just a few months, even one of Fang Mo's followers had become so powerful that a master of the 8th level of the Origin Spirit Realm was rendered utterly defenseless. Although Fang Mo himself did not exhibit any aura of cultivation, Chu Qian harbored an intense feeling that her master was 100 times more terrifying than that bald man. Suddenly, a deep sense of crisis surged within her. Her cultivation at the 4th level of the Yuanling realm had become a burden to her master. With this thought, a powerful desire erupted in Chu Qian's eyes. To grow stronger. To grow stronger. She refused to be a liability to her master. Never before had she yearned for power as fervently as she did now. Stop. I beg you. I will tell you everything. Situ Jun's voice was hoarse, having lost the initial defiance he once possessed. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo gently waved his hand. Xiaoxiong swiftly gestured, causing the swarm of soul-biting insects to coalesce into a black stream and surge into a porcelain bottle, akin to malevolent spirits returning to their lair. At this moment, Situ Jun was already on the brink of death, his chest and limbs exposed to the chilling sight of white bones. Xiaoxiong produced a healing pill for him to consume, and after a few moments, Situ Jun's breath returned somewhat. I ask, you answer, Fang Mo spoke with serene authority. You ask. Situ Jun's expression was one of terror as he gazed at Fang Mo. Who else knows about Chu Qian's secret? This matter. Only I know. I have been secretly following Junior's sister Chu out of admiration for her, wishing to grasp her every move. I stumbled upon Junior's sister Chu's secret by chance. Situ Jun's complexion turned ashen upon finishing his words. He realized he had become utterly devoid of value. Scoundrel! Chu Qian cast a cold glance at Situ Jun, appalled by his despicable nature. Since you are a strong contender on the sword ranking, how much do you know about Ding Ningxin? Fang Mo inquired again. Hearing this, Situ Jun hesitated momentarily before responding. I am merely within the top 100 of the sword ranking and have had no contact with Ding Ningxin, who is among the top 10. At that moment, Chu Qian felt a spark of inspiration and suggested, Master, it need not be so complicated. I can directly summon Fang Long. Why summon him? Fang Mo cast a faint glance at Chu Qian. Master. Chu Qian was puzzled. Had her master not come to seek revenge against Fang Long? After years of absence, should not the elder brother prepare a gift for the younger brother? Fang Mo's lips curled into a subtle smile. Upon witnessing Fang Mo's enigmatic grin, a chill ran down Chu Qian's spine. She vividly recalled the last gift Fang Mo had presented to her father, Fang Tianao, the severed half of Fang Peng's body. I require the whereabouts of Ding Ningxin henceforth, Fang Mo stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Chu Qian softly replied, Master, I shall return to the sect to investigate Ding Ningxin. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Situ Jun's weak voice interrupted. Wait, I know Ding Ningxin's forthcoming whereabouts. Oh, Fang Mo raised an eyebrow. Even Chu Qian halted, looking towards Situ Jun. If I tell you, will you let me go? Situ Jun gazed at Fang Mo with hopeful eyes. Fang Mo's expression remained impassive as he spoke slowly. You lack the qualifications to negotiate terms with me. However, I can offer you a death devoid of suffering. Upon hearing this, Situ Jun trembled, and then a bitter smile crept across his face as he replied, I also learned from my elder brother, Song Shi, that in 3 days, they will venture to Yang City to hunt down the ghost granny, among whom is Ding Ningxin. Are you referring to the 5th on the sword ranking, Shanjian Song Shi? Chu Qian interjected suddenly. Indeed, Situ Jun nodded slowly. Fang Mo regarded Situ Jun thoughtfully and inquired, What is your relationship with that Song Shi? Song Shi is my sworn elder brother, Situ Jun declared, pride evident in his tone. Oh, Fang Mo nodded slightly. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light surged forth, and Situ Jun's head was sent soaring into the air. Chapter 135. The death of Song Shi at the sword peak of the Tianjin sect, within a tranquil cave, a resolute man clad in yellow sat cross-legged, immersed in his cultivation, surrounded by swirling sword energy. Brother Song. A voice called from outside the cave. The yellow-clad man abruptly opened his eyes, which flickered with sword energy. He then rose and exited the cave. What is it? Song Shi inquired, casting an irritable glance at the disciple outside. Seeing the displeasure on Song Shi's face, the disciple hastily explained, Brother Song, someone from outside the sect asked me to deliver this box to you. He mentioned that he is waiting for you in the rocky forest outside Tianjin City. He lifted the black box in his hand as he spoke. What did the person look like? Can you provide a name? Brother Song. The man was entirely cloaked in black robes, his face hidden, and he did not leave a name. With a hint of confusion, Song Shi took the black box, examining it closely. It appeared to be an ordinary wooden box. He then slowly opened it. This. Song Shi's hand trembled, nearly dropping the wooden box. Inside lay the severed head of his sworn brother, Situ Jun brother. Song Shi roared, his eyes filled with fury. Situ Jun was not only his sworn brother, but also the one who had saved his life. They shared a bond forged in life and death. The sight of Situ Jun's head lying quietly in the box ignited an uncontrollable rage within Song Shi. Whoever you are, I will rend your body into 1,000 pieces. The ground trembled as an overwhelming sword energy erupted from Song Shi, resembling a yellow dragon soaring into the sky. The terrifying scene left the earlier disciple pale, collapsing to the ground. The strong individuals within the sword peak sensed the commotion and turned their gazes towards Song Shi's cave. What is happening? Such furious sword energy. Has Song Shi truly been provoked? Outside Tianjin City, in the rocky forest. Caw! A resounding eagle cry echoed as Song Shi leapt off the eagle's back, his expression stormy as he surveyed the jagged terrain before him. Grasping his sword, he stepped into the dense forest. Show yourself. Who dares to kill my sworn brother? Song Shi bellowed, unleashing a wave of sword energy that severed the trees before him. Indeed, as the 5th on the sword ranking, he dares to come alone. Truly commendable courage. A calm voice emerged from behind Song Shi. He spun around, casting a chilling glare at the two mysterious figures before him. Did you kill my brother? Ignoring Song Shi's accusation, Xiaoxiong respectfully addressed Fang Mo, Master. Allow me to confront this 5th-ranked swordsman. The glimmer of battle surged in Xiaoxiong's eyes, now at the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm. He yearned for a duel with these exceptional disciples. There will be opportunities in the future, Fang Mo replied coolly, outright rejecting Xiaoxiong's request. We are not far from Tianjin City. Should we engage in combat, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Tianjin sect. The seemingly casual conversation between the two individuals reignited Song Shi's fury. A sudden surge of primal energy erupted within him, causing the ground beneath to tremble and crack, yielding numerous terrifying fissures. He slowly raised his long sword, with countless sword energies swirling around it, radiating a brilliant golden light, a tempest of sword chi. As the momentum of the sword intensified, the mere overflow of its energy reduced the surrounding trees and rocks to dust. Truly, a prodigy of the sword rankings. Xiaoxiong sighed softly, his pupils narrowing. Even he could not guarantee safety against such sword momentum, unless wielding the enchanted blade bestowed by his master. You shall perish. With a thunderous roar, Song Shi unleashed a colossal golden sword forged from countless sword energies towards Fang Mo and his companion. Wherever it passed, the fabric of space tore asunder, the sound of the sword echoing like thunder. Do not act rashly. I merely seek to ask you a few questions. Without drawing the attention of the Heavenly Sword Sect. No sooner had he spoken, a flash of crimson light appeared, and the golden giant's sword disintegrated into countless motes of light. The entire sequence transpired silently, akin to a gentle breeze passing through. Immediately thereafter, a terrifying pressure descended upon Song Shi, binding him in place. How is this possible? Song Shi stood in shock, staring at the shower of golden light. This was his vengeful strike, effortlessly neutralized by this enigmatic figure. Who are you? Panic surged within him. This individual must surely be a formidable master of the Yuan realm. He could not fathom how Situ Jun had attracted such a powerful opponent. My identity is inconsequential. I only wish to inquire if Ding Ningxin will be heading to Yang City tomorrow to eliminate the witch, Fang Mo stated coolly. Upon hearing this, Song Shi's expression fluctuated between dark and light. These two mysterious individuals dared to act so brazenly beneath the noses of the Heavenly Sword Sect. They were certainly not ordinary. Who exactly are you? Are you not afraid of retaliation from the Heavenly Sword Sect? Song Shi's tone bore a hint of menace. Suddenly, with a swift motion, blood splattered, and an arm was severed, soaring into the air. Ah! Song Shi's wails reverberated through the dense forest. I shall ask once more, will Ding Ningxin go to Yiyang City tomorrow? Fang Mo's gaze remained apathetic. Song Shi, pale as death, endured the pain and replied, yes. Yes, Ding Ningxin will go to Yiyang City to capture the witch. With this confirmation, a faint smile graced Fang Mo's lips. At that moment, Song Shi abruptly retrieved an object from his robe and hurled it into the air. In the next second, a dazzling light shot toward the heavens. Ha ha you. Song Shi's laughter was abruptly cut short. The brilliant light, before reaching the sky, collided with a blood-red barrier, vanishing without a trace. With a resounding thud, Song Shi's body disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist before he could comprehend what had transpired. The following day, amidst the bustling crowd in the plaza of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a defiant figure clad in black emerged, carrying a fiery red long sword upon his back, emanating an aura of ferocious sword intent. Look, it's Senior Brother Zui. Are you referring to the sword fanatic Zui, who ranks fourth on the sword rankings? What sword rankings fourth? It is now the third. The surrounding disciples gazed at the man in black with fervent admiration. Sword fanatic, it seems you have made considerable progress since we last met. At that moment, a man in white approached Zui. Zui cast a glance at the man in white and replied indifferently, what does it matter how much you progress? You remain at the spirit realm. Upon hearing this, the man in white chuckled and shook his head. It appears you are still troubled by the breakthrough of the sword enthusiast. The mention of the term sword enthusiast ignited a spark in Zui's eyes. The man in white observed Zui's reaction with a hint of helplessness. Choosing not to speak further, the two seemed to be awaiting someone. Suddenly, the entire square fell into silence. They have arrived, remarked the man in white with a hint of amusement. Meanwhile, Zui remained unmoved. In the next moment, a stunning woman clad in a flowing white gown approached them. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her beauty was unparalleled. She was none other than Ding Ningxin, one of the two sword blossoms of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Beside Ding Ningxin stood a handsome, fair-skinned man. My goddess, Senior Sister Ding is simply exquisite. Such beauty is akin to a celestial being descended to earth. Wait, who is that man next to Senior Sister Ding? Why is he so close to her? You don't even know him? That is Senior Sister Ding's beloved. What is his name? Fang Long Chapter 136. Departure of the objective, feeling the envious and jealous gazes of his fellow disciples around him. Fang Long's heart swelled with pride, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Over the past 3 years, he had transformed from the young master of a remote family into the much-admired Brother Fang within the vast Tianjin sect, a change that even he found commendable. As he glanced at the enchanting beauty beside him, the pride in his eyes intensified. His current status was largely thanks to this exceptional woman. Who could fathom the amount of thought he had invested in Ding Ningxin over these 3 years? Fortunately, his efforts had borne fruit. Soon, they approached Zui and Chenyu. Brother Zui, Brother Chun, Fang Long greeted them warmly. Dressed in white, Chenyu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. In contrast, Zui cast a disdainful glance, seemingly ignoring Fang Long entirely. Fang Long's expression turned awkward, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Are you still planning to bring along this burden on this mission? Zui remarked, directing his disdainful tone towards Ding Ningxin. The moment those words left his lips, Fang Long's face darkened. Noticing the tension, Ding Ningxin empathetically grasped Fang Long's hand and, with a frosty demeanor, addressed Zui. Mind your words. Fang Long is not a burden. I will protect him. If you continue to speak so disrespectfully, do not blame me for being impolite. Am I not speaking the truth? I certainly do not wish for a burden to jeopardize our mission, Zui retorted, meeting Ding Ningxin's gaze with indifference, unfazed by her threat. Although Ding Ningxin currently held the second position on the sword rankings, Zui had his own hidden strengths and was eager for a worthy opponent. Especially now that the sword madman had broken through to the Yuan realm. Zui, with the sword madman absent. I would like to experience just how formidable your wild sword truly is. Ding Ningxin's brows furrowed, her aura resonating with a discernible sword intent. All right. Why the hostility upon first meeting? Once the mission is complete, you will have ample time to spar, Chinyu interjected, attempting to mediate the escalating tension. After speaking, Chinyu cast a sidelong glance at Fang Long and quietly advised Ding Ningxin, Sister Ding, Zuyi's concerns are not unfounded. This mission is indeed critical, and should anything happen while Fang Long is with us, it could lead to. Ding Ningxin furrowed her brows, about to respond, when Fang Long interrupted, expressing remorse. Sister Ningxin, you need not feel troubled. My cultivation is insufficient. I shall not accompany you this time. I would never forgive myself if my presence led you into danger. Junior brother, it's all right. I will protect. There is no need to say more. My mind is made up. Fang Long's tone was resolute. He then grasped Ding Ningxin's hand tightly and, with deep affection, declared, Sister, I will wait for you. Ding Ningxin's cheeks flushed, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. Her junior brother was always so understanding, his affection palpable. Hite, Zui spat disdainfully. Fang Long inwardly cursed, while Ding Ningxin, slightly flustered, withdrew her hand. In an attempt to mask her embarrassment, she glanced around, wondering why Song Shi had yet to arrive. Indeed, it had been quite some time. Where could he be? Chinyu expressed his own confusion. Could something have delayed him? The memory of Song Shi's fury from the previous day flickered in his mind. No more waiting. The three of us are sufficient. Ding Ningxin's expression soured slightly. Very well. Chinyu nodded gently, turning his gaze to Zui. I have no objections. Zui replied calmly. Before long, a stream of white light shot skyward. Meanwhile, at the Four Directions City, outside the Udon workshop, a cacophony of voices erupted, with a long line resembling a serpentine dragon, undulating endlessly. The Udon workshop had transformed from its former modest fade into an opulent three-story edifice, flanked by two doormen welcoming guests. At that moment, three enchanting women, clad in alluring attire, bypassed the lengthy queue, making their way directly into the establishment. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Why aren't you waiting in line at the back? One voice called out. Don't think your looks grant you the right to cut in. I assure you it won't work. Another added. That's right. It's exceedingly hard to obtain a pill from Master Wu now. You can't just skip ahead. How dare you speak to such beauties in that manner? Come, lovely ladies, step over here. I'll let you cut in line, a man leered. In the face of the crowd's jeers and taunts, the leading woman in red halted, turning to cast a frigid gaze upon them. An invisible aura of terror descended, pressing upon the crowd as if struck by a colossal stone. Faces turned ashen, and some even collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Meishin Valley. A keen observer recognized the sect insignia on the hem of her garment. Upon hearing this, the crowd promptly bowed their heads, silenced by fear. The red-clad woman, her expression impassive, turned and stepped into the workshop. A servant approached respectfully, inquiring, May I ask, are the three ladies here to refine pills or purchase them? Please inform Master Wu that we, from Meishin Valley, have come to pay our respects, the red-clad woman replied, handing the servant a pink jade token. Please wait a moment, the servant said, hurrying up the stairs. Before long, he returned from the second floor. Ladies, Master Wu requests your presence. The red-clad woman nodded slightly, while the two stunning companions behind her frowned, visibly displeased. One of them remarked, Elder Chiu, Master Wu's attitude is rather arrogant. We represent our sect, and he doesn't even come down to greet us. Silence. Master Wu is a third-tier alchemy master. Such behavior is to be expected. Do not speak so recklessly. The red-clad woman's expression turned stern as she reprimanded them. Her visit to Master Wu was driven by a sect mission to secure his allegiance, regardless of the cost. Among the 5 major sects, the Tianjin sect boasts 2 third-grade alchemists, while the Bingsnow Palace, the Xiaoyao sect, and the Wanshi sect each possess 1. Even the Lord's Manor of Sifang City is graced by a third-grade alchemist. In stark contrast, the Mixin Valley is devoid of any third-grade alchemists. This absence significantly hampers the high-tier combat strength of Mixin Valley. Without the assistance of advanced elixirs, the progress of the Yuan practitioners within the valley is notably sluggish. Over the years, had it not been for the sect's previous foundation, Mixin Valley would likely have found itself increasingly distanced from the other sections. Thus, she carries the hopes of her sect on this occasion. The woman in red took a deep breath, composed herself, and ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, She cast a brief glance around and strode directly towards a closed door. Master Wu, a representative from Mixin Valley, has come to pay a visit. A flicker of complexity flashed in the eyes of the woman in red. As an elder of Mixin Valley, she had never humbled herself in such a manner before. Enter. Chapter 137. Recruitment. In a lavishly adorned chamber, Wu Mo sat quietly, his demeanor calm as he regarded the three individuals who had entered. The woman in red gazed at Wu Mo, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. She had not expected this alchemist Wu to be as youthful as the rumors suggested. Truly deserving of the title of alchemical prodigy. What brings you to the Heartmine Valley? Wu Mo inquired directly. I am Chiu Rong, an elder of the Heartmine Valley. The woman replied, and I have come to extend our congratulations on your ascension to a third-rank alchemist. With that, a female disciple standing behind her presented a finely crafted jade box, placing it respectfully on the table. This is a token of our esteem, a humble gift, Chiu Rong said, her smile bright. Wu Mo glanced at the jade box, a light chuckle escaping him. Since it is a gift from your esteemed sect, I will graciously accept it. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Chiu Rong's expression brightened even further. Now that you have become a third-rank alchemist, what are your future plans? Naturally, I intend to continue managing my Jade Alchemy workshop and delve deeper into the profound mysteries of alchemy, Wu Mo replied nonchalantly. Alchemist Wu, it is well known that being an alchemist is a costly endeavor, and as a solitary practitioner, you lack the backing of a powerful force. Do you not wish to align yourself with a faction, leveraging their substantial resources to advance your alchemical pursuits? Chiu Rong fixed her gaze intently on Wu Mo. Oh, are you suggesting something, Elder Chiu? Wu Mo regarded her with a hint of intrigue. I shall be forthright, Chiu Rong continued, her eyes gleaming with fervor. Our sect possesses deep roots and an abundance of alchemical resources. If you would agree to become a revered elder of the Heartmine Valley, you would have unfettered access to these resources, undoubtedly propelling your alchemical journey to new heights. Her gaze was fervent as it bore into Wu Mo. At these words, a contemplative smile played upon Wu Mo's lips. Elder Chiu, previously, representatives from the Four Directions City and the Free and Easy sect have approached me with intentions of camaraderie, offering even more enticing conditions. What makes you think I would choose to join the Heartmine Valley? Wu Mo then slowly lifted his teacup, savoring a sip of tea. A flicker of urgency appeared in Chiu Rong's eyes. Alchemist Wu, please feel free to state any conditions. The Heartmine Valley will do its utmost to fulfill your requests, whether they pertain to cultivation resources, alchemical materials, or even personnel resources. We can meet your needs. With that, Chiu Rong straightened her posture, her gaze laden with meaning as she regarded Wu Mo. Wu Mo raised an eyebrow. It seemed the Heartmine Valley was resorting to seduction as well. He cast a playful glance at Chiu Rong. One could not deny that the Heartmine Valley had its advantages in this regard, boasting an array of strikingly handsome men and alluring women. To speak of her alone, Elder Chiu had fair skin, an alluring figure, and her flowing red attire perfectly embodied the ethereal allure of a half-hidden beauty, accentuated by her enchanting gaze that was rich with charm. The temptation posed by such a woman would be difficult for any man to resist. So, Alchemist Wu, what do you think? To know that within the sect there exist countless enchanting beauties, surely they would satisfy you. Chiu Rong gazed at the silent Wu Mo, her tone laced with temptation. Hee, Elder Chiu, allow me to ponder this matter further. Let us discuss it another day. Wu Mo smiled as he issued the dismissal. Chiu Rong's expression shifted slightly, yet she maintained her smile as she said, Then I shall not disturb you any longer. Master Wu, this is my communication jade pendant. Should you come to a decision, feel free to contact me. I shall remain in Fang City for a while. With that, she handed Wu Mo a white jade pendant and turned to leave. Wu Mo chuckled softly, carelessly tossing the communication pendant into his storage ring. Senior Sister Ding. Just ahead lies Luoyun City. Chen Yu spoke with a hint of excitement. Who knows what he had endured over the past half-month. Throughout the journey, Ding Ningxin and Zhuo Yi had refrained from speaking to one another, creating an exceedingly oppressive atmosphere. He had hoped to lighten the mood with conversation, but the two exchanged merely a few words before tensions flared, leaving Chen Yu feeling utterly drained as he longed for their arrival in Luoyun City. Let us enter the city and gather information without revealing our identities to avoid alarming the locals, Ding Ningxin advised. Luoyun City was a small town, its population barely exceeding 200,000. Upon entering the city, the trio immediately sensed something amiss. The streets were nearly deserted, and the few passers-by bore expressions of panic, hurrying along their way. Noticing this unsettling scene, the three furrowed their brows. "Good sir, has something occurred in the city? Why does everyone appear so distressed?" Chen Yu stopped an elderly man. The old man glanced at the trio and inquired, "You are outsiders, are you not?" Chen Yu nodded slightly. "Ah, young ones, I advise you to leave this place swiftly. There have been reports of hauntings in the city. At night, chilling winds howl, and the cries of ghosts echo. Even more terrifying, many people have gone missing each night. I must not linger. I must depart at once." With that, the old man hurriedly turned and left. "Indeed, the ghostly matron is here. My journey has not been in vain." Ding Ningxin revealed a look of relief on her delicate face. The ghostly matron, known for her cruel and sinister practice of consuming the souls of the living, had evaded capture by the Heavenly Sword Sect multiple times, demonstrating her cunning nature. "Senior Sister Ding, we must not underestimate her. After all, she is a practitioner at the second level of the Yuan realm, employing treacherous means," Chen Yu whispered. Zui, expressionless, interjected, "What of the second level of the Yuan realm? One strike will suffice." The essence of the sword madman was laid bare. Chen Yu shrugged helplessly, having only intended to offer a kind reminder. "Let us find a place to lie in wait." In the deep of night, Yeyang City lay in utter silence, shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, accompanied by horrifying cries. A thick, eerie white mist enveloped the streets, within which shadowy figures whispered, creating a scene of profound terror. The eerie sound of hoofbeats echoed hauntingly in the stillness of the night. Moments later, a bizarre crimson carriage emerged from the white mist, its two horses possessing unsettlingly white eyes, intermittently dripping with blood. At that moment, a tremendous sword energy shattered the darkness, soaring towards the heavens. "Old witch, I have finally awaited your arrival." A graceful figure materialized before the carriage, enveloped in a swirling aura of sword energy. It was none other than Ding Ningxin. "Heavenly Sword Sect." A hoarse voice emanated from within the carriage, resembling the grating of metal against metal. At that instant, another figure appeared behind the carriage, the formidable sword energy dispersing the white mist. "Old witch, your cruel bloodlust and your heinous practice of using the living to cultivate demonic arts are unforgivable. Today marks your demise." Chapter 138. The ghostly matron. How audacious of these three mere children in the Yuanling realm to speak so boldly before me. The sound of metal scraping echoed once more from within the crimson carriage. With a mocking laugh, "I shall strike you down with my sword." Zui brandished his brilliant crimson longsword, unleashing a dazzling arc of red light aimed at the carriage. The sword's aura blazed fiercely against the inky night, its ferocity tearing through the darkness. At that moment, an eerie white mist erupted from the scarlet carriage, within which grotesque faces flickered in and out of visibility, mingling with the wails of tormented spirits. Boom! The strange white mist collided with the crimson sword aura, producing a tremendous shockwave that caused nearby buildings to collapse, eliciting terrified screams from the shadows. Observing the dissipating sword energy, Zui felt a surge of exhilaration rather than anger, as fierce battle intent ignited within his gaze. "How intriguing. It seems you three little ones are not as simple as I had presumed. No wonder you exhibit such audacity." A sinister voice reverberated from within the carriage. Now ablaze with combat fervor, Zui had no intention of wasting words with the ghostly matron. "Receive my sword once more, the second style of the frenzied blade," he declared, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged from his dantian. Within mere moments, he was enveloped in a tempest of violent sword auras, his form resembling a being of fire, resonating with thunderous vibrations. A fiery red sword aura materialized above his head, continuously solidifying in its form. The horses before the carriage sensed an ominous presence, restlessly stamping their hooves and whinnying in alarm. A chilling, oppressive aura swept forth from the carriage, silencing the horses. As thick white mist enveloped the area, accompanied by the piercing wails of spirits once more. Noticing that the ghostly matron still refused to reveal herself, Ding Ningxin felt a chill of determination. Clearly, she thought little of the three of them. In the next heartbeat, a tremendous sword energy erupted from Ding Ningxin as well. She delicately tossed her long sword into the air, which instantly fragmented into countless sword shadows, their harmonious chorus echoing through the night. The sky was illuminated as if it were daybreak. Meanwhile, Chunyu seized the opportunity to retrieve a formation plate from his robes, slamming it onto the ground. An invisible barrier rose instantaneously, enveloping the group above. This formation, known as the Boundless Sword Cage, was designed specifically to prevent the ghostly matroness escape. Simultaneously, the fiery sword aura above Zhua's head fully materialized, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. Strike! Zhua bellowed, sending the blazing sword aura racing toward the carriage, leaving a long, fiery trail in its wake. Go! Ding Ningxin commanded, unleashing her own assault. Countless white sword shadows surged forth like a torrent, enveloping the carriage. Boom! The fiery sword aura was the first to pierce through the white mist, cleaving toward the carriage. A resounding explosion erupted, flames soaring skyward, painting half the night in crimson hues. Boom! 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 In the next instant, a deluge of sword shadows descended like rain, their brilliant radiance causing the three to squint against the brilliance. After a lengthy pause, the smoke began to clear. The carriage lay in ruins, splattered with countless fragments of flesh and blood. Upon witnessing this scene, Ding Ningxin's delicate face betrayed not a hint of emotion, while Zhua remained equally impassive. The outcome was as anticipated. Their combined strike had sufficed to slay a practitioner of the second tier of the Yuan realm, and the old witch had underestimated them. Ha! Who would have thought we would dispose of this old witch so effortlessly? Let us tidy up and return to the sect to report, said Chinyu with a smile. Before Ding Ningxin and Zhua could respond, a chilling sound akin to metal scraping echoed ominously. Who would have thought that you three little brats are the talented disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect? Had I not broken through recently, today I would have truly met my demise in this gutter. As the words were spoken, a swirling mass of distorted white mist materialized above the ruins, gradually coalescing into the form of a stooped old woman. 3 tiers of the Yuan realm. Chinyu gasped in astonishment, while Ding Ningxin's expression grew grave as she regarded the haggard crone. This unforeseen turn of events clearly exceeded their expectations. Only Zhua's eyes blazed with fervent battle intent. The old witch slowly raised her head, revealing a visage lined with deep crevices, a sight both terrifying and grotesque. Today, I shall savor the taste of the talented. No sooner had she spoken than a chilling and oppressive aura erupted from her, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Ding Ningxin felt her internal energy falter, and turning to Chinyu, she found his countenance equally grim, clearly affected as well. Once again, the white mist surged forth, enveloping the trio in a thick shroud, rendering visibility non-existent. Instantly, they summoned their protective sword aura, remaining acutely vigilant of their surroundings. Moments later, grotesque specters began to emerge from the mist, howling as they lunged toward the three. Bang! 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 The phantoms were incessantly torn apart by their protective sword aura, yet not a trace of joy graced their faces. For the apparitions seemed limitless. If this continued, they would ultimately exhaust their energy. Just as they contemplated making a last-ditch effort, an unfamiliar voice pierced through the chaos. Oh, this white mist is rather interesting. Who are you? They demanded, only to be met with the old witch's startled exclamation, as confusion reigned among them. The surrounding white mist suddenly dissipated, revealing a dark crimson figure standing not far away. To their utter dismay, the once formidable old witch now lay on the ground like a beaten dog, unconscious and vulnerable. This, esteemed one, we are disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. May I inquire how to address you? Chinyu ventured cautiously, though the dark crimson figure emitted no discernible aura. It instilled within him the same trepidation one might feel before a grand elder of their sect. No, it was a terror surpassing even that of the elder. A truly unparalleled demon. The figure radiated an overwhelming scent of blood, and more chillingly, a vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood faintly materialized behind them. How many had this person slain? Chinyu felt the sweat bead in his palms, his heart racing uncontrollably. Now he no longer dares to boast about exorcising demons, merely hoping that the reputation of the Heavenly Sword Sect can intimidate his opponent. But what of the Heavenly Sword Sect? Fang Mo cast an impassive glance at Chinyu. In that moment, Chinyu felt as if struck by lightning. A tempest of blood surged uncontrollably within him. With a sudden gasp, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, gazing at Fang Mo in terror. A mere glance had inflicted such grave injury upon him. What sort of terrifying cultivation did this person possess? Beside him, Ding Mingxin was horrified at the sight. Knowing that Chun Yu was also among the top 5 on the sword ranking, his strength not far removed from her own. Yet now, he had been grievously wounded by a single gaze. Even Zui Yi's complexion turned ashen. In the next instant, with a violent spurt, Chen Yu coughed up another mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as blood-colored tendrils erupted from his chest. Chen Yu! Ding Mingxin cried out in shock. Her face paling. Zui Yi, filled with righteous fury, unleashed all his yuan power, brandishing a crimson longsword as he charged at Fang Mo. Zui, known for his pride, regarded Chen Yu as his sole friend within the sect. At this moment, his eyes burned red. Consumed by a singular thought, to avenge Chen Yu by eliminating this enigmatic figure, even if it meant flying into the flames. Xia Xiong, I leave this sword fanatic to you, Fang Mo remarked nonchalantly. Thank you, master. As soon as the words left his lips, Zui Yi was intercepted by a bald, burly man. Boom. The ground shook as the two engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Fang Mo walked steadily toward the panicked Ding Mingxin. Who are you? She demanded, her voice sharp with authority. How dare you slaughter the prodigious disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect? Do you not fear the retribution of our sect? Fang Mo paid no heed to her threats, smoothing his garments slightly and revealing a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. Junior sister. Chapter 139, Younger Sibling You. What did you say? Ding Mingxin stared at the mysterious figure in astonishment, convinced she must have misheard. Seeing her reaction, Fang Mo smiled and repeated, younger sibling. Ding Mingxin stood frozen, incredulous as she gazed at this formidable sorcerer, who resembled a dashing gentleman. Younger sibling? Yet she had no acquaintance with this powerful mage before her. Could he be a friend of Fang Long? As this thought crossed her mind, she regarded Fang Mo with curiosity and tentatively inquired, do you know Fang Long? Upon hearing Fang Long's name, Fang Mo's smile deepened. Younger sibling, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Fang Long's elder brother, Fang Mo. I wonder if you have ever heard my second brother speak of me? Upon uttering these words, Ding Mingxin's eyes glimmered with confusion before a sudden realization struck her, causing her expression to shift dramatically. You are that demon, Fang Mo. How can this be? Ding Mingxin exclaimed in shock. Fang Long had mentioned their family history, and in his recounting, Fang Mo was depicted as a remorseless fiend, one who had slain his own brother and father. It seems my younger sibling is aware of my reputation, Fang Mo replied with a faint smile. Impossible. You are clearly a practitioner of the Yuanzhi realm. How could you be that, Fang Mo? Ding Mingxin remained unwilling to accept this revelation, for Fang Long had indicated that only months prior, Fang Mo had been merely at the initial stage of the Yuanling realm. It is but a matter of fortune, younger sibling. There is no need for such astonishment. Fang Mo spoke softly. Ding Mingxin's expression was a tumult of uncertainty as she struggled to process this information. After a brief pause, she coldly declared, even if you truly are Fang Mo, what are your intentions, you demon? It appears my younger sibling harbors considerable resentment towards me. I have come today solely to prepare some gifts for my dear second brother. After all, it has been many years since we last met. Fang Mo's tone was sincere, imbued with the genuine concern of an elder brother. Spare me your feigned compassion. As an elder brother, you ruthlessly slaughtered your own sibling. As a son, you committed patricide. You are nothing but a bloodthirsty fiend. No, you are even less than a beast. How could Fang Long have such a brother? I truly pity him. Ding Mingxin's voice trembled with fury as she glared at Fang Mo. To her, having such a remorseless brother was Fang Long's greatest misfortune. The thought deepened her sympathy for him. Have you finished? Fang Mo inquired with indifference. Not at all. Today, I shall personally end your life for Fang Long. Ding Mingxin retorted, producing a sword-shaped jade talisman in her hand. Holding the talisman brought her great relief. It was her trump card, containing the full force of an 8th-level Yuanzhou attack, a life-saving measure bestowed upon her by her father, Ding Jinshan. Fang Mo's pupils narrowed slightly as he sensed a hint of threat emanating from the jade talisman. Crack! Without a moment's hesitation, Ding Mingxin shattered the talisman in her grasp. In an instant, centered around Ding Mingxin, a formidable surge of sword energy radiated outward in all directions, stirring up clouds of dust and reducing the surrounding buildings to mere powder. Even the fiercely engaged Xia Xiong, and his companion halted their battle. Their faces drained of color as they retreated at great speed. Soon, an enormous celestial sword appeared in the sky, its blade emanating a dazzling white light, illuminating the realm as if it were the day. The white giant sword exuded unparalleled sword intent, slicing through the void and soaring towards the heavens. Demon, today marks your end. Beneath the colossal sword, Ding Ningxin's hair flew wildly, resembling a divine maiden. Fang Mo gazed at the white giant sword, his expression a tumult of emotions. This was the most formidable strike he had encountered thus far, and also the most perilous. In an instant, Fang Mo was engulfed by an overwhelming blood mist. Observing Fang Mo vanish from sight, Ding Ningxin decisively commanded, "Slash." The towering giant sword, infused with celestial might, descended upon Fang Mo. The sound of the sword echoed like thunder, shattering the void. A resounding boom reverberated, causing the entire city of Mo Yang to tremble. The immense shockwave swept through the vicinity, hurling even Xia Xiong and his companion far away. The ordinary citizens of the city, previously roused by the earlier conflict, fainted once more. Only Ding Ningxin remained unscathed, standing firm as she fixed her gaze on the epicenter of the explosion. After a long while, the residual waves subsided. The ground cracked open, revealing a bottomless pit before the onlookers. From a distance, Xia Xiong clumsily rose to his feet, his expression tense as he stared at the deep chasm. Although he knew his master was an extraordinary being capable of defeating even a fourth-level elder of the Yuan realm, the recent attack had surpassed Xia Xiong's comprehension, instilling a profound dread within him. Gazing at the silent pit, Ding Ningxin exhaled, a smile gracing her exquisite features. The demon was dead, slain by her own hand. If Fang Long were to learn of this news, he would surely be elated. With this thought, Ding Ningxin's smile deepened. Cough. Truly a full-force strike from an 8th-level practitioner of the Yuan realm. A light cough resonated from the depths of the pit. Ding Ningxin's smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of apprehension as she stared intently at the chasm. A flash of red light appeared, and Fang Mo emerged unscathed before Ding Ningxin, his expression unreadable. How is this possible? You. Ding Ningxin gazed incredulously at Fang Mo before her. Not a scratch. That was a full-force strike from an 8th-level practitioner of the Yuan realm. Not only had the demon survived, but he was also completely unharmed. How could this be? What level of cultivation does this demon possess? Fang Mo regarded the dazed Ding Ningxin with an impassive expression. Had it not been for the illusory celestial garment he wore, he likely would have suffered severe injuries, if not perished. Ah, Ding Ningxin gasped, glancing down at the blood-red tendrils around her waist. In the next moment, she was pulled towards Fang Mo's sister-in-law. You have caused me some distress. Fang Mo's voice was as tranquil as water. Bah, who is your sister-in-law? I could hardly contain my desire to slay you, you fiend. Heh. Fang Mo's gaze remained composed. 3 years ago, I was meant to join the Heavenly Sword Sect, yet Fang Long incapacitated my Dantian during the competition. You simply lack the skill. Had you truly been admitted to the Heavenly Sword Sect, it would have become a source of shame for them. Ding Ningxin scoffed coldly. Fang Mo replied with a faint smile. I can forgive him for the destruction of my Dantian. I can forgive everyone. However, he then shifted his tone, chillingly stating, but Yuer died because of this. She was merely a maid, and she chose to take her own life out of guilt. Do not seek any justification for your slaughter. You are nothing but a monster. Ding Ningxin's tone dripped with disdain. Fang Mo cast a cold glance at Ding Ningxin, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if observing a lifeless corpse. Ding Ningxin felt her breath catch, a sensation of death enveloping her entire being. At that moment, Xia Xiong approached, drenched in blood, wielding the severed head of Zui. Zui! Ding Ningxin gasped in horror. Chapter 140. You are a demon, Fang Mo. You fiend, the Heavenly Sword Sect will never let you go. Ding Ningxin glared fiercely at Fang Mo, ignoring Ding Ningxin's verbal threats. Fang Mo's lips curled into a slight smirk. What would Fang Long think if he saw the woman he loves bowing to me? Huh. Humph. Wishful thinking. I shall never submit to you. Ding Ningxin's delicate face was icy. You will. Fang Mo murmured softly. Ding Ningxin huffed coldly and turned her face away. Unperturbed by Ding Ningxin's disdain, Fang Mo gazed at her with admiration. Truly deserving of the title of the Sword Flower of the Heavenly Sword Sect, she is indeed a rare beauty. Fang Mo regarded Ding Ningxin's visage as one would appreciate a masterpiece of art. I truly wonder how someone of your caliber could be interested in my second brother, TSK. Fang Mo's tone held a hint of regret. Demon, you will never understand. Perhaps. Fang Mo sighed lightly. However, understanding is unnecessary. I merely need to tame you. As he spoke, Fang Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of cold light. What? What do you want? Do not touch me, or I will ensure my father kills you. Ding Ningxin felt a wave of unease wash over her at Fang Mo's gaze. Ha ha, a withered flower, unworthy of my favor. Fang Mo's eyes gleamed mockingly at Ding Ningxin. Xiaoxiong. Yes, my lord. Do you find her beautiful? Fang Mo forcibly turned Ding Ningxin's face towards Xiaoxiong. My lord. Xiaoxiong was momentarily at a loss, glancing at Ding Ningxin's face full of humiliation, unsure of how to respond. Answer me. Fang Mo's expression remained indifferent, yet his tone carried an icy edge. Xiaoxiong hurriedly bowed his head, speaking respectfully. My lord, she is very beautiful. Very well. Fang Mo smiled faintly. Fang Mo, what do you truly intend to do? Ding Ningxin's eyes were filled with panic. Go, find a place, she is yours now. As he spoke, Fang Mo tossed Ding Ningxin towards Xiaoxiong. My lord, this, she. Xiaoxiong gazed helplessly at Ding Ningxin in his arms. Unwilling? Fang Mo's gaze turned frigid as he looked at Xiaoxiong. Xiaoxiong shuddered internally, replying, I am willing. With that, Xiaoxiong embraced Ding Ningxin and soared towards a distant house. Fang Mo, you will die a miserable death. I, Ding Ningxin, swear I shall kill you. Demon, I will end your life. Ding Ningxin, rendered immobile, could only endure the humiliation as Xiaoxiong held her tightly. Watching Xiaoxiong vanish into the distance, Fang Mo's lips curled upwards, though his gaze remained chillingly cold. Soon, the darkness echoed with Ding Ningxin's heart-wrenching cries, filled with sorrow and melodious lament. Retracting his gaze, Fang Mo turned to the unconscious old witch not far away. He harbored a peculiar interest in the enigmatic white mist, sensing a resemblance to his own blood domain, while the spectral figures within bore an uncanny similarity to the ghostly children of the 100 Suns' soul-devouring array. A blood-red tendril ensnared the ghostly old woman, drawing her before Fang Mo. Observing the unconscious apparition, Fang Mo raised his hand, infusing her body with a surge of blood essence. Before long, the ghostly matron stirred from her slumber. Upon recognizing her predicament, she quickly regained her composure. What is it that you desire, esteemed one? She inquired, her voice grave. I am intrigued by your method of assault utilizing the white mist, Fang Mo replied calmly. At his words, the ghostly woman's expression darkened. That technique was the very foundation of her powers. How could she disclose it to another? Esteemed one, though I concede defeat, is your request not a trifle excessive? She stated, her tone somber. Should you refuse, I shall seek it within your lifeless form, Fang Mo retorted, a blood-red tendril extending ominously from behind him. Wait. We are both practitioners of dark arts. Let us not be so ruthless. My senior sister is none other than the 5 poisons Rakshasa. The ghostly matron fixated on Fang Mo, acutely aware that her life hung precariously in the balance of his whims. Reluctantly, she invoked her sister's name, hoping the notorious reputation of the 5 poisons Rakshasa would instill fear in this mysterious figure before her. For her sister was a hidden grandmaster of the 7th layer of the Yuan realm. 5 poisons Rakshasa, Fang Mo murmured to himself. Indeed, she is of the same renown as the blood demon elder. The ghostly woman's expression became animated, the deep creases of her face tightening with fervor. I do not recognize her. The moment the words left his lips, a gruesome tendril pierced through the ghostly matron's body. In the next heartbeat, she transformed into a withered corpse, her eyes wide with terror. Fang Mo, maintaining an expression of calm, removed the storage ring from her lifeless hand. With a flash of crimson light, a black jade slip materialized in Fang Mo's grasp. He immersed his consciousness within the slip. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, his gaze ablaze with insight. The cultivation technique contained within was named the Endless Ghost Domain. This Endless Ghost Domain bore a striking resemblance to the 100 Suns' soul-devouring array, as within the white mist, those spectral figures could resurrect infinitely, akin to the ghostly children. Moreover, the number and strength of the spectral figures were enhanced by the practitioner's consumption of souls. The white mist merely served as a vessel for the apparitions, lacking the amplifying effects of the blood domain. Nonetheless, even so, this endless ghost domain proved to be remarkably formidable. Stowing away the jade slip, Fang Mo nodded in satisfaction, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind him, and he turned slowly. There stood Ding Ningxin, her hair disheveled, clothing in disarray, resembling a marionette as she was supported by Xia Xiong, brought before Fang Mo. At that moment, Ding Ningxin's gaze was vacant, her pupils unfocused, devoid of any spark of life. "Junior sister?" Fang Mo softly called into her ear. Hearing his voice, Ding Ningxin's dazed expression gradually began to sharpen. As she beheld Fang Mo before her, Ding Ningxin was engulfed in a profound terror, trembling as she instinctively recoiled, her voice piercing the air with frantic cries. "Demon! You are a demon! Ah, dear sister, do you wish to submit to me now?" Fang Mo inquired with an indifferent tone. "You are a demon. Ah." Ding Ningxin's demeanor turned frantic, her hands clutching her head as she screamed loudly. Fang Mo remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Ding Ningxin. "Are you losing your mind?" he mused, his eyes narrowing slightly. With a subtle gesture, a grotesque corpse, the one-eyed sinister creature, materialized beside him, its murderous aura swirling ominously. At that moment, the corpse exuded a terrifying presence akin to that of a second-level Yuan practitioner, appearing increasingly animated. The sinister corpse tilted its head, its single remaining eye locked onto Fang Mo, seemingly awaiting his command. Disregarding the corpse, Fang Mo addressed Ding Ningxin, saying, "Sister, I offer you one final opportunity. Should you refuse to submit, the company that shall accompany you next will not be human." A cruel smile played upon his lips. Upon hearing these words, even Xia Xiong felt a shiver run down his spine, his hair standing on end. Chapter 141. The Sacrifice. "Spare me, I beg you. I submit. I am willing to submit." Ding Ning's heart was filled with despair, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her inner resolve had completely shattered, leaving behind no trace of her previous fierceness or the proud, cold elegance of the once revered daughter of the heavens. "Kneel," Fang Mo spoke softly. With a thud, Ding Ning knelt before Fang Mo, her movements devoid of hesitation. The once noble goddess of the Tianjin sect, cherished by countless hearts, now knelt before Fang Mo in utter humiliation. In that moment, Ding Ning resembled a pitiful creature, trembling and helpless. Observing this scene, a smile crept upon Fang Mo's lips. To tame a person, especially one as haughty as her, one must first shatter her psychological defenses and trample on her dignity. "Offer up your soul fire," Fang Mo instructed calmly. Ding Ning's delicate form quivered, yet she dared not resist, obediently presenting her soul fire. As she watched Fang Mo consume it, the last flicker of hope within her extinguished, and she became wholly subservient to him. "Go and inscribe these 4 formations at the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of this city." Fang Mo handed Ding Ning a jade slip. Startled, Ding Ning hesitated momentarily, but ultimately accepted the slip with reverence. As she vanished into the night, Fang Mo's eyes glimmered with profound meaning. Beside him, Xia Xiong displayed a look of trepidation, having vaguely grasped Fang Mo's intentions. After a stick of incense had burned, Ding Ning returned. "Master, I have completed the arrangements," she said, still feeling somewhat unfamiliar with the title of master. "Very good," Fang Mo praised, casting a glance of approval at her. He then waved his hand, summoning the Ziyun shuttle beside them. "Step aboard." Fang Mo's tone carried an undertone of urgency. Uncertain but compliant, Ding Ning followed onto the shuttle. "Master, what is the purpose of the formations I just arranged?" she inquired as the Ziyun shuttle ascended slowly. "You will soon find out," Fang Mo replied enigmatically. He extended his right hand, tracing an intricate pattern in the air, his blood seeping through his fingertips. In moments, an arcane crimson symbol materialized before them, exuding a potent aura of bloodshed. Just as Ding Ning and Xia Xiong were taken aback, Fang Mo uttered a low command, "Pardon." The blood-red symbol surged downward toward Yiyang City. As Ding Ning pondered in confusion, for brilliant beams of light shot skyward from the city, aimed directly at the crimson symbol. Ding Ning's pupils constricted. The location of the 4 beams aligned precisely with the positions where she had inscribed the formations. Boom! The 4 beams collided with the crimson symbol. Contrary to the anticipated explosion, The symbol expanded as the beams connected, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Yeyang City. Witnessing this, Fang Mo wore an enigmatic smile. At that moment, four radiant pillars of light within the city began to spin with alarming speed, followed by an eruption of anguished cries. Ah, what is happening? Blood! My blood! Help! Someone save me! What is going on? My blood is uncontrollable. Help! As the wails echoed throughout the city, streams of sanguine essence were drawn into the four pillars of light. With the passage of time, these white beams transformed into crimson columns. The absorbed essence flowed through the blood-red pillars, surging into the vast blood-colored formation hovering above Moonlight City. The formation grew increasingly scarlet, and the ethereal image of a pill emerged. Fang Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the pill in the sky, eagerly anticipating the Blood Yuan pill. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the city as countless individuals sought to escape, only to be thwarted by an impenetrable crimson barrier. Looking up, they realized that the entirety of Moonlight City was enveloped in this sanguine shield. Despair, wails, pleas for help, and cries of agony filled the air, rendering Moonlight City a hellish realm. Ding Mingxin stood frozen, trembling as she beheld the infernal scene unfolding before her. The true intent of Fang Mo became painfully clear to her: a sacrifice. To offer an entire city's worth of lives, nearly 200,000 souls. As she listened to the heart-wrenching cries, Ding Mingxin's visage turned ashen as she stared at her own hands, the very hands that had inscribed the Four Pillars formation. Having grown up in the Tianjin sect, where slaying demons was her creed, she now felt she had unwittingly condemned an entire city. The faith she had held dear shattered into fragments. How does it feel? A calm voice inquired. Ding Mingxin slowly lifted her gaze. Her eyes filled with dread as she looked at Fang Mo. He was a living embodiment of darkness. Master, I still feel. Her voice trembled. Fang Mo smiled faintly at her reaction, choosing silence instead. As she observed the chaos below and listened to the mournful cries, her feelings of fear, remorse, and anguish gradually morphed into a chilling numbness. Strangely, a flicker of excitement stirred within her. Was there a dark nature hidden deep within her soul? In that moment, Ding Mingxin found herself engulfed in confusion. On the other side, Xia Xiong's expression mirrored her shock. Though he prided himself as a demonic cultivator, stained with blood, he had never witnessed such a horrifying spectacle. He cast a fearful glance at Fang Mo, his understanding of the latter's terrifying nature deepening. As the sacrificial offering neared its conclusion, the city was strewn with withered corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood. The blood-red formation above had become intensely crimson, and the pill at its zenith had fully materialized, glistening like red jade. Hiss, hiss. The small serpent coiled around Fang Mo's wrist, its blood-red eyes gleaming with desire. Go, Fang Mo whispered softly. Hiss. The little blood creature affectionately nudged Fang Mo's arm before leaping into the air. In an instant, its body swelled mid-flight, transforming into a massive entity over 5 meters long. Shortly thereafter, a pair of wings unfurled from its back. These crimson wings appeared somewhat narrow, evidently newly formed, yet sufficient for a graceful descent. Fang Mo regarded the creature's wings, lost in contemplation. Upon witnessing the little blood creature indulging within the city, Fang Mo diverted his gaze, turning his attention to the blood essence pill suspended in the air. With a simple gesture, the pill soared into his hand. Examining the blood-red pill closely, excitement flickered in Fang Mo's eyes. Indeed, this was a concoction derived from the sacrifice of an entire city. The mere emanation of its blood aura sent a sensation of boiling blood coursing through him, revealing the immense vitality contained within. Beside him, Ding Ning and Xian stared in astonishment at the vivid pill in Fang Mo's grasp. Was this truly the elixir forged from the sacrifice of a city? Such potent blood energy. Suddenly, their expressions shifted, and they hastily averted their gazes, realizing that the blood energy within them was exhibiting signs of instability. Such a terrifying pill. Unfazed by their reactions, Fang Mo gently lifted the blood essence pill and swallowed it whole. Chapter 142. Fifth level of the Yuan realm. A terrifying surge of blood essence erupted from Fang Mo, radiating outward in all directions. Xia Xiong and Ding Mingxin exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they swiftly mounted their respective flying steeds, instinctively distancing themselves from Fang Mo. The dreadful aura caused their mounts to tremble uncontrollably, compelling them to steer away from Fang Mo. At that moment, Fang Mo's eyes were closed, enveloped in a dense mist of blood. Within him, an almost horrifying tide of blood essence surged chaotically. In his dantian, the indestructible blood lotus rotated slowly. In the next instant, the terrifying blood essence converged upon the indestructible blood lotus, like rivers flowing into the sea. With the continuous influx of immense blood essence, the second petal of the indestructible blood lotus grew increasingly solid. Meanwhile, from a distance, Ding Ningxin stared in astonishment at the swirling blood mist. Even from such a great distance, she could still sense an overwhelming, spine-chilling aura. She finally grasped Fang Mo's cultivation level, 4th level of the Yuan realm. To her knowledge, Fang Mo was merely 20 years old. A practitioner of the 4th level of the Yuan realm at such a tender age was virtually unheard of and utterly terrifying. It would be hard for anyone to believe if the news spread. How could such a prodigious talent exist? Ding Ningxin's gaze remained fixed on the blood mist. Below, in Luoyun City, a colossal blood python rampaged, voraciously consuming the corpses strewn about the ground. At this moment, the small blood python had grown to an astonishing length of 10 meters, toppling houses and raising clouds of dust in its wake. After a brief interval, the blood mist surrounding Fang Mo abruptly contracted, returning entirely to his body. Moments later, he opened his eyes wide, revealing a crimson glare. Slaughter, savagery, and cold-bloodedness emanated from him. Behind Fang Mo, a vision of mountains of corpses and seas of blood materialized. The sea of blood churned, and bones floated ominously. The vital energy of heaven and earth erupted violently, saturating the sky with an oppressive force. Faced with this terrifying pressure, Xia Xiong and Ding Ningxin turned pale, struggling to endure. As time dragged on, the dreadful oppression showed no signs of waning. Suddenly, Xia Xiong could no longer withstand it. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Fang Mo. Just as Ding Ningxin was about to succumb, the overwhelming pressure dissipated abruptly, vanishing into thin air. The crimson hue in Fang Mo's eyes faded, and as he felt the robust energy within him, a smile graced his face. 5th level of the Yuan realm. With just one blood essence pill, he had achieved a breakthrough. Wu Mo was truly a genius in alchemy, ingeniously employing the sacrificial method to refine pills. Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough. Ding Ningxin spoke with utmost respect. Fang Mo nodded slightly before casting his gaze toward Luoyun City below. The small blood python's feeding frenzy had reached its conclusion. The countless corpses in the city now vanished, leaving behind a landscape of rubble and ruin, as if ravaged by a tempest. Observing the now 10-meter-long form of the small blood python, Fang Mo raised an eyebrow. At this moment, the small blood python exuded an aura reminiscent of the giant python's spectral form from days past, inducing a sense of trepidation within him. With a fierce hiss, the small serpent let out a cry towards the heavens before soaring towards Fang Mo. Upon reaching him, it transformed back into its diminutive form and coiled itself around Fang Mo's shoulder. The serpent flicked its tongue affectionately against Fang Mo's face. As Fang Mo gently caressed the creature, he realized that it no longer needed to enter a state of dormancy to digest its meals. It could now consume and digest simultaneously. One could not deny the formidable nature of the serpent's innate abilities. Nearby, Ding Ningxin gazed at the small serpent on Fang Mo's shoulder, her eyes reflecting a sense of wonder. Such a beautiful beast. Its body shimmered with a crimson hue, and its eyes glimmered like blood jade. What kind of mystical creature is this? I have never encountered anything like it before. Just as Ding Ningxin pondered, the serpent turned its gaze towards her. With a hiss, she felt a sudden chill, as though an ancient predator had fixed its eyes upon her, leaving her with a sense of trepidation. Fang Mo soothed the serpent, which then coiled back down peacefully. Casting a detached glance over the ravaged moonlight city, Fang Mo spoke. It is time for us to depart. Half a month later, at the Tianjin sect. In the plaza, Fang Long stood in white attire, hands clasped behind his back. Disciples passed by, casting glances filled with envy, for the tale of Fang Long and Ding Ningxin had become widely known. Over the past few days, Fang Long had been waiting at the plaza daily for Ding Ningxin's return, making it difficult for anyone not to recognize him. Feeling the envious gazes around him, Fang Long felt a surge of pride. Why hasn't she returned yet? He gazed into the distant sky, murmuring to himself. Just then, a flash of white light appeared in the distance. His eyes brightened at the sight. As Ding Ningxin descended from her flying artifact, Fang Long rushed towards her. Sister Ningxin, you have finally returned. His voice was filled with warmth. Ding Ningxin remained expressionless, as if she had not heard him, stowing away her flying artifact and turning to leave. Fang Long was taken aback. Something was amiss. Normally, after his gentle greetings, Ding Ningxin would embrace him joyfully, sharing her feelings of longing during their time apart. What could possibly be happening now? As he observed Ding Ningxin walking away, his expression shifted, and he hurried after her. Sister Ningxin, have you encountered something troubling? He asked gently once more. Leave me be, Ding Ningxin replied, her face devoid of emotion. Fang Long felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Disbelief etched across his features. Ding Ningxin had never spoken to him in such a manner before. Could it be that she realized he was merely using her? Narrowing his eyes, he pressed on. Sister Ningxin, if something is bothering you, do not keep it to yourself. Share it with me, and I will help you bear the burden. As he reached out to grasp her delicate hand, a sudden force flung him away violently. Fang Long, should you ever harbor inappropriate thoughts towards me again, I shall bring your downfall. Ding Ningxin's heart was as cold as frost. Fang Long lay on the ground, his expression fluctuating as he gazed at Ding Ningxin's retreating figure. What transpired during this mission? Why has Ding Ningxin suddenly turned so indifferent towards him? What is happening between senior sister Ding and senior brother Fang? They must have quarreled. A quarrel? I doubt it. Perhaps Fang Long has been cast aside by senior sister Ding. Yes, I believe so as well. He is merely a pretty face, unworthy of senior sister Ding. He relied on sweet words to deceive her, and now look, he has been humbled to his true self. I do have a fondness for men who possess eloquence. You common folk simply cannot comprehend. Such men are charming with their words. Haraha. Observing the expressions of the surrounding disciples reveling in misfortune, Fang Long's face turned ashen. Chapter 143. The response of the Heavenly Sword Sect in the Elder Hall of the Heavenly Sword Sect. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the room. The Grand Elder, Bai Hong, cast a somber gaze upon Ding Ningxin, who stood before him. The hall was silent, the other elders equally grave as they regarded Ding Ningxin. The deaths of Jian Kuang and Chun Yu, both renowned disciples ranked among the top 5 on the sword ranking, represented an immense loss for the sect. Indeed, Ding Ningxin's tone was tinged with gravity. How could a mere second-level Yuan realm ghostly matron possibly slay Jian Kuang and Chun Yu? The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes. It was not the ghostly matron who killed them, but rather, the 5 poison Rakshasa. A flicker of fear danced in Ding Ningxin's eyes. The 5 poison Rakshasa? The Grand Elder's expression sharpened, and the surrounding elders began to murmur in hushed tones, their faces etched with concern. The 5 poison Rakshasa was a formidable demonic cultivator, notorious alongside the Blood Demon Elder, skilled in the art of poisons, and capable of executing treacherous techniques that left many defenseless. Grand Elder, upon our arrival in Luoyun City, we discovered the ghostly matron and the 5 poison Rakshasa engaged in wholesale slaughter to cultivate their dark arts. Our presence was soon revealed, leading to Jian Kuang and Chun Yu's demise at the hands of the 5 poison Rakshasa. Ding Ningxin recounted solemnly. Before the Grand Elder could respond, an elderly man with white hair squinted at Ding Ningxin. As far as I know, the 5 poison Rakshasa is a 7th-level demonic cultivator. How did you manage to survive? Gu Xian, what do you mean by that? A middle-aged man clad in black silks rose abruptly, glaring fiercely at the white-haired elder. This man was none other than Ding Ningxin's father, Ding Jinshan. Elder Ding, I was merely inquiring, with no ulterior motive, Gu Xian replied calmly. You speak nonsense. Are you implying that you wish for my daughter to never return? Ding Jinshan retorted, his frustration palpable. Elder Ding, you have gone too far. Another elder interjected. Enough. The Grand Elder's voice cut through the tension, commanding silence. Ding Jinshan huffed in response and seated himself once more, turning his attention back to Ding Ningxin. The Grand Elder inquired, Pray tell, how did you manage to escape? I shattered the life-preserving talisman my father left me, which contained the full force of an 8th-level Yuan realm strike. Ding Ningxin replied, her demeanor composed. The elders exchanged looks of realization, and the Grand Elder nodded slightly, acknowledging the fortunate escape from the clutches of the 5 poison Rakshasa. Very well, you may withdraw for now. Yes, Grand Elder, Ding Mingxin said, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes as she exited the grand hall. The 5-poison Rakshasa has wreaked havoc within our sect's territory and has harmed 2 of our esteemed disciples. What are your thoughts on this matter? The Grand Elder surveyed the assembly with a scrutinizing gaze. Grand Elder, the 5-poison Rakshasa has been elusive for many years. Their sudden reappearance suggests that matters are far from simple. An elder spoke up. At this assertion, several others nodded in agreement. Regardless of the 5-poison Rakshas's schemes, to provoke our Heavenly Sword Sect is a path to certain doom. The Blood Demon Elder, renowned alongside the 5-poisons Rakshasa, provoked the 10,000 Corpses sect and was subsequently suppressed within the abyss of 10,000 insects. As the foremost sect among the 5, we cannot afford to let the 5-poisons Rakshasa escape unscathed. Otherwise, what honor would remain for our Heavenly Sword Sect? With this thought, Ding Jinshan paused, casting a serious glance at the Grand Elder, and solemnly declared, Grand Elder, we must eradicate the 5-poisons Rakshasa. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder lowered his gaze, remaining silent. At that moment, a beautiful woman clad in white slowly spoke up. I believe we must look beyond the surface. Have you not noticed the recent unrest among the demonic cultivators? First, the Blood Demon, and now the 5-poisons Rakshasa. Both are formidable hidden demons. I suspect the demonic path is stirring. Her words cast a shadow over the faces of all present. Despite the current prosperity of the righteous path and the decline of the demonic path, the situation was starkly different 1,000 years ago. Back then, the demonic path ran rampant while righteous cultivators barely survived. It was the founding patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Qiu Tianjian, who altered this landscape. A millennium ago, Qiu Tianjian emerged, wielding a single sword, scattering the demonic path into disarray, causing fear among its ranks. Thus, the Heavenly Sword Sect was established, heralding a golden age for the righteous path. Is it possible that the demonic path intends to make a resurgence, rising from the ashes? Elder Mei, your words seem somewhat alarmist, Gu Xian remarked, stroking his beard, unconvinced. Many elders nodded in agreement. The demonic cultivators are cunning and treacherous. Vigilance is paramount. Mei Yusin retorted coldly. At this juncture, the Grand Elder, seated in his rightful place, spoke with deliberation, regardless of whether the demonic path is indeed stirring. The 5-poisons Rakshasa must be exterminated, and it should be done with great fanfare, so that the entire cultivation world understands the consequences of provoking the Heavenly Sword Sect. With a moment's pause, his tone became haughty. As for the demonic path, even their leader, the 10,000 Corpses sect, is confined to the soul-hidden mountains under our sect's suppression. The remaining scattered demonic cultivators pose no real threat. Eliminating the 5-poisons Rakshasa will serve as a warning to others. Having concluded his remarks, the Grand Elder rose and departed. The following day, the Heavenly Sword Sect issued a proclamation to the entire cultivation world, declaring a pursuit of the 5-poisons Rakshasa. The reason cited was their practice of demonic arts within the territory of the Heavenly Sword Sect, endangering the lives of its elite disciples. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the realm. Not long ago, the Blood Demon Elder had provoked the 10,000 Corpses sect, and now the 5-poisons Rakshasa had drawn the ire of the Heavenly Sword Sect. What has become of these hidden demons? I wonder how the Heavenly Sword Sect will react upon discovering that Moonlight City has turned into a ghost town in a few days. In an elegant chamber, Fang Mo reclined lazily at the table, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he spoke again. The Ice and Snow Palace should be arriving soon. When you join the Ice and Snow Palace, only there will your Xianbing Jade body reach its utmost potential. Master, must Qianer leave for the Ice and Snow Palace so soon after our meeting? Though Chu Qian appeared cold and aloof, her tone was tinged with reluctance. Do you think I require a mere decorative vase? Chapter 144. The All-Desire Pill in the Four Directions City, on the 3rd floor of the Jade Pill Workshop. A massive dark green alchemical furnace continuously emitted streams of eerie green flames, causing waves of heat to undulate throughout the room. Wu Mo watched the dark green furnace with palpable excitement, while Fu Qing stood beside him, his expression peculiar. After the incense had burned halfway, a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace, stirring Wu Mo's exhilaration further. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated as the furnace extinguished. Wu Mo promptly opened the furnace, and a rich fragrance enveloped the room. At the bottom of the furnace lay 3 scarlet pills, quietly resting. Huh. The all-desire pill has finally been successfully refined. Wu Mo exclaimed, his joy soaring as he gazed at the crimson pills in his hand. The all-desire pill, a third-tier miraculous elixir, had been discovered by him in an ancient text from the Dansha sect. This pill could lead any being to lose themselves, reverting to their most primal desires. It was impervious to those below the Yuan Master Realm. The ancient tome had concluded with a cautionary note, indicating the pill's formidable adhesive properties and immense power, warning of its potential to disrupt the heavens and advising future practitioners to exercise extreme caution in its crafting and use. It was this final admonition that ignited Wu Mo's intense curiosity, compelling him to invest significant resources and efforts to gather the necessary materials for its creation. To his astonishment, he had succeeded on his very first attempt, instilling within him a sense of pride. Wu Mo, you are now a distinguished third-tier alchemist, yet you indulge in the crafting of such licentious elixirs. Do you not feel it undermines your status? Fu Qing observed with a hint of exasperation. What do you know? Summer insects cannot speak of ice, Wu Mo retorted, casting Fu Qing a sidelong glance. He then carefully placed the pill into an exquisite jade box. After securing the box, the two descended the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, a chilling aura caused their expressions to shift dramatically. Who goes there? Fu Qing bellowed, his yuan power surging. Calm yourself, a mocking voice echoed, and in that instant, Fu Qing realized, with horror, that his yuan power had been restrained. The next moment, 2 figures cloaked in black appeared before them, exuding a menacing presence that caused Wu Mo's complexion to pale. 7th level of the Yuan realm. Who are you? Fu Qing demanded sharply. We are here to seek out alchemist Wu Mo, one of the cloaked figures rasped. At this, Wu Mo narrowed his eyes. What business do you have with me? Wu Mo, we are in search of an individual, the figure continued. Who? Fang Mo. At the mention of this name, Fu Qing's expression changed dramatically, and Wu Mo felt a jolt of alarm in his heart. Could these individuals be from the city lordess manor? Had Lei Xingyu unearthed something? However, in the next moment, Wu Mo dismissed this conjecture. If Lei Xingyu had indeed discovered something significant, he would have dispatched someone to escort him directly to the city lord's manor, rather than confronting him in this manner. Eliminating the city lord's manor as a possibility and considering the chilling aura emanating from the 2 figures before him, Wu Mo arrived at a conclusion. The 10,000 Corpses sect. Previously, when Fang Mo's identity was exposed, the Wan Shizong did not announce it to the world, leaving Wu Mo somewhat perplexed. It now appears that the Wan Shizong has been secretly investigating Fang Mo and has traced him back to himself. Contemplating this, Wu Mo, with a bewildered expression, inquired, Fang Mo? Which Fang Mo? Master Wu, I advise you not to feign ignorance. We have conducted a thorough investigation and are well aware of your close relationship with Fang Mo, one of the figures in black coldly stated. It seems that your Wan Shizong indeed knows quite a bit, Wu Mo replied, maintaining a composed demeanor as he regarded the cloaked figure. But what of it? I admire young Master Fang's rapid progress in cultivation, and he appreciates my talent in alchemy. We are merely friends, nothing more. A third-tier alchemist holds little significance in our sect. The raspy voice dripped with menace. What? Do you intend to take action? This is Sifang City. Wu Mo retorted with a scoff. Hell, what of Sifang City? Upon hearing this, Wu Mo's expression shifted, a tinge of unease swelling within him. A black-clad figure produced a peculiar disc from within his robes. In the next moment, the disc illuminated, raising a gray barrier that swiftly enveloped the entire room. Haha. This is a mid-tier Xian-grade forbidden disc, a rare sealing artifact. This barrier can last for the duration of an incense stick, and during that time, whatever transpires within will remain unknown to the outside world. Upon hearing this, Wu Mo's face turned pale, and the nearby Fu Qing's countenance also turned ashen. You truly possess audacity. Are you not afraid that Sifang City will discover this? Wu Mo spoke in a hushed tone. Haha, Sifang City will not learn of it. Even if they do, what of it? You are not the alchemist of the city lordess estate. Do you believe that Lei Xingyu would wage war on the Wan Shizong for you? Wu Mo fell silent. Wu Mo, I shall ask you one last time. Will you speak or not? The black-clad figure said coldly. Struggling visibly, Wu Mo remained silent for a long moment before murmuring. You must guarantee that you will let us go afterward. Upon hearing this, The black figure's expression brightened, and he promptly replied, "Of course. As long as you reveal Fang Mo's whereabouts, we will release you immediately." A flicker of conflict passed over Wu Mo's face as he sighed softly. "I regret to inform you, young Master Fang. In truth, I do not know Fang Mo's current location, but I possess a method to find him." Saying this, Wu Mo retrieved a pill from his robe. Upon seeing the pill, Fu Qing's previously grim expression morphed into something peculiar. It was indeed the recently concocted Wan Yu Dan. "What is this?" the two black figures questioned, somewhat puzzled. Before they could react, with a sharp crack, Wu Mo crushed the Wan Yu Dan in his hand. In the next instant, the entire space was engulfed in a cloud of powder, rendering visibility non-existent. Wu Mo quickly took out a black pill and swallowed it, simultaneously sealing his six senses. "What is happening? We have been ambushed. Hold your breath. Wu Mo, you seek death." One of the cloaked figures, relying on his perception, struck towards Wu Mo with a powerful palm. He remained oblivious to the fine powder in the air that had been continuously adhering to his skin. The black-clad man abruptly halted in midair, his complexion flushed with a faint crimson hue. Something was amiss. Had I been poisoned? He sensed the chaotic surge of energy within him, uncontrollable, rendering him in a state of dizziness. "We must retreat," another cloaked figure growled, sensing the disturbance as well. The two of them stowed away their devices and leapt through the window. Once the black-clad figures departed, Wu Mo abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of lascivious desire igniting within them. "This 10,000 desires pill is truly formidable. I have consumed a third-grade clear heart pill and sealed my six senses. Yet I still find myself affected." Wu Mo sighed in exasperation. Hiss! A stifled roar emanated from behind him. Wu Mo quickly turned to see Fu Qing, his eyes bloodshot, his garments in tatters, gazing at him with a fervent madness, the veins on his neck bulging ominously. Wu Mo furrowed his brow, channeling his energy into a hand strike that landed firmly on Fu Qing's neck. Crack! It felt as though he had struck an ancient piece of black iron. Enraged, Fu Qing lunged at him with a ferocious roar. In response, Wu Mo swiftly retrieved two formation plates and ensnared Fu Qing within the array. Fu Qing continued to roar within, desperately seeking a target. Wu Mo exhaled in relief, but suddenly, his expression shifted, and a tinge of red began to emerge in his own eyes. "Damn it!" Wu Mo cursed silently, seizing the moment of clarity to hasten towards the brothel in the city. Chapter 145. The Terror of the Wan Yu Dan. Meanwhile, on the streets of Fang City, two figures cloaked in black hurriedly stumbled, attracting numerous bewildered gazes from the onlookers. "Ah, Wulong I can no longer contain it. Ah!" One of the black-clad individuals suddenly roared, throwing back his dark hood to reveal a strikingly handsome face, now contorted with ferocity, his eyes burning like those of a beast. "Roar!" The other cloaked figure echoed his cry to the heavens. The crowd halted in shock, staring at the two men. In the next moment, the pair lunged at the spectators with the ferocity of starving tigers. "Ah! Run! Help! These are madmen! Oh no, my horse! Old man! Don't leave me behind! Quickly, notify the guards inside the city." Amidst the chaos, a squad of armored guards rushed in. However, the sight before them caused even these seasoned warriors to turn pale with disbelief. In broad daylight, two cloaked figures were exhibiting such primal savagery, an utterly grotesque scene. "How dare you? Cease this madness at once," the squad leader bellowed. He had served in Fang City for years, but had never witnessed such outrageous behavior. It was tantamount to courting death. Yet, the two men remained oblivious. "You seek death." With a furious roar, the squad leader unleashed his inner strength and hurled himself at the black-clad assailants. It became evident that he was a practitioner at the second level of the elemental realm. Bang! The squad leader's fist struck one of the black figures, yet the latter remained unmoved, completely unscathed. What is happening?" The squad leader was taken aback, his expression one of shock. Just then, the black-clad man slowly turned, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the squad leader. "In the Lord's manor, within the dungeon. Blood demon, are you still unwilling to speak?" Lei Xingyu gazed impassively at the blood demon, an elderly figure before him. The blood demon appeared utterly wretched, his shoulder blades pierced by dark nails, bound to a pillar and barely clinging to life. "Heh! I, the blood demon, have roamed the world for nearly a century. Never did I imagine that I would fall to such a baseless accusation. Blood demon, I never imagined you were so resilient." Do not force my hand to end your life now. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lei Xingyu's eyes. At that moment, a guard hurried into the dungeon, whispering urgently in Lei Xingyu's ear. What? Lei Xingyu's expression darkened as he immediately turned to leave the dungeon. Before long, Lei Xingyu arrived at the chaotic street, accompanied by a throng of followers, only to be struck dumb by the scene before them. The entire street lay in disarray. Several guards, clad only in armor on their upper bodies, were visible, and astonishingly, a horse lay beside one of the guards. This was utterly appalling, unheard of. It was a blatant provocation of the Lord's Manor's authority. Challenged the limits of one's authority. Lei Xingyu cast a steely glare towards the two black-robed figures in the distance, who remained as relentless as perpetual motion machines. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Lei Xingyu, forcefully pinning the two black-robed individuals to the ground. Observing their bloodshot eyes and ongoing struggles, Lei Xingyu's voice was as cold as ice. Take them away. The following day, a piece of news spread like wildfire throughout the Four Directions city. The Joyful Pavilion announced a 3-day closure and permanently blacklisted the third-grade alchemist Wu Mo. Upon the release of this news, an uproar ensued within the city. Countless individuals flocked to the Jade Alchemy Workshop, surrounding it to the point of complete saturation. Is the Jade Alchemy Workshop launching a new elixir? I want to purchase the same elixir that Master Wu used at the Joyful Pavilion yesterday. Yuan stones are not an issue. I have plenty. I only seek one. I am a distinguished guest of the Jade Alchemy Workshop, entitled to priority purchasing rights for elixirs. Where is Master Wu? I want to meet Master Wu. Master Wu. Master Wu. Listening to the fervent crowd below, Wu Mo sat in his room with a grim expression. He had never anticipated that the Wan Yu Dan would possess such terrifying power, causing such a stir throughout the city. Beside him stood Fu Qing, his expression equally grave, vividly recalling his own disgraceful demeanor from the previous day. However, Fu Qing did not blame Wu Mo, given the circumstances yesterday. Facing two practitioners at the 7th level of the Yuan realm, there had been little choice but to resort to such measures. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy and peculiar. After a prolonged silence, Fu Qing broke it. What has become of those two black-robed figures? They have been confined in the Lord's Manor, Wu Mo replied calmly. Should we not prepare in advance? What if Lei Xingyu discovers? Fu Qing furrowed his brow. Regarding Wu Mo, that will not happen. The events of yesterday have already enraged the Lord's Manor, crossing the bottom line of Four Directions City. If news of their actions at the Jade Alchemy Workshop were to leak, it would undoubtedly provoke a conflict between the two major powers, a consequence we cannot bear. Moreover, the Wanshi sect never intended to reveal the identity of the young master from the outset. Wu Mo's gaze grew profound as he looked out the window. Tianjin sect, side hall. What? Say that again. The elder's expression changed drastically. Elder, Moonlight City has become a dead city. Ding Jinshan's voice trembled slightly. A dead city. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, elder. When I arrived at Moonlight City, it was a desolate ruin, devoid of any human presence, and oddly. What is it? Strangely, not a single corpse was found within the city. At this revelation, the elder's pupils constricted. Are you implying that the inhabitants of Moonlight City have vanished? Yes, indeed. But Moonlight City has a population of over 100,000. How could they possibly disappear into thin air? The elder bellowed in fury. The Grand Elder contemplated gravely. Perhaps Elder Mei was not merely exaggerating. Ding Jinshan's tone conveyed a sense of seriousness. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and concern. He had initially believed that the 5 poisons Rakshasa would only claim a few hundred or 1,000 lives at most. Yet an entire city had vanished, amounting to over 100,000 souls. Could it be that the demonic cultivators are indeed orchestrating some monumental scheme? Is the demonic path truly on the verge of resurgence? As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of cold light flickered in the Grand Elder's eyes. Elder Ding, you shall personally lead a team to apprehend the 5 poisons Rakshasa, while remaining vigilant to the movements of those rogue demonic cultivators. I shall dispatch individuals to closely monitor the 10,000 Corpses sect. Understood, Grand Elder. Chapter 146, Deep Affection? Tianjin City. Fang Long, I warn you one last time. Do not follow me any longer. Ding Ningxin coldly declared to Fang Long, who trailed behind her. Senior Sister Ningxin, what has transpired? Please, enlighten me. Fang Long gazed at Ding Ningxin with deep affection. A flicker of complexity crossed Ding Ningxin's eyes as she beheld Fang Long's earnest gaze. How much better it would have been had she never ventured to Yang City or encountered Fang Mo. Yet now it was all too late. There was no turning back, and she could not retreat. Ding Ningxin was acutely aware of Fang Mo's terrifying nature. She understood that Fang Long's fate would be dismal. Fang Mo would undoubtedly not spare him. The only course of action available to her was to resolutely reject Fang Long, lest he suffer even more anguish later. With this thought, Ding Ningxin spoke with a calm demeanor. Fang Long, do you not comprehend? We can never be together. I am the daughter of an elder, a paragon of the sect. And you are merely the young master of a remote little town. Do you truly believe you are worthy of me? Upon hearing these words, Fang Long stood frozen, his expression darkening. Her statement pierced him deeply. All along, he had meticulously endeavored to approach Ding Ningxin to acquire cultivation resources, striving to strengthen himself and earn the respect of others. Moreover, securing Ding Ningxin's affection would have satisfied his vanity, basking in the envious and jealous glances of the sect's disciples. Yet now, Ding Ningxin's words stripped Fang Long of his fade. Take care of yourself, she said, casting a lingering glance at Fang Long before turning away. Fang Long remained transfixed, watching Ding Ningxin's silhouette fade into the distance, feeling an unsettling strangeness in her demeanor, almost frigid. As he observed her vanish around the corner, his expression fluctuated between despair and confusion. It felt as though he had lost something of great significance. Wasn't he the one using her? Why did his heart ache so profoundly? Before long, Ding Ningxin halted before a private residence, slightly adjusting her mindset before entering through the door. In the small courtyard, Xiaoxiong stood with an impassive expression. The master awaits you in the room. He indicated toward an adjacent chamber upon seeing Ding Ningxin enter. Ding Ningxin nodded slightly, her demeanor somewhat unnatural, the events of that fateful night still vivid in her mind. With a face full of trepidation, she pushed the door open. Come in. Fang Mo's voice was devoid of warmth. Ding Ningxin hesitated for a moment before obediently stepping into the room. Master, she murmured softly. Fang Mo nodded slightly, remaining silent. However, when she caught sight of another person in the room, her voice faltered. What are you doing here? Ding Ningxin exclaimed in shock, her expression one of utter disbelief. As one of the two shining flowers of Tianjian sect, she was no stranger to Chu Qian. Instinctively, Ding Ningxin glanced at Fang Mo. Her heart filled with trepidation. How could this man have ensnared even Chu Qian? It was terrifying, including herself. Both of Tianjian sect's illustrious flowers were now under the sway of this man. Once this news spreads, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Ignoring Ding Ningxin's shock, Fang Mo remarked nonchalantly, Have you met Fang Long? Ding Ningxin shuddered. I have. It seems I have underestimated the depth of your connection. Fang Mo observed Ding Ningxin with a teasing glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Ding Ningxin's face turned ashen. Master, I have severed all ties with Fang Long. With a sudden thud, Ding Ningxin knelt before Fang Mo. Who gave you the audacity to act on your own accord? Fang Mo's tone remained calm. I. Ding Ningxin stammered, overwhelmed with panic. Fang Mo leaned down, gripping Ding Ningxin's chin, and softly inquired, What do you believe your value to me is? Ding Ningxin gazed at Fang Mo with trepidation. Your value lies in provoking Fang Long. Do you understand? Why, yes. Ding Ningxin's voice trembled. Fang Mo released her chin, leaned back in his seat, and stated coolly, When you return, inform Fang Long that in 3 months, you will become his partner. At this pronouncement, Ding Ningxin's expression turned to one of horror. She comprehended Fang Mo's intentions. He sought to utterly destroy Fang Long. Master this. Ding Ningxin hesitated. A sharp crack echoed as Ding Ningxin gasped, staring in shock at Chu Qian. Should you defy the master again, you will face death. Chu Qian's face was as cold as ice. Ding Ningxin's complexion drained of color. I assume you would prefer to avoid further unpleasantness. Fang Mo spoke softly. At his words, Ding Ningxin trembled, as if recalling something terrifying, her eyes filled with fear. Master, I shall return immediately and follow your instructions. Ding Ningxin stood, quaking. Wait. Fang Mo called her back. Is there anything else you wish to command, master? Ding Ningxin asked cautiously. In 3 months, you will become his partner. The location. Fang Mo paused, then softly suggested, Let it be in Luoyun City. Chapter 147. The Palace of Ice and Snow. The following day, at the Sword Sky Sect. Senior Sister Ningxin, is what you said truly genuine? In a serene courtyard, Fang Long gazed at Ding Ningxin with an expression of incredulity. Just yesterday, she had coldly rejected him, asserting that he was unworthy of her, yet now she proclaimed her intention to become his companion in 3 months' time. This abrupt and dramatic shift left Fang Long in disbelief, to the point where he questioned his own hearing. Indeed, it is true, Ding Ningxin responded softly, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes. Haha, this is wonderful. Fang Long exclaimed joyously, completely forgetting Ding Ningxin's previous aloof demeanor. Observing his excitement, Ding Ningxin gently parted her lips. The events in Yiyang City, particularly the deaths of Zhua Yi and Chunyu, have profoundly affected me. Therefore, Senior Sister, I understand. You need not elaborate, Fang Long interjected, grasping Ding Ningxin's hand with deep affection. A slight tremor coursed through her delicate form, yet she did not withdraw. Senior Sister, do you know? In these past few days, Junior Brother, I have a request. Ding Ningxin directly interrupted Fang Long's tender declarations. Senior Sister, I will acquiesce to any request you make, Fang Long replied softly. I wish for our union to take place in Luoyun City. Her words left Fang Long momentarily speechless. As the daughter of an elder from the Sword Sky Sect, a paragon of excellence, choosing to hold such a significant ceremony in the remote Luoyun City was clearly a consideration for his feelings. This realization touched his heart deeply. Senior Sister, Luoyun City is merely a distant small town. I believe it would be better to celebrate in Sword Sky City. It shall be in Luoyun City. Ding Ningxin's tone brooked no argument. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Fang Long ceased to press the matter. After a moment of contemplation, he resumed, Senior Sister, I fear Elder Ding may not consent. Fang Long's concerns were not unfounded. Ding Jinshan had consistently opposed the idea of Ding Ningxin being with him, believing him to be of humble origins, unworthy of her. In recent years, his leniency had stemmed from his indulgence towards Ding Ningxin, coupled with her persistent persuasion, allowing their relationship to remain somewhat overlooked. You need not worry about that matter. When he returns, I shall speak with him myself, Ding Ningxin replied calmly. Fang Long nodded in agreement. Just then, a deep, resonant bell tolled throughout the Sword Sky Sect. Sensing a shift in the surrounding temperature, Ding Ningxin instinctively looked up to see a colossal crystal ship gliding overhead. Countless icy tendrils erupted from the vessel, freezing the air and leaving behind a magnificent trail of crystalline frost. The palace of ice and snow, Ding Ningxin murmured to herself. In the grand hall of the Sword Sky Sect, the Grand Elder Bai Hong, clad in a flowing white robe, stood composed at the entrance, flanked by several elders. Shortly thereafter, a group of women adorned in white ice gowns, exuding an ethereal chill, emerged into view. The group of women possessed graceful figures and enchanting beauty, capturing the attention of numerous disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Leading them was a lady who exuded an astonishing aura, despite wearing a veil. Her noble and aloof demeanor was unmistakable. The esteemed palace master of the Snow and Ice Palace graces us with her presence. It truly is an honor, Bai Hong remarked with a smile. Feng Lianxing, the vice palace master of the Snow and Ice Palace, shared the same cultivation level as Bai Hong, both being at the 9th level of the Yuan realm. You are too kind, Elder Bai, she replied, maintaining an impassive expression. Bai Hong, undeterred by Feng Lianxing's indifferent tone, welcomed everyone into the hall. Suddenly, Bai Hong noticed a strikingly handsome young man following Feng Lianxing. It was known that the Snow and Ice Palace comprised solely of women. How had a young man infiltrated their ranks? Oh, he is my disciple, Feng Lianxing stated coolly. Bai Hong's eyes widened in surprise. When had the Snow and Ice Palace begun to accept male disciples, especially one personally instructed by Feng Lianxing? However, his astonishment quickly subsided, as it was a matter concerning the Snow and Ice Palace, not his own. Once everyone was seated in the hall, Feng Lianxing addressed Bai Hong directly. Elder Bai, have you given any thought to our proposal? Ah, Palace Master Lianxing, the Xianbing Jade Body is a rare ice attribute constitution. Its significance to the Snow and Ice Palace is beyond measure, Bai Hong replied with a slight smile, refraining from directly answering her inquiry. What do you mean by that, Elder Bai? Feng Lianxing frowned slightly, her voice icy. Bai Hong, ignoring the chill emanating from her, continued, though Chu Qian possesses the Xianbing Jade Body, she is also one of our sect's own. I propose we add an item of high-grade Xiantier Yuan artifact to the original conditions. Feng Lianqing interrupted him abruptly. Upon hearing this, a glint of excitement flashed in by Hong's eyes. A high-grade Xian tier Yuan artifact. It was worth noting that the Heavenly Sword Sect possessed only 3 such artifacts, one of which had been lost not long ago. Furthermore, the Xianbing Jade body held little utility for the Heavenly Sword Sect. In contrast, the high-grade Xian tier artifact was evidently of greater value. With this realization, Bai Hong declared, "Very well, since the Xianbing Jade body is of such importance to the Snow and Ice Palace, the Heavenly Sword Sect shall assist in this matter." He commanded, "Summon Chu Qian." Before long, a graceful figure entered the grand hall. The young girl had bright, beautiful eyes and an exquisite face. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded down, revealing her snow-white swan-like neck. Dressed in a gown of shimmering light blue, her long, fair legs exuded elegance, and her figure resembled that of a celestial being, breathtakingly beautiful. The stunning appearance of the girl left the female disciples of the Snow and Ice Palace feeling somewhat inadequate. How beautiful! The handsome young man behind Feng Lianqing gazed at her, entranced. Grand Elder Chu Qian paid no heed to the onlookers' reactions and respectfully bowed to Bai Hong. Indeed, Bai Hong nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Chu Qian, your constitution is an extraordinary icy jade physique, a rare treasure that can only be nurtured to its fullest potential within the Ice and Snow Palace." At this, Bai Hong paused momentarily, casting a glance at Chu Qian. "Therefore, the sect has decided to transfer your allegiance to the Ice and Snow Palace. Would you be willing to comply?" "I am willing," Chu Qian replied with a cool demeanor, devoid of any hesitation. Bai Hong raised an eyebrow. The last time the Ice and Snow Palace had come, Chu Qian had been most reluctant. He had anticipated needing to employ considerable persuasion this time. Yet to his surprise, Chu Qian acquiesced so readily. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous, sparing him much trouble. "Very well, since that is the case, you shall accompany me back to the Ice and Snow Palace," Feng Lianqing said as she rose to her feet, addressing Chu Qian. "Palace Master Lianqing, why the haste to return? Would it not be better to stay a few more days?" Bai Hong inquired with a gentle smile. Before Feng Lianqing could respond, a handsome youth behind her interjected, "Master, I have yet to visit Tianjin City. Why not linger for a couple of days?" "You, very well. We shall remain for a few days longer," Feng Lianqing conceded, turning to the handsome youth, her eyes betraying a hint of indulgence. Upon hearing this, the handsome youth smiled at Chu Qian and softly introduced himself. "Chu Shimi, I am Lung Xiaofan, a direct disciple of the Deputy Palace Master." Chu Qian regarded Lung Xiaofan with an impassive expression, remaining silent. Noting her lack of response, Lung Xiaofan maintained a composed smile and continued, "This is my first visit to Tianjin City. Might Chu Shimi show me around?" "I have no time," she replied curtly. Chapter 148, These Two Fools. The abrupt rejection left Lung Xiaofan momentarily stunned, at a loss for how to proceed. The surrounding elders displayed expressions of indifference, for the title of the Cold Enchantress was not one to be taken lightly. The group of female disciples behind Feng Lianqing appeared incensed, unable to bear the sight of Lung Xiaofan being treated in such a manner. Observing this scene, Bai Hong turned to Feng Lianqing. "Palace Master Lianqing, I shall designate someone to accompany you all in the coming days," he stated. Feng Lianqing nodded gently in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Lung Xiaofan's gaze lingered on the departing figure of Chu Qian, his interest piqued further. Simultaneously, at the Wan Corpse sect, within the Wan Corpse hall, Li Feiyu was indulging in the massage of a woman clad in palace attire. At that moment, a stooped figure clad in black robes slowly entered the grand hall. It was Pei Kuan. In his current state, Pei Kuan appeared aged and suffused with a sense of decay, resembling an old man on the brink of death. "Elder Pei, what brings you here?" Li Feiyu slowly opened his eyes. "Master, a few days ago, the 5 poisons Rakshasa wreaked havoc in Moonlight City. Inciting the wrath of the Heavenly Sword Sect, which has commenced a manhunt," Pei Kuan rasped. "This matter is already common knowledge. What is your point, Elder Pei?" Li Feiyu replied nonchalantly. "Master, according to the information I have received, this was no mere slaughter. Moonlight City has been entirely transformed into a ghost town, with over 100,000 souls vanished without a trace." Pei Kuan's voice was grave, and then Li Feiyu observed Pei Kuan with calm eyes. He was already aware of Moonlight City's fate. Though initially shocked, he speculated that it was likely the work of the 5 poisons Rakshasa, practicing some formidable poison technique. Despite the 5 poisons Rakshasa being rogue cultivators, Li Feiyu held a certain admiration for their audacity to slaughter an entire city under the very nose of the Heavenly Sword Sect. This was the true essence of demonic cultivation, invoking chaos and indulging in desires. Such ambitions resonated within Li Feiyu's heart. However, given the current strength of the righteous path and the waning power of the demonic path, he, as a leader of a major demonic sect, had no choice but to bide his time. Master, I believe this situation is more complex than it appears. I suspect it may be linked to that wretched Fang Mo. Pei Kuan's voice brimmed with deep-seated animosity. Ever since Fang Mo had destroyed his 5 elements corpses, Pei Kuan's cultivation had regressed to the 3rd level of the Yuan stage. And with his current physical condition, his path to cultivation had been irrevocably severed. Thus, his hatred for Fang Mo was palpable, longing to rend his flesh, devour his bones, sever his tendons, and drink his blood. You suspect? Li Feiyu cast a sidelong glance at Pei Kuan. Elder Pei, I know your desire to personally eliminate Fang Mo. But as an elder, you must not leap to conclusions based solely on feelings. Moreover, no matter how extraordinary Fang Mo may be, how could he orchestrate the disappearance of over 100,000 people, and then frame the 5 poisons Rakshasa, deceiving the Heavenly Sword Sect? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of urgency crossed Pei Kuan's deeply lined face. Master, trust me, we must not underestimate Fang Mo. We must pursue this child with all our might. Otherwise, we will face endless repercussions. Are you instructing me on what to do? Li Feiyu scoffed coldly. Pei Kuan, sensing the chilling gaze of Li Feiyu, hastily clarified. No. Master, based on my understanding of this individual, it is indeed highly likely that he is involved. Huh, based on your understanding of him? If you truly comprehended him, you wouldn't find yourself in such a predicament, Li Feiyu retorted with a sardonic smile. At these words, Pei Kuan's complexion shifted from pale to flushed and back again. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. The next instant, the Grand Elder entered the hall with a grim expression. Grand Elder, what has happened? Li Feiyu inquired, his brows furrowing slightly. Master, you should see for yourself, the Grand Elder replied, as he transformed a jade slip in his hand into a streak of light that flew towards Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu received the jade slip and slowly unfurled it. Within moments, his expression shifted from pale to ashen, revealing extreme distress. Those 2 imbeciles, he roared, instantly reducing the jade slip to dust. In the next heartbeat, a terrifying aura erupted from Li Feiyu, enveloping the entire hall. The space warped, and the hall trembled. This sudden, overwhelming pressure caused Pei Kuan to spew blood, collapsing to the ground. Master, the Grand Elder exclaimed sharply. With his utterance, the terrifying presence dissipated. Observing Li Feiyu's ashen countenance and erratic breathing, the Grand Elder solemnly stated, Master, the people from the 4 Directions City still await our sect's response. Let those 2 fools meet their demise. How dare they commit such vile acts in broad daylight on the streets of 4 Directions City? Moreover, they even engaged in such debauchery indiscriminately. What is most appalling is that they actually breached the reproductive barriers between 2 different species. This is simply, utterly disgraceful. They have brought shame upon our sect. Li Feiyu bellowed, the space around him distorting as he struggled to suppress his fury. Inform 4 Directions City that those 2 fools are at their disposal. Master, one must not act in a fit of rage. Su Wulong and Lin Fengchu are both esteemed prodigies of our sect, and furthermore, the Grand Elder paused, his face reddening, before continuing. Moreover, 4 Directions City has stated that if our 10,000 corpses sect does not provide an explanation, they will publicly hang the 2 of them at the city gates in 3 days. Those 2 fools, they are utterly, completely foolish. Li Feiyu cursed once more. Master, I believe they have been manipulated by that 3rd-grade alchemist, the Grand Elder remarked darkly. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu scoffed coldly. I am well aware they have been schemed against, but both are 7th-level practitioners of the Yuan realm. Yet they have been outwitted by a 9th-level alchemist of the Yuan spirit realm. What else could they be but fools? And what prodigies? They are nothing but swine. I truly doubt how they managed to break through to the 7th level of the Yuan realm with such intellect. Having spoken, Li Feiyu took a deep breath, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. The matter has stirred quite a commotion in the 4 Directions City. Fortunately, Lei Xingyu refrained from disclosing the identities of the 2 individuals. Otherwise, I would be utterly ashamed to step outside the sect ever again. The Grand Elder's expression was as dark as the depths of water. Do you believe that? Given the circumstances, I, as the sect leader, would have the audacity to emerge from the sect? Li Feiyu's countenance was grim. The hall fell into an oppressive silence. The atmosphere thick with tension, save for the sound of Li Feiyu's heavy breathing. After a lengthy pause, he spoke coldly. For the time being, we must extend our apologies to the Four Directions City and allow them to present their demands. As long as they are not excessively unreasonable, we shall strive to accommodate them in order to retrieve those two fools. It must be done. The Grand Elder nodded expressionlessly. Then, Li Feiyu narrowed his eyes slightly and, with an icy tone, declared, "Those who dare to scheme against my 10,000 core sect shall witness whether a mere third-tier alchemist can withstand the wrath of our sect." Chapter 149. Ritual of Refinement. The following day, in the serene confines of Sword Heaven City, a room enveloped in ominous crimson mist lay silent. Within this blood-soaked haze, there echoed terrifying roars reminiscent of wild beasts. After the passage of half a fragrant incense stick, the mist dissipated, revealing three shadowy figures. Fang Mo gazed expressionlessly at the malevolent corpse before him, now shrouded in an aura of death. After several days of ritualistic refinement, the corpse had ascended to the third layer of the Yuan realm. Its body was a deep, shadowy hue, with malevolent energy seeping from its exposed skin, causing the room's temperature to plummet into a chilling abyss. The solitary eye of the corpse rolled around, observing Fang Mo with a hint of trepidation. Noticing this, Fang Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. "Stand guard outside." As soon as the command left his lips, the corpse's eye shifted, and it promptly moved towards the door. Fang Mo regarded the now stationary figure of the corpse outside with satisfaction. It had reached a point where it could comprehend and execute relatively complex instructions, a notable transformation indeed. Next, Fang Mo turned his attention to the crimson-clad bride. This corpse, under Fang Mo's control through necromancy, had undergone some mysterious change since it had been threatened into a breakthrough, subsequently advancing to the second layer of the Yuan realm. "It is time for you both to stretch your limbs," Fang Mo murmured, sensing the intense necromantic energy emanating from the bride. Suddenly, light footsteps echoed in the courtyard, followed by a low growl from the corpse outside. "Master," a voice, as melodious as a nightingale yet tinged with panic, rang through the air. Fang Mo, maintaining a calm demeanor, stepped out of the room to find Chu Qian standing in the courtyard, adorned in a delicate blue dress, her complexion pale and resembling a startled fawn. "What is it?" Fang Mo inquired, waving his hand to dismiss the corpse. Upon seeing him, Chu Qian felt a wave of relief wash over her, having been paralyzed by the terrifying aura of the one-eyed corpse. If it were not for the unmistakable presence of Fang Mo, she might have resigned herself to her fate in despair. Truly, the master is formidable, possessing such a terrifying undead. As this thought crossed her mind, she gazed at Fang Mo with fervor. However, upon meeting his indifferent gaze, she suddenly regained her composure, her face tinged with a blush as she stammered, "Master, I am to depart for the Ice and Snow Palace in 3 days." Fang Mo nodded slightly and replied, "Your cultivation is currently insufficient. Upon entering the Ice and Snow Palace, your sole task will be to elevate your cultivation to the utmost." "Understood. Time is not on your side," Fang Mo whispered. Hearing this, Chu Qian looked at him with a hint of confusion. Perceiving her uncertainty, he explained, "A few days ago, Wu Mo transmitted a message to me. The Wan Corpse sect has been covertly pursuing me and has already approached Wu Mo. What does the master intend to do?" Chu Qian's expression turned grave. After all, the Wan Corpse sect was the foremost of the demonic sects, and being targeted by such a colossal entity posed a significant threat. Even to someone as formidable as Fang Mo currently, the Wanshur sect conceals my identity. Driven solely by their covetousness for the secrets I possess and the profound heritage of the Danxia sect, intending to monopolize it. Since they are reluctant to reveal it, I shall thoroughly muddy the waters, and I suspect that the Ice and Snow Palace will no longer maintain its neutrality. Upon speaking, a glimmer of profundity flickered in Fang Mo's eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Qian was taken aback, pondering what astonishing scheme could provoke the Ice and Snow Palace to abandon its neutrality. However, she wisely refrained from further inquiry. "For now, your strength is insufficient. These plans do not concern you," Fang Mo stated coolly. At his words, Chu Qian's countenance dimmed slightly. She felt like a burden to her master. Sensing her despondent mood, Fang Mo gently caressed Chu Qian's delicate and fair face, softly saying, "If you wish to become a woman of value to me, then strive diligently in your cultivation." Chu Qian nodded earnestly, her gaze resolute. Fang Mo inclined his head slightly and added, "Nonetheless, the Ice and Snow Palace is one of the 5 sects, and to avert unforeseen circumstances, this refined corpse shall remain by your side for the time being." As soon as he finished speaking, a female corpse clad in a red bridal gown, exuding a terrifying aura of death, appeared before Chu Qian. What a terrifying refined corpse! She gasped, shocked, as the chilling aura sent a shiver through her. This is a corpse of the 2nd level of the Yuanjia realm. Ordinarily, it should ensure your safety, Fang Mo remarked indifferently. The 2nd level of the Yuanjia realm. Chu Qian was astounded. She had initially thought this corpse possessed no more than the strength of the 9th level of the Yuanling realm, only to discover it was indeed of the 2nd level of the Yuanjia realm. Her master had placed such a formidable refined corpse by her side for protection. He is concerned for me. As this thought crossed her mind, Chu Qian gazed at Fang Mo with affection, a subtle sweetness gracing her lips. Fang Mo disregarded her captivating glance and proceeded outward, stating, "You are familiar with Tianjin City. I require your guidance to the Xinghai Chamber of Commerce within the city." In Tianjin City, a group of elegant women clad in white ice skirts gracefully walked by, drawing the attention of passers-by. This was indeed the entourage of the Ice and Snow Palace. "What interesting places are there in Tianjin City?" Lung Xiaofan inquired of the indifferent man beside him, who was clutching a sword. "The trial grounds," the sword-bearing man replied coldly. "I meant enjoyable locations, not places for training or combat." Lung Xiaofan frowned. He truly could not comprehend why the Tianjin sect would assign such a peculiar individual to accompany him, who could barely utter a word. "The Xinghai Chamber of Commerce." The sword-bearing man spoke again. "Fine. I shall refrain from asking further. Let us simply wander aimlessly," Lung Xiaofan retorted, suppressing his irritation. He felt as though the sword-bearing man was deliberately belittling him. Had it not been for Feng Lianxing's prior admonition to avoid trouble, and if this were not Tianjin City, Lung Xiaofan would have already dealt a severe reprimand to the sword-bearing man. Just as Lung Xiaofan was enveloped in vexation, a familiar figure clad in pale blue suddenly emerged in the distance. Ah! A glimmer of brilliance shone in Lung Xiaofan's eyes. Chapter 150. The frustrated Lung Xiaofan, Chu Shimi. What a coincidence! A clear voice resonated from behind. Chu Qian turned her head and beheld a handsome young man smiling at her. It was none other than Lung Xiaofan, whom she had encountered earlier in the Grand Hall. Chu Qian responded indifferently. Unfazed, Lung Xiaofan casually glanced at Fang Mo beside her, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. The woman had publicly rejected him the previous day, leaving him humiliated, and now she was strolling with another man. This was nothing short of an affront. "Chu Shimi, may I inquire who this gentleman is?" Lung Xiaofan inquired, maintaining his smile as he regarded Fang Mo. "It is of no concern to you," Chu Qian replied curtly, creating an awkward atmosphere. A barely perceptible shadow crossed Lung Xiaofan's face, but he soon regained his composure and arrogantly introduced himself to Fang Mo. "I am Lung Xiaofan, a direct disciple of the Deputy Master of the Ice and Snow Palace. May I ask how you are addressed?" "I am Wudi, merely an itinerant cultivator, nothing of significance," Fang Mo replied, smiling as he looked at Lung Xiaofan. "The direct disciple of the Deputy Master of the Ice and Snow Palace? This young man certainly has an impressive background," Fang Mo mused internally. "Wudi? How amusing." A hint of disdain flickered in Lung Xiaofan's eyes. He regarded Fang Mo as nothing more than an insignificant wanderer, assuming he had no substantial connections. Fang Mo, unperturbed by Lung Xiaofan's reaction, turned his gaze towards the sword-wielding man beside him, a look of surprise crossing his features. The sword enthusiast. He had not anticipated encountering this individual again, especially after he had evidently made significant progress since their last encounter in the secret realm. A smirk crept onto Fang Mo's lips at the thought. At that moment, the sword enthusiast stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Fang Mo. "Haven't we met before?" The strikingly handsome young man before him evoked a sense of familiarity, albeit tinged with an unsettling danger. Fang Mo felt a flicker of unease at the sword enthusiast's keen perception. Despite having consumed the deceptive sky pill and altered his appearance. It appeared the sword enthusiast could still sense something amiss. With a slight shake of his head, Fang Mo replied, "I do not believe we have met." Noticing the sword enthusiast's unwavering gaze upon him, Fang Mo offered a gentle smile and murmured to Chu Qian, "Shall we go?" Chu Qian's tone was tender. Her gaze towards Fang Mo filled with infatuation. Meanwhile, Lung Xiaofan's expression darkened as he watched the two depart. He could not fathom how a person of Chu Qian's stature could be enamored with an obscure wanderer. In terms of looks, talent, and background, he believed he surpassed the man known as Wudi in every aspect. Besides the arrogance of his name, Lung Xiaofan could not comprehend where he had faltered. Just as he succumbed to profound self-doubt, the sword enthusiast continued to fixate on Fang Mo's figure, his eyes clouded with suspicion. Before long, Fang Mo and Chu Qian halted in front of an opulent structure. Fang Mo lifted his gaze, and the gilded characters of Star Sea Chamber of Commerce shone brilliantly before him. This Star Sea Chamber in Sword City was even more magnificent than that in Four Directions City. Following this, the two entered. Upon stepping into the hall, Fang Mo exhibited a hint of astonishment. The hall was teeming with people, with lines snaking around several times. Just as Fang Mo was momentarily distracted, a voice interrupted. "Ah, Junior Sister Chu, are you also here at the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce?" Cold Xiaofan, with a look of feigned surprise, entered the hall accompanied by the sword fanatic. Chu Qian chose to ignore him completely. Cold Xiaofan, unfazed, scanned the crowded hall and glanced at the silent Fang Mo, his eyes revealing a trace of disdain once more. "Junior Sister Chu, I am a distinguished guest of this Star Sea Chamber, enjoying priority service. If you wish to purchase anything, just let me know, and you need not wait in line." His tone carried a hint of arrogance. He then beckoned a servant over. "Young master, if you require assistance, please wait in line first." The servant replied politely with a smile. "No need. Please attend to my junior sister first." Cold Xiaofan retorted as he produced a purple crystal card to hand to the servant. The servant glanced at the purple card, eyes widening in surprise, and quickly said, "Esteemed guest, please follow me. There is a special VIP room over there." Cold Xiaofan beamed with satisfaction, casting a sidelong glance at Fang Mo. Fully aware of his esteemed status as a purple-level guest at the Star Sea Chamber, he then smiled at Chu Qian and said, "Junior Sister Chu, let us proceed to the VIP room." Before Chu Qian could respond, Fang Mo presented a black crystal card to the servant and calmly stated, "Please summon your supervisor." Cold Xiaofan scoffed at this, thinking, what is this rogue trying to do? Does he think he can summon the supervisor here? The servant scrutinized the black crystal card carefully, his expression turning shocked as he said to Fang Mo, "Esteemed guest, please hold on. I will fetch the supervisor at once." Without waiting for a reply, the servant hurried away. This scene caused Cold Xiaofan to furrow his brow, yet he remained silent. He had never seen such a black crystal card and was intrigued to see what this nameless rogue could possibly conjure. Meanwhile, Fang Mo maintained an air of calm composure. Soon after, a middle-aged man rushed over. "I am the supervisor of the chamber. May I inquire which esteemed guest this is?" The man raised the black crystal card respectfully. Cold Xiaofan's brows knitted tightly. This scenario seemed amiss, as he had never witnessed the supervisor of the Star Sea Chamber behaving so subserviently. "It is mine," Fang Mo replied coolly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged supervisor respectfully regarded Fang Mo. "Please, follow me. The VIP room is over there. By the way, here is your card. Please keep it safe." He handed the black crystal card back to Fang Mo. "I am also a VIP," Cold Xiaofan interjected, displaying his purple crystal card to the middle-aged supervisor. The middle-aged supervisor cast a fleeting glance at the purple crystal card in Lung Xiaofan's hand, offering a slight smile as he remarked, "In a moment, a dedicated attendant will escort you to the VIP room." With that, he respectfully accompanied Fang Mo and another individual toward the adjacent VIP chamber. Observing this, Lung Xiaofan's expression darkened. He had never received such personal attention from a supervisor of the Star Sea Commerce Association despite his status as a senior VIP. Who exactly is this person? Inside the opulent VIP room, the middle-aged supervisor addressed Fang Mo with utmost reverence, stating, "Young master, should you have any specific requests, I can notify the president and arrange for him to converse with you personally." Upon hearing this, even Chu Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. The president. The host can actually summon the president of the Star Sea Commerce Association for a meeting. At that moment, Chu Qian found herself at a loss to articulate the astonishment swelling within her, her gaze fixed intently on Fang Mo. No need to trouble the president. I simply require one item, Fang Mo replied nonchalantly. Please proceed. I need something capable of sealing space, blocking transmissions, and facilitating spatial teleportation. Chapter 151. The Duality Sealing Heaven Formation. My lord, there exists a formation that aligns with your requirements. The middle-aged supervisor began slowly. What formation? The Duality Sealing Heaven Formation. Duality Sealing Heaven Formation? Fang Mo murmured to himself. Indeed, this formation is of the 4th tier, capable of sealing off an entire realm. Within the confines of the formation, methods such as sound transmission and teleportation become ineffective, the supervisor explained in a hushed tone. Oh, it is actually a 4th tier formation. Fang Mo expressed his surprise. In the 10,000 Corpse sect, 3-tier formations were already considered the pinnacle. He had not anticipated that the Star Sea Merchant Association possessed 4th-tier formations as well. My lord, while the Duality Sealing Heaven formation is indeed a 4th-tier formation, it possesses certain peculiarities, the supervisor kindly cautioned. What peculiarities? A hint of curiosity flickered in Fang Mo's eyes. The primary material for this formation setup is the Void Secret Crystal, a remarkably rare gemstone. Additionally, the chaotic currents of the void are perilous, making acquisition quite challenging. And then, thus, procuring the Duality Sealing Heaven formation necessitates 5 million yuan stones. Price is not an issue. Fang Mo chuckled lightly. He had an abundance of yuan stones, and 5 million was a mere trifle. The supervisor forced a smile. My lord, this Duality Sealing Heaven formation is a one-time use formation. What? Fang Mo was taken aback, convinced he had misheard. Even Chu Qian, beside him, displayed a look of shock. 5 million yuan stones. And it's a one-time use? This is utterly absurd. Chu Qian exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. The middle-aged supervisor awkwardly reiterated, My lord, the Duality Sealing Heaven formation is indeed a one-time use. You are being unreasonable. This is nothing short of robbery. Chu Qian's tone was laced with fury. The supervisor smiled awkwardly, remaining silent. Are you suggesting that I cannot purchase just one of these formations? I need to buy in bulk? Fang Mo regarded the supervisor with an impassive expression. Yes, my lord. Do you think me a fool? As his words fell, a chilling aura of bloodlust enveloped the room. Please, my lord, temper your anger. The supervisor's face turned ashen, terror evident in his gaze. At that moment, the door to the VIP room swung open. My lord, the Duality Sealing Heaven formation is indeed a one-time use. A sultry voice announced as a beautiful woman clad in a lace garment gracefully entered. President. Upon seeing her, the middle-aged supervisor hastily bowed. You may leave, the woman said softly, seemingly unfazed by the ominous atmosphere in the room. Fang Mo narrowed his eyes, concealing his aura. Once the supervisor departed, the woman smiled warmly at Fang Mo, saying, My lord, I am the president of this merchant association, Luoyun City. Her voice was as enchanting as a songbird, captivating the heart. President Lu, a pleasure to meet you, Fang Mo replied nonchalantly. Upon observing Fang Mo's indifferent demeanor, Luoyun City bestowed a light chuckle and spoke. Young master, the 2 instruments Sealing Heaven formation is a 4th-tier array, and its engraving presents a considerable challenge. Given the scarcity of high-tier array masters, the formations crafted cannot be reused. They are single-use only. I hope you can understand. Fang Mo nodded slightly, and, after a moment's contemplation, inquired, aside from the 2 instruments Sealing Heaven formation, are there any other items capable of sealing space? None, Luoyun City replied, shaking her head ever so slightly, her expression tinged with regret. Very well. How many of the 2 instruments Sealing Heaven formations do you possess here? Fang Mo turned his gaze toward Luoyun City. 5, she responded, her lips parting delicately. I shall take them all, Fang Mo stated coolly. Luoyun City's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she remarked, as expected of a black card holder. Hee, I am truly curious from whom you acquired this black card. You need not know, Fang Mo retorted with an air of aloofness. Hee, I was merely jesting. We would never divulge our guest's privacy, Luoyun City said, summoning a servant and whispering a few instructions. Before long, the servant returned with an exquisite jade box, within which lay 5 neatly arranged array plates. Young master, here is the 2 instruments Sealing Heaven formation you requested, valued at 25 million stones. Luoyun indicated the elegant box, continuing, "However, as you are a top-tier VIP, you shall enjoy a 50% discount, thus you need only pay 12 million. Consider the remaining 500,000 a gift from me." She chuckled softly, her body swaying enticingly, captivating the gaze of those around her, including Chu Qian, who could not help but express a hint of envy in her beautiful eyes. Fang Mo, however, remained unfazed by such allure. He placed a storage ring upon the table, containing 12 million stones. Afterward, he collected the 5 array plates and turned to depart, with Chu Qian closely following. He, an intriguing little fellow. I wonder who had him reserved in advance. Luoyun mused, watching Fang Mo's retreating silhouette with contemplation. Upon exiting the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce, Chu Qian remained silent behind Fang Mo, her gaze fixated on his back, filled with a complex array of emotions. As Fang Mo grew increasingly powerful, he also became more enigmatic, instilling within Chu Qian a profound sense of crisis. The alluring matron, as the president of the Star Sea Chamber, had displayed interest in Fang Mo, amplifying her fears of being cast aside as a burden one day. If that day were to come, she would rather perish. "No, I refuse to leave my master. I must grow stronger." Determination ignited once more in her beautiful eyes. At that moment, Fang Mo suddenly halted and turned to say, "You may return now." Chu Qian paused, bewildered, yet obediently began to depart. Fang Mo, his expression unchanged, proceeded in the opposite direction. 3 hours later, outside Tianjin City, amidst a grove of jagged stones, Fang Mo halted deep within the thicket, a place where he had recently eradicated Song Shi. "You truly are relentless, having followed me for so long," Fang Mo remarked coolly. As his words faded, a solitary and proud figure materialized a short distance behind him. Fang Mo slowly turned, gazing at the sword enthusiast, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. "Who exactly are you?" the sword enthusiast demanded, his eyes glinting with a fierce sword intent. "I have already told you, my name is Invincible. We have never met." Fang Mo replied with a tone laced in mockery. "Impossible." The sword enthusiast's gaze turned icy, fixated on Fang Mo. "If we had never crossed paths, my sword heart would not tremble so violently upon encountering you. We have undoubtedly met before, and you are perilous." As he spoke, the sword enthusiast tightened his grip on the long sword cradled in his arms. "Sword heart? Heh, it truly is a fine blade." Fang Mo paused, casting a glance at the long sword in the sword enthusiast's possession before continuing. "However, I do not favor it." Chapter 152, The Fall of the Sword Enthusiast of Faint. Almost imperceptible scent of blood emanated from Fang Mo, gradually diffusing into the surroundings. The sword enthusiast caught a whiff, and his memories surged forth like a tide. "It is you," he exclaimed, his pupils dilating in shock. He could never forget this aura, the enigmatic demon cultivator from the secret realm of Xingxia Mountain. He had barely escaped with his life, relying solely on a spatial scroll to flee. "Do you know, an excessive curiosity is not a virtue," Fang Mo intoned softly. The sword enthusiast appeared oblivious to the words. His gaze was fixed intently on Fang Mo, his entire being brimming with sword energy and a fervent will to fight. If it had not been for his depleted vitality during their last encounter in the secret realm, he would not have been forced into such a precarious escape. This matter had lodged itself like a thorn in his throat. Since returning from the secret realm, the sword enthusiast had immersed himself even deeper into the path of the sword, dedicating himself to training, all to avenge his previous humiliation. Finally, a month ago, he had broken through to the Yuan Master Realm. Now, the mysterious demon cultivator stood before him once again. How could this not ignite a fervor within the sword enthusiast? This battle was what he had long awaited. "I have waited for you for a long time," the sword enthusiast said, slowly raising his long sword, pointing it at Fang Mo. "Today, I shall slay you beneath my blade, affirming my path of the sword." As his words fell, the air trembled, and the sword energy buzzed ominously. The atmosphere was thick with potent sword intent. "I believe you still do not comprehend my meaning," Fang Mo replied, casting a calm glance at the fervent sword enthusiast. With a mere look, the sword enthusiast felt as if struck by lightning. His sword intent shattered in an instant, and the sword in his grasp quivered violently, emitting mournful wails. With a gasp, the sword enthusiast could no longer withstand the pressure and spat out a mouthful of blood. "You, how? Is this possible? A look of shock finally broke through the sword enthusiast's typically expressionless face. A single glance had unraveled his sword intent, rendering him on the brink of severe injury. How could he be so powerful? During the Secret Realm expedition, he had merely been at the 9th level of the Yuan Spirit Realm, while he had now transcended to the Yuan Master Realm. Though he was only at the 1st level of the Yuan Master Realm, his mastery of the sword should allow him to contend with those at the 3rd level. Yet before this enigmatic demon cultivator, he found himself unable to withstand even a glance. This realization was almost unbearable for the sword enthusiast. He had always held a profound confidence in his own talents, be it in cultivation or the sword, fearing no one. But now, he was engulfed in confusion. Fang Mo slowly approached the sword enthusiast, towering above him as he sat on the ground. "Do you now understand my meaning?" he asked softly. "How could you have become so strong? Who exactly are you?" The sword enthusiast gazed at Fang Mo, a chaotic mix of emotions swirling within him. If he considered himself a genius, then what was this person before him? A prodigy? Fang Mo chose not to answer the question, but instead surveyed the surroundings, saying, "Do you know, not long ago, someone named Song Shi met his demise right at this very spot." "Song Shi? You killed Song Shi?" The sword enthusiast's pupils quivered slightly. The Heavenly Sword Sect had been searching for Song Shi for a month without any clues, ultimately having to declare him missing. It was unexpected that Song Shi had been slain by the mysterious demonic cultivator before him, and right under the noses of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The sect would now be deprived of another prodigy, a prodigious disciple at the Yuan level, which was quite amusing to contemplate. Fang Mo gazed at the sword enthusiast, a trace of a sinister smile gracing his lips. "You rejoiced too soon, Jinha," the sword enthusiast retorted sharply. In an instant, the long sword in his hand surged with brilliant light, radiating an overwhelming sword intent that soared into the heavens. The next moment, the sword's brilliance fused into the sword enthusiast's body. With a resonant hum, a deep sword cry echoed from within him. The sword enthusiast rose slowly, expressionless, his entire being resembling a sharp sword, radiating a formidable sword intent. Observing this, Fang Mo chuckled softly. "Heh, the unity of man and sword? Yet, it is of little consequence." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Mo flicked his fingers lightly. Thud, 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 for streams of blood shot through the sword enthusiast's limbs. "Ah!" The sword enthusiast screamed in agony, collapsing to his knees. "Regretful?" Fang Mo inquired, regarding the disheveled sword enthusiast with indifference. I do not regret it, no. But the sword enthusiast's trembling voice faltered momentarily as he struggled to meet Fang Mo's gaze. "But before I die, could you tell me who you truly are?" Fang Mo considered the sword enthusiast's almost pleading look. "My name is Fang Mo, Fang Mo." The sword enthusiast furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with the name. Unfamiliar? No matter. Fang Mo smiled faintly, then slowly extended his arms. "Soon, the entire cultivation world will tremble at the sound of this name, and you shall not witness that day." Meanwhile, in a luxurious courtyard within Heavenly Sword City, "Damn rogue cultivator." Lung Xiaofan's face was grim, his tone filled with fury. A nameless rogue cultivator had not only captured the attention of the Heavenly Sword Sect's stunning goddess, but had also caused him great embarrassment within the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce. "Young mistress, do not be angry. Here, open your mouth. Yuner will feed you a grape." A beautiful disciple from the Ice Snow Palace gently placed a grape into Lung Xiaofan's mouth. "Not at all. Send someone to investigate this invincible rogue. I want to see what background he possesses." Lung Xiaofan's anger remained unabated. "Young mistress, he is merely a rogue cultivator. Even if he has a background, can it compare to our Ice Snow Palace?" The female disciple said, peeling another grape and feeding it to Lung Xiaofan. You are right. Then let us directly send someone to teach him a lesson." "Young mistress, are you not interested in that Chu Qian?" "Indeed, what of it?" Lung Xiaofan looked at the female disciple with a hint of confusion. "Young master, it would be more prudent to directly eliminate that rogue cultivator." "Do you truly believe that Sister Chu Qian would still harbor affections for a cripple?" The female disciple's calm voice bore a hint of coldness. "Indeed. What an excellent suggestion. Let us proceed with it." At that moment, a noble and aloof woman appeared in the courtyard. "Master." The female disciple bowed respectfully to Feng Lianxing. "Stand down." Feng Lianxing cast a glance at the flustered disciple, her crimson lips parting slightly. "Yes, The disciple hurriedly retreated. Fanner, this is not the ice and snow palace. You must exercise restraint. Feng Lianxing regarded Lung Xiaofan with a mixture of exasperation and disappointment. Understood, aunt. There are no outsiders present in this courtyard. Lung Xiaofan gazed at Feng Lianxing with a pitiful expression. Sigh. Feng Lianxing shook her head gently, letting out a soft sigh. Lung Xiaofan was the biological son of Lung Yu, the master of the Ice and Snow Palace, and since the establishment of the sect, the palace's regulations dictated that the master must remain chaste. Otherwise, they would be cast into the cold Yin cave and suffer eternal punishment. To avoid discovery, Lung Xiaofan had to be secretly raised within the Ice and Snow Palace, falsely presented to the outside world as Feng Lianxing's personal disciple. The female disciples of the Ice and Snow Palace were utterly loyal to the two masters, eliminating concerns about secrets being divulged. Feeling indebted to Lung Xiaofan, Lung Yu, as the palace master, indulged him greatly, while Feng Lianxing, having watched him grow up, similarly dotes on him. Even when Lung Xiaofan transgresses palace rules, both masters turn a blind eye, relying on his status among the female disciples of the Ice and Snow Palace. Aunt, I would like to borrow Sister Ling for a moment. Chapter 153, Wu's Offering. What do you wish to do? Feng Lianxing furrowed her delicate brows. Ling Yu was specifically assigned to covertly protect Lung Xiaofan, possessing a cultivation level of the 4th realm of the Yuan stage. She rarely made appearances and was not subject to Lung Xiaofan's authority, responding directly to the two palace masters. Aunt, I merely wish for senior sister Ling Yu to incapacitate someone, Lung Xiaofan said nonchalantly. Incapacitate someone? What is going on? Speak. Feng Lianxing's tone was somewhat stern. If this were at the Ice and Snow Palace, it might be acceptable, but here at the Heavenly Sword Sect, should Lung Xiaofan violate any of their taboos, it could adversely affect the relationship between the two sections. Lung Xiaofan glanced at Feng Lianxing's expression, shrugged, and said, All right, here is the situation. He recounted the events in detail. After listening to Lung Xiaofan, Feng Lianxing shot him an exasperated glare. Are you foolish? Why are you so impatient? That Chu Qian will soon return with us to the Ice and Snow Palace. You will have plenty of opportunities later. Do you fear she might escape? Ah, how did I not consider that? You are right, aunt. Lung Xiaofan displayed a look of realization. However, Chu Qian is a profound ice jade body, immensely significant to our Ice and Snow Palace. You must not act against her until she has broken through to the Yuan stage. Otherwise, even your mother would not spare you. Feng Lianxing regarded Lung Xiaofan with a solemn expression. Understood, understood. As for that invincible one, merely a rogue cultivator. If he is incapacitated, so be it. Feng Lianxing concluded, glancing toward a certain area of the courtyard. Ling Yu, present. A young woman emanating a chilling aura stepped forth from the shadows. You heard everything just now, did you? Yes. Go ahead. Understood, Palace Master. Ling Yu transformed into a flurry of ice crystals and vanished. Lung Xiaofan observed the disappearing Ling Yu, a trace of satisfaction gracing his features. Meanwhile, in Sifang City, 3 figures cloaked in black stood before the entrance of Yudon Workshop. The leader was an elderly man with a grim countenance, while the 2 behind him were shrouded in their robes, rendering their features indistinguishable. The elderly man coldly glanced at the massive signboard before entering the establishment in silence. Sensing the terrifying aura of death emanating from the trio, the surrounding crowd grew alarmed, hastily parting to create a path. Once the 3 entered the shop, whispers erupted among the onlookers. Who are these 3? Their aura is so fearsome. Hush, keep your voice down. Such a potent aura of death could only belong to the 10,000 Corpses sect. The 10,000 Corpses sect. No wonder they look like the Walking Dead. Lower your voice. Are you seeking death? Inside Yudon Workshop, the grim elder slowly surveyed his surroundings and expressionlessly addressed a servant. Summon Wu Mo and inform him that the 10,000 Corpses sect is paying a visit. The servant, sensing the ill intent of the visitors, was startled yet maintained a smile as he replied, I'm afraid my master has stated he is not receiving guests at the moment. Please return. I instructed you to relay the message. Do you not comprehend? The sinister elder cast a cold glance at the attendant, who, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, turned pale and trembled uncontrollably. As the attendant stood in a state of anxious trepidation, a calm voice emanated from the 2nd floor. The revered Wan Shizong has graced us with its presence. Why trouble a mere servant? Please ascend. Upon hearing this, the elder's gaze sharpened as he directed his attention to the second floor, his expression darkening as he ascended. In the elegantly adorned room, Wu Mo, clad in a gray robe, sat composedly at the table, sipping tea. Noticing the arrival of the three, he gently set down his teacup and spoke. Did not Wan Shizong visit a few days ago and partake of one of my elixirs? What is this? Do you find my concoctions so potent that you wish for more? Wu Mo's eyes glimmered with playful mockery as he regarded the trio. At his words, the two figures in black robes behind the elder involuntarily shuddered. The elder, with a chilling stare fixed on Wu Mo, coldly warned, Wu Mo, do not flaunt your verbal prowess. Consider carefully whether you truly wish to oppose Wan Shizong. Indeed, and so what? Wu Mo replied lightly, lifting his teacup with nonchalance. Wu Mo, do not presume that being a third-tier alchemist grants you any significance. Our sect can extinguish your existence at any moment, and even Lei Xingyu would be unable to save you. The elder's voice dripped with menace. Wu Mo raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly, like last time, perhaps? I believe you shall be disappointed. As his words fell, a powerful wave of energy surged through the room. In the midst of the elder's bewilderment, Wu Mo continued. This is a fourth-tier formation, the 10 Directions Locking Yuan Array, which I recently acquired at great expense from the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce. Within this formation, cultivators below the Yuan Master Realm are unable to wield their energies. Although activating it requires a substantial amount of Yuan stones, as a third-tier alchemist, I am never lacking in them. Wu Mo smiled benignly at the three. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that his own Yuan power had indeed been rendered unusable. This is a spatial scroll, also purchased at a hefty price. Wu Mo remarked as he produced an ancient scroll from his robe, waving it before the elder, the scroll pulsating with potent spatial energy. Alas, it seems I cannot complain about the abundance of Yuan stones. Wu Mo sighed with a hint of feigned regret. The elder's countenance fluctuated between uncertainty and rage as he regarded Wu Mo. Do not grow complacent, Wu Mo. Unless you intend to remain a timid turtle for the rest of your days, confined within this square city, otherwise, With a derisive laugh, the elder concluded his warning. Oh, who is this? Such bravado, daring to threaten Master Wu the alchemist? As the words echoed, the door swung open. A fragrant breeze wafting in, and a captivating woman gracefully entered. It was none other than Qiu Yurong from the Mixin Valley. Mixin Valley? The elder narrowed his eyes as he observed Qiu Yurong's entrance. She was adorned in a flowing red gauze gown, the hem revealing a daring slit that reached her waist. As she moved, her long, flawless legs were on full display, a vision of beauty that ignited an insatiable yearning in those who beheld her. Ah, so it is the 10,000 Corpses sect. I had thought it was some audacious fool. Qiu Yurong chuckled softly, covering her mouth. What do you mean by that? The sinister elder glared at Qiu Yurong with a dark expression. It is of no particular significance. I merely wish to inform you that Master Wu Dan has now assumed the esteemed position of a venerable elder in our Mixin Valley. Anyone who wishes to harm Master Wu shall find themselves at odds with Mixin Valley. Qiu Yurong's tone turned increasingly frosty. You in Mixin Valley must contemplate this carefully. A glint of cold light flashed in the elderess' eyes. Do you have any further matters to discuss? If not, please do not disturb Elder Wu. The elder's face turned ashen as he glared at Qiu Yurong. Unfazed, Qiu Yurong maintained a playful smile as she met his gaze. After a prolonged silence, the elder huffed coldly and turned to leave. Wu Mo watched the retreating figures of the trio with a stoic expression. Several days prior, he had approached Mixin Valley and agreed to become its venerable elder, with the stipulation that Mixin Valley would shield him from the threats posed by the 10,000 Corpses sect. Naturally, this decision was also at Fang Mo's behest. Chapter 154. The collapse of Lingyu. In the tranquil courtyard of Tianjin City, Fang Mo was calmly playing with the little blood creature. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared, revealing the long-absent Xiaoxiong. Master, Xiaoxiong said with a respectful demeanor. What is it? Fang Mo inquired, not lifting his gaze, his tone nonchalant. Master, Ding Jinshan has already entered the 5 Poison Marsh, where the 5 Poison Rakshasa resides, with his men. We need only wait a few more days in Tianjin City. I believe news will arrive soon, Xiaoxiong responded softly. Just a few more days. Fang Mo murmured, his brow slightly furrowing. After pondering for a moment, he continued, "There is no need to wait any longer. I have already slain Jian Qi. To be cautious, we should leave Tianjin City as soon as possible." Understood. Xia Xiong was taken aback by the news. Jian Qi was a renowned sword genius of the Tianjin sect, his reputation illustrious, and it was surprising that he had fallen at the hands of his master. This would likely be a significant blow to the Tianjin sect. "Have you broken through to the Yuanzhi realm?" Fang Mo asked, picking up a teacup from the table and taking a delicate sip. "Yes, master. I just achieved my breakthrough a few days ago," Xia Xiong replied, his expression growing increasingly respectful. He understood that with his own aptitude, it might take a lifetime to reach the Yuanzhi realm. Yet, in just a few short months, he had attained this level. A speed of advancement that would make him a prodigy among the 5 major sections. Such a feat was something he had never dared to dream of before. But Xia Xiong knew all too well that all of this was thanks to the man before him. Indeed, the stronger one becomes, the greater the chance of survival in the future. Fang Mo remarked indifferently, "I am willing to serve you until death," Xia Xiong declared, kneeling on one knee with a solemn expression. Fang Mo's gaze remained indifferent as he did not respond, merely taking another sip of tea. Suddenly, Fang Mo raised an eyebrow. Looking at the teacup in his hand, he noticed that the tea was visibly freezing at an alarming rate. Sensing something amiss, he slowly lifted his gaze to see countless ice crystals floating in the courtyard, the chill penetrating to the bone. The ground was also coated with a thin layer of frost, making it feel as though one were in a land of ice and snow. While Fang Mo maintained his usual calm demeanor, Xia Xiong appeared pale, his internal energy surging as he struggled against the frigid air. At that moment, a graceful woman in white stepped into the courtyard. Her skin was as white as snow, her face as cold as ice, radiating an aura of bone-chilling coldness. Wherever she passed, the tiny ice crystals in the air scattered. "The Ice Snow Palace," Fang Mo said, gently placing the teacup down and calmly gazing at the woman in white. "Are you the one they call invincible?" Ling Yu asked as she scrutinized Fang Mo, her eyes narrowing slightly. This rogue cultivator named Invincible was able to withstand her frost domain, indicating he possessed some level of power. Fang Mo smiled faintly and countered, "Did the cold-hearted Xianfan send you? To offend my Ice Snow Palace is a grave sin punishable by death. However, out of the palace master's mercy, if you now forfeit your cultivation, I shall spare your life," Ling Yu declared, her voice as cold as ice. "Heh, the palace of ice and snow. No wonder Pei Kuan warned me not to provoke them lightly. Truly troublesome." Fang Mo chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly. "You seek death." Ling Yu's gaze turned frosty at the sight. "Dare to disrespect the master? Cut him down." Not far away, Xia Xiong's face twisted in rage as he bellowed and swung his blade towards Ling Yu. "Humph." Ling Yu cast a sidelong glance at Xia Xiong, snorting coldly. In the next moment, countless ice crystals, gleaming with a chilling radiance, shot towards Xia Xiong. Clang, clang, clang. A blood-red barrier suddenly appeared before Xia Xiong, the sharp ice crystals colliding with it as if striking against ancient iron, falling away in defeat. Ling Yu's pupils constricted, revealing a hint of astonishment. What was that blood-red barrier? A Yuan artifact? It could withstand her attack. After all, she was a 4th-tier Yuan master, and even a casual strike should be beyond the endurance of a 1st-tier Yuan practitioner. TSK, the Palace of Ice and Snow is truly tyrannical. Fang Mo observed Ling Yu with a teasing glint in his eyes. Ling Yu's expression turned frigid as she glared at Fang Mo. "Since you are so intent on courting death, I shall oblige." As her voice fell, an overwhelming chill surged forth from Ling Yu's body. Fang Mo regarded her with indifference. "Enough. I do not wish to attract the attention of the Heavenly Sword Sect so soon." As his words echoed, the entire courtyard was enveloped in an oppressive aura. Ling Yu looked at Fang Mo with a trace of fear. Her icy aura was forcefully suppressed within her body, unable to circulate. "Suppressing me? Damn. This invincible cultivation exceeds my expectations." She could not comprehend how Lung Xiaofan could have drawn such a terrifying individual. Wasn't he merely a minor rogue cultivator? Before she could recover from her shock, her limbs were ensnared tightly by 4 menacing, blood-red tentacles. "Why you? Don't come any closer." Ling Yu's expression turned frantic as she beheld Fang Mo advancing toward her. I must admit, while the women of the Palace of Ice and Snow are exceedingly arrogant, they are not without merit. Fang Mo observed the coldly beautiful woman before him with a hint of mockery. For instance, your skin, indeed. A testament to your frost-enhancing techniques. With that, Fang Mo raised a hand and gently caressed Ling Yu's delicate face. The touch was cool, smooth, and exquisite. It was truly a delightful sensation. Bastard! I am a disciple of the Palace of Ice and Snow. How dare you? Ling Yu's voice was shrill. Her face slightly flushed. Throughout her cultivation, she had never been touched by a man in such a manner. To her, it was an insult, more unbearable than death itself. The Palace of Ice and Snow will not let you go. You despicable bastard. Ling Yu cried out in a frenzied manner. Noise, quiet down. Fang Mo frowned slightly. You can either kill me now, or I swear I will ensure your dismemberment. Ling Yu glared at Fang Mo with a fierce hatred. I can fulfill your wish. But first, you must answer a few questions for me. Fang Mo regarded Ling Yu with an indifferent gaze. Humph. Ling Yu coldly turned her head away. How intriguing. I have a penchant for women who embody such unwavering defiance. Fang Mo's lips curled into a smirk as he flicked his finger. With a rustle, Ling Yu's garments transformed into a cascade of petals. Ling Yu was momentarily stunned, her mind rendered blank. In the next instant, a shriek escaped her lips, tinged with desperation. Hush! Remain silent, or I cannot guarantee what may transpire next, Fang Mo said with an indifferent gaze, his voice barely above a whisper. Ling Yu, upon hearing this, fell silent, her expression one of sheer terror as she regarded Fang Mo. At that moment, he appeared to her as a demon cloaked in human skin. What is your position within the Ice and Snow Palace? I am the personal attendant of the young master, she stammered. Young master? Fang Mo's tone bore a hint of skepticism. It was only then that Ling Yu realized she had inadvertently revealed too much and hastily sealed her lips. Speak. Fang Mo commanded coldly. As the chill of his gaze pierced through her, recalling his earlier words, Ling Yu trembled uncontrollably. Yet, she understood all too well that disclosing the secret would surely lead to her execution by the palace master. Just as turmoil raged within her heart, Fang Mo inquired, Do you hesitate to speak? His icy eyes swept over her form. I will tell you. I will tell you, Ling Yu exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she gazed at Fang Mo cold. Cold Xiaofan is actually the son of the palace master. Chapter 155. The agitated Ding Jinshan. Upon hearing Ling Yu's account, a profound smile crept onto Fang Mo's face. How intriguing it was that the master of the Ice and Snow Palace had an illegitimate child. If such explosive news were to escape into the world, it would undoubtedly create a sensation, and even the position of the palace master would be perilously threatened. Can you let me go now? Ling Yu's face flushed with humiliation. Stripped bare, she had to endure the indignity of responding to Fang Mo's queries, her shame and fury pushing her to the brink of despair. From a young age, she had been exceptionally gifted, hailed as the pride of the Ice and Snow Palace, and had never before faced such disgrace. With this thought, Ling Yu silently vowed that, at all costs, she would one day take revenge on the man before her. When did I ever say I would release you? Fang Mo replied, somewhat astonished. Do you want to return with the Ice and Snow Palace members to kill me? 2 days later, in the square of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a group of ethereal female cultivators from the Ice and Snow Palace stood poised, led by the veiled Feng Lianxing, flanked by Lung Xiaofan and Chu Qian. The sight of so many enchanting beauties created an alluring tableau, captivating numerous disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Indeed, the Ice and Snow Palace is remarkable. Every disciple is a beauty, one disciple remarked. Look at those figures, those graceful curves, akin to beguiling serpents. How I long to embrace one, to cherish her. Dream on. Do you not sense the frigid aura surrounding those Ice and Snow Palace disciples? They are the epitome of icy beauty, and the palace has always shunned male attention. What a pity. Huh. These female disciples of the Ice and Snow Palace are merely ordinary. Our sword flower, Chu Qian, is the fairest of them all. Indeed. In comparison, the disciples from the Ice and Snow Palace appear rather dim. Alas, after today, the Heavenly Sword Sect will lose a flower of the sword. The hushed whispers of the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples only intensified the chilling presence of the female cultivators from the Ice and Snow Palace. Where is senior sister Ling? Lung Xiaofan queried, gazing into the distance with a puzzled expression. Beside him, Feng Lianxing remained silent, her gaze downcast. Moments later, a graceful figure appeared, drawing the attention of the crowd. Senior sister Ling has arrived. Lung Xiaofan exclaimed softly, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He was eager to discover what means Ling Yu had employed to incapacitate that formidable opponent. Yet, he failed to notice that Ling Yu's gait seemed somewhat awkward. Ling Yu, what is wrong with your leg? Feng Lianxing inquired, her brow furrowing in concern. Palace Master, it's nothing. I encountered some issues during my training yesterday, and a few of my meridians were frostbitten. I shall recover in a few days, Ling Yu replied, a flicker of panic in her eyes. Have the matters been resolved? Feng Lianxing asked. Yes, Palace Master, it has been taken care of, Ling Yu responded in a hushed tone. Very well, let us return to the sect, Feng Lianxing declared as she stepped onto the flying vessel first. Ling Yu gazed at the silhouette of Feng Lianxing, exhaling softly, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Half a month later, news of the elder Ding Jianshan of the Tianjian sect and the reclusive demon, the 5 poisons Rakshasa, both grievously wounded, spread throughout the cultivation world. Within the Tianjian sect, at Elder Peak, a middle-aged man with a pallid complexion sat cross-legged on the ground, his vital energy surging and sword chi swirling around him. Suddenly, a flicker of agony crossed his face as his eyes widened in shock. Moments later, he expelled a mouthful of black blood, which, upon striking the ground, emitted a hissing sound, swiftly corroding the earth into a deep pit. With a sigh, Ding Jianshan felt his complexion gradually regain its color. The 5 poisons Rakshasa. He cast a cold glance at the black blood on the ground. Although the Rakshasa's cultivation was inferior to his own, its poisons were exceedingly treacherous and unpredictable. Moreover, their battle had taken place within the Rakshasa's lair, the 5 poisons swamp. Had he not withdrawn in time, he might have perished within its depths. Nevertheless, the Rakshasa had not fared well either, having suffered 3 of his sword strikes. Just as Ding Jianshan prepared to close his eyes to meditate once more, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Father, a statuesque woman with an enchanting visage entered, the very embodiment of grace. It was Ding Ningxin. My dear daughter, what brings you here? Ding Jianshan regarded her with fondness. Father, I heard you were injured. Are you feeling better? Ding Ningxin's voice brimmed with concern. Yes, I am fine now, he replied with a gentle smile. That's a relief. Father, I have something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? He inquired. I intend to become a Dao partner with junior brother Fang Long in Luoyun City. What? Ding Jianshan's expression shifted dramatically. Please repeat that. I intend to become a Dao partner with junior brother Fang Long in Luoyun City, Ding Ningxin spoke calmly. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. Ding Jianshan's face darkened as he glared at her. I have always opposed your relationship with that Fang Long. He has no background, no talent, a mere trifling figure. Father, junior brother Fang Long is not as incompetent as you claim. He genuinely cares for me, and he has already reached the 8th level of the Yuanling realm. Ding Ningxin countered. Does he? How shameless. The 8th level of Yuanling? Huh. Is that not simply a result of you forcibly augmenting him with medicinal pills? Ding Jianshan retorted. For the past 2 years, if you haven't gone too far, I could turn a blind eye. But now you wish to bind yourself to him? I vehemently oppose it. I will never allow my daughter to marry a mere pretty boy. Ding Jianshan's voice rose in fury, his face flushed with indignation. Ding Ningxin cast a complex look at her father, slowly replying, Father, I have already made my decision. You dare? Ding Jianshan's eyes blazed with anger. The surrounding space warping as the sword chi buzzed ominously, clearly indicating his struggle to contain his rage. Father, if you disagree, I shall perish before your eyes. Ding Ningxin spoke with an air of calm detachment. You. Ding Jianshan gazed at his daughter in disbelief. Unable to comprehend how the obedient girl he had cherished since childhood could utter such outrageous words for the sake of a man named Fang Long. As he stared at Ding Jianshan, who appeared frozen in shock, a flicker of pain crossed Ding Ningxin's eyes. Father, please take care of yourself. With those words, she turned to leave. If you dare to unite with Fang Long, I shall sever our father-daughter ties. Ding Jianshan bellowed in fury. Upon hearing this, Ding Ningxin paused, her face contorted with anguish. In the next moment, her figure vanished beyond the palace doors. Poof! Ding Jianshan, overwhelmed by rage, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 156, A City Revisited. Qingshui City, a small territory under the jurisdiction of Luoyun City, one of the 7 cities of the Tianjian sect, is comparable in size to Yeyang City and is home to several minor cultivation families. At this moment, Within a tavern in the city, a young gentleman clad in white, resembling fresh snow, sat by the window, drinking alone, his gaze indifferent as he observed the bustling crowd outside. A bald man hurriedly approached the young gentleman and whispered, "Master, the news has arrived. Ding Jinshan and the 5 poison Rakshasa have both suffered heavy losses. Moreover, it is said that the 5 poison Rakshasa is inviting other hidden demonic cultivators to gather at the 5 poison marsh, seemingly preparing to unite against the Tianjin sect." The 5 poison marsh? A union? This 5 poison Rakshasa has truly provided me with an unexpected delight, Fang Mo remarked, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Let the Tianjin sect be further thrown into chaos. You may proceed to arrange the formation. Fang Mo slowly set down his wine cup. Yes. Xia Xiong promptly departed. Fang Mo's indifferent gaze lingered on the throng of people outside, lost in contemplation. Candied hawthorn. Sweet and crispy. A vendor's call broke through Fang Mo's musings. He glanced at the figure selling candied hawthorn outside, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. Soon after, he rose to leave. Candied hawthorn, sweet and crispy. An elderly man, dressed simply, staggered under the weight of a stand filled with candied hawthorn. "1 string of candied hawthorn for me," a clear voice rang out behind him. The old man turned slowly to find a young gentleman in white smiling at him. "Young master, would you like a string of candied hawthorn?" The old man inquired. "Yes, 1 string, please." Fang Mo nodded slightly. The old man's eyes brightened, and he quickly plucked a string of candied hawthorn to hand to Fang Mo. "Young master, please take this. It's 5 coins." Fang Mo hesitated for a moment, then produced a piece of yuan stone and offered it to the old man. This is a yuan stone." The old man's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the crystal in his hand. Yuan stones are typically used only by the wealthy, and for an ordinary person like him, encountering one is a rare occurrence. Most importantly, the value of a yuan stone could comfortably sustain him for an entire year. "Young master, this is too precious." The old man began to refuse, but Fang Mo had already turned to leave. Thank you, young master." The old man bowed repeatedly in gratitude at Fang Mo's retreating figure. An hour later, Fang Mo stood atop the Ziyun shuttle, holding a stick of candied hawthorn, gazing indifferently at the Qingshui city below. "Master, the formation has been successfully arranged." Xia Xiong's respectful voice came from behind. "Then let us begin," Fang Mo said softly, taking a final bite of the candied hawthorn before casually discarding the stick. With practiced ease, he drew a blood-red pattern in the air. Immediately, colossal beams of light shot up from Qingshui city, piercing the heavens. The magnificent spectacle instantly left the inhabitants of Qingshui city in utter astonishment. "Look, what a colossal pillar of light. How grand it is. Brother, come out and see. My lord, come and witness the 4 pillars of light in the sky. Such a powerful surge of elemental energy. Quickly, investigate the source of these 4 beams emanating from the city." This was a divine phenomenon. Many people in the city had already fallen to their knees, their faces awash with reverence. Fang Mo observed everything with an impassive gaze, unaffected by the spectacle. Since awakening in the realm of inheritance, he had relinquished all choices. His sole path was to grow stronger by any means necessary. Otherwise, like those below, he would find his life at the mercy of others, helplessly awaiting death. As the 4 light pillars spun rapidly, the myriad gasps of awe transformed into countless cries of despair. "Help! Brother! Save me! Ah! My body! Run!" Xia Xiong gazed at the hellish scene below, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. Though he had also been present during the last sacrificial event in Luoyun City that had occurred under the veil of night, only the echoes of countless wails had reached him. Now, in the light of day, the nightmarish tableau struck directly at his heart. "Do you find it cruel?" Fang Mo spoke calmly. "No, not at all, my lord." Xia Xiong trembled. "Survival of the fittest is the immutable law of nature," Fang Mo continued slowly. "If you lack strength, then suppress your pitiful compassion, otherwise, you too shall meet their fate." With that, Fang Mo gestured towards the chaos in Qingshui city. "Yes, my lord," Xia Xiong replied solemnly. As their conversation unfolded, the 4 mighty pillars gradually transformed into blood-red beams, while the crimson patterns above expanded swiftly, enveloping the entire Qingshui city. The sky was stained with an endless hue of blood. "Look, what is happening?" A white-clad cultivator pointed towards the blood-red horizon, addressing his companion. "The sky is drenched in red. It could be an ominous sign," the companion replied. "But it might also herald a tremendous opportunity. Come, let us investigate." With that, the two sped towards the direction of the ominous crimson glow. As they drew nearer to the boundless blood-red expanse, a terrifying figure suddenly blocked their path. This being bore a grotesque visage, with a single eye drooping from its face, and more horrifying still, that eye was darting about erratically. A reanimated corpse. The white-clad cultivator shrieked in terror. In the next moment, his head exploded like a watermelon. Roar! The monstrous creature lunged at the companion of the white-clad cultivator. Meanwhile, the wails within Shui City began to fade, leaving countless lifeless bodies sprawled across the streets. "It was your turn to enter the fray." As he spoke, Fang Mo cast Little Blood downwards. Hiss! Roar! Little Blood's body swelled against the wind, transforming mid-air into a colossal serpent measuring 10 meters in length, its blood-red wings fully unfurled. Moments later, Little Blood descended upon the city, its jaws agape like an abyss, emanating a terrifying force of suction. The surrounding corpses were swiftly drawn into its gaping maw. After a brief interval, the blood essence pill took shape in the sky, exuding an intensely rich aura of blood. With a swift motion, Fang Mo grasped the blood essence pill, which materialized in his hand. A satisfied expression graced his face as he regarded the pill. Meanwhile, Little Blood had finished its feast, flapping its bloodied wings as it soared towards Fang Mo. Shortly thereafter, the purple cloud dart transformed into a streak of violet light, vanishing beyond the horizon. In its wake, Shui City had been reduced to a desolate ruin, a city of broken walls and shattered remains. Chapter 157. Exorcising Demons and Upholding Justice in the Elder Hall of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The atmosphere was tense. "Repeat that." The Grand Elder, Bai Hong, fixed a piercing gaze upon the figure of Gu Xian before him. "Grand Elder, the sword enthusiast has been missing for several days." Gu Xian replied cautiously. His head bowed. "Missing again? Not long ago, Song Shi vanished, and now the sword enthusiast has also disappeared." Bai Hong's expression remained cold as he regarded Gu Xian. "Two of our sect's most exceptional talents are now unaccounted for. What use is your position as the enforcement elder?" Without warning, a terrifying sword aura surged forth, striking Gu Xian with tremendous force. PFF. He spat out blood and was sent careening backwards. Bai Hong coldly observed Gu Xian, who lay on the ground in disarray, his silence palpable. In just a month, 2 of the top 10 prodigies on the sword ranking had perished, and 2 more had gone missing, resulting in a catastrophic loss for the Heavenly Sword Sect. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. "Grand Elder, there's been an incident." A disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect rushed in, panic etched on his face. Upon seeing Gu Xian's pitiful state, he hesitated momentarily. "What has caused such alarm?" Bai Hong inquired, his brows furrowing slightly. The disciple snapped back to reality, stammering, "Grand Elder, over 100,000 people in Shui City have vanished without a trace. It has become a veritable, empty city." A hint of fear laced his words. "What?" Bai Hong sprang to his feet, his expression one of disbelief. Gu Xian's face mirrored his shock. Shui City has also turned into a desolate wasteland. Bai Hong scrutinized the disciple, enunciating each word. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. Just days prior, Ding Jianshan had battled fiercely against the 5 poison ghosts, and now, another city had succumbed to desolation? "Why yes, Grand Elder, it is absolutely true," the disciple stammered. His complexion ashen. Bai Hong's face darkened, his silence heavy. An intangible aura of dread permeated the air, rendering the great hall eerily quiet, save for the disciple's labored breathing. After a prolonged silence, Bai Hong finally spoke. "You may leave now." "Why yes." The disciple, as if granted a reprieve, hastily wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exited quickly. "It seems our sect's swords have gathered too much dust. Those practitioners of the dark arts have forgotten what true fear is." Bai Hong's tone was somber as he continued. Soon, a shocking proclamation from the Heavenly Sword Sect reverberated throughout the realm. Due to the heinous acts of certain demonic cultivators, who had ruthlessly slaughtered 2 cities within the sect's territory, inciting outrage among both mortals and deities, the Heavenly Sword Sect resolved to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. Henceforth, they would devote all efforts to annihilating all rogue practitioners of the dark arts. Upon the announcement, Chaos erupted among the ranks of rogue cultivators, who were gripped by terror. How dare the Heavenly Sword Sect act in such a tyrannical manner? As the foremost righteous sect, how could they resort to such heavy-handed measures? It is utterly unreasonable to eradicate all demonic cultivators due to the actions of a few. I shall rally a group to protest at Luoyun City. Is anyone willing to join? If you seek death, do not involve us. It would be wise to find a place to hide for now. Luoyun Sect has truly ignited their fury. Let us first weather this storm. Indeed, it makes sense to seek refuge in Fang City. I shall not indulge Luoyun Sect. I intend to venture to Waduzhao Marsh and stand against them alongside Master Woodarosha. The cultivation world is in turmoil. Some demonic cultivators seek shelter in Fang City, while others head to Waduzhao Marsh, planning to confront Luoyun Sect. Additionally, some righteous cultivators are making their way to Luoyun City, eager to join forces with the sect to eradicate evil and uphold justice. In an unnamed small town, within a private room of an inn, Fang Mo gazed out at the patrolling guards on the street, chuckling lightly. He had not anticipated that this would provoke Luoyun Sect so fiercely, pushing them to eliminate all wandering demonic cultivators. However, this aligns perfectly with his intentions. Master, there are disciples of Luoyun Sect everywhere within their territory, hunting down demonic cultivators. Should we not withdraw from their domain to avoid their wrath? Xiaoxiong cautiously inquired from behind Fang Mo. Withdraw? Why should we retreat? Fang Mo replied, astonished at Xiaoxiong's suggestion. Xiaoxiong was momentarily at a loss for words. They should be the ones to fear me, Fang Mo stated calmly. Yes. Xiaoxiong felt a chill run down his spine and quickly lowered his head. Fang Mo slowly turned his gaze back to the window, his eyes narrowing as he softly remarked, I am quite curious to see how Wanshizong, as a major demonic sect, will respond to Luoyun Sect's campaign against evil. In the Elder Hall of Wanshizong, the atmosphere was tense, and the elders wore solemn expressions. What is the consensus regarding Luoyun Sect's recent campaign against evil? The Grand Elder inquired, scanning the assembly with a grave tone. Not long ago, the sect master, Li Feiyu, led a group into the Soul-Hidden Mountains to investigate the beast uprising. Just after his departure, Luoyun Sect initiated their campaign. He had sent a message to the sect master but received no reply. Thus, he had no choice but to convene the elders' meeting. Grand Elder, as a major demonic sect, how can we stand idly by while they eliminate our wandering cultivators? I believe Luoyun Sect's actions are tantamount to a declaration of war against us. Lin Xianchao stated coldly. Elder Jinyuan nodded in agreement. Lin Elder is correct. I, too, believe that Luoyun Sect's actions are an affront to Wanshizong. Many demonic cultivators are seeking our assistance, and if we remain passive, how can we ever claim to be the leaders of the demonic path? At this, several elders subtly nodded in agreement. Then, Pei Kuan spoke up slowly. I believe we should not act recklessly. Luoyun Sect is merely targeting those wandering demonic cultivators. If we intervene, the situation would change drastically. At that moment, the Xiaoyao sect would undoubtedly not remain passive, and then the Mixin Valley would join in, ultimately leading to a grand battle between righteousness and evil. The most crucial point is that, at present, our demon sect is in a weakened state. How shall we withstand the overwhelming assault from the Luoyun Sect? After speaking, Pei Kuan cast a glance at the crowd. This, Elder Pei's words hold merit. Indeed, for the sake of the greater good, it is prudent to remain inactive and await the return of the sect master before making a decision. However, if we disregard the fates of those practitioners of the demonic path, how can our sect retain any dignity in claiming to be a great sect of the demonic arts in the future? The elders engaged in fervent discussions. Elder, I believe our sect should take action to intervene. Even if it provokes a righteous demonic war, our Wanshur sect is not without the strength to fight. Lin Xian spoke again. The elder stroked his forehead, remaining silent. Such a significant matter, he dared not make a hasty decision. A misstep could leave the Wanshur sect with a lasting infamy, perhaps leading to irreparable ruin. Just then, Pei Kuan stepped forward and whispered, Elder, I have a plan that could perfectly resolve this situation. Oh, what plan? The elder raised an eyebrow. Elder, the Luoyun Sect's campaign against the demonic forces is entirely due to the presence of demonic cultivators slaughtering cities within their territory and practicing sinister arts, which has incited their wrath. If we discreetly identify this demonic cultivator and hand them over to the Luoyun Sect, Wouldn't tea that quell their anger? Pei Kuan looked towards the elder. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes sparkled with insight. This indeed presents a potential solution. Yet if the Tianjin sect cannot locate this individual, how can our sect? Pei Kuan narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, Elder, I know. Chapter 158, The Blood Summoning Technique in a Dimly Lit Chamber. Pei Kuan sat cross-legged with an impassive expression. Before him lay a peculiar crimson pentagram inscribed upon the floor. At its center rested a dilapidated corpse. The armor adorning the body was shattered, its form shrouded in darkness, emanating an ethereal stench of decay. This was his creation, the reanimated corpse. Pei Kuan gazed upon the broken figure with a glimmer of profound hatred flickering in his murky eyes. All his painstaking efforts in crafting the undead had been obliterated by Fang Mo. My wayward disciple. I am aware that the mysterious demonic cultivator recently wreaking havoc within the Tianjin sect is none other than you. Though I am oblivious to the nefarious techniques you have been practicing, your continued existence only intensifies my wrath. Pei Kuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice frigid. You have forced my hand. I am eager to witness your demise at the hands of both the righteous and the demonic sects. As his words fell, Pei Kuan's hunched form trembled violently. A torrent of rancid energy surged forth from within him, flooding into the blood-red pentagram beneath the corpse. In an instant, the chamber was suffused with an oppressive aura, the temperature plummeting. The energy poured in relentlessly, causing the pentagram to flicker ominously with crimson light. As time elapsed, Pei Kuan's visage grew increasingly pallid. Suddenly, the pentagram erupted in a blaze of crimson light, coalescing into a spectral image of the pentagram that shot into the corpse. Witnessing this, Pei Kuan's eyes sparkled with fervor. The blood summoning technique. With a sharp incantation, he pierced his middle finger, pressing it against the corpse's forehead. His blood swiftly absorbed by the lifeless body. Sensing the depletion of his own vitality, Pei Kuan's expression turned grave as he murmured incantations. Miraculously, the reanimated corpse began to quiver, its movements intensifying. Gather, Pei Kuan commanded with a booming voice. The corpse abruptly stilled, and a droplet of crimson blood slowly ascended from within it. Gazing at the sanguine droplet suspended in the air, Pei Kuan's eyes shone with ecstatic delight. In the next moment, a black compass materialized in his hand. He pointed skyward, and the droplet soared directly into the compass. Pei Kuan exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. At that moment, his appearance was gaunt, exuding a palpable aura of death. However, he paid no heed to this. Instead, casting a cold smile at the black compass in his grasp. My dear disciple, we shall meet again soon. In the bustling Yudan square of Sifang City, Wu Mo stood by the window, his gaze serene as he observed the throngs of people crowding the streets below. Due to the Tianjin sect's crusade against evil, countless demonic cultivators had flooded into Sifang City seeking refuge, significantly increasing the population and placing immense pressure on the city lord's estate. Yet, none of this concerned Wu Mo. His intent was simply to stoke the flames further. At that moment, the door swung open. What brings you here? Fu Qing strode in with purpose. Wu Mo turned slowly, gazing at Fu Qing, and said, Accompany me outside the city for a few days. Outside the city? Fu Qing's brows furrowed slightly. Indeed, Wu Mo nodded. Isn't it rather perilous to venture out now? The Heavenly Sword Sect is actively exterminating demons. What if we encounter one? Fu Qing expressed his concerns. Fear not. The Heavenly Sword Sect is currently engaged in purging the demon cultivators within their territory, so it remains relatively safe for the time being. Then, when shall we depart? At once. Half a jaw stick later, two figures clad in black robes exited through the back door of Jade Dan Workshop. On board the Golden Cloud vessel, Fu Qing inquired, Where are we headed? To a remote small town, Wu Mo responded casually. By the way, what is your perspective on the mysterious demon cultivator who has provoked the wrath of the Heavenly Sword Sect? Wu Mo turned to look at Fu Qing, his tone nonchalant. Fu Qing pondered for a moment before replying. This is not a favorable development for the demonic path. If this demon is not eradicated, it will spell disaster for the entire cultivation world. Oh, what do you mean by that? Wu Mo raised an eyebrow. 2 cities, nearly 30,000 souls, none spared. The vast majority are mere commoners. Such brutal slaughter is horrifying. I have never heard of any unparalleled demon committing such atrocities against mortals. This individual is truly the epitome of evil. Fu Qing's tone grew grave. Do not forget, you are now a cultivator. To us, mortals are but ants. Wu Mo remarked indifferently. Upon hearing this, Fu Qing cast a deep glance at Wu Mo and solemnly reminded, do not forget, we too were once ants. Wu Mo smiled lightly and ceased further discussion. 3 days later, the Golden Cloud vessel descended upon a secluded small town. What brings us here? Fu Qing questioned, puzzled as he observed Wu Mo. This small town seemed to have a population of no more than 10,000, and being remote, it was populated solely by ordinary folk. He could not comprehend why a third-rank alchemist like Wu Mo would come to such a place. Wu Mo offered no explanation, instead retrieving a jade slip from his robe and handing it to Fu Qing. Follow the instructions on this slip to arrange several formations within the town. Seeing Wu Mo's reluctance to elaborate, Fu Qing, trusting him, accepted the jade slip and proceeded into the town. Wu Mo watched Fu Qing's retreating figure, his expression impassive. An hour later, Fu Qing reappeared in Wu Mo's line of sight. All the formations have been set up according to the methods outlined in the jade slip, he said. Returning the slip to Wu Mo. Good. Let us depart, Wu Mo replied, taking the slip and stepping onto the Golden Cloud vessel. Depart? Fu Qing was bewildered. Following Wu Mo onto the vessel. We just finished arranging the formations, and now we leave? What exactly is Wu Mo planning? The Golden Cloud vessel began to ascend slowly, soon hovering above the small town. Wu Mo's demeanor turned solemn as he began inscribing the formation in the air with his blood essence. Fu Qing remained utterly perplexed by Wu Mo's actions. What purpose does the formation you instructed me to set up serve? Fu Qing finally could no longer contain his curiosity. Alchemy, Wu Mo replied succinctly, his hands continuing their intricate movements. Alchemy? Fu Qing's perplexity deepened. Isn't it customary to use an alchemical furnace? You intend to perform alchemy without a furnace or materials, conjuring it from thin air? His tone grew increasingly incredulous. Was it possible that Wu Mo had become deranged from incessant alchemical practices? Who said a furnace is necessary? The formation you established serves as the furnace itself. As for the materials, Wu Mo glanced down at the small city below. They are abundant. Fu Qing was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications. Soon after, his brow furrowed, and he spoke gravely. What do you mean by that? Do you not understand? I intend to sacrifice the ants of this city to aid my alchemical endeavors, Wu Mo stated matter-of-factly. You, how can you do such a thing? Fu Qing's eyes widened in horror. He could hardly believe that Wu Mo was willing to sacrifice an entire city for alchemy. Had he lost his sanity? Wu Mo appeared unperturbed, his hands continuing their meticulous work. Stop. You cannot proceed with this. Fu Qing exclaimed, forcefully breaking Wu Mo's concentration with a swift motion. Chapter 159. The Choice of Fu Qing. Fu Qing, do you intend to stop me? Wu Mo gazed coldly at Fu Qing. I must halt you today, Fu Qing declared, his expression grave. How can you be so utterly heartless? To use the lives of an entire city for alchemy. That amounts to tens of thousands. Suddenly, Fu Qing's voice faltered. It seemed a realization dawned upon him, his countenance shifting between shades of despair and fury. You, tell me, those tens of thousands who disappeared from the Heavenly Sword Sect, were they not sacrificed by my junior brother, Fang Mo, for alchemy? Fu Qing's voice trembled with disbelief. And if it were so, they were but mere ants. To be refined into elixirs by the young master is their honor. A hint of fervor flickered in Wu Mo's gaze. Ha ha ha. Fu Qing staggered backward, taken aback. He had never imagined that this inhuman fiend was none other than his own junior brother. 2 cities. That equates to nearly 300,000 lives. How could he possibly do such a thing? Veins protruded from Fu Qing's neck as he bellowed in anger. All along, he had known Fang Mo to be ruthless, willing to employ any means to achieve his ends, and he had once admired this trait. In the realm of cultivation, it was indeed a dog-eat-dog world. As a demon cultivator, such a mentality was expected. Yet, he had never anticipated that Fang Mo could turn his hand against the common folk, committing such inhumane acts to produce elixirs. Was this still the essence of a demon cultivator? This was nothing short of a bloodthirsty maniac. Fu Qing found it difficult to grasp this reality. Wu Mo, observing Fu Qing's madness, scoffed softly and remarked, "Do you not find your current state laughable? The law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest, is an eternal truth. Just like yourself, had the young master not destroyed Pei Kuan's 5-element corpses, would you have dared to step outside the 4 Directions city? Wu Mo cast a scornful glance at Fu Qing. You would not. You would cower like a turtle, trembling in the safety of the Four Directions City. That is not the same. Fu Qing retorted vehemently. How is it not the same? You hide in the Four Directions City because you are weak. The young master could vanquish Pei Kuan because he is strong. In the realm of cultivation, the strong reign supreme. If one can grow stronger, what does it matter to sacrifice a few insignificant ants? Wu Mo's face remained impassive. Wu Mo, I shall not debate with you, but today I will not allow you to use the lives of this city for alchemy, Fu Qing proclaimed, his formidable aura as a third-tier Yuan Zhou erupting forth. Wu Mo, unperturbed, met Fu Qing's gaze and spoke slowly. Have you considered this carefully? Absolutely not. Fu Qing affirmed resolutely. Very well. Wu Mo nodded slightly, then commanded the golden cloud boat to descend slowly to the ground. Seeing this, Fu Qing felt a wave of relief. They were friends after all, and he did not wish to clash with Wu Mo. On the ground, Wu Mo expressionlessly stowed the golden cloud boat away. Wu Mo, we are of different paths and should part ways here. Fu Qing clasped his fists and summoned his flying artifact. Why the rush, brother Fu? Suddenly, a melodious voice, reminiscent of silver bells, floated from behind him. Fu Qing was taken aback and turned around to see a stunningly beautiful young girl, petite and adorned in a flowing pink dress, smiling enchantingly at him from a distance. Junior sistery, Fu Qing exclaimed in astonishment, bewildered by Ishuer's unexpected presence. As Fu Qing grappled with his confusion, a heavy thudding sound approached from the side. He swiftly turned his head to see a colossal figure, akin to a small mountain, striding toward him with deliberate steps. Wei Qi too. Fu Qing's expression shifted slightly. I told you, this Fu fellow is unreliable. Should have just killed him from the start instead of wasting so much time. Wei Qi too's voice rumbled like thunder. Upon hearing this, Fu Qing's face paled, shifting his gaze between Wei Qi tu and Ishuer. What do you mean, junior sistery? Hee, brother Fu. I merely came to see you off. Ishuer giggled, though her eyes glimmered with icy resolve. For her, Fang Mo was her entire belief, and she would not tolerate any disloyalty or doubt among his subordinates. Those who did not align with him would face death. Fu Qing narrowed his eyes, realizing that today was a trap, a conspiracy directed at him. He understood that Ishuer was an ally of Fang Mo. Is this your will, or Fang Mo's? Fu Qing inquired, glancing at Wu Mo, who smiled faintly and replied, Aren't you already aware of the answer within? Fu Qing exhaled deeply, a bitter smile crossing his face. Who would have thought that our brotherhood would come to this so swiftly? Truly, fate is capricious. He laughed self-deprecatingly. If you had remained quietly on the sidelines, this scene would not have unfolded, and you would still be the young master's elder brother. Alas, you chose the wrong path. Wu Mo remarked coolly. Enough of this meaningless chatter with the Fu fellow. I'll crush him first. Wei Qi tu bellowed, unleashing a formidable aura from within, akin to a torrential flood. The oppressive energy cloaked the surroundings in a shroud of deathly essence. Second level of the Yuan Master Realm. Fu Qing's face reflected surprise. He had not anticipated Wei Qi tu's rapid advancement, likely due to the consumption of numerous high-grade elixirs. Die! Wei Qi tu roared, his voice resonating like thunder as he hurled a powerful punch toward Fu Qing. The overwhelming deathly essence enveloped Wei Qi tu's massive fist, creating a colossal vortex of deathly energy that rent the air asunder, a sight of sheer terror. Fu Qing's expression grew grave as he faced the imminent assault from Wei Qi Tuesday, truly a prodigy. This punch evoked a sense of trepidation within him. In the next moment, a thunderous crash echoed as the imposing figure of the Xian Yi corpse toad appeared before Fu Qing. Standing over 10 meters tall, the dark toad resembled a shadowy mountain, radiating an intense aura of death. Quack! A thunderous croak reverberated through the air, followed by a colossal black beam of light erupting from the gaping maw of the Xian Yi corpse toad, aimed directly at Wei Qi Tuesday. This black beam exuded an ominous force of the undead, carving a bottomless trench into the earth and filling the atmosphere with a searing intensity. Suddenly, the corpse gas whirlwind collided with the black beam. In an instant, the beam was shattered, and the tremendous shockwave obliterated the surrounding landscape, turning boulders and vegetation within miles into mere dust. Yet, Wei Qi tu's momentum remained unyielding as he continued his assault on Fu Qing, seemingly brimming with boundless strength. Such formidable physical prowess. Fu Qing's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing this. The Xianyi corpse toad, seemingly incensed, opened its cavernous mouth once again. Rows of massive, menacing teeth were vividly visible, dripping with thick, black saliva. With a whoosh, an enormous brown toad tongue, carrying an overwhelming stench, lashed out at Wei Qi too like a bolt of lightning. The terrifying force even stirred Wu Mo, who was not far off. With a resounding thud, Wei Qi too was sent flying as if struck by a titanic hammer, crashing heavily to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Observing this, Fu Qing felt a sense of relief wash over him. Just then, he coughed, realizing, to his surprise, that this pitch-black toad possessed quite a formidable strength. Chapter 160. The fall. Wei Qi too slowly rose to his feet, gently brushing off the dust from his body, completely unscathed. Fu Qing's pupils constricted. This fellow had actually withstood the lash of the Xianyi corpse toad's tongue without a scratch, truly deserving of his reputation as a prodigy on the corpse ranking. In the distance, Yishuer remained composed, showing no intention of intervening. She understood while the terrifying resilience of Wei Qi too after his forbidden body-refining practice. Toad, it's your turn now. As soon as he spoke, Wei Qi too's muscles bulged instantly, veins protruding. With a thunderous stomp, the ground beneath him collapsed, and he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards the Xianyi corpse toad, exuding an overwhelming aura. The earth trembled, dust rising into the air. The Xianyi corpse toad seemed to sense the impending danger and suddenly opened its enormous maw. In the next moment, a formidable suction force emanated from its gaping mouth, causing the surrounding elemental energies to surge violently, drawing everything toward the toad as if rivers were converging into the sea. As the vast amounts of elemental energy poured in, the Xianyi corpse toad visibly swelled, rising like a colossal mountain. Quack! Its earth-shattering croak resonated through the skies. Waves of sound visibly radiated outward, causing the ground to crack. In the distance, Wu Mo hastily mobilized his energy to resist the terrifying sound waves. Yet Yishuer maintained her tranquil demeanor, standing tall. As the sound waves dissipated, a black pillar of light, several times thicker than before, followed. The aura of the corpse demon it emanated was palpable, causing the surrounding space to tremble incessantly. Boom! The terrifying black pillar struck Wei Qi Tuesday. He shimmered with a dark light, remarkably enduring the assault, his momentum unyielding as he charged toward the Xianyi corpse toad. Unfazed by Wei Qi Tu's relentless advance, the toad unleashed its massive tongue once more to strike. Come, let me test your tongue, you toad. Wei Qi Tu's lips curled into a sinister grin as he faced the incoming giant tongue. With a resounding crash, the enormous tongue struck him. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Wei Qi Tu stood his ground, utterly immobile, his hands firmly gripping the massive tongue. The Xianyi corpse toad, realizing the situation, attempted to retract its tongue but was horrified to find it stuck. Toad, I will take you for a ride, Wei Qi Tu declared, his arms bulging with effort as he began to spin the enormous tongue slowly. The Xianyi corpse toad, sensing the overwhelming force transmitted through its tongue, panicked and flailed its limbs in a desperate struggle, but could not escape. With a rumble, the colossal Xianyi corpse toad was gradually spun around by Wei Qi Tu, gaining speed with each rotation. Dust and debris swirled, and the sky darkened. This scene left Fu Qing in a state of shock. The massive Xianyi corpse toad was being manipulated like a mere puppet, swirling in circles. Was this still a human? He was nothing short of a humanoid beast, a grotesque embodiment of physicality. In the distance, Wu Mo stared in astonishment, muttering to himself. Yuchi too resolved this swiftly. Yishuer furrowed her brows, noticing a gathering of individuals outside the small town, evidently drawn by the fierce battle between the two. Responding to her words, Yuchi too let out a fierce shout, unleashing a tremendous force with his hands, crashing the Xianyi corpse toad heavily into the ground. With a thunderous roar, the creature sank halfway into the earth due to the sheer inertia. At that moment, the Xianyi corpse toad lay with its eyes rolled back, barely clinging to life, its body riddled with countless wounds, oozing a foul, black pus. The once formidable toad tongue had now turned limp, discarded carelessly by Yuchi Tuesday Dai. You wretched toad! Yuchi Tu shouted, stomping the ground and leaping into the air, delivering a powerful punch to the toad's head. Stop! Fu Qing roared, attempting to intervene, only to discover with horror that ice had inexplicably formed beneath his feet, rendering him immobile. He raised his head abruptly, gazing at Ishuaer in the distance, who appeared unfazed as she observed him. With a resounding thud, the Xianyi corpse toad exploded under Yuchi-Tu's fist, sending countless pieces of flesh scattering in all directions, accompanied by a repugnant stench. Yuchi-Tu, could you make the scene any more grotesque? Ishuaer remarked coldly, delicately covering her nose. I got a bit carried away. I'll be more mindful next time, Yuchi-Tu replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his smile. Suddenly, Fu Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide with rage as he stared at the remnants of flesh raining down. Although the Xianyi corpse toad was his undead beast, after decades of fighting side by side, its significance to him transcended mere companionship. Regret it? Wu Mo's voice echoed beside him. At the inquiry, a flicker of pain crossed Fu Qing's gaze. He took a deep breath, striving to quell his emotions, and replied slowly, I do not regret it. Even if I had foreseen this, I would still have sought to stop you. Then perish, Ishuaer coldly retorted. As her words fell, a terrifying chill radiated from her being. Fu Qing's body froze at a visible rate, transforming from a living man into a lifelike ice sculpture in an instant. Ishuaer regarded the icy figure with a frigid expression, declaring, disloyalty to one's master warrants death. With a flick of her finger, the entire sculpture shattered into countless icy shards, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing this, Yuchi-Tu shuddered, casting a fearful glance at Ishuaer, while even Wu Mo's eyes twitched involuntarily. Indeed, when a woman turns ruthless, she can be even more fearsome than a man. Yuchi-Tu, go clear away those people gathered outside the town, Ishuaer commanded, glancing at the distant crowd. Understood, Yuchi-Tu replied, transforming into a streak of gray light as he departed. Continue refining your elixirs. Ishuaer gazed at Wu Mo, who nodded slightly, and retrieved the golden cloud boat. Soon, the vessel hovered once again above the small city. In a swift motion, Wu Mo etched intricate patterns, resulting in 4 towering beams of light erupting from within the city. Before long, the air was filled with countless screams and wails of despair. Wu Mo remained unfazed, his gaze intensely fixed upon the 4 pillars, now tainted with blood. This was his inaugural deployment of this formation, akin to a masterpiece of art. Wu Mo, why did the master leave you only a communication stone? Ishuaer's tone revealed her evident displeasure. You should inquire with the young master, Wu Mo replied, still intently observing the magical array suspended in the air. When will I see the master again? She asked. Once you fulfill the young master's task, the opportunity will surely arise, Wu Mo stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he turned his gaze to Ishuaer. Rest assured, once I return to the sect with Weiqi-Tu and reveal our cultivation levels, the sect will undoubtedly grant us entry into the corpse soul realm. Chapter 161. The search. Fang Mo gazed at the darkening communication stone in his hand, his expression devoid of emotion, neither joy nor sorrow. Fu Qing was dead. Throughout their acquaintance, Fu Qing had provided him with considerable assistance and was the only individual who remained by his side without being manipulated by him. Yet what of it? He would not permit anyone to obstruct his path to becoming a formidable force. Absolutely not. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room turned heavy, and Xia Xiong stood quietly by, as silent as a shadow. After what felt like an eternity, Fang Mo spoke, "Let us go." With a stoic demeanor, he stowed away the communication stone and turned to exit the room. As the two stepped out of the tavern, they observed groups of fully armed guards hastily passing by on the street, alongside numerous disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect clad in white. Fang Mo maintained an indifferent expression, resolutely making his way toward the city gate. Before long, they arrived at the city gate, where a bustling crowd had gathered. 2 armored city guards stood sentinel, inspecting those wishing to exit the city. Nearby, a contingent of vigilant guards and several disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect awaited. What is your purpose? Why are you attempting to leave the city at this hour? One of the guards queried, his tone arrogant as he scrutinized a middle-aged man before him. My lord, I merely seek to undertake a task. Hunting some ferocious beasts, the middle-aged man replied cautiously. Hunting beasts? I suspect you are a demonic cultivator. The guard narrowed his eyes, his voice taking on a deeper timbre. How could that be? I am certainly not a demonic cultivator. You must believe me. Haha. The middle-aged man chuckled nervously, pulling a storage bag from his robes and presenting it to the guard. The guard accepted the storage bag without a change in demeanor, weighing it lightly in his hand, a trace of a smile emerging on his face. Well, you do not appear to be a demonic cultivator. Very well, you may pass. Ah, thank you, my lord, the middle-aged man said with a forced grin as he walked toward the exit, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. Witnessing this scene, the nearby guards and the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples neither intervened nor voiced their discontent, their eyes betraying a subtle hint of amusement. Soon after, a young man approached the guard. My lord, I am a loose cultivator, seeking to exit the city in search of spiritual materials. A loose cultivator? I suspect you are a demonic cultivator, the guard replied, casting a sidelong glance at the young man, his tone measured. My lord, I am not a demonic cultivator. I assure you, I am merely a loose cultivator, the young man exclaimed, his face paling as he hastened to clarify. The guard's brow furrowed. You are undoubtedly a demonic cultivator. Seize him. As soon as the words left his lips, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect assumed a solemn demeanor, their sword aura surging forth, all at the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm. Without hesitation, the guards seized the young man, taking him into custody. My lord, I am innocent. I am truly not a demonic cultivator. I am wronged. The young man's desperate cries faded into the distance. In the face of this spectacle, those surrounding lowered their heads, too fearful to voice their anger. TSK, is this the so-called righteous Tianjin sect? Fang Mo stood at the rear of the crowd, watching the recent events unfold with keen interest. It appeared that his actions had drawn the attention of the Tianjin sect in their quest to eradicate evil, inadvertently benefiting quite a number of individuals. Soon, it was Fang Mo's turn. The city guard scrutinized him slowly, noting his extraordinary demeanor and noble appearance, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. A prime target indeed. Who are you? The city guard inquired, fixing his gaze upon Fang Mo. This is my young master. We are preparing to leave the city and return to our family. Xia Xiong interjected, expressionless, positioning himself in front of the guard. The guard cast a brief glance at the bald man before him, squinting slightly. Your young master? You both hardly resemble righteous cultivators. His gaze lingered on Xia Xiong, imbued with veiled implications. What do you mean? Xia Xiong's eyes turned icy. You'll find out soon enough. I suspect you both to be demonic cultivators. Once we reach the dungeons, I shall interrogate you thoroughly. With a low command, the city guard signaled to the nearby escort team, who immediately drew their swords. The onlookers quickly retreated in alarm. Wait, Fang Mo interrupted, raising a hand. The guard looked at him, puzzled, but upon noticing the storage ring resting in Fang Mo's palm, a flicker of greed ignited in his eyes. Even several disciples of the Tianjin sect gazed hungrily at the ring. Ah, a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. How could such a distinguished young master possibly be a demonic cultivator? The guard chuckled, extending his hand toward the storage ring. Just as he was about to grasp it, Fang Mo suddenly withdrew his hand. The guard furrowed his brow and turned his attention to Fang Mo, who regarded him with a teasing glint in his eyes. Are you toying with me? The guard's expression turned cold. I'm simply finding this amusing, Fang Mo replied with a light chuckle. Humph, you seek your own demise. Seize him. Before he could finish his sentence, the guards charged at the two, and several Tianjin sect disciples began to approach as well. Fang Mo, however, remained unfazed, turning away to walk toward the city gates, leaving behind a casual remark. Kill him. As soon as the words left his lips, a flurry of black blades sliced through the air, and the guards met their demise in an instant. The Tianjin sect disciples stared in shock at the severed bodies before them, their eyes wide with disbelief as they fell to the ground. In mere moments, the guards at the city gate and the disciples of the Tianjin sect lay lifeless, their bodies gruesomely mutilated. The sudden upheaval sent the surrounding crowd into a panicked frenzy. Fleeing in terror, a formidable aura of death erupted from Xia Xiong, enveloping all within its grasp, as flashes of blades and cries of anguish filled the air. After a few breaths, Xia Xiong sheathed his sword and turned to depart, leaving behind a scene strewn with dismembered corpses. Half a month later, at the Tianjin sect, Bai Hong sat solemnly in the grand hall, enveloped in a heavy silence. In the past half-month, the Tianjin sect has nearly eradicated the demonic cultivators within its territory. Although there were occasional acts of resistance, they were invariably crushed by the sect with relentless force. However, This show of power has not instilled fear. Astonishingly, 5 more cities have fallen into desolation, a blatant provocation. What is even more infuriating is that the enigmatic demonic cultivator, after each massacre, leaves no survivors within a 100-mile radius, leaving the Tianjin sect entirely in the dark regarding the perpetrator, with not a single clue to pursue. Currently, many cities within the Tianjin sect are engulfed in panic, prompting numerous families to relocate en masse to the 7 major cities in search of refuge. The sect, however, is powerless to intervene. Meanwhile, the 2 major demonic sects, the Wanshi sect and the Mixin Valley, have remained unresponsive to the Tianjin sect's campaign against the demonic forces, which has left Bai Hong perplexed and even suspicious of a potential conspiracy. Grand Elder, a disciple entered the Great Hall, interrupting Bai Hong's contemplation. What is it? Bai Hong glanced at the disciple with an impassive expression, having not received a single piece of good news during this time. Grand Elder, Pei Kuan from the Wanshi sect requests an audience. Chapter 162, Jianshi City. Beneath the azure sky, a streak of violet light traversed the heavens. On the purple cloud shuttle, Xia Xiong surveyed his surroundings with a solemn expression. The entire realm of the Tianjin sect had been thrown into a state of alarm by the actions of 2 individuals, compelling Xia Xiong to exercise caution. In stark contrast, Fang Mo reclined comfortably, basking in the warm sunlight. Casting a sidelong glance at the burly Xia Xiong, he could not help but let out a quiet sigh, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for Linglong. How much longer until we reach Jianshi City? Fang Mo inquired leisurely. Xia Xiong, after peering into the distance, respectfully replied, Master, we shall arrive in half a day's time. Indeed, Fang Mo nodded slightly. Jianshi City was a mid-sized metropolis, situated in close proximity to the 5 Poisons Marsh. He intended to offer up Jianshi City as a sacrifice before venturing into the marsh. A city with a population nearing 500,000 would surely yield an astonishingly potent array of medicinal elixirs. The thought filled him with anticipation, a cruel smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Soon, the purple cloud shuttle descended gently before a magnificent city. As he beheld the towering walls, Fang Mo smiled faintly. Upon entering the city, he was greeted by bustling streets teeming with life. Let us first arrange the formation, Fang Mo instructed Xia Xiong with a casual tone. Yes, Xia Xiong acknowledged before disappearing into the throng. Excuse me, could you direct me to the city lord's mansion? Fang Mo inquired with a smile, stopping a middle-aged man. The man appeared somewhat displeased, yet his demeanor transformed into one of delight upon receiving a spirit stone from Fang Mo. He eagerly pointed down the road, saying, just follow that path straight ahead, and you'll find it at the end. Thank you, Fang Mo replied with a smile as he proceeded towards the city lord's mansion. In every mid-sized city and above within the Tianjin sect's territory, there existed a city lord's mansion to facilitate governance. Fang Mo aimed to inspect the mansion, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would arise when the formation was activated. Before long, a lavish and opulent residence came into view. A grand golden plaque hung prominently above the entrance, inscribed with the characters City Lord's Mansion in a vigorous and commanding script, each stroke imbued with a fierce sword intent. Quite intriguing. Fang Mo murmured softly, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Nevertheless, he did not pause in his steps, striding directly into the mansion. Halt! A guard at the entrance blocked Fang Mo's path, barking a sharp command. Who are you? This is the City Lord's Mansion. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. Fang Mo cast a dispassionate glance at the guard. Bang! The guard was struck as if by a heavy blow, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. Fang Mo, unfazed, continued his advance into the mansion. It must be said, the City Lord's Mansion was indeed substantial, with an intricate network of shaded pathways. Yet Fang Mo remained indifferent. Strolling leisurely, along the way, he encountered several attendants who presumed him to be a visitor for their master, failing to inquire further. Before long, Fang Mo arrived at a garden. An intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, revealing a vibrant tapestry of colors as flowers competed for beauty. My lord, I'm here. Come catch me, giggled a voice, followed by a playful haha. I've caught one. Let me see which of my treasures it is. As the elderly man with white hair abruptly removed his blindfold, his laughter was suddenly silenced. Frowning, he glared at the man in white before him and coldly demanded, Who are you? Who allowed you to enter? Fang Mo smiled faintly, opting not to respond, but instead gazed with interest at the extravagantly dressed elder. You must be the city lord, given your cultivation at the third level of the Yuan realm. TSK. It seems age has not dulled your spirit. You certainly enjoy a flamboyant display. Fang Mo's eyes twinkled with mockery. Seeking death, the elder barked, unleashing the full force of his cultivation. The surrounding flora was instantly ravaged, petals scattering like confetti in the air. Ah! Several enchanting women shrieked as they fled from the floral thicket. Panic etched on their faces. Fang Mo regarded the elder with indifference, casually waving his hand. The elder's body turned rigid, crashing violently against a nearby rock formation. With a cough of blood, the elder stared at Fang Mo in horror. Why you? Who are you? Trembling, he questioned, unable to fathom the power of the man before him. Was this a vengeful adversary? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the elder's expression shifted to one of deep contemplation. A notorious womanizer, he had taken many a beautiful woman by force, often oblivious to the consequences of his actions. Now he found himself at a loss, unsure of which of his conquests had led to this perilous encounter. I merely acted out of caution, Fang Mo remarked cryptically, leaving the elder bewildered. Are there no others in the city with greater strength than yours? Fang Mo continued. I am not just the city lord. I am also an elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect. You have the audacity to assault an elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Do you wish for death? The elder finally grasped the situation, his tone turning fierce. Fang Mo's impatience surfaced as he flicked his fingers, unleashing a crimson flash that pierced the elder's dantian. The elder's eyes widened in agony, his voice a piercing shriek. He could hardly believe that someone would dare to cripple him, a mere external elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, albeit one with connections to hold such a prestigious position. You will pay for this. The Heavenly Sword Sect will not let you go. The elder spat, his face contorted with hatred. Seeing this, Fang Mo chose not to waste further words and raised his hand once more. Wait. The elder gulped nervously. Do not kill me. I will tell you. In addition to myself, the patriarchs of the three great families in Jinshi City are also at the third level of the Yuan realm. Oh, Fang Mo nodded slightly. In the next moment, a crimson light pierced through the skull of the white-haired elder. From a distance, the tumultuous footsteps of the guards could be heard, and Fang Mo transformed into a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. Outside the Swordstone City, two figures emerged. Master, the formation has been successfully arranged, Xiaoxiong reported with utmost reverence. Excellent. You shall patrol the surroundings. Eliminate anyone who approaches this city. Understood. Xiaoxiong became a streak of light, vanishing into the distance. The Ziyun shuttle slowly ascended into the sky. What a grand city this is. Fang Mo gazed down at the vast expanse of the city, a flicker of crimson igniting in his eyes, filled with excitement. In the next instant, Fang Mo raised his arm and began to inscribe in midair. As the number of sacrificial cities increased, his technique became increasingly adept and fluid, akin to a dragon dancing through the air or a phoenix soaring through the heavens. Before long, a vibrant red array stood suspended in the air. Fang Mo surveyed his masterpiece, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. The speed of his inscription was remarkable, imbued with an almost aesthetic allure. Quite commendable, he mused, before his gaze sharpened and he uttered softly, Pardon. Chapter 163. My good disciple, long time no see. As the words fell, a vivid crimson formation in the sky, imbued with overwhelming celestial might, descended upon Swordstone Town. The entire heavens were suffused with a sanguine hue, resembling blood clouds looming ominously over the city, obscuring the sun. Such an eerie and extraordinary phenomenon incited intense turmoil within Swordstone Town. What is that in the sky? I don't know, it feels so strange. How did the bright day turn crimson? Doesn't the sky resemble a pattern? Is some calamity befalling us? Hurry, notify the lord of the city. Countless bewildered souls gazed up at the immense blood-red formation in the sky. As it drew nearer, an overwhelming sense of dread began to fill the eyes of many. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of thunderous roars, for white pillars of light shot skyward, connecting with the crimson formation above. At that moment, the heads of the three prominent families in the town had gathered, their hearts swelling with profound unease as they beheld the bizarre blood-red formation. That blood-red pattern. It feels like a formation. Could it be man-made? Who would be so audacious as to act thus within the territory of the Heavenly Sword Sect? This is troubling. Such a phenomenon, yet there is no response from the Lord's residence. Forget about the Lord's residence. This strange pattern instills in me a deep sense of trepidation. I propose we flee Swordstone Town at once. Agreed. I will summon my kin immediately. There is no time. I feel that if we do not leave now, we may never escape. No, I cannot abandon my family. Just as the three patriarchs engaged in heated debate, the four pillars of light began to spin with alarming speed. Ah, my body. What is happening? Help. Lord of the city. Save me. I feel so unwell. Run. As anguished cries echoed, a torrent of blood energy was visibly drawn into the four pillars of light. Upon witnessing this, the three patriarchs' expressions changed dramatically. They too felt their inner blood energy spiraling out of control, yearning to escape their bodies. There is no time left. We must exit the city. This time, the three patriarchs acted without hesitation, transforming into streaks of light as they dashed toward the city gates. At that moment, familial ties were cast aside. Their sole thought was to ensure their own survival. As they passed through, countless individuals collapsed, writhing in agony as their blood energy surged toward the pillars. The three patriarchs' faces grew grim. They could no longer afford to linger, desperate to flee the city, for they could barely contain the tumultuous energy within. Moments later, the city gates came into view, and a flicker of hope ignited within their eyes. Yet, in the next instant, their smiles vanished. Before the gates, a throng of people had gathered, yet they were all obstructed by a blood-red barrier. Break it down. The three patriarchs channeled their inner strength, unleashing a full-force attack against the barrier. Boom. After a thunderous sound, a small crack unexpectedly appeared in the blood-red barrier. It worked. The three individuals gazed at the fissure with ecstatic expressions, redoubling their efforts to assault the barrier. Their relentless attacks, however, caught the attention of Fang Mo, who chose not to intervene, merely observing the trio in silence. Soon, the three realized something was amiss. The blood-red barrier seemed to grow increasingly solid. Initially, their combined strength had been able to create a gap, but now their assaults failed to even rattle the barrier, and the previous small crack had vanished entirely. Ultimately, unable to contain the surging energy within, they collapsed to the ground, helplessly watching as their vitality surged towards the column of light, their faces etched with despair. Fang Mo observed the transformation of their expressions from hope to utter hopelessness, a strange glint in his eye. It felt as if three insignificant ants were futilely struggling while he held dominion over their fates, akin to a deity. Contemplating this, Fang Mo cast his gaze upon the Swordstone City below, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Was he not, at this moment, a god, commanding the lives of all the ants within the city? Watching them transition from struggle to despair, and ultimately to death, was a sensation he relished. No, it was an obsession. At this moment, the four columns of light had transformed into blood-red beams, and the blood-red array in the sky had become strikingly crimson. With the blood essence pill solidifying halfway, Fang Mo's eyes burned with intensity as he regarded the blood essence pill above the array, although it was only half-formed. The aura it exuded left him in awe. Truly, it was something to anticipate. Fang Mo mused softly. Meanwhile, the cries of agony from below resonated in his ears like a celestial melody. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. "You vile creature, how dare you!" Following this was an astonishing surge of sword energy, aimed directly at the blood-red array in the sky. Fang Mo's gaze sharpened, and behind him, a vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood materialized, a monstrous blood-red tentacle slashing through the sword energy with ferocity. At that moment, a group of individuals approached on swords, led by an elder with gray hair emanating a terrifying sword intent. 8th level of the Yuan realm. Fang Mo's pupils constricted. It appeared the Heavenly Sword Sect had come prepared. The elder, witnessing the hellish scene unfolding in Swordstone City, wore a grim expression, his eyes aflame with rage. "You vile creature, you dare practice such inhumane dark arts? You shall be punished." With that, a tremendous sword energy erupted from the elder, soaring towards the heavens. The overwhelming sword intent caused Fang Mo's gaze to tighten. "Elder Gu, this child is but an abandoned disciple of our sect. Let us handle the cleansing of our ranks." A hoarse voice interjected at that moment. Fang Mo furrowed his brow upon hearing the familiar tone. Sure enough, a massive skeletal ship slowly emerged into his view. "Pei Kuan, clad in a black robe, stood at the bow of the ship, flanked by the expressionless Lin Qianchao. "My dear disciple, it has been quite some time." Pei Kuan gazed at Fang Mo with a smile that belied the icy chill in his eyes. Upon hearing his words, Fang Mo's pupils constricted. It was peculiar that Pei Kuan could still recognize him, despite the transformation he had undergone. Moreover, the simultaneous appearance of the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Myriad Corps was anything but coincidental. The moment he laid eyes on Pei Kuan, Fang Mo sensed an undeniable connection. "Disciple, are you perplexed?" Pei Kuan's gaze was mocking, as if he could read Fang Mo's thoughts. Fang Mo remained silent. "Do you recall the drop of your essence I collected long ago?" Pei Kuan's tone was shrouded in mystery. Fang Mo narrowed his eyes. It dawned on him that Pei Kuan had used that drop of essence to locate him. It appeared that this old man had anticipated this day and had prepared accordingly. Dear disciple, you still have a ways to go if you wish to contend with me." Pei Kuan's face betrayed a hint of satisfaction. "Master, you truly surprise me." Fang Mo scoffed, discarding his facade. "Yet, judging by your current state, it seems your days are numbered." "Humph, do not revel in mere words. Soon you shall find yourself in a predicament where you cannot live nor die." Pei Kuan's countenance darkened suddenly, as Fang Mo's words struck a nerve. The blood-summoning technique had left him with less than 5 years to live, and the thought of devouring Fang Mo whole was tempting. With that, Pei Kuan turned to Lin Qianchao beside him. "I implore Elder Lin to take action and cleanse our sect of its troubles." Chapter 164. 7th level of the primordial realm. Fang Mo, the sect has shown you kindness by taking you in, yet you harbor treacherous ambitions. Slaughtering your fellow disciples and harming the elders, your sins are utterly unforgivable. Today, I shall cleanse the sect of your presence." Lin Qianchao gazed at Fang Mo with icy eyes, his voice as frigid as frost. Previously, he had believed Fang Mo to be merely an ordinary prodigy, but he was taken aback to discover that he could kill an elder of the 4th level of the primordial realm. Pei Kuan had mentioned that this young man harbored great secrets, and while Lin Qianchao had held doubts about that claim, he now believed it wholeheartedly. For the current Fang Mo stirred an unsettling feeling within him. It was hard to fathom that just a few months ago, Fang Mo had been nothing more than a mere 9th-level spirit realm novice in his eyes. Strange, monstrous. This individual cannot be allowed to live. As this thought crossed his mind, an overwhelming aura of the 7th level of the primordial realm erupted from Lin Qianchao's being. In an instant, a suffocating wave of deathly energy surged forth, shrouding the heavens. Cleansing the sect in the face of the overwhelming deathly aura, Fang Mo remained composed, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "We shall see if you possess the capability to do so. Arrogant fool, die!" Lin Qianchao bellowed fiercely. As his words echoed, a colossal, terrifying ghostly claw emerged from the sea of deathly energy, lunging towards Fang Mo. The air crackled with ominous thunder as the attack surged forth. Observing the might of the assault, Pei Kuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Ever since Fang Mo had severely injured him, he had been consumed with thoughts of revenge. He had even sacrificed his own lifespan to employ the blood-summoning technique, and to ensure success, he had persuaded Lin Qianchao, a 7th-level primordial realm practitioner, to take action personally. To his astonishment, the Heavenly Sword Sect had dispatched Gu Jiantao, an 8th-level primordial realm master, second only to the Grand Elder Bai Hong among the 7 elders of the sect. With such an assembly, Pei Kuan felt greatly reassured. "You wretched creature. No matter how monstrous you are, today you shall not escape death." Unbeknownst to Pei Kuan, Fang Mo remained indifferent to his inner turmoil. He simply watched the approaching terrifying claw with a detached demeanor, casually unleashing a streak of blood light. The blood light surged with the wind, expanding like a crimson ribbon, swiftly ensnaring the horrific ghostly claw and binding it in place. In the next moment, with a muffled thud, the claw disintegrated into a cloud of deathly energy. Truly a prodigy. Lin Qianchao's eyes narrowed, murmuring to himself. The strike he had just unleashed was sufficient to annihilate a 6th-level primordial realm cultivator. Yet it was effortlessly neutralized by Fang Mo. The rate at which Fang Mo was growing was nothing short of terrifying. Lin Qianchao's desire to eliminate Fang Mo intensified. "It is indeed impossible to spare you." Lin Qianchao fixed his gaze firmly upon Fang Mo, his voice low and resolute. In the next moment, a blood-colored corpse materialized beside Lin Qianchao. emanating a terrifying aura of bloodlust. As the blood corpse appeared, the surrounding deathly energy was engulfed by the stench of blood, casting a shadow over the sky. How intriguing! Fang Mo observed the blood corpse beside Lin Qianchao, his eyes reflecting a profound interest. He sensed a profound aura of blood emanating from the blood corpse, distinctly different from the gentle essence of the blood yuan pill. It was a wild and insatiable thirst for blood. Most notably, the indomitable blood lotus within him began to rotate slowly, conveying a hint of yearning. Blood corpse, go! At Lin Qianchao's command, the blood corpse leaped from the skeletal vessel, roaring as it lunged towards Fang Mo. Observing this, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of Fang Mo's mouth. How daring of Lin Qianchao to unleash a corpse in such heights. It was a reckless endeavor. In the next moment, two grotesque, blood-red tendrils surged forward like demonic dragons emerging from the abyss. The blood corpse seized one of the tendrils and tore it apart with ferocity, causing it to disintegrate into a vast expanse of blood mist. The other blood-red tendril struck the back of the corpse with tremendous force, sending it plummeting toward the ground. As the tendril pursued, just as it was about to ensnare the blood corpse, it suddenly let out a roar, its surface blood coalescing towards its back, and in an instant, it formed a pair of blood wings. Interesting. Fang Mo's eyes gleamed with astonishment. This blood corpse was remarkably peculiar, capable of manifesting wings from its own blood. No wonder Lin Qianchao dared to release it in the skies. At that moment, the blood yuan pill within the crimson array condensed and took shape, its rich blood energy instantly capturing the attention of all present. Pei Kuan fixated on the scarlet pill, his eyes gleaming. He could sense the astonishing blood energy contained within. This pill could potentially restore his body to its former state. I will not allow this sacrificial demon pill, forged from an entire city, to exist in this world. Cut. With that, Gu Jiantao raised his hand, unleashing a fierce sword chi towards the blood yuan pill. No. Pei Kuan exclaimed in alarm. You dare, old man. Fang Mo's voice turned cold. Subsequently, a terrifying force erupted from within him, sweeping across the heavens like a deluge. The sky transformed into a sea of blood. Even the sunlight was obscured. Behind Fang Mo, a horrific vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood emerged, casting its shadow over the entire sky. The blood sea churned, with bones forming vessels. All present gazed in terror at this spectacle, as if they could hear the crashing of waves in their ears. Seventh layer of the Yuan realm. Pei Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Fang Mo, who appeared like a demon god. Hadn't he only been at the fourth layer of the Yuan realm last time? How could he have ascended to the seventh layer in merely 2 months? What kind of forbidden technique could yield such a miraculous transformation? Or could it be? No, it was impossible. It must be due to a heavenly secret art. Pei Kuan's face turned ashen as he continually dismissed the horrifying conjectures in his mind. Lin Qianchao beside him also wore an expression of shock. He had not anticipated that Fang Mo would display a cultivation aura akin to his own. Even if it were a secret art, it was far too extraordinary. Unbelievable. Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, a grotesque, blood-red tendril shot forth from the blood sea, stirring up towering waves of crimson as it violently struck against the sword chi unleashed by Gu Jiantao. Boom! A deafening roar resonated through the air as the sword energy dissipated, yet the blood essence pill in hand was reduced to half. Fang Mo gazed expressionlessly at the remaining fragment of the blood essence pill, enveloped in silence. The temperature around him plummeted sharply, and countless ice crystals began to form in the air, the chill penetrating to the bone. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect turned pale, their flying swords swaying unsteadily beneath their feet. Seventh level of the elemental realm. Gu Jintao's eyes narrowed, a flicker of sword light dancing within them. He recalled the words of the Wanshi sect, which stated that Fang Mo's cultivation was at most at the 4th level of the elemental realm. This left only one explanation: the nefarious sacrificial alchemy that had just transpired. Such a cruel and inhumane method of cultivation must be eradicated. Upon finishing his declaration, a beam of golden sword light surged skyward, illuminating the entire blood-red firmament. The intent of the sword surged forth, resonating like thunder. Fang Mo slowly lifted his gaze to the approaching golden sword energy, a fleeting glimmer of crimson flashing in his eyes. Crack! A sharp sound echoed in the ears of those present. Almost instantly, The racing golden sword energy shattered as if it were a mirror. How could this be possible? Chapter 165. The terror of Fang Mo in the distance. Lin Qianchao's expression drastically changed. He realized that even he could not withstand Gu Jiantao's sword strike. Yet Fang Mo effortlessly neutralized it. It was simply, utterly shocking. This young man had only joined the sect a little over 6 months ago, and now he could boldly confront a formidable adversary at the 8th level of the Yuan realm. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Such a prodigy. Lin Qianchao's unease grew ever deeper. At the same time, Gu Jiantao's countenance was grave. Fang Mo's display of strength surpassed his expectations, compelling him to take the situation seriously. With a dark expression, Gu Jiantao cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qianchao in the distance. He now suspected he had been played by the Wan Shizong. A disciple who had only been in the sect for half a year could actually contend with a powerful opponent at the 8th level of the Yuan realm. This was sheer nonsense. They spoke of him as a prodigy, but was this truly a prodigy? This was beyond any mere prodigy. The scoundrels of the Wan Shizong must be concealing something. Damn them. The thought made Gu Jiantao's face grow even more ashen. As everyone silently pondered, a chilling voice resonated in their ears. You destroy my elixir. Then take your lives to compensate. As the words fell, the blood sea behind Fang Mo surged violently, the rolling waves of blood exuding an overwhelming power. In the next moment, countless grotesque blood-red tendrils emerged from the blood sea, sweeping up waves of blood that surged toward everyone present. Humph, you speak so boldly. I shall first eliminate you, demon. Gu Jiantao snorted coldly, his entire being radiating sword energy as a snow-white longsword, exuding an icy aura, suddenly appeared in his grasp. He hurled the sword into the air, and in an instant, it gleamed with cold light, forming a miniature vortex of frost, freezing the surrounding space. A powerful, frigid chill enveloped the heavens. Shueji sword, slash. Gu Jiantao pointed fiercely at Fang Mo. As his voice echoed, the snow-white sword, accompanied by the terrifying vortex of cold air, shot towards Fang Mo like an ice dragon emerging from the depths. Where it passed, the space froze, and an overwhelming chill spread forth. Gu Jiantao watched the snow-white sword hurtling forward, a smile creeping onto his face. This sword was a mid-grade profound artifact, and combined with his 8th level Yuan realm cultivation, it was sufficient to slay an opponent of the same realm with a single strike. In an instant, the vortex of cold air collided with the myriad of tendrils. Crack! Snap! Countless tendrils were frozen, shattering into a flurry of blood-colored ice crystals. Seeing this, Gu Jiantao's smile widened. However, the next moment, his expression froze. A thick, menacing blood-red tendril directly dispersed the vortex of cold air, revealing the snow-white sword. Buzz! Buzz! Several blood threads ensnared the snow-white sword, causing it to struggle and emit a mournful cry. Retrieve! Gu Jiantao's face darkened as he shouted. Yet, no matter how he tried to manipulate it, the snow-white sword could not break free from its bindings. Moments later, the sword vanished into the blood sea. Uffed! Gu Jiantao spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale. He felt the bond with his snow extreme sword severed. How could this be possible? Gu Jiantao's face was etched with disbelief. Not only had his snow extreme sword failed to vanquish Fang Mo, but it had also been wrested from him. How could Fang Mo be so formidable? Yet, in response, he was met with a myriad of grotesque tentacles. Gu Jiantao hastily maneuvered the flying sword beneath him, dodging the onslaught of tentacles. But the disciples of the Tianjian sect behind him were not so fortunate. Ah, elder, save me. Help. The cries of despair echoed, and Gu Jiantao's complexion turned ashen, yet he was powerless to assist. Meanwhile, Lin Qianchao stood grimly upon the bone ship, commanding the blood corpses to confront the endless tentacles. In the next instant, a crimson tentacle seized one of the blood corpses, lifting it and vanishing into the sea of blood. How dare you? Lin Qianchao roared, his expression twisted with rage. Just as he attempted to summon the blood corpses back through his seal, 2 blood-red tentacles pierced through his body, pinning him to the deck. Pei Kuan, hiding behind Lin Qianchao, acted swiftly, retreating into the cabin. Panting heavily, he collapsed inside, his face as pale as death. He was utterly terrified, unable to fathom how Fang Mo had become so terrifying, slaughtering those at the 7th level of the Yuan Master Realm and clashing with those at the 8th level. How could this monstrous being be so fearsome? No, I must notify the sect. In a panic, Pei Kuan fumbled for a communication stone, intending to contact the Grand Elder. What is happening? He gazed at the unresponsive stone in his hand, confusion etched on his face. After several fruitless attempts, he stowed the communication stone and drew out a gray talisman. As he activated his spiritual energy, the gray talisman also remained inert. Damn it! The communication talisman has failed too. Pei Kuan's expression grew increasingly grim. With Lin Qianchao severely wounded and the communication talisman rendered useless, his unease intensified. Boom! The bone ship was struck, causing it to sway violently. I cannot wait any longer. I must flee this place. Pei Kuan's countenance was tense. Though Gu Jiantao, a Yuan master of the 8th level, remained outside, Pei Kuan was now consumed by fear of Fang Mo, convinced that Gu Jiantao would ultimately prove no match for him. Closing his eyes to concentrate, Pei Kuan began to maneuver the bone ship away. Moments later, his eyes flew open, his expression one of despair. The bone ship had become immobile. Simultaneously, Gu Jiantao surveyed the dwindling number of Tianjin sect disciples with profound anguish. Those were hundreds of elite disciples, now drained of their life essence, reduced to mere husks. At this moment, Fang Mo radiated an overwhelming aura of blood, his demeanor indifferent. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, framed by the grisly sight of the sea of corpses and blood, resembling a demonic deity. Devil, I shall fight you to the end. Gu Jiantao bellowed, his hair standing on end, appearing utterly deranged. Transform sword. A formidable sword intent erupted from Gu Jiantao's body, transforming into countless strands of sword energy that encircled him, rotating at an astonishing speed. As time progressed, this sword intent grew increasingly terrifying, rendering Gu Jiantao's figure nearly invisible, save for a faint silhouette of a colossal sword. Observing this, Fang Mo gradually raised his right hand and made a grasping motion toward Gu Jiantao in midair. A terrifying, blood-red giant hand materialized from thin air, shattering the rapidly spinning sword energy and revealing Gu Jiantao, who was in the midst of transforming into a sword. At that moment, Gu Jiantao was on the verge of becoming a colossal sword, but was forcibly reverted to his human form by the blood hand's interruption. With a gasp, Gu Jiantao, as if gravely wounded, hurled a mouthful of fresh blood skyward. His eyes widened in horror as he stared at Fang Mo. The process of transforming into a sword was akin to self-detonation, an irreversible act. Yet now, this Fang Mo had single-handedly disrupted his transformation. Such an occurrence had never transpired in the annals of the Tianguang sect. At this moment, Gu Jiantao was truly engulfed in fear. Fang Mo, his expression impassive, commanded the blood-red giant hand to bring Gu Jiantao before him. Self-detonation? I regret to inform you that I cannot permit that. Chapter 166. No one can threaten me. Fang Mo's voice was as chilling as the depths of the abyss, rendering Gu Jiantao's complexion increasingly pale. You demon. What do you intend to do? Your rampant slaughter will surely incur divine wrath. Gu Jiantao feigned composure, his tone severe. Suddenly, a grotesque tentacle pierced through Gu Jiantao's dantian. Gu Jiantao howled to the heavens, his visage contorted in agony. You have destroyed my elixir. This displeases me. The consequence of my displeasure is... Fang Mo paused, a contemplative expression crossing his face. After a moment, a flicker of realization appeared in his eyes. Yes, the result will be the reduction of one of the 7 cities of the Heavenly Sword Sect. With that, a sinister smile crept across Fang Mo's lips, a sight that struck terror into Gu Jiantao's heart. This demon intends to strike at the 7 cities? No, I must inform the sect at once, so they can prepare. With this thought, Gu Jiantao's mind stirred, and a transmission jade talisman materialized in his hand. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he crushed the jade talisman with a sudden force. Gu Jiantao stared at the jade talisman in his hand, puzzled by its lack of response. Fang Mo observed Gu Jiantao's bewilderment with cold amusement. From the very beginning, he had secretly set up the 2 instruments sealing heaven formation. Well, this is where it ends. As Fang Mo's words fell, Gu Jiantao felt a violent surge of qi and blood erupting within him, uncontrollably breaking through his skin, rushing towards Fang Mo. You demon! Gu Jiantao roared in fury, acutely aware of the rapid depletion of his life force. Fang Mo disregarded Gu Jiantao's enraged cries, his eyes gently closed, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Moments later, the unwilling Gu Jiantao was reduced to a desiccated corpse, casually discarding Gu Jiantao's lifeless body. Fang Mo slowly turned to gaze at the immense skeletal ship nearby. At that moment, the entire ship was ensnared by countless blood-red tentacles, and Lin Qianchao, previously nailed to the deck, had long since succumbed to death. Master, there are no outsiders remaining. Why not come out and meet your disciple? Fang Mo's expression was one of warmth, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. Fang Mo, however, remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. After a considerable time, two figures gradually emerged from the cabin. Fang Mo, I deeply regret saving you back then. Pei Kuan's raspy voice was laced with remorse. Beside him stood Xia Xiong, who was drenched in blood, his breath faint, clearly gravely injured. Fang Mo remained indifferent, his smile still intact. Master, I am quite grateful for the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me. I had intended to repay you last time, but alas, you did not give me the opportunity. I believe today you will not refuse, will you? Fang Mo's gaze was laced with mockery as he looked at Pei Kuan. Fang Mo, I must concede. You have indeed evolved into a formidable figure in the demonic path, and I am thoroughly convinced of your prowess. Pei Kuan gazed deeply at Fang Mo, his tone grave. Today, if you spare my life, I am willing to take a celestial oath, vowing never to oppose you again. Upon returning to the sect, I shall never step beyond its threshold for all eternity. Heh. Fang Mo smiled and shook his head, remaining silent. What? Are you still unwilling to let me go? Pei Kuan queried, tightening his grip around the neck of the nearby Xia Xiong. Old man, what qualification do you possess to negotiate with me? Fang Mo's smile gradually faded as he spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Pei Kuan seized the severely injured Xia Xiong and pulled him before him. Fang Mo, I know he is your ally. He has been with you since the moment you entered the sect. If you release me, I shall not harm him. Pei Kuan's gaze burned intensely as he looked at Fang Mo. Master, you truly do not understand your disciple at all. Fang Mo regarded Pei Kuan with an amused glint in his eyes. Pei Kuan furrowed his brow, perplexed by Fang Mo's words, failing to grasp their meaning. Suddenly, Pei Kuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, lowering his gaze in disbelief at the grotesque tentacle protruding from his abdomen. You, how ruthless. Despair etched across Pei Kuan's face as he stared at Fang Mo, taken aback by his complete disregard for Xia Xiong's fate. In this world, no one can threaten me. No one. Fang Mo's expression remained impassive as he regarded the two entwined by the blood-red tendrils, speaking slowly. Moments later, two lifeless corpses collapsed upon the deck. Tianjin sect. What? Say that again. Bai Hong's eyes widened, and he sprang to his feet, roaring at the Tianjin sect disciple before him, causing the hall to tremble. Dear elder, during our sect's ambush against the mysterious demonic cultivators, all were lost. The disciple's face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. Bai Hong's voice was filled with shock. While others may be unaware, he knew all too well. The target of this ambush, Fang Mo, had only joined the Wancher sect half a year prior. Though Pei Kuan had spoken of this child as a strange prodigy, his cultivation was merely at the 4th level of the Yuan realm. Yet, Gu Jiantao was a distinguished practitioner at the 8th level of the Yuan realm. Furthermore, there were powerful figures from the Wancher sect accompanying them. How could they all have perished? Dear elder, it is absolutely true. Elder Gu and his party of several hundred left behind their life jade tokens before departing, and now, those tokens are all shattered. The disciple looked at Bai Hong, panic-stricken. Clang. Bai Hong collapsed back into his seat, his expression vacant. Gu Jiantao was dead. The second strongest among the 7 elders of the Tianjin sect had perished, along with hundreds of elite disciples from the inner sect. How could he explain this to the entire sect? How could he justify it to the sect master? No. Could it be that the Wancher sect laid a trap for them? Indeed, it must be the Wancorp sect. Only they possessed such formidable power. Upon this realization, Bai Hong's expression darkened like a stormy sea, and an overwhelming sword aura instantly enveloped the entire hall. The terrifying pressure forced the disciple to prostrate on the ground, struggling to endure. You must investigate the Wancorp sect's movements in this operation. Hurry. Bai Hong cast a glance at the prostrate disciple, his voice as frigid as ice. Yes. The disciple, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly fled the hall. Bai Hong, with a somber countenance, gazed in the direction the disciple had vanished, murmuring to himself, "One Corpse Sect, I sincerely hope it is not you, for if it is." Meanwhile, at the One Corpse Sect, "You say Elder Lin and Elder Pei are dead." The Grand Elder's murky eyes ignited with a terrifying light as he fixed his gaze upon a disciple clad in black. The black-clad man trembled violently, kneeling on the ground, stammering, "G Grand Elder, the life lamps of Elder Lin and Elder Pei have extinguished." The Grand Elder's expression fluctuated between disbelief and despair. "Lin Xianxiao, the head of the law enforcement hall, is dead. Pei Kuan is also dead. The sect has now lost 2 of its 10 elders. With only half of the 10 elders remaining, how will he report this upon the sect master's return? A mere Fang Mo, no matter how extraordinary, could not possibly have slain Lin Xianxiao, who was at the 7th level of the Yuan realm, especially with the presence of powerful figures from the Heavenly Sword Sect." As this thought crossed his mind, the Grand Elder's murky gaze suddenly sharpened. The Heavenly Sword Sect. Could it be that they orchestrated a covert scheme against us during this operation? You must investigate the situation of the Heavenly Sword Sect in this operation. Quickly. Yes. Watching the retreating figure of the black-clad disciple, the Grand Elder's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Chapter 167. The Marsh of 5 Poisons. Several days later, before a mountain shrouded in mist, a dark red figure emerged. Fang Mo slightly raised his head to gaze upon the towering peaks ahead, his expression serene. The 5 Poison Mountain Range, located at the border between the southern Tianjin sect and the Xinxia sect, stretches for millions of miles, perpetually enveloped in toxic miasma. Within this range, poisonous flora flourishes and deadly creatures roam. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Consequently, it remains largely untraveled. Regarded as a forbidden zone, at the heart of this mountain range lies the 5 Poison Marsh. Without hesitation, Fang Mo stepped into the mountains. Upon entering the 5 Poison Mountain Range, he immediately sensed the noxious air swirling around him, yet it posed no threat to him. The ground was overrun with weeds, curiously all of a pitch-black hue, some even emanating wisps of dark vapor, clearly indicating their lethal nature. Even more peculiar was the utter silence surrounding him, devoid of any birdsong or insect chirping. Unperturbed by this eerie scene, Fang Mo continued walking with an expressionless demeanor. Suddenly, he halted, as a faint rustling reached his ears. The grass nearby stirred. In the next moment, a multicolored spider, the size of a human head, leaped forth, lunging at Fang Mo. He remained unfazed. A flash of crimson light flickered, and the spider vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Hiss! On the ground, a small blood snake flicked its tongue, eagerly towards Fang Mo. "You may lead the way," Fang Mo instructed softly, observing the little serpent. Hiss! The small snake seemed to understand, instantly elongating to several dozen meters. Coiling its lengthy form ahead of Fang Mo wherever it slithered, weeds and trees were crushed, leaving chaos in its wake. Fortunately, the terrifying aura emanating from the little snake deterred any poisonous beasts from crossing their path. However, they did encounter numerous corpses of cultivators, all with ashen faces, evidently having succumbed to poison. Before long, Fang Mo arrived at the edge of a marsh. Above the swamp loomed a thick veil of miasma, rendering visibility almost non-existent. As he looked upon the putrid mire, he saw it littered with bones, some still bearing remnants of flesh, exuding a foul stench. Glub, glub. Nearby, the foul muck continued to bubble ominously. "Ah, the 5 Poison Marsh," Fang Mo murmured to himself, his eyes narrowing slightly. This marsh indeed lived up to its notorious reputation. Cultivators below the Yuan realm could scarcely endure the toxic fumes. He cast a glance at the sludge shifting not far away. Moreover, even those at the Yuan realm must tread carefully around the terrifying poisonous beasts lurking within the swamp. Cackling, a sinister voice echoed, "Here comes a fat sheep." Startled, Fang Mo turned to see 2 figures emerging from the shadows, an elder with a shifty gaze and an ugly man with a mocking grin, both at the 5th level of the Yuan realm. Fang Mo regarded them with an impassive expression, remaining silent. "Boy, have you been scared, silly?" The ugly man spoke with a flippant tone. "Considering your youth, you must possess quite a few remarkable items to have made it this far." His grin was rife with avarice. "Indeed, I do have many valuable possessions," Fang Mo replied, a playful glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the two men's gazes grew increasingly greedy. Then why don't you hurry up and hand them over? The shadowy elder beside him emanated a menacing aura of a fourth-level Yuan practitioner, glaring fiercely at Fang Mo. In the next moment, a massive, blood-red maw engulfed the shadowy elder whole, as if he were merely a morsel. This. The ugly man's mouth fell agape. His face drained of color as he pointed in horror at the colossal crimson serpent before him, rendered speechless. A fourth-level Yuan practitioner had been devoured without a hint of resistance. What kind of terrifying beast is this? Apologies, but I am not fond of being addressed in such a loud manner, Fang Mo remarked with a smile directed at the ugly man. Forbear. I am at fault. I failed to recognize your greatness and have offended you. I beg for your mercy. The ugly man dropped to his knees, his complexion ashen and his body trembling. He was no fool. The ability to command such a fearsome serpent indicated that the young man before him was undoubtedly a formidable figure from the demonic path. Are you one of the 5 poison Rakshasa's followers? Fang Mo inquired, casting a glance at the kneeling figure. Forbear. I am merely here to seek refuge with Lord 5 Poison. Recently, the Celestial Sword Sect has been rampant in eradicating evil, prompting many demonic cultivators to seek the protection of Lord 5 Poison. The ugly man paused, casting a furtive glance at Fang Mo before continuing. Thus, we thought to ambush those demonic cultivators here to acquire resources. Oh, then do you know how to navigate through this marsh to reach the 5 poison Rakshasa? Fang Mo surveyed the toxic marshland. Yes. Forbear. I can guide you to Lord 5 Poison's palace. The ugly man exclaimed, delight illuminating his features. Very well. Fang Mo replied with a slight nod. The ugly man then produced a small, exquisite wooden boat from his robe. With a gentle toss, the boat expanded in the wind, swiftly transforming into a several-meter-long vessel that settled steadily upon the marsh. Fang Mo observed the boat with interest, noting the absence of any yuan fluctuations emanating from it. The ugly man, perceiving Fang Mo's confusion, hurriedly explained, Forbear, this boat is known as the Marsh Vessel, specifically crafted for traversing the 5 poison marsh. Hence it is quite rare. Oh, Fang Mo replied, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. However, Forbear, the 5 poison marsh is teeming with ferocious poisonous beasts, so we must remain vigilant against their attacks. Otherwise, we might inadvertently fall into the mire, the ugly man cautioned. Fang Mo furrowed his brow upon hearing this. So, this marsh vessel can only cross the 5 poison marsh by chance. Put away your marsh vessel. Fang Mo cast a glance at the grotesque man. The ugly man was momentarily taken aback. Are you not intending to seek out Lord Wudu? Fang Mo disregarded the man's bewilderment and gently caressed the enormous head of the serpent beside him, softly murmuring, It's up to you now. As the words left his lips, the small blood python opened its mouth wide and let out a thunderous roar. In the wake of the ugly man's astonished gaze, a pair of colossal, translucent blood wings suddenly unfurled from the python's back. The force of the wind generated sent the ugly man flying backward. Come aboard, Fang Mo commanded, standing atop the small python as he observed the man, now seated on the ground. Why yes, esteemed senior. The ugly man gazed at the massive serpent, its blood wings flapping in midair, swallowing hard in trepidation. Following this, he timidly approached the small python's back, despite its slightly displeased stare. Which way do we proceed? Fang Mo inquired, eyeing the dense poisonous miasma ahead. Senior, we should head in that direction, the ugly man pointed. Understood, Fang Mo nodded. With a resounding roar, the small python flapped its wings and soared into the toxic haze. The flapping of its wings stirred a roaring gale, dispersing the miasma in its wake. Moreover, the terrifying aura emanating from the small python rendered the poisonous beasts lurking in the marsh too fearful to show themselves. Witnessing this spectacle, the ugly man's gaze toward Fang Mo grew increasingly reverent. Chapter 168. The gathering of demons. Deep within the 5 poisons marsh stands a magnificent black palace, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, with 2 ghostly green flames flickering ominously at its entrance. Inside the palace, a thick haze of malevolent energy swirls, and the air is thick with a sense of foreboding. Hundreds of demon cultivators gather here, their expressions grave as they engage in hushed whispers, creating a cacophony of sound. Before long, a strikingly alluring woman emerges from a side hall. Draped in a vibrant, multicolored gown, Her beauty is captivating, with elongated, water-like phoenix eyes that enchant the soul. Remarkably, her lips are a haunting shade of green. This woman is none other than the master of this domain, the five poisons Rakshasa, accompanied by a gaunt old man in white. Upon her arrival, the previously tumultuous atmosphere falls into a sudden hush, as the demon cultivators fix their fearful gazes upon her graceful figure. The five poisons Rakshasa is a renowned figure in the demonic realm, infamous for her formidable reputation and her bizarre mastery of toxic arts, which instills terror in the hearts of many. It is said that her temperament is as unpredictable as the winds. Once, she exterminated an entire clan simply because she was displeased by a man's glance. Thus, despite her alluring beauty, the assembled crowd dares not entertain any thoughts that could provoke her wrath. With an impassive expression, the five poisons Rakshasa strides to the main seat of the hall and takes her place, while the white-clad elder sits beside her with a smile. This unexpected action elicits expressions of bewilderment among the demon cultivators. Who is this old man, that he possesses the standing to sit beside the esteemed five poisons? A few cultivators gaze at the elder with widened eyes, their faces reflecting a dawning recognition of his identity. I have summoned you all for a purpose you surely comprehend. The five poisons Rakshasa states, casting a calm glance over the assembly. The crowd nods in agreement. Currently, the Heavenly Sword Sect, under the guise of purging evil, seeks to eradicate our kind. Meanwhile, the 10,000 Corpses Sect and the Bewitching Valley remain indifferent to our plight. What do you propose we do? She inquires, her tone grave. Resist. We must resist. Let us vanquish the Heavenly Sword Sect. Unite and retaliate against the Heavenly Sword Sect. I've long harbored disdain for those hypocritical fools. Let us eliminate them all. At that moment, the hall bursts into fervent cries of support. Excellent. We shall not passively await our doom. We must make it abundantly clear to the Heavenly Sword Sect that we, the wandering cultivators of the demonic path, are not so easily extinguished. The five poisons Rakshasa nods slightly, her voice icy. However, the Heavenly Sword Sect boasts a myriad of powerful warriors, which is why I have invited the Bone Elder to preside over our gathering. She continues, gesturing towards the white-clad elder. What? It is indeed the Bone Elder, gasps the crowd in astonishment. Hasn't he secluded himself for a century, forsaking worldly affairs? What is his background? You do not even recognize the Bone Elder? A century ago, he was already a formidable 8th-level Yuan realm cultivator, a true titan of the demonic path. Such power. Indeed, it is a mystery why, a century ago, the venerable white-bone sage chose to retreat from the world, forsaking matters of the demonic path. Truly, the Lord of the Five Poisons is remarkable, capable of summoning such a formidable hidden giant from seclusion. In the face of the astonished expressions of the gathered demonic cultivators, the white-bone sage smiled gently and began to speak. Esteemed colleagues, although I have dwelled in seclusion for many years, I am willing to lend my humble assistance during this critical juncture for our demonic practitioners. Such is the righteousness of the white-bone sage. The white-bone sage, ever more vigorous in his advanced years. With the white-bone sage at our helm, the Celestial Sword Sect can prepare for a thorough beating at our hands. The time for the resurgence of our demonic path has arrived. White-bone sage, let us march upon the Celestial Sword Sect at once. My sword yearns for action. Observing the increasingly excited crowd, the white-bone sage maintained his smile, though the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. March upon the Celestial Sword Sect? How dare these scoundrels utter such words? If I truly attacked the Celestial Sword Sect, it would be akin to the old immortal consuming arsenic. Were it not for the Lord of the Five Poisons promising to assist me in purging the remnants of poison left in my body from a century ago, I would not concern myself with the fates of these scoundrels. Now, we ought to formulate a plan. The Lord of the Five Poisons interrupted the fervor of the crowd. At that moment, a peculiar dwarf emerged from the throng, his stature akin to that of an 8-year-old child, yet his face bore the markings of a middle-aged man. Such an odd appearance elicited no ridicule from the surrounding demonic practitioners. Rather, they gazed upon the dwarf with palpable fear. Demon Child, a 7th-level cultivator of the Yuan realm, possessing a peculiar, reclusive disposition, known for his cruelty and taste for bloodshed, particularly relishing the consumption of human hearts. Lord of the Five Poisons, it is rumored that the Celestial Sword Sect's cleansing of demons and safeguarding of the path arises from your actions. Is there any truth to this? Ignoring the fearful gazes of the surrounding cultivators, the demon child raised his head to confront the Lord of the Five Poisons, his voice steady with inquiry. Upon his utterance, the grand hall fell into a sudden silence. The demonic practitioners exchanged wary glances towards the Lord of the Five Poisons, hesitant to breathe too loudly. Even the white-boned sage regarded the Lord of the Five Poisons with a look of confusion. Demon child, what do you mean by this? The Celestial Sword Sect did indeed seek me out, but what concern is their crusade against demons to me? The Lord of the Five Poisons glared fiercely at the demon child, her brows knitting in anger. Explain what is truly happening. The white-boned sage frowned slightly as he regarded the Lord of the Five Poisons. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, the Lord of the Five Poisons slowly replied, I have resided in this Five Poisons marsh for the past 6 years, devoted to mastering the art of poison, without stepping beyond its bounds. However, not long ago, Ding Jinshan from the Celestial Sword Sect, accompanied by a throng of disciples, stormed my abode, accusing me of practicing wicked sorcery and slaughtering over 10,000 souls in their city. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted noticeably. So, did you or did you not commit such an act? The demon child fixed his gaze intently upon the Lord of the Five Poisons. I have never set foot beyond the Five Poisons marsh. The Lord of the Five Poisons replied coldly. At that time, I explained to Ding Jinshan, but he refused to listen, leading to a confrontation between us. Although he possessed the cultivation of the 8th layer of the Yuan realm, in the treacherous Five Poison Marsh, he was unable to contend with me and had no choice but to retreat. Shortly thereafter, the Tianjin sect commenced their campaign against the demons. And this is how the situation unfolded. The Five Poison Rakshasa stated impassively. The Bone Elder narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before responding. Thus, there are only 2 possibilities regarding this matter. What are the 2 possibilities? The Five Poison Rakshasa inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. The first possibility is that the Tianjin sect has fabricated a reason to eradicate us, the demonic cultivators. The second possibility is that someone has framed you. The Bone Elder's expression grew grave. If it is the second possibility, there remains a glimmer of hope. If we can identify this person and present them to the Tianjin sect. However, if it is the first, then the Tianjin sect is resolute in their intent to eliminate the demonic cultivators. Upon hearing these words, even the demon child who had been questioning the Five Poison Rakshasa displayed a serious demeanor. At that moment, a voice arose from the crowd. I know. Someone has framed Lord Five Poison. Chapter 169. A group of fools. A slender man spoke, drawing the attention of the crowd towards him. Yesterday, a friend of mine escaped from the territory of the Heavenly Sword Sect and informed me that several cities within their domain have indeed transformed into desolate wastelands. It is said that someone has been practicing a sinister sacrificial ritual, resulting in the deaths of nearly 50,000 people. And yet the Heavenly Sword Sect has been unable to capture this individual. In their anger and humiliation, they have decided to exterminate the demonic cultivators. The slender man's tone was somewhat awkward as he suddenly found himself the center of attention. The expressions of the gathered demonic cultivators shifted at his words. Many had previously dismissed the claims of the Heavenly Sword Sect regarding the massacre of 2 cities as mere pretexts. After all, the demonic path had weakened, and the Heavenly Sword Sect stood as the pinnacle of righteousness. Who would dare to provoke them? The revelation that such events were indeed true was shocking. The slaughter of tens of thousands. Such barbarity was utterly appalling. Among the multitude of demonic cultivators present, there were certainly many who were bloodthirsty and cruel by nature. Yet none dared to boast of their capability to commit such large-scale atrocities. Even if one could, to act so recklessly within the territory of the Heavenly Sword Sect would be akin to madness. Who would have imagined that after a century of seclusion, the demonic path would give rise to such a figure, daring to undertake such reckless deeds within the confines of the Heavenly Sword Sect? The Elder of Bones narrowed his eyes, then shifted the topic, murmuring, could it be some reclusive old monster? His brow furrowed in contemplation. Regardless of who this person may be, thanks to them, the Heavenly Sword Sect is now bent on eradicating all demonic cultivators. If I were to capture this individual, I would ensure they experience a fate worse than death. The Five Poisons Rakshasa's expression turned icy, a terrifying aura emanating from her. Many demonic cultivators turned pale, their hearts racing. This individual was either a madman driven by bloodlust or possessed of absolute strength, allowing them to act with such impunity. The young demon child analyzed calmly. No matter how powerful one may be, can they truly contend with the Heavenly Sword Sect? In my view, they are merely an arrogant lunatic. A robust man with large, unsightly birthmarks stepped forward, sneering. The mere sight of him made the hearts of the demonic cultivators tremble. The green-faced demon lord, a formidable figure at the 7th level of the Yuan realm, known for his brutal nature and twisted psyche, was rumored to flay the faces of those he killed. Enough. This individual eludes even the Heavenly Sword Sect. For now, we cannot do anything about him. Our most pressing concern is how to deal with the extermination efforts of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The Elder of Bones addressed the gathering slowly. Upon hearing this, the hall fell into silence once more. As everyone pondered deeply, a heavy, rumbling sound echoed through the air. The doors of the hall were pushed open. The demonic cultivators looked up in surprise, their gazes fixated on the entrance. Even the 5 poisons Rakshasa, seated upon her high throne, regarded the door with a puzzled expression. When a handsome young gentleman entered, the countenances of the demonic cultivators darkened instantly. It appears that I have not arrived too late, he chuckled. Disregarding the disapproving gazes of the surrounding dark cultivators, Fang Mo wore a smile. After speaking, he leisurely made his way to a secluded corner. The repugnant man trailing behind him, however, was now ashen-faced, drenched in cold sweat. Many of the dark cultivators within this grand hall bore fearsome reputations. A moment's carelessness could lead to a swift demise. The ugly man now regretted his decision to follow. Fang Mo's sudden appearance had already elicited displeasure among numerous dark cultivators, their malevolent energy surging. Had it not been for the fear of provoking the 5 poisons Rakshasa within this hall, many would have likely taken action against Fang Mo. Now, let us return to our previous discussion. The 5 poisons Rakshasa remarked, casting an indifferent glance at Fang Mo, her voice low and somber. The dark cultivators, upon hearing this, redirected their attention away from Fang Mo. In the corner, Fang Mo slowly surveyed the assembly of dark cultivators, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. It seemed that the foundation of the rogue dark cultivators was not to be underestimated. Among the several hundred present, many were at the Yuan realm, with a few even reaching the 7th level of Yuan realm. If combined with those who had retreated to the 4 Directions City and the hidden dark cultivators, they could form a force that could not be overlooked. Alas, these dark cultivators were often rebellious and solitary, akin to scattered sand. Ultimately, Fang Mo's interest was captured by the alluring woman seated in a position of authority. This must be the legendary 5 poisons Rakshasa, he mused. Quite different from what he had envisioned. He had anticipated an old crone of repulsive appearance, yet she turned out to be a remarkably enchanting figure. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Fang Mo was keen to hear how these dark cultivators planned to confront the Heavenly Sword Sect. Rakshasa, I believe it would be prudent to observe the situation for now and refrain from provoking the Heavenly Sword Sect, the demon youth stated calmly, gazing at the 5 poisons Rakshasa. Nonsense. Are you suggesting we simply sit here and await our demise? Before the 5 poisons Rakshasa could respond, the green-faced demon lord glared vehemently at the demon youth. Green-faced demon lord, what wise counsel do you propose then? The demon youth retorted expressionlessly. My suggestion is straightforward. Let the venerable bone elder lead us directly into the territory of the Heavenly Sword Sect. We shall seize a few cities, commit acts of arson and slaughter, and demonstrate the might of our dark cultivators. The green-faced demon lord bellowed, erupting into maniacal laughter, his grotesque birthmark growing even more sinister. At this proclamation, several dark cultivators nodded in agreement, their expressions revealing approval. The bone elder's eye twitched in irritation. Damn it! Does this green-faced demon lord possess strength, but no intellect? Fool! No, a pack of fools! He scoffed, casting a disparaging glance at the assembly of dark cultivators. Beside him, the 5 poisons Rakshasa shot a measured glance at the green-faced demon lord, remaining silent. My lady, I believe we should first locate the instigator, capture him, and deliver him to the Heavenly Sword Sect. This may well quell their wrath, a middle-aged dark cultivator suggested in a low voice. As soon as these words were spoken, a flurry of discussions erupted among the demonic cultivators. How can we possibly find those whom even the Heavenly Sword Sect cannot apprehend? Indeed, this method is futile. I am inclined to support the proposal of the azure-faced demon lord to directly invade the territory of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The Heavenly Sword Sect boasts nearly 1,000 elders at the Yuan Master level, not to mention the 7 Grand Elders. Do you truly believe we possess enough strength to confront them? I must express my displeasure at your statement. Do we not have the Bone Master on our side? In my opinion, we should heed the advice of the Demon Child Lord, for adopting a strategy of inaction in the face of change is the wisest course of action. Just as the debate raged on, a derisive laugh echoed in the ears of the gathering. What a collection of fools, wasting my precious time. Chapter 170. I am Fang Mo, leading fools. The once cacophonous hall fell into an eerie silence, a pin drop audible amidst the stillness. All the demonic cultivators cast dark, brooding glances towards the youthful figure in the corner, their eyes glinting with malice. The air thickened with malevolent energy, a palpable aura of impending violence. Who was this impudent youth, daring to utter such arrogant words? Did he wish for death? A shadowy man scoffed, and in the next moment, the oppressive aura of a 5th-level Yuan master surged towards Fang Mo, intent on suppressing him. Behind Fang Mo, an unattractive man collapsed in terror, his face ashen. To him, Fang Mo's reckless bravado before these formidable demons signaled certain doom, and he feared he would share the same fate. As the grotesque man braced himself for death, a sudden crash echoed through the hall. A grotesque, blood-red tentacle pierced the shadowy man's abdomen, pinning him brutally against a stone pillar. Gasp! Gasp! The shadowy man's face contorted in agony, his breath coming in ragged gasps. This unexpected turn of events sent shockwaves through the assembly of demonic cultivators. How audacious could one be to kill within the 5 Poisons Hall? The expression of the 5 Poisons Rakshasa atop the dais darkened, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing into slits as she regarded Fang Mo with icy disdain. The atmosphere in the hall grew stifling, the only sound being the shadowy man's tormented moans. I detest being threatened, Fang Mo remarked indifferently, casting a fleeting glance at the pinned figure. Such arrogance. Today, I shall teach you the meaning of death. The green-faced demon lord fixed a piercing gaze upon Fang Mo, his voice dripping with menace. In an instant, a powerful aura of a 7th-level Yuan master erupted from him, coalescing into a terrifying demonic hand that reached out to seize Fang Mo. The winds howled, and the very fabric of space trembled. Witnessing this, the surrounding demonic cultivators could hardly contain their glee, their expressions reveling in the anticipated downfall of the arrogant youth. The 5 Poisons Rakshasa made no move to intervene, her demeanor calm, for this insufferable fool irked her as well. Confronted by the onslaught of the colossal demonic hand, Fang Mo's expression remained unperturbed. In the next heartbeat, a vicious tentacle descended from above, obliterating the demonic hand, scattering the dark energy into nothingness. Then, in a flash of crimson light, the scene before the onlookers froze them in disbelief. The young man stood expressionless, a single hand constricting the throat of the green-faced demon lord. At that moment, the green-faced demon lord's face was a portrait of horror, his eyes wide with dread as he realized he was ensnared. Unable to summon his inner power or even move his body, Fang Mo regarded the green-faced demon lord with indifference, softly uttering, "Is this how one writes death?" As he spoke, the green-faced demon lord's form began to contort in a grotesque manner, his limbs bending at impossible angles. Gasp! The piercing scream of the green-faced demon lord echoed throughout the hall. The chilling cries sent shivers down the spines of the demonic cultivators present. In mere moments, the blue-faced demon lord was reduced to a mere silhouette of death, devoid of any breath. "Is this how one writes the character for death?" Fang Mo remarked, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he surveyed the surrounding demons. Instantly, the faces of the gathered cultivators turned ashen, bowing their heads in fear. Unable to meet Fang Mo's gaze, their hearts quaking with trepidation. In an instant, the infamous blue-faced demon lord had been cruelly slaughtered. He was a formidable figure, a 7th-level practitioner of the Yuan realm. In the presence of this terrifying individual, he had been as defenseless as a puppet, deprived even of the chance to resist. It was utterly horrifying. Contemplating this, the demonic cultivators dared not even breathe. Witnessing this scene, Fang Mo's smile deepened. The young demon closest to the blue-faced lord now wore a mask of terror as he regarded Fang Mo. He refrained from attacking, not due to inability, but out of sheer fear. His strength was on par with that of the blue-faced demon lord, and he dreaded that should he strike, he would be the next to perish. Such a terrifying demonic cultivator. How had he never heard of him before? Could he be some hidden great demon? The young demon furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Who exactly are you? The 5 poisons Rakshasa slowly rose from her seat, her expression grave as she scrutinized Fang Mo. She had never encountered such a mysterious powerhouse among the demonic cultivators. Not only was he terrifyingly strong, capable of effortlessly annihilating the blue-faced demon lord, but his intentions were clearly malevolent. My name is Fang Mo, and I shall lead you fools to annihilate the righteous and bring forth the dominion of demons. Fang Mo stated with a slight smile, his tone calm, yet laced with an undeniable authority. You are outrageous. You are utterly presumptuous. No matter how high your cultivation, you cannot humiliate us in such a manner. Some retorted vehemently. Surely you do not believe you can act with impunity. We implore Senior Whitebone to take action and slay this man. Fang Mo's words ignited a fury among the crowd, and numerous demonic cultivators began to vocally rebuke him. He remained silent, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. In the next instant, dozens of demonic cultivators were struck down without so much as a scream. Pierced through by crimson tendrils, their lives extinguished on the spot. The remaining cultivators turned pale, their bodies freezing in terror. How could this individual be so brazen in his slaughter? Who dared to object? Fang Mo coldly scanned the room. As his words echoed, the demons in the hall glared with indignation, yet none dared to speak further. The 5 poisons Rakshas's eyes widened in shock, her gaze sharp, exuding a palpable malevolence as she struggled to suppress her rising fury. How audacious of you, young one, to act so recklessly. Do you truly disregard my presence? Before she could voice her thoughts, a hoarse voice emerged from the Whitebone Elder. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of an 8th-level Yuan practitioner erupted from him, filling the grand hall with a suffocating miasma and howling winds. The terrifying pressure rendered many of the demonic cultivators pale, causing them to collapse to the ground. However, their faces were alight with joy. Truly, the legendary Bone Elder was doomed. At that moment, the Bone Elder's aura surged, and 3 grayish-white skulls floated before him. Eerie, emerald flames flickered in the eye sockets of the skulls, casting an unsettling glow. Even more bizarrely, the jawbones of the skulls opened and closed incessantly, producing a chilling creaking sound, as if they were alive. Go! With a commanding shout from the Bone Elder, the 3 skulls, enveloped in a torrent of demonic energy, hurtled towards Fang Mo. As they passed, the very fabric of space fractured, and the void trembled. The overwhelming force caused the nearby 5 poisons Rakshasa to narrow her eyes. Indeed, the Bone Elder was formidable. She had no confidence in her ability to block those peculiar skulls. With this thought, the 5 poisons Rakshasa turned her gaze to Fang Mo, eager to witness how this arrogant demonic cultivator would respond. Fang Mo cast a dispassionate glance at the approaching skulls. From behind him, a sinister tentacle emerged, striking fiercely at the 3 skulls. Boom. Chapter 171. Who agrees, who disagrees? A resounding crash reverberated through the hall, shaking its very foundations. The 3 terrifying skulls were instantly propelled away, crashing into the nearby wall. The immense force of the impact left a long, jagged fissure in the wall, a sight both grotesque and awe-inspiring. How is this possible? The 5 poisons Rakshasa gasped, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. This arrogant demonic cultivator had effortlessly neutralized the attack of the Bone Elder and even appeared to gain the upper hand. What were those sinister blood-red tendrils, wielding such formidable power? At that moment, the surrounding demonic cultivators regarded Fang Mo with increasing trepidation. This individual was capable of clashing head-on with the Bone Elder, who had attained the 8th level of the Yuan realm. No wonder he was so brazen. Ah, it seems this old man truly underestimated you, which explains your audacity. The Bone Elder narrowed his eyes, his tone frigid. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously shattered wall began to tremble, dust cascading from the widening crack. Whoosh! 3 beams of grayish-white light surged forth from the wall, once again hurtling toward Fang Mo. How intriguing! Observing the approaching skulls with a glimmer of interest, Fang Mo raised his right hand, grasping at the air toward the 3 skulls. In the next moment, those swiftly advancing skulls were inexplicably suspended in midair, rendered immobile. save for the flickering green, ghostly flames within their eye sockets. The Bone Elder's expression shifted slightly at this sight. These skulls were the culmination of over a century of effort to acquire, painstakingly transformed into his life's secret treasure over several decades. He could not afford to lose them. With this thought, the Bone Elder's demeanor grew serious. He bit his fingertip and with a swift gesture of his fingers, directed his will toward the distant skulls. "Return," the Bone Elder commanded, his voice low and firm. Yet the three skulls remained unresponsive, their ghostly flames flickering with increasing intensity. Seeing this, the Bone Elder's expression darkened. Fang Mo cast a glance at him, a scornful smile gracing his lips. He then beckoned gently with his fingers toward the three skulls. In an astonishing turn of events, the skulls obediently began to glide toward Fang Mo. This is impossible. The Bone Elder's face reflected sheer disbelief. These skulls were his life's treasure. Just moments ago, when he attempted to summon them with his blood essence, they had not reacted at all. Now, they were responding to Fang Mo's command, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Fang Mo regarded the three skulls with keen interest. Their grayish-white bone hues gleamed like jade. Soon, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he sensed three dormant, yet formidable wills emanating from the skulls. It was an aura of willpower that transcended the Yuan realm. Could it be? A flicker of delight sparkled in Fang Mo's eyes, realizing he had unexpectedly stumbled upon a treasure today. With that, he extended several crimson threads of blood from his fingertips, which shot into the eye sockets of the skulls with sudden ferocity. Subsequently, the eerie green flames in the eye sockets of the three skulls extinguished completely. In that moment, the skeletal figure suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood. "Your gift is quite satisfactory. I accept it," Fang Mo stated, tucking away the three skulls and offering a calm smile to the skeletal entity. "You wretched brat. How dare you?" The skeletal figure's eyes bulged with fury, and a surge of energy erupted from his body. The air trembled, and the hall shuddered. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath the skeletal figure fractured, fissures spreading outward like a spider's web. The terrifying pressure compelled the nearby 5 poisons Rakshasa to summon their energy, straining to resist. Many of the demonic cultivators within the hall coughed blood, their faces contorted in agony, with some collapsing into unconsciousness. "In Ming Finger," the skeletal figure roared, bringing his fingers together and suddenly pointing at Fang Mo. A brilliant beam of white light shot forth from his fingertips, hurtling towards Fang Mo wherever the white light passed. It created a vacuum, the spiritual energy stagnating, and the very fabric of space shattering. Fang Mo's expression remained impassive, blood-red energy swirling around him as he unleashed a punch towards the white light. The crimson fist shadow, akin to a streak of blood-colored lightning, surged forth, carrying with it an overwhelming scent of blood that collided with the white light. With a deafening crash, the hall quaked violently. The white light was shattered by the crimson punch, transforming into a downpour of radiant fragments that gradually dissipated. Unyielding, the crimson fist shadow continued its assault directly towards the skeletal figure. Faced with this impending threat, the skeletal figure's countenance shifted dramatically, terror flashing in his eyes. He hastily channeled his energy, forming a thick protective barrier before him. However, with a resounding thud, the barrier crumbled like parchment beneath the onslaught of the crimson fist shadow. The skeletal figure, now wounded, coughed up blood and fell to his knees. Gasping for breath, he looked in disbelief at the gaping wound in his abdomen, a sound of reluctant despair escaping his lips. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Silence enveloped the hall. The demonic cultivators stared in horror at the deceased skeletal figure, their minds blank. A formidable 8th-tier hidden demon had perished just like that? How could this be possible? The 5 poisons Rakshasa, stripped of the imposing aura of a great demon, turned pale, their eyes filled with fear as they gazed at Fang Mo. How could this man, Fang Mo, possess such overwhelming power? Was he perhaps a 9th-tier master? At that moment, the trembling demon child, who had collapsed to the floor, suddenly recalled something. Slowly lifting his gaze towards Fang Mo, he stammered, Could you be the mysterious demon cultivator who slaughtered the city at the Heavenly Sword Sect?" Fang Mo merely smiled faintly, offering no response, and instead, slowly advancing towards the high seat. At this juncture, the hundreds of demonic cultivators in the hall dared not utter a sound, all watching Fang Mo with trepidation. The 5 poisons Rakshasa, trembling in fear, could not suppress the quaking of their delicate form beneath their colorful robes as Fang Mo stood before the high seat, casting a slow glance at them. The 5 poisons Rakshasa felt a stirring in her heart, and hastily made way with utmost respect. Fang Mo, with an indifferent demeanor, waved his sleeve and ascended the high seat with an air of authority. I am Fang Mo, and I shall lead you foolish demons to conquer the world. This is your honor. Who is in favor, and who is opposed? Fang Mo's gaze was cold as he surveyed the pallid faces of the gathered demon cultivators. Silence reigned among them. Lord Fang Mo, I am willing. I wish to follow you, Lord Fang Mo. A fervent voice suddenly pierced the quiet, emanating from the crowd of demon cultivators. It was the previously unappealing man who had trailed behind Fang Mo, raising his hands high. His expression one of fervor as he gazed at Fang Mo. Following his lead, the other demon cultivators gradually lifted their hands in agreement. And you? Fang Mo turned to the side, addressing the 5 poisons Rakshasa, who stood there expectantly. I too wish to follow you, my lord, she replied, her complexion pale and her voice trembling. Very well, Fang Mo remarked with a hint of satisfaction in his smile. The demon cultivators felt a wave of relief wash over them. Fortunately, this individual was not a bloodthirsty fiend. Yet, the subsequent words from Fang Mo plunged their spirits into despair. Now, you shall offer up your soul flames. Chapter 172. I am the blood sovereign. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the assembled demonic cultivators darkened considerably. Even the face of the 5 poisons Rakshasa tightened, her eyes glaring at Fang Mo with indignation. To offer one's soul fire? To surrender one's very existence into the hands of another was nothing short of enslavement, an affront to their dignity. For these unruly demonic cultivators, such a fate was more unbearable than death itself. You have gone too far. What if you are powerful? I refuse to serve, shouted a robed demon, transforming into a streak of black light as he fled the hall. Witnessing this, dozens of others followed suit, hastening towards the exit. Heh! Fang Mo chuckled softly, making no effort to impede their escape. The 5 poisons Rakshasa, her phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on him, wrestled with her inner turmoil. To flee, or to remain? If she escaped, she would be free, no longer bound to surrender her soul fire. Yet, an instinctual alarm within her warned against flight, foretelling imminent calamity should she choose to do so. Just as the 5 poisons Rakshasa furrowed her brows in indecision, those who had fled returned, their faces ashen. It became apparent that at some point, a vast curtain of blood had enveloped the entire hall. They were utterly incapable of breaching this mysterious barrier and could only retreat in despair. Lord Fang Mo, we are willing to offer our soul fire. The returning group appeared defeated. Having witnessed Fang Mo's uncanny powers, they resigned themselves to their fate. Heh! Fang Mo smiled and shook his head. Those who err must face their punishment, and moreover, his smile faded as he continued. Remember, it is not I who implores you to offer your soul fire, but rather, it is you who beseech me. Before his words could fully dissipate, a multitude of grotesque, blood-red tendrils surged forth, engulfing the group. As they beheld the horrifying appendages, the 5 poisons Rakshasa turned pale, a tempest brewing within her heart. This man had just battled the Whitebone Master and had not even exerted his full strength. Moments later, the terrifying tendrils receded, leaving behind a scene of desiccated corpses strewn across the ground. Fang Mo disregarded the lifeless bodies, casting a detached glance at the remaining demonic cultivators. Lord Fang Mo, I am willing to offer my soul fire. I too shall offer my soul fire. Lord Fang Mo, I vow to follow you for eternity. Please accept my soul fire. The remaining demonic cultivators, faces wrought with fear, knelt down, carefully cradling their soul fires in their hands, raising them high above their heads. Gazing at the nearby pile of corpses, these cultivators suddenly realized that dignity and freedom paled in comparison to the instinct for survival. Fang Mo remained expressionless, silent. Observing this scene, the remaining demonic cultivators were even more filled with trepidation. We implore you, Lord Fang Mo, accept our soul fire. They cried in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. Very well. Fang Mo nodded slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. After accepting the soul fires of the remaining demonic cultivators, he slowly turned his gaze towards the pale 5 poisons Rakshasa standing nearby. Upon encountering Fang Mo's icy gaze, the 5 poison Rakshasa felt a shiver within her. Her complexion paling. She parted her cherry lips slightly, exhaling a breath as fragrant as orchids. In the next moment, a flickering black flame gradually emerged from her mouth, and with her delicate jade-like hands, she presented the soul fire before Fang Mo. Master Fang Mo, please, accept my soul fire. At that moment, the 5 poison Rakshas's eyes were filled with despair, her voice barely above a whisper. Fang Mo exchanged a knowing glance with her before gracefully beckoning to collect the soul fire. He then slowly cast his gaze over the assembly of demonic cultivators below. From this day forth, I shall be the Blood Master. His chilling voice resonated throughout the grand hall. Meanwhile, in the outside world, more than half a month had passed since Fang Mo's sacrificial act at Swordstone City. Strangely, neither the Heavenly Sword Sect nor the 10,000 Corpses Sect had shown any signs of activity, as if everything remained undisturbed. Nonetheless, the events of Swordstone City had spread like wildfire, creating an uproar across the cultivation world. The Heavenly Sword Sect and the 10,000 Corpses Sect had joined forces to ambush a mysterious demonic cultivator, only to suffer a catastrophic defeat. In this battle, both sects incurred severe losses. Gu Jiantao, one of the 7 elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect, perished, alongside 2 of the 10 elders from the 10,000 Corpses Sect. Ultimately, nearly 50,000 lives were extinguished in Swordstone City. During this period, countless cultivators speculated about the identity of the extraordinary demonic cultivator. Have you heard about the events in Swordstone City? Of course, aside from Swordstone City, it is said that several other cities within the Heavenly Sword Sect's territory have also been slaughtered, with methods so cruel that they are truly appalling. What is most astonishing is that this mysterious demonic cultivator could vanquish the combined forces of the Heavenly Sword Sect and the 10,000 Corpses Sect. Truly, they are unparalleled. With such formidable power, could this demonic cultivator be some hidden ancient fiend? Hard to say, but it is rumored that the Heavenly Sword Sect's campaign against demonic cultivators arose because of him. What? The recent extermination of our demonic cultivators by the Heavenly Sword Sect is due to him. Bah! What does strength matter? He is the center of our entire demonic path. Silence. Our demonic cultivators have long been suppressed by the righteous path. Currently, we are constantly hiding and cowering. Where is the spirit of a true demonic cultivator? I believe this esteemed demonic cultivator is the true embodiment of the demonic path. He is undoubtedly the hope for our resurgence. Such a bloodthirsty fiend deserves to be eradicated. In the Elder Hall of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Bai Hong sat in a high position, his expression as dark as water, while the other elders wore solemn faces. Elder, the events of Swordstone City have already spread. If we do not swiftly eliminate that fiend Fang Mo, our sect's reputation will suffer greatly, spoke a middle-aged elder. Silence. If even Elder Gu Jiantao, at the 8th level of the Yuan realm, fell to him, who do you suggest should go after him? You or I? Bai Hong glared fiercely at the middle-aged elder. Upon hearing this, the elder's face turned pale, and he hastily lowered his head. Having joined the sect less than half a year ago, no matter how prodigious one might be, it would be impossible to slay a cultivator at the 8th level of the Yuan realm. There must certainly be a powerful ally by this person's side. Bai Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, murmuring to himself. Although the 10,000 Corpses Sect had consistently emphasized Fang Mo's extraordinary talents, he could not bring himself to believe that someone could slay an 8th level Yuan realm expert within a mere 6 months. He was certain that a formidable demonic practitioner of the 8th Yuan realm, or perhaps even a 9th, was lurking beside Fang Mo Elder, informed the Carefree Sect. We must join forces to encircle and eliminate Fang Mo. Mei Yusin, dressed in green, spoke slowly. Her words caused a subtle change in the expressions of the elders present. The last time they had allied with the Carefree Sect to eradicate demons was a millennium ago. No, we cannot seek assistance from the Carefree Sect for the sake of a mere fiend. How can our sect continue to claim the title of the Righteous Path's leader if this word spreads? Bai Hong resolutely dismissed Mei Yusin's proposal. Moreover, even if it were a 9th level Yuan realm expert, it would not deter us. Those who provoke the Heavenly Sword Sect shall meet their demise. His chilling tone sent a shiver down the spines of the gathered elders. Then, with an expressionless demeanor, Bai Hong slowly declared, in the name of the Grand Elder, I hereby activate the Sword Tomb. Chapter 173, The Blessing of the 10,000 Corpses Sect. Within the Elder Hall of the 10,000 Corpses Sect, The Grand Elder Tang Yuan sat, his face haggard and his gaze increasingly clouded. A mere inner disciple, having been initiated for only half a year, had caused the loss of half the esteemed elders of the sect, and even Lin Qianchao, the master of enforcement at the 7th level of the Yuan realm, was not spared. Such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable and profoundly chilling. Tang Yuan had cultivated for 2 centuries and had never encountered an individual of such exceptional talent. Nor had he come across any mention of such a prodigy in the ancient texts. The other elders speculated that Fang Mo must be accompanied by formidable allies. Even the Heavenly Sword Sect shared this belief. However, Tang Yuan harbored a strong conviction that both Lin Qianchao and Gu Jiantao of the Heavenly Sword Sect had perished at the hands of Fang Mo. Should this youth be harnessed for the sect's purposes, Tang Yuan firmly believed that the 10,000 Corpses sect could soon reclaim the glory it had enjoyed a millennium ago. Alas, it was too late to contemplate such possibilities now. With the death of the Master of Enforcement, there was no room for reconciliation. Furthermore, with the sect leader absent and half of the powerful beings of the Corpse Soul realm taken away, Tang Yuan dared not mobilize the remaining forces without direction, awaiting the leader's return for decisive action. Pei Kuan, oh Pei Kuan, have you truly set the 10,000 Corpses sect on a path to ruin? Tang Yuan squinted, muttering to himself. At that moment, a voice filled with a hint of joy echoed from outside the hall. Grand Elder. The next instant, Elder Jin Yu hurriedly stepped into the Grand Hall. Elder Jin, what brings you here with such urgency? Tang Yuan inquired. His brow furrowed as he regarded the somewhat disheveled Jin Yu. As one of the 10 elders and a woman of poise and dignity, her current state was perplexing to him. Jin Yu, realizing her lapse in composure, quickly straightened her attire, striving to regain her calm. Grand Elder, my disciple has just broken through to the 4th level of the Yuan realm. Her voice brimmed with joy and pride. What? Tang Yuan exclaimed, rising abruptly. Repeat that. Grand Elder, my disciple, Ishuer has just achieved a breakthrough to the 4th level of the Yuan realm yesterday. Is this truly so? Tang Yuan's pupils widened in astonishment. Grand Elder, I witnessed it with my own eyes. It is indeed true. Jin Yu's face radiated excitement. This. Tang Yuan was struck with shock, equally exhilarated, rendered momentarily speechless. He recalled that only a month prior, Ishuer had just breached the Yuan realm. Now, within a mere month, she had ascended to the 4th level. This was a talent rivaling that of Fang Mo. Heaven bless the 10,000 Corpses sect. Another prodigious genius has emerged from our ranks. Tang Yuan laughed heartily, tears of joy glistening in his eyes, as if he were expelling all the pent-up frustration of recent days. After a considerable time, Tang Yuan stifled his laughter. Come, lead me to see your disciple at once. He eagerly grasped Jin Yu's hand and strode toward the hall's exit. The first peak, the serene garden. Fragrant blossoms filled the air as the melodious songs of orioles and swallows danced around. The swing in the garden swayed gently, cradling a petite figure clad in pink. Indeed, it was Ishuer. At this moment, her delicate, fair hands grasped the swing's ropes, revealing an arm as smooth and white as a lotus root. Draped in a pink gauze dress, the sunlight illuminated her, casting a subtle halo of soft pink around her. Beneath the ethereal fabric, her slender, graceful calves were faintly visible, their delicate skin utterly enchanting. If all goes as anticipated, we shall soon enter the realm of the corpse soul. Upon entering, I wish for no errors to occur. Ishuer slightly raised her exquisitely beautiful face, gazing towards the figure of Weiqi Tu, who was crouched on the ground nearby. Yes, after we enter, I will heed your guidance. Senior Sister E, he replied with a nod, his voice deep and somber. Ishuer, upon hearing this, lowered her luminous eyes and fell silent. Moments later, Ishuer suddenly opened her eyes wide, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Concurrently, Weiqi Tu rose slowly to his feet. An overwhelming aura descended upon the small courtyard, heralding the entrance of the Grand Elder, Tang Yuan, who was followed by Jin Yu, her face radiating satisfaction. Greetings, Grand Elder. Greetings, Master. Ishuer hastily dismounted the swing and performed a respectful bow. Ah, indeed, the aura of the 4th level of the Yuan realm. Tang Yuan exclaimed, exhilaration evident in his tone as he sensed Ishuer's cultivation level. Another prodigious disciple emerges from our sect when the sect master returns. I shall have a splendid report to deliver. Hey, what brings you here? Tang Yuan inquired, turning his attention towards Weiqi Tuesday Grand Elder. I too have just broken through and came to seek guidance from Senior Sister E, he replied, scratching his head, his tone still somber. Tang Yuan raised an eyebrow at his words, then concentrated on sensing Weiqi Tu's aura. You have also attained the third level of the Yuan realm? In the next moment, Tang Yuan's expression was one of utter astonishment as he regarded Weiqi Tuesday. This young man, who had once broken through alongside Yishuer, had now reached the third level of the Yuan realm. Moreover, Weiqi Tu's cultivation method was particularly arduous, making breakthroughs exceptionally challenging. For a brief moment, Tang Yuan was bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Was this a dream? Two prodigies emerging, comparable to Fang Mo? Could it truly be a divine favor bestowed upon the Wan Corpse sect? Jinyu, standing nearby, bore a look of surprise as well. She was well aware of Weiqi Tu's circumstances, knowing the difficulty of his breakthrough was many times greater than that of ordinary individuals. Wonderful. Excellent. Our sect's future is indeed promising, Tang Yuan proclaimed, his laughter booming like thunder as he gazed at Yishuer and Weiqi Tuesday Grand Elder. With my disciple's aptitude and cultivation, when the sect master returns, might it be possible for him to initiate the realm of the corpse soul? Jin Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Tang Yuan. Of course. There is no need to wait for the sect master's return. Tomorrow, in the name of the Grand Elder, I shall open the realm of the corpse soul and permit entry for cultivation, Tang Yuan declared with a grand gesture, his tone bold and resolute. Grand Elder, I too wish to enter the realm of the corpse soul. Weiqi Tu gazed at Tang Yuan, his voice resonating like thunder. Splendid. Both of you are permitted to enter the corpse soul realm for your cultivation. This realm is indeed tailored for prodigies like yourselves. Tang Yuan looked at Weiqi Tu and let out a hearty laugh. This boorish fellow was becoming increasingly agreeable in his eyes. Tomorrow at dawn, the corpse soul realm will be opened. Make sure you are prepared. With that, Tang Yuan transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished from sight. As she gazed at the spot where Tang Yuan had disappeared, a glimmer of cold light flickered deep within Yishuer Heir's beautiful eyes. Chapter 174. The opening of the corpse soul realm. The following day, the square of the 10,000 corpse sect was teeming with people, with thousands of disciples gathered closely together. Whispers of excitement filled the air as they speculated about the opening of the corpse soul realm. Was it not evident, given the throngs of people waiting? The corpse soul realm was a hidden treasure of the sect. Why had it suddenly been unveiled? It was rumored that two extraordinary prodigies had emerged from the inner sect, prompting the Grand Elder to open the realm today for their cultivation. Extraordinary prodigies? I recall a remarkable talent named Fang Mo from the third peak not long ago. Could it be him? Yes, I met him once, but I haven't heard any news about him recently. Hush, let us not speak of him. It is said that Fang Mo has betrayed the sect and escaped. Have you not noticed that the elders have ceased to mention him during this time? Oh, by the way, do we know the identities of the two prodigies this time? They are the renowned Yishuer Heir and Weiqi Tu, both of whom ranked among the top 10 on the corpse list. Is it truly my goddess, Yishuer Heir? Of course, who else would draw such a crowd? Move your head. You are blocking my view. At this moment, on the high platform beside the square, dozens of elders exchanged pleasantries with smiles. After all, two prodigious talents were of paramount importance to any sect. They represented the future, especially during this period of turmoil. The sudden emergence of these two prodigies was akin to a balm for the worried hearts of the elders of the 10,000 corpse sect, raising their spirits significantly. Suddenly, a chilling, ominous aura enveloped the entire square. The once boisterous gathering fell into an eerie silence. The elders on the platform instinctively looked skyward, where a colossal flying corpse beast descended gracefully, revealing three figures alighting from its back. It was Tang Yuan, Yishuer Heir, and Weiqi Tuesday. At that moment, Yishuer Heir appeared in a flowing pink gown, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, her radiant smile and flawless complexion reminiscent of a blooming lotus. Look, it truly is Senior Sister Yishuer Heir. She is breathtaking. No wonder she is renowned as an unparalleled beauty. I have finally seen my goddess again. I feel like crying. If I could but touch her, I would not mind death. Are you dreaming in broad daylight? My desires are modest. If I could merely brush against the goddess's hand, I would willingly embrace death. Yishuer Heir's arrival instantly ignited the crowd. She seemed accustomed to such attention, her exquisite features bearing a hint of aloofness as she followed Tang Yuan to the high platform. The elders, sensing the profound aura emanating from Yishuaer, could scarcely conceal their astonishment. Indeed, she had reached the 4th level of the Yuan realm. In just a month, she had ascended from the 1st to the 4th level, truly unprecedented. She is indeed a daughter of destiny. Elder Zhen Yu has truly taken on an exceptional disciple. Several elders discreetly cast envious glances towards Zhen Yu from a distance. It is astonishing that this brash individual possesses such extraordinary talent for cultivation. It is truly unexpected. A middle-aged elder, clad in a black robe, chuckled as he regarded Wei Qi Tuesday Humph. My innate abilities have always been thus. The fact that they were previously unrecognized merely indicates your own folly. Wei Qi Tu replied sullenly. The middle-aged elder's smile froze on his face, momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only manage an awkward grin. The other elders, witnessing this, twitched at the corners of their mouths, suppressing their amusement. Wasn't this simply asking for trouble by provoking this reckless individual? Very well, let us prepare to open the corpse soul realm. As soon as the words left his mouth, a palm-sized black jade tablet appeared in Tang Yuan's hand, inscribed prominently with the ancient characters for Grand Elder. With a surge of his energy, the black jade tablet flickered incessantly. Gradually, it emanated a chilling and ancient aura, reminiscent of an ancient corpse beast awakening from slumber. As that frigid energy became palpable, Tang Yuan cast the tablet into the air. The black jade tablet stood suspended, rotating continuously, its terrifying aura warping the surrounding space. The assembled elders, upon witnessing this, concentrated their energies and simultaneously unleashed their power towards the black jade tablet. In an instant, the tablet erupted with boundless corpse energy, shrouding the heavens. Darkness enveloped the land, and waves of corpse energy surged forth. Such a shocking phenomenon left countless disciples in awe. Moments later, amidst the dim sky, a colossal portal began to take shape. Yishuaer gazed at the massive portal above, her eyes ablaze with anticipation. The corpse soul realm. Once she enters, fulfilling the master's task will allow her to see him again and remain by his side. Master, Shuaer will soon come to find you. With this thought, Yishuaer felt an increasing urgency. Simultaneously, the massive portal solidified completely. The corpse energy churned. An ominous thunder rumbled. Open. With a low command from Tang Yuan, the endless corpse energy enveloping the colossal portal began to surge violently. Boom. The massive portal gradually creaked open. A dense wave of corpse energy poured forth from the portal. Such rich corpse energy. Truly, it reflects the profound heritage of our sect. This abundant energy makes me feel as though I am on the verge of a breakthrough. On the square, countless disciples wore expressions of rapture. What are we waiting for? Quickly absorb the corpse energy, someone shouted. Almost immediately, the disciples snapped to attention, hurriedly sitting cross-legged to absorb the rich corpse energy spilling from the colossal portal. At this moment, the giant portal had fully opened, and the dense energy continued to pour forth. You too may enter. Tang Yuan turned to Yishuaer and her companion. As soon as his words fell, Yishuaer leaped forward, transforming into a flash of pink light as she dove into the massive portal. Wei Qi too transformed into a streak of gray light, swiftly following suit. Simultaneously, a golden barrier materialized above the Heavenly Sword Sect. The instant the golden barrier appeared, the atmosphere was imbued with an overwhelming aura of terrifying sword intent. Sensing this dreadful sword intent, the swords of all disciples within the Heavenly Sword Sect trembled violently. Emitting restless cries, Bai Hong gazed at the golden barrier, his eyes deep and contemplative. Behind the golden barrier lay the Sword Tomb, a secret realm embodying the profound heritage of the Heavenly Sword Sect, filled with countless terrifying sword intents left by generations of formidable sect masters, all ensuring the unbroken lineage of their legacy. Thus, the Sword Tomb stands as the dreamland for all sword cultivators. However, within the Sword Tomb, there exists not only boundless sword intent, but also an array of prodigious talents from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Clang! A golden small sword was cast from Bai Hong's hand, transforming into a beam of golden light as it pierced into the golden barrier. Bai Hong narrowed his eyes, observing the point where the golden small sword vanished. Chapter 175. The conspiracy of Bai Hong. Behind the golden veil of light lies a dim and desolate world, where the air is saturated with a violent sword aura. At the center of this bizarre realm, countless sword peaks rise abruptly, piercing the heavens. Atop each sword peak sits a figure, silent and still, resembling a statue. Surrounding these statues are numerous mottled sword scars, each exuding a formidable sword intent. Suddenly, a golden streak of light traverses the stillness, shattering the silence of this realm. In an instant, one of the statues seated upon a sword peak twitches its eyelids. The next moment, the statue abruptly opens its eyes, which gleam with a fierce sword light, piercing through the firmament. Immediately, the surrounding sword peaks unleash torrents of astonishing sword brilliance, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Outside the golden curtain of light, Bai Hong and several elders await with solemn expressions. They are taken aback that a young man from a remote town could compel the Heavenly Sword Sect to such an extent. Bai Hong's gaze is icy as he mutters to himself. Gu Xian. Yes, Grand Elder. Go to Luoyun City at the foot of the Luoyun mountain range and capture everyone associated with Fang Mo. Bai Hong's tone is grave. Understood. Gu Xian responds and turns to leave. Wait. Ding Jinshan suddenly calls out, halting Gu Xian. Gu Xian looks at Ding Jinshan in confusion. Even Bai Hong turns his attention to Ding Jinshan. Ignoring Gu Xian, Ding Jinshan gazes gravely at Bai Hong. Grand Elder, did you say that the demon Fang Mo hails from Luoyun City? Indeed, Fang Mo comes from a small family in Luoyun City. Why do you ask? Bai Hong raises an eyebrow, slightly frowning. Upon hearing this, Ding Jinshan's pupils constrict, his expression fluctuating between dread and despair. Luoyun City? My daughter mentioned that name not long ago. Fang Mo. Ding Jinshan's countenance grows increasingly grim. Grand Elder, we have an inner sect disciple named Fang Long, also from a small family in Luoyun City. He and that demon Fang Mo are likely. What? Such a thing exists. Bai Hong exclaims, astonished. He had not anticipated that someone from their sect also originated from Luoyun City, sharing the same surname as that demon Fang Mo. Where is Fang Long now? Bring him to me. Bai Hong commands coldly. Before long, a bewildered Fang Long is brought forth by two elders. As he observes the stern expressions of the senior members of the Heavenly Sword Sect, he is both shocked and filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Bai Hong scrutinizes the striking young man before him. You are Fang Long? Bai Hong inquires, his face devoid of emotion. Why yes, Grand Elder, Fang Long stammers. Fang Long's voice trembled slightly. Are you from Luoyun City? Why yes. Fang Long felt increasingly perplexed. He could not fathom why the Grand Elder was inquiring about such matters. What is your relationship with Fang Mo? Bai Hong's tone suddenly shifted. His gaze fixed intently on Fang Long's eyes. Fang Mo. Fang Long felt as if struck by lightning, his mind blank. He could not comprehend how the Grand Elder knew of Fang Mo, nor why he had posed such a sudden question. Speak. What is your true relationship with Fang Mo? Bai Hong's eye sharpened upon observing Fang Long's overwhelming reaction, a terrifying pressure enveloping Fang Long. His complexion turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Grand Elder, Fang Mo is my half-brother, Fang Long stammered. Upon hearing this, the elders around them exchanged astonished glances. The demon was indeed Fang Long's brother. Bai Hong, too, was taken aback, never expecting such a close connection. Suddenly, Bai Hong's expression darkened as if a realization struck him. What is your purpose in joining my Tianjin sect? Bai Hong's gaze was icy as it bore into Fang Long. The unfriendly stares of the surrounding elders, coupled with the latent murderous intent emanating from Bai Hong, sent a chill down Fang Long's spine, leaving him in a state of panic. Grand Elder, I joined Tianjin sect solely to dedicate myself to cultivation. I have no other motives. Fang Long trembled incessantly, still unwilling to speak the truth. Bai Hong's voice turned frigid, the pressure upon Fang Long intensifying. Wait, Grand Elder. My relationship with Fang Mo is not as you imagine. Fang Long shouted just as he felt he could no longer endure. He sensed that the harsh treatment he received from the upper echelons of Tianjin sect was due to Fang Mo. Indeed, as soon as his words fell, the oppressive pressure dissipated entirely. What do you mean? Bai Hong's expression remained impassive as he regarded Fang Long. Grand Elder. While Fang Mo and I are of the same blood and half-brothers, he is. Fang Long hesitated, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. However, Fang Mo is nothing more than a beast in human guise. Just because I defeated him and earned my place in Tianjin sect, he harbors resentment, slaughtering our kin and even committing patricide. I would relish the opportunity to tear him to shreds. Fang Long spoke through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions shifted, their hearts filled with trepidation. Patricide, he truly is a demon, capable of such heinous acts. Is what you say truly the case? Bai Hong's gaze remained fixed on Fang Long, the terrifying pressure surging once more. Grand Elder, everything I have said is true, beyond a doubt. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Sister Ding Ningxin. Fang Long's face turned pale, his tone urgent. Ding Ningxin? Bai Hong's voice carried a note of surprise. He was indeed aware of Ding Ningxin, the esteemed prodigy within the sect. Elder Ding, what is happening? Bai Hong turned to look at Ding Jinshan. Ding Jinshan, with a face ashen with fury, glared at Fang Long, then took a deep breath and slowly recounted the events involving the two. After listening to Ding Jinshan's narrative, Bai Hong fell into a contemplative silence. The surrounding elders remained equally reticent, for the matter involved the esteemed Elder Ding Jinshan. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. After a lengthy pause, Bai Hong murmured to himself, to become partners in the city of falling clouds. His eyes narrowed slightly. Upon hearing this, Ding Jinshan's expression shifted, and he hastily interjected, rest assured, Elder, I shall never consent to Ning Xian and Fang Long becoming partners. Nay, I believe that Ding Ning Xian and Fang Long are a match made in heaven, and their mutual affection is evident. Why must Elder Ding seek to separate them? Bai Hong replied slowly. At these words, not only did Ding Jinshan's face undergo a drastic change, but Fang Long too was left utterly bewildered. What is happening? Why is the elder suddenly advocating for my union? Elder, what do you mean? Ding Jinshan inquired, his heart gripped by an ominous premonition. I find the notion of them becoming partners in the city of falling clouds quite agreeable. It is settled. I shall personally attend the ceremony, Bai Hong stated, his tone calm, yet resolute. Absolutely not. Ding Jinshan exclaimed in a low voice, his countenance darkening. How could he fail to discern Bai Hong's intentions? Bai Hong aimed to use Fang Long as bait to flush out Fang Mo. However, Ding Jinshan would never allow his daughter to be placed in peril, especially when Fang Mo could easily kill someone of Gu Jiantao's caliber, who was at the 8th level of the Yuanzhi realm. Who could guarantee his daughter's safety then? Elder Ding, this matter concerns the entire sect, and rest assured, I will ensure your daughter's safety. For she is the pride of our sect. Enough. This matter is settled. There shall be no further discussion. Bai Hong turned his gaze toward the golden light curtain, dismissing Ding Jinshan entirely. As he watched Bai Hong's retreating figure, Ding Jinshan's expression became as cold as ice. Chapter 176. The 9th level of the primordial realm. Meanwhile, within the 5-poisoned swamp, a different scene unfolded. The colossal black palace had now been transformed into a chilling blood-red edifice, shrouded in a mist of crimson, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. Before the blood-red palace stood a gigantic stone tablet, upon which the words Blood Temple were inscribed with vigorous strokes, radiating an overwhelming aura of bloodshed. In the courtyard outside the Blood Temple, a massive blood python, measuring 20 meters in length, lay motionless on the ground. Surrounding it, several figures clad in black robes delicately wielded wooden brushes, meticulously cleaning the serpent's body. Hey, what species do you think this blood python belongs to? Its entire body is blood red and as lustrous as jade, and its aura is so fearsome. One of the sorcerers nudged his companion and whispered, You know nothing. The Blood Master is so formidable, his pet must certainly be extraordinary. Scoffed a gaunt sorcerer, his wooden brush striking heavily against a patch of blood-red scales. The surrounding sorcerers instantly displayed expressions of terror as they glanced at the emaciated figure. What are you looking at? The gaunt sorcerer questioned, bewildered by their gaze. Suddenly, he felt a shadow loom large before him, and darkness enveloped his surroundings. The gaunt sorcerer's complexion turned ashen as he sensed something amiss. Swallowing hard as he slowly turned his head, there, a colossal blood-red serpent's head had silently appeared behind him, its jade-like crimson eyes coldly fixated upon him. Be Blood Python Lord. I mean no harm. It was merely an accident. The gaunt sorcerer stammered, trembling as he gazed at the fearsome visage before him, his legs quaking beneath him. In response, a gaping maw, reeking of blood, loomed closer. The gaunt sorcerer barely had time to scream before he was swallowed whole by the python. Hiss! The blood python, with its scarlet tongue flicking at its lips, glanced hungrily at the remaining sorcerers. Blood Python Lord, we are professionals at cleaning. We shall never repeat such a foolish mistake. Please trust us. The remaining sorcerers exclaimed, their faces pale with fear as they raised their wooden brushes and vigorously waved them in a desperate bid for survival. Hiss! The blood python coiled its massive form once more and lay down. Phew! The sorcerers, their hearts still racing, wiped the cold sweat from their brows and redoubled their efforts in scrubbing the serpent's body. In a secluded chamber of the blood temple, enveloped in crimson mist, a shadowy figure sat expressionless, facing a bizarre blood-colored corpse laid before him. Fang Mo gazed intently at the blood corpse, a glimmer of excitement shining in his eyes. Though the last blood essence pill crafted from the sacrifice at Swordstone City had been destroyed by Gu Jiantao, resulting in a loss of half its potency, the presence of this blood corpse was more than sufficient to compensate for his losses. With this thought, Fang Mo extended countless strands of blood from his hand, deeply embedding them into the corpse's body. As the incessant surge of blood energy coursed through his body, a sense of fulfillment escaped Fang Mo's lips in a soft hum. The blood mist within the hall thickened ominously. After a full half-hour, the blood corpse before him finally shriveled into desolation. Exhaling softly, Fang Mo gradually opened his eyes, revealing orbs of crimson, cold and ferocious. Indeed, he murmured to himself with satisfaction, the scarlet hue in his gaze slowly fading. At this moment, the third petal of the indestructible blood lotus within his dantian had solidified to 90%. Feeling the immense blood energy within him, a faint smile graced Fang Mo's face. He had reached the 9th layer of the Yuan Master Realm. The 10,000 Transformations Blood Classic truly lived up to its reputation as a transcendent technique. With sufficient blood energy, one could ascend at an astonishing pace, devoid of any drawbacks. Among the more than 2 million practitioners in the western region of Tianbei, only 6 had attained the Yuan Master Realm, namely the 5 great sect leaders and the formidable Lei Xingyu of the Four Directions City. This underscores the daunting challenge of breaking through to the Yuan Master Realm, a feat as arduous as scaling the heavens. The Yuan Master Realm, you say? It is near. A cruel smile crept across Fang Mo's lips as he whispered to himself. He felt a stirring intuition that with the sacrifice of a large city, he could transcend into the Yuan Master Realm. Chapter 177. The Land of the Cage. After a considerable time, the 5 Poisons Rakshasa regained her senses, her expression complex. As a notorious recluse of formidable reputation, feared by all, she found herself bewildered by the stark contrast of her current situation. Reassessing her position, she reminded herself, I am your master. Any unwarranted thoughts must be extinguished in their infancy, do you understand? Fang Mo gently caressed the delicate visage of the 5 Poisons Rakshasa. Her gaze was despondent, as if she had not heard his words. Do you comprehend my words? Fang Mo inquired again, his tone laced with an icy chill. I understand. The 5 Poisons Rakshasa trembled, her voice tinged with trepidation. Put on your clothes. Yes. Obediently, she donned her garments, transformed from a fearsome entity into a subdued woman, conquered by his will. Soon, she stood before Fang Mo, properly attired yet still reserved. Take this. This technique will aid your cultivation henceforth. As he spoke, Fang Mo handed her an ancient tome. Thank you, my master. The 5 Poisons Rakshasa accepted the tome without suspicion. However, as she perused its contents, her fair complexion flushed crimson, and she hastily closed it, stowing it away in her storage ring. At that moment, a diminutive figure hurriedly entered the room. It was the demon child. Noticing his presence, the 5 Poisons Rakshasa nervously adjusted her attire, feigning nonchalance. Upon seeing her, the demon child's surprise flickered briefly across his face. But he quickly composed himself, bowing respectfully to Fang Mo. Master, I have gathered information. Speak. Master. There are 4 reclusive great demons at the 9th layer of the Yuanzhu realm within the demonic path. Granny Hundred Flowers, the Burning Heaven Demon Lord, Ghost Elder Dao, and the Corpse Lord. Except for Granny Hundred Flowers, the whereabouts of the other 3 have been ascertained. After speaking, the demon child cautiously observed Fang Mo. He had begun to harbor suspicions regarding Fang Mo's intent in investigating these reclusive titans of the demonic realm. Indeed, Fang Mo nodded slightly. Master, do you intend to summon them to confront the Heavenly Sword Sect? The 5 Poisons Rakshasa suddenly inquired. Summon? Huh. Fang Mo sneered derisively. Meeting their puzzled gazes, Fang Mo refrained from elaborating, instead posing another question. Apart from the leaders of the major sects, are there any cultivators of the Yuanzhu realm among the scattered practitioners? Upon hearing this, both the five poisons Rakshasa and the demon child were taken aback, puzzled by Fang Mo's sudden inquiry about the formidable practitioners of the Yuanzhu realm. Master, as far as I know, there are no strong practitioners of the Yuanzhu realm among the scattered cultivators, the demon child replied, shaking his head slightly. Suddenly, the five poisons Rakshasa raised an eyebrow, saying, Master, it seems that there was an immortal ancestor of the Yuanzhu realm 300 years ago. The immortal ancestor is merely a rumor, unworthy of belief. Before Fang Mo could respond, the demon child promptly dismissed the five poisons Rakshasa's assertion. In the entire western region of the Heavenly North Domain, there are merely 6 formidable masters of the Yuan Master Realm. Fang Mo murmured, a hint of disappointment evident in his tone. Upon hearing this, the five poison Rakshasa and the demon child were rendered speechless, yet dared not challenge his assertion. It is well understood that in the current cultivation world, the Yuan Master Realm represents the pinnacle, a sovereign of unparalleled power, embodying absolute strength. Even though the five poison Rakshasa has summoned demonic cultivators to confront the Heavenly Sword Sect, it is merely an act of self-preservation. They would never dare to provoke the authority of a Yuan Master. Yet, what is regarded as an unattainable realm by the masses is so casually spoken of by Fang Mo. Do you think there might be hidden Yuan Masters within the 5 great sects? Without noticing the unusual reactions of the two, Fang Mo continued. Impossible. The demon child directly dismissed Fang Mo's notion. Oh, how can you be so certain? Fang Mo raised an eyebrow. Master, are you unaware? The demon child looked at Fang Mo in astonishment, and even the five poison Rakshasa regarded him with surprise. Unaware, Fang Mo shook his head, a frown forming on his brow. Is there some secret in this? Upon hearing Fang Mo's response, a flicker of intrigue passed through the eyes of the five poison Rakshasa and the demon child. Master, this is not a secret among high-level cultivators. I believe with your current cultivation, you should have noticed the increasing difficulty in cultivation and the gradual slowing of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. The demon child slowly gazed at Fang Mo. Indeed, Fang Mo felt a stir within, yet maintained a facade of composure. After all, his cultivation did not require the absorption of the essence of heaven and earth, and he was entirely unaware of any differences in it. To be precise, we are not situated in the western region of the Heavenly North Domain, but rather in the farthest western reaches of it. This area is also referred to by the outside world as the Caged Land. The demon child spoke with a grave tone. Caged Land? Fang Mo's pupils constricted slightly. Precisely, the Caged Land. For we are almost entirely isolated from the outside world. The demon child nodded affirmatively. What do you mean, unable to leave? Fang Mo's brow furrowed. Master, at present, to reach the outside world, one must traverse the misty plains. However, the misty plains are perpetually shrouded in a mysterious white fog, and any cultivator entering will find their senses and cultivation inexplicably suppressed. Moreover, countless Yuan Master Realm beasts inhabit the misty plains, and it is rumored that there are not a few beasts of the Yuan King Realm. Entering would mean certain death, the demon child explained. Is that so? So it wasn't like this before? Fang Mo inquired, somewhat perplexed. Master, the misty plains materialized out of thin air thousands of years ago. Prior to that, this region was an integral part of the entire Heavenly North Domain. The emergence of the misty plains severed this far western land from the Heavenly North Domain. And over the millennia, the essence of heaven and earth here has grown increasingly scarce, making it ever more challenging for powerful beings to break through their realms. Thus, this far western land has also been dubbed the abandoned land of the heavenly Tao by the outside world. The demon child's tone carried a tinge of melancholy. Over the course of thousands of years, has no one ever attempted to escape this far western land? Fang Mo furrowed her brows slightly. For millennia, countless cultivators have endeavored to enter the misty plains, yet regrettably, none have succeeded. The majority perished within its depths, with only a scant few managing to escape, let alone emerge unharmed. A glimmer of fear flickered in the eyes of the demon child. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo fell silent, but a spark of intensity shone in her gaze. Chapter 178. Ambition. The misty plains may not be a misfortune for him. With this layer of concealment, He need not worry about attracting the attention of formidable external cultivators through reckless slaughter. The strongest beings in this far western land are merely at the Yuan master level, a threshold he no longer fears. Furthermore, by refining yet another grand city, he would ascend beyond the Yuan master realm, and within the territory of the Heavenly Sword Sect. There are no fewer than 7 such cities. The more Fang Mo contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, an unbidden sinister smile creeping upon his lips. Beside him, the 5 poison Rakshasa and the demon child felt a chill run through them at the sight of Fang Mo's grin. By the way, how many cities are there within the Heavenly Sword Sect? Fang Mo inquired, turning his gaze toward the demon child. Reporting to my lord, there are 7 large cities, 50 medium-sized cities within the Heavenly Sword Sect, and regarding small cities and towns, there are likely thousands, the demon child replied after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's eyes sparkled with fervor. A rough estimate suggested that the population within the Heavenly Sword Sect alone could surpass 100 million. If one were to include the Ice and Snow Palace, the Free and Easy Sect, and the Bewitched Valley. Fang Mo found it hard to fathom the magnitude of his future power. Who would dare oppose him then? The Misty Plains? He would transform it into a misty wasteland. Demon child, he commanded, attend me. Yes, my lord. Take this jade slip to be replicated and distributed. Fang Mo spoke as he tossed a black jade slip to the demon child. Is the Blood Lord assigning a task? The demon child asked, puzzled as he accepted the slip. Upon inspecting its contents, the demon child's expression shifted dramatically. My lord, what is this? His face paled as he gazed at Fang Mo, a flicker of dread evident in his eyes. The slip contained a method for city slaughter and refinement. To use the entirety of a city's populace to concoct elixirs sent a shiver even down the spine of the usually bloodthirsty demon child. Meanwhile, the 5 poison Rakshasa regarded the jade slip in the demon child's hands with incredulity. What could possibly be inscribed on that slip to elicit such a reaction from someone infamous for their ferocity? This details the method for concocting blood yuan pills. Inform those below to follow this method and deliver the finished blood yuan pills to me, Fang Mo stated with nonchalance. My lord, the ritual outlined here. I fear that the demon cultivators may not acquiesce. The demon child's visage darkened. Such a bloody and brutal method of refinement, particularly in these extraordinary times, would only serve to push the demon cultivators toward their doom. If they refuse, they shall perish, Fang Mo declared coldly. Why, yes, I understand. The demon child trembled under Fang Mo's icy gaze. Watching the demon child hastily retreat, Fang Mo fell into silence. Relying solely on his own strength to concoct blood yuan pills was far too slow. Enlisting the yuan-level demon cultivators would significantly enhance efficiency. While those at the yuan level could only refine smaller cities, sheer numbers would compensate for the lack of quality. He need not worry about the blood yuan pill being embezzled. For other cultivators, the blood yuan pill is merely a remedy for replenishing vitality, without the capacity to enhance one's cultivation. Moreover, a moment's carelessness in absorbing such immense blood energy could lead to catastrophic consequences. As for whether the demonic cultivators would be discovered by righteous sects such as the Heavenly Sword Sect, and whether they would survive, these matters were beyond Fang Mo's contemplation. At this moment, although the 5 poisons Raksha was filled with perplexity, she refrained from voicing her inquiries, understanding well what was appropriate to ask and what was not. Are you curious about the nature of the task I have entrusted to him? Fang Mo cast a sidelong glance at the 5 poisons Raksha, who stood attentively beside him. I would not dare to presume, she replied, her expression tinged with anxiety. It is merely a directive for them to commit a city massacre. Fang Mo casually alleviated the doubts swirling in the 5 poisons Raksha's mind. Her pupils widened in shock. A city massacre? During the time when the Heavenly Sword Sect was purging demons and upholding justice. What could his true intentions be? Just as the 5 poisons Raksha's thoughts spiraled into a myriad of possibilities, she suddenly sensed a warm breeze brush against her ear. Now do what you must. Fang Mo's deep voice, imbued with a potent masculinity, stirred an unusual feeling within the 5 poisons Raksha. Chapter 179 Reactions from All Sides, a fortnight later. At the Elder Hall of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Grand Elder expressed his grave concerns, noting that the demonic cultivators had recently exhibited unusual behavior, rampantly slaughtering within the sect's territory. Despite the significant number of them we have slain, over a dozen small towns have been completely decimated, leading to widespread panic among the populace. Another town has fallen? Bai Hong's expression darkened, murmuring to himself, I have visited the besieged towns, and their desolation mirrors the brutal methods employed by the demon. Fang Mo, Gu Xian stated solemnly, continuing, furthermore, a new blood lord has emerged from the demonic faction, directing the actions of these cultivators. Be blood lord? Bai Hong narrowed his eyes, an icy aura emanating from him. He was certain that this sudden blood lord was none other than Fang Mo Gu Xian. Yes, Grand Elder. Increase the patrols and bolster our surveillance to soothe the people's fears. Grand Elder, this. Gu Xian looked at Bai Hong with difficulty, questioning the prudence of passive defense while the demonic cultivators ravaged their lands. How could he reassure the people under such circumstances? Do you not comprehend my words? Bai Hong's expression remained impassive as he gazed at Gu Xian. Of course, Grand Elder. Gu Xian could only acquiesce, albeit reluctantly. With a dismissive wave, Bai Hong motioned for the elders to exit the hall. Once alone, his countenance darkened. Blood Lord. Heh, Fang Mo, let us see how long you can dance. At the 10,000 Corpses Sect. Blood Lord. Tang Yuan's murky gaze flickered with a glint of cold light. The identity of this Blood Lord was unmistakable. However, until the sect master returned, Tang Yuan planned to observe the unfolding events. Deep within the vast, white expanse of the ice plain stood a grand crystal palace. Within the opulent inner sanctum, Feng Lianxing, draped in a vibrant red robe, spoke softly to the woman behind the pink veil. Sister, a mysterious blood lord has recently emerged from the demonic path, attracting many demonic cultivators under his command. It is said that he is exceedingly bloodthirsty and brutal, harboring a vendetta against the Heavenly Sword Sect, which has suffered numerous attacks on its towns. This is a matter between the righteous and demonic paths. It does not concern our ice and snow palace, so there is no need to fret, the woman behind the veil replied, casually tossing her long hair. One could discern that her figure was exceptionally alluring. By the way, how goes the cultivation of the Xian Bing jade body? The woman inquired again, her voice like a gentle stream, soothing to the soul. Sister, Chu Qian has now reached the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm and is currently in seclusion within the Tianshan secret realm, Feng Lianxing said, a smile gracing her stunning face at the mention of Chu Qian. Truly deserving of the Xian Bing jade body, the woman behind the veil sighed softly, her tone laced with complexity. Sister, I shall take my leave now, said Feng Lianxing as she prepared to turn away. Wait a moment. The woman behind the gauze called out to her. Sister, it has been quite some time since the two of us have had a moment alone. The voice of the woman behind the veil was laced with a hint of languorous allure. Upon hearing this, Feng Lianxing's delicate form trembled slightly, a faint blush of shyness gracing her exquisite features. She responded softly. In the next instant, her vibrant red robe slipped away, revealing an irresistibly fair and alluring figure as she gracefully stepped into the pink gauze. In the realm of the carefree sect, a middle-aged elder clad in a blue robe looked towards the venerable elder with white brows seated upon the high dais. Sect leader, that blood lord has slaughtered dozens of cities within the territory of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Such a bloodthirsty fiend is rarely seen in a millennium. Should our sect take action? The elder's complexion was rosy, his hair and beard flowing as if moved by an unseen breeze, exuding an ethereal aura. This graceful elder was none other than Ling Xiaozu, the leader of the carefree sect. No need. If we cannot even deal with a mere fiend, how can we claim to be the leaders of the righteous path? Ling Xiaozu's voice was as gentle as a breeze. Understood, sect leader. In the Valley of Enchantment, within the opulent and extravagant hall, a sultry atmosphere lingered, filled with beautiful men and women clad in revealing attire. Atop the dais lay a pink bed, upon which reclined a mesmerizing enchantress, her gossamer fabric as delicate as a cicada's wing, showcasing her exquisite form in all its glory. This enchanting figure was none other than the Valley Master, Fox Fairy. Valley Master, this blood lord has a mysterious background and formidable strength. Many rogue practitioners of the demonic path have already rallied under his banner. Even the Heavenly Sword Sect finds him troublesome. And he has formed a force that cannot be ignored, remarked a beautiful woman dressed in red, her expression tinged with concern. This woman was none other than Elder Shuyu, who had previously appeared in the Blackleaf Forest. Elder Shui, you worry too much, Fox Fairy said languidly as she shifted her position. For millennia, the demonic path has been suppressed by the righteous factions. Now that a formidable opponent has emerged to challenge the Heavenly Sword Sect, it is indeed a fortuitous development. Moreover, it provides an opportunity to deplete the strength of the righteous sects, which is advantageous for our demonic sect. We need only to observe the unfolding events. Yes, Valley Master, Elder Shuyu replied. Suddenly, Fox Fairy seemed to recall something and spoke again. By the way, let us close down the brothels we have in the territory of the Heavenly Sword Sect for the time being, and withdraw our personnel to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Understood. Valley Master, in the city of Four Directions, a conversation unfolded. Have you heard about the recent significant events in the demonic realm? Are you referring to that mysterious bloodlord? Yes, indeed. It is said that even the fearsome Wu Du Luo Sha has fallen under his command, which speaks volumes of the bloodlord's prowess. I have heard that the Heavenly Sword Sect has lost several cities to his rampage. I sense that this Lord of Blood may very well enable the resurgence of the demonic path. I shall seek to ally myself with him. I shall join as well. You are all too impulsive. The Heavenly Sword Sect has been the preeminent force of righteousness for a millennium. Do you truly believe it will be so simple? In my view, it will not be long before this so-called Lord of Blood is eradicated by the Heavenly Sword Sect. During this period, a multitude of demonic cultivators have departed from the city of Four Directions to pledge their allegiance to the Lord of Blood. In the Lord's manner, the Lord of Blood. Lei Xingyu narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself, "Who is this Lord of Blood, daring to challenge the Heavenly Sword Sect?" I had not previously heard of such a figure within the demonic path. The Lord of Blood. Suddenly, a thought struck Lei Xingyu, prompting him to rise and head toward the dungeon. In the dungeon, the blood demon elder sat in the corner, ragged and disheveled, his gaze vacant, resembling a mere shell of a man. Lei Xingyu observed the blood demon elder before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Despite enduring inhumane torment, the blood demon elder still refused to acknowledge any connection to Lei Ling's demise. Even Lei Xingyu found himself somewhat persuaded by the elder's words, leading him to cease the torment. During this time, Lei Xingyu had nearly forgotten the existence of the blood demon elder. Blood demon. Lei Xingyu called out softly. The blood demon elder seemed oblivious, his gaze remaining vacant. Awaken. Lei Xingyu's voice rang out, low yet powerful, reverberating in the blood demon elder's ears like thunder. The elder's eyes gradually regained focus, revealing a glimmer of awareness. What is it? Have you found the culprit who murdered your son? Upon seeing Lei Xingyu, the blood demon elder broke into a grin. Silence. I am not here for that today. Lei Xingyu regarded the blood demon elder coldly. Then what brings you here? Are you perhaps feeling magnanimous and wish to set me free? The blood demon elder teased, his gaze fixed on Lei Xingyu. I ask you, is there any relation between the recently emerged Lord of Blood and yourself? Lei Xingyu's eyes remained fixed intently on the blood demon elder. Chapter 180. Corpse Ridge. The blood sovereign. The blood demon elder murmured softly, his expression reflecting deep contemplation. After a few moments, he subtly shook his head. What is this blood sovereign? I have never heard of such a thing. Humph. Anyone bold enough to call themselves a sovereign is clearly unaware of their own insignificance. His tone dripped with disdain. Lei Xingyu cast a penetrating glance at the blood demon elder before silently turning away. The blood demon elder's gaze followed Lei Xingyu's departing figure, filled with a chilling malice. Meanwhile, within the depths of the bewildering Heart Valley, a streak of violet light sliced through the sky. The five poisons Rakshasa shed her usual solemn demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips. Even her flamboyant makeup softened, revealing a unique charm. Clad in a sheer green garment, a deep green sash cinched her waist, accentuating her snow-white legs, increasingly alluring. Not far away, a demon child stood, his expression devoid of emotion. He observed the surroundings, yet his gaze frequently darted towards the five poisons Rakshasa, laced with curiosity. However, the fact that she had unexpectedly broken through to the 8th level of the Yuan realm left him utterly baffled. For cultivators of their caliber, advancing further was akin to scaling the heavens. How could she have achieved such a feat? Could it be that the master provided her with guidance? The more the demon child pondered, the more plausible that possibility seemed, explaining why the five poisons Rakshasa appeared so obedient before the master. I must find an opportunity to demonstrate my loyalty to the master and seek his guidance for myself. the demon child silently resolved. How much longer until we arrive? Fang Mo slowly opened his eyes. Master, no more than half a day, the demon child respectfully replied. Indeed, Fang Mo acknowledged, closing his eyes once more. Half a day later, the violet cloud shuttle halted before a foreboding mountain range. Master, ahead lies Corpse Ridge, the hidden realm of the Corpse Lord. The demon child pointed towards the ominous mountains nearby. What a dense aura of death! Fang Mo inhaled deeply, speaking in a detached tone. Master, please exercise caution. The Corpse Lord was a discarded disciple of the 10,000 Corpses sect, known for his brutal methods of refining the living into corpses, the 5 poisons Rakshasa said. Concern evident in her voice as she looked at Fang Mo. Fang Mo maintained an impassive demeanor, striding directly towards Corpse Ridge. Upon entering the ridge, a palpable tension enveloped the 5 poisons Rakshasa and the demon child, the thick, deathly aura inducing a sense of unease as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Fang Mo remained unfazed. Suddenly, terrifying howls echoed around them, a cacophony of sounds that seemed otherworldly. Master, be careful. The 5 poisons Rakshasa shielded Fang Mo, her energy surging protectively. The demon child stood on high alert as well. It is of no concern, Fang Mo replied coolly. As soon as the words left his lips, a horrifying one-eyed corpse appeared beside him. The 5 poisons Rakshasa and the demon child gasped in shock. This was a 6th-level refined corpse of the Yuan realm. Go forth, Fang Mo commanded softly. With a command from Fang Mo, the eyes of the corpse demon twirled momentarily, before transforming into a wisp of gray light that vanished into the depths of the mountains. Witnessing this scene, both the 5 poison Rakshasa and the demon child wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Could it be that their master was also a forsaken disciple of the 10,000 Corpses sect? Or perhaps, in that fleeting moment, Fang Mo's identity became increasingly enigmatic to the two of them. Fang Mo, with an expression of indifference, strode slowly towards the heart of the mountains, followed closely by the 5 poison Rakshasa and the demon child. The air was intermittently filled with terrifying howls and the sounds of battle, though these soon subsided into silence. Along the way, the trio encountered countless corpses that had been torn apart by the corpse demon. Who dares to wreak havoc in my corpse mountain? A chilling voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Instantly, the corpse aura in the surrounding air surged violently, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. An overwhelming pressure of corpse energy descended upon the 3. The terrifying force rendered the 5 poison Rakshasa pale, struggling to maintain composure, while the demon child, unable to withstand it, coughed up blood, his countenance waning. Corpse King, do not waste my time. Show yourself, Fang Mo stated with an air of detachment, lightly waving his hand, causing the oppressive aura to vanish without a trace. It seems you possess some strength. No wonder you are so audacious, he scoffed. As the icy voice resounded once more, the corpse energy within the corpse mountain converged into the sky, akin to rivers flowing into the sea, surging with vigor. This astonishing phenomenon left the 5 poison Rakshasa and the demon child in a state of stupor. Fang Mo, however, merely observed without interference. Before long, a towering giant of corpse energy, reaching a height of 100 feet, coalesced, standing between heaven and earth, casting shadows over all. You have destroyed the majority of the countless corpses I have nurtured in this mountain. I am quite enraged. As punishment, I shall turn the 3 of you into corpses. The voice of the corpse giant thundered, reverberating through the heavens and earth. Corpse King, I offer you 2 choices today. Submit to me or perish, Fang Mo remarked, gazing coolly at the corpse giant. Humph. The corpse giant sneered derisively. It appears that after years of seclusion, the world has forgotten my terror. Its voice was a chilling rumble, clearly now fueled by genuine ire. Ignorant child, prepare to die. The corpse giant swung its colossal fist towards Fang Mo and his companions, the air thick with murderous intent. The heavens trembled as if they were about to collapse. Such a fearsome assault made the 5 poison Rakshasa and the demon child tremble with dread. As they beheld the approaching onslaught, they instinctively shut their eyes. Moments later, the anticipated devastation did not materialize. They remained unharmed. Slowly, the 2 opened their eyes, only to be met with a sight that left them aghast. A massive blood-red hand had materialized from thin air, grasping the fist of the corpse giant, blocking the impending blow. Corpse King, my patience is limited, Fang Mo stated, his tone slightly frigid. In the next moment, the crimson giant hand crushed the fist of the corpse energy giant, scattering it into a myriad of corpse energy particles. Yet, the blood-red hand did not relent, directly seizing the neck of the corpse energy giant. With a thunderous roar, the corpse energy giant collapsed, its overwhelming aura casting a shadow over the heavens and earth. Chapter 181. The corpse sovereign. In the stillness of the world, an endless wave of corpse energy howled. A light cough shattered the surrounding silence. A pallid, emaciated middle-aged man emerged where the colossal figure of corpse energy had dissipated. At the sight of this individual, both the 5 poisons Rakshasa and the demon child felt their hair stand on end, as if faced with a formidable enemy. Few can vanquish my colossal form of corpse energy. Who exactly are you? The corpse sovereign's gaze pierced through to Fang Mo. I am known as the Blood Lord. Fang Mo replied with a calm demeanor. The Blood Lord? Such audacity. The corpse sovereign sneered. I have never heard of anyone by that name. However, I do recall a little brat named Blood Demon from the demonic path, who stirred quite a ruckus back in the day. Fang Mo remained silent, observing the corpse sovereign with a composed expression. Just then, a gray light flickered, and the death corpse returned to Fang Mo's side. It's terrifying. I fixated on the corpse sovereign. What is your connection to the 10,000 Corpses sect? The corpse sovereign's tone turned icy as he glanced at the death corpse beside Fang Mo. You need not concern yourself with my connection to the 10,000 Corpses sect. You merely need to submit to me, Fang Mo responded, his voice steady. Humph, such arrogance at such a young age. Today, you shall learn the cost of offending me. As his words fell, corpse energy surged again, and the heavens shifted in hue. A formidable figure appeared beside the corpse sovereign, a venerable elder with snow-white hair and beard. His complexion rosy, eyes tightly closed, radiating an overwhelming aura of corpse energy. Oh! Fang Mo gazed at the motionless, eerie elder, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Though a corpse, he retained the physical features of a living being, making it nearly indistinguishable. Noticing Fang Mo's intrigue, the corpse sovereign displayed a trace of disdain. Do you know his identity in life? The corpse sovereign gestured to the elder's corpse beside him. Fang Mo's expression remained impassive, his silence profound. Allow me to enlighten you. In life, he was the former Grand Elder of the 10,000 Corpses sect, the master of corpses. The corpse sovereign revealed, a cruel smile gracing his lips. At this revelation, Fang Mo remained unmoved. Yet the expressions of the 5 poisons Rakshasa and the demon child shifted dramatically. The master of corpses, a nightmare for the entire cultivation world a century ago, had once transformed hundreds of thousands into corpse puppets, with a legion of 1,000,000 corpse puppets at his command. The master of corpses instilled fear even in the Heavenly Sword Sect, nearly reigniting the war between the righteous and the demonic factions. However, for reasons unknown, he vanished without a trace, only to be unexpectedly reanimated by the corpse sovereign. To ensure this old wretch maintained his lifelike essence, I had him steeped in the 5 elements corpse water for over a month, the corpse sovereign remarked, as if admiring a fine piece of art, his tone increasingly self-satisfied. Upon hearing this, the dread in the eyes of the 5 poisons Rakshasa and the demon child intensified. No wonder you have become a discarded disciple of the 10,000 Corpses sect. Fang Mo's voice carried a hint of mockery. Upon hearing these words, the corpse lord's countenance darkened abruptly, as if struck at his vulnerable core. Rest assured, little one, I shall craft you into something even more lifelike in due course. As soon as the words left his lips, the corpse opened its eyes wide, revealing a pair of grayish-white orbs brimming with brutality. With a thunderous roar, the corpse unleashed a torrent of corpse energy, filling the air with a palpable dread. The surrounding trees and rocks were reduced to mere dust, swept away by the winds. Such a terrifying display instilled a quiet apprehension in the hearts of the 2 onlookers, the 5 poison Rakshasa and his companion. In the next moment, the corpse transformed into a streak of light, lunging towards Fang Mo unfazed. Fang Mo regarded the corpse with a hint of disdain. Witnessing Fang Mo's immobility, the corpse lord revealed a sinister smile, as if envisioning Fang Mo's impending transformation into a corpse. Suddenly, a foul wind howled, and a grotesque blood-red tentacle, akin to a bolt of crimson lightning, pierced through the corpse body. As the corpse writhed helplessly in midair, the onlookers were left in a state of shock. It was inconceivable. The corpse lord gazed at the suspended corpse with disbelief. This creation, which he had painstakingly crafted, possessed physical strength rivaling that of a high-grade spiritual artifact. How could it be so easily perforated? As the corpse lord descended into self-doubt, another blood-red tentacle surged towards him. His expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed his corpse energy, striking at the tentacle with all his might. The space trembled, and the corpse energy surged like a tempest. Yet with a resounding crash, the blood-red tentacle remained unscathed. This was impossible. The corpse lord's eyes widened in horror, his voice rising in panic. What manner of entity was this tentacle? A full-force strike from a 9th-layer Yuan master failed to inflict even a scratch. Before the corpse lord could fully comprehend the shock, a menacing tentacle ensnared him. As he was wrapped tightly by the blood-red appendage, his expression transformed. The overwhelming bloodthirst emanating from it sent shivers through his very soul. A flicker of panic finally crossed the corpse lord's gaze. The 5 poison Rakshasa and the demon child exchanged astonished glances as they beheld the corpse lord ensnared by the blood-red tentacle. This was a cultivator of the 9th layer of the Yuan realm. In the current cultivation world, where Yuan masters were seldom seen, a 9th-layer Yuan master represented the pinnacle of power. Yet now, this formidable figure was utterly helpless before their master. How powerful must he be? Could it be that he was a Yuan master? With that thought, the two regarded Fang Mo with fervent admiration, especially the 5 poison Rakshasa, whose fervor was tinged with an unsettling obsession. Who are you? The corpse lord fixed his gaze on Fang Mo, his voice trembling slightly. Submit, or perish. Fang Mo replied coldly. I never anticipated that the demonic path would give rise to such a formidable upstart. I concede, the corpse lord admitted, resignation evident in his tone. The Lord of Corpses bore an expression of profound desolation as he gazed intently at Fang Mo. Suddenly, he pivoted the conversation, declaring, however, it is utterly impossible for me to submit. A glint of fierce determination flickered across the Lord's face. Do you understand why I became a forsaken disciple of the 10,000 Corpses sect? It is simply because I refuse to be shackled. What I seek is absolute freedom. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming torrent of elemental energy surged towards the Lord of Corpses. Dark lines appeared on the skin of his neck, spreading like a web across his entire body. Fang Mo observed this scene with a furrowed brow. No one in this world can compel my submission. No one. A resounding explosion echoed through the heavens and the earth, shrouding everything in a veil of swirling dust. After a prolonged silence, when the dust finally settled, the entire mountain range lay reduced to mere rubble. Faced with the sight before him, Fang Mo remained silent, his expression shrouded in gloom. Chapter 182. Mount Tianyan. The corpse sovereign chose to self-destruct rather than be bound. This act was clearly beyond Fang Mo's expectations, having witnessed many who clung to life. He found the corpse sovereign's behavior perplexing. Is living not preferable? Fang Mo murmured softly. Behind him, the 5 poison Rakshasa and the demon child gazed in astonishment at the mountains reduced to rubble. The explosive power of a 9th-level Yuan master was indeed terrifying. The 5 poison Rakshasa cast a furtive glance at Fang Mo's silhouette, her beautiful eyes filled with fervor. It was no wonder he was the master. He had compelled a powerful 9th-level Yuan master to self-destruct. Such strength deserved devotion. Soon, a purple light soared into the heavens, vanishing into the sky. Meanwhile, in a dark and deep cave, a hoarse roar echoed. Nephew. Who? Who killed my nephew? Who? Rocks flew as the voice reverberated through the air. On the purple cloud shuttle, the atmosphere was heavy. Fang Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, expressionless as he gazed into the distance. The demon child stood trembling behind him, cautiously observing their surroundings. The 5 poison Rakshasa fixed her gaze on Fang Mo's back, concern etched in her eyes. At last, she bit her cherry lips, mustered her courage, and spoke. Master, are you still pondering the matter of the corpse sovereign? Fang Mo remained silent. Master, the corpse sovereign's ingratitude does not warrant your concern. They are utterly unaware of your might. I understand. In the future, you will undoubtedly stand atop the highest pinnacle. And I am willing to follow you faithfully through countless trials, without regret. The 5 poison Rakshasa looked at Fang Mo with fervent eyes, her tone passionate. Indeed. Fang Mo slowly turned, caressing the soft contours of the 5 poison Rakshas's face. I shall ultimately ascend to that supreme peak, Ha ha ha. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he laughed wildly. Days later, the purple cloud shuttle came to a halt beneath a colossal volcano. Master, this is Mount Tianyan, where the fiend king of fire is said to be in seclusion. The demon child pointed towards the volcano. Fang Mo nodded slightly, lifting his gaze. Waves of heat surged, distorting the air, and a charred scent saturated the atmosphere. Ignoring the oppressive temperatures, Fang Mo walked steadily toward Mount Tianyan. The 5 poison Rakshasa and the demon child followed closely after enveloping themselves in a layer of protective energy. Thanks to the extreme heat, no living beings could be found on Mount Tianyan, only bare, scorched trees and searing rubble underfoot. The trio soon reached the mountainside, where the air crackled with sizzling sounds, indicating that the temperature had reached new heights. The 5 poison Rakshasa's face was flushed, drenched in fragrant sweat, while the demon child appeared even worse, his clothes soaked through. His expression twisted in agony, clearly nearing his limit. You need not ascend any further. Wait for me below. Fang Mo glanced at the two, speaking calmly. Upon hearing these words, the demon child felt as if a great pardon had been bestowed upon them, their face alight with unrestrained joy. Is it the master? With this exclamation, the demon child stumbled down the mountain. Master, I can still endure, the 5 poisons Rakshasa asserted with unwavering determination. No need, Fang Mo replied, uttering 2 words as he turned to continue his ascent to the summit. The 5 poisons Rakshasa remained rooted in place, her expression a blend of complexity as her gaze followed Fang Mo's figure, her pearly teeth biting softly. She had never imagined that she, the illustrious 5 poisons Rakshasa, would become a burden. Powerless to do anything but watch the silhouette of her master from a distance, she felt an inner turmoil. No, this is not what I desire. She resolved fiercely. I must strive harder. In the paths ahead, I shall accompany my master, moving forward together. A flicker of determination shone in the eyes of the 5 poisons Rakshasa. Before long, Fang Mo reached the pinnacle of Tianyan Mountain. At the summit lay a colossal volcanic crater, where even the air was infused with flickering flames, a testament to the searing heat. Below the crater, dark red magma surged and roiled, splashing fiery droplets that left one in awe. Lord of burning heaven, will you not reveal yourself? Fang Mo observed the magma below with an impassive expression, speaking softly. The only reply was the bubbling of the magma, devoid of any other sound. Must I invite you out? Fang Mo snorted coldly, a terrifying pressure emanating from within him. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, stained crimson by an unseen force. The flames that had floated in the air were extinguished, and the temperature plummeted. A blood mist enveloped the area, causing the magma below to still, appearing frozen in time. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the magma began to churn violently once more, escalating in intensity. From the searing magma, a golden figure soared forth, landing opposite Fang Mo. Clad in a robe of golden fire clouds, with hair and beard aflame, this figure exuded an air of authority, emanating intimidation without the need for anger. Who dares to disturb my tranquil meditation? The Lord of burning heaven demanded, his expression dark and his voice booming like thunder. Fang Mo remained unperturbed, offering no reply as 2 grotesque tentacles, resembling crimson lightning, lashed toward the Lord of burning heaven. You insolent wretch, seeking death! The Lord of burning heaven bellowed in fury. Had the world of cultivation forgotten the terror once commanded by flames? To dare insult him so brazenly was tantamount to courting death. In the next moment, an endless blaze erupted from within the Lord of burning heaven, appearing as a colossal figure of fire from afar. Burning heaven fist. Though consumed by rage, the Lord of burning heaven did not underestimate his opponent, unleashing his renowned technique without hesitation. After all, anyone capable of reaching this point and forcing him out must possess formidable strength. A massive golden fist imprint, radiant as the sun, surged forth. Wherever it passed, space melted away, revealing the void. Boom! The golden fist imprint shattered one of the blood-red tentacles, continuing its relentless assault toward Fang Mo. The Lord of burning heaven surveyed the swirling blood mist with a hint of disdain, but in the next heartbeat, his smile faltered, frozen in disbelief. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the golden fist imprint shattered into fragments. The burning heaven demon lord gazed in astonishment at the dissipating golden light. Who is this individual? capable of withstanding his burning heaven fist? Reality did not afford the burning heaven demon lord much time for speculation. A menacing tentacle lunged towards him once more. Observing this, the expression on his face shifted slightly. Flames surged anew around his body as he lightly touched the ground and leaped into the air. Ignorant child, you have successfully provoked my wrath. In midair, the burning heaven demon lord's countenance darkened as terrifying waves of fire coalesced within him.